In the year 5005 of the stellar era, 270 light-years outside the Quivian star, humanity was engaged in a decisive battle against the Zerg to defend their homeland. "We can't retreat any further." A deep, resonant voice sounded through the communicator. "We've reached the very end of humanity's defense line. If we retreat any further, once the Zerg find an opportunity, they will charge straight in." Hundreds of frontier stars, large and small, including Quivian star and 14 million people, will all be devoured by the Zerg. "General Chu, if I fail, please hold on until dawn and rendezvous with the 4th Legion. Only then can we have a chance to turn the tide. I'm counting on you." Without entrusting his family, without shedding tears, without a hint of hesitation, Old General Su Zhe, commander of the 2nd Legion, after ending the communication with the 1st Legion's Supreme Commander, Chu Hanxiao, stood up, adjusted his military cap, and strode out of the mecha bay. Iris scanned past the hatch opened. A mecha with an indigo main body and red flame totems painted on it stood silently inside the bay. Upon closer inspection, the mecha's surface showed multiple scorch marks and charred areas, and even the mechanical skeleton of its left lower leg was partially exposed. "General, the Void Walker is not ready for battle yet. It's still under repair. The staff member in the mecha bay, seeing Su Zhe turn his wrist as if to activate the mecha, quickly stepped forward to stop him. No time left. Seeing that the activation device on his wrist did not activate the Void Walker, Su Zhe simply stepped forward and placed his palm on the mecha's right forearm. Verification passed. Mecha activated. Ready for combat at any time. In an instant, Su Zhe's body merged into the mecha, and the next second the Void Walker stepped into the deep void of space. A scarred white lion spirit form stood proudly on the left side of the Void Walker. In the dark and vast cosmos, the Bug Queen, accompanied by two level behemoths, glared menacingly at the humans. From the moment Su Zhe appeared with the white lion, the soldiers of the 2nd Legion reddened their eyes. After 3 days and 3 nights of battle, the old general was exhausted. He should have returned to the starship to rest and recover, or handed over command to the 1st Legion's Supreme Commander Chu Hanxiao, who had come to support. But he did not. Seeing his steadfast figure in the biting wind, almost everyone knew what he was about to do. Grief, silent, yet burning with heat, slid down the corners of every soldier's eyes. In the footage transmitted by the mechanical ball that broadcasted the frontline battlefield, the old general, before his departure, looked back toward the direction of the capital star. A trace of reluctance flickered in his amber eyes. Then the Void Walker leaped up, flying straight toward the Bug Queen, without any hesitation, a blazing white light shining across the sky. Everyone who witnessed this scene stopped what they were doing, bowing their heads to see off the Guardian. Simultaneously with the flash of white light, the 1st and 2nd Legions concentrated their fire on the 2 behemoths guarding the Bug Queen. The intense light interwove and bloomed like fireworks in the dark night. At the same time, Chu Hanxiao, piloting the pure white mecha Kanglan Stellar Core, with his spirit form, Snow Leopard, charged into the blazing white light. A full 10+ minutes later, a leopard roar resounded across the sky. The silver-white mecha carried the fire-blue blade-like Void Walker, and the Snow Leopard bore the white lion on its back, bursting out. The Kanglan Stellar Core was covered with scars, and the Void Walker could almost be described as shattered. The Empire's only 3th-level spirit form, the Snow Leopard, shortly after bursting out, dissipated together with the white lion. Behind them, the Bug Queen was forced to self-destruct, and the 2 Bug Generals followed suit. This confrontation had no winner. The 1st and 2nd Legions suffered over half casualties, and both Supreme Commanders were unconscious. The Battle of Quivian Star could be said to be the most brutal battle in interstellar history. After the war, everyone's focus was on the safety of the 2 Supreme Commanders. No one noticed a meteor streaking across the sky, bringing a unique, pure energy. Su Jin was half awake, dragged by a force across vast swamps and primeval wilderness, traversing the starry cosmos, and finally collided with a faintly breathing soul body. The voices of countless worshippers, originally chaotic and disordered, eventually converged into a single sentence: "Go. My deity, thank you for protecting us for thousands of years. Let us see you off on this final journey." This is the power of prayer, the faith energy formed by the devout prayers of worshippers over millions of years. So had Earth finally perished? This was the first thought that emerged in Su Jin's mind after she gained a hazy consciousness. Then she adapted to the magnetic field of the spirit body and slowly perceived that this was a human. The human race she had protected for millions of years still existed. She didn't know how long had passed. The first sense to recover was touch. Su Jin felt that she should be lying on a bed, the bedboard being a bit hard. This body was very thin, hence the uncomfortable hardness. Next was hearing a slightly hoarse voice pass through the eardrum and connected to the brain. He said, "Rest assured. They're fresh. Just died. No disease. Died from exhaustion." He also said, "This time I'll add 30 to the price. She's young, every organ is fresher. Rest assured it's definitely worth the price." Su Jin opened her eyes, her vision gradually going from blurry to clear. She found herself lying inside a glass cover with medical tape on the back of her hand and instrument probes on both sides of her forehead. On the glass cover, someone had drawn several areas with a blue pin, each area vaguely showing the name of a human organ. The grid corresponding to the chest read, heart. The one next to it had 2 lung lobes drawn. Below were liver, kidneys, and gallbladder. Beside the glass cover stood a man in a white coat and mask, his back to Sue Jean, still on the phone. Sue Jean heard a set of astronomical figures. She guessed it was the itemized price of her entire Bodis organs. What a disastrous start. So see you off on this final journey. Mint this. Just woke up and already being collected. Not on my watch. Sue Jean slightly moved her limbs and prepared to forcefully break out and then give that unscrupulous doctor a bloody face. At this moment, a knock on the door sounded, accompanied by the crying and cursing of a man and a woman. The doctor hurriedly hung up the phone and went to open the door, not even bothering to turn around and look at the resurrected corpse. At the same time, a sharp headache struck without warning. The memories belonging to this body surged in like a tidal wave. Even with Sue Jean's powerful divine sense, she had to lie still for a while to adapt to this energy impact. Good news, this world was still ruled by humans. Bad news, the spiritual energy level here was even lower than in the Darmending era on Earth. However, humans seemed to have grasped some secrets of brain development. 15% of them possessed innate spiritual power, enabling them to control spirit forms, pilot mechas, and fight against Zerg in the deep cosmos to defend their homeland. They were called warriors. Another 8% of humans could also manifest spirit forms through spiritual power, but they were not adept at combat. Instead, they were better at healing with spiritual power. These people were called healers. Apart from these 2 exceptional groups, the vast majority of interstellar residents were ordinary people without spiritual power. The constant noise outside made it impossible for Sue Jean to focus on thinking. So following the steps in the original Bodis memory, she unlocked the medical pod. She stood up and pulled open the door of the examination room. Too noisy. Everyone shut up. Seeing the white-clad figure standing at the door with arms outstretched, she shrank her neck slowly, turning her head left and backward, and finally fixed her gaze on her own body with a look of terror, as if she had seen a ghost. Sue Jean sneered in disgust. Daring to traffic human organs, yet afraid of ghosts. Through the original owner's memories, she learned that the medical pod was merely a decoration. From the moment the original owner was carried in and placed inside, the switch was never pressed. The 4-needle on her hand was inserted after death. If Sue Jean had awakened a moment later, she would have been injected with a neurotoxin. This substance kept the cells active for 24 hours after death. Considering the original owner's experiences, it was truly tragic. To ensure his lover's child could enjoy family benefits, her biological father swapped 2 infants during his wife's labor. Fearing that his biological daughter might one day reclaim her heritage, he cruelly attacked her as an infant, erasing all her talents and turning her into the most ordinary person. Was this a true father? He was a beast, and the beast had 2 younger beasts in turn. The original owner earned admission to the Central Military Academy on her own merit and traveled from a distant star to seek her family. The Sue family not only turned her away, but gave her no money, forcing her to live frugally on scholarships. This time, to win the scholarship for first place in the midterm exam, she had to join Sue Rulan, Sue Yanli, and Shizayer's group. Sue Rulan was the daughter of that beast and his mistress. She was gifted a grade A healer. This might be why the original owner was exiled to the frontier star. Grade A healers were rare in the interstellar and coveted by all legions. Sue Yanli was the original owner's full-blooded brother and strength warrior. Though not the top, he consistently ranked second in his year. The original owner had an elder sister named Su Xingyan, a 2-rank warrior colonel of the 1st Legion, leading the close combat unit invincibly and making the Empire's generals list at a young age. This was perhaps why Su Yanli held a grudge against the original owner. In the Empire's 100-year history, absolute power was worshipped. It sounded shallow, but with the Zerg threat looming, humanity had to strengthen itself to survive. Because Sue Jean was an ordinary person without mental power, and Sue Yanli didn't know Sue Rulan's true origin, he always sided with her, doting on Sue Rulan while ignoring Sue Jean. Shizayer was Sue Rulan's fiancée, a 2-rank warrior, first in the 3rd year of the Mecha Combat Department. Regardless of status, these 3 were indeed the elite among students. Winning the midterm exam was practically assured. Hearing that Sue Jean wanted to join the group, Sue Rulan demanded she prove herself by challenging the A-level difficulty in the holographic training room. The original owner thought it was fine and entered the training room. But moments later, Sue Rulan directed Sue Yanli to bribe the instructor and raise the test level. The poor original owner, an ordinary person without mental power, couldn't handle a level test. She called for the instructor but got no response and was ultimately exhausted to death in the training room. This led to Sue Jean transmigrating and overhearing the doctor planning to carve her up for organs. "Sister, you're okay? You scared me to death." Sue Rulan cried noisily, but without tears, pulling at Sue Jean's sleeve, putting on a show of sisterly affection. Su Jin, you've grown bold. Playing dead. Don't think this will get you into the group. A pity trick won't work. Su Yanli's ferocious expression practically screamed disgust. Su Jin, don't do such dangerous things again. We were all worried about you. Shi Zayer adopted a senior student tone, his seemingly harmless words strangely piercing. Others chimed in more or less, accusing Su Jin of using underhanded tactics. Su Jin had been asleep for so long she couldn't remember how many years. Just waking up to so many voices nagging was unbearable. With a wave of her sleeve, she silenced everyone. Everyone's expressions were identical now. They looked at each other frantically, winking and mouthing, but no sound came out. Finally, they all turned to Su Jin in terror. Everyone done? Fine, then let me speak. With that, she pointed at Su Rulan. Sorry I didn't die in that holographic training room. Your plan to use Su Yanli to bribe the instructor, tamper with the test level, ignore my pleas, and murder me has failed. Everyone couldn't speak, but could hear roll their eyes and make shocked expressions. Su Jin ignored the drama queens. She pointed at Su Yanli. Go ask your mother, for the sake of Su Rulan, the daughter of your father's mistress. You intend to kill your own sister, burden yourself with a record of bullying, and after graduation no legion will take you. Is it worth it? This was the Central Military Academy's rule. If a student was involved in murder or bullying and received a disciplinary mark, even with excellent grades, all legions would refuse them. Su Yanli's eyes widened from the words mistress daughter, growing larger and larger until they seemed to bulge from their sockets. He performed a perfect display of rage. Su Jin finally turned her gaze to Shi Zayer. From your expression, you really didn't know about their collusion. So we'll give you a task that can earn you a commendation. She pointed at the white-clad doctor. He did not effectively treat me when I was unconscious. Instead, he waited for me to be near death, found a buyer, and prepared to sell my heart, liver, spleen, and kidneys. Now Shi Zayer's eyes widened in shock. Su Jin sidestepped to reveal the medical pod behind her. The diagram of organs and the text on the pod left no room for the Blackheart doctor to deny. Seeing the trouble, the white-clad doctor tried to run at least to a deserted place to tell the buyer not to come. The corpse had come back to life. Otherwise, if the buyer arrived and found the body alive, or if the school caught him, he'd be dead either way. At this point, seeing the matter settled, Su Jin waved her hand again, lifting the silence on everyone. Shi Zayer proved worthy of being the third-year mecha combat chief. Even before the silence was lifted, he had already begun reaching out. In one swift maneuver, he pinned the doctor to the ground just as the man had taken half a step. Come, let's go see the headmaster. The other students saw there was no more drama to watch, so they followed Shi Zayer, hoping for some praise, and swarmed out together. Suddenly, only Su Rulan, Su Yanli, and Su Jin remained in the corridor. Not wanting to bond with the two little beasts, Su Jin turned and strode away, leaving the two of them bewildered in the wind. Following the original owner's memory back to the dormitory, a long mist aroma drifted into her nose, awakening her organs' primal memory of food. Following the source of the aroma, Su Jin found a narrow path behind the gymnasium, very secluded. If you didn't walk close, you wouldn't see or hear the noise of the crowd. They'll have 2 sticks of grilled sausage and a serving of fire chicken noodles, 2 fried chicken legs, extra spicy, a portion of fries. As she approached, Su Jin froze. The scene was so familiar. A middle-aged uncle was hawking his street food through a fence. This would be nothing unusual on 21st century Earth. Such scenes were everywhere. Every school had a bunch of snack vendors. But this was interstellar space. In this interstellar era, most people's daily diet consisted of nutrient liquids. According to the tomato novel theorem, anything out of the ordinary must be suspicious. Yet the aroma entered her nostrils again. She wasn't afraid of any anomaly. First eat. After 2 skewers of grilled sausage, Su Jin felt that being alive, no being awake, was wonderful. Just after finishing her meal, as she walked to the dormitory door, an exaggerated and excited voice called out, Su Jin, you're back. Su Jin, almost by instinct, sidestepped, clearing most of the doorway, letting the person who rushed past her fly through the door frame. The person couldn't stop in time, dashed straight into the opposite dormitory, flopped onto the desk, knocking over 2 pencil holders and a box of cookies. Sorry. Su Jin curled her lips into a smile, strolled leisurely back into the dorm, and prepared to climb onto the top bunk for a nap. A full meal called for a midday nap. Su Jin, how could you do this to me? Fan Wenhua blushed, her hair disheveled, running back in. Haven't I always been like this? The original Su Jin was taciturn and disliked physical contact, so her interactions with Fan Wenhua had always been one-sided. Fan talked incessantly, while she responded with vague murmurs. Always dodging hugs and swatting away reaching hands. I guess. That's true. Fan Wenhua was a somewhat sturdy girl, 175 centimeters tall and 68.5 kilograms, with a bold and extroverted personality. Not many girls studied mecha manufacturing, or it was mostly heavy labor better suited for boys. In the mecha manufacturing department, the female students could be counted on 2 hands. More than half were like Su Jin, who had fought to get from a remote star to the capital star, assigned to whichever department she got. The only 9 female students in the mecha manufacturing department made Fan Wenhua an anomaly. Male trainees struggled to lift mecha modules with both arms, but Fan Wenhua could easily hoist them with one hand. Hence her nickname Steel Female Warrior. Su Jin thought it was like Gorilla Barbie. In the original Su Jin's memory, there was a scene of Fan Wenhua in a pink lace princess dress throwing a weight disc with one hand. An unforgettable sight. Su Jin, do you know you've gone viral? Su Jin withdrew her hand from the ladder, crossed her arms, and leaned against the bedpost, adopting a do-tell posture. Fan Wenhua's eyes lit up. Her ice princess roommate was finally willing to listen to gossip. But before she could speak, Su Jin said, "Give me the point, no rambling, explain within 50 words. Fan Wenhua's sunflower-like smile instantly crumpled into a tiny daisy. But she dared not delay. It was rare that Su Jin was willing to listen, and 50 words was fine. So she organized her words. Su Jin single-handedly changed the century-old rule of the school's midterm field test assessment. You're a role model for our generation. Fan Wenhua counted on her fingers. That's not over, only 34 words. Su Jin nodded. Including that last sentence, it's 42. You still have 8 words left. Oh, you can't do that. As soon as she said it, Fan Wenhua covered her mouth, eyebrows drooping. In front of her, Su Jin raised 8 fingers in sync with her pace, arching an eyebrow. Turning around, she climbed onto the bed, opened her optical computer according to the original memory, and checked the notifications. If Fan Wenhua said it so confidently, the school must have released a notice. They reacted quite quickly. To suppress the big scandal of the school doctor involved in human organ trafficking, the school had indeed used their brains. What better way to divert students' attention than changing exam rules? And this was exactly what Su Jin truly wanted. Whether it was to intimidate Su Rulan, to sow seeds of doubt between her and Su Yanli's sibling relationship, or to create obstacles for her and Zizir, none of these was Su Jin's original intention. These were merely incidental. When Su Jin woke up, her soul had not yet fully merged with her body. Upon hearing the school doctor dared to trade human organs, she had already figured out how to secure greater benefits. The Central Military Academy's midterm assessment tradition was an old, guiding new strategy. Usually 2 third-year mecha combat students teamed up with 1 healer and 2 to 3 freshmen to perform a purge mission. Mission locations were random, mostly newly conquered stars after a Legion's battle with the Zerg. The Legion would perform preliminary cleanup to ensure safe practice conditions for the cadets. The Central Military Academy's century-old midterm rule had always been like this. But Su Jin disagreed. Teamwork certainly trained collaborative combat abilities, but when truly facing the Zerg, the entire team is almost never intact from start to finish. Not necessarily meaning someone would die, but someone would definitely be injured or held back, unable to reach the designated position for coordination. Thus, individual combat and small 2 to 3 person team capabilities were actually more practical and flexible than 5 or 6 person teams. At least when trapped in deep space or attacked by a Zerg tide, they could disengage quickly. So Su Jin personally believed that the midterm team formation should be flexible, allowing solo action small teams or up to 6-person squads. In this way, over the 3 years of graduation, choosing different combat modes each semester would train a true elite force. Clearly, the school leadership was fairly responsive. They had indeed adjusted the midterm assessment rules just as Su Jin had envisioned. But they also stipulated that solo small team and large group formations could not be repeated each year to avoid lone wolves who couldn't collaborate or slackers who coasted in teams. It seemed that although this system was improvised to divert attention and cover the organ trafficking truth, the school likely had a draft ready. It wasn't a last-minute decision. However, the school doctor incident was too severe, not just organ trafficking, but living organ trafficking. After all, everyone could see that Su Jin was still alive when the doctor sold her. Thus, the case was more serious and the impact more heinous. That day, because the school had prepared in advance, all those who came to collect the corpse were captured. The ambush was led by Lieutenant General Shun Guangwei of the 1st Legion, the right-hand man of Chu Hanxiao, the Empire's most brilliant commander. This showed how seriously the authorities took the matter. As the person nearly had her heart and lungs removed, Su Jin met this legendary adjutant in the principal's office. Shun Guangwei was over 180 centimeters tall, wearing camouflage pants and a black military t-shirt, his chest and biceps bulging. When Su Jin entered, he gave a slight nod. "Cadet Su Jin, please describe the situation." To ease her psychological pressure, Shun personally poured a glass of water and placed it before her. "Take your time, speak slowly." Su Jin recounted truthfully, her words clear and logically rigorous. She began from when Su Rulan tricked her into the holographic projection training room, and Su Yanli in front of her bribed the teacher to increase the test level, intending to kill her. Then to her cross-level combat exhaustion, causing fainting into a death-like state, being mistaken for dead by the unscrupulous school doctor who harbored wicked intentions. Finally, she struggled to awaken and overheard the school doctor on the phone. Throughout, her voice was calm, flat, not at all like recounting her own near-death experience. Instead, it felt like describing an unfortunate story that happened to someone else. Her demeanor deeply shocked Shun Guangwei. In the entire First Legion, few could be so composed after surviving death. They were iron-blooded warriors, but iron-blooded warriors were still flesh and blood. They had emotions. But Su Jin seemed to have none. After the conversation, Su Jin achieved his goal and directly reported the school doctor the middleman in the illegal organ trade, and indirectly reported Su Yanli for bullying classmates. During the questioning, the principal interrupted with a flattering tone, "Student Su Jin, Su Yanli is your biological brother. Why did he do this?" Su Jin replied, "Right. I'm also wondering. Why would he, for the sake of a half-sister, drive his full-blood sister to desperation?" The principal was stunned. His original intention was to make Su Jin cry loudly with tears and snot or show resentment. Regardless of which reaction, he could later write unstable emotions testimony open to question in the case file. But Su Jin showed none of that. She spoke at a normal pace with stable emotions, clear eyes, and even her expression was just right. Moreover, Su Jin casually revealed the hidden filth of the Su family. What the hell? Half-sister and full-blood sister. The Su family had publicly claimed Su Jin and Su Rulan were twins. But they said Su Jin was stolen right after birth by someone scheming. This shock came so abruptly that everyone present felt choked. Shen Guangwei's eyes held equal parts admiration and regret. Admiration because the young girl, barely an adult, remained calm in crisis, could still be composed after life and death experience, and with a few words put the Su family on the brink. She had the makings of a great commander. But unfortunately, although Su Jin was rational and clear-headed, her physical conditions were too poor. Without spiritual power, unless she took the scientific research path, she would be doomed to mediocrity. After all, in the interstellar age, the Zerg were ubiquitous and humanity needed absolute power to carve a place in deep space. After watching Su Jin leave, Shen Guangwei contacted Chu Hanxiao via Lightbrain and briefly reported the situation at Central Military Academy. "Su Jin. She's still alive." Chu Hanxiao's words surprised Shen Guangwei. But thinking about it, it was understandable for a commander to ask that, since a person without spiritual power facing in a class Zerg alone had no chance. Although it was a holographic simulation, training the realism was very strong. It was possible to die from exhaustion or fright. After all, Su Jin was just a freshman under the age of 18, and her understanding of the Zerg was still limited to textbooks. "Yes, Commander, she is still alive." And Shen Guangwei paused for 2 seconds before voicing his opinion on Su Jin. "She doesn't feel like an 18-year-old girl at all. Instead, the calmness and decisiveness in her eyes are more like a battle-hardened warrior. You might think my description is a bit exaggerated, but that's how I feel." Also, I quietly probed her. "She has no spiritual power fluctuation at all, just an ordinary person." At this moment, Chu Hanxiao was still lying in the hospital bed, his face pale. The just concluded battle at Kuiwei Ansal Star had caused heavy human losses. General Su Zhe, who had defended the southern front for over 100 years, forcefully drove his spiritual power, while his spiritual body was severely damaged, in order to hold the line and resist the Zerg. The Zerg mother died, and the old general fell into a coma. Chu Hanxiao, who fought alongside Su Zhe though not as seriously injured, also suffered severe damage to his spiritual sea. Now, even condensing a spiritual body took great effort. After ending the communication with Shen Guangwei, Chu Hanxiao looked through the glass window at the blue sky. At that moment, he finally confirmed that he had truly been reborn. The previous life was like a long, horrible nightmare. The war between humans and the Zerg, which had lasted for centuries, ultimately ended in defeat, not to the Zerg, but to their own kind. Among humans, mutants emerged. Dark scientists injected Zerg DNA into severely wounded soldiers, creating new mutant spirals. If the spiritual body was humanity's self-evolutionary secondary transformation, then the genetically modified humans had opened Pandora's box. The mutants lurked among humans, stealing core secrets and paving the way for the Zerg invasion. Eventually, humans had to flee their homeland, carrying embryos and technology trees, traversing stargates to distant light years. Chu Hanxiao didn't know if that migration found a habitable planet and settled down, nor did he know if any genetically modified mutants were among the departing humans, whether those survivors could reach their destination safely. Because he and his soldiers, to protect the last spark of humanity, collectively burned their spiritual seas in front of the stargate, tripling the explosion wavelength of the mothership's self-destruct program. He still remembered that in his last conscious moment, countless Zerg turned to ash in the blazing white light before his eyes. Behind him, the stargate closed, and 975 arcs carrying humanity's last hope fled to a galaxy more than 10 million light-years away. And he, with the immense pain of burning his spiritual sea, fell into darkness. Chu Hanxiao thought he would become a mere passage in human history, but he never expected to open his eyes again. He had returned to the time before the mutants were born. Perhaps humanity didn't need to flee, maybe there was still a chance. But only a few hours after waking, a variable different from the previous life appeared. Su Jin actually did not die. At this moment, she should still think she was the daughter of Su Muchuan and Hushiru right. If not for the meticulous investigation in the previous life, plus the DNA comparison after Su Jin's death, Chu Hanxiao wouldn't have known she was actually the only granddaughter of old General Su Zhe. Su Zhe spent his whole life in military service, having only one son, named Su Qinghuai, a colonel in the 5th Legion. 18 years ago, the Zerg suddenly attacked the 5th Legion, fought back. The battle was brutal, and Su Qinghuai sacrificed himself to save a comrade. That same year, a woman came to the border, claimed to be Su Qinghuai's wife, handed a newborn baby girl to Su Zhe, and then died for love. The baby girl had extremely high talent, but Su Zhe, guarding the frontier with a knife in his mouth, found it inconvenient to take a child with him. Forcefully, he used his spiritual power to seal the granddaughter's spiritual sea, which would unseal itself upon adulthood. He publicly claimed she had no talent and sent her back to the capital Star to be raised by his younger brother's family. And Su Zhe's younger brother was Su Chun, Su Yanli's grandfather. In this family struggle, no one was innocent. Hu Shiru knew her husband planned to swap their daughter, but she was powerless. She watched her daughter have her talent erased and become an ordinary person. As a mother, Hu Shiru couldn't protect her daughter's talent, but she could at least keep her daughter by her side. So she orchestrated another swap, exchanging her own daughter with the baby girl Su Zhe had just sent back. Thus, although her daughter couldn't call her mother, she could still grow up carefree in the Su mansion, enjoy her favor, and maintain the relationship between the main and branch families. But Su Jin suffered, secretly sent to a border star, enduring 18 years of hardship before finally returning to her homeland. In the previous life, Su Jin died in the simulation training room of Central Military Academy. The old general's spiritual sea continued to deteriorate, even class healers were helpless. According to regulations, Chu Hanxiao opened the old general's will and thus learned about the sealing of his granddaughter's spiritual sea. Chu Hanxiao personally went to the Su family, but a slight probe revealed that the so-called Su Yueqing had a scarred spiritual sea, not a seal, but talent erasure. Suspecting conspiracy, Chu Hanxiao nearly overturned the Su family, only to uncover even more shocking truths. In the previous life, the old general never woke up and never knew what his granddaughter had endured. Now Su Jin is alive. There are only 33 days left until her birthday. Su Jin left the principal's office without returning to the dormitory, heading straight for the library. Having just arrived, she knew little about the capital Star, nor did her original self, who had spent 18 years on the edge of the galaxy, and even less about the current interstellar world. So she needed to catch up. In Earth terms, the Central Military Academy was a place where East met West. The teaching buildings resembled the European castles from Harry Potter, but the library was a Jiangnan Watertown pavilion with a touch of misty rain. To enter the library, one first had to walk along a winding stone path above the water. Purple water lilies filled the ponds on both sides, budding in the morning, blooming at dusk, withering at night, and replaced by fresh buds at dawn, cycle after cycle. It felt as if it were AI-generated, surreal. Midway along the path, a stone platform jutted out, holding a small table with a go board, white and black stones separated for students' leisure. Behind the small table were the library's large floor-to-ceiling windows, clean and bright. At that moment, a few students sat by the windows reading at desks. It felt like a dream back to Earth. Su Jin swiped her student card to enter, and immediately a retrieval robot activated and glided toward her. Here, finding books required no manual effort. Just enter the desired field on the robot's screen, find a seat, and wait a moment. The books would be delivered to you. Clearly, the interstellar age had its perks. Otherwise, rows of bookshelves, 3 stories tall, would discourage most people from reading. She found a quiet corner and sat down. The desktop instantly projected a holographic menu, silently asking, would she like a cup of coffee-flavored nutrient fluid? Su Jin simply poked her index finger at the X to close it. It wasn't that she disliked trying new things, she was truly broke. She hadn't realized her original self had so little money. After generously ordering 2 sausages, scanning her optical brain to pay, she discovered her balance had dropped from a 4-digit number to a single digit. Scary, right? Seeing how outrageous interstellar prices were and how severe inflation had become, Su Jin dared not spend recklessly anymore. In fact, she couldn't, even if she wanted to. There was nothing left to spend. For now, she had to find a way to make money. She couldn't starve to death so soon. After a few minutes, the robot delivered a thick stack of books, so high they completely blocked her upper body when placed on the table. Su Jin first opened Interstellar History Volume 1, and placed it on the reading stand that automatically extended from the desk. She didn't need to turn pages herself. The stand's camera tracked her eye movements and flipped pages for her. If her gaze lingered on a certain paragraph for more than 45 seconds, the system would automatically generate annotations for that paragraph. At first, Su Jin read diligently page by page, but soon she found it too slow. This would take forever. So she found a speed button on the desktop controls. Pressing it, the reader asked if she wanted to activate spiritual reading mode. Without hesitation, Su Jin clicked confirm. She had no spiritual power, but her divine sense was strong. Memorizing the contents of a few books in a short time was no problem. The reading stand then started speed reading. at first 3 times normal, then 30, then 300 times. A boy sitting nearby looked up unintentionally and was stunned by the speed. Su-Jin placed a book on the stand, and the pages turned as if blown by the wind, a continuous blur. In tens of seconds, a book went from first page to last and was removed. She repeated this cycle. He felt like he was watching a factory assembly line. This wasn't reading, it was printing. After accelerating, Su-Jin realized she still needed more knowledge. So she finished one batch and asked the robot to bring another. She read 100 or so books in total before stopping. The boy next to her recorded the whole scene with his optical brain. He truly couldn't believe there existed such a powerful spiritual force among current Central Military Academy students. After all, even an rank warrior would struggle to read so many books in just half an hour, because reading wasn't the point, understanding and memorizing were. Moreover, among them were heavy tomes like interstellar history, dense and difficult. How could she manage it? He concluded that Su-Jin was at least rank. The girl had sharp eyes, a calm expression, and an overall cool demeanor. Too cool. After reading Interstellar History Vols. 13 Interstellar Social Structure Analysis, Insect Species and Weaknesses, Encyclopedia Ordinary Person Ascension, Guide the Formation and Evolution of the Black Market, a brief analysis of spiritual power. Su-Jin finally had a preliminary understanding of her current time and space. In simple terms, spiritual power was innate. You either had it or you didn't. Originally, neither warriors nor healers could upgrade. But during the long wars against the insectoids, humans discovered that insectoid crystals could help healers advance. But it was extremely difficult. For example, an A-rank healer needed a Drank insectoid crystal to upgrade to Drank. The process involved refining the insectoid crystal with spiritual power and absorbing it. That was just the first step. If a Drank healer wanted to become Crank, they needed a Crank crystal. This pattern continued. From this level onward, there was a risk of failure and chi deviation. What a brief analysis of spiritual power called spiritual backlash, turning one into a fool. Only insectoids above Drank had crystals, and higher-ranked insectoids were harder to defeat. Normally, killing a single Drank insectoid required at least 2 Crank warriors working together. In other words, equal-level combat was nearly impossible. Insectoids surpassed humans by a wide margin at the same rank. Moreover, insectoids above rank never fought alone. In classic battle analyses, they always appeared in pairs. Such difficulty in upgrading meant only wealthy noble families could afford it. As a result, the entire empire had only 3 rank healers. One was the mother of 3 rank warrior Chu Hanxiao. When she gave birth to him, an insectoid invasion occurred. To protect her infant, she ignited her spiritual sea and self-destructed, taking the insectoid queen with her. The other 2 were healer Mu Yunxiu of the 1st Legion and healer Bella Smith of the 5th Legion. Both had powerful families backing them. However, none of the 3 were born rank. They had all advanced using insectoid crystals. On her way back to the dormitory from the library, Su-Jin planned to use the pre-exam free time to try her luck at the Southern City Secret Realm. After all, she needed money. It was a bit dangerous, but who was she? The first human ghost grass elder, the ancestor of insect tamers, her true form, the ancient red lotus burning, with karma fire commanding judgment. In the age of Dharma decline, spiritual energy was thin, and she was forced into slumber. Not until humans overdeveloped AI and destroyed themselves did she, carried by the last shred of faith, tumble into the starry sea of the interstellar age. Now she was too weak. Once she grew strong enough, the insectoids would be trampled under her feet. With the joint efforts of 2 level healers, Chu Hanxiu's spiritual sea recovered most of its strength within just 3 days. When his spirit beast, the snow leopard, finally materialized, a collective sigh of relief swept through the entire 1st Legion. Chu Hanxiu's position was now of paramount importance. As long as he remained, well, peace reigned, but should he falter, it would inevitably trigger upheaval in both the military and the government. A single misstep could invite internal strife and external threats, even racial extinction. Though the empire appeared to be controlled by the royal family, the exalted Odin Vladimir could not enforce absolute rule. After all, he had political power, but no military authority, or to be precise, almost none. The 6th and 7th legions under Odin's command were the largest among the empire's 7 legions, yet also the most ineffective. Unlike the elite graduates of the Central Military Academy who desperately sought entry into the 1st Legion, every aristocratic coward, those joining the military merely to pass time, flocked to the 6th and 7th legions. Thus, the people nicknamed these 2 legions the 2nd-generation concentration camp. The royal family tried to seize military power by creating a hollow shell with overwhelming numbers, only to realize they had become a joke. In contrast, the 1st Legion was an unmatched elite force. The 2nd through 5th legions were also proven through countless battles. This only deepened the royal family's anxiety. Though the 2nd through 5th legions were ostensibly controlled by different noble houses, they all had intricate ties to Chu Hanxiao. For instance, General Su Zhe of the 2nd Legion had once betrothed his granddaughter to Chu Hanxiao in a childhood engagement. Commander Cavadani of the 3rd Legion was Chu Hangxiu's devoted fan. General McLaren Constantine of the 4th Legion had been Chu Hangxiu's classmate in the same year, their bond so close they were practically inseparable. Then there was Machi Xianqing of the 5th Legion, who outwardly had no connection with Chu Hanxiao. Yet whenever opinions diverged, he would unhesitatingly lead his troops to stand by Chu Hanxiao. Even within the 7th Legion, the so-called second-generation concentration camp, over 70 of soldiers admired Chu Hanxiao. Thus, his injury and the near shattering of his spiritual seat alarmed almost every major family on the capital planet. Some sought to trample Chu Hanxiao while he was down, others wanted to keep him in a half-dead state, unable to summon his spirit. But the illustrious 1st Legion would not allow these schemers to exploit the situation. "General, what are our next steps?" Shen Guangwei said, handing a thick stack of documents to Chu Hanxiao. "Our investigation has revealed that the organ trade has reached a certain scale. The channels are random, but they all converge at one place. The outskirts black market." Chu Hanxiao tapped the dossier with rhythmic precision, his bony index finger striking the paper lightly. The black market was an excellent place to hide traces. Its chaotic population and wide reach made investigation extremely troublesome. But this matter could not be ignored. In his previous life, he hadn't discovered the genetic research so quickly leading to the rampant spread of xenomorphs. Now that there were clues, they had to be pursued. However, it required 2 lines of investigation, one public and one covert. "Guangwei, hand over your duties to David Cook. You're coming with me to Tingxi Star." "Yes." Shun Guangwei was puzzled. He didn't understand why Chu Hanxiao suddenly wanted to go to Tingxi Star, a tiny swamp-covered world with some low-level insectoids that were as easy to kill as cutting vegetables. What was the point? But a soldier's first duty is obedience. Shun Guangwei asked no questions and immediately went to execute Chu Hangxiu's orders. Once everyone had left, Chu Hanxiao placed his hand on the snow leopard's head, his gaze deep and fixed on the real-time surveillance feed of Tingxi Star on the light brain before him. Tingxi Star had existed for a long time. Its entire surface was covered in thick swamps, and though low-level insectoids roamed the Empire, had only deployed monitoring measures. After all, despite its proximity to the capital planet, Tingxi Star posed little threat. But in his previous life, it was this innocuous swamp star that suddenly spawned a space-time black hole from which hordes of high-level insectoids poured through a stargate, swarming toward the capital planet. Ultimately, humanity was forced to activate the ARC project and begin a great interstellar exodus. Chu Hanxiao believed that Rome wasn't built in a day. Such a wormhole couldn't have appeared overnight. Thus, Tingxi was a planet concealing malice. He had to go investigate and, if necessary, destroy it with a gamma-ray burst. Central Military Academy. "No way, are you serious?" Fan Wenhua's voice rose in pitch. "Su Jin, have you forgotten you're an ordinary person without spiritual power? You want to enter the training secret realm meant for warriors." Fan Wenhua grew more agitated, her voice hitting an octave higher. Su Jin nodded seriously again. "Don't go, we'll share my allowance with you. You won't have to worry about food or drink." Fan Wenhua's family wasn't noble, her parents were farmers. In the interstellar age, farmers were second only to soldiers in respect. After all, nutrient fluid truly tasted awful and real food was hard currency. "Can you support me for a lifetime?" Su Jin, who had always been a loner since emerging from chaos, felt her heart unexpectedly warm. This was the first time someone offered to support her. "I probably cannot." Fan Wenhua could share her allowance to solve Su Jin's immediate needs, but she couldn't support her forever. Su Jin spread her hands. "So you see, having a father, mother, or you is still not as good as having my own pocket. Don't worry about me. If I can't win, I'll run. The secret realm has protection mechanisms. YTLL be fine." Fan Wenhua could only sigh and step aside. She knew Su Jin's situation well. To put it nicely, she was a lost pearl of the Su family. Bluntly, she was an unwanted burden. Now even her own brother and sister wanted her dead. If she didn't rely on herself, who else could she turn to? "Here, take this. If you can't win, run. Don't be stubborn." Fan Wenhua rummaged through her belongings and stuffed 3 nutrient fluid packs and half a packet of biscuits into Su Jin's hands. Su Jin gripped the fluid packs. Her tongue rejected them, but her stomach welcomed them. So she accepted happily. "Consider it a loan. When I return with money, I'll buy you a lollipop." In today's interstellar world, lollipops were the most expensive items. A fruit-flavored lollipop cost 1100 star credits. A milk fruit flavor cost 1400, rivaling luxury goods back on Earth. To enter the secret realm, one had to take Star Rail No. 46 at the school gate to the South Hub, then transfer to Star Rail No. 118 to reach the secret realm station. Only one transfer was needed. Since the Star Rails operated at spatial speeds, crossing the equivalent of Earth's equator took a mere 13 minutes before arriving. Getting off the train, following signs for about 7 or 8 minutes, they arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. Then the optical brain displayed a prompt: secret realm named Cockroach Bug Valley. Secret realm, level LV3, is suitable for warriors above rank. Mystic realm rules. 1. The total time for clearing the trial is 24 hours. Exceeding this duration will result in immediate teleportation to the rest area at the entrance. 2. All gains obtained within the mystic realm belong to the challenger. 3. In case of danger, use the optical computer to summon the administrator. 4. Each participant will receive a spatial button provided by the mystic realm. After completing the task, it can be purchased with star coins exchanged with acquired resources or returned. The rules were quite simple, so there was room for loopholes. Su-Jin gripped the window ledge with both hands, her expression cold and resolute. I'm a bodyguard from the Su family. My master sent me to scout the situation first before deciding whether to allow the young master and young lady to undergo training here. Given this connection, it's inconvenient for me to buy a ticket directly to avoid leaving any evidence that could invite criticism. I can give you double the gains I obtain inside. After you submit the required portion, as per regulations, the rest will be yours. How about it? The gatekeeper, a middle-aged man, frowned and scrutinized Su-Jin from head to toe, skeptical of her story. If your young master and young lady want strategies for the mystic realm, they can find them online. Many bloggers have come to challenge it, and even filmed real combat videos. Why must they send you to investigate personally? Hiss. Su-Jin felt this man was not easy to fool. After all, he had lived for over 100 years. Though considered middle-aged by the interstellar average lifespan of 300, he was well-traveled and shrewd with eyes that missed nothing. Left with no choice, she continued fabricating. Going online would inevitably leave traces. My young master and young lady want to make a stunning debut without anyone knowing they cheated. Su-Jin spoke as if it were perfectly natural. After all, the blame wouldn't fall on her. The man squinted, staring at Su-Jin for a moment longer. He felt sorry for the girl. Clearly her young master and young lady didn't care for her, using such a pretext to send her on a fool's errand. An ordinary person without spiritual energy, sent to scout a Drank warrior's mystic realm. This was clearly a death sentence. Having guarded this entrance for nearly a century, the man knew well the depths of aristocratic schemes. But he couldn't interfere. As long as all procedures followed the rules, he wouldn't bear any responsibility. Go on in. After letting her pass, the man shook his head at Su-Jin's retreating figure, certain he would never see this pretty young woman again. Su-Jin slipped through with steady steps. Little Bugs, your ancestor is here, ready to be sacrificed. Yeah. At the entrance of the mystic realm stood a signboard displaying a map of the area. The Cockroach Bug Valley was divided into 4 zones, square like a patch of farmland. Each zone was separated by protective barriers, meaning bugs couldn't cross into other areas. The map showed Zone 1 with lower-level ant bugs, Zone 2 with flying beetles, Zone 3 with 6 rank mantis bugs, and Zone 4 with 2 Drank cockroach bugs. Challengers had to fight through from Zone 1 to Zone 4. Generally, Zone 1 offered no special rewards except for the Ant Queen. If captured alive, it could fetch a good price on the black market. Zone 2's beetles were mainly for collecting as many wings as possible. The membranous wings of beetles could be used to make protective layers for mechas. Zone 3's mantis bugs were valuable for their raptorial legs, which could cover the ticket cost. Zone 4's Drank cockroach bugs already had bug cores, but Su-Jin was somewhat reluctant to extract them. Cutting open bellies and splattering blood and flesh, it was too messy. But she was poor. 2 Drank bug cores, if converted to money, would cover her tuition and living expenses for 3 years with plenty left over. She could occasionally eat proper human food, instead of surviving on nutrient fluids meal after meal. At times like this, the advantage of being a warrior became evident. They could manifest a spiritual entity, using their spiritual energy, letting it retrieve the cores without getting covered in blood and gore. Moreover, the spiritual entity itself wouldn't be stained by the bug's remains. Thus, even healers couldn't manage this, as their spiritual entities were plant-based, and being mostly female, even if their entities weren't flowers, but vines, they were extremely averse to extracting bug cores. Su-Jin swept her gaze over the map, while her optical computer stored it for easy reference. Stepping into Zone 1, she realized the ant bugs were somewhat different from what she'd seen in strategy videos. First, their size wasn't that of normal ants, but rather comparable to rats, densely covering the ground in swarms. The sight was enough to trigger trypophobia. Su-Jin didn't want to linger in battle. She wasn't a warrior, so there was no need to solve problems with brute force. Upon entering Zone 1, a square light circle appeared beneath her feet, exactly 1 square meter in size. This was the safe zone. Beyond the circle, ant bugs lurked menacingly. Within it, Su-Jin released her divine sense, covering the entire Zone 1. Muttering incantations, the spells resonated like tolling bells as they spread with her divine sense, causing the swarming ant bugs to freeze for a second before retreating like a tidal wave, scrambling back into their caves. The bloodline suppression from the primordial ghost grass ancestor made them huddle together, trembling in fear. After a full minute, an ant queen with a milky white abdomen swollen like a balloon and twice the size of other ants was pushed forward. Clearly, the ant queen was being forced. It curled up, using its slender forelegs to shield the milky white sac on its belly. Its transparent wings remained folded but buzzed, as if trembling in fear. Su-Jin stepped out of the safe zone, circled the Ant Queen, and turned her gaze toward the cave entrance. Soon a rustling sound came from the cave, and another Ant Queen was pushed out by the swarm. Only then was Su-Jin satisfied. She took out the spatial button she had received at the entrance, aimed it at the two curled-up Ant Queens, entered the password, and absorbed them inside. Only when all the ant bugs in Zone 1 had hidden in their caves did the true landscape of mountains and earth reveal itself. Endless rolling sand dunes stretched out like an infinite expanse, evoking a desolate sense of solitary smoke in the vast desert. Su-Jin didn't bother crossing the dunes to Zone 2 on foot. She had no interest in hiking. Instead, she returned to the safe zone in Zone 1, opened the spatial button's permissions, and accepted the scan. Congratulations on completing the clearing task for Zone 1. Time taken 1 minute and 57 seconds. Ant Queens obtained 2 total 2. Currently ranked first among all participants, leading the second place by 2 hours, 18 minutes, and 3 seconds. Would you like to proceed to Zone 2 immediately? Su-Jin raised her hand and clicked the confirm button. In the blink of an eye, the scene before her changed. The boundless desert gave way to low shrubs. A buzzing sound approached from afar, and in midair a dynamic red wave of bugs swept in like a tidal wave. Friendly reminder, you have arrived at Zone 2. The safe zone will expire in 5 minutes. Please prepare as soon as possible. Zone 2 was clearly more challenging than Zone 1. Not only did the bugs launch aerial attacks, but the safe zone also had a time limit. Yet for Su-Jin this was nothing. Back when she studied goo insects, the first subjects of her experiments were the very 7-spotted ladybugs before her. However, these bugs weren't resilient, unlike centipedes or spiders. So they were eliminated early on. The next second after the Mystic Realm's prompt, Su-Jin stepped out of the safe zone. In her hand appeared a small yellow slip of paper marked with eerie symbols drawn in cinnabar, twisting like flowing blood boiling in the air. This time, there was no incantation, only the starry amber eyes behind the talisman, as if holding the mysteries of the entire cosmos. The buzzing of beetle wings persisted as the cinnabar-drawn runes slowly detached from the yellow paper and floated in midair. Then, visibly expanding, they stretched from the sky to the ground, forming a barrier before Su-Jin. Don't be nervous, little bug. I don't want your life, just your wings. Come on. As the last 2 words tumbled from her vermilion lips, Su-Jin raised her right hand, wrist upward, palm forward, and thrust it out fiercely. The faith power that had plunged into the starry void with her soul spread rapidly, driving the blood-red talisman into a divine weapon that reaped wings. Where it passed, layers of gray-black, translucent wings fell like snowflakes from the sky. The ladybugs suspended in midair were instantly stripped of their membranous wings, leaving only the elytra. The sound they made was eerie, like Wolverine's claws scraping against Iron Man's armor. Her ears suffered. Su-Jin frowned slightly and waved her hand hastily. The ladybugs, as if granted amnesty, scattered in a dark swarm and vanished in an instant. Finally, peace and quiet returned. Su-Jin quickly used her spatial button to collect the membranous wings from the ground. After verification by the secret realm, there were exactly 2083 pairs, no more no less. Confirming she had missed none, she relaxed and listened to the following content. Congratulations on completing the second zone's cleansing task. Time taken 3 minutes and 28 seconds. You have obtained 2083 pairs of beetle membranous wings, totaling 2083 pairs. You currently rank first among all participants, leading the second place contestant by 3 hours, 21 minutes, and 24 seconds. Would you like to proceed to the third zone now? Su-Jin pressed the confirm button without hesitation. The scene shifted in an instant. Low shrubs transformed into a dense tropical rainforest. The air was damp, carrying a hint of decayed, blood-tinged odor. Deep within the rainforest, 6 pairs of scarlet eyes watched the newly refreshed safe zone in silence. Reminder, you have arrived at the third zone. The safe zone will expire in 5 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. As the cold female voice of the secret realm's prompt echoed, Su-Jin calmly pulled a mask from her backpack. The mask was entirely gray-black, its surface rough, adorned with 3 beastly horns on top and 2 rows of fangs at the mouth. It looked ancient and ferocious, bearing the weight of time. This mask was a find from an online flea market. Su-Jin knew her faith power was limited. She had chosen the Cockroach Insect Valley secret realm for a last-ditch stand. If she could clear it, the spoils would be enough to cover her living expenses and tuition for 3 years at the capital planet's university. This would allow her to conserve her strength and find a way to search for resource-rich planets. From what she had read in the library, top-tier resource planets were covered in spiritual plants. The descriptions painted a picture of a place brimming with spiritual energy, capable of nourishing the soul and aiding her cultivation. Only through cultivation could she reclaim her peak state. Therefore, this meager faith power was her sole reliance to turn the tables and achieve the impossible. So it had to be used wisely. Su-Jin stepped calmly out of the safe zone, suddenly leaning her body to the left while tilting her head to the right, striking and shaped pose. Then she quickly pressed the mask onto her face. As her body swayed, her feet traced primal totems, and with a finger pointed skyward, a wind stirred through the forest. If anyone in this world still understood intangible cultural heritage, they would recognize this as Nuwa opera. Those who perform Nuwa dance with the gods living in harmony with heaven and earth, warding off misfortune. To witness Nuwa is to be free of ailments. Sujin had created Nuwa opera out of compassion for human suffering and illness. The ancient red lotus had descended into the mortal world, enduring 100 reincarnations. Her seven-orifaced, exquisite heart had softened and hardened repeatedly, yet remained sincere. Sujin knew that the mantis insects in this zone, unlike the ant and beetle insects in the previous two, had larger brains. Thus, they didn't rush to die, but hid in the forest waiting for an opportunity to strike. If she recklessly entered the rainforest, she would be surrounded by the 6 large creatures, sealing her fate. So Sujin chose to strike first. The 6 pairs of blood-red eyes exchanged glances, all bewildered by this human's antics. Wasn't she here to clear the challenge? Having reached the 3rd zone without a scratch, she must have some skill, but why wasn't she entering the forest? As time ticked by, after 5 minutes, Sujin took off the mask, stored it away, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and stepped into the jungle. If the mountain won't come to me, I'll go to the mountain. The 6 mantis insects had lost even the ability to look at each other, frozen in place by the Nuwa opera, utterly baffled. Their blood-red eyes deepened to an eerie purple, a signal that the mantis insects were charging their attack. Unfortunately, charging was possible, but attacking was not, for their bodies refused to obey, immobilized completely. If this scene were turned into a comic strip, the thought bubbles above the 6 insect heads would surely read, "Can she do magic?" Sue, magic-wielding Jean, had already located one mantis insect's hiding spot. Without a word, she drew a military knife, and with a swift, decisive strike, she severed the insect's 2 large sides, the plundering limbs that could be exchanged for entry tickets, cleanly at the base, storing them in her spatial button. The mantis insect's blood-red eyes lost their luster, dimming like a drained battery. It had miscalculated watching Sujin dance earlier. If there were a next time, it would flee as fast as its legs could carry it, but there was no chance. Then came the second, the third. Sujin's Nuwa opera not only immobilized the mantis insects, rendering them defenseless, but also revealed their hiding spots. While others stumble over their horses, these 6 had stumbled as mantises. A single misstep leading to eternal regret, a looking back only half remained. After collecting all the plundering limbs from the 6 mantis insects, Sujin had ventured deep into the rainforest. Returning to the safe zone was now too far. Weighing the options, she chose to follow the map's suggestion, cutting the journey in half by traversing the rainforest directly. The path was uneventful, though the slippery, damp ground made walking laborious. As she neared the passage to the 4th zone, Sujin sensed a hint of danger. Though this body lacked spiritual power, Sujin's divine sense was formidable. Even with barriers between zones, she detected a faint, lurking, killing intent. Could a class cockroach insect really have such an imposing aura? This seemed different from what the books described. Sujin remained alert, but kept walking, verified the materials in her spatial button, and swiftly entered the 4th zone. Congratulations on completing the 3rd zone's cleansing task. Time taken 8 minutes and 22 seconds. You have obtained 6 pairs of mantis insect plundering limbs, totaling 6 pairs. You currently rank first among all participants, leading the 2nd place contestant by 59 minutes and 31 seconds. The scenery shifted and finally settled. Sujin stood frozen in place. Seriously, what grudge? What vendetta? Even a poor female college student's supplies get stolen. Even for an insect that's utterly shameless. In the 4th zone of the cockroach insect valley, Sujin stared wide-eyed as a mottled spider, half of its head stuck in a stargate, used its 2 long, thorn-covered legs to hook tightly onto the scales beneath the abdomens of 2 cockroach insects. It was clearly attempting to rip out their hearts and guts, competing with her for the insect cores. This was unacceptable. If anyone could endure it, Sujin certainly could not. Was that an insect core? That was her sustenance for the next 3 years. Whoever dared to steal it would be obliterated. At that moment, the stargate trapping the A-class spider insect was still contracting. A blue light locked onto the villagized mottled spider, casting a prismatic glass-like shimmer over its reddish-brown shell. Yet it was not breathtaking. Instead, it stirred waves of nausea. Sujin wondered why neither the official announcements nor online guides had mentioned any hidden quests in the cockroach insect valley. Where had this stargate come from? If it weren't for the fact that she had swept through the first 3 zones with such ease, triggering the secret realm's hidden quest mode and raising the difficulty, then this would be truly bizarre. The stargate had the A-class insect firmly trapped, as if in a restraint. Could the other side be a cosmic battlefield? What kind of fate was this? On the other side of the stargate, above the marshlands of Tingshi Star, a colossal starship hovered. 4 stargates appeared simultaneously beneath the starship. Newly hatched immature A-class insects scattered in all directions. Those that leaped into the stargates first were all pinned in place by Chu Hangxiu's psychic force. Warriors of the 1st Legion, clad in mech suits, stepped into the deep cosmos, driving their mental constructs to begin the day's battle. Though these were just newly hatched class insects, their combat prowess was astonishing. Especially since the insect race typically produced hundreds or thousands of offspring per brood, the battle quickly intensified. General discovered an underground insect nest. Damn, this is disgusting. Shun Guangwei couldn't help but curse. These bugs have been plotting for a long time. I feel like I've stepped into the insect race's nursery. Chu Hanxiao watched the real-time feed transmitted from Shun Guangwei's optical computer, his scalp tingling. As Shun Guangwei's mental construct swept through the underground space of Tingxi Star, dense, white cocoons filled the entire planet. At some point, Tingxi Star had become a massive hollow shell. The surface marshlands acted like a protective film, concealing the insect race's ambition to annihilate humanity. In his past life, he had never thought otherwise. The damp, dark marshlands that humans feared were the perfect breeding ground for the insect race. Yet he had sent multiple expeditions to investigate, only to receive reports of nothing but marshlands. The marshlands of Tingxi Star produced vast amounts of biogas, supplying energy to humanity. Thus, this region had always been under the jurisdiction of the 6th Legion. Those pampered soldiers unfit for the front lines had been reduced to tools of the capitalists. Mining, harvesting, hunting low-level insect races to supply the capital star's secret realms and replace the insects killed by trainees. Given that interstellar history spanned only 487 years, this Tingxi Star had been discovered in stellar year 145 and had existed for 342 years. Yet not a single person had uncovered the insect race's conspiracy. This was wrong. Chu Hanxiao summoned Lin Yu, another adjutant, by his side. Find a few unfamiliar faces to investigate the 6th Legion, specifically those connected to Tingxi Star. Scrutinize them thoroughly. Yes, General. Then Chu Hanxiao issued an order to Shun Guangwei. Recall Crane 1. I've already contacted Dr. Song from the Tower of Babel to deploy gamma-ray bursts. Don't waste your strength. Go assist Bear 2 in sealing the Stargate. Yes, General. Shun Guangwei's mental construct was a golden eagle. As a 2-class warrior, his manifested construct blotted out the sky, and its screech could pierce the heavens. In battle, the golden eagle's talons could instantly shatter the hard carapace of its glass insect and directly extract its core. Its feathers could transform into swords, piercing the insect's abdomen. But this man idolized Chu Hanxiao. Seeing that Chu Hanxiao had named his own mental construct a snow leopard, the elegant star named Yaoguang, he began to imitate, clumsily naming his golden eagle Crane 1. The golden eagle had no objections, but everyone felt that such a majestic bird bore a rather effeminate name, giving an impression of imbalance. But Shun Guangwei didn't care. As long as his Crane 1 could fight, that was enough. If anyone disagreed, they settled it with force. Back then, whenever someone mocked the golden eagle's name, he would issue a challenge, thrashing both the person and their mental construct on the ground. Eventually, no one questioned the name Crane 1 anymore. Still, he wasn't the most exasperated. David Cook was. This man stood 192 centimeters tall and weighed 95 kilograms, with a massive mental construct to match. But oddly enough, while others had constructs like black bears or brown bears with glossy fur and vibrant spirits, David Cook's mental construct was also a bear, but its color was somewhat disappointing. Golden, just like Shun Guangwei's Crane 1. Initially, David Cook was quite proud, but gradually his smile faded. Because whether it was his former classmates at the Central Military Academy, his later comrades in the 1st Legion, or even netizens online, everyone affectionately called his mental construct Bear 2. Human history had gaps, leaving behind limited records, but the tale of Bear 1 and Bear 2 was deeply ingrained. Thus, no one remembered what his mental construct was originally called. Over time, even he forgot, and started calling it Bear 2. Bear 2, I'm here to help you. Shun Guangwei shouted from a distance. Warrior ranks were strict. David Cook and S-class warriors struggled somewhat against the class insects in single combat. But for Shun Guangwei, a 2-class warrior, it was as easy as chopping vegetables. Head northwest. That mottled spider has too many legs. Shun Guangwei didn't argue. He turned and led his men northwest. Through the Stargate, Su Jin didn't know where this mottled spider came from, but no matter its origin, it couldn't snatch her insect cores. Not even the Heavenly King himself could. However, she refused to fight Threanon. As the human ancestors said, one must wait at ease for the fatigued enemy, and let the snipe and clam grapple for the fisherman's gain. So Su Jin stood by with her arms crossed, waiting. Initially, the mottled spider seemed focused on squeezing through the Stargate. Thus, it pulled on the 2 cockroach insects for leverage. Later, something urgent must have happened on the other side of the Stargate, because its focus shifted from squeezing through to killing the 2 cockroach insects, extracting their cores, and strengthening itself. Su Jin watched intently as the mottled spider's sharp appendages sliced open the cockroach insect's abdomen, revealing an obsidian-like core rolling out. Now, Su Jin directly deployed her spatial button, activated, unlocked, retrieved, in one fluid motion. The mottled spider had only its 2 long legs, part of its head, and its right eyeball in the 4th zone of the cockroach insect valley. Su Jin had read in books that spider insects, unlike other insect races, had their cores not in their abdomens, but in their eye sockets. Moreover, each spider insect had 2 cores. Wasn't this an unexpected gain? After collecting the first cockroach core, Su-Jin swiftly gathered the second. Then, as the mottled spider began thrashing its legs and glaring, she leaped, landing on the foreleg that the cockroach insect had clamped in its jaws. Using the momentum, she jumped onto its head. Ignoring the disgust, she raised her dagger and struck. The dagger Su-Jin carried was issued during the Central Military Academy's entrance ceremony, forged from high-tech stellar steel, indestructible and effective against class and lower insects. But this mottled spider wasn't a class insect. The moment the dagger touched its eye socket, it was deflected by the thick carapace. Su-Jin, refusing the toast only to drink the forfeit, huh? Had Su-Jin not reacted so swiftly, the dagger would surely have been flung from her hand. No wonder it wasn't a great insect. The shell was damned hard. Su-Jin could not linger on the spider's head. In a heartbeat, she made up her mind. Her right middle finger slid along the blade, drawing a thin line of blood. With the blood mingling with the last vestiges of her faith, Su-Jin traced an ancient rune along the edge of the knife. A sinuous thread twisting and turning began from the blade's keenest point and flowed in one seamless motion to where the sheath joined the hilt. The moment the rune was completed, a majestic aura diffused outward from the dagger's edge, even piercing the Xingman's energy field and causing He Yi's talon to hesitate midair. It was not only Shen Guangwei who felt it. Even the more distant Dawei Kyuk and Chu Hanxiao aboard the mothership perceived the sudden tremor in the surrounding qi. But it lasted only an instant. That rush like a rainbow cleaving the sun vanished as if it had never been. As He Yi's talon seized the spotted spider's left eye, Su-Jin's dagger slid with unerring precision into its right eye socket. This time it was like slicing fruit. There was no resistance at all. The crimson globe of its eye was drawn into her space button. The Xingman snapped shut, and desperate to save itself, the spider used He Yi's grip on its abdomen to wrench free and retreat toward Tingshi Star. As the gate closed, Su-Jin glimpsed a golden eagle the size of a starship seize the blinded spider and tear it into pieces in midair. Is that the warrior's spiritual form? The force was staggering. Was this still the same insignificant human who once lingered at the bottom of the 7 realms? The awe soon soured into frustration. Spiritual power seemed wondrous, only she had none. She blamed her original Buddhist deadbeat father. She would not let this go. That debt would be reclaimed. While Su-Jin watched the golden eagle, Chu Hanxiao caught a fleeting glimpse of her through the starship's display and narrowed his eyes. That girl's aura was astonishingly strong. Why? Irate, Su-Jin strode to the safety zone of District 4 and opened her space button to inspect her spoils. She intended to keep the most valuable, a great insect core, the spotted spider's eye, from being confiscated. She carefully wiped the eye with a soft cloth, wrapped it, and kept it on her person instead of placing it within the space button. If anyone asked, it was a personal possession she had brought herself. Congratulations, you completed the clearance of District 4 in 31 minutes and 17 seconds, earning 2 cockroach insect cores, currently ranked first among all participants, leading the second place by 11 hours, 8 minutes, and 28 seconds. Congratulations, you have refreshed the participant records of Zhongling Chenggu. You rank first among 153761 participants in District 1, first among 81025 in District 2, first among 15043 in District 3, first among 4682 in District 4, highest total score, fastest total time, most spoils collected. The cold electronic voice kept reciting her many numbers and achievements while Su-Jin grew, slightly impatient, in the safety zone. Yet this was unsurprising by the measures of time spent on each challenge, enemies slain, and the quality of task completion. She had been the most outstanding. After all, although 15,000 had once entered the first stage, fewer than 1% had managed to bring out 2 queen ants. Not to mention the second stage with its 2,000 pairs of beetle membranous wings. There was no exaggeration in saying that among 80,000 participants, only Su-Jin had claimed every single pair, without missing one. In the third stage, a third of participants obtained 6 pairs of mantis insects' predatory legs, but to have them cleanly severed at the base with virtually no damage was a feat only Su-Jin accomplished. Most others had brute forced their way through. Su-Jin had relied on magical assault. Of course, that made a difference. When all the data was tallied, the conclusion was unavoidable. Su-Jin was unrivaled. She felt reasonably pleased, just a normal performance. What surprised her was that being first came with extra rewards. First place in the first match awarded a space button. Su-Jin's heart leapt. At the Central Military Academy, where everyone had a space button, someone without one was as rare as a phoenix feather. Especially for the mecha manufacturing major, one often needed many tools, of others could sweep them into a cuff or a ring with a flick of the wrist. Her original body had carried a massive outdoor pack extending from the back of the knees to 15 centimeters above the crown, several times larger than a demolitions pack. Su-Jin pictured that image and shook her head. She could not have borne such a pack. A space button would be a vast improvement, though the one the shrine granted was a basic model, only 1 cubic meter in size. Once she got out, she would have to take the space button to the black market for an upgrade. Why the black market? Because it was cheaper, she was poor. The black market's upgrades cost far less than the weapons shops. Second match, first place awarded a set of temperature-regulating clothing. Xiao Star had distinct seasons, who formerly others wore light clothes while her original body was buried in layers. From now on, Su Jin could be cool in summer and warm in winter, steady through all 4 seasons. Third match, first place awarded a pair of roller shoes. Not ordinary ones, but shoes that could teleport, accelerate, and at the crucial moment perform sliding steps to flee. True salvation in a dash for life. Su Jin's face brightened. Fourth match, first place awarded a piece of rare metal. Her hopes collapsed in an instant. Why not a spirit plant in ore, or even an insect core? What use was rare metal? 2 plates the size of A4 paper 1 centimeter thick. A scan on her light brain showed no attributes, just 2 copper-like slabs. Had she broken so many records today that the shrine ran out of good things and satisfied itself with 2 chunks of scrap metal for her? Realizing this made Su Jin's mouth twitch. Then the message arrived: overall first place awarded 1 year of use of the Interstellar Express. Her dimming eyes instantly shone. So she would effortlessly become an owner of a vehicle, would she not? Among the starry nations, the wealthy scorned the Interstellar Express for it lacked a protective shield and could only operate within the capital star's bounds. Great clans and dignitaries often had to travel between star systems, so prominent families were served by starships of their own. Only the poor, the lower classes, bought Interstellar Express rides. By that measure, Su Jin had not even grazed the edge of poverty. She felt a sudden vast desolation at ever having thought herself poor. Aside from the Interstellar Express waiting at the shrine's gate, the other rewards were automatically deposited into Su Jin's space button. Once a space button belonged to someone, it had to be bound to their light brain serial number. After binding, Su Jin would have a chance to change the space button's form. Cufflink, brooch, ring, bracelet, hairpin were all possible. Su Jin touched her ear and noticed her original body had an earlobe piercing. She transformed the space button into an earring and clipped it onto her left ear. After the 4-star gates closed, the starship withdrew the First Legion from Tingxi Star. Once the vessel reached a safe distance, Dr. Song, acting on Chu Hangxiu's orders, initiated the gamma ray burst. A blinding flash of light erupted from the highest point of the capital planet, obliterating the treacherous Tingxi Star within 3 seconds, leaving not even a fragment of insect shell behind. Lin Yu, check where the star gate of the spotted spider leads. And who is that young woman? Before Lin Yu could respond to Chu Hangxiu's command, Shen Guangwei interjected. I know where it is. It's the 4th zone of the Southern City Secret Realm. I took my nephew there a week ago. He entered to challenge it, and I stayed on the periphery, connected to his optical brain to offer advice. But my nephew isn't very skilled. He entered the 4th zone, but didn't kill a single roach insect before being injured and coming out. Chu Hanxiao nodded, recalling the fleeting glimpse he had just witnessed. That young woman appeared quite young, likely just of age. The dagger in her hand seemed to be the opening ceremony gift from the Central Military Academy. So was she a freshman? And behind her lay half of an insect carcass. The roach insect had died in a peculiar manner, eviscerated, split cleanly in 2 from head to tail by a sharp weapon. She was formidable in combat, with strong mental fortitude. She stood steady and even directly pried out a core from a class spider insect. Hiss! Could such a young girl possibly be 2's class? That young woman is likely a student from the Central Military Academy, probably only in her 1st year. Shen Guangwei admired Chu Hangxiu's observational skills. The Stargate had closed in an instant, yet he could discern what grade Su Jin was in. Truly worthy of being his boss. General Shi. Is Su Jin? My. Even the usually composed Chu Hanxiao was slightly taken aback. He rose from his seat, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Shen Guangwei. She is Su Jin. Shen Guangwei felt a tingle on his scalp under Chu Hangxiu's intense gaze. He raised his hand to rub the back of his head instinctively and nodded. Yes, she is Su Jin. This was the second anomaly concerning Su Jin. The first was that she was still alive. This time she was someone with a sealed spiritual sea, yet she emanated an aura of power so strong that even he felt it. It defied logic. Either she had encountered some opportunity that broke the seal on her spiritual sea, or she was not Su Jin at all. This family feud among the wealthy held hidden depths. Perhaps a mantis stalking a cicada with an oriole behind, and a mastermind lurking even further. Of these 2 possibilities, Chu Hanxiao leaned toward the latter. Suze would not make a mistake. The spiritual sea he had sealed was beyond even Chu Hangxiu's ability to undo despite his higher rank. It seemed he would have to visit the Su family regardless. After being teleported out, Su Jin immediately fulfilled her promise, handing over 2 pairs of mantis insect-grasping legs as the entry fee to the secret realm. At that moment, the world of the secret realm's gatekeeper of the Roach Insect Valley collapsed. This young girl seemed unassuming. Initially, he thought she was a pitiable pawn discarded by the young masters and ladies. Who would have thought she was no pawn at all, but a wolf in sheep's clothing? Damn it all. She had swept the entire secret realm clean of all spoils, obtaining the highest rewards in history. She was triumphant. The gatekeeper was on the verge of tears. For over 100 years he had thought this was an ironclad job that would last until retirement. Who could have foreseen such an event in his lifetime? As soon as Sujin emerged, the secret realm closed immediately. All 4 zones were completely wiped out and could not be replenished in a short time, so it needed to shut down for a while. It would only reopen after the 6th Legion responsible for the capital planet's secret realm brought back 2 Ant Queens, 2,803 beetles, 6 E-class mantis insects, and 2D-class roach insects. According to regulations during the closure, the gatekeeper's wages and subsidies were suspended, but he was permitted to seek alternative employment. The gatekeeper's heart was bitter. The 2 extra mantis grasping legs could not heal the wound in his heart. Yet he dared not do anything to Sujin. Her performance had been too dazzling, anyone could see she was a rising star. It was only when she sat down in the interstellar hovercar that Sujin realized this thing was nothing like she had imagined. 2 minutes ago, Sujin had been pondering whether the interstellar hovercar had left-hand or right-hand drive, and whether there were speed limits in the interstellar world. If not, then, But she didn't even have the right to open the driver's door. Please do not attempt to breach the vehicle's door lock. You do not possess a hovercar license and cannot drive autonomously. Please move to the back seat. Sujin complied readily, opened the door, and slipped into the back seat, informing the vehicle of her destination, the outskirts black market. Then she opened her optical brain to research the process for obtaining a hovercar license, the requirements, the mandatory study hours, the license ranking, and the certificate design, among other things. But the moment she opened her optical brain, the screen froze for over 10 seconds, and for a few moments the display appeared warped. A virus. That was Sujin's first thought. Then she realized it wasn't a virus, it was message congestion. The red circle in the upper right corner of the friend request section showed no number, only 3 white dots. This meant that over 999 people had applied to add her as a friend. At the same time, the red circles for likes, comments, and saves on a post the original owner had made on Starblog months ago showed the same thing. Sujin had seen that post. It had no images, no videos, no emojis. Only 3 words: school started. When Sujin had first transmigrated, she was still figuring out how to use the optical brain. She had found only this single post on her homepage. What had happened to cause such widespread attention on a post made months ago? Out of curiosity, Sujin clicked on the comments section. The optical brain lagged for a few more seconds before displaying all the comments. According to the default settings, the earliest comments appeared at the top, arranged chronologically. There were 1,532 unread comments. Sujin! Sujin, I feel for you, thank you. Oh my god, I heard about it. You're so strong. You're the baddest. Sujin, I love you. Sujin scrolled through dozens of comments, but still couldn't understand what had happened. She continued scrolling like an old lady peering at her phone until she finally found a coherent comment. Oh my god. Human organ trafficking. You're really strong. The school went all out this time, changing the exam rules to suppress the news, but we found out anyway. Listen to me, thank you. You've warmed our hearts. Sujin. It seemed the bald principal's painstaking efforts had failed to suppress the news of the school doctor's involvement in human organ trafficking. People might not talk about it openly, but that didn't stop the rumors from spreading privately. Was this a case of losing both the bait and the fish? Judging by the number of comments, this matter had likely already made it to the Interstellar Times or the Interstellar broadcasts. But as she continued scrolling, Sujin found that after a dozen or so comments, there were fewer school alumni and more random netizens from all walks of life. That was strange. She had the original owner's memories. The original owner was introverted, mildly socially anxious, a true introvert. How could she have such a complex social network? Little did she know it was her record-breaking data from the Roach Insect Valley secret realm that had been published on the planetary network according to regulations. That was what had caused such an uproar. Sujin. 1 minute and 57 seconds. What in the world is she? She's too powerful. Bauer, will you take on disciples? Willing to pay. Holy crap, breaking news. Sujin is actually the 3rd miss of the Su family, but the Su family doesn't appreciate her. Are the Su family all blind? Seriously. Sister, look at me. I have an 8-pack and a half-centimeter deep Adonis belt. The guy above is sick, right? She's a freshman at the Central Military Academy, not yet 18 since her birthday, hasn't passed, and you're calling her sister. I'm reporting. Someone underage is selling themselves here. A landslide first place. Could she be the legendary 3S level? Mom asks why I'm kneeling while watching Starnet. LL, hey, race a joke. There's this idiot in my class who was bragging yesterday that his brother was 3rd in the Cockroach Insect Valley secret realm. He didn't even dare come to school this afternoon. Who has a photo of Sujin? I'll pay 100 star coins. Sujin was stunned upon seeing this. No way. No way. No way. Was the interstellar era even crazier than the entertainment industry of the end of Dharma era? Just one photo of hers was worth 100 star coins. Why bother with the suburban black market? Just debut right here. Then Sujin realized there was no limit to the madness. An account claiming to be her sophomore senior from the same school posted a video lasting 1 minute and 31 seconds. It was a scene of her reading in the library. In the video, Soo-Jin wore her hair in a bun with 2 strands of loose hair falling beside her cheeks. The crystal chandelier in the library cast just the right light-tan shadow effect on her profile. Her chin was slightly lifted, and the rhythm of the pages turning before her made the breeze stir her hair, creating a soft, ethereal aura. Though she was merely in a simple striped shirt and suspenders, it didn't look shabby at all, instead it naturally elevated her presence. This is the waste without spiritual power you all talk about. As a level, I'm silently heading to the rooftop. As in a level, I silently follow. That aura is absolutely stunning. A scholarly air with sharp eyes and a hint of softness wrapped around that sharpness. What do I do him in love? Soo-Jin skimmed through the netizens' extravagant confessions at lightning speed, finally stopping at the senior's tipping page. In just a few minutes, he had earned 4,000 star coins. Hiss. Should she ask the interstellar hovercar to turn back to school, find this senior, and split the earnings? Yet, just as this thought crossed her mind, the interstellar hovercar had already stopped at the entrance of the suburban black market. Was this interstellar speed? Fast cars, fast news, fast money, fast pace. Soo-Jin clicked her tongue in amazement. It seemed her original plan to keep a low profile and cultivate quietly in the interstellar era might not work. But that was fine. In the past, the Soo family saw her as a waste and treated her coldly. So now, this was the perfect chance to go home, help her mother smash plates and bowls, and help her father rebuild his worldview. Soo-Jin logged off her optical brain interface, got out of the interstellar hovercar, and stood at the entrance of the black market. Following the online guide for a day trip to the black market, she first found the gatekeeper and exchanged 30 pairs of beetle wing membranes for a mimicry mask, which she put on. The black market was a place where dragons and fish mingled, so it was best not to leave any trace. The mask didn't transform the wearer into another person. Instead, it created a 3D animal effect, allowing the wearer to choose any animal face. Soo-Jin browsed through briefly, her gaze lingering on the ragdoll cat's effect image for a moment as her eyes dropped. The next second, an adorable cat face appeared on her fair neck. In a cafe on a nearby street corner sat a handsome man with fair skin, his purple hair pinned up with a hairpin at the back of his head, and his green eyes as deep as an autumn lake. From the moment Soo-Jin got out of the car, the man had been watching her every move intently. A faint, elusive curve lingered at the corner of his mouth, as if he were wrestling with something within himself, caught in an internal struggle. As she stepped into the Stargate, the world before her seemed to lose its filter. Gone were the technologically imposing skyscrapers, the interstellar hovercars suspended in midair, the holographic projection signs on the ground, the dazzling neon lights, and the star tracks threading through buildings. Soo-Jin felt as if she had been transported back to Earth in the end of Dharma era. Dark alleys, litter-strewn ground, foul water flowing everywhere, ragged beggars leaning against walls. Surveying the changes across the Star River continent, over billions of years humanity had risen from insignificance to power, ultimately shattering the coexistence of the 7 realms. Creating a science-dominated world, artificial intelligence once made humanity cheer with joy, but in the end it was artificial intelligence that overthrew humanity. The reflection lasted only a moment before Soo-Jin sensed a change in her body, subtle yet unmistakable to her powerful divine sense. The faith power that had been nearly depleted in the cockroach insect valley seemed to have returned and was slowly growing. Why was this? Soo-Jin slowed her steps as she passed through the dark alley, mentally replaying every experience from waking up to leaving the insect valley, but found no clue. Until her thoughts landed on the lag when she opened her optical brain in the interstellar hovercar. Could it be because her followers had exceeded 10,000? Hiss. With this realization, Soo-Jin quickly activated her optical brain. Indeed, her account's follower count was still rising. On the car, it had shown 17,865 followers. Now the follower count had climbed to 54,172, and it kept increasing with every refresh. Soo-Jin closed her eyes, slightly focusing her divine sense more intently, then refreshed the follower data again. Sure enough, the increase in followers stimulated the growth of faith power. What a treasure. If this was how it worked, then she wouldn't hold back. Soo-Jin pondered what to post next to seize the moment and boost her follower count even further. Faith power was a wonderful thing. Until she found a resource planet to resume cultivation, she'd have to rely on this power to protect herself. The more the better. With this plan in mind, Soo-Jin felt her whole being brimming with energy, fighting spirit, confidence, and a bright future ahead. But when she had concentrated her divine sense earlier, Soo-Jin noticed someone was stealthily following her. Or rather, that person had released their spirit entity to track her. A tiny black snake, thinner than an earthworm, was crouched in the corner at that very moment, its entire body pressed tightly against the wall, its green vertical pupils fixed unblinkingly on Soo-Jin. Half a meter away from the little black snake, in another alley separated by a wall, a young man in white robes with purple hair leaned against the wall, staring thoughtfully at the ground. He didn't know he had been exposed because he was too close to his spirit entity. If he had been more than a meter away, Su Jin wouldn't have detected him. Su Jin used her divine sense to assess him. He was actually a 2-level warrior. That didn't add up. 2 levels were all at the military level. Imperial law mandated they enlist to fight against the insectoids with no exceptions. For instance, Shin Guangwei was also 2 level, holding the rank of lieutenant general, enjoying high status in the Central Army. Even if he performed poorly or was a coward, He'd at least be a major. There was no way He'd covet the meager possessions she had. So it was even less likely that he was an assassin sent by someone. Even if a 2 level came from a poor family, the Empire would support them, providing unified schooling and upbringing. Their necessities might not be the best, but they wouldn't be as desperate for money as she was. Thus, they had neither the opportunity nor the need. Unless it was a hobby that fell into the realm of psychological deviance beyond the understanding of normal thinking. Su Jin tested it. When she moved, the snake moved. When she stopped, the snake stopped. It had great potential as a masochist. Su Jin slowly released a wisp of her divine sense, imperceptibly attaching it to the little snake. She wanted to see if this was a friend or foe. Alo Vladimir gazed intently at Su Jin's every move through the eyes of his spiritual lamp. His life experiences were actually quite similar to those of the original body. Alo Vladimir was the current emperor of the empire, the youngest son of Odin Vladimir. He should have grown up carefree, enjoying the support of royal resources, becoming a favored child of heaven, surrounded by stars. However, at the age of 3, he was kidnapped. The royal nanny conspired with the kidnappers, intending to obtain a high ransom, but the ransom exchange was disrupted midway. The kidnappers were caught between 2 fronts and severely injured. In their escape, they pushed the young prince off a cliff to create a distraction. Although the pursuing guards did not find a body, the tattered, blood-stained clothes and animal fur told the world that the young prince had met with misfortune. In truth, Alo was rescued. Since losing a prince was a major affair and a scandal for the royal family, and the political situation was unstable at the time, it was not announced publicly. It was only said that the young prince was frail and recuperating. The one who saved Alo was the father of Su Qinghui's wife, so Alo always called Su Qinghui's wife sister. When Su Qinghui died in battle that year, his wife was devastated by the news, leading to a premature birth. After giving birth to a daughter, she set off for the border on the 3rd day. She entrusted Su Jin to the old General Su Zhe and then committed suicide. 2 years later, Alo returned to the royal family and acknowledged his ancestry. He did not know that Su Jin was his sister's child. In his eyes, Su Jin's return was for revenge, and she would overthrow the Su family. Meanwhile, the Su family had treated his sister's child well for so many years. He could not afford any mistakes. Since his sister was gone, he had to do everything to protect her child. In 29 days after Su Yuking's comingafage ceremony and her marriage to Chu Hanxiao, he could rest assured and entrust her to Chu Hanxiao, thus comforting his sister's spirit in heaven. So he had to keep an eye on Su Jin and eliminate her if necessary. Su Jin walked out of the dark alley and followed the map updated on her optical brain to the free trading area, also known as the Ghost Market. In fact, the black market had several relatively large trading exchanges. Su Jin could choose to auction her items, consign them, or sell them directly to the exchange. But none of these 3 methods were what Su Jin wanted. Auctions required waiting for a fixed date, and not everyone could participate upon arrival. Usually, only items of higher value went through the auction channel. Currently, the only thing worth auctioning on her was the Agrade insect core. However, Su Jin was not ready to part with it yet. Once she sold the other items in her space button, she would have enough to live on, so it was better to keep the Agrade insect core for emergencies. Consignment required Su Jin to leave her items at the exchange and wait for a buyer, which could take 10 days, half a month, or even half a year to a year. Everything depended on fate. Given Su Jin's current penniless state, neither of these trading methods was suitable. As for selling directly to the exchange, although it could be completed immediately, the price would be at least 20 lower, which was too uneconomical. Although the items were not hard to come by, she could not let these unscrupulous merchants profit. That was why Su Jin chose to set up a stall at the Ghost Market by the 13 Moon White Bridge. When she arrived, many people were already selling there, unlike the night markets of the human world. Here the stalls were floating light screens. The seller stood behind the screen, which displayed the names, quality, quantity, and prices of items for sale from the seller's space button. Interested buyers only needed to stand in front of the light screen, and it would automatically enlarge and rise, making it convenient for buyers to select desired items. After selecting and negotiating the price, the seller would modify the price in the background, and the buyer would pay with star coins or exchange items as agreed. The transaction was then complete. Once the deal was done, the money and goods were settled, and no one could dispute it later. Moreover, no one could be found, as everyone wore masks and transactions were anonymous. Payments went through the light screen, so no one knew anyone else. Su Jin chose a spot at the prominent end of the bridge. As soon as she stood there, a light screen appeared out of thin air. The interstellar era was indeed full of technology. It asked if Su Jin had items to sell and informed her that this spot was the most expensive in the area. It asked if she was sure she wanted to choose this spot or switch to a more cost-effective location. Su-Jin felt that her items should sell well. The Ant Queen was an excellent adhesive useful for repairing cracks and scratches on mechas, providing strong adhesion. The membranous wings of the beetle could serve as a protective film for mechas, making them more durable. There were also the raptorial legs of the A-grade mantis insect, which could be used as materials for mecha weapons. As for the 2-grade insect cores, Su-Jin did not plan to sell them at the ghost market. She decided to use them for greater benefits. After confirming the stall setup and connecting to her space button, the light screen automatically displayed the items for sale. Su-Jin removed the 2-grade cockroach insect cores. The other items were automatically grouped and quantified by the light screen, which was much faster than calculating manually. There were 2 ant queens. The light screen priced them based on quality, the smaller one at 7500 star coins and the larger one at 13900 star coins. Su-Jin was pleased with the prices on the screen, as it meant she could at least afford the lollipop she promised Fanwin. The beetle membranous wings were divided into 13 groups, each with 150 pairs. Since these items needed to be used in conjunction with limbs from other insect races, covering a large mecha required at most 150 pairs, while a small mecha needed about 90 pairs. Clearly the light screen had grouped them for large mecha sales. The reason was simple: small mechas were usually for training, mostly used in Central Military Academy midterm practical exams or high-level secret realm explorations. Thus few people would apply such protection to their training mechas, as facing insect swarms in deep space was far more dangerous. The remaining scattered dozens of membranous wings were also priced by the light screen. These could be used for partial repairs of mechas. There were also 4 pairs of A-grade mantis insect raptorial legs, each priced at 3500 star coins. Su-Jin agreed with the light screen's handling, clicked confirm, and began selling in her designated area. This step incurred no fee. After Su-Jin confirmed all transactions were complete, the light screen would deduct a certain commission and deposit the income into Su-Jin's Interstellar bank account. If unfortunately nothing was sold, a site usage fee of 10 to 30 star coins would be charged, which was quite inexpensive. Feeling bored while standing, Su-Jin extended her divine sense. Almost everyone on the street wore masks, but these mimic masks were essentially transparent to Su-Jin, whose faith power was soaring. The person standing diagonally opposite her, wearing a panda head mask and a long dress, was actually a bearded uncle. She had no idea what he was hiding, as he was disguised from head to toe, as if fleeing from an enemy. Su-Jin stood at the left end of the bridge. The one on the right, wearing a groundhog mask, looked like a child, but beneath the mask was a face full of wrinkles. Su-Jin felt that relying solely on a mask for disguise seemed a bit hasty. But since she was already there, she might as well treat it as a learning experience. Just then the strand of spiritual power attached to the small black snake stirred. The small black serpent, originally lurking in the alley, began to inch forward upon noticing the crimson glow flickering across the translucent screen before Su-Jin, confirming she was engaged in a sale. It halted a mere 10 paces from Su-Jin, coiling itself around a riverside plant. Su-Jin kept a vigilant eye on this spiritual entity, wary of a sudden ambush. Within minutes of setting up her stall, a buyer claimed the small queen ant, praising Su-Jin for its pristine condition, unlike the gruesome, disemboweled specimens or those requiring reassembly from severed parts. Only then did Su-Jin learn that queen ants could meet such gruesome ends. Though hers was not alive, queen ants naturally perish when separated from their colony. It was at least spared such an ugly demise. The transaction was swiftly concluded, granting Su-Jin her first income. Though the star coins had yet to arrive, she could almost smell the aroma of grilled sausages and spicy noodles. After the customer departed, she sold 2 more sets of elytra. Then a figure wearing a rabbit mask approached, speaking with an aged voice. "Young lady, I've taken a fancy to your beetle elytra, but I have no money. Could I trade a spiritual plant for a set?" Su-Jin's eyes lit up. Since arriving in this world, her knowledge came solely from books, so while she knew some resource stars harbored spiritual plants, she had never seen one. The interstellar populace did not cultivate with spiritual energy, showing far less enthusiasm for spiritual plants than for insect cores. In the Central Military Academy's library, Su-Jin had found no texts on the subject. "It's possible, but I need to see the plant first." Though unfamiliar with this world's flora, Su-Jin had witnessed countless spiritual plants since her inception. She wouldn't be fooled by an old woman, even in the interstellar age. "Naturally. My son received this plant as payment for mining work. He said it's worth a fortune." With that, the rabbit-masked elder produced a red box, leaving Su-Jin astonished. The box resembled the rectangular containers used for traditional medicinal gelatin. Su-Jin's shock stemmed not from the plant, but from the notion of bartering wages with such an item, even in the stars. Truly, one lives and learns. The old woman unhurriedly opened the box, revealing an icy blue plant resembling coral from the seafloor. "I don't know its name, nor does my son. Do you recognize it?" "Smokebone chill." Su-Jin identified it instantly. This plant was common in the era of 7 coexisting realms, a low-grade spiritual herb. In the past, Su Jin would have dismissed it with disdain. But times had changed. Having endured an age of scarce spiritual energy and electronic waste, she had learned humility. Yet it had to be a living smokebone chill. The one in the rabbit-masked woman's hands was a lifeless husk, barely retaining a trace of spiritual energy. It only proved it had once been a spiritual plant. For Su Jin, whose faith was surging, it was utterly useless. You know it. Excellent. Can we trade for a set of beetle elytra? My son is currently. Su Jin raised a hand, cutting her off. From experience, a moral lecture was imminent. Perhaps tales of her son, as an imperial soldier defending the frontier against formidable insectoids, his mech left vulnerable, without protection. Su Jin had lived long enough to understand human nature. She refused to drain herself or let others do so. But this one is dead. It's useless. The old woman blinked in surprise. That can't be. Her expression suggested genuine ignorance, not deceit. With no other customers at her stall, Su Jin elaborated. Smokebone chill typically grows on cliffs where land meets water. When alive, it's a deep crimson with a shell that pulses like flowing blood. Large specimens even emit the ceaseless sound of waves. If yours were a live ID, trade a set of beetle elytra for it. A living smokebone chill can enhance the power and lethality of short blades. But dead, it's worthless. Su Jin pointed at the box in the old woman's hands, then paused briefly. Or perhaps it could be used as medicine for bruises and sprains, though. She trailed off, realizing this was the interstellar age. Who needed such remedies? Even severed limbs could be regenerated in a medical pod within minutes. In this world, there were no disabled, only warriors driven to mental collapse by the vast disparity in population and inadequate treatment. What a peculiar era. Then I apologize for the intrusion. To Su Jin's surprise, the rabbit-masked woman didn't linger, but packed her box and left. Su Jin raised an eyebrow, but paid it no further mind. In the black market, simple transactional relationships were best. Take what you need, mind your own business, and survive. After the old woman left, Su Jin grew busy. Word had spread that the Bridge Ghost Market sold complete sets of beetle elytra, drawing a crowd. Beetles were of low rank. Level warriors could handle 3 to 5 at once. But crafting mech armor from elytra required intact, undamaged specimens. That was the challenge. In battle, weapons were indiscriminate. Whether in formal exchanges or the black market, elytra as pristine as Su Jin's were rare. Buyers could use them directly, sparing the hassle of piecing and patching. Within 8 hours, every item in Su Jin's spatial button was sold, except for 2-grade cockroach cores. Nothing left. Too late. Will there be more tomorrow? Those who succeeded beamed, the unlucky ones lamented. After settling the transaction, Su Jin finally addressed the inquiries. Not for now. If I have more, I'll sell them here. Feel free to check the Bridge Ghost Market. With nothing left, there was no recourse. Fortunately, no one pressed the issue, though a few asked for contact information, which Su Jin declined. Her raid on the secret realm was for survival. She had no desire to be a perpetual middleman. She sought cultivation and the purchase of a resource star. Petty trade wouldn't achieve that. After settling minus commission and stall fees, the income arrived instantly. Su Jin had earned 458136 star coins in half an hour, a fortune for someone whose balance had been in single digits. Su Jin left the 13th Moon White Bridge, strolling leisurely toward the black market's largest exchange. In a dark alley diagonally across from her former stall, the rabbit-masked old woman whispered to a purple-haired man. That young lady recognized this thing of yours. She called it Yin Gu Long. I'm not sure which characters it uses, old woman, can't say for sure. And she also said your item here is a dead thing, worthless. The rabbit-head old woman's tone carried a hint of complaint. It was agreed that she would help the purple-haired young man with a favor. Swap the spirit plant in the box for a set of beetle carapace wings, and she would be paid 50 star coins for her trouble. The old woman, seeing the young man's attire, figured he wasn't short on money, so she thought she'd earn some quick cash with a simple gesture. Who would have thought this young man was unreliable, actually bringing a dead spirit plant to trade, trying to fool the young lady who didn't know any better? Not a good sort. Aluo hadn't expected Su Jin to see through the spirit plant's problem at a single glance. After all, this was a gift from his own elder brother, Crown Prince Solomon Vladimir. In his youth, his elder sister had taught him to recognize some spirit plants, and by chance this one was among them. However, his sister's name for it, or rather everyone else's name, was different from Su Jin's. The spirit plant Solomon gave Aluo was called Z23, a low-grade spirit plant. But even a low grade was still quite rare. He remembered Solomon gently saying that blue energy was relatively small, while red energy was greater, but red ones were hard to find. So he would gift a blue one first, and when an opportunity arose, he would give a better one. Everyone in the interstellar realm knew that good spirit plants were not something you could find just by seeking them. After receiving Yin Gulong, Aluo treasured it dearly, for it signified that his brother hadn't forgotten him and that the royal family valued him. But he never imagined Su Jin would pinpoint today that the spirit plant was dead. This instantly plunged Aluo's spirits into the abyss. Dead. The implication of this was all too clear. She said it's called Yin Gulong. Aluo, confirmed with the old woman, once more paid her 50 star coins via his optical computer and sent her on her way. Aluo had brought out the spirit plant his brother gave him to test Su-Jin to see if she was a greedy person. He originally thought that even if Z23 wasn't worth a fortune, it wouldn't be less than 100,000 star coins. After all, the crown prince couldn't give a gift worth less than that. When he received the gift, it was even reported by the media saying the crown prince cherished his younger brother, greatly bestowing a priceless spirit plant. In the interstellar era, people's understanding of spirit plants was shallow, so they only had serial numbers and no standard of value. This way, if Su-Jin was only willing to offer a set of beetle carapace wings, it would mean she was greedy and trying to fool the old woman. That would be Su-Jin's weakness. He could then exploit Su-Jin by bribing her with wealth. Greedy people were the easiest to handle. As for the spirit plant taken by Su-Jin, it would become leverage against her. No one would believe a child from a fringe star who hadn't even passed her comingafage ceremony could possess something like Z23. Then he could use this leverage to blackmail Su-Jin into doing his bidding, and the spirit plant would return to his hands. But he never expected that a move he thought was foolproof would be turned against him. Aluo had only accidentally discovered that there was something wrong with the spirit plant 3 years after receiving the gift. Solomon couldn't possibly have been unaware the plant was dead. This was his way of humiliating Aluo for his ignorance, since he wasn't raised in the royal family. It was also a veiled warning for him not to contend for power with Solomon. After all, he couldn't even tell a good spirit plant from a bad one, treasuring a dead thing like a precious gem. What could he possibly achieve? Thinking of this, Aluo unconsciously clenched his fists. He had returned because his foster father had passed away. He didn't want to be alone, he just wanted a family, not to fight for power. But just as his foster father had warned him before his death, he carried royal blood. He could never escape the intrigues of the royal family unless he chose not to return. This was the path he had chosen. To protect his sister's daughter, he needed power and wealth. So Aluo had no regrets. If Solomon's intent was merely a warning, Aluo would play along. If he had other ideas, then Aluo wouldn't mind contending for power. After all, they were both sons of Odin. Su-Jin had no idea that a dead spirit plant could stir up a bloody storm within the royal family. Following the path indicated by her optical computer, she arrived at the entrance of Navap, the largest exchange in the black market. The building didn't look particularly grand, but it occupied a considerable area. Su-Jin happened to arrive during an auction. A robot approached and asked if she wished to attend. The ticket was only 100 star coins. By its scale, it was a small auction, and the items were of low grade. Only the final lot was worth seeing. Su-Jin directly refused. The robot then began inquiring about her purpose. Su-Jin opened her spatial button, verified 2-grade bug cores, and stated her intention to consign them for sale. The robot led her to a small room. One entire wall was covered in dense grid cabinets. Su-Jin needed to verify her optical computer identity, account information, and fill in details like the origin of the bug cores, quantity, maximum consignment days, and expected price range. Finally, she placed the bug cores into a compartment that popped out, completing the consignment process. The entire operation was incredibly smooth with no human intervention throughout. Su-Jin suddenly felt that the interstellar era was perfect for introverts, no need to stress over socializing. Upon exiting the room, a robot was waiting nearby and led Su-Jin to the trading hall. This place resembled more of a large cafe. People sat at small tables drinking various flavored nutrient solutions, eating cakes made from nutrient solutions, and browsing holographic projections on their desktops to select items of interest. Su-Jin didn't feel like sitting down, but she realized this seemed to be a mandatory step for everyone, like the shop at the exit of an amusement park. In other words, you could skip ordering food or drinks, and you could skip buying anything, but if you wanted to leave the exchange, you had to sit here for at least 15 minutes. Sitting idly was boring, so even if people didn't order anything, they would open the holographic screens to see what was available. It was like casually browsing Pinduoduo. Before you knew it, you'd be compelled to spend. Su-Jin went with the flow, pulling up the projection and leisurely browsing the items one by one. At first, she was just casually looking, assuming everything was junk. Bug cores, bug shells, bug carcasses, secondhand mecha parts, secondhand weapons, dead or half-dead spirit plants. But unexpectedly, as she looked, Su-Jin began to see the pattern. Not everything here was junk. In fact, there was a considerable portion of high-quality goods. Because she discovered that accessing the mecha interface required a capital verification and she was poor, didn't have enough money. So she could only stare blankly at the mecha's cover image, which looked like a whirlwind of flames. Poverty is the original sin. Su-Jin had no choice but to exit the mecha section and intended to browse the spirit plant section. This time she wasn't blocked at the door, but it was almost the same. The entry-level items were all dead things. The moment she tried to look at living ones, the capital verification interface popped up again. How ridiculous. The interstellar realm was too realistic. Su-Jin didn't feel like looking at other junk, so she simply closed the interface and instead crossed her arms to observe the people around her. The hall was bustling with people. Occasionally there would be 1 or 2 low-level warriors, but not a single healer. Most were ordinary people. Thinking about it, it made sense. This was the black market. Warriors and healers were high-end individuals. All the Empire's resources were tilted towards them so naturally they didn't need to come to the black market to scrounge for supplies. Su Jin felt a momentary pang of emotion. Compared to these three types of people in the interstellar realm, she herself was practically a rogue cultivator. Just as she had closed the desktop holographic projection, she felt her faith energy break through to a new level. Opening her optical computer, she saw that her followers had indeed exceeded 100,000. At this rate, she would soon achieve a cultivation level comparable to a low-level loose cultivator. You know, the ancestor was quite looking forward to it. After leaving the exchange, Su Jin noticed that the small black snake was still following her closely. Could it be trying to track her all the way to school? Then it would have a long wait. Su Jin wasn't ready to go back yet. Since she was already here after completing the necessary business, it was only natural to browse the black market. She had heard there were underground fighting rings, unregistered black mechas, and shady doctors who installed insectoid components into humans. The black market was, after all, a place of endless oddities. But before Su Jin could even begin her exploration, she found her path blocked by several figures in a dark alley. Su Jin felt a wave of physical revulsion as she looked at the uniform cat faces before her. Morphic masks could be paired with proportional animal forms based on the wearer's physique. So the leader, a burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, and almost as wide, wore a British short-hair mask, his head enormous, his cat face absurdly vast. "Little girl," he began his opening line, dripping with the cliché of an ancient bandit holding up a traveler. Su Jin rolled her eyes with exquisite disdain. "Skip the pleasantries, I'm in a hurry. Get to the point. If it's money, I don't have any. Look at how broke I am, you wouldn't have the heart, would you?" As she spoke, Su Jin gestured to herself, then to the man's rotund belly. "If it's my body, I'm underage, still a few weeks shy of my birthday. Why don't you come back later? If you succeed, you might just keep your miserable life." Su Jin had crammed the stellar basic law in the school library. In this era, there was zero tolerance for sexual assault of minors. The punishment was exile into deep space. Without mecha protection, being exiled into the cosmos meant only one thing: instant freezing into a block of ice, then being shattered into nothing by drifting asteroid fragments. That was the penalty for scum. The man was visibly taken aback. The lines he had prepared stuck in his throat. Saying them would seem outdated, but not saying them left him choking on his own words. Seeing their leader sputtering, unable to utter a single coherent sound, the Siamese cat head beside the British short-hair stammered, "Not. Who the hell are you? How dare you talk to our boss like that?" Su Jin's brow furrowed deeply. She didn't want to hear nonsense in the first place, and now she had to deal with a stutterer. The pointless chatter had doubled in effect, a double blow. Su Jin took a step back. Enough talk. Come on. These men were all warriors, albeit low-level ones ranked E and D. Su Jin knew that warriors could either enlist in the military or join a legion, or they could set up on their own as bounty hunters. However, this latter group usually consisted of those dishonorably discharged from legions for misconduct, or veterans whose mental fortitude had crumbled after severe injuries in battles against the insectoids, rendering them unfit for service. Clearly, the 5 cat heads before her belonged to the former category. Su Jin possessed no psychic power, but her faith energy was growing incessantly. She estimated her current strength to be akin to a Maoshan Taoist priest dealing with zombies. She couldn't kill them, but she could certainly neutralize them for a while. She wanted a quick resolution, and the opponents couldn't afford to drag things out any longer without becoming a joke. "Fourth brother, your turn." The British short-hair head issued the order while stepping back half a pace. Simultaneously, the Garfield cat head behind him stepped forward. Su Jin quickly waved her hand. "No need. Too slow, I'm really in a hurry. Come at me all at once." Her gaze was filled with contempt, her speech was impatient, and her expression was one of pure annoyance. The 5 men exchanged glances, their rhythm thoroughly shattered by Su Jin, impossible to piece back together. The first to lose his restraint was an orange cat head, who made a seemingly casual gesture with his right hand, sending 3 short swords flying straight at Su Jin. The upper blade aimed for her throat, the middle for her heart, and the lower for her dantian. A flicker of surprise appeared in Su Jin's amber eyes. She had never imagined that in this interstellar age people would forego laser weapons, nanobots, and psychic constructs, and resort to cold steel. Su Jin was about to raise her hand when she sensed a ripple in the spiritual energy attached to the small black snake. Then the sunlight to her left was blocked by a colossal serpentine shadow. Su Jin initially thought the black snake was trying to launch a sneak attack, catching her in a pincer movement. Instead, it lunged straight for the 3 short swords. The serpent's tail lashed out with uncanny agility, shattering the 3 blades into fragments with a resounding crack. The men who had been swaggering moments before now prostrated themselves on the ground, their pleas for mercy rising in a cacophony, all their former bravado gone. Su Jin tilted her head. So this was the game, was it? Initially, when she noticed the small black snake following her, Su Jin thought it belonged to the information brokers in the black market who might have targeted her at the entrance, much like paparazzi stalking celebrities back on Earth. Later, when the black snake persisted, she thought it might be planning to play the role of the schemer waiting for the right moment to strike. Now it seemed neither was true. Was this the black snake's master hiring actors to stage a rescue, making her let down her guard and be overwhelmed with gratitude? The question was, what did he want? Su-Jin felt she had nothing to offer. No money, no power, no connections, no outstanding grades. She posed no threat to those scions of noble houses. That left only her face. Could anyone truly believe in love at first sight? Su-Jin's gaze, laden with complex thoughts, fell upon the now enlarged black snake. Her current cultivation was too shallow to gauge its level just from its spiritual form. She needed to see its master. Then she saw a man emerge from the dark alley to her left, immaculate from head to toe down to the very last hair. His purple hair was tied back, and his green pupils, identical to the black snake's, resembled the finest icy jadeite. Clad in an expensive white robe, he was the epitome of chromatic aesthetics. But Su-Jin was not fooled by his beauty. On the contrary, she felt the man lacked any masculine vigor, resembling a stereotypical club-goer from the end of Dharma era. It really was him, a two-class warrior. Aluo had no idea that while he was lurking in the dark alley earlier, Su-Jin had already seen him once through her spiritual sense. Unlike those useless cat-faced men, Aluo had his lines memorized perfectly. Seizing the moment, while Su-Jin seemed lost in his looks, he quickly dismissed the five-man team. "Get lost, and don't let me see you again." Then the five men, trembling and stumbling, truly did roll away. Su-Jin thought this young master had little talent for scripting. It was too over the top. Shouldn't there have been at least a little fight? How boring. Aluo had no idea what Su-Jin was thinking. He even thought his plan today was flawless. Who could refuse the concern of a savior? However, is the act over already? Did you pay them so little that it didn't cover medical expenses? Bro, if you're broke, don't try to show off. Trying to make a big impression on a small budget always backfires. Aluo blinked, unable to fathom where he had slipped up. Su-Jin, is this how you always talk? In his panic, Aluo blurted out Su-Jin's name. She snorted, too weary to even roll her eyes, wondering whose sheltered young master this was. Either he was coddled and ignorant of the world's dangers, or he was neglected by his family and left without guidance. Su-Jin had no idea that her thoughts perfectly encapsulated Aluo's life. So far, his adoptive father had protected him too well, and his biological father couldn't be bothered to teach him. Seeing Su-Jin shake her head and prepare to leave, Aluo felt a pang of panic. This wasn't going according to plan. In his desperation, he reached out a hand, and the black snake extended its tail. At that moment, a wave of oppressive pressure descended. The colossal snake's shadow vanished, instantly shrinking into an ultra-thin coil at Aluo's feet. He looked up hastily, only to see a white figure flying out from the dark alley. At the same time, Su-Jin also sensed the fluctuation of energy. Then a ragdoll cat comparable to a match-level creature emerged from a dark alley and stretched lazily in the afternoon sunlight. Afterward, it approached Su-Jin with languid, mincing steps. Su-Jin's eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the ragdoll cat, as if she saw the little cat demon she had rescued from the chaos of a celestial sect battle when she first shed her red lotus form and took human shape. The cat demon was born deficient, its body frail. She had nurtured it for over 700 years before it could briefly take human form. Alas, though the red lotus was a creation of heaven and earth and the cat demon's life spanned millennia, it was ultimately destined to return to dust. Unlike her, who was ageless and beyond reincarnation. As the cat drew near, Su-Jin realized it was not a real animal, but a spiritual entity. As mentioned in the book's Spiritual Power, the spiritual entities of high-rank warriors were mostly birds of prey. For instance, the black serpent of the purple-haired youth before her, or the golden eagle she had seen tearing apart in a rank spider insect through the Star Gate in the Cockroach Beetle Valley. Only a rank and drank spiritual entities were harmless little animals like rabbits, cats, parrots, or capybaras. That was why Su-Jin had instantly seen through the act of those five people colluding with the purple-haired youth. They had known from the start that the purple-haired youth's spiritual entity, the black serpent, was nearby, so they hadn't released their own. Truly, they were mere extras. Su-Jin crouched down and extended her index finger toward the ragdoll cat. It was a gesture she had made with that little cat demon for thousands of years. Whenever Su-Jin extended her finger, the little cat demon would come running from afar. If in human form, it would transform back into its true shape midron, then reach out a chubby little paw, spreading its pink pads to envelop Su-Jin's fingertip. At that moment, a meteor would flash through the cat demon's icy blue eyes. Though Su-Jin made the gesture, she didn't expect the ragdoll spiritual entity to actually respond, as they had no prior bond. So when she saw the little cat lift its plump paw, spread its pink pads, and wrap them around her fingertip, she froze in place. A spiritual entity's body had no warmth, so Su-Jin couldn't feel the slight heat that once came from a tiny cat's paw enveloping her fingertip. Yet a long-lost ache surged within her heart. "Yubu." Su-Jin's voice came out hoarse and deep as she spoke, seemingly startling the little cat. The ragdoll tried to withdraw its paw, but Su-Jin caught it swiftly, holding it in her palm. She thought the large black serpent next door was a two-strength spiritual entity, so the little cat must have run toward her out of fear. Such wandering spiritual entities on the streets, if discovered, would be locked up in a spiritual entity prison. Due to a severe shortage of healers in the Empire, frontline warriors often fell into comas from spiritual sea rampages when battles were intense. Their spiritual entities, unable to return to the spiritual sea, would wander within a certain radius around their sleeping masters. Only when the master awakened could they go back. But in most cases, masters slept for decades or even centuries. To prevent the spiritual entities from running amok and harming others, they were captured and imprisoned. The prison for spiritual entities was sealed on all sides, windowless, lightless, and surrounded by high-voltage arcs, a living hell for them. Su-Jin deduced that the little ragdoll's master might be a drank warrior who had fallen into a coma from spiritual rampage. Not far from the black market was the 1st Legion Sanatorium, Maple Wind Villa. Only a newcomer like Su-Jin, inexperienced and armed with mere theory, would think so. The black serpent she deemed a threat to the ragdoll cat could no longer maintain its coiled state. It had turned into a thin black line pressed tightly against its master's ankle. Moreover, the entire serpent was trembling eerily. What wandering spiritual entity? That was the Empire's sole 3-strength spiritual entity, the snow leopard Yaoguang. It scared the serpent to death. At this moment, not only was the black serpent distressed, but even Aloe had to retract his hand, which he had meant to stop Su-Jin under the overwhelming pressure of absolute power. It was Chu Hanxiao. Aloe was furious. He had put on countless acts in front of Su-Jin, yet it couldn't compare to a cunning snow leopard. But then again, he had never seen or heard of Chu Hanxiao's spiritual entity turning into a cat. The commander who had rendered illustrious military service for the Empire always had his spiritual entity as a snow leopard with the power to crush a 2-strength insect general with a single stomp. And Yaoguang, who could make any spiritual entity in the Empire prostrate itself, had turned into a ragdoll cat. Who would believe that if told? Had Chu Hanxiao injured his brain in the last great battle, coming up with such a way to get close to Su-Jin? Was he doing this to help Su Yueqing? But there was no record of him ever crossing paths with Su Yueqing, not even a single private meeting. Could it be that he liked Su-Jin? After that lightning-fast thought flashed through his mind, Aloe snorted disdainfully. That snort seemed to startle the ragdoll cat, whose paw was held. The little cat leaped with a bound, freeing its front paw from Su-Jin's grasp, and instead clung to her left shoulder. Its furry head rested on its paws, leaning against Su-Jin's fair neck. Su-Jin instinctively reached out to hold the little cat, her left forearm supporting its hind legs, and her right hand cradling its body. Her gaze swept over Aloe like a blade of icy steel. Aloe was dumbfounded. He hadn't done anything. Why was Su-Jin's look so full of warning? Should she take a look at his own spirit lamp, that mighty 2-strength spiritual entity serpent? At that very moment, it was trembling in fear within his spiritual sea. Who could he complain to? It was all Chu Hanxiao's fault. Chu the scapegoat had intended to come out, explain to Su-Jin, and perhaps make friends. Although General Su Zhe had jokingly mentioned the engagement over tea, Chu Hanxiao sensed that Su-Jin was different from other ordinary women of the Empire. In a way, her temperament was more akin to Su Xingmian's, a pride that refused to yield to men. So Chu Hanxiao felt the engagement should ultimately be Su-Jin's decision. But his spiritual entity Yaoguang seemed to think otherwise. In all these years, Chu Hanxiao had never seen Yaoguang be so close to anyone. Not even his own father had such an honor. How had Su-Jin managed to make the proud snow leopard take the initiative to turn into a pet cat? It was utterly baffling. As Yaoguang clung recklessly to Su-Jin's shoulder, relishing the exclusive massage from the beautiful lady, Chu Hanxiao forcibly stopped his leg from stepping off the starship. Since he could share sensations with Yaoguang, he too felt the comfort of Su-Jin's slender fingers stroking the snow leopard's fur. He could even feel the softness beneath Yaoguang's belly. The cold commander was blushing. The aloof commander felt his breath becoming heavier, his cheeks flushed, and his soul seemed to drift away, unable to tear his gaze away like it was glued. In the profound blue eyes that seemed to encompass the universe, the reflection showed a scene of a person and a cat nestled together. Thus he thought, why not let Yaoguang stay by Su-Jun's side? This way he could protect her and monitor her. Even though Chu Hanxiao was reluctant to admit it, he still couldn't fully believe that Su-Jun was indeed Su-Jun. How could a person change so drastically? Chu Hanxiao didn't reveal himself, and Aluo's saving face didn't want to explain, so he could only watch helplessly as Su-Jun embraced Yaoguang and left. After leisurely wandering the black market for over 2 hours, he upgraded his spatial button, increasing storage to 10 cubic meters, and tried his luck with 2 pieces of gambling stones. Thanks to his powerful divine sense, he could see through the stone walls, winning a blue crystal stone and a pink crystal stone with just 2 tries. Both were excellent materials for mecha drives. Although the crystals were small, it was still a considerable profit. Knowing when to stop, Su-Jun left the black market amidst the increasingly darkening expressions of the stall owner and took an interstellar vehicle back to school. On the way, he passed by the Galaxy shop, buying a green apple for himself and 2 lollipops for Fan Wenhua, one fruit-flavored and the other milk fruit-flavored. A friend who can lend a helping hand in times of need deserves to be treated better. When Fan Wenhua saw the lollipops Su Jun handed over, she was stunned for a few seconds before bursting into tears. The ancient ancestor who had lived for billions of years was completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. It wasn't until Fan Wenhua hugged her tightly that she belatedly asked, "Is it that you don't like the flavor?" Su Jun had specifically chosen the grape flavor, which was the hardest fruit to grow in the interstellar world. Although she didn't know how large Fan Wenhua's family farm was, she estimated it couldn't be too big, otherwise they wouldn't have been assigned to the same dorm. Whoa, no. I love grapes the most. I heard that the insect valley is very difficult. Why would you risk yourself just for 2 lollipops? Su Jun, I did not. Don't make things up. When did I ever do that? She went to the cockroach insect valley to ensure she could eat well, attend school, and have a stable life in the interstellar world. Oh, what did that have to do with lollipops? However, Fan Wenhua didn't care. Su Jun, listen, from now on you are my lifelong friend. You can eat whatever fruits, vegetables, and rice from my family farm. The owner is generous. At that moment, she had no idea how rich her resource pool had become. After finally soothing Fan Wenhua and repeatedly proving that she easily obtained them without shedding a drop of blood. It was just that during her battle of wits against the spotted spider, she accidentally bumped her elbow, leaving a bruise the size of a coin. Fan Wenhua gazed at Su Jun's arm for a while before taking out the medicinal alcohol from the first aid kit and began to massage her. Su Jun initially wanted to stop her, but it was too late. As she watched the ragdoll cat extend its fluffy little paw and swat Fan Wenhua's hand away, she was left speechless. Ouch! What is this? Su Jun, when did you start dating? Su Jun. No, say that again. Oh, I didn't understand. Just a ragdoll cat spiritual entity, what does that have to do with dating? Fortunately, after staring at each other for a few seconds, Fan Wenhua provided a jaw-dropping explanation. Well, you might not know this, and indeed it's not in the books. But you should at least know that spiritual entities share a connection with their masters, right? Even if this ragdoll cat's master is a vegetative person in a coma, could it be that we think he's in a coma when he actually has feelings? Su Jun was taken aback. She had never thought about this. Seeing that Su Jun was receptive, Fan Wenhua continued to guide her. Don't just think of it as a cat. What if the master is a 100-year-old grumpy old man, or a middle schooler with a left green dragon and a right white tiger along with a Mickey Mouse? Su Jun imagined and felt increasingly uneasy. Seeing that her words had taken effect, Fan Wenhua quickly backtracked, but you don't need to be too pessimistic. Since the spiritual entity is just a ragdoll cat, its master is at most a crate. It shouldn't be able to share all 5 senses. It probably can only share vision, so remember to close the door when you shower, or you might be seen. Su Jun, what to do? Suddenly I want to abandon it. But as her gaze turned to the ragdoll cat, she saw it raise its little paws and cover its eyes, looking both obedient and pitiful. As if saying, don't abandon me. Ooh, I can't see anything. Su Jun, this cat, this spiritual entity, is too clever. Is it possible that Bus Master is a dashing young lady? Su Jun recalled her original self's elder sister Su Xingyan, who was a distinguished colonel with a remarkable military record. Fan Wenhua tilted her head and thought for a moment, we can't rule out that possibility, but I still advocate against taking risks. Saying this, she pulled out a white lace ribbon from her jewelry box and handed it to Su Jun. For safety, Sake used this to cover Bus' eyes. After all, even without its eyes, the spiritual entity can walk in a straight line due to its strong senses. Su Jun decisively chose the latter between abandonment and covering the eyes. Boo complied, sitting up straight throughout, until Su Jun tied a beautiful bow behind its soft cat head. Wow, Boo looks so beautiful. Su Jun genuinely praised it, and felt a bit more convinced that Bus Master was indeed a young lady. Little did she know that this scene shocked even Chu Hanxiao the master. He wouldn't dare to dream of Yao Guang wearing a lace ribbon over her eyes, let alone with a bow behind her head. Was this still the 3th-level snow leopard, the most formidable spiritual entity of the empire? Would this become Yao Guang's dark history? However, Yao Guang the leopard felt that it was nothing to worry about, and the spiritual entity accepted it well. It is indeed beautiful, but you still shouldn't take Boo everywhere. Others might think you're dating and that your boyfriend is worried, so he keeps the spiritual entity by your side to protect you. Su Jun, really, I feel so powerless to complain today. It's just a ragdoll cat spiritual entity. Why does it feel like I've stirred up a hornet's nest? There are so many troubles. What to do? I want to abandon it again. Boo seemed to sense Su Jun's emotions, trotting across the table and leaping straight into Su Jun's arms, resting its head against her collarbone. Who could resist this? Forget it, since I've brought it back, I can't be the kind of person who starts a mess and then abandons it. Its eyes are covered, so I might as well take it with me. After all, no one can control the mouths of the world. At worst, she would just have to negotiate. Meanwhile, she had settled things on her end, but Chu Hanxiao was almost spitting blood. What if this snow leopard was too embarrassing to keep? He wanted to switch to a different spiritual entity. Just then Lin Yu walked in to report, "Boss, we've traced one of the beneficiaries of the organ trade. It's Su family's Su Yueching, who had a spleen transplant 6 months ago. Because she has a marriage contract with you, so?" Spleen. Chu Hanxiao suddenly recalled a saying that had been popular 2 years ago, stating that the spleen is responsible for transformation and is associated with the acquired capable of dispersing stagnation and breaking blockages. Thus, if one fails to evolve into a natural warrior or healer at birth, they can obtain the mental strength of a warrior or healer through a spleen transplant. However, this notion only circulated among the populace for a while before fading away, as someone had indeed attempted this sinister method. But it proved ineffective. The individual, being the only one in their family without mental power, was despondent, every day long subjected to psychological manipulation by their family, and thus had a fragile mental state. After undergoing a spleen transplant and quickly recovering through a medical pod, they discovered they still lacked mental power, leading to an emotional breakdown. Consequently, they posted to expose the lead surgeon, prompting a swarm of reporters to rush in. The hospital was caught off guard as they were unable to provide valid documentation for the organ's source, resulting in a shutdown. That individual leaped off the hospital rooftop on the same day when public opinion was at its peak, choosing to end their life. Their farewell note was short and to the point: "Please do not treat me, let me go." This series of events stirred a significant uproar in the entire interstellar society and triggered a chain reaction. As the incident continued to ferment, dozens more came forward claiming they had also undergone spleen transplants, but had not gained any mental power. Some suspected that unscrupulous doctors had not genuinely provided them with organs from warriors or healers, while others accused the instigators of the rumors of being irresponsible. Those who aspired to become warriors or healers were predominantly wealthy scions, while many were ordinary people from common families, leading to a significant portion of them going bankrupt as a result. According to Lin Ye's investigation, Su Yueching had undergone a spleen transplant 6 months ago, which was rather intriguing. According to the previous statement from General Su Zhe, his granddaughter would be able to travel and engage in a marriage pact with Chu Hanxiao upon turning 18. Who is Chu Hanxiao? Even if you lent the Su family 100 million courage, they wouldn't dare deceive him. Moreover, the entire Su family was kept in the dark. The whole affair was orchestrated by Hushiru. It seemed she was frightened and, fearing the truth would come to light, was using every possible means to cover it up. Her decision to transplant a spleen for Su Yueching might not have been to restore her mental power, but rather to make her spiritual see appear somewhat normal. But evidently it was of no use. Chu Hanxiao remembered that in his past life, when he visited the Su family, his spiritual sense revealed deep scars that were still visible. Su Yueching's biological father, Su Muchuan, was a ruthless man. When Su Yueching was just a baby, he dealt a lethal blow, seemingly not intending for his own flesh and blood to survive into adulthood. Had it not been for Hushiru switching Su Yueching and Su Jin, allowing Su Yueching to grow up pampered in the Su family mansion, she would have likely not lived to see adulthood in such a cruel environment as the Edge Star. With this thought, Chu Hangxiu's mind conjured the face of Su Jin, with fair skin, a slender figure, and a piercing gaze. He wondered how much suffering she endured on the Edge Star to forge herself into the resilient person she was today. Chu Hanxiao had a data report at hand that Shun Guangwei had given him an hour ago. "Boss, Su Jin is truly remarkable. 2 years after graduation, we must recruit her into our legion." Chu Hanxiao was startled when he first opened Su Jin's battle records in the Cockroach Bug Valley secret realm. He had never seen any warrior capable of flattening the Cockroach Bug Valley in either his past life or this one. It seemed the 6th Legion was about to face internal strife again. The entire Cockroach Bug Valley needed to replenish its insectoid forces, marking the end of the good days for those young soldiers. Recall Su Xingyan from the front line. "Oh, just say, I want to visit their home." "Lin Yu, what home visit? How come I didn't know the 1st Legion had such a tradition?" In fact, home visits by high-ranking officers are mandated, but Chu Hanxiao had never participated before. This time, however, it was different. "Yes, Commander." After Lin Yu exited, Chu Hanxiao logged into Starblog, eager to check how much the follower count of someone he just followed had increased. However, upon logging in, he saw an update notification: "The blogger you follow, Second Feather, has published a new post." Chu Hanxiao almost instinctively clicked the recommendation button and entered Su Jin's homepage. Second Feather was the name the original body had chosen for Starblog, with a long note in the remarks. Legend has it that when a phoenix undergoes nirvana, it drops 2 feathers, one for the past and the other for the courage to be reborn. In his memory, this name was changed by the original body while traveling from the Edge Star to the Capital Star on a starship. Her original blog name was Phoenix Rebirth, indicative of her resilient character. Su Jin did not change the blog name, firstly out of respect for the original Boda's courage to break free from the shackles of fate, secondly because it was also a reflection of Su Jin's own experiences. When she was lifted into the depths of the universe by the power of belief, it was her farewell to the past, and the moment she set off anew. Second Feather's homepage was quite clean with only 2 posts. One was a pure text post with just 3 words, "School has begun." The second was 2 live photos published 3 minutes ago, featuring the same ragdoll cat. In the first picture, the ragdoll cat sat upright performing an adorably tilted head act. Its ice blue eyes sparkled in the sunlight like clear shimmering lakes. In the second picture, the ragdoll cat had its eyes covered by a white lace ribbon, its head tilted back slightly, with a pink little paw raised, as if reaching for something. With no text at all, just 2 images, within a few minutes it garnered over 30,000 likes and more than 10,000 comments. The level of traffic was almost equivalent to that of a small third-line star celebrity. Opening the comments section revealed an overwhelming number of reactions. Shrieks, varied praises, and about 30% lamentations. "I don't believe it. I can't believe my goddess is so beautiful and strong. How could she fall for a ragdoll cat? That can't be a real ragdoll. It must be a spiritual entity, right? What a weak little kitten. Goddess, look at me, my husky is so handsome." Attached picture. JPG. "I can't go on living. What day is it? This morning I just fell in love, and by afternoon I've lost it." Shu Hanxiao didn't even realize that while reading these comments he couldn't suppress a smile. Although he knew Su Jin likely didn't mean it that way, he felt a bit possessive. Despite the current Yao Guang showing no signs of being a 3th-level spiritual entity, he still felt a tinge of happiness. 6th Legion level warrior spiritual entity Owl, how's that? 6th Legion a level warrior spiritual entity Elephant, how's that? 6th Legion a level warrior spiritual hippo, how's that? The more Chu Hanxiao scrolled down, the deeper his frown became. These young soldiers from the 6th Legion were truly idle. After scrolling through the comments for over 10 minutes, they were the most conspicuous. Of course, there were a few fools from other legions mixed in, such as "Sister, you're so cool. Oh, let's spar someday." 1st Legion's level warrior David Cook's spiritual entity Bear 2. Shu Hanxiao snorted. He was known as the martial fanatic of the 1st Legion, once unmatched in the Cockroach Bug Valley secret realm. Challenging a girl without mental power on Starblog was quite the audacity. Shu Hanxiao exited Starblog and notified David Cook via his light brain, "If you're too idle, go swap places with Su Xingmian on the front line." Originally, according to the duty schedule, it was indeed David Cook who was supposed to swap places with Su Xingmian. However, this time seemed somewhat unusual. He had just received verbal notice from Lin Yu when he got another star message from their boss. "Bear 2, do you think I've offended the boss?" Bear 2 nodded vigorously. Su Jin had always been thinking about posting something to boost his followers on Xinghua, but he could never find the right subject. It wasn't until he saw the ragdoll cat with a lace ribbon over its eyes that he suddenly thought to post a comparison of Bubu before and after the ribbon was placed. Who doesn't love fluffy, soft, and adorable little animals? If the Empire had a book chronicling romantic histories, it would reveal that high-level warriors find it extremely difficult to find partners, for they yearn most to bond with healers. Yet given the scarcity of healers, many warriors eventually choose ordinary people. However, when ordinary women make their choice in reverse, most opt for lower-level warriors. A significant reason for this is that the spirit beasts of low-level warriors are mostly harmless little animals, such as cats, dogs, capybaras, sloths, koalas, parrots, sugar gliders, hamsters, and the like. Since these men are not of high rank, their chances of being sent to the front lines are slim, so they don't end up like the cowherd and the weaver girl, seeing each other only once a year. Moreover, this spares them the daily anxiety of facing birthdays, illnesses, menstrual cycles, childbirth, or the painful situation of having no one by their side. And these spirit beasts can be petted like pets every day without the mess of real cats and dogs relieving themselves anywhere or making noise. Thus, many girls openly admit that a rank and drank warriors are the ideal choices for love and marriage. Consequently, an unspoken rule has emerged: when a man and woman are in a relationship, the man's spirit beast must wait on the girlfriend hand and foot. Fan Wenhua, upon seeing Su Jin's new Xinghua post featuring a cat, had stars of gossip twinkling in her eyes. The cold beauty didn't say a word, but as Su Jin's steadfast roommate Fan Wenhua just knew, she was in love. But a ragdoll cat. It really didn't match Su Jin. Too weak. Should she stir things up a bit? Achut. Chu Weakling Hanxiao sneezed quite suddenly. The papers on the desk were blown into disarray, revealing a photo tucked among them. It showed a shyly smiling girl a bit nervous before the camera. Su Yueching, a noble lady carefully raised to be useless by the Su family. The Su family had 2 brothers, Su Zhe, who served in the military with great merit, saving planets from peril countless times, and Su Chun, who entered politics and was now one of the 10 elders of the National Council, ranked 8th. His elder brother had asked him to look after his granddaughter. When no one was watching, Su Chun had probed Su Yueking's spiritual sea and found it scarred and battered. He suspected that his brother's granddaughter had been sabotaged, losing her talent. He found it quite agreeable. When Su Qinghuai was still alive, he had always been the standout among the younger generation of the Su family, unmatched in ability, achievements, eloquence, and insight. And his own son Su Muchuan always fell slightly short in comparison to Su Qinghuai in everything. This unsettled Su Chun deeply forever since he could remember at the age of 3, he had lived in the shadow of a man named Su Zhe. Look at your brother. Learn more from your brother. If you were even half the man your brother is, burn incense to the heavens. Hey classmate, Su Zhe is your brother, right? With grades like yours, don't go around saying you're Su Zhe's brother. At first, Su Chun was unwilling to accept it. Later it turned to anger, half from the other's provocation, half from his own inadequacy. Eventually, he became numb, simply putting on a cold face to everyone and silently striving. In the end, he became a core member of the council, but he couldn't be happy, for Su Chun discovered that his own son still couldn't measure up to his brother's son. So because Su Michuan's grades were worse than Su Qinghui's, Su Chun struck him 21 times with a Ratten cane. Before the wounds on his back had healed, Su Michuan lost to Su Qinghui in a basketball game and was slapped twice across the face. Why can't you just be more ambitious? Su Michuan wanted to be ambitious too, but Su Qinghui was simply too strong. To break free from the perennial second-place position, he went to the black market and had someone tamper with Su Qinghui's combat mecha. This directly led Su Qinghui, caught between enemies, to have no choice but to detonate his spiritual C and perish together with the insect general. Su Chun didn't know what Su Michuan had done. He merely finally let out a sigh of relief. Not long after, Su Zhe contacted him, intending to send his granddaughter over. Su Chun felt the resurgence of that oppressive memory that had controlled him for 2 generations. He couldn't stand by and watch his grandchildren be overshadowed by Su Zhe's granddaughter again. Su Chun had intended to kill her, but upon discovering that Su Yuking's spiritual C was severely damaged and irreparable, he breathed a sigh of relief. From then on, he indulged Su Yueqing without restraint. If not for Hu Zura's secret guidance, Su Yueqing would surely have been spoiled into a domineering young lady. Nevertheless, Su Yueqing still veered to another extreme. Her personality was extremely shy, she was poor at socializing, and she was often used as a pawn by Su Rulan. Hu Xiuru saw it all and fumed inwardly, yet she was utterly helpless. With 3 days remaining until the midterm practical exam, thanks to her outstanding performance in the Cockroach Insect Valley, Su Jin's ranking had firmly secured first place in the Central Military Academy's general freshman year. Unlike the awkward situation just days ago when no one paid her any mind, Su Jin was now a sought-after prize that everyone wanted to recruit. Consequently, almost every day, clueless classmates approached Su Rulan through various connections. Hello classmate, are you Su Jin's sister? Wow. Su Rulan, you're Su Jin's sister. Can you give this to Su Jin for me? Su Rulan, could you ask Su Jin what her requirements are for forming a team? I can meet them all. Su Rulan, can you pass a message to Su Jin for me? To maintain the facade of brotherly love and sisterly harmony, Su Rulan had no choice but to grit her teeth and swallow her pride, all while keeping a smiling face. She couldn't stand Su Jin but had no way to deal with her, so she thought of her perennial pawn, Su Yueqing. Sister Yueqing, can you come to school today to pick me up? I have something important to tell you. The losses Su Yueqing had suffered at Su Rulan's hands over the years could fill a skewer big enough to feed the whole family for 3 days. But her personality was just that. Indecisive, unable to learn from her mistakes no matter how many times she was burned. Sure, after hanging up the communication, Su Rulan's mood finally improved a bit. Wasn't Su Jin riding high lately? Wasn't the whole school dying to team up with her? She wanted to watch Su Jin build her pedestal and then watch her come crashing down with a resounding smash. Last time, just because of a few words from Su Jin, Caesar hadn't spoken to her for 3 days. Even the usually foolish Su Yanli had sulked with her for a whole day, constantly asking why she was making things difficult for Su Jin. Why? Why else? It was all because Su Jin was Su Yanli's own flesh and blood sister, and Su Rulan was green with envy. Back then, though she was raised under the Su family's care, she had never received Hu Zura's love. Sometimes she even suspected that this woman knew all along that she wasn't her biological daughter. But when Su Jin was brought back, Hu Xiuru didn't show much warmth either. Instead, she poured her genuine affection into Su Yueqing, who was unrelated by blood, another strange woman. And Su Rulan always felt that Hu Zura's eyes held a hint of ruthlessness even fiercer than that of her own biological mother, Du Leiden. Although the capital star had planned 15 thoroughfares in the sky and underground for its main roads, the Friday evening rush hour could still transform a gentle young lady into a furious warrior wielding a giant hammer. Su Yueqing, who was about to follow Su Rulan's arrangement and head out to pick her up from school, was stopped by Su Michuan as soon as she stepped out of her room. Yueqing, I heard from the butler that you're going to pick up Rulan from school. Yes, second uncle. Though Su Yueqing was slow-witted, she carried herself with grace and poise. When she didn't have to think too hard, she could very well embody the demeanor of a refined young lady from a distinguished family. Bring Su Jin back for dinner as well. Su Yuking's limited brain cells suffered heavy casualties in an instant. Hadn't her second uncle always been displeased with this untalented daughter of his? Why would he suddenly want her brought home? Yet she dared not ask further, for her second uncle's gaze was always fierce, and she had feared Su Michuan since childhood. Yes, second uncle. Having said that, Su Yueqing went downstairs to find the butler, while Su Muchuan turned and entered his study. As she rounded the living room before she even reached the entrance, she encountered Hu Shiwaru, who had just returned from the flower hall. Yueqing, where are you off to? Second, and I'm going to pick up Roland, my little sis. Su Yueqing was about to say she was picking up Su Roland from school, but then she remembered Su Muchuan's words. To pick up Roland and Su Jin from school. The three girls originally shared the same birthday, but because Su Yueqing was Su Ze's granddaughter, she thus became the elder sister. When Su Jin was found, Su Roland kept calling her big sister, and in that manner the hierarchy was firmly established. Su Jin is coming back too. Hu Shiwaru, harboring a guilty conscience, unconsciously tightened her grip on Su Yueqing's arm. Hiss. Second, aunt, what's wrong? Only then did Hu Shiwaru snap out of it quickly and gently massaging Su Yueqing's arm. Second, aunt's hands are tired from tending the flowers. Oh, I lost control of my strength. Does it still hurt? Su Yueqing hurriedly shook her head. No, it was just for a moment. Hu Shiwaru nodded. Su Jin has grown up wild on the frontier star with no one to discipline her. You should keep your distance from her. Su Yueqing was inwardly puzzled. Her second aunt was acting strangely. Earlier she had said Su Roland was full of tricks and told her not to get too close. Now she was saying Su Jin was too wild. It felt like her second aunt didn't truly love either of her two daughters. I understand, second aunt, but second uncle just told me to bring Su Jin home as well. Huzuru's brows furrowed slightly, but she didn't lose her composure again. She raised her hand to tuck a stray strand of hair behind Su Yueqing's ear and said softly, go on, take your time, don't rush. Su Yueqing agreed with a smile and then walked out of the Su family mansion. Hu Shiwaru watched her leave, her gaze a mixture of affection and profound hatred. She and Su Muchuan had a marriage of political alliance. She couldn't say she loved him deeply, but at least they never harmed each other and maintained mutual respect. It wasn't until her youngest daughter was born and Su Muchuan committed an atrocious act that Hu Shiwaru realized he was nothing but a sanctimonious hypocrite. After swapping her own daughter with Su Ze's granddaughter, Hu Shiwaru endured for a while longer before asking her cousin from her maternal family to knock Du Leiden unconscious and send her to the Chiga in the black market. Wasn't she fond of being a mistress of seducing other women's husbands? Then let her seduce to her heart's content at the Chiga. Initially, when Du Leiden disappeared, Su Muchuan had suspected Hu Shiwaru, but at that time Su Roland was still an infant. He dared not confront Hu Shiwaru. He could only send people to search in secret. That search lasted for 11 years. Hu Shiwaru had originally thought Su Muchuan simply didn't understand love, but when she discovered he could search for a woman for 11 years without cease, she realized how terribly mistaken she had been. Su Muchuan didn't lack the capacity to love, he simply didn't love Hu Shiwaru. So Hu Shiwaru had the now deranged Du Leiden released. She wanted to see how much this man truly loved that woman. But Su Muchuan spent only 3 minutes mourning the past before he drew his blade and ended Du Leiden's life with his own hands. Your existence will forever be a stain on Roland's life. With that single sentence, the last trace of color drained from Du Leiden's pale face. Yet she didn't cry, instead she directed a relieved smile at the setting sun outside the window. After this incident, Su Muchuan moved from the master bedroom to the study. Apart from necessary social engagements and family banquets, he never spoke another word to Hu Shiwaru. Hu Shiwaru was indifferent. She was waiting for the right moment to destroy Su Roland. She wanted to watch Su Muchuan build his tower, high-host his guests, and then witness it all come crashing down into utter ruin. Su Yueqing was completely oblivious to the Su family's sordid affairs. She sat in the starship, gazing at the clear, boundless sky, her heart light and cheerful. She had never met Su Jin, but she had heard she was even more beautiful than Su Roland. Due to the organ trafficking incident, the Central Military Academy had changed the team formation rules for the midterm exam and extended the team formation period. As a result, everyone had different choices to make. Because of her record-breaking data in the Cockroach Insect Valley secret realm, Su Jin had received invitations from many excellent teams. She was carefully selecting which group would be the most suitable. Su Jin's plan was to first complete the 6-person competition, then switch to the lone wolf mode in her sophomore year, and finally wrap up with a 3-person team. This way she could not only train herself more effectively, but also familiarize herself with the strength of her fellow students. She didn't want to be a lone wolf, but she intended to form a team of 3 to 5 members. An odd number would prevent factionalism and allow for quicker decision-making. This is the last weekend before the midterms. Su Jin, do you want to go out and relax? Fan Wenhua always went home every weekend, and each time she returned, she brought back a load of delicious food. That the original owner, despite being so poor, hadn't starved, and could even save a little money was largely thanks to this roommate. No. Fan Wenhua dragged out the final syllable of ah for an unusually long time, clearly showing great disappointment. Didn't you make some money? I heard a new amusement park opened in the eastern suburbs. Let's go check it out together. She quickly added, there's a grand opening special, buy one get one free. If you don't go, that free ticket will go to waste. Fan Wenhua's way of persuading Su Jin was always the same. There was always some promotion like, buy one, get one free or free admission. I really can't go. Have fun. I need to go home and take care of some things. The original body was dead and she had taken its place. But the original couldn't have died for nothing. How innocent the original was, yet she perished so easily, while those who harmed her still roamed free and lived in comfort. There was no justice in this world. At least not in Su Jin's world. Oh, alright. How about I save the tickets and we go after the midterms? Without waiting for Su Jin's reply, Fan Wenhua whirled out of the dormitory like a gust of wind. The weekend. Who wasn't happy? Su Rulan, however, was not. At that moment, a refined young man was blocking her path. 99% of the time, this meant a confession. Su Rulan had already prepared a polite refusal, but to her surprise, the young man asked her very courteously if she could help him recruit Su Jin for his team. The young man's name was Bai Randy. He was the top student in the sophomore year's mecha manufacturing department, a mecha design prodigy who had created his first mecha while still in middle school. Named Wind Whisperer Wild Frontier, it won first place in the junior division of the entire galaxy's mecha design competition. Someone once offered to trade a small asteroid for his mecha, but Bai Randy refused. His family owned a starport. They were practically as wealthy as a nation. He certainly wasn't short on money. Bai Randy first saw Su Jin in the library. That girl had a beautiful face, a cool and aloof temperament, as noble and otherworldly as the bright moon in the sky. She was unforgettable at first glance. Before meeting Caesar, Su Rulan's intended target had always been Bai Randy. After all, a flower in bud could indulge in a romance without the goal of marriage, and when the farewell came, it would be by necessity. Who could truly blame anyone? Yet before she could play her game of feigned indifference, Su Muchuan had already betrothed her to Caesar, leaving Su Rulan no choice in the matter. Still, she harbored little regret, for Caesar was a two-strength warrior, a match befitting her own status. Thus, Bai Randy narrowly escaped that fate. Su Rulan had initially believed that even without making the first move, he would inevitably fall under her spell. But to her surprise, months into the semester, Bai Randy seemed utterly blind to her existence. Now that she had finally exchanged words with him, it was all for Su Jin. I'm afraid it won't work. My sister didn't even deem the teams led by Caesar and my brother worthy, so I doubt. Su Rulan trailed off, though her implication was unmistakable to all. She aimed to set a trap for Su Jin, painting her as someone who, emboldened by her achievements in the Cockroach Insect Valley secret realm, refused to team up and wanted to go solo. Her plan was to isolate Su Jin and then manipulate the midterm exams. Since Su Jin had survived the holographic simulation training room, she would meet her end on the combat planet instead. After all, the outcome would be the same. Is that so? Bai Randy had actually already sent Su Jin a team invitation. He had wanted to speak with her earlier, but family matters had kept him away from campus, preventing their meeting. His presence at the girls' dormitory today was specifically to find Su Jin. Running into Su Rulan, he thought to ask for her help as a convenience. Those unaware of the truth would naturally assume they were close sisters. Seeing Bai Randy's skepticism, Su Rulan was about to embellish her words and dig more pitfalls for Su Jin when Fan Wenhua emerged from the dormitory building. Su Rulan recognized Fan Wenhua, Su Jin's nosy roommate. Had it not been for her constant support, Su Jin might have already been packed back to the Frontier Star without Su Rulan lifting a finger. Senior brother Bai, if you don't believe me, you can ask Su Jin's roommate. With that, Su Rulan extended her hand to block Fan Wenhua. Sister Hua, tell us, isn't it true that Su Jin refused to join Caesar's and my brother's team? Fan Wenhua, blunt and straightforward, had long disliked Su Rulan. Yes, why would she go? To be set up and destroyed by you all. Her voice, loud with anger, carried even to Su Jin on the second floor of the dormitory. Su Jin walked to the window, leaned slightly forward, and saw Su Rulan blocking Fan Wenhua's path. Oh, the little white flower had delivered herself to my doorstep. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Jin grabbed the bag she had prepared on her bed and headed downstairs. You're lying. Su Rulan had intended for Fan Wenhua to simply say yes, but the added remark about being destroyed by them was far from what she wanted. The students who had initially gathered thinking Bai Randy was about to confess his feelings now crowded around. Fan Wenhua's words had made the situation difficult for Su Rulan to salvage. Lying. Huh. Why did Su Jin collapse in the holographic simulation training room? Wasn't it because you, her dear sister, bribed a corrupt teacher to raise her training level to A despite her having no spiritual power? Fan Wenhua was not one to stay silent. Since Su Rulan had started this, they might as well lay everything out. I didn't. Besides, you all saw Su Jin's achievements in the Cockroach Insect Valley. If she's so formidable, how could she possibly fail in the school's holographic simulation training room? Su Rulan spoke the truth on that point. Rather than dwell on whether she had bribed the teacher or Su Yanli, she shifted the angle, arguing that Su Jin's collapse was not due to an excessive training level. In truth, she was distorting the facts. Su Jin was no longer the person she once was, but this was a secret known only to Su Jin herself. Fan Wenhua was furious, but Su Jin's record in the Cockroach Insect Valley was undeniable, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, at that moment Su Jin descended the stairs and arrived at Fan Wenhua's side. Indeed, my performance in the Cockroach Insect Valley was outstanding, but that doesn't change the fact that you and Su Yanli conspired to use the holographic simulation training room to kill me. The crowd gasped. What a bombshell, between siblings. First, that greedy teacher confessed before Lieutenant General Shun Guangwei of the 1st Legion to accepting bribes. Second, my combat evaluation rank at the time was indeed E, or I wouldn't have been placed in the Mecha Manufacturing G class. Third, I have filed a formal complaint with the Central Military Academy accusing Su Yanli of bribing the teacher under your instruction. Su Jin enunciated the word, your, with particular clarity. Seeing the crowd 3 layers deep around the girls' dormitory, everyone assumed it was a confession scene drawing even more onlookers. Su Rulan, I know am merely a pawn in the Su family's internal power struggles, but I still thank you. If not for you, I would never have realized a new combat method by fighting beyond my level in the holographic training room. Without that new method, I wouldn't have achieved my record in the Cockroach Insect Valley. Consider it a rebirth from the brink of death. With a few words, Su Jin deftly dismantled the trap Su Rulan had set for Fan Wenhua, leaving all the accusations squarely on Su Rulan's shoulders. The onlookers were stunned. Su Rulan once again felt the same sensation as days ago outside the infirmary. Her mind went blank and a chill seeped from her hair to her heels. How could Su Jin be so relentless? Sister, you must be misunderstanding me. Just now classmate by Randy asked which team you would join and wanted me to help ask if you'd be willing to join his. I told him you wouldn't even join the teams led by Caesar and my brother. Su Rulan forcibly repeated her earlier words. Su Jin snorted. Yes, indeed, I want to join your team. I'm afraid of being destroyed by you. The words echoed Fan Wenhua's exactly. The onlookers seemed to see a boomerang strike Su Rulan, twice hitting the same wound each time. Precise and ruthless. Su Rulan was out of tricks. Gritting her teeth, she dropped all pretense, her eyes fixed on Su Jin with undisguised hatred. Su Jin shook her head. This was just the beginning. And she had already broken down. Clearly her mental fortitude was lacking. Classmate, I am willing to join your team. Let's meet on Monday to get acquainted. Ranti, still digesting the scandal he had been force-fed, was struck by this immense joy. His desire to have Su Jin on his team wasn't solely to secure first place in the midterms, or rather not just for that. His true goal was to understand Su Jin's combat techniques. He believed she had unlocked the potential of ordinary humans, proving that one could fight the Zerg even without spiritual power. After all, in the Empire's population, warriors were scarce and healers were even rarer. If ordinary people could possess combat prowess like Su Jin's, humanity might finally achieve lasting victory in the protracted war against the Zerg. Perhaps even eradicate the Zerg entirely. Excellent, Su Jin, thank you for choosing us. See you on Monday. Ranti departed joyfully, eager to share the good news with the rest of her team before they left campus for the weekend. Su Jin turned to Su Rulan with a smile on his face. I truly underestimated you, little sister. I barely survived that holographic training room incident. You were trying to create the illusion that I'm a lone wolf only to quietly eliminate me during the midterm practical exam. Ranti had left, but the surrounding students remained. What was so interesting about a confession? Either one party asked for a relationship and the other agreed, and everyone got force-fed a mouthful of sweetness. Or it was a refusal leading to adolescent sorrow. It was always one of those two scenarios. It wasn't nearly as juicy as the scandal of a wealthy family's feud. Oh my god, if Su Jin hadn't said it, I wouldn't have realized that was Su Rulan's intention. I was just wondering why she asked the same question twice. No wonder they say the more beautiful a woman, the more venomous her heart, and the better she is at deceiving. Did I hear that right? She's his own sister. I heard Su Rulan has always been bullying Su Jin. The smile lingered on Su Jin's lips, but Su Rulan began to waver. She desperately wanted to refute, but what could she say? Could she say I didn't? Or that it was all a misunderstanding? Would anyone believe her? After all, the punishment for Su Yanli had already been decided, just not announced, because Su Muchuan had suppressed it. Seeing Su Rulan about to play the victim again, Su Jin had no intention of giving her the chance. Just now, to make everyone believe you even tried to use Hua Hua as a weapon. Fan Wenhua belatedly grasped the crux of the matter, looking at Su Rulan as if she were trash. You're not even of age, yet your heart is so vicious. Did your mistress mother teach you that? Su Jin finally played his trump card. He had mentioned they were half-siblings before, but the news seemed to have been deliberately suppressed. He didn't mind saying it again. If it still didn't cause a stir, then he would have content for his next Star blog post. Times were different now. The original owner without a single follower could shout into the void and no one would listen. But now Su Jin was a small blogger with over 100,000 followers. He didn't cling to the old notion of not washing one's dirty linen in public. The original owner was dead, yet these people still lived. It was unjust, deeply unjust. The crowd was shocked. Su Rulan had always known she wasn't Hu Zuru's biological daughter. Moreover, she had witnessed her father kill her mother. She could not let all these years of effort be destroyed by Su Jin. Just as she was about to defend herself, she was interrupted. Rulan, little sister. Su Rulan whirled around to see Su Yueqing walking towards her with a smile. Su Jin, you're here too. Uncle said to bring you home for dinner. Su Jin tilted his head and smiled. Sure. Su Rulan was baffled. Wasn't Su Jin supposed to be unpredictable? Su Rulan had originally planned for Su Yueqing to invite Su Jin home. She had been humiliated at school, but at home it was different. Her mother was distant, but she had her father, her brother, and a cousin she could use as a pawn. Su Rulan intended for the naive and sweet Su Yueqing to invite Su Jin to stay over for the weekend. She knew that when Su Jin had come to the capital star months ago, Su Muchuan hadn't even let him through the door. Su Jin's eyes had reddened then. He knew the butler had reported his arrival to the madam. He had thought his father was cold, but his mother might at least be warm. Yet Hu Shiweru hadn't come out to see him either. Su Jin knew the truth of what had happened back then. The female mercenary who had protected him on his journey before dying had told him about the switched identities. The mercenary was arranged by Hu Shiru. Her original goal was to protect this child and deceive Su Muchuan. The female mercenary had overheard the truth and kept it hidden for years. As her end neared, her words were kind, and she finally told Su Jin. So learning that his mother was also so heartless, Su Jin's last hope of finding his family was shattered. On that day, it was raining heavily. Su Rulan stood in the sunroom on the second floor of the villa, arms crossed, sipping warm coffee, watching Su Jin stagger through the mud. Though she couldn't see Su Jin's face, his trembling shoulders in the torrential rain showed he was crying. So Su Rulan was certain Hu Shiweru didn't know Su Jin's true identity. No woman could tolerate her husband's mistress daughter parading before her for so long. The butler had said Hu Shiweru had a very difficult time giving birth to her youngest daughter despite the medical pod and painkillers. So it was likely Hu Shiweru simply disliked the child who had caused her so much suffering. Furthermore, Su Rulan was certain that after such humiliation, Su Jin would never set foot in the Su family home again. At least he wouldn't come at their beck and call. After all, nearly 18 years of life on the frontier planet was brutal. The Su family had been Su Jin's last shred of hope, but it had been utterly extinguished that day. Then what did she hear? Su Jin said sure. He was actually willing to go home with Su Yueqing. Wasn't her entire provocation plan ruined? If Su Jin had refused, she could have insinuated that Su Jin hated Su Yueqing, and that's why he wouldn't go home. Su Yueqing was after all Su Ze's granddaughter. The old general was still in the sanatorium, his fate uncertain. He was a hero of the empire. If someone dared to openly provoke the orphan of the fallen Su Qinghuai, relying on a bit of achievement, in the secret realm, no one could save them. Yet with just two casually spoken words, Su Jin had shattered the vicious plan Su Rulan had tossed and turned over for days. Su Rulan was unwilling to accept it, but she also realized she was powerless. She dared not do anything to Su Jin, but she could vent her anger on Su Yueqing. Why are you so late? Su Rulan thought that if Su Yueqing had come earlier before she stopped Fan Wenhua, or even earlier before Bai Rani stopped her, today's events could have taken a different turn. Su Yueqing was accustomed to Su Rulan's sudden outbursts. Her uncle said she was the older sister, and an older sister should be accommodating. Don't be angry, Rulan. All orbital routes were congested at this time. I even left early. Su Yueqing held Su Rulan's arm, coaxing her gently. I don't believe you. You were definitely busy dressing up and lost track of time. Su Rulan always did this, casually pinning a baseless accusation on Su Yueqing and then jumping to conclusions. Su Yueqing was good-natured and would always apologize and say nice things. Su Rulan was used to her yielding. Really, I didn't. You have to believe me, little sister Rulan. You can check the starship's departure time later. I left a whole hour early. Su Yueqing, as usual, explained patiently. I won't listen. I don't believe you. It's your fault for being late. Su Rulan was angry, so she completely ignored what Su Yueqing was saying, simply denying everything. Su Jin curled his lips, his gaze darkening. Apologize and give me half of next month's allowance. In truth, Su Rulan's tone in those last two sentences didn't sound genuinely angry. It was more like a little sister playfully coaxing her older sister. Su Yueqing's smile remained unchanged. As usual, she sighed deliberately. All right, how many times is this year? You always find new ways to trick me out of my allowance. Just as the sisters were about to make up, Su Jin spoke softly. Cousin, do you get a lot of allowance each month? Su Rulan had deliberately guided Su Yueqing through this act to rub salt in Su Jin's wounds. Hearing the hint of melancholy in Su Jin's question, she felt a sense of satisfaction, as if a weight had been lifted. However, Su Jin's next words plunged her into an icy abyss. It's not that much, still less than Roland's. Second uncle dotes on Roland the most. This remark instantly restored Su Roland's sense of superiority. Su Jin was merely indulging in verbal sparring, but her family standing was still incomparable to his. A waste without any spiritual energy, even with a slightly better physical constitution, was still less valuable than an rank healer. Su Roland, shouldn't you return the allowance father gave me? Su Roland. Su Yueching. The crowd? What don't want to admit it. It's been over 3 months since I knocked on the Su family's door. Back then Su Muchuan himself said I should return to school first, that you would bring me my allowance. Yet to this day, I haven't seen a single coin. Su Roland was utterly stunned. When had Su Muchuan ever said such a thing? He was in his study at the time and didn't even lift his head at the butler's report. He simply ordered the butler to drive her away. Yet Su Roland knew she couldn't deny it, or the Su family would become a laughingstock. Internal family strife was one thing, but in front of outsiders, Su Muchuan valued his reputation. She couldn't embarrass her father, or there would be dire consequences. I forgot. You won't blame me, will you, sister? Su Jin gave a soft snort. With a flippant "I forgot, miss," Su drove me into the cockroach beetle valley. As someone without spiritual energy facing those drank insects alone, I was prepared to die. What else could I do? If I didn't go, I'd starve. If I went, I might find a sliver of hope to survive. Fan Wenhua caught a hint of strategy in Su Jin's words and quickly chimed in. Indeed. Before going to the cockroach beetle valley, Su Jin had only 7 star coins in his account. Even I from a minor family have a 7-figure sum. Can you believe it? Su Jin spoke with a desolate expression filled with resignation towards life. With Fan Wenhua's masterful assist, a few in the crowd were moved to tears. The Central Military Academy wasn't filled solely with children from noble families, many were from ordinary households. Like Su Jin, they had little allowance and came from other star systems to the capital, relying on themselves for everything. Su Roland is truly disgusting. Her star blog is full of expensive jewelry, clothes, and bags, yet she lets her own sister go hungry. It's not just her. I think the entire Su family are beasts in human skin. Su Roland dares to withhold Su Jin's allowance, isn't it, with the connivance of her father Su Muchuan. I've heard of favoring sons over daughters, but never of treating 2 sisters so differently. Oh, you arrived late and missed it. Let me tell you, Su Roland is likely the daughter of a mistress. My God, the depths of noble families are indeed treacherous. No wonder. Listening to the murmurs of the surrounding classmates, Su Roland felt as if she were in a daze. What was Su Jin saying? What should she do? Who could save her? In a panic, she turned and shouted at Su Yueching, "Are you mute? Say something." Su Yueching was also bewildered. Second uncle asked Su Roland to give Su Jin an allowance. Why? Since they were both his daughters, why didn't he give it himself? And why did those classmates say Su Roland was a mistress daughter? Recalling Huzuris' indifferent attitude towards Su Roland, a thought crossed Su Yueching's mind. Given her second uncle's character, it wasn't impossible. She was lost in thought, trying to digest this sudden scandal, when Su Roland's shout jolted her awake, still somewhat disoriented. Roland, don't be angry. He'll give you next month's allowance. First, Su Jin accused Su Roland of withholding the Su family's allowance. Then Su Yueching trembled and yielded to Su Roland's tyranny. The surrounding whispers grew louder, all pointing fingers at Su Roland. Seeing the timing was right, Su Jin finally delivered the most devastating blow to Su Roland that day. Su Roland. Su Yueching is the orphan of a hero. Is this how you usually treat her, barking orders, and even coveting Lieutenant General Su Qinghui's pension? Su Jin enunciated every word, clearly raising his tone on the last 3 syllables, whipping the emotions of the onlooking students to a fever pitch. Su Roland was completely stunned. She stared at Su Jin in disbelief, her eyes no longer holding any sense of superiority, but instead regarding him as a monstrous threat filled with terror. Wasn't this her own plan? How had Su Jin turned it against her? What to do? In her desperation, Su Roland spun around and shoved Su Yueching. What nonsense are you talking? Su Yueching was utterly numb, unable to understand why Su Roland kept blaming her. I'm not talking nonsense. How about I give you the allowance for the next half year too? Just don't be angry, okay? In the vast Su mansion, aside from the perpetually stern Su Muchuan, there were only the hurrying servants. Hushiru was kind to her, but not particularly close, always maintaining the cordial distance of a relative who greeted her warmly and prepared gifts for holidays and birthdays. Old Master Su Chun was even more reclusive. Su Yanli, being a boy, had thoughts and interests vastly different from theirs. In the deep courtyard, the only person Su Yueching could truly talk to was Su Roland. Knowing her second uncle favored this younger daughter more, she, living under their roof, gradually grew accustomed to always deferring to Su Roland. As for the allowance, it all came from grandfather Su Zhe. Su Yueching had never experienced the difficulty of earning money, having lived sheltered in the inner chamber since childhood, so she had little concept of its value. If Su Roland wanted it, she would give it. After all, there was still plenty in her account. She also didn't know how to appease Su Roland since she lacked nothing. The only thing she could think of was her allowance. But her words only further confirmed Su Jin's accusations. This was no longer just a simple scandal, it was the Su family's desecration of a hero's orphan. This farce, initially thought by everyone to be a confession, had been recorded from the very beginning. If the first half was a squabble between sisters, the latter half was a blatant provocation against the Empire's legal system. Imperial law stipulates that parents must fulfill their obligation to support their children until they come of age. Clearly, Su Muchuan had not, otherwise Su Jin wouldn't have had to risk his life entering the Cockroach Beetle Valley. Imperial law also mandates that families have a duty to support the orphans of heroes and must not abuse or humiliate them or face criminal charges. Su Muchuan had clearly turned a deaf ear to this as well. In fact, the Empire also has clauses regarding third-party interference in marriages. The children of mistresses can be stripped of inheritance rights and exiled to barren stars for hard labor. So this wasn't just an internal family conflict, it was a public challenge to the Empire's legal system. The video was posted on Starblog with the title "Heroes, Orphan Brutally Bullied Pension Almost Completely Swindled." Within 5 minutes, the post had topped the trending charts. Everyone had seen the ferocity of the battle on Quivian Ansal Star through the live frontline broadcasts. The reluctant look in the old general's eyes before his heroic death was still fresh in everyone's memory. Although Su Zhe hadn't died, everyone knew the old general who had spent his life in military service didn't have much time left. Yet at this very moment, news broke of the Su family bullying a hero's orphan, who could stand by and do nothing. Su Muchuan only learned what had happened when his elderly father stormed into his study and slapped him so hard he lost half a tooth. Su Jin. With blood filling his mouth, he gritted his teeth and spat out that name. Today, Su Muchuan intended to have Su Yueqing bring Su Jin back, as well, hoping to appeal to emotions and reason, persuading Su Jin to retract the report himself. Otherwise, Su Yanli would be rendered useless. The Central Military Academy is the cradle for cultivating generals and commanders of the Empire. Although Su Yanli is only rank S, he has the support of the Su family. With the Su family backing him and the remarkable military achievements obtained by the Su Zhe lineage, as long as Su Yanli can enter the First Legion coupled with the guidance of Su Xingmian, he will certainly shine in due time. He could bring glory to the Su family. However, the path he meticulously paved for his son over the years was destroyed by Su Jin, and he was unwilling to accept that. Fortunately, the principal is one of their own and notified him in advance, allowing him to tackle the issue at its source and force Su Jin to retract the letter of accusation. Otherwise, the principal would have to handle it impartially, as the follow-up investigation is being conducted by the First Legion. It can be said that if Su Jin does not retract the report, Su Yanli can forget about joining the Legion unless he can achieve merit to offset his faults. But Su Jin reported a case of murder implicating Su Yanli and Su Rulan in a conspiracy to kill. Such a major incident would be difficult to settle unless Su Yanli dies in battle. Thus, Su Muchuan set his sights on Su Jin. Had it been someone else, he might have left it to bounty hunters to deal with. However, Su Jin cannot die yet. Huzuira's second brother has entered the cabinet, which is beneficial for the future development of the Su family. He cannot afford to raise suspicions at this critical moment. In the past, he had suspected Hushiru was behind the incident with Du Leiden until Su Jin returned, and Huzuira's indifferent attitude raised his suspicions. Su Muchuan then felt that there might be more to the story, otherwise how could Hushiru resist going out to see her kin, and instead casually told the housekeeper to give some money to send them off. Unsure of Huzuira's intentions, Su Muchuan dared not act hastily, so he thought of calling Su Jin back for a discussion behind closed doors. Unexpectedly, before he could bring Su Jin back, he faced such a significant issue. Su Jin was abusing and bullying the orphan of a hero. It was as if she intended to kill Su Yanli first, then dispose of Su Rulan, and even drag him, her father, into this mess. Su Chun, after punishing the unfilial son, threw down a challenge. If you can't resolve this matter today, hand over the authority of the Su family to me, and I will handle it myself. He then stormed upstairs. Su Muchuan called the family doctor to treat his injuries before asking the housekeeper, "Where is Su Jin?" "She is already on her way back with the two young ladies." The housekeeper replied respectfully. Additionally, Miss Su Jin also brought a ragdoll cat spirit. The housekeeper initially intended to say third young lady, but changed his wording at the last moment, realizing how much Su Muchuan detested Su Jin. He didn't want to attract trouble over a title. A ragdoll cat. A spirit. Su Muchuan, now dressed, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in the study, lost in thought. Su Jin had no weaknesses as she gained fame in the battle at Cockroach Bug Valley. Until today, he thought that only money, the status of the Su family's third young lady, and a warm family could serve as leverage. Now, if what the housekeeper said is true, Su Jin indeed has a weakness. A ragdoll cat spirit proves that wild man is either an rank or drank warrior. If Su Jin refuses to comply, he will have the owner of the ragdoll cat killed. He doesn't believe Su Jin wouldn't yield. At her age, most girls are just beginning to experience love, and he does not believe Su Jin can ignore that wild man. Chu Wildman Han Xiao quickly browsed through the trending topic ranked first on Starblog. He couldn't help but secretly give Su Jin a thumbs up, appearing to be at a disadvantage. She was cautiously advancing, digging deeper, with a few words into each pit she created. In the end, not only did she turn the tables, but she also provided him with a reason to investigate the Su family. Truly impressive. Strong and clever Shen Guangwei was right, she should join the First Legion. However, it is uncertain whether Su Zhe agrees. Chu Hanxiao has already dispatched the only 2 strength healers of the Empire to Su Zhe's side, sparing no effort to save the old general. At that time, Su Jin's fate would indeed be uncertain. After all, the Second Legion, led by Su Zhe himself, is also an unstoppable force of the Empire. The old general's spirit is a majestic lion named Xiongqi, a being that the bug tribe greatly fears. Lin, you call Shen Guangwei and Su Xingyan to come with me to the Su family. Boss Xingyan just saw the video too. She asked me to tell you that she has to go home for a bit as she can't let anyone bully her sister. Hearing Lin Yes words, Chu Hanxiao frowned. Is the sister Su Xingyan referred to Su Rulan or Su Jin? Or is it Su Yueqing? Alright, we should set off too. On the other side, Su Jin, upon boarding the starship, made an excuse about forgetting something in the dormitory and had to go back to get it, using the opportunity to start a Starblog livestream. She had already seen the online videos, and if she returned with Su Rulan, all that awaited her would be a hellish experience. Although Su Jin is not one to fear, she has always adhered to the principle of staying calm in the face of adversity and being thoroughly prepared. Her motto is do not reason with scoundrels, as it is tantamount to self-harm. During the few minutes she lingered in the dormitory, Su Jin merely said a single opening remark, please silently accompany me. I will show you a good show, but do not get discovered. Then she turned off the microphone. The audience's self-discipline was commendable. Aside from the number of viewers steadily rising, no one spoke a word in the live stream. Fan Wenhua somehow entered the live stream and privately asked Su Jin for management permissions. She enabled silent mode and highlighted Su Jin's opening line as a greeting for entering the stream. In order to maintain their first-line vantage point for gossip, whether they were on the capital star or a border star, everyone tacitly remained silent. Thus, when Su Jin finished gathering her things and boarded the starship, no one in the Su family knew she was live streaming, including Su Xingyan, who angrily ran home. Upon entering, Su Xingyan headed straight for the flower room, knowing her mother, Hu Shiweru, spends most of her time tending to flowers. Miss, you're back. Hu Shiweru, hearing the flower room maid greet Su Xingyan, still held a small shovel for weeding. Turning around, she saw Su Xingyan's delighted expression. Xingyan, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell your mother in advance? I'll have the kitchen prepare your favorite sweet and sour ribs and tomato shrimp right away. Su Xingyan let out a long breath upon seeing Hu Shiweru. Mother, why don't you acknowledge Su Jin? Su Xingyan had joined the First Legion early on, fighting wits and courage against the bug tribe, and rarely returned home. Although she is a girl, Su Chen also cherishes her the most, as Su Xingyan proved that the second branch of the Su family is no less than the first branch. Even Su Zhe has repeatedly praised Su Xingyan as a rare talent of the Empire. Thus, Su Chen has also considered marrying Su Xingyan to Chu Hanxiao. Su Yueqing is now useless, no matter how high her original talent was. She is just an ordinary person now. But Su Xingyan is different. If she can marry Chu Hanxiao, the Su family will become the leading family among all, unmatched in brilliance. This is also why the calculating Su Muchuan sought out Zizzle for Su Rulan. Chu Hanxiao is the grandson-in-law Su Chun has recognized, but only Su Xingyan is barely worthy, while Su Rulan is not. Yet they remain unaware that their plans have gone awry. Su Xingyan's heart belongs to Shen Guangwei. Xingyan, did you hear some gossip outside? Su Xingyan gazed into Hu Zuri's eyes, his stare filled with confusion and scrutiny. His mother's demeanor was off. If Su Jin truly was the daughter stolen at birth, as Su Muchuan claimed, Hu Shiweru could not possibly remain so composed. Mother, is Su Jin really my sister? Faced with Su Xingyan's interrogation, Hu Shiweru chose silence. She could say nothing, for Su Muchuan's spies were everywhere. If she denied it, Su Muchuan would almost instantly suspect Su Yueqing. If she affirmed it, how could she explain her attitude towards Su Jin? To protect Su Jin, Su Xingyan would ask why a daughter regained after loss still needed protection. The old affairs were too tangled to explain in a few words. Hu Shiweru had no desire to elaborate. She was waiting for the right moment, to make Su Rulan fall from grace, crashing into utter ruin, and to make Su Muchuan reap what he had sown, drowning in remorse. This matter had nothing to do with Su Xingyan. He was a radiant star, unworthy of being tainted by such sordid filth. Seeing Hu Shiweru remain silent for so long without answering her question, Su Xingyan turned to leave. She intended to ask Su Muchuan directly between Su Rulan and Su Jin, who was her true sister. Hu Shiweru knew Su Xingyan was going to confront Su Muchuan, but she did not want to alert him, so she deliberately swayed and feigned a faint. As expected, upon hearing the flower stand crash and the servants' cries, Su Xingyan rushed back. Meanwhile, Su Muchuan had already received word of Su Xingyan's return. Xingyan came back suddenly. Yes. Su Muchuan narrowed his eyes. Why had she returned now? How could he threaten or bribe Su Jin with Su Xingyan present? Where is she now? In the flower hall. The eldest miss is in the madam's bedroom. The madam suddenly fainted just now. Hu Shiweru fainted. Su Muchuan sensed something amiss, but the starship carrying Su Jin, Su Yueqing, and Su Rulan had already arrived at the gate. Setting aside whether Hu Zura's faint was real or feigned, he decided to greet Su Jin at the entrance himself, ready to play the doting father. Unfortunately, his dear daughter Su Rulan once again shattered his perfect plan. Su Jin was the last to board the starship as she had to return to her dormitory to fetch something. To cater to her audience's perspective, she had deliberately adjusted her optical brain to first-person mode, allowing the livestream viewers to see and hear from her point of view. As soon as Su Jin boarded the starship, she heard Su Rulan loudly berating Su Yueqing. What were you thinking? Why did you say that earlier? Weren't those allowances given to me voluntarily? Every time you're the fool. You'd say you wanted to buy me things or give me cash to cheer me up when I was upset. Good thing I had foresight, worried you'd cause trouble. I made you write IOUs each time, voluntary gifts. Otherwise you'd have ruined me today. Su Jin was taken aback. Su Rulan was truly shameless. She had tricked Su Yueqing out of her money and even forced her to sign IOUs. That's a clever move. If you bring out those IOUs and make Su Yueqing publicly vouch for you, even if the amount is huge, it'll be hard to trace. Hearing Su Jin's remarks, Su Rulan turned around and glared at her fiercely for a full 10 seconds. The livestream audience sharing Su Jin's field of vision felt a chill down their spines. Was this the same Su Rulan who once cultivated a gentle persona on Starbow? The contrast was too jarring, yet no one dared to speak. According to Starbow's regulations, even if a live stream had tens of thousands of viewers, as long as there was no trending topic and the public chat remained quiet, it wouldn't hit the top. Everyone understood that once it trended, the stream would be shut down and they'd miss the show. So despite having 1,000 words to say, they held back, not a single person speaking. Even if someone couldn't resist typing, they couldn't send a message. Fan Wenhua had set up a full mute and disabled gift receiving mode for safety. Total immersion in the drama. Su Jin, don't get too cocky. Yes, I deliberately tricked Su Yueqing into giving me her allowance. So what? If you speak out, who would believe you? I have the IOUs. As she spoke, Su Rulan raised her hand, thumb and index finger indicating a thickness. The IOUs she wrote me are this thick, with her signature and thumbprints. What can you do about it? Su Rulan leaned back into the wide seat, her gaze full of provocation. And you call me the daughter of a mistress in front of everyone? Do you think anyone will believe that? How my mother was killed by Su Muchuan 7 years ago, a single cut to the throat. I saw the blood splatter across his face, and he didn't even blink. My mother has been dead for so many years, her body turned to ashes. Even if we did a paternity test, I'm still Su Muchuan's daughter. What can you prove? This time, not only the livestream audience went wild, but even Su Jin felt her eyelids twitch. Was this something that could be said? Was this something one could hear for free? To encourage Su Rulan, Su Jin replied slowly. Don't forget about Hushiru. A paternity report can still prove you're not her daughter. Su Rulan suddenly laughed. Su Jin, that's why they say you're from a small place. You don't understand. My uncle, no, your uncle, just entered the cabinet. At this critical moment, Hushiru won't dare to cause trouble. She might even forge evidence to claim him her daughter. High society is all about interests. What do you have? Those petty achievements in the cockroach insect valley. Su Jin, save your breath. You're still a useless waste without spiritual power, while I'm a great healer. What benefit would it bring to Hushiru, the Hu family, or the Su family to acknowledge you as her biological daughter? Do you think the Su family cares about blood ties or family bonds? I guarantee the trending topic will be taken down before midnight tonight, and you'll be sent back to the border star. Su Jin truly admired Su Rulan from the bottom of her heart. She was dropping bombs one after another. She wondered if Su Muchuan could even contain this. Is that so? Would Su Muchuan really disown his own daughter? Su Rulan blinked, scrutinizing Su Jin from head to toe, and snorted. You still hold illusions about Su Muchuan. This father of ours is utterly selfish. There's no family affection in his eyes, only calculations. Do you know why your spiritual sea is riddled with scars? Su Jin narrowed her eyes. Scars? No, there weren't any. What was she talking about? Something didn't add up. Su Rulan misinterpreted Su Jin's expression as disbelief and inner shock, so she continued smugly. That's because you were born at grade while I born on the same day was a grade. So our father made a decision in a second. Erase all your talent and make me the third miss of the Su family. Su Jin inwardly wanted to applaud Su Rulan. After this impassioned speech, the Su family would self-destruct without her lifting a finger. Su Jin didn't know what the livestream audience thought, but judging by Su Yueqing's state, she was thunderstruck, her face frozen in shock throughout. I see. These 4 words came from Su Yueqing, who had been silent all along. No wonder my spiritual sea is riddled with scars. Was it also my second uncle's doing? Having lived under someone else's roof for years, even a naive Su Yueqing understood the second branch's jealousy and duplicity toward the main branch. Otherwise, Su Rulan wouldn't have dared to keep squeezing her allowance. But she had never understood why her talent was erased. Su Chun said it was due to a vendetta, yet before Su Zhe fell unconscious, she asked their grandfather if they had any enemies. He said they father and son had lived upright lives and never made foes. Su Yiqing had never dared to ask about her spiritual sea, fearing it would break her grandfather's heart. Now it seemed Su Muchuan was likely responsible. Perhaps he didn't want her to excel and surpass his own children, so he struck her down. Su Rulan curled her lip. As if you're worthy of my father's effort. Su Jin wished Su Rulan would spill more, hastening the Su family's doom, but the starship was swift. If not for rush hour, they'd have arrived long ago. As soon as the starship docked, Su Rulan made a throat-slitting gesture at Su Jin, then, with red-rimmed eyes, covered her face and fled down the ramp. Her performance rivaled a seasoned actress, seamless and fluid, once again shattering the worldview of the 2.0 onlookers in the livestream. To prevent any official informants from tipping off the authorities, Fan Wenhua set strict entry requirements for the livestream. First, only those without spiritual power. Second, only civilians without public office. Third, accounts registered more than 3 days ago. So Shun Guangwei stumbled in purely by chance. He had created a dummy account using his niece's neural code. His niece was a civilian without spiritual power or public office, and the account had been registered the previous year. He had made the dummy account because he began to realize he was falling for Su Xingyan, yet he knew how dazzling she was. A 2-level female warrior was rare even across the entire empire, let alone Su Xingyan's command skills, close combat prowess, and excellence, both as a lone wolf and in a team. Her spirit Ziwei was a red-crowned crane whose ultimate technique was a sonic wave that could annihilate Zergs and even trigger their self-destruction through its cry. Su Xingyan lived up to her name. She was the brightest star in the sky. Rumors circulated that the Su family wanted her to replace Su Yiqing in fulfilling the marriage contract with Chu Hanxiao. For all these reasons, Shun Guangwei carefully concealed his feelings, quietly observing Su Xingyan from afar. His dummy account posed as a junior schoolmate, constantly seeking her advice. Su Xingyan answered every question and occasionally shared snippets of her life. This brought Shun Guangwei great joy. When David Cook rotated Su Xingyan back during this shift, he resumed using his dummy account. With her away, he relied on the dummy to stay in touch. Now that she was back, he could send messages through the dummy while secretly watching her reactions upon receiving them. Every smile and frown thrilled Shun Guangwei. That afternoon, after seeing the trending news, Su Xingyan went home alone. His gaze followed her silhouette until it vanished around the corridor corner. Then he silently opened his dummy account, pondering for a long time what to send. Nothing too abrupt or deliberate. He exited, re-entered, and accidentally clicked into a live stream. Good heavens, 3.0 people were online, yet the room was dead silent. Shun Guangwei started watching from the moment Su Rulan said, "My father killed my mother," splashing blood on his face. To be honest, even a battle-hardened veteran like Shun Guangwei felt his hair stand on end. Who was this woman? Wait, Su Muchuan. She said Su Muchuan was her father. He clicked into the stream details. When he saw the name Su Jin, he gaped, blinked, then dashed straight to Chu Hangxiu's office. The boss had been keeping an eye on Su Jin lately. Such a juicy scandal was too big for one person. Shared joy is double joy. As for Chu Hanxiao, he watched the replay aboard his starship. In truth, he had already seen the live stream through Ye Gang's eyes, but he didn't want to dampen Shun Guangwei's enthusiasm. While he was syncing with Yao Guang to monitor Su Jin's situation, Shun Guangwei had already started bickering with Lin Yu over who would claim her. No way, I'm not bragging. If Su Jin joins the First Legion, she's definitely picking my squad. Lin Yu remained calm, listening to Shun Guangwei's boasts while tapping his neural interface to contact the Security Bureau. Murders, affairs, fraud, all fell under their jurisdiction. As he typed, he muttered flatly, "Not necessarily." Those 3 nonchalant words instantly ignited Shun Guangwei's competitive fire. "You really don't believe me? Hey, where else could she go?" Lin Yu lifted his head slightly. To Xingmian's team. He was a man of few words, but each one struck home. Those 6 words left Shun Guangwei speechless. Just then Chu Hanxiao suddenly laughed. Not a smile, but an audible chuckle. Whatever others might think, Lin Yu and Shun Guangwei, who had served him for years, found it unsettling. The last time the boss laughed like that, the James family, who had been bullying and smuggling weapons, was wiped out. They exchanged glances, both sensing the Su family's doom was sealed. In truth, Chu Hangxiu's laughter was genuine. Su Rulan had fled the starship in tears because she spotted Su Xingmian's starship at the entrance. The eldest sister was back. Su Xingyan was the family's pride, praised by all from elders to juniors, but she rarely came home. At this critical juncture, Su Rulan judged that Su Muchuan wouldn't make things difficult for her. At least had wait until Su Xingyan left before calling her to account. And Su Xingyan doted on her sister the most. Su Rulan felt a surge of divine luck and hope, believing that with the written pledge Su Yiqing had signed, this matter could be smoothed over. Yet as she descended the starship, she saw Su Muchuan standing at the door, highly unusual. After a second's hesitation, she realized he must be there to welcome Su Xingyan. She instinctively glanced back at Su Xingmian's starship. In this back and forth, she got stuck on the steps, unable to move up or down. Su Jin leaned against the starship door on the top step, waiting for ages without any action. So he decisively extended his leg and kicked Su Rulan squarely in the back. Chu Hanxiao, having just switched from the replay to the live feed, caught the moment and was amused by the first-person view. Not only was he laughing, but Yao Wang, lazily pretending to be a ragdoll cat on Su Jin's arm, was chuckling along. The Empire's highest-ranked spirit at that moment had not a shred of dignity, utterly down to earth. Su Jin's kick wasn't heavy. It merely served as a helpful nudge down the stairs. As an Agrade healer, Su Rulan's spiritual power wasn't to be underestimated. So she only stumbled a few steps before steadying herself, forced to stand before Su Muchuan. Father, she planned to use her old trick, pitiful, aggrieved, trailing off. But Su Muchuan didn't spare her a glance. With a sweeping hand, he brushed her aside. Su Jin, come here. Su Muchuan, believing his gesture to be paternal love, extended his hand towards Su Jin. Yet the livestream viewers felt a chilling dread, as if targeted by a wolf in sheep's clothing. The words, "My father killed my mother," echoed relentlessly in their ears like a nightmare that refused to fade. I wouldn't dare. Su Jin uttered two icy words, yet his feet remained rooted to the spot. At this moment, Su Muchuan was still unaware of the enormous trouble his precious daughter, Su Rulan, had caused him. He was still single-mindedly playing the role of a doting father. Don't be afraid. I'm your father. Come here and let me have a good look at you. Su Jin smiled. I'm truly afraid. After all, Su Rulan just said you killed her mother right in front of her with blood splattering across your face, without you even flinching. Su Jin enunciated each word with crystalline clarity, each syllable piercing like a dagger. Even Su Muchuan, as cunning as a jackal, was stunned for a few seconds. He narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Su Jin for a few seconds, then swiftly turned to look at Su Rulan. Her panicked expression did not escape his notice. So that night, the tree branch in the courtyard hadn't been broken by a wild cat falling from the roof. It was Su Rulan who had witnessed everything, stepping on it as she stumbled backward in terror. Fortunately, he had improvised on the spot, saying, "Your existence will be a lifelong stain on Rulan." Otherwise, how could he have kept his daughter silent all these years? In Su Rulan's eyes, Su Muchuan's face gradually merged with the one from 7 years ago when he killed Du Leiden. The twitching of his lower eyelid seemed to tell her, I could kill your mother, and I could kill you too. No, daddy, don't kill me. Su Rulan screamed uncontrollably, stumbled backward, tripped over her own feet, and then scrambled back into the house on all fours. Su Muchuan understood everything from her reaction. His eyes blazing with fury, he suddenly turned to look at Su Jin again. The feigned kindness and affection in his gaze were gone, replaced only by scrutiny. Do you think what she said is true? Su Jin's smile did not diminish in the slightest. Of course it's true. There's nothing you Su Muchuan wouldn't do. These words were light, mere syllables, yet they struck Su Muchuan's heart with immense force. His mind raced. What did Su Jin mean? Did she know something else? Had she also learned about Su Qinghuai? At this thought, Su Muchuan almost instinctively looked at Su Yueqing, who had been silently hiding behind Su Jin. When his gaze fell upon Su Yueqing, the weight in Su Muchuan's heart suddenly lifted. Even if she knew, so what? There was no evidence left. Even if Su Yueqing believed it, so what? A useless person. No, with Su Jin, two useless people. How much trouble could they possibly cause? Su Jin's gaze shifted between Su Muchuan and Su Yueqing. Her intuition told her that Su Muchuan had more secrets and something even more important than murder. But even a god could not read a human heart. Let's all go inside. Don't stand at the door. With those words, Su Muchuan flicked his sleeve and retreated to his study, needing time to think. Su Jin did not stand on ceremony. She stepped across the threshold of the Su mansion. As one of the notable families on the capital planet, the Su mansion was indeed resplendent. Su Rulan had disappeared somewhere. The vast living room held only Su Jin and Su Yueqing. The butler led them to the reception room and then went to prepare dinner. Unlike other weekends, the eldest daughter had returned, so her favorite dishes were a must. Su Jin felt no pressure. After surveying the room's decor, she sat down on the sofa. Su Yueqing glanced toward the study on the second floor before sitting down beside Su Jin. In this interstellar world, robot butlers were common, but they were the choice of middle-class families. The wealthy preferred human butlers, as human labor was far more expensive than machines. A human butler was a testament to a family's status. Thus, after the butler politely left them alone, no one offered them water. Su Yueqing sat in a daze for a moment before remembering to pour water for Su Jin. She moved to sit opposite Su Jin, brewed a pot of tea, poured a cup, and placed it before her. Do you feel pain? Su Jin. Seeing that Su Jin seemed not to understand, Su Yueqing's brow furrowed. I just heard from Rulan that your spiritual seat was also damaged, leaving you without talent like me. Every year on my birthday, I get a headache, an excruciating pain like someone is drilling into my brain. So, I wanted to ask, do you feel pain too? Su Jin carefully searched through the original Buddhist memories and shook her head. Never felt it. Never. Sui Weqing was somewhat surprised. Could the injuries be different? I can actually look inward and see my spiritual sea. It's like a dried-up continental shelf full of pits and holes. Su Jin had also looked inward at her own spiritual sea. She found it strange. There was no sea, only endless yellow sand, no wind, utter stillness. She had once asked Fan Wenhua about it, but Fan Wenhua said she didn't understand what looking inward meant because without spiritual power, she couldn't grasp the term. So Su Jin had always believed that Su Muchuan must have used some method to drain her spiritual power, leaving the sea dry with only endless sand. But now hearing Su Yuking's words, it seemed it wasn't just dryness. There were scars like the surface of the moon. How were you injured? The original owner didn't know, so Su Jin certainly didn't either. She chose to ask directly. Sui Weqing bit her lip. Second grandfather said it was a vendetta. I was too young then to know what grudge it was. Su Jin could tell from her tone that she didn't believe Su Chen's explanation. Haven't you asked your grandfather? Sui Weqing shook her head. I'm afraid it will remind him of father and make him sad. Su Jin nodded and patted her shoulder. Despite being a bit naive and foolish, she was a kind-hearted child, considerate enough to spare her grandfather the pain of outliving his own son. Su Jin and Sui Weqing had only exchanged a few words when Su Muchuan emerged from the study holding a document. He walked to the sofa and spread it out directly before Su Jin. Su Jin glanced at the header declaration to withdraw the report of Su Yanli's bribery of a teacher. Su Jin tapped her fingers on the document. Considerately, she read it aloud for the 320 viewers in the live stream. Then she closed the document and placed it back on the table, meeting Su Muchuan's barely restrained fury with composure. So you're not even pretending anymore. What patriarch Su are you planning to sacrifice me to protect your dim-witted son and the illegitimate daughter born to your mistress? Su Muchuan slammed the table and shot to his feet, pointing a finger at Su Jin. You will sign this today whether you like it or not. I initially thought that if you knew your place I could give you some money to ensure a worry-free life. Since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sign and I'll allow you to live here as the third miss of the Su family. Refuse, and you'll be expelled from school and sent back to the frontier, start a mine. Su Muchuan issued his ultimatum, expecting to see Su Jin cower in fear. Instead, he saw only a pair of mocking amber eyes staring back at him, calm and unhurried. For a moment, Su Muchuan felt the oppressive weight of mountains and rivers. The composure in Su Jin's young gaze was like the proud aloofness of a true superior. How could this be? And what if I say no? Su Jin rested his hand on Su Yuking's back, which was already trembling from Su Muchuan's intimidation, and gently patted her. Then don't think about leaving the Su family estate today. Su Muchuan's sinister eyes locked onto Su Jin like a wolf in the wilderness spotting its prey. Su Jin withdrew her hand from Su Yuking's back and was about to open her light brain to show Su Muchuan the spectacle of a live stream with 350 viewers. But before her hand could fully retract, she was interrupted by a slightly hoarse voice. Father, what are you doing? Su Jin noticed a flicker of panic in Su Muchuan's expression and followed his gaze upward. A young woman stood by the railing on the second floor. She had short hair cropped to her ears, wore black cargo pants and a black shirt, and gripped the railing with both hands, her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Su Muchuan. Su Jin had seen her photo in the library's directory of active imperial generals. The eldest Su sister, Su Xingyan, a 2th-level warrior and colonel of the 1st Legion. Big sister. Before Su Muchuan could come up with an excuse, Sui Weqing couldn't bear the pressure anymore. She bypassed Su Jin, rushed up the stairs, and threw herself into Su Xingyan's arms, sobbing loudly. Su Jin, what does this have to do with you? Why are you crying? Su Muchuan, I didn't do anything to you. Why are you acting like I'm about to kill you? Is this right? Su Xingyan, you were scared earlier, but didn't run, and now you start crying. That's quite the delayed reaction. But Sui Weqing whispered in her ear, big sister, save Su Jin. Su Xingyan soothed Sui Weqing while turning her gaze to Su Jin. The girl wore a ponytail tied with a trendy vintage Tibetan tassel hairband, light blue straight-leg jeans, a white t-shirt, and a striped shirt with rolled-up sleeves that reached just below her elbows. Her eyes were clear and bright, meeting Su Xingyan's gaze without any fear or disgust. Su Xingyan even caught a glimmer of admiration in them. She had the makings of a commander. Normally, Su Muchuan was an 11th warrior. Though he hadn't seen much battle, his spiritual pressure still lingered. Most ordinary people would feel suppressed or heightened fear. Su Xingyan knew Su Muchuan, aware of her presence at home, had refrained from releasing his spirit form, fearing she might detect it. But for Su Jin, who had just arrived on the capital star from a fringe world, was unwelcome by her family and craved affection. Tears like Su Yuking's would have been normal after what she had endured. Yet Su Jin exuded utter indifference. After withdrawing her hand from Su Weqing, she rhythmically stroked the plush cat nestled in her arms. Su Xingyan thought the cat looked familiar, but her focus wasn't on that spirit form. It was entirely on Su Jin. Hu Shiuru had an oval face, so Su Xingyan herself had one too. Su Muchuan had gray-blue eyes, so Su Yanli and Su Rulan's eyes were also gray-blue. All three siblings bore some resemblance to their parents. Su Xingyan looked more like Hu Xiuru, while Su Yanli and Su Rulan took after Su Muchuan. Thinking this, Su Xingyan glanced at Su Yueqing, who stood beside her clutching her clothes. Even Su Yueqing shared some features with Su Muchuan. But Su Jin was different. At first glance, she resembled neither Hu Xiuru nor Su Muchuan. Su Jin's eyes were like her name, like the embers of a blazing fire or newborn stars in the cosmos, shedding decay and nurturing hope. Su Rulan and Su Yueqing were the refined ladies of the household, always in gowns or dresses, though dresses were just gowns in another form. As for Su Xingyan, she was always in combat gear work clothes or military uniforms. The Su daughters had diverged into extremes, but Su Jin was completely different. At this moment, judging by her attire, she seemed like a simple girl next door. She stood in the sunlight holding a cat at a tender and carefree age, with time at its finest. Yet considering the current situation, Su Muchuan eyeing her like a hawk, Hu Xiuru ignoring her, Su Rulan pressing in. Surrounded by wolves and tigers, she remained composed. If nothing else, her mental fortitude was nothing short of kingly. "So you're my sister Su Jin," Su Xingyan said as she descended the stairs. Hu Xiuru had feigned fainting, so she had taken her to the bedroom and called the family doctor. After an examination, the doctor said it was just exhaustion and excessive worry. Su Xingyan knew Hu Xiuru was faking it. The family doctor, having served the Su household for years, had seen it all and naturally played along. Knowing she'd get nothing from her mother today, Su Xingyan told the doctor she'd go buy medicine. In truth, that was for Hu Xiuru's ears. Using the medicine excuse, she slipped away to the reception room, having heard Su Jin had returned and not yet met this sister. Su Jin. "Hello, Colonel Su." Su Jin didn't move, holding the plush cat with a smile on her lips. Su Xingmian's attitude was clearly different from the rest of the Su family. "So not all of us were trash. A good shoot can come from a bad bamboo. You're back. Why didn't you contact me? I wouldn't have known I had another sister if I hadn't seen the posts on the star net." Su Xingmian's words seemed like casual chatter with Su Jin, but they were actually a veiled query to Su Muchuan. Why hadn't anyone told her about such a big family matter? Su Muchuan caught on. "This is your eldest sister, Su Xingyan. Why don't you address her?" Su Muchuan's words carried hidden layers. First, he was signaling to Su Jin that he was willing to acknowledge her. She should take the hint. Second, he noticed Su Jin showed no warmth to the family, but seemed different towards Su Xingyan. To Su Jin, this difference was the admiration of a senior for a junior. As the Red Lotus ancestor, her eons of life made even Su Muchuan seem like a younger generation. Su Muchuan, of course, didn't understand his mind was full of schemes and maximizing gain. Su Jin shook her head. "I dare not call you big sister. If I did, you'd have me sign the withdrawal agreement right after." Su Rulan instigated Su Yanli bribed a corrupt teacher, and after I entered the holographic training room, illegally adjusted the training level to a grade. I called for help multiple times during the session, but no one responded. Eventually, I collapsed from exhaustion into a near-death state, and the school doctor nearly dissected me, stripping all my organs. As my father, instead of disciplining the two murderers, you only pressured me to sign a settlement. After briefly recounting her ordeal to the 370 viewers in the live stream, Su Jin turned to Su Xingyan. "Sorry, Colonel Su, I dare not call you big sister. I'm afraid this devouring Su family will gnaw me down to the bone." Su Xingmian's expression at that moment was like the third emoji in your collection, identical to the 400 people silently eating popcorn in the live stream. "Father." Su Xingyan felt she might have been away from home too long. How had the family become like this? Wasn't it supposed to be a harmonious scene of filial piety and joy? "Sister, how can you speak of father that way? He's doing it for the Su family." Su Rulan had finally suppressed her inner fear and analyzed the situation. She realized she couldn't escape. Hu Xiuru wouldn't help her. Su Xingyan would be back at the Legion in at most 3 days. Su Yanli was already estranged from her, and Su Yueqing was just a decoration, the pampered youngest daughter of the Su family. In reality, she was utterly alone, like a weed by the roadside. Su Jin raised an eyebrow. That little white lotus was indeed quite calculating, managing to overcome her psychological barriers and take a stand in such a short time. She was certainly a character. She was the only one among the Su siblings who had truly inherited Su Muchuan's essence. If you say that, then all the Su family must go to any lengths to cover up their filth. By that logic, does old General Su Zhe agree? At the mention of Su Zhe, Su Muchuan could no longer remain seated. Nonsense. The main branch is one thing, the second branch another. The orphan line of Su Zhe has always been raised by our Su family. With those words, Su Muchuan had sealed his own doom. In that moment, before the 430 viewers in the live stream, he had cast aside Su Zhe's lineage, positioning himself as the rightful heir of the Su family. Su Xingyan could hardly believe that these words came from Su Muchuan's mouth. In the Su family, the one she respected most was granduncle Su Zhe. Because she was a daughter, despite her exceptional talent, she was never listed among the Su family's heirs, so Su Muchuan had never given her much guidance. Her own grandfather Su Chen treated her with indifference. Looking back, it was Su Zhe and Su Qinghuai who had guided her most along life's path. Thus, she graduated with outstanding results, was accepted into her long-admired First Legion, and became a core force in the fight against the Zerg. Now, hearing Su Muchuan's eagerness to distance himself from the main branch, Su Xingyan finally believed that the rumors online were not unfounded. Su Muchuan dared to say this only with Su Qin's approval, meaning the rift between the main and second branches had long festered. Then Su Rulan's bullying of Su Yueqing and her frequent swindling of pocket money were tacitly permitted. How dare they? Father, how can you say that? Our Su family is one. Su Xingyan had joined the First Legion at 21, spending little time with her family since. Every return was filled with harmony, never imagining the Su family would come to this. Becoming a laughingstock on the Starnet. Su Muchuan glanced at his eldest daughter now approaching. The child had grown her wings too strong, increasingly hard to control. Xingyan family matters are too complicated to explain in a few words. Don't interfere. Just do your duty, and in the future do your best to assist your brother Su Yanli in bringing glory to the Su family. Su Xingyan had always known that born a woman, she had not become the healer her father wished for, but a warrior of higher rank than her brother. Thus her lifelong mission was to aid Su Yanli and elevate the Su family. But why should I? Su Xingyan, a 2th-level warrior, a colonel in the First Legion, leading an unstoppable close combat unit. They are the ones who bear the burden, ensuring the Empire's prosperity and stability. And Su Yanli, what is he? A brainless beast who, with the help of his mistress daughter, harms his own sister. Just because he shares your blood, and you'd go so far as to harm your own flesh and blood, you'd pour the entire family's resources into supporting him. Is he worthy? Su Xingyan stared at Su Jin in astonishment. How did she know her thoughts? Every word struck a chord, but she could never voice them. She was Su Xingyan, the eldest daughter of the Su family. Yet she also held another identity, a colonel in the First Legion. Her every word and action had to align with that role, never bringing shame to the Legion. Su Jin had voiced what she had long wanted to say, but dared not. But the mistress daughter, was she referring to Su Rulan? A girl from the frontier truly lacks class. Do you think our eldest sister is like you? Su Rulan was desperately trying to salvage her position in the Su family, especially ensuring Su Xingyan didn't grow suspicious. She needed Su Xingyan's recommendation to enter the First Legion as a healer. Su Xingyan couldn't answer, but fortunately she didn't have to. Su Jin wasted no more words, stepping forward and slapping Su Rulan across the face. She had wanted to do this for a long time. That little white lotus had a mouth just begging for a slap. Su Rulan let herself fall onto the sofa, hand over her cheek, tears streaming as she stared at the doorway. Su Yanli, without even changing his shoes, rushed over in a single bound, helped Su Rulan up, and without a word raised his hand to strike Su Jin. But his raised arm was caught by Su Xingyan. As the only son of the Su family, no one dared defy his will at home, except Su Muchuan and Su Chun. Yet at this moment, meeting his elder sister's gaze, he instantly backed down. Seeing Su Xingyan seemingly siding with Su Jin, Su Muchuan slammed the table. What's this? Everyone sit down. Su Xingyan released Su Yanli's wrist, and all 4 siblings took their seats on the sofa. Su Jin, holding her ragdoll cat, sat alone on the chaise lounge, clearly set apart from both Su Muchuan and her peers, the 4 Su siblings. Su Muchuan's gaze swept over everyone before settling on Su Yanli. Yanli, adjusting the test levels was your mistake. Your father knows you meant well, trying to help your sister improve her abilities quickly, but the results backfired. Apologize to your sister now, and let this be done. Siblings shouldn't hold grudges. Su Jin's worldview was shattered once again. Su Muchuan had no shame left. If the livestream chat hadn't been muted, it would have been in chaos. Su Yanli pouted, far from convinced. But he dared neither defy his father nor gamble with his future. After a long pause, he grudgingly apologized to Su Jin, though his words stung. Sorry, I didn't expect you to be so weak. You'll remember next time. The first part implied your death is your own weakness, what's it to me? The second part meant just wait, I'll finish you next time. Yet Su Muchuan made no effort to correct this attitude. All right, Su Jin. Yanli has apologized. As I said, sign this, and you'll be the 3rd miss of the Su family. Come on, sign. Su Jin stared at Su Muchuan like he was a fool. I told you I won't. Sign. Suppressing his rage, Su Muchuan still placed the document before Su Jin, his fingers tapping heavily on the coffee table. Sign it, or the ragdoll cat in your arms will be shattered today. As he spoke, a tawny jackal appeared behind him, its sinister eyes a mirror of his own. No. Almost the moment the jackal appeared, a red-crowned crane stepped out from beside Su Xingyan, shielding Su Jin. Before Su Muchuan's jackal could even bare its claws, it was forced back into his spiritual sea by the pressure of a 2th-level being, cowering and trembling violently. Su Muchuan was fuming. Xingyan, how dare you use your spiritual beast to intimidate your father? With the jackal driven back, Su Xingyan retracted Ziwei. In her urgency, she had acted to stop her father from harming Su Jin. This was the first time in years she had summoned her spiritual beast at home. Don't flatter yourself. Father, are you worthy? Who erased their own daughter's talent and swapped her at birth with a mistress child. Father, you're not fit to be called that. This infuriated Su Muchuan. He stepped forward and raised his hand to slap Su Jin. Su Xingyan could stop Su Yanli from hitting Su Jin and could release her spiritual entity to block Su Muchuan's spiritual entity from attacking Su Jin. But she could not stop Su Muchuan from hitting Su Jin, for in her heart, Su Muchuan was still her father. Father, you. At the critical moment, the ragdoll cat in Su Jin's arms stepped forward, its soft pink paw rapidly enlarging as it touched the ground. The fluffy fur gradually lengthened, the drooping cat ears stood erect, and with a long roar its slender fangs gleamed with a cold, sharp light. As the small, adorable creature grew, it was draped from head to tail in a fine halo of starry radiance, sparkling and dazzling. When a majestic snow leopard stood before Su Jin, the entire Su family seemed to freeze. Su Jin, you are quite the show-off. Su Muchuan, this is Su Xingyan Yaowang. No wonder she had felt such familiarity with the ragdoll cat's aura. Su Yanli, impossible, absolutely impossible. Su Roland, that's Chu Hangxiu's spiritual entity. Su Yueching, so cool. Hu Shueru, crouching in the second-floor room and watching through the crack in the door. Su Muchuan's slap ultimately never landed, not only because Yao Wang was watching menacingly, but also because the butler entered to announce that Chu Hanxiao, the general commander of the 1st Legion, had arrived with Lieutenant General Shen Guangwei and Lieutenant General Lin Yu. Su Muchuan sensed trouble, but he had no choice but to go out and welcome them. Not only him, but even Hu Shueru, who had been feigning illness, got out of bed and, supported by Su Yueching, went to the door to greet Chu Hanxiao. Although this legendary commander of the empire arrived suddenly, everyone assumed it was a routine home visit because Su Xingyan had returned today. This was a necessary duty for high-ranking members of the Imperial Legion to comfort the families of soldiers, offering encouragement and commendation. After all, only with peace at home could the front lines fight with peace of mind. Su Jin watched everyone file out, yet remained seated as steady as a mountain, staring wide-eyed at Yao Guang, who had just raised its paw to block the attack for her. She finally made the connection, realizing that Yao Guang was Chu Hangxiu's spiritual entity, the snow leopard. Bubo, how could you deceive me? The spiritual entity could not speak, but over the past few days with Su Jin, Yao Guang had discovered she loved petting cats. So the majestic snow leopard in the blink of an eye transformed back into a ragdoll cat. And to help Su Jin calm down and forget the deception, Yao Guang shrank itself into the form of a tiny milk-like ragdoll kitten. Small, soft, fluffy, with 4 wobbly little legs, as it toddled towards Su Jin, the hearts of 4 of his onlookers in the live stream melted. Meow Fan Wenhua had no doubt that if she turned off the mute function, the screen would be flooded with "Come here, and he wants to hold you." Su Jin ultimately couldn't resist, charmed into temporarily foregoing settling scores with the snow leopard. What ill intentions could a spiritual entity have? It was all its master's fault. Chu Hanxiao, the villain, sensed Yeagang's change, and even the tips of his ears reddened. This spiritual entity was truly beyond saving. It was just too unfair. But in the next second, Yao Guang was back in Su Jin's arms, embraced in warmth and softness. Chu Hanxiao raised an eyebrow, realizing this trick of Yeagang's really worked. From now on, if he ever accidentally angered his wife, he could send Yao Guang to soothe her. Thinking this, Chu Hangxiu's mind suddenly sounded an alarm. Was he being influenced by Yao Guang? Why would such a thought suddenly arise? In his past life, he had lived and died alone, never knowing love. In this life, he was irresistibly drawn to Su Jin, and even his spiritual entity had betrayed him, falling into her embrace. Could this be what they call fate? Su Muchuan, almost trembling with fear, invited Chu Hanxiao and his party into the reception hall. Then everyone was stunned. Yao Guang, which had been in snow leopard form moments ago, was now perched on Su Jin's shoulder as a tiny kitten. Its small head tilted against Su Jin's ear, its fluffy tail sweeping back and forth across her back. The one and the cat sat gracefully on the chaise lounge, their presence in perfect harmony. Shen Guangwei, who had been quietly watching the livestream, was at a loss for words. Chu Hangxiu's fearsome reputation, forged through years of bloodshed, had been thoroughly ruined by Yao Guang. The divine-armored Chu Hanxiao paired with the playful, adorable snow leopard. Absolutely perfect. Seeing Chu Hangxiu's gaze fall on Su Jin, Su Rulan, unwilling to accept it, pushed Su Yueching forward. Sister Yueching, haven't you always told me you admire the commander? Now that you've finally met him, why are you silent? Su Yueching was pushed forward in confusion. When had she ever said she admired Chu Hanxiao? She only thought Yao Guang was cool. Su Yueching enjoyed interacting with spiritual entities and often volunteered at the 1st Legion's Fenglan Villa in her spare time. Fenglan Villa housed many wounded soldiers from the 1st Legion, most of whom had damaged spiritual seas and couldn't fight for a while. One of Su Yueching's duties was to care for these heroes' companions when the soldiers were unconscious and unable to recall their spiritual entities. Thus, she felt closer to spiritual entities, and through this connection, she had seen Yao Guang from a distance once or twice. The white snow leopard stood beside the young commander, majestic and awe-inspiring. Completely different from the kitten before her now. Chu Hangxiu's gaze briefly moved to Su Yueqing, skimming over her like a dragonfly, touching water, then returned to Su Jin. I'm here to inquire about the Su family's bullying and mistreatment of a hero's orphan. Chu Hanxiao dispensed with all pleasantries and went straight to the point. As Chu Hanxiao sized her up, Su Jin was also appraising him. He wore a general's uniform, black military boots, and white gloves. His figure was tall and slender, his features sharp, his eyes deep. Those ice blue eyes, identical to Yeagang's, seemed to hold the starry sea, clear and bright, yet impossible to see through at a glance. Su Jin prided herself on having seen many people and not being easily captivated by human appearances, but she had to admit that Chu Hanxiao was indeed very handsome. His aura was different from ordinary people. It was the fortitude forged from battlefield bloodshed and the smoke of war. In fact, Aluo was also handsome, but his handsomeness was superficial, relying solely on a good-looking exterior. Chu Hanxiao was different. The handsomeness behind him carried the confidence of one who had fought and conquered. Thus he exuded a natural, commanding presence that could not be underestimated. A misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. They were just playing around like sisters. Hu Xiueru had no choice but to step forward and speak at this moment. She desperately did not want her daughter to be involved. Su Yueqing had already lost her talent. She could not afford to lose her current status now. Once an investigation into the bullying of a hero's orphan began, it would implicate too many people, and the events of that year might be exposed. By then, Su Yueqing would lose her identity as a hero's orphan and her engagement to Chu Hanxiao. How could she survive in the ruthless Su family? Yes, it's a misunderstanding. Actually, all that money was voluntarily given to me by Sister Yueqing. Every time afraid I wouldn't take it, she even wrote IOUs. The implication was that Su Yueqing was cheap, Su Yueqing was foolish, and Su Yueqing insisted on giving her money. Is that so? Then please, Miss Su, produce the evidence. This time it was Lin Yu who spoke. Su Rulan never expected to be asked for proof, but having already spoken, she had no choice but to comply. When Lin Yu took the promissory note slightly over an inch thick from Su Rulan's hand, his expression grew complicated as he looked at Su Yueqing. Was this girl truly this naive? Was the commander obligated to marry her? Even if the family possessed mountains of gold and silver, it wouldn't be enough for her to give away. Lin Yu flipped through the notes. The earliest was signed when Su Yueqing was 8, and the latest just last month. According to the records, Su Rulan had been taking money from Su Yueqing almost every month since she was 8. Sometimes a few thousand, sometimes tens of thousands without any hesitation. But surely there were many more undocumented instances. Lin Yu approached Su Yueqing, spreading the notes in his hand, and asked, Miss Su, were you willing every time? Su Yueqing didn't look at Su Rulan, but turned her gaze to Hu Xiueru, nervously clutching her clothes, unsure how to respond. Hu Xiueru hadn't expected Su Rulan to have taken so much money from Su Yueqing so quietly. Now she was caught in a dilemma, realizing that whatever Su Yueqing answered, the military would investigate further. Even if Su Yueqing had signed, she was underage at the time, and according to interstellar law, she was considered a person without legal capacity. These notes were essentially invalid. But Hu Xiueru still had to put on a show. At that moment, with Su Yueqing staring at her, she became the target of everyone's scrutiny. The military would not believe it was because she treated Su Yueqing well that the girl sought her guidance in desperation. On the contrary, everyone would think she was Su Rulan's mother, orchestrating from behind the scenes for Su Rulan to extort money from Su Yueqing. This was truly a reversal of heaven and earth. Slap. Without warning, Su Rulan received her second slap of the day, one side of her face already swelling. Mother, what are you doing? Su Yanli was still defending Su Rulan. Isn't there a note? It wasn't coercion, Su Yueqing gave it willingly. Everyone present except Su Yueqing thought Su Yanli's mind was addled. He still couldn't see the situation clearly at this point. Su Jin curled her lips. Speaking of which, Su Rulan and Su Yueqing, like me, haven't had their 18th birthdays yet. So for Su Rulan to succeed so many times, it seems you as her brother have been backing her up. She was there to stir the pot. Su Yanli wanted to retort, but was stopped by a wave of Su Michuan's hand. He couldn't let this wastrel speak anymore, as every word only made things worse. It's all just a joke among the children. The Su family has no intention of withholding the hero's pension. I've been too busy and neglected oversight. Fortunately, we have these notes. Consider them as loans from Rulan to Yueqing. As her father, I will naturally repay double. Su Michuan was trying to sacrifice the pawn to save the king. Unexpectedly, Chu Hanxiao turned his gaze to Su Xingyan. As the eldest sister, what do you know? Su Xingyan was completely stunned. She knew nothing. I'm not sure. Su Xingyan answered truthfully. Su Michuan's forehead was beaded with sweat. Indeed, Su Xingyan was unaware of this, and she must not be implicated. Xingyan has been stationed at the frontier all these years with little time at home. She never inquired about family matters. The one who spoke first was Su Chuan, who lived in the back courtyard. Being old, the steward had informed him late, and he needed time to change into proper attire, hence his delay. So you all mean to say that neither Xingyan nor any of you knew whether Su Yueqing suffered any other harm besides financial loss? Lin Ye's question was sinister, and the Su family exchanged bewildered glances, none understanding. Finally, Su Chen stepped forward. Ever since my elder brother entrusted the child to me, our Su family may not have provided lavish meals, but we have done our utmost to care for her. May I ask Lieutenant General Lin, why do you say this? When Lin Yu brought out a light brain and projected a hospital surgery record via hologram, Hu Xiaoru was utterly shocked. She had done this very secretly using neither Su Yuking's real name nor any renowned imperial hospital. Even because an expensive advanced treatment pod was used, Su Yueqing herself was unaware that she had undergone a spleen transplant surgery. Hu Xiaoru had lied to Su Yueqing, saying it was just to remove a cyst. This is... Su Chun didn't see any Su family member's name on the report, but he instinctively knew it was related to Su Yueqing. Lin Yu then retrieved surveillance footage of Hu Xiaoru taking Su Yueqing in and out of a private hospital, along with a medical record from when Su Yueqing had chickenpox as a child. Both records contained blood type and DNA sequence information, which was irrefutable. Based on the above evidence, we suspect Su Yueqing may have also suffered physical or mental bullying, abuse, or confinement. Su Chen's body swayed. The surveillance footage showed the hospital's logo, and having lived over 100 years, he knew exactly what kind of establishment it was. Daughter-in-law, explain what you took Yueqing there for. Hu Zura's mind raced as she knew she could no longer conceal the truth. Her lips trembling, it took a long while before she spoke. It's my fault. I failed to teach Ruland properly. She, being a grade A therapist, looked down on everyone, including Su Yueqing. She often bullied Yueqing. When I tried to intervene, I would be scolded by Su Muchuan. Ruland is his youngest daughter, and he dotes on her. This time, it's because Ruland accidentally injured Yueqing with a fruit knife, damaging her spleen. I was selfish and I deserved to die. I feared that if my father-in-law and husband found out, Ruland would be beaten. So I took Yueqing to a private hospital for a spleen transplant. As she spoke, Hu Xiaoru held Su Yuking's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face. Su Yueqing hung her head, not knowing why Hu Xiaoru was saying this, but she still did not refute. Su Ruland's eyes widened as she shook her head frantically. I didn't. Mother, how can you frame me? Not only Su Ruland, but even Su Yanli, Su Xingyan, Su Chen, Su Muchuan, and even Su Jin were utterly astonished. Shun Guangwei and Lin Yu had also never seen such sordid affairs among the wealthy. Only Chu Hanxiao understood that Hu Xiaoru was making a final desperate attempt to protect Su Yuking's position. You still deny it. On the day Yueqing was injured, your hands were covered in blood as you ran into the parlor. The servants and the steward all saw it. Su Ruland was numb. That wasn't because she had injured Su Yueqing, but because she had witnessed her mother's death, causing her first menstruation to be frightened away. When it came later than for other girls, she didn't know how to handle it, and in fear mustered the courage to seek Hu Xiaoru. She hadn't expected Hu Xiaoru to have accounted for even this. So she had long known that Su Ruland was not her daughter, yet her treatment of Su Jin was neither warm nor cold. Was it to protect Su Jin? Chu Hanxiao naturally wouldn't let Hu Xiaoru gloss things over so easily. So the Su family's bullying of military dependents and abuse of a hero's orphan are facts. I will truthfully report this to the Imperial Military Court. Until a verdict is reached, none of you except Su Xingyan may leave the capital star. Su Chun couldn't withstand such a blow. His body swayed twice before he sank onto the sofa. The Su family had indeed become sinners. I didn't do it. Su Ruland, who had always been the one to wrong others, tasted the bitterness of being falsely accused for the first time. And such a heavy burden. She could not bear it. Brother, you're with me every day. You know I never harmed Su Yueqing. As Su Yanli was about to speak up in Su Ruland's defense, a hand shot out from an unexpected angle and struck Su Ruland across the face. Su Muchuan had always known that his son doted on his daughter. For a time, he felt a sense of pride. Though they were not born of the same mother, their bond was strong. But now he could no longer smile. If Su Ruland's bullying of Su Yueqing ended here, the Su family would only lose Su Ruland. If Su Yanli got involved now, they would lose too. His son might be foolish, but he was his only son. Starting over at this point would be too late. Thus he had to protect Su Yanli. Father Wu. Su Ruland had been struck first by Su Jin, then by Hu Xiaoru, and now by Su Muchuan. The entire family had taken turns hitting her, all in perfect order. Her face was beyond recognition. Since no one was left-handed, every blow landed on her left cheek, swelling her eye shut until it was nothing but a slit. It's all because of your greed for vanity. I give you plenty of allowance. How could you still stoop to stealing from Yueqing? Su Muchuan had already decided to sacrifice Su Ruland. At this point, the Su family was doomed to bear the stigma of mistreating a hero's orphan. But the question was how to bear it. Su Ruland was still a minor. Her actions could be dismissed as youthful ignorance. Hu Zura's indulgence of her daughter and his own failure as a father were not insurmountable issues. After all, though Su Yueqing had been injured, she had received timely treatment and was not in danger of losing her life. He would compensate her double for the money. As for Su Ruland, she was an A-grade therapist, the Empire's scarcest resource. With proper maneuvering, this stain would soon be forgotten. True to his wolfish nature, Su Muchuan had already mapped out an escape route for himself and Su Rulan within seconds. At that moment, he had no time to ponder whether Su Rulan had truly harmed Su Yueqing. However, Lin Yu retrieved the medical records from the private hospital where Su Yueqing under the alias Hu Ye had undergone surgery. The records don't mention any spleen injury and the replacement spleen was prepared in advance. Hu Shiuru had never foreseen this day, so she hadn't tampered with the records. Now she was left speechless. Su Rulan, however, perked up. I told you it wasn't me. I never hurt Su Yueqing. Su Muchuan was now bewildered. Hu Shiuru, what is going on? Hu Shiuru knew it was over, but she clung to a sliver of hope. Believing that speaking more would only lead to more mistakes, she clenched her jaw and remained silent. Su Muchuan flew into a rage, raising his hand to strike Hu Shiuru, but Su Yueqing rushed forward to shield her. At this critical juncture, if Su Muchuan struck Su Yueqing in front of Chu Hanxiao, it would be impossible to explain. Yueqing, tell me what really happened. Su Yueqing looked at Hu Shiuru, puzzled as to why her aunt wouldn't tell the truth, and instead framed her own daughter. Then she turned to Su Rulan, who was sobbing with her face buried in her hands. Auntie said I had a cyst on my spleen that needed to be removed. Everyone present knew that Su Yueqing was telling the truth, and they were equally baffled as to why Hu Shiuru would lie, even going so far as to slander her own daughter. Hu Shiuru closed her eyes, determined to hold out a little longer. But then Chu Hanxiao moved. After the Battle of Qiwanswell Star, General Su Ze's mental sea shattered, and he has never woken. In accordance with imperial law, I used a primary key to access his optical computer and read the old general's last will. It stated that because his granddaughter possessed extraordinary talent to protect her from harm at the hands of petty villains, he personally sealed her mental sea. The seal would automatically dissolve on her 18th birthday. But when I entered, I examined Su Yueqing's mental sea. It was riddled with scars. That was no seal, it was talent erasure. So which of you did it? Su Yueqing's eyes widened. This was the first time she had heard the truth of what had happened. Hu Shiuru was drained of her last ounce of strength, collapsing limply onto the sofa. She knew it was over. If this matter remained unresolved, Chu Hanxiao would not let it go. Su Jin, hearing the word seal, felt a bolt of lightning strike her mind. No way. Could it be this melodramatic? Even novels wouldn't dare write this. The others listened, their hearts trembling with fear. In the live stream, the 51000 spectators held their breath in unison. Today they were like hedgehogs in a melon patch, unable to lie down even when stuffed full. As Chu Hanxiao spoke, he released a targeted 3-level pressure. Su Chen and Su Muchuan were forced to one knee, unable to move. It wasn't us. Yueqing was like this when she was sent back. I heard she was ambushed on the way. Before Su Chen could finish, Chu Hanxiao cut him off. General Su Ze was a 2-level warrior who could see through his seal. And if they couldn't, why would they go to the trouble of attacking a child with no mental power, risking the wrath of the entire 2nd Legion? Moreover, before I came, I questioned the veterans who escorted her that year. There were no incidents on the road. No incidents on the road. Su Chen's heart pounded like a drum. Su Muchuan's eyes bulged with fury as a terrible possibility dawned on him. His gray-blue eyes snapped towards Su Jin, filled with disbelief. Then he turned to Hu Shiuru, his face contorted with rage. Hu Shiuru too had come to a realization. Let me speak. No, shut up. Su Muchuan knelt on the ground, frantic. He couldn't let Hu Shiuru speak. If she did, the Su family would be finished. He wanted to tell Hu Shiuru not to act rashly, to think of her children. Su Xingyan, Su Yanli. Su Yueqing wasn't her only child. Yet in the next second of his roar, he found himself suddenly mute. His lips felt glued together, unable to produce a sound. Su Muchuan shook his head wildly for a moment before turning to Su Jin in terror. Su Yanli had once told him that Su Jin had silenced him, and it felt terrible. Su Jin had no mental power. Did she practice magic? Su Muchuan refused to believe Su Jin could use magic. The Empire had no wizards, so he had scolded Su Yanli harshly, believing his son was lying. But now he had personally experienced this fear of being dominated. Su Yueqing is not the eldest branch's granddaughter. She is my daughter. Su Rulan is not my daughter. She is the bastard child of Su Muchuan and his mistress. With Su Muchuan's noise silenced, Hu Shiuru began to recount the truth of that year. No one noticed Su Muchuan's distress except Chu Hanxiao, who saw through Yao Guang's eyes that Su Jin had raised a finger. What power was this? Hadn't her seal not yet been broken? Hu Shiuru narrated the truth of those years in a calm voice. She discovered her husband's infidelity when she was over 8 months pregnant. Du Leiden, believing she had the upper hand, approached Hu Shiuru on her own accord. Chuan Gu and I are true loves. He married you only for family interests. He has no feelings for you. Hu Shiuru was no romantic fool. She had married Su Muchuan for family interest as well. Yet years of companionship and the illusion of a happy family with children had made her forget that their union was merely a performance. Du Leiden's reminder brought it all back. Seeing the other woman's belly as large as her own, Hu Shiuru felt a chill down her spine. What do you want? Hu Shiuru asked. Du Leiden smiled. What do I want? Of course I want to be Madam Su. I'm here to offer you a way out. If you leave willingly, you may live a long life, or otherwise. Du Leiden didn't finish her sentence, but Hushiru understood. So from that day on she became vigilant. I must thank that bitch. If not for her, I wouldn't have been so cautious pouring away cup after cup of poisoned bedtime milk. Bribing the anesthesiologist and the attending physician to use an advanced medical pod, yet my recovery was still too slow. I only had time to swap the daughter, but not to prevent her biological father from erasing her talent. Every word Hushiru spoke pointed at Su Muchuan. I had Du Leiden kidnapped and thrown into the black market's Chiga, but Su Muchuan was the one who killed her. His daughter with the mistress, Su Rulan, witnessed it. After clarifying the entire sequence of events, Hushiru looked at Su Jin. You should thank me. If I hadn't been desperate and swapped you with Su Yueching, Su Chun would have erased your talent too. He's afraid of being controlled for 3 generations with no way out. Hushiru no longer pretended. There was no need. She had planned to say these words on Su Rulan's birthday, inviting journalists and all the dignitaries to witness the collapse of the Su family. What a pity. Revealing the truth this way would bring punishment to the villains, but it wasn't enough. Chu Hanxiao wouldn't disclose the details of the incident. No one would know what she had endured. No one. Xingyan Yanli, you are both adults now. Whether you choose to stay with the Su family or return with me to the Hu family, it's up to you. Yueching is still a minor, so she must come with me. I won't feel at ease leaving her in the Su family. At this point, everyone understood that Hushiru was going to divorce Su Muchuan. And Su Muchuan's crimes, murder, erasing talents, abusing minors, manipulating and coercing Su Jin into signing a settlement, would all come at a cost. Su Chun had no blood on his hands, but in the parliamentary election 2 years later, he would surely have no seat. The second branch of the Su family had lost its power. Mother will go with you. Su Xingyan was the first to respond. She was disgusted by her father's actions and had no desire to stay in such a Su family. Mother, why? Why did you do this? Rulan has called you mother for so many years. How could you abandon her? Hearing Su Yanli's words, Hushiru paused, then smiled. Like father, like son. Indeed, Su Yanli, you are Su Muchuan's son, shameless, just like him. After speaking, Hushiru took her 2 daughters' hands and turned to leave. Wait. Su Jin called out to Hushiru. Just moments before, while Hushiru was stating the facts, Su Jin had Fan Wenhua enable the mute function. According to Xingbo's live streaming regulations, even in complete silence, a broadcast reaching 500 viewers would make it onto the trending list. Since the matter was nearing its end, why not harvest some faith energy and make good use of this popularity? So Fan Wenhua, overwhelmed by the gossip, drank water to calm herself while opening the live stream's comment function. Instantly, a torrent of bullet comments surged in, scrolling faster than a windmill. Madam Hu, you seem to have more to say. I see regret in your eyes. Su Jin said, casting the live stream interface from his light brain onto the wall of the reception area. Seeing the 7-digit number constantly rolling in the upper right corner, Huzuris' eyes lit up. You've been broadcasting ever since you came in? Su Jin nodded and then shook his head. More precisely, I started broadcasting from the moment I boarded the starship. Hearing Su Jin's words, Su Rulan, whose face was already swollen like a pig's head, struggled to open her eyes wide, tears streaming down like broken pearls. Su Jin'll kill you. Su Rulan tried to charge forward, but before she could take a step, Su Xingyan pinned her to the ground. The filth of the second branch had affected Su Jin for 18 years. She couldn't let him be harmed again. Otherwise, how could she face the teachings of grandfather and uncle? Seeing Su Rulan crying, Su Yanli wanted to help, but was stopped by a single look from Su Xingyan. He feared his eldest sister. She was too strong. Su Jin looked down at Su Rulan for a moment. You've already killed me once. The original body had died in the holographic projection training room. Su Rulan was the mastermind, Su Yanli the accomplice. They both had to be punished. I'm so angry I could kill someone. There's no one good in the second branch except Su Xingyan. A live stream with 1 million viewers, and I actually got to see this. You have no idea. When comments were disabled, I wrote a 5,000-word essay in my light brain's notepad. I feel like this drama isn't over yet. Friendly reminder, follow the streamer. Latecomers can watch the replay. Stay tuned for more exciting updates. Amid the bustling comments from the live stream audience, highlighted prompts from the admin appeared. Within 3 minutes of opening the floodgates, Su Jin's Xinghua followers soared to 3 million. A surge of immense faith energy washed over Su Jin, leaving him tipsy for a few seconds before returning to normal. What a thrill. And true to form, Hushiru did not disappoint. I know one more secret about Su Muchuan that no one else knows. As she spoke, Huzuris' face bore the excitement of imminent revenge, and she even cast a pitying glance at Su Chun. Su Chen's temples were already gray, and that single look nearly gave him a heart attack. That damned Su Muchuan. How many more handles did this woman hold against him? Then he heard the death knell for the second branch of the Su family. 18 years ago, Su Qinghuai should not have died on the battlefield. Su Muchuan, out of jealousy for his brother, bribed a mechanic in the black market to tamper with Su Qinghuai's mecha. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Even Chu Hanxiao, who had been ready to watch from the sidelines, stood up. In her past life, Hushiru had never mentioned Su Qinghui's death. This was no mere squabble among the Su children, it was the grave crime of murdering a colonel. If Su Qinghui hadn't self-destructed, taking the Zerg with him, the defeat in that battle could have cost a third of humanity their lives to the Zerg. The mistake Su Muchuan made for his own selfish interests was tantamount to mass murder. Su Qin, after all, was somewhat advanced in years. The shadow of 2 generations being dominated by the main branch had yet to dissipate, and now it dealt him a fatal blow. Unable to withstand such a tremendous shock, he collapsed, spitting blood, and fell into a faint. The silencing spell had a time limit, and Su Muchuan was just then able to speak. He let out a loud cry, not calling for his father, nor cursing Su Jin, but urging Su Rulan. Rulan, quickly heal your grandfather. Su Muchuan's eyes were bloodshot, his stare, making Su Rulan shudder, but she quickly realized her father was trying to save her. For nearly all present were warriors. Among the only 4 healers, Hushiru was crank, Su Yuking's spiritual C was damaged, Su Jin's spiritual C was sealed, and only Su Rulan was a rank healer. A small white flower rose above Su Rulan's head, emitting a holy white light, flickering as it moved to hover over Su Chen. An endless stream of healing spiritual power helped clear Su Chen's meridians, regulate his breath, and stabilize his heartbeat. After about 5 minutes, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. The work that should have been done by a medical pod was stolen by the little white flower. Su Jin truly admired Su Muchuan's ability to adapt on the spot. The live broadcast was a double-edged sword. Millions of Star citizens witnessed Huzur's words, and at the same time, Su Rulan's spiritual power. This would play a positive role in a lighter verdict when the subsequent events were adjudicated. Seeing Su Chen awake, Lin Yu steered the conversation back to the murder case of Su Qinghui. Madam, what you just said is of great importance. Do you have evidence? Huzur's expression was calm and composed. She was neither unsettled by Su Chen's collapse nor affected by Su Muchuan instructing Su Rulan to treat him. Of course I do. Back then, Du Leiden couldn't stay in Chiga any longer, so she sent someone to tell me she knew a secret of Su Muchuan's and wanted to use it as leverage for me to let her go. I had her brought to the church, and I took Su Rulan with me, letting her see us from afar. Du Leiden was a clever woman if she understood my meaning. Her daughter was in my hands. Killing Su Rulan would have been easy for me. So that's how I learned the truth of Su Qinghui's death. It turns out I still overestimated Su Muchuan. He never loved Du Leiden. The reason he searched for 11 years was that the person who tampered with Su Qinghui's mecha was Du Leiden's brother, Du Shuefu. After Du Shuefu succeeded, Su Muchuan had him killed. Du Leiden knew she couldn't just wait to die, or she would be next. So she took the evidence her brother left behind and approached Su Muchuan, threatening him that he must make her his wife. She was pitiful. She still underestimated Su Muchuan's cruelty. To let Du Leiden become his wife and obtain that evidence, Su Muchuan began poisoning my milk. Hushiru sighed at the end, turning to Su Rulan. That night, you heard Su Muchuan, his face covered in blood, say, to Du Leiden, you living will be a lifelong stain on Rulan. Were you still touched? Ha, Su Muchuan knew you were watching long ago, so he said it deliberately for you to hear. You were just another pawn of his. The fault lies in me being only a crank healer. If I were Brank like Du Leiden, I would have gone to the front lines, not married, and certainly not given birth to Su Yueqing, who is only Brank. Su Rulan, if you had been Brank back then, and Yueqing was a rank, what do you think would have happened? Su Rulan shook her head frantically. She knew exactly what would have happened. The child whose talent was erased would have been her, but she dared not think about it. Finally, from the interlayer of a small Buddha's hand citron flower pot in the greenhouse, Hushiru retrieved the evidence of the truth from back then. The blood debt sealed for 18 years was finally exposed under the blazing sun. The live stream was ultimately shut down. Su Chun was after all a core member of the parliament. This was the Su family's affair, but also the parliament scandal. However, before the stream was closed, the parliament sent a message to Chu Hanxiao. Chu Hanxiao held his light brain and asked Su Jin if it was okay. Su Jin was still a bit dazed. She was not the daughter of Su Muchuan and Hushiru. This was truly good news, otherwise, even if she were not the original person, she would find it utterly nauseating. But the original Boda's father had died, too tragically, too pathetically. The dark side of human nature once again chilled Su Jin's heart. Su Zhe still lay unconscious in his hospital bed. If the old man learned what his son and granddaughter had experienced, would he still have the courage to command thousands of troops and fight for humanity? When Chu Hanxiao asked if she was willing to end the live stream, Su Jin nodded. Everything that needed to be done today was done. It was time to end it. So just as the parliament was waiting for Chu Hanxiao's reply, ready to cut the stream, the next second Su Jin's live room went black. She had logged off herself. Sensing Su Jin's bad mood, Yao Guang tilted its head and squeezed into her arms, its sapphire-like eyes meeting hers. The next second, the little kitten softly placed its fuzzy head against Su Jin's left chest, its tiny claws grabbing her collar and patting her gently. Su Jin was instantly amused. And that was the final image before the stream went black. After it went dark, over 1 million viewers were released into the wild. With no constraints whatsoever, trending topics exploded one after another. Remove Suchin, Sumuchuan should be exiled and torn apart in deep space, pity old man Suze, Shimon don't cry, Sujin don't cry, scheming bitch Solan, idiot Xianli, I'm shipping it, secretly sprinkling sugar, Hushir is so patient, support legislation to punish mistresses, mourn Su Qinghuai, Su family second branch get out of capital star, cute and cuddly snow leopard. In short, the top 3 pages of trending topics were all about recording screenshots, text analyses, and deep dive posts from this million-viewer live stream. Afterward, Hushiru took Su Xingyan and Su Yiqing back to the Hu family. Su Muchuan was taken away by the Star Police for investigation. Su Yanli's punishment was set in stone and unavoidable. Even if he graduated with outstanding grades, no legion would ever accept him. As for Su Qin's official position, on the way to Fenglan Bun to visit Old Man, Su Zhe Chuhanxiao had already battled it out with the parliament. He had to be removed. The parliament also knew the matter was grave and dared not shield him excessively. However, because Su Rulan had displayed her rank-healing spiritual power in front of millions of netizens, although she was also widely cursed as a scheming bitch, she faced no further punishment. Su Jin was not at all anxious about Su Rulan's situation. She knew very well that Hushiru would not let Su Rulan off, so she might as well watch the fires from a distance. The Su family mansion would not settle down so easily. At the very least, that idiot Su Yanli would not let the second branch come to a good end. Having such relatives, Su Jin expressed she was tired and couldn't love anymore. The moment she stepped into Su Ze's ward at Fenglan Bun, Su Jin's heart sank. The old general was too severely injured. She had to find the 4 spiritual plants, Qinyang Tugu Chao Jin Hua Rui, and Xueqing, as soon as possible. But in this vast universe, where could she find them? Su Jin stood silently by the bedside of the old General Su Ze. Even Chu Hanxiao, whose mental prowess was unmatched in the interstellar world, could not perceive her divine sense. Su Jin unfurled her divine sense, enveloping the old man's being. The place called the Spiritual Sea was once a paradise of 10 miles with lush grass, a pebbled path, a wooden cabin, and perhaps the echoes of morning bells and evening drums. But now it looked more like a post-apocalyptic ruin. The peach trees were uprooted, the pebbled path lay in chaotic disarray, and the wooden cabin stood with only its western wall remaining. On that wall there was once a faint outline of a picture frame, but the figure within was no longer discernible. Su Jin had read in the libraries a brief analysis of mental power, that for warriors below shrank, their spiritual sea was indeed just a sea. Only those at 2 shrank and above developed a spiritual landscape. The old general, a battle-hardened warrior forged on countless battlefields, was merely a step away from the 3 shrank. Thus his spiritual landscape was remarkably vivid. Su Jin felt it resembled a peach blossom haven built for a beloved. Legend held that General Zu's wife was an rank healer, and theirs was a bond of childhood sweethearts. Though they did not grow old together, their century together was steeped in profound love. Su Jin did not truly know how to repair a spiritual sea. After all, she had been in this world for less than a month, and her own spiritual sea remained sealed. Yet she sensed a certain similarity between a spiritual sea and the sea of consciousness and cultivation. Since the Empire's only 2 shrank healers had declared it hopeless, why not try her own method? But these few spirit plants would be difficult to find. Su Jin frowned in contemplation, a trace of vexation clouding her gaze. Chu Hanxiao had delegated all other matters to Shen Guangwei, and Lin Yu choosing to stay by Su Jin's side. Seeing her so troubled, his own heart grew heavy. He had intended to wait for Su Jin to compose herself before asking if she needed his help. But no sooner had the thought crossed his mind than his spirit form hooked its claws into his pant leg. Yeagang's original form was about half a man's height. Chu Hanxiao stood 188 centimeters tall, and when the snow leopard walked normally, it reached his waist. When it stood upright, it was nearly as tall as he. In the deep void of space battling the Zerg, its form could expand to the size of a small asteroid. But now the 3-shrank spirit form remained the size of a kitten. At some point it had climbed down from Su Jin's shoulder, crouched at Chu Hangxiu's feet, and was hooking his pant leg with its tiny claws. You are. To others, it was merely adorable. A tiny round ragdoll kitten, not even as long as Chu Hangxiu's foot. But Chu Hanxiao understood Yeagang's meaning. Ask her. Just ask her. Ask her now. Chu Hanxiao. This spirit form was truly beyond redemption. So Chu Hanxiao strode forward on his long legs, nudging the ragdoll aside, and took 2 steps to Su Jin's side. Yao Guang. What did I do to you? Am I not doing this for your own good? Without me, you'd be single for 300 years. Ungrateful leopard heart. Humph. The girl was slender, about 168 centimeters tall, her head reaching his chin. Her hair was a glossy black, her skin fair and delicate like fine porcelain. The way she lowered her head and frowned in thought was earnest. Is there anything I can help you with? Su Jin snapped back to reality, lifting her head slightly to meet a pair of icy blue eyes. She blinked. Of course. Across the entire empire, who else could be more suited to finding herbs than Chu Hanxiao? I need 4 spirit plants, Qinyang Tugakao Jinwari, and Shu etching. Do you have them? Chu Hanxiao saw the spark of starlight ignite in the girl's eyes. The slight melancholy that had crept into his heart upon seeing Su Jin's sorrow was unexpectedly soothed. But when he heard Su Jin's request, he was utterly baffled. He recognized every word she said, but when strung together, they were completely foreign to him. Yet this could not stump the commander. I'm not quite sure what you mean. Aren't spirit plants designated by letters and numbers? Oh, perhaps you haven't taken the spirit plants course yet. I recall it's not covered until the sophomore year. In that case, let me take you to the White Tower to see Dr. Song. The White Tower houses the Empire's most comprehensive spirit plant sample library. Su Jin suddenly understood. No wonder the old woman had looked so surprised when she mentioned the name Yinggu Long. Here spirit plants had no names, only numbers. All right, shall we go now? On one hand, Su Jin wished to obtain the spirit plants as soon as possible to try and heal the old general, for he was the most beloved man of the era. On the other hand, she was deeply intrigued by the Empire's richest spirit plant sample library that Chu Hanxiao had mentioned. This was knowledge she could not glean from books. The power of faith was after all limited. To cultivate, she would need spirit plants and the spiritual energy that fostered their growth. Chu Hanxiao couldn't help but chuckle. It won't be that fast. Dr. Song is usually engaged in research and leading his team. His time is tight, so he'll need to make an appointment first. Oh, Su Jin lowered her head in embarrassment. In her haste, she had forgotten this was the interstellar age. Even in a cultivation world, one had to present a visiting card and await summons when seeking an audience with a great figure. To cover her awkwardness, Su Jin bent down, scooped up the ragdoll cat from the floor, and attempted to place it into Chu Hangxiu's arms. It was one thing not knowing this was Chu Hangxiu's spirit form before. Now that she knew, it seemed improper to keep holding it. But the ragdoll dug all four tiny paws into Su Jin's sleeve, refusing to let go. Su Jin extended her hand, and the kitten touched Chu Hangxiu's chest, but only for a moment. As Su Jin withdrew her hand, it came right back. Poor Su Jin said, "Here, I'm returning this to you," yet she couldn't manage to give it back. Hey, this. Su Jin instinctively tried to hand it over again. The kitten, alarmed, simply opened its mouth, bit the edge of Su Jin's shirt sleeve, and wrapped its entire body around her arm. Su Jin, this is ridiculous. Why are you so distant from your owner? Does the commander abuse cats? Chu Hanxiao. What is Yao Wang doing? So embarrassing. Fortunately, there was no one else in the ward at the moment, or his reputation would be ruined by that leopard. Well, maybe you should just keep her with you. Su Jin, I was injured some time ago. Perhaps Yao Wang has some psychological trauma. Su Jin, a spirit form with PTSD. Seeing Su Jin withdraw her hand and make no further move to give it away, the kitten finally released its grip, scrambled up to her shoulder in a few swift moves, and lay there like a cat-shaped pancake, unmoving, resembling an ornament. Chu Hanxiao was at his wit's end. Perhaps he should create a throwaway account and ask the vast interstellar netizens, "My spirit form ran off with someone and refuses to come home. What should I do?" Was this undignified creature still Yao Guang? If not for the empathic link, Chu Hanxiao would have suspected his spirit form had been swapped. Why are you willing to help me? Su Jin's sudden question caught Chu Hanxiao off guard. It seemed the little one was unaware of their engagement. Should he remind her? Or should he hold off for now and let the relationship develop naturally? But before Chu Hanxiao could answer, Su Jin had a sudden epiphany. No way. You? Su Jin raised a finger, pointing first at Chu Hanxiao, then at Yao Guang, who was perched on her shoulder. Both the girl and the cat wore expressions of utter bewilderment. The cat has PTSD and you have survivor's syndrome. Su Jin shrugged, indicating she could offer no help. Actually, Chu Hanxiao was finding it hard to maintain his composure. Su Jin quickly interjected. Actually, you don't have to be like this. I watched the live broadcast of that battle. My grandfather's decision to burn his spiritual essence was the instinct of a commander. He would never allow the Zerg to cross him and defile human territory. I also saw your performance. It was commendable. It was just a problem of strategic positioning at the time. My grandfather was the supreme commander of the main force, and you were the leader of the reinforcements. The position he assigned you was correct. Only by forming a pincer movement from the north and south could that battle, where our forces were outmatched, have a chance at a Pyrrhic victory. Otherwise, it would have meant total annihilation, opening the door wide for the Zerg. If Chu Hanxiao had been filled with awkwardness moments ago, wanting to explain himself after being inexplicably labeled with survivor's syndrome, now, after hearing Su Jin's astute analysis of the strategic deployment, he was left with nothing but admiration. In this interstellar era, humanity's war against the Zerg had always been a defensive struggle. The Empire established strategic defense lines around star systems, holding their ground tenaciously. Whenever the Zerg attacked, they would fight to the death. Thus, every battle saw mechanical orbs acting as war correspondents, transmitting live feeds from the depths of space. A victory would boost morale, while a defeat would give the rear time to prepare and evacuate swiftly. Whether in his past life or this one, the first thing Chu Hanxiao did upon waking was to endlessly simulate other possible outcomes for the Battle of Kiwainsel Star. Yet the conclusion reached after 2 lifetimes of simulation was that General Su Zhe had chosen the best strategy and humanity had achieved the best possible outcome. Therefore, hearing Su Jin's methodical analysis of the battle only deepened Chu Hangxiu's appreciation for this young woman before him. To possess such strategic acumen at such a young age, to analyze the disposition of both sides so coherently and logically, and even to see through the strategic thinking of the old general, it was truly remarkable. Su Jin, unaware of Chu Hangxiu's thoughts, felt the weight of her task. The Empire's highest-ranked warrior, its highest-ranking commander, and its most formidable spiritual entity, all were afflicted. And it was a psychological ailment invisible to others. The majestic snow leopard, suffering from PTSD, had willingly regressed into a kitten seeking protection and was so ill it wouldn't even approach its own master. This was a severe condition. And Chu Hanxiao, after the great battle, not only had to manage the aftermath, but also take over Su Ze's second legion. Both legions had been devastated with over half their forces lost. He had no time to rest. As soon as he learned she was Su Ze's granddaughter, he volunteered to bring her to see her grandfather and even promised to take her to the White Tower for medicine. This man was clearly just as ill as the kitten. She wondered if her words earlier had been of any help to him. With this thought, Su Jin looked at both the man and the cat with eyes full of sympathy. Yao Wang nearly bristled under her gaze. Chu Hanxiao felt much the same. Just as he was about to explain Dr. Song's call came in. "Come over now. I have a new discovery to tell you." Having said that, he ended the communication cleanly. The sympathy in Su Jin's eyes deepened. Who said high rank and high military position guaranteed smooth sailing? It seemed Commander Chu wasn't exactly welcome at the White Tower. Chu Hanxiao, that's not true, old Song is just like that. But before he could say anything, Su Jin was already walking toward the door. "Let's go. Didn't you say Dr. Song's time is precious?" "Chu Hanxiao. I did say that." The starship departed from Maple Breeze Villa and soon arrived at the White Tower test area. In the short span of 10+ minutes, Su Jin steeled her resolve. She had to find a way to heal both the man and the cat so she could return the spiritual entity and repay Chu Hanxiao for helping her find the medicine. Chu Hanxiao mentally rehearsed 108 explanations, but ultimately found none of them good enough. They might only make things worse. So upon the starship's landing, he gave up. Let it be. He was tired. The White Tower was not actually a tower, but a large 4-dimensional science laboratory. It was named so because its walls were all painted white, and it was situated on East Peak, the highest geographical point of the capital star. As the core hub of human science and technology, it was filled with talent, mostly highly intelligent individuals without spiritual power. They worked day and night researching lighter, stronger METS gamma ray bursts capable of destroying asteroids in seconds, spiritual power upgrade models, mothership jump acceleration. All cutting-edge technology. The starship carrying Su Jin and Chu Hanxiao had barely landed on the lab's tarmac when the control tower urged it to take off again immediately. Immediately, a red alert flashed above the White Tower, accompanied by a continuous piercing alarm, plunging everyone into a state of tension. What's happening? It was Su Jin's first time encountering such a situation, but as she asked, she saw the cause of the alarm through the porthole. How to describe it? The thing's main body was presumably human, but its accessories were far from human-like. Estimated height over 185 centimeters, male weight unknown, hair a reddish-brown. The exposed skin on his upper body was covered in cyan scales that would slightly open and close with his movements as if breathing in sync. The skin on his face was quite normal, wheat-colored, and his features were considered handsome. However, growing from his back were 2 pairs of gray-black dragonfly membrane wings looking larger than boat oars. Above the membrane wings were a pair of E-class mantis Zerg's raptorial legs. Su Jin had just sold 4 pairs of those, as seeing them felt somewhat familiar. The most daunting feature was the scorpion-like stinger above his coccyx, reddish-brown, glinting with a cold light in the sunset. What is that? This time the question came not from Su Jin, but from a crew member on the starship. "General, what should we do?" Although the ground control was still urging their starship to leave quickly, Chu Hangxiu's men naturally followed their commander's orders. "Let me off, then escort Miss Su back to the Central Military Academy." Su Jin showed no objection to Chu Hangxiu's decision. She sat quietly in her seat, her expression calm, showing neither terror nor a stress-induced vomiting reaction. Nor did she demand to accompany Chu Hanxiao. This surprised the commander, but what surprised him even more was that the moment he set foot on the ground, Su Jin followed right behind him. Chu Hanxiao, a true master. No fuss, just following step by step, neither servile nor arrogant, but pressing forward relentlessly. Danger! Su Jin didn't even look at Chu Hanxiao. Instead, she tilted her head and smiled at the monster. "Bubu said he wanted to come. He was worried you couldn't handle it and told me to protect you." "Chu Hanxiao. Who is Bubu?" "That's Yao Wang." "Yao Wang? No, I didn't say that. Are you bullying a spiritual entity that can't speak?" The moment their feet touched the ground, the piercing alarm ceased, and a male voice echoed through the warning system. "Chu Hanxiao, did I not tell you to leave quickly? You must not intervene. A01 will not harm anyone." He still retains some reason, do you hear? That is a rare experimental specimen. Su Jin spread her hands wide. See, it was truly Bubu who sent me to protect you. Since they won't let you act, aren't you left with no choice but to endure the beating? Chu Hanxiao glanced at Yao Guang, who was lounging lazily on Su Jin's shoulder, sprawled out like a cat pancake, and took a half step back. Even if the monster suddenly struck, Yao Guang would protect Su Jin. Upon receiving his response, the speaker immediately cut off the microphone, though thankfully the grating alarm ceased as well. The monster stood amid a group of white-coat figures baring its fangs and emitting a low, guttural growl from its throat, as if warning those who dared approach. Everyone stop. He can barely control himself any longer. If you advance further, you're courting death. Su Jin's voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with precision. All turned their gazes toward her direction. Their initial skepticism shifted to seriousness the moment their eyes landed on Chu Hanxiao standing behind Su Jin. Roar. At that moment, the monster suddenly threw back its head, unleashing a bestial howl that seemed scarcely human. The sun also dipped below the horizon at that instant, leaving only a faint halo of light on the edge of the sky. Disaster. The convergence of yin and yang was precisely when primal bestial instincts were most easily aroused. Su Jin's sudden charge into the monster's encirclement caught everyone off guard. Even Chu Hanxiao was too late to stop her. Simultaneously, the monster moved. The barb on its coccyx curled towards Su Jin without warning. More precisely, Su Jin had shoved aside the researcher whom the monster had originally targeted. As the researcher tumbled to one side, Su Jin snatched the folder and pen from his hand, then spun her body swiftly to evade the monster's lethal strike. She then grabbed the cat's tail and flung Yao Guang, who was about to pounce back, onto her shoulder. Didn't you hear what the broadcast just said? It told you not to act. How can your memory be so poor? Yao Guang. It wasn't talking about me. It was talking about Chu Hanxiao. Then in the snow leopard's icy blue pupils, the scene of Su Jin leaping up and plucking a leaf was reflected. Yao Guang. The researcher, who had been abruptly pushed aside by Su Jin, was steadied by Chu Hanxiao's hand before finally finding his footing. When Su Jin tapped the folder twice with the pen, the monster immediately stopped thrashing its tail hook. Its scales bristled across its entire body, as if some stress response system had been activated. The researcher hurriedly fumbled for the pen in his pocket, only to remember that Su Jin had taken it. He then rushed to a colleague to have him record the observations. The White Tower was the Empire's scientific Eden, yet it did not rely solely on science. Dr. Song had always insisted that his research team use pen and paper for recording to prevent irreversible losses in the event of an electronic system crash. As the researcher snatched a pen and paper from his colleague and began recording, Su Jin was seen wiping the leaf she had just plucked repeatedly against her sleeve before placing it between her lips. A sound like a cuckoo's call then arose, indistinct in melody or perhaps lacking any coherent tune altogether. Under everyone's gaze, Su Jin tapped the folder blue on the leaf to produce sound and shifted her feet with an enigmatic, uncanny gait. The monster in turn gradually retracted its scales and began to follow Su Jin's steps hesitantly. At that moment, Dr. Song emerged from the White Tower under the protection of several soldiers and approached Chu Hanxiao. Your apprentice. What kind of footwork is this? How did she manage it? We tried hypnosis, EEG intervention, and sedatives. None worked. Chu Hanxiao's brow furrowed slightly, as if wrestling with the words before speaking. Not an apprentice, a girlfriend. While still pursuing her. I don't know what she's doing either. From the moment he mentioned girlfriend, Dr. Song turned his head, abandoning even the sample, staring at him with wide gray-brown eyes, as if he were more monstrous than the monster itself. Chu Hanxiao was exasperated into a laugh, letting out a heavy sigh. Her name is Su Jin, granddaughter of Su Zhe. She's my betrothed. We were engaged as children. We came here seeking a spiritual plant. She says it can awaken the old man. Hearing this explanation, Dr. Song finally averted his gaze from Chu Hanxiao. You may not catch up to her. She seems stronger than you. Chu Hanxiao had also been watching Su Jin. Her steps were odd, not random wandering, but more like hopping on a grid or tracing a chessboard pattern. Could she be versed in ancient secret arts? While the two were murmuring, Su Jin had already completed her final step. She spat out the leaf, returned the folder and pen to the researcher, and crossed her arms as she gazed at the monster trapped within her river chart formation. Su Jin was testing. The Hichu Luoshu was an ancient chessboard of profound mystery. In the era when 7 realms coexisted, Su Jin had often used it to trap beasts. The trapped spiritual beasts invariably surrendered and obeyed her commands. Today, however, when she drew the river chart, she did not use the power of faith. Though that power grew ceaselessly, it was still limited and had to be conserved. The rhythm from the leaf blowing and folder tapping had already been infused with the power of faith, which was how she gradually lured the monster into the cage. That melody was her self-created insect binding technique used to refine goo worms. But now it seemed to have limited effect on the half-human, half-insect monster. Once Su Jin stopped blowing and tapping, the monster, though still ensnared in the formation, bristled its scales again. Su Jin realized a problem: the power of faith had a short duration. Unlike spiritual energy, which could sustain effects, long-term faith power was fleeting. Go! Su Jin patted the plush cat's head on her shoulder. With one step, Yao Wang leaped into the air and transformed into a snow leopard mid-flight. Its pristine white fur was immaculate, rivaling the frost and snow of the Arctic, as if draped in the radiance of myriad stars. Dr. Song cried out in alarm, "Don't hurt him. He's my specimen." Then he saw the snow leopard not pounce, but instead trace Su Jin's river chart steps once more at a speed imperceptible to the human eye. This time it was no mere imitation, but a replication and rewriting infused with formidable spiritual power. To ordinary eyes, Yao Wang merely circled the monster a few times. But to Chu Hanxiao and Su Jin, who possessed strong spiritual senses, every step Yao Wang took perfectly replicated Su Jin's earlier movements. When Yao Wang flashed back into the form of a tiny kitten and returned to Su Jin's shoulder, it was rewarded with a gentle head pat. Overjoyed, the little kitten rolled and nearly tumbled to the ground. Su Jin, quick-eyed and nimble, caught it midair and placed it back on her shoulder. Only then did Yao Wang settle down. This scene left Dr. Song and the researchers utterly dumbfounded. Was that really Yao Wang? I don't believe it. It must be a trick. How could it seem so foolish? Su Jin had just placed the little kitten on his shoulder when he sensed someone behind him. Turning around, he came face to face with the smiling Dr. Song. Su Jin thought, using connections without mentioning they are friends, all this talk of old acquaintances is just a ruse to deceive. What kind of secret technique is this? Can you share it with Uncle Song? Su Jin knew that kindness without reason often hides ulterior motives. This is taught to me by Chu Hanxiao. You should ask him. Chu Hanxiao, what the heck? What does this have to do with me? Dr. Song had already asked Chu Hanxiao, who disdainfully refused to lie, so he concluded that the girl before him was earnestly deceiving him. It's fine if you don't want to share, but can you use it again and bring the sample to the laboratory? Su Jin seriously shook his head. I advise you not to move. If you do, it will be a disaster. If he runs away again, I might not be able to contain him. Dr. Song had no more tricks left. He blinked his small eyes, which were already not very big, then turned to glance at the suppressed Chu Hanxiao, finally dropping the act. He waved to call over two researchers, instructing them to set up a temporary laboratory around the He2 area to prepare for studying sample A01. The two researchers hurriedly took on the task. Only then did Dr. Song turn to Chu Hanxiao, who had been smiling brightly at Su Jin, now appeared quite solemn. What you see is the new discovery I mentioned to you over the phone. Chu Hanxiao glanced at the creature. I didn't know when the White Tower started collaborating with the black market to conduct human-insect hybrid experiments. In fact, Chu Hanxiao knew that this A01 experimental sample was not researched by the White Tower. If it were, it couldn't still be called the White Tower, it would have to be the Black Tower. This creature was deliberately sent to the White Tower by someone. This brings me to the second question I wanted to discuss with you. Can you transfer a few people from the 1st or 2nd Legion to me? Chu Hanxiao. Sample A01 was left at the entrance of the White Tower. The surveillance only recorded a figure in black sportswear wearing a hat and mask with a scarf and gloves, dragging a bag and leaving it at the entrance of the White Tower before walking away. Later I asked the soldiers on duty at the time, and they surprisingly said they heard no noise at all. I originally thought the 5th Legion could be trusted, but it seems that is not the case now. Right now, apart from you, I only trust the soldiers brought out by old Su. Otherwise, if one day the White Tower is robbed, I might get my throat slit without knowing who did it. Dr. Song glanced at the creature trapped by He2, saying, I know this child. His father was once a researcher at the White Tower and went missing 3 years ago while collecting samples on the Pudomi star. I have met him twice. He was quite a gentle child. I don't know why he has become like this now, whether willingly or under coercion. When he arrived, he was unconscious with a very weak breath. We all thought we were looking at just a monster's corpse. It was the robot by the dissection table that detected subtle signs of life from the data, and we implemented electrical shocks on him according to human rescue standards. He opened his eyes after the 3rd shock. We attempted to communicate with him, but he seemed to have lost his ability to speak and was very emotionally unstable. He frequently disrupted sampling and damaged instruments, but had never harmed anyone. Sigh. If only he could wake up, I could ask him. Chu Hanxiao could sense the sadness in Dr. Song's tone, but he didn't know how to comfort him. Just then they heard Su Jin's surprised voice. What do you mean by waking up? He has always been awake. Dr. Song. Chu Hanxiao. Other researchers present. Dr. Song, being the quickest to react, said, Wait, do you mean? I understand now. He is awake, but cannot speak, so he refuses blood draws, refuses instrument tests, refuses medication, and refuses sampling. He does not wish to be treated as a test subject. We should communicate with him as a person. But how do we communicate? Dr. Song muttered excitedly, almost instinctively glancing at Su Jin the next moment. Su Jin, are you not a scientist? Aren't you the Empire's leading expert in science and technology? What does that look in your eyes mean? Have you tried giving him paper and a pen? Dr. Song slapped his forehead. Without needing Sujin to answer, he already knew they hadn't. Of course, with a creature that has wings and a tail behind it, no one's first thought would be how to communicate, but how to escape, kill, capture, control, or dissect. This is a matter of instinctive cognition. To avoid researchers getting injured or panicking, and thus being unable to approach the sample, which might lead to the sample's emotional breakdown, this task of providing paper and a pen was assigned to Chu Hanxiao. They could have sent a robot, but since the robots had been drawing blood, giving injections, and administering medication to the sample these past few days, as soon as a robot approached the sample, its emotions would become excessively agitated. After obtaining the paper and pen, Chu Hanxiao asked Sujin, "Is there anything else I need to pay attention to?" Sujin thought for a moment. Asked Professor Song what his name is. Don't call him a sample or A01. Chu Hanxiao nodded and turned towards Dr. Song. After whispering a few words to him, he walked into the area of He2. Sujin's gaze followed Chu Hanxiao, watching as he gently extended his hand, saying something and attempting to shake hands with the sample. Sujin suddenly felt that Chu Hanxiao was no longer so distant, no longer so unattainable. At that moment, he was not the most outstanding commander of the empire, but a listener. Such an exceptional person was actually willing to be meticulous and attentive for a complete stranger. So perhaps he isn't as cold and ruthless as everyone says. His decision to help him and Yao Wang recover was indeed the right one. Such a person should be treated with kindness. Sujin watched as sample A01 trembled while accepting the paper and pen from Chu Hanxiao, starting to write carefully, and he knew that things were going to work out. No matter what he had encountered in the past, it would all come to light. The one who brought him to the White Tower might have thought he was already dead, perhaps believing he was doomed, or perhaps intending to watch him become the most powerless test subject or to use him for some unspeakable purpose. But regardless, the act of sending him to the White Tower was the most foolish choice. Everyone watched from a distance as A01 wrote furiously, and for a moment, the only sound left was the rustling of the pen gliding across the paper. A01 was the temporary designation Professor Song gave to the monster specimen. The man's name was Qin Ichi, 22 years old, and he had been knocked unconscious while jogging at night 2 months ago. According to his recollection, he woke up lying in a medical pod, and the pod's data screen showed that one of his kidneys and half of his liver had been removed. He was then in the postoperative recovery phase. After realizing what had happened to him, Qin Yiqi's first thought was to escape, but before he could get a grasp of his surroundings, he was injected with a large dose of insectoid gene serum. Qin Ichi couldn't specify what the serum was. All he remembered was a green liquid. He only deduced it was an insectoid gene serum afterward. After the injection, the medical pod kept issuing alarms indicating that his genetic sequence was being altered and his human characteristics were slowly fading. Then Qin Yiqi's body began to grow slowly until it reached twice the height of an adult. His back started to itch and the grasping limbs were the first to emerge. He felt as if he were breaking out of a shell. His shoulder blades were both painful and itchy. The grasping limbs grew through the medical pod, and only then did he see the light again. However, the room was very crude, looking like an abandoned farmhouse, completely incongruous with the advanced medical pod that had been shattered by the grasping limbs. There was no one in the room. He struggled to the window and realized the surroundings were all barren mountains. He didn't know where he was or how to contact anyone else. His optical brain was gone and his clothes were missing. He only had a tattered hospital gown. After the pain from the grasping limbs growth subsided, he crawled back to the medical pod, hoping to call for help through it. Although he found the communication channel, he also discovered that he could no longer communicate normally. After losing control of his emotions, Qin Ichi went berserk, smashed the medical pod, and passed out. When he woke again, the membranous wings had already broken through his skin and grown to their current size. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious, but he was certain that while he was in a daze, someone had come to give him nutrient injections and other things. This part of his memory was very blurry. Thus, he repeatedly lost control due to bodily changes, passed out, and woke up. After 7 or 8 times, the scorpion tail on his coccyx grew out. He gradually calmed down. Qin Ichi was well aware that if he went out looking like this, he would be killed as a monster. So he chose to feign unconsciousness to see who was behind it all. After losing control again and fainting, he saw a person in a white protective suit coming to inject him with a serum. Although the thick protective suit made it impossible to see what the person looked like or even their gender, he managed to subdue them with a surprise move and his physical advantage. But to his surprise, the moment he subdued the person, only a pool of strangely colored liquid remained inside the protective suit. That person was also a pawn remotely injected with a lethal toxin. Qin Ichi was terrified. After that, no one ever came again. He tried to go out, but discovered that the surrounding area was enclosed by invisible high-voltage ionized layers. He repeatedly tried and was electrocuted until his body was covered in wounds. With no nutrient supply, he gradually became weak and dying. Qin Ichi didn't know how he ended up at the White Tower. He only knew that he would become a specimen to be sliced up and would never regain human form. But he still had human consciousness, so he threw tantrums while also restraining himself from going mad. He couldn't speak, so he often failed to communicate properly. Gradually, he noticed that he was being injected with more and more serums, yet he still couldn't utter a word. He even heard some researchers say they would dissect him, so he became increasingly irritable. Chu Hanxiao, Su Jin, and Dr. Song put their heads together to read what Qin Yiqi had written, only to find that there was almost no valuable information. They didn't know who the other party was, nor their purpose, nor what serums had been used. Alright, although there isn't much useful information, it's still a qualitative leap for us. Dr. Song sighed. At least we've stopped communicating in vain and driving a clear-minded person insane. And also, Dr. Song looked at Chu Hanxiao. Genetic experimentation is like Pandora's box. Once open, the consequences are unimaginable. I entrust you to find these people and stop them from crossing the line any further. Chu Hanxiao also understood the stakes. Leave the analysis of the genetic serum's components to you. I'll handle tracing the organ trafficking and finding where Qin Yiqi was held and the mastermind behind it. Su Jin leaned against the edge of the desk, replaying the entire account in her mind. She felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Child, I'm very busy here today, and afraid I won't have time to go with you to the spiritual plant sample library. Could you come back tomorrow morning? Su Jin really wanted to say no, but she knew Dr. Song had to handle the aftermath and was indeed tied up, so she could only nod. She felt she hadn't shown any displeasure, but in fact anyone could see that her entire demeanor had dropped by 8 degrees. Chu Hanxiao naturally felt it too. The two boarded the starship one after the other. After Su Jin sat down, she was still pondering what was off about Qin Yiqi's account, so she didn't speak. She just picked up the little kitten and stroked its fur absently. Yao Wang was extremely comfortable, squinting in a state of bliss, which directly amused Chu Hanxiao. This spirit beast really was beyond redemption. Thank you for today. Su Jin was still reviewing the details, feeling she had missed something. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? My treat as a thank you. Su Jin interrupted from her thoughts, looked up at Chu Hanxiao, thinking I did help, but it was Dr. Song, not you. Why are you treating me? But what she said was sure. I want something expensive. Chu Hanxiao smiled. There are many expensive options. Which one do you have in mind? The truth was, in the interstellar age, any normal edible food, as long as it wasn't nutrient fluid, was quite expensive. Hot pot barbecue. Su Jin didn't stand on ceremony with Chu Hanxiao at all. Although she had won first place in the Cockroach Insect Valley, broken the secret realm's history, and sold quite a lot at the black market stall, she couldn't touch that money for now. She still had tuition to pay, living expenses to prepare, and the issue of mecha spare parts to consider. There were expenses everywhere. The amount she got from her spoils looked like a long number, but it was still tight. Every time she passed the small path behind the school and smelled the aroma of grilled sausages, she would drool. But Su Jin no longer squandered like she did when she first arrived, because she was truly poor now. Since the big shot offered to treat, only a fool would refuse. It was a free meal. Chu Hanxiao was slightly taken aback when he heard Su Jin wanted hot pot and barbecue. There were quite a few interested socialites and high-level healers in the empire, and sometimes he had to reluctantly attend meals with them. Usually girls chose Western steak coffee shops or Cantonese restaurants. In summary, small portions and nice ambience. Su Jin was completely different. On one hand, Chu Hanxiao felt a bit frustrated, thinking that Su Jin seemed to have no feelings for him at all. On the other hand, he found her cute and genuine, unlike the common beauties. Alright, I'll take you to a place I guarantee you'll love. As Chu Hanxiao input the coordinates, the starship continuously jumped through the vast cosmos. Outside, the porthole galaxies flashed by, meteors streaked across the sky, and they brushed past unknown planets. Distances once measured in light years now felt like mere inches. Like the vicissitudes Su Jin had once endured, now recalled as fleeting as a white colt passing a crevice. The starship soon reached the destination coordinates, shifting from Stargate jump mode to normal cruising speed. Su Jin finally saw the scene before her. Beneath a breathtakingly magnificent starry sky lay a dark red planet, its orbit encircled not by moons, but by countless tiny bubbles forming a dense ring of spheres. Their starship wove through bubbles of all sizes. Some were nearly transparent, shimmering with iridescent colors, or veiled in mist. Larger bubbles hosted lively dances with clinking glasses and bustling crowds. Smaller ones held a couple seated at a table adorned with flowers and fine cuisine, a violinist playing nearby. Su Jin was captivated by the myriad scenes of life, her eyes filled with wonder. Chu Hanxiao, seeing her reaction, knew he had chosen well. This is the Ruby Star system, also known as the Star of Wishes. With money, people can buy anything they desire here. We're currently on Ruby X77, a planet dedicated to culinary delights. Su Jin's interest peaked. Do you mean I can order anything, and they'll make it? Su Jin's mind instantly conjured the classic litany of dishes: steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer, tail, roasted duck, roasted chicken, roasted goose. Chu Hanxiao nodded. As long as it's not too obscure, or you can specify the ingredients, portions, cooking steps, and provide precise data for each ingredient, it's possible. Su Jin tilted her head, frowning slightly. You mean the chefs are robots? She thought only robots needed such exact data, real chefs cooked by instinct. Chu Hanxiao nodded. Yes, all the chefs here are robots. They follow strict ratios to cut ingredients, control heat, add seasonings, and plate the dishes. Su Jin paused in petting the cat. The interstellar age was indeed more advanced. Artificial intelligence should serve humanity well. As they spoke, the starship docked before a bubble, and a retractable staircase extended to the ship's door. It formed a transparent, enclosed passageway connecting to the starship, similar to an airport jet bridge. Stepping onto the transparent corridor beneath their feet lay a starry night sky above a deep indigo with twinkling stars. Wrapped within, they felt like cosmic dust. The beauty was boundless. Once inside the bubble, Su Jin realized it was far larger than it appeared. The view from outside was merely a miniature of the interior. May I ask what you'd like to eat? Chu Hanxiao waved his hand, pushing the holographic menu closer to Su Jin. All the service staff here are robots too. What you saw in deep space wasn't real-time footage, but advertisements for this place. Every space bubble can display customized external visuals. As a first-time visitor, Su Jin found everything novel. Instead of ordering immediately, she played with the modular interface on the table, setting the bubble's external display. It was like a blog cover. While browsing, she discovered elements featuring Chu Hanxiao scenes of them dining together, fighting in deep space, holding roses, and even a kneeling proposal. Truly, the interstellar age was more unhinged. As Su Jin flipped through the DIY material packs, Chu Hanxiao's ears reddened. He saw several sets of his own images. He knew these were just marketing gimmicks. Dining here was costly, attracting the wealthy and powerful couples on dates and solitary patrons. Most dates followed a pattern like Chu Hanxiao's, ladies first letting the girl play with these features to win her smile, a genuinely pleasant experience. Previously, the settings didn't include Chu Hanxiao. They featured flower seas, star rivers, mechas, and pavilions. But people found them dull, even complaining on Starblog's trending topics, prompting the official strategy to use celebrities. Initially, they only featured a few hot celebrities from the entertainment industry. Gradually, more people demanded a set featuring Admiral Chu Hanxiao, as ordinary folks rarely encountered him, yet many admired and secretly adored him. Thus, this material pack was born. On a whim, Su Jin DY'd a scene. Chu Hanxiao, clad in a bespoke suit, had a fluffy kitten perched on his head, arms crossed, leaning casually against a fiery red mecha, a pink rose dangling from his lips. Upon submission, a prompt asked if she wanted to sign the work, noting that signed pieces would become selectable images. If popular, she might even receive royalties. Was Su Jin the type to care about such petty earnings? She absolutely was. She promptly signed, linked her Starblog and payment account, and the image was transmitted into deep space, becoming their bubble's cover. Having had her fun, Su Jin ordered a dual-flavor hot pot and all the classic hot pot dishes. She wasn't worried about leftovers. Uneaten food could be vacuum-sealed for storage, free from preservatives or artificial additives. She expected a rich variety of hot pot ingredients, and indeed there were over 200. Barbecue, she assumed, would be similar. But to her surprise, the barbecue menu had only 4 items: grilled lamb chops, grilled oysters, grilled toast, and grilled corn. Still, it balanced meat and vegetables. The moment she placed the order, dishes began arriving. The hot pot steamed vigorously, rich broth bubbling with oil and sauce. Beef, 70% lean and 30% fat, was tender. Tripe was springy. Bamboo shoots were fresh. Greens were vibrant. A feast of earthly delights. Though the barbecue selection was limited, the flavors were authentic. Su Jin ate with abandon, praising every bite, oblivious to her appearance. After finishing her 3rd lamb chop, she reached for a napkin to wipe her hands when a large hand holding a damp towel reached across the table to clean the grease from her lips. Su Jin looked up, her gaze meeting a pair of icy blue lakes, deep, enchanting, and full of tenderness. Her first thought was, is he losing it again? She wasn't a child. Oh, why treat her like a grandfather wiping his granddaughter's mouth? Never mind that the ancient ancestor was now 200 million years old. Even this body of hers was nearly 18. She didn't need such care. Aren't you eating? It's delicious. Chu Hanxiao only realized what had done when Su Jin looked at him. After sitting down, his gaze never left Su Jin. He watched her excitement while ordering her hearty eating. When the food arrived, her animated delight at favorite dishes, and her pushing aside what she disliked. Chu Hanxiao silently recorded her preferences: no cilantro, no dried shrimp, not too spicy, no sausage, and grilled lamb chops, as her absolute favorite. The aloof commander couldn't help but wipe her mouth clean, lest it mar the beauty of her face. Caught, Chu Hanxiao quickly withdrew his hand. More lamb chops. Yes. Sated and satisfied, Su Jin let out a satisfied burp as she directed the robot to pack various fresh ingredients, intending to store them in her space button and share them with Fan Wenhua when she returned on Monday. Chu Hanxiao indulged her, simply paying the bill. There are a few signature desserts here. Want to pack them too? Su Jin nodded vigorously, not holding back at all, thinking to herself that this could be considered his consultation fee. Thus, she acquired black forest cake, tiramisu, basque cheesecake, souffle, chocolate molten lava, and meat floss rolls. Over a dozen items, all in duplicate. You're actually quite nice. Su Jin praised Chu Hanxiao sincerely, almost blurting out that he was generous and awesome. Unable to return to the Su residence for now, Chu Hanxiao sent Su Jin back to the Central Military Academy. Fortunately, the dormitory building was unlocked on weekends. Before disembarking from the starship, Chu Hanxiao exchanged contact information with Su Jin, claiming it would facilitate her visits to Su Zhe in the future without obstruction. Su Jin, suspecting nothing, scanned the code to accept. Casually tossing the ragdoll cat onto her shoulder, she stepped off the starship. Chu Hanxiao inwardly stretched out a dramatic hand, thinking, "Do you remember, that's my spirit beast." Back in the dormitory, Su Jin couldn't sleep, feeling overly full and too lazy to move. She leaned against the headboard and scrolled through Starblock. Not browsing was fine, but a single glance startled her. Interstellar speed was indeed fast. The live stream from hours ago had trended, and the security department hadn't rested at all, swiftly handling the matter. Su Muchuan was arrested with several charges publicly listed. First, suspected of murdering Colonel Su Qinghuai of the 2nd Legion 18 years ago. Second, suspected of killing grade therapist Du Leiden 11 years ago. Third, suspected of abusing the orphan of a hero, referring to Su Jin's impoverished life after being found. Fourth, having an illegitimate child, Su Rulan, disrupting family relations. Fifth, child abuse, referring to Su Yuking's talent being erased. Meanwhile, the third trending topic was Su Chen's statement claiming he was unaware of Su Muchuan's actions beforehand, blaming his unfilial son's loose private life for causing numerous issues. In short, the nearly 1,000-word statement concluded by expelling Su Muchuan from the family genealogy, declaring he was no longer a Su family member, let alone the family head. This act of cutting losses was expected by Su Jin. However, the second trending topic caught her off guard. On a weekend, when the council should be on holiday, they worked with weekday fervor like tireless workhorses. Almost simultaneously with Su Chen's statement expelling Su Muchuan, an announcement was made to remove Su Chen from his position. Su Chen, due to negligence in disciplining his son and failing to properly manage family relations, caused multiple fatal harms to Su Qinghui's orphan. Although Su Jin narrowly escaped, he was still inexcusable. In summary, Su Chen lost his hard-won 8th seat in the council. In essence, no face was spared. This was truly satisfying. If not for being too full, Su Jin would have immediately eaten a lamb chop to celebrate. The fourth trending topic was Huzuris' divorce statement. She admitted to imprisoning Du Leiden, but under interstellar law, a wife's handling of a mistress is tolerated as long as there's no murder, organ removal, or dismemberment. Last year, news broke that a high official's wife had driven 13 mistresses insane, sparking nationwide celebration with unanimous support for the wife. It must be said that interstellar society's values in this regard were remarkably upright. Additionally, Hushiweru presented evidence of Su Muchuan's tax evasion, dereliction of duty, and passing off inferior goods as quality. Su Jin knew she was atoning for her sins, as she was the one who swapped the hero's orphan. If the charges were proven, even if Su Muchuan wasn't executed for murder, he would never see the light of day again. A real-life case of rotting in prison. Su Rulan's Starblog was flooded by netizens with increasingly vile insults interspersed with revelations of campus bullying and mistreatment of classmates. In short, the gentle and innocent persona of the White Lotus was completely shattered, never to be restored. Then the fifth trending topic was the announcement from Zizzle's family to break off the engagement with Su Rulan. Concise, due to Su Rulan not being a legitimate bloodline of the Su family, the engagement was terminated and publicly notarized. After this move, even if Su Rulan wasn't a grade therapist, she would likely never escape public scrutiny. Su Chen's statement didn't mention expelling Su Rulan from the genealogy, perhaps clinging to a sliver of hope. Su Rulan had neither responded nor appeared likely, trying to lie low. The sixth trending topic, Su Xingyan announced her separation from the second branch of the Su family, but emphasized she wouldn't join the Hu family genealogy. Su Jin understood completely. This was fear of jumping from the frying pan into the fire. Su Xingyan was still sensible. Thus everyone supported her. However, public opinion on Su Yiqing was divided. Half sympathy, half condemnation, tinged with regret for her misfortune and anger at her passivity. Many began comparing Su Yuking's performance in the entire incident with Su Jin's. Both had spiritual sea issues, both were called useless, but one struggled on a fringe planet and earned her place at the Central Military Academy through hard work. The other grew up as a delicate flower in a mansion, politely described as naive, harshly as compromising and utterly useless. Su Jin sighed. Judging by this, Su Yuking's inner turmoil would be hard to overcome. If she got through it, it would be growth. If not, she might become a drifting organism in a sinister hell. Good and evil in humans hinge on a single thought. For instance, Su Yanli, with all the facts laid before him, remained blind and foolish, even posting a Starblog message to Hushiweru. Mother, if you still wish to hear me call you that, bring Su Yiqing back to the Su family. We are all willing to acknowledge her as our sister. Su Jin could tell with her toes that Su Chun was unaware of this brainless post. If he ever found out, he'd likely suffer a decade's worth of cerebral thrombosis from rage. He couldn't surpass his elder brother Su Zhe, and Su Muchuan had strayed onto the path of harming his brother due to his push for growth. The third-generation Su Yanli was a complete waste. The only one with a chance to bring glory to the second branch, Su Xingmian, had publicly declared her separation from the Su family. Su Qin's life of over 100 years had been a century of utter failure. His hair turned white overnight, making him a laughingstock across the capital star. Su Jin scrolled through a few more trending topics about the Su family being kicked, while Down found them uninteresting and finally clicked on the first trending topic. She hadn't looked earlier because the title was improper, but now it seemed indeed improper. Don't you think they look perfect together? She thought it was just an ordinary ship-teasing trend, but upon first glance, she found herself in it. Under the trend was a video clip posted by some master editor showing Yao Guang transforming from a ragdoll cat into a snow leopard, then into a kitten. The caption read, "He's totally in love. This is real life, sweet romance." The comments were flooded with get together, get together, get together, an endless roaring tide. Occasionally, a little heart was mixed in. The comment section also pointed to a CP fanbase where her and Chu Hangxiu's ship name was Nanwang Jinxiao. What kind of weirdo came up with such a bizarre ship name? Enough already. Su Jin slapped her phone onto the bed. It was utterly ridiculous. She and Chu Hanxiao had a purely therapeutic relationship. This was what Su Jin believed, but Chu Hanxiao thought otherwise. In his eyes, the ship, named Nanwang Jinxiao, was perfect. It sounded deeply sentimental, as if it could stir the hormones. Thus the commander generously liked the video, using his main account, First Legion, Chu Hanxiao. It was destined to be a sleepless night. While Su Jin dreamed of little cakes, the top trending topic quietly became he admitted it. Since few knew about the past engagement, everyone indulged in shipping them, simultaneously fearing a bad ending while unabashedly enjoying it. The next morning, Su Jin was awakened by the incessant notifications from her optical brain. Fan Wenhua message, "Darling, by Randy, asked for your contact info. I gave it to him, he might add you. By Randy, hello Su Jin. This is by Randy. Please accept my friend request. Chu Hanxiao, take your time getting ready. I'll wait for you at the Central Military Academy gate. What would you like for breakfast?" Su Jin was stunned. Although she had indeed arranged to visit the White Tower's spiritual plant sample library with Dr. Song today, did she really need the commander's company? Could his illness be worse than she thought? Despite her doubts, Su Jin hastened her morning routine. Unburdened by appearance pressure, she simply washed her face, applied some moisturizer, and left barefaced. Had any other woman been invited by Chu Hanxiao, they would likely have taken 2 hours just to leave the house. They would have needed to apply a cunning makeup, style their hair beautifully, do their nails, pick out the perfect outfit, spray perfume, and match accessories, shoes, and bags. Thus Chu Hanxiao was quite surprised when Su Jin appeared on the starship just half an hour after she sent her message. Yet Su Jin's face was truly striking. Without a trace of makeup, she exuded a youthful, invincible charm, like a lotus emerging from clear water, naturally adorned without artificial embellishment. On one hand, Chu Hanxiao felt the girl was genuine and unpretentious, possessing a refreshing, ethereal beauty. On the other, he wondered if she didn't value him enough, perhaps because she was still young and unaware. After all, there were still 22 days until Su Jin's 18th birthday. Suddenly, time felt agonizingly slow. What would you like for breakfast? Are we going to Ruby X77 again? Su Jin was still savoring the memory of last night's dinner. A smile tugged at Chu Hangxiu's lips. Not that far. How about we eat at the pedestrian street in the city? Su Jin had no objections as long as she didn't have to down nutrient fluids again. Having only been in the interstellar world for a few days, she had already developed a deep aversion to them. How would she survive the days ahead? The original owner had never been to the pedestrian street, so her memories held no such liveliness or earthly warmth. When they disembarked from the starship, Chu Hanxiao handed her a mimicry mask. After all, they weren't in a remote star system like Ruby Star, but on the bustling capital planet during a weekend. Moreover, after Chu Hangxiu's public reply to the CP fans last night, they were still trending. It was best to keep a low profile to avoid being mobbed. Interstellar breakfast shops weren't individual stores, but more like cafeterias. You grabbed a tray, queued up, and chose what you liked. Su Jin ordered a bowl of small wontons stuffed with shepherd's purse and pork, along with a crispy fried dough stick. Chu Hanxiao got 2 baskets of soup, dumplings, a bowl of corn porridge, and a small dish of pickled vegetables. They found a corner table and sat down to eat facing each other. After a few bites, Chu Hangxiu's optical brain chimed. Frowning, he glanced at it, then looked up at Su Jin. Su Chun filed a request for family division early this morning, aiming to completely separate the main and secondary branches of the Su family. Since General Su Zhe is still in a coma, you're the only legally capable person in the main branch, so he'll likely contact you. Su Jin was taken aback. This was a family matter, but how did he know about it before she did? According to regulations, all the aunts, uncles, clan leader, and elders listed in the Su family tree will participate in this division to ensure fairness and justice. Su Jin nodded. Seeing that she had no intention of asking for his support, Chu Hanxiao reluctantly volunteered. He'll go with you. Su-Jin blinked and set down her chopsticks. Chu Hanxiao, my grandfather's matter really isn't your fault. At least I don't blame you. If you were in his shoes, you would have made the same decision. On the battlefield, many opportunities are fleeting. Hesitation could lead to utter ruin. So don't always act like an overprotective guardian. Those clan elders don't eat people, and even if they had such a hobby, they'd have to see if they could swallow me. You must be very busy, so don't invest all your energy in me. Gradually, you'll emerge from the shadow of survivor's guilt. Chu Hanxiao was stunned. Was he being dismissed? This was a first since he was born. Was she implying he had a problem? How should he explain this? Should he say he had thoroughly investigated the Su family, and that for years Su Chun and Su Muchuan had been secretly exploiting the main branch's reputation to line their own pockets? Once that money entered the secondary branch's accounts, it would have nothing to do with Su Jin. Chu Hanxiao couldn't bear to let her face the sly old fox, Su Chin, alone. I am sick, so. Seeing Chu Hanxiao hesitate, Su Jin thought she might have been too aggressive. Psychological illnesses were the hardest to treat. She shouldn't rush him. Besides, Chu Hanxiao was usually swamped with work. Accompanying her could serve as a vacation. As for his survivor's guilt, once she cured Su Zhe, it would likely disappear. You should still come with me. I don't know those elders anyway. Chu Hanxiao nodded vigorously. The little kitten lying on Su Jin's lap covered its eyes with a pink paw. This owner was hopeless, utterly inept with words. Unaware that his own spirit beast was mocking him, the commander felt much better once he was allowed to participate in the family division. So what if he was sick? He didn't care. I received a notification from the Su clan leader. Su Jin displayed the document on her optical brain for Chu Hanxiao to see. Just click agree. But I'm only free tomorrow afternoon. The midterm practical assessment starts the day after, and I need to practice with my team in the morning. Chu Hanxiao thought for a moment. No rush. You can discuss it after your midterms. Is that okay? Su Jin wasn't sure about the interstellar process for family division. It's fine. Scroll to the bottom of the notification, fill in my name under the accompanying personnel, and leave the rest to me. Su Jin complied without a second's delay. She thought to herself that being sick wasn't so bad. At least it had helped her find a good ally. With Chu Hanxiao present, the distribution would likely be fairer. Little did she know it would be more than fair. It would be overwhelmingly, crushingly fair. Su Jin had just finished his meal and was en route to the White Tower aboard a starship when he passed by Randy's friend request. As if by Randy had been waiting by the optical brain for news the moment Su Jin accepted his friend verification, a flurry of message alerts chimed in succession. T up yet? T had breakfast. T, are you in the dorm? T'll pull you into the group. T sent you a group invitation. Group name no. One or bust. Su Jin nearly rolled his eyes. Wasn't he already a sophomore? How could they be so cringe? After clicking the link to join, he found the group even more lively. Buddha's presence welcomes Su Jin. Fresh rain on empty mountain welcomes Su Jin. Estham in game. Welcome Su Jin. T welcome Su Jin. Su Jin image, all hail my subjects. Chu Hanxiao noticed that as soon as Su Jin boarded the starship, he started tapping away at his optical brain, feeling a stir of irritation. He had turned down a slew of meeting requests and ignored a thick stack of work documents rising from bed just to pick up Su Jin. Yet Su Jin paid him little mind, absorbed in a conversation with someone else chatting with such fervor. At this thought, Chu Hanxiao suddenly realized he didn't even know if Su Jin had a boyfriend or a love interest. What if? Su Jin had no time for Chu Hanxiao because the group members were eagerly introducing themselves. Fresh rain on empty mountain. Su Sinyu, Shrank Warrior 3rd Year Class A in Mecha Combat. Estham in game. Real name Shrank Warrior 3rd Year Class B in Mecha Combat. T by Randy 2nd Year Class Leader in Mecha Manufacturing. Buddha's presence, Yu Qingzhu 1st Year in Healing Department Brank Healer. Su Jin followed with a simple self-introduction. Su Jin. Though it was the weekend and traffic was congested everywhere, Chu Hanxiao, with his highest clearance, took the military route, and the starship soon landed on the White Tower's internal helipad. Su Jin, something urgent to handle, talk later. Shutting down the optical brain and disembarking, he found that Dr. Song, usually swamped with work, had personally come to the helipad to greet them. Seems Chu Hanxiao really had pull. She had no idea that old Song's mind was entirely on her knack for trapping beasts, having nothing to do with Chu Hanxiao. Girl, come, Uncle Song will take you inside. Su Jin raised an eyebrow and shot a glance at Chu Hanxiao, a look he instantly understood. She was wondering if this old man had some issues. Chu Hanxiao gave a slight shake of his head, and Su Jin followed Dr. Song into the White Tower. From the outside, the White Tower wasn't a tower but a two-story ring-shaped building, yet inside it revealed itself to be a true tower, albeit one built inverted into the ground. The 2 floors above ground were basic office areas. There was a cosmic cinema, a history of science exhibition hall, a large auditorium, a holographic projection hall for the history of the interstellar empire, an unimportant archive, an insectoid science hall. In short, places that looked scientific but held no real technological substance. From the 3rd underground floor onward, things changed. There were genuine artifacts. For instance, floors B4 to B14 housed the Advanced Weapons Research Institute, The gamma ray burst that destroyed Tingshi star was launched from floor B7. Floors B15 to B22 were the Mecha Research Institute dedicated to innovating kinetic propulsion systems, defense systems, supply systems, stealth modes, and more. The entire floor B23 was a spiritual plant sample bank. Floors B24 to B26 were insect core storage labs. Floors B24 to B34 were or museum. According to the elevator signs, floors below B35 were waste storage areas. What kind of waste, no one knew. Throughout, Professor Song used facial recognition, and the three took a high-speed elevator to floor B23. As the elevator doors opened, a massive glass vessel came into view. Su-Jin paused briefly. A red lotus was submerged in the culture medium. Though it appeared in full bloom, Su-Jin was certain it was dead and had been for many years. At the instant the elevator doors opened, Su-Jin's first impression was that he had seen his own true form, the karmic fire red lotus. But this thing couldn't withstand close scrutiny. It wasn't even a spiritual plant, merely a slightly larger ordinary lotus, and likely not originally red. Huh, humans, isn't it stunning? This is the landmark lotus we harvested from the first resource star discovered after migrating to this galaxy. It was originally green. Green. Listening to Dr. Song's introduction, Su-Jin couldn't help but take another look. Such a drastic color difference. How much technology and effort had gone into achieving that color shift? Unimaginable. This lotus existence marked our settlement in this galaxy, our propagation. In the early years, we ventured across tens of thousands of light years in exploration without encountering any insectoids. Later, the insectoids seemed to discover humans while roaming and exploring the vast cosmos like us. Su-Jin felt speechless. Why did everyone have to wander around? If they'd just stayed in their own territory, none of this would have happened. Of course, it was also the discovery of insect cores value that led to large-scale human evolution. Su-Jin had read this part in the history of the Interstellar Empire. Humans were initially defenseless against the insectoids, with over half dying, until some exposed to insect core energy evolved, gaining a spiritual C and the ability to use psychic power. Thus, all things in the universe are interdependent, a double-edged sword. The three bypassed the red lotus and passed 3 more security doors to enter the spiritual plant sample bank. Entry required passing through a disinfection chamber. Before Dr. Song could activate the disinfection procedure, Su-Jin cast a cleansing spell on herself. Then she passed through the detector without a single alarm. Dr. Song. Was the machine broken? Couldn't be right. So the old man, unconvinced, tried to follow, only to be picked up like a chick by a mechanical arm and placed outside the detection door. Su-Jin, watching from inside, grinned mischievously as Dr. Song was expelled. Chu Hanxiao caught her gaze and pointed at himself. Su-Jin nodded and raised her hand from a distance. Once again, Dr. Song witnessed a miracle as Chu Hanxiao strolled through the detection gate. In the end, only he had to put on shoe covers, gloves, a cap, and a sterile suit before entering the disinfection room, where he was sprayed with disinfectant mist before being allowed in. Inside the sample bank, Dr. Song led Su-Jin to a floating workstation. Currently, we've identified 16984 types of spiritual plants, but not all their uses have been fully developed. The White Tower has 26 staff members dedicated to the spiritual plant division, working day and night on sampling and analysis, yet only a portion of the data has been obtained. But they mostly seem to have effects like strengthening the body and prolonging life, unable to alleviate human suffering such as resisting insectoids or repairing the spiritual C. Dr. Song gave a brief overview of the entire spiritual plant sample bank. Su-Jin, however, stood before the floating workstation, troubled. Her naming system for spiritual plants was entirely different. At the White Tower, each plant had a code. For instance, the yin gu long she encountered at the black market bore the code Z23, over 16000 species. Just staring at the screen and browsing through them one by one would blind Su-Jin. Not to mention the subtle differences between many plants. Like leaf shapes, Jiangli had oval leaves while Qingtangs were also oval, but with hairy edges. Unwilling to go blind, Su-Jin gave up after flipping through a couple of pages and instead stepped into the world of jars and vials, finding it easier to identify the actual specimens. Dr. Song was baffled by her approach. Is she? Fearing he might disturb Su-Jin, Chu Hanxiao quickly explained, she has a different way of naming spiritual plants than we do. She gives each one a name. Huh. Dr. Song's gaze towards Su-Jin now carried a hint of condescension, as if looking at someone with a delusional disorder. Found it. Dr. Song was still wrestling with whether to correct Su-Jin's unorthodox academic attitude when he heard her excited cry from not far away. Dr. Song, you're quite wealthy, aren't you? 3 stalks of tugu grass, each over a century old. We'll take them all. Dr. Song. You're a robber. When he and Chu Hanxiao drew closer, they saw Su-Jin standing before spiritual plant B37. Good heavens. What a picker she was. In the interstellar world, spiritual plants were ranked from A to Z, with A being the rarest and Z the most common. For instance, Yinggu Long was a grade plant, yet even ordinary ones were priceless. The less people understood a plant's function, the more they treasured it. Human technology had shackled their eyes of exploration. Thus, even a dead Yingulong could fetch a fortune. Dr. Song pressed his hand on the glass thermostatic case containing the 3 stalks of tugu grass, as if terrified Su Jin would snatch them. You can't take all 3. I can cut you a tiny piece. With that, he extended his right hand, pinching his thumb and forefinger to indicate a gap, so small it might require a magnifying glass to see. Su Jin furrowed her brow slightly. No, that's too little. Are you feeding birds? I'm not even sure 3 stalks of tugu grass are enough for the medicine. Luckily, these are all over a century old, so I can barely make do. Upon hearing Su Jin utter the words tugu grass, Dr. Song fell into a momentary silence. At first, Su Jin was too far away for him to hear clearly. But when she named B37 again, Dr. Song realized he had seen that name in 2 fragmented pages of an ancient book. However, they couldn't decipher the characters. After years of study by ancient language experts, only a dozen or so words had been translated. Among them were the 3 characters, tugu grass. Wait a moment. With that, Professor Song opened his optical computer and called Professor Song Hua, an ancient language scholar. I have someone here who might recognize the characters on those 2 pages. Bring them over quickly for her to see. Song Hua and Dr. Song were titans in different fields, but close friends privately. Without further questions, he hung up, sealed the ancient book fragments in vacuum glass, and boarded a starship bound for the White Tower. Academics, to some extent, all had a stubborn streak. At 97, Song Hua was considered young in the interstellar era, where the average lifespan exceeded 300. Yet he was erudite and well-versed in both ancient and modern knowledge. As he aged, one academic puzzle after another was solved, leaving only these 2 fragmented pages as an unsolved mystery. That regret was something only they could understand, like collecting a set of 12 blind boxes only to be missing one that was impossible to find. Su Jin paid no attention to the 2 fragments. She continued weaving through rows of sample displays, searching for 3 other spiritual plants. However, unlike tugu grass, the other 3 seemed particularly elusive. After more than 20 minutes, Professor Song Hua was already standing before her, yet she had found nothing. Su Jin rubbed her eyes and extended her hand toward Professor Song Hua, but he clutched the sealed case tightly, refusing to let go. Old Song, you're a liar. Dr. Song stiffened his neck. Nonsense, how am I lying? Song Hua glanced at Su Jin, clearly unimpressed, then turned a dark face to Dr. Song. Song Hua, didn't you just say someone here could read these 2 ancient pages? Dr. Song nodded. Yes, I did. And you brought them, didn't you? Let Su Jin have a look. He pointed at her. She just named plant B37, tugu grass. Remember when we compared the plants with the illustrations in the ancient scroll last time? Song Hua looked at Su Jin in disbelief. They had indeed made the comparison, and Song Hua had believed B37 was called tugu grass, but Dr. Song had objected to abruptly changing the plant's name and disrupting the naming system. The 2 old men had sulked over this for a while, not speaking to each other for over 2 months. Her. How old is she? I'm 18. Well, in about 20 days, I'll be 18. Su Jin said matter-of-factly, arms crossed. Song Hua's eyes were full of disdain. This young sprout hadn't even grown her feathers yet. She understood that look because at that moment she was giving him the exact same one. Having drifted through the eons of time in this world, the Ancient One truly looked down on a man not even 100 years old. What do you know? Su Jin remained unruffled. I know exactly what you're eager to learn right now. Because the ancient book fragments in Song Hua's hands were preserved between glass plates in a vacuum, even though he hadn't handed them to her, Su Jin could catch a few words. After staring at the object in Song Hua's hands for a few seconds, Su Jin suddenly remembered. Wasn't this her own work, the compendium of flora and fauna? She hadn't expected it to survive the vicissitudes of time, even as humanity ventured into interstellar space. The compendium of flora and fauna was a celestial tome that primarily introduced spiritual plants, spirit stones, spiritual treasures, and blessed lands. At least one of the 2 pages Song Hua cherished so dearly was about spiritual plants. Tugu grass. Tugu grass. Tugu grass should be on page 128 in the Mountain Spirit chapter. What you see are traditional characters. Due to a break in transmission, many, or rather most, are beyond your recognition. Tugu grass is a mountain spirit nurtured by dew, companioned by lotus winds. Its roots are marvelously white, buried 5 inches deep in the soil. Its nature is warm. Only the leaves are used for medicine, nourishing the divine abode. As Su Jin recited from memory, Song Hua traced the words on the fragments. He hadn't deciphered all the characters yet, but he knew basic math. The number of characters in Su Jin's pauses matched perfectly, and her phrasing aligned with his knowledge of ancient literary syntax. This. Song Hua looked at Su Jin in disbelief, then at the fragments. You really recognize them? Su Jin nodded and extended her hand again. This time Song Hua didn't refuse. He handed over the fragments with both hands, looking at the yellowed, chipped pages with several large holes in the middle. Su Jin was at a loss for words. not lamenting what these 2 pages had endured, but marveling that they had survived so much. Sometimes humanity itself was a miracle. Su Jin painstakingly translated the content on the fragments for Tsang Hua, patiently explained the character formation rules of traditional script, and elaborated on the uses of tugu grass. Since only 2 pages remained, and they weren't even consecutive, one from the Mountain Spirit chapter about spiritual plants, the other from the Earth Treasures chapter about spirit stones. It was no wonder the old man had struggled. Professor Su, could you find the time to give a few research lectures at our institution? Tsang Hua wasn't a fossil. Initially dismissive of Su Jin, he immediately changed his stance when proven wrong on the spot. In academia and capability, age meant nothing. Chu Hanxiao was a perfect example. At 29, he commanded a legion, and his first legion was truly the foremost among the Empire's 7. Not anytime soon. Su Jin replied curtly. She was quite busy, preparing for the midterm practical exams, syncing with her team, saving Su Zhe, and searching for resource planets to cultivate. Thinking about it all, she felt like she was starting a new game from level 1 with a long road ahead. All right, whenever you're available. I'll first apply for a visiting professorship for you. Seeing Su Jin nod, Tsang Hua let out a long sigh of relief. From the few pointers she had just given, he knew this young woman had boundless potential. I wonder how much content that ancient book contains. We only have 2 pages, such a pity. Su Jin's thoughts had drifted to the past, so she said offhandedly, these 2 pages are from the Compendium of Flora and Fauna. It comprises 14 volumes, 7 on mountain spirits, 7 on earth treasures, 7 on void space, 7 on chaos, 7 on water rhythms, 7 on chi depths, and 7 on dream principles. Hearing this, the 3 experts present exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with undisguised shock. 7 volumes. Professor Tsang Hua stared at the 2 tattered pages he held, as if they were treasures, his wrinkle-free face pale with dismay. How do you know? Adhering to the principle of academic priority, Dr. Song voiced the question that Tsang Hua also wanted to ask. Su Jin pursed her lips and tilted her head in thought. This question was hard to answer, for if she spoke the truth, they would not believe it. With the meager faith power she currently possessed, even she herself doubted it. Yet she did not wish to lie, so Su Jin turned her gaze to Chu Hanxiao, the scapegoat. That look struck Chu Hanxiao as familiar, identical to the one Su Jin had given him yesterday when Professor Song asked about the beast trap array. I once saw it on a cliffside carving on some desolate star, and I shared it with Su Jin on the starship just now. Su Jin did not want to lie, so the burden of deception fell upon Chu Hanxiao. What else could he do? He doted on his own. Su Jin tilted her head a little more. This commander was quite perceptive, at least the faith power she had wasted on casting the cleansing spell for him was not in vain. The 2 old men exchanged a glance, both skeptical. Yet with tacit understanding they refrained from probing further. I recall a method. Draw the spiritual plants you need, scan them on the workbench, and you can find what you're looking for. Dr. Song's suggestion had occurred to Su Jin long ago. The reason she had not done so was that her drawing skills had never progressed beyond a kindergarten level. She could draw, but not even artificial intelligence, let alone herself, would recognize the result. I can't draw. Dr. Song glanced at the vast spiritual plant sample library, row upon row of glass thermostatic chambers, and felt that he might not be able to afford the losses. Seeing how protective Chu Hanxiao was, and how cunning the young girl was, he realized that even if he stayed the entire time, he could not pry the beast trap array's design from their lips. It would be better to take advantage of Kang Hua's presence and have him study the array. Even if he could not figure out how to begin or end it, he could at least make a rubbing of the formation. He'll find someone for you. She is very familiar with spiritual plants. Describe them to her, and she can give you a good idea. Su Jin was delighted at the prospect. Otherwise, searching like this would be like looking for a needle in a haystack, a terrible waste of time. Once found, she still had to hurry and prepare the medicine. But Su Jin did not understand why, in this interstellar age where everyone had a light brain and could call someone with a simple communication, Dr. Song felt the need to drag Professor Tsang Hua along personally. Wasn't that a sheer waste of labor? Once the sample library's door closed, Chu Hanxiao saw the confusion in Su Jin's eyes and could not help but explain. Dr. Song has likely realized that even with his personal escort, you still want to teach him the beast trap array, so he slipped away. I suspect he's coerced Professor Tsang Hua into copying the diagram for him, at least to keep a record. Su Jin finally understood. That sly old fox. Her remark made Chu Hanxiao burst into laughter. In the entire galaxy, probably only Su Jin dared to mock Professor Song like that. Truly a newborn calf fears not the tiger. About 7 or 8 minutes later, a staff member in a white lab coat entered the spiritual plant sample library. Greetings, Colonel Chu. Hello, classmate Su. Young Duo sent by Professor Song to assist you both in finding the spiritual plants. Yang Duo appeared to be in her early 20s with fair skin, a braid, and black-rimmed glasses. Under her lab coat, she wore a shirt and trousers, the epitome of a standard academic. Thank you. The spiritual plant I need is entirely black, but upon close inspection, it has dark golden veins like blood vessels under human skin. The leaves are heart-shaped yellow on the back and dark green on the front with many small triangular bumps on the dark green side. Su Jin described the plant she needed in as much detail as possible. As she narrated, Yang Duo took out paper and a pen and in a few strokes sketched the general appearance of the plant according to Su Jin's description. Yes, that's it. That's the Qinyang I need. You draw so well. Su Jin was genuinely envious of Yang Duo's skill. She could draw too, but only talismans, everything else was out of the question. When she had compiled the compendium of flora and fauna, long ago, all the lifelike illustrations of spiritual plants and spirit stones were drawn by Bibu. That little cat demon was talented, but ultimately, she could not withstand the endless passage of time. With Yang Duo's help, they quickly found Qinyang and orchid stamen, but the sample library did not have shoe etching. After inspecting the quality of the Qinyang and orchid stamen, with Yang Duo, Su Jin prepared to take them on the spot. Before Yang Duo could react, 3B37 bone-penetrating herbs had been brazenly stashed into Su Jin's spatial button. No. You can't do that. Yang Duo nearly burst into tears on the spot. Every single plant in the spiritual plant sample library was precious treasures brought back by soldiers from resource stars. Though called resource stars, landing on them was extremely dangerous. Because of their abundant resources, the planets themselves had strong protective instincts. For instance, Earth once had an atmosphere that could burn through starships. Many resource stars rich in spiritual plants were surrounded by natural defenses, such as corrosive gases, layers of flames hotter than the sun, or even space-time black holes that could leave one lost in an instant. But Su Jin ignored her. Suze had fallen into a coma after burning his spiritual seed to protect all of humanity. Since people held the means to awaken her grandfather, they must hand it over. Otherwise, what soldier would dare to fight with all their might? So Su Jin looked at Chu Hanxiao again. She understood this logic, and surely Chu Hanxiao did too, but her words and his carried different weight. However, when Chu Hanxiao spoke, it was not quite what Su Jin had expected. Let us take the items first. You can fill out the paperwork later. Say the First Legion needs them urgently and put it on my tab. I will replenish them eventually and also contribute 2 new spiritual plant species not in the library. Su Jin. He must be seriously ill. These spiritual plants were meant to save Suze, so shouldn't they be charged to the Second Legion's account? Alas, survivor syndrome truly wreaks havoc. Little did Su Jin know that to take the spiritual plants, she needed the signature of a Legion commander. Suze was still in a coma and naturally could not sign. Chu Hanxiao feared that the old fossil Dr. Song would make a fuss and delay Su Jin's plans, so he chose a shortcut. Afraid that the old fossil Dr. Song would make a fuss and delay Su Jin's affairs, Chu Hanxiao decided to take a shortcut. Yang Duo was powerless to stop them. She could only watch with a reluctant expression as Su Jin stored all 3 types, a total of 15 spiritual plants, into her spatial button, without any hesitation. She showed no mercy. Helpless Yang Duo had to produce the documents for Chu Hanxiao to sign 15 copies in total, plus a pledge to add 2 new spiritual plants, not a single one missing. Only then could the 2 leave the sample library. Can you find shoe etching? Since it was not in the library and had no catalog number, Su Jin had asked Yang Duo for a hand-drawn picture of shoe etching to be safe. Chu Hanxiao was not sure. While you're taking your exams, I'll have Lin Yu search through channels. If we still can't find it, it'll take you to a nearby resource star after your midterms. Su Jin nodded and boarded her interstellar hovercar. There was news from the black market. 2 buyers were interested in the grade bug core she had consigned, so she needed to go there. Watching the interstellar hovercar depart, Chu Hanxiao did not board the starship, but instead went to the makeshift laboratory to visit Qin Yiqi. In his past life, he had learned of Qin Yiqi's existence over 3 months later. He had died by suicide, and the 7th Legion had handled the matter, not Chu Hanxiao. Looking back later, the Qin Yiqi incident was the very origin of the entire genetic fusion. Chu Hanxiao had always believed that Qin Yiqi had only appeared after 3 months and died immediately upon emergence. He had not expected it to happen so early. It seemed the 7th Legion's report from his past life was heavily doctored. Seated in the back row of the interstellar hovercar, Su Jin finally had a moment to browse through Starblog. It was then she noticed that the top trending topic had changed once again. He admitted it. Who admitted it? Admitted what? Driven by the principle that missing out on gossip was sheer foolishness, Su Jin eagerly clicked into the trending topic. For the second time in her life, she found herself at the center of the gossip, yet her thoughts diverged sharply from those of the netizens, especially the fervent fans of the celebrity couple pairing. She was convinced it must have been a slip of Chu Hanxiao's finger. As the esteemed commander, it was only natural that he might be overwhelmed with countless duties and occasionally prone to a moment of blurred vision. Therefore, Su Jin paid no heed to the squealing excitement of the netizens. Instead, she posted the snow blue hand-drawn sketch she had brought from the White Tower with the caption, "Buying at a high price. It'll take as many as you have." Given her current popularity, the post had barely been up for a moment before the views exceeded 10,000 and the comments were a chaotic mix. "Madman of the wilderness, I want to see the little kitten. Loudspeaker brother, I don't have one, but if I did, I'd give it to you. Promise me you'll smile every day, okay? Yinling Jasmine, with coffee, First Legion, Chu Hanxiao, you've been called out. Part-time group, such beautiful fingers. Flame 561, good girl, mommy loves you. Su Jin refreshed the page 4 or 5 times using her divine sense to quickly scan through over 100 comments. Not a single one was serious. Just as she shut down her optical brain, they arrived at the black market. This time there was no need to buy a mimicry mask at the entrance. Before departing, Chu Hanxiao had gifted her a stack of them. Su Jin didn't stand on ceremony with him at all, simply silently tallying the cost into his consultation fee. Su the barefoot doctor took them with a clear conscience. Chu the patient gave them with effortless ease. A perfect match. Entering the black market, she headed straight for the exchange. At the large screen by the entrance, she input the appointment number from the message she'd received, and the door swung open. A robotic attendant led Su Jin to a private room on the second floor, thoughtfully providing a small plate of melon seeds, a dozen peanuts, and a bottle of sparkling mineral water. If only there were a sausage and a pack of instant noodles, she'd be all set to kick back. This was Su Jin's first time consigning items at the black market, so she wasn't yet familiar with the procedures here. According to her assumptions, combined with the unwritten rules of the black market, she speculated that it was highly likely she, as the seller, would not meet the two buyers face to face. But some things are truly a double-edged sword. The black market was indeed a place for anonymous transactions, but it also needed to profit. Hence, another rule existed: if one wished to trade face-to-face, paying extra would suffice. Thus, Su Jin had barely cracked 7 or 8 melon seeds when the robot ushered both buyers into the room. Startled, Su Jin looked up, dropping melon seed shells on the floor, only to see a gentle reminder from the black market trading system. Buyer Y has chosen a named transaction and has paid 10,000 star coins. Buyer L has chosen a named transaction and has paid 8,000 star coins. Su Jin, this kind of differential treatment exists. She guessed that the notification must have stated that following a named transaction would come at a 20% discount. Then Su Jin saw 2 individuals with panda head masks sit down across from her. At that moment, another message from the black market trading system arrived. If you choose a named transaction, you will receive 50 of the total amount paid by both buyers. Su Jin blinked, then clicked confirm with a smile. Who's afraid of whom? That was a solid 9,000 star coins, just for showing her face. She figured she might as well make 2 new friends. But the next second, when all 3 of their mimicry masks deactivated simultaneously, Su Jin began to regret those 9,000 coins. They were all old acquaintances, each more irritating than the last. Su Jin didn't even want to sell anymore, but breaching the contract would incur a penalty fee, and she wasn't about to waste her money on these 2 imbeciles. Su Jin, what are you doing here? Su Yanli shot up from his seat the moment the mimicry mask failed, pointing at Su Jin in fury. In his eyes, she was the one who had torn the second branch of the Su family apart overnight. Before Su Jin could react, the young man with purple hair and emerald eyes beside her delivered a sharp slap that nearly broke Su Yanli's arm on the spot. Prince Aloe, with a cold gaze, fixed his eyes on Su Yanli, making no effort to conceal the surging killing intent within them. When struck, Su Yanli had intended to summon his spirit form, but his Alaskan Malamute spirit utterly refused to emerge, for Aloe's spirit, the divine lamp, was of the 2S rank. For warriors bound by a strict hierarchy, this was absolute suppression. Su Yanli seethed with frustration. At home, he was constrained by Su Xingmian's red-crowned crane spirit, and now, seeking a moment of rebellion, he had run into Aloe. What do you want? Aloe shot Su Yanli a glare. Naturally, to abide by the trading rules and compete fairly. Su Yanli, though furious and outmatched, could only sit back down with heavy breaths. Su Jin, give me the 2 gray bug cores. Why should I? Why should you? Su Yanli grew even angrier. You have the nerve to ask why. Isn't it because of your sneaky live stream? Matters meant to be discussed behind closed doors within the family, you've blown them up into a public spectacle. I've always said you can't be my real sister. Roland was terrified this time. She has nightmares every night. The idea of altering the training room's difficulty was mine alone. Don't blame her. She needs 2 grade bug cores to calm her nerves. I planned to come to school to ask you tomorrow, but I was worried about delaying Roland's recovery, so I came to the black market to try my luck. Since it's you, just hand them over. Su Yanli spoke with such self-assurance and entitlement that Su Jin was amused into laughter. You've truly shown me the diversity of carbon-based life forms. How do you have the face to ask, and how can you be so brazen about it? Do you think that just because Su Muchuan has fallen, you still have your biological mother, Pushiweru, as your support? Young man, you're overthinking it. The switch between me and Su Yueqing back then was her doing. Don't think she can coast by just because she has a brother in the cabinet now. Her time is coming, but it's only a matter of time before she's locked up. Su Jin didn't spare Su Yanli, a creature born of a father with no upbringing and a mother without guidance. It was high time someone taught him a lesson. You're going after my mother too. Had Aloe not been present, Su Yanli would have raised his finger to point at Su Jin again. Yao Guang lay sprawled across Su Jin's shoulder like a cat-shaped pancake, appearing utterly harmless. Yet both others in the room knew their own spirits were deeply wary of this little kitten. Did she spare me back then? Su-Jin wasn't one to hold grudges, as she usually settled scores on the spot. The ones still pending were the lingering resentments of her predecessor, and they were a nuisance. Name your price. Su-Jin had no desire to linger with these two, one a fool, the other a slimy creep. Neither was any good. He'll pay double. Alo raised the bid outright, which caught Su-Jin by surprise. She had expected him to haggle over 100 star coins at a time. She hadn't realized this purple-haired youth was so wealthy. But then again, it made sense, so otherwise he wouldn't have been able to hire 5 people to act out a scene for him last time. She wondered which young master he belonged to. Su Yanli gritted his teeth, now suspecting that Alo was in cahoots with Su-Jin. Triple. Su Yanli wasn't flush with cash. As soon as Su Muchuan had been taken in, the company collapsed. The board of directors pressed hard, and every regulatory body, taxation, finance, quality inspection, pricing, industry, and commerce, had come to investigate. It was essentially a complete purge. 10 times. Alo clearly had no patience for Su Yanli's dithering. Su Yanli was filled with righteous indignation, yet found himself utterly powerless. Once upon a time, he was the renowned young master of the Su family, wealthy and formidable, and his esteemed lineage made him the subject of others' apprehension. But now he could not fathom how some young master from another family could outbid him with a mere increase in price. Su-Jun actually wanted to intervene on Aluo's behalf, questioning what was worth 10 times the price for just 2 grade insect cores. This time she had indeed profited. Su Yanli ceased to bid, and thus the 2 grade insect cores were claimed by Aluo. Do you know who I am? Su Yanli was enraged and filled with humiliation, wanting to roar at Su-Jun, yet he feared Yao Guan. Although Aluo was of a higher rank than him, it was certain that he could not compare to Yao Guan. You. Aluo crossed his arms, his eyes filled with disdain. Aren't you just the lost dog of the second branch of the Su family? Su Yanli was on the verge of exploding. His face flushed, his fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white, yet he felt utterly powerless. After a moment of heavy breathing and a standoff, he finally huffed, "And you, what illegitimate child are you?" This remark was rather out of line. Su-Jun, who was munching on sunflower seeds, thought it suggested a sense of defamation stemming from inability. Though in her eyes, Aluo was not exactly a good person either. After all, which good family would hire a bunch of misfits to play the roles of heroes rescuing beauties? Initially, she thought Aluo would throw a punch to teach Su Yanli a lesson, as 80 of soap opera plots typically unfold. However, Aluo did not. Illegitimate child. My father wouldn't dare let me introduce myself. The first half of his sentence carried a rebellious tone not intended for Su Yanli, while the latter half was directly aimed at Su-Jun, completely ignoring Su Yanli. I am Aluo Philagimir, and my father is Odin Philagimir. Aluo observed Su Yanli's face and saw the expression he had expected to see on Su-Jun's face. You? Out of politeness, Su-Jun nodded while peeling peanuts. I understand. Aluo, is that right? Su Yanli truly did not expect that this person before him was actually the little prince they could not afford to offend before the family split. But he would not concede. Ha Su-Jun, you are nothing but a fickle and shameless person cradling the spiritual entity of Chu Hanqiao while entangling with the little prince ambiguously. Su-Jun, disinterested in reasoning with such a person, prepared to shut the door on Yao Guan. Yet again, Aluo intercepted her. Slap. Smack. Aluo wasted no time and struck left and right, not using his fists, but rather enthusiastically slapping, the sound resounding loudly. It was reminiscent of a misbehaving child getting spanked by a parent. Now even Yao Guang had stopped acting aloof and lifted her sapphire-like eyes to join Su-Jun in watching the spectacle. It was roughly 7, 8, or even 10 slaps. After stopping, Aluo stretched his wrist. I am Su-Jun's uncle, Su-Jun's mother is my sister, and Su-Jun's grandfather is my adoptive father. If you keep spouting nonsense, I will have you exiled to the fringe stars to mine for, or on charges of defaming the royal family. This silenced Su Yanli. Though his gaze remained unfriendly, his eyes had swollen to slits, making it difficult to see, let alone glare at others, rendering him utterly unthreatening. He looked like a joke. Su Yanli stumbled back a few steps, almost fleeing through the door. Just then, as Aluo turned around eager to claim his victory, he felt a sharp dagger pressed to his throat. Uncle. Oomph. Which uncle pays to have someone impersonate a hero rescuing a beauty in the black market? What? Are you trying to woo me, uncle? Aluo genuinely wished he could go back in time and slap himself twice for being so blind. 18 years, and he was unaware that his sister's child had been swapped. He blindly defended the Su family and even began to feel a bit disdainful of himself, not blaming Su-Jun for suspecting he had ulterior motives. No, niece, please listen to me. Hey. Seeing Aluo trying to take advantage of the situation and calling her niece, Su-Jun pushed the dagger forward a bit more. Aluo hurriedly begged for mercy. What I said is true. Your mother is Xia Jiqi, her nickname is I, and your grandfather is Xia Shu. I was kidnapped in my childhood, and it was your grandfather who saved me. Su-Jun saw that Aluo's words were quite convincing, so she retracted the dagger slightly. These details were not in the memories of her original self, and with Suze still unconscious, she had no idea whom to ask. The two sat in the private room for over half an hour, and Su-jun finally pieced the whole story together. So that was why you hired someone to put on such an awkward show, just to annoy me. Although Aluo felt something was off, it didn't seem entirely wrong. In any case, I now understand, I was utterly mistaken back then, please forgive me. Su-jun found him somewhat teachable, knowing his mistakes, and willing to amend them. There's no greater virtue. You're not my uncle, and I want to acknowledge this kinship. From now on I will call you by your name, and please do the same for me. Moreover, it was my grandfather who saved you, and you accompanied him during the lonely years after he lost his daughter. Thus, just as he said before passing, you owe him nothing, and owe my mother nothing. You have your own life, and should not feel burdened by a debt of gratitude. After listening to Su-jun's lengthy discourse, Aluo shook his head, clearly disagreeing. If it weren't for Father Xiao, I would have long since perished. How can I not repay such kindness? Being grateful for kindness is also what Father Xiao taught me. Su-jun truly felt exhausted. Is everyone in the stars sick? One after another, they all seemed to have psychological issues. Repaying a debt of gratitude for 3 generations, making it feel like a tale of 3 lifetimes. Who can endure that? She had already taken in 2 patients and simply had no energy left to treat the little prince. Thus, Su-jun decided to cut through the chaos decisively. Aluo, have you ever considered that your way of repaying kindness might cause me distress? Aluo, no, not at all. Look, I've been through a lot recently. First, I discovered I'm not an orphan, then I learned my father doesn't love me and my mother doesn't care for me. Later, things became even more absurd. My father isn't my father and my mother isn't my mother. Suddenly today, you show up claiming to be my niece. Do you think there's a possibility I might not need relatives? My grandfather is enough for me. And you can continue to be the little prince while I walk my own path in life without further intersections. Aluo looked at Su-jun with longing. Su-jun understood everything he said, but he did not wish to comprehend it. If he lost the goal of caring for Su-jun in his life, he would have to face the turmoil within the royal family. Although he had no intention of contending for power with his elder brother, they would eventually find themselves on opposing sides. I understand. Su-jun nodded, feeling relieved at least there was one who wasn't completely beyond hope. So can we be friends? Aluo's emerald eyes were sincere. Su-jun was not the type to be entirely unapproachable, so she nodded, settled the transaction, waved her hand, and left. Behind her, the little prince opened his light brain, collected the 2 grade insect cores, and gifted them to Su-jun. He then casually opened the star blog and saw the snowy blue image uploaded by Su-jun. This thing seems to be available in my elder brother's treasure vault. Meow. As Su-jun left the VIP room, Yaoguang turned around on the spot, still perched on Su-jun's shoulder, but now facing backward. Her gaze at the purple-haired youth was filled with obvious aversion. If it weren't for that story about the adopted son, or if Aluo had dared to utter a single lie, Yaoguang swore she would turn him from the dream lover of countless maidens into a face like a Rakshasa from hell. She would make his face bloom like a flower. And he dared to make Su-jun call him little uncle. Where did he get such seniority? Good thing Su-jun didn't agree. Aluo was deeply engrossed in racking his brains on how to help Su-jun, so he didn't notice Yaogang's territorial glare. The magic lamp did notice, but dared not speak. As soon as Su-jun left the exchange, she received a group message. I've already obtained a star map for this assessment. Does everyone have time to meet at school now? Although Bairani was only a sophomore, he was not only the top student in mecha manufacturing, but also the undisputed first in the grade-wide simulation command assessment. Therefore, he was the team leader for this midterm exam. According to the school's arrangement, the exam was on Tuesday, the map was released on the weekend, and tactics were discussed on Monday. All standard procedures. Fujian on my way. I see to in game. Already at school? Su-jun 15 minutes. Kongshan Sinyu Ho, will be half an hour late. Got him on my way too. Central Military Academy Practical Exam Planet Map. JPG. Su-jun boarded the interstellar hovercar and opened the map. A wave of familiarity washed over her. The mineral planet Deard, recently reclaimed by the 7th Legion, was small, but had all the essentials: hills, basins, lakes, plateaus, mountains, swamps. This mineral planet closely resembled Earth's evolutionary terrain. Then came the newly released exam procedure. Su-jun had no idea who devised it, and she even began to suspect that besides herself there might be other transmigrators. The rules for the Capital Star Central Military Academy's midterm practical exam stated that all teams would take a starship to planet DRD and must submit their target location coordinates before the exam began. Then all members would parachute from an altitude of about 800 meters. The exam program would be triggered immediately after the last team member landed. If there was also a shrinking safe zone. Fortunately, there wasn't. The exam lasted 3 days, a total of 72 hours. Each team was required to complete daily tasks, and if possible strive for bonus tasks. The final score would be assessed based on the degree of task completion time, and the quality of bonus task completion. There was 1 main task, 1 bonus task, and 1 hidden task per day, with 2 hidden tasks on the last day, making a total of 10 tasks. Each task had a maximum score of 10 points. A friendly reminder the landing zone could affect the maximum score for tasks. It was forbidden to take the exam passively, trading task items or information during the exam was prohibited, but exchange was allowed. Sacrificing teammates to complete tasks was forbidden. There were a total of 108 miscellaneous rules which Su-Jin didn't read in detail. Her focus was entirely on the three-dimensional map. Each terrain area was marked with the task difficulty, the assessed score, and the level of Zergs in that region. For example, the plateau region had thin air, steep mountains, scarce resources, and harsh natural conditions. However, the Zergs also disliked going there, so the task level was only 3 stars and the assessed score was only 6 points. That meant completing daily tasks there would yield a maximum of 6 points, and the hidden tasks wouldn't score highly either. It was suitable for candidates who didn't aim for first place, only wanted to pass, and would be satisfied with even 61 points. Looking at the overall situation, the areas with the highest scores were the basins and plains. The basin was marked with a red triangle warning students that the highest level of Zergs there was class, and all were large Zergs. The plains were complicated because the Zergs there included aquatic, terrestrial, and amphibious types, and their numbers were the highest on the entire map. Su-Jin judged that most classmates would choose to parachute into the plains first, striving hard at the beginning to make the rest easier. The reason she thought few would choose the basin was that large Zergs were tough-skinned, had long lifespans, and were hard to kill. If things went wrong at the start, it could easily dampen morale. Moreover, those who chose this area were usually teams. Lone wolves would seek stability, and the plains were good for that. Su-Jin tapped the basin area on her holographic computer, thinking about how to convince the other 4 teammates to choose this place. Soon the interstellar hovercar arrived at the gate of the Central Military Academy. As soon as Su-Jin set foot on the ground, she sensed several gazes from the shadows. She felt a sensation like being targeted by a viper, dark and sticky. Su-Jin immediately hugged the kitten's head and pressed it against her chest, leaning close to its ear and whispering, "Show. Don't alert the enemy. They're probably trying to sneak into the exam. We'll deal with them then." Yeagang's ears instantly drooped. During the Central Military Academy's midterm exam area, no one's spirit body other than their own was allowed to enter. Otherwise, where would fairness be? Not everyone had a boyfriend, and even if they did, the levels of spirit bodies were uneven. Su-Jin wasn't aware of this rule. She was only focused on holding down the kitten, whose instincts were as sharp as hers to keep the game interesting. She headed straight for the classroom, but encountered by Randy and another man and woman on the way. The girl looked like the typical good girl type, dressed in a blue-gray academic style, paired with small leather shoes. Gray stockings reached just below her knees, making her legs appear fair and straight. She had bangs and shoulder-length hair with a thin braid woven from her left temple, tied at the end with a silk ribbon. A triangular black leather backpack hung from her right shoulder, giving her a fresh and clean appearance. The boy had a stunningly handsome mixed-race face with a high nose bridge, deep eyes, and fluffy brown curly hair. He wore jeans, a jacket, and a casual bag slung across his chest. His demeanor was on the cold side, with his hands in his pockets, giving off an air of keep your distance. Randy saw Su-Jin and led the two over. He first pointed at the girl, saying, "This is Yu Qingzhu, a first year like you, upgrade, healer, spirit body, purple hyacinth." Su-Jin nodded in acknowledgement. Randy then pointed at the boy, saying, "Ista Harrington, third year mecha combat department, spirit body gibbon." Su-Jin raised an eyebrow. This spirit body was quite unique. Then Randy pointed at Su-Jin, the legend of the Cockroach Valley, the nemesis of the 7th Legion, the granddaughter of General Su-Zhe, the light of us, ordinary people. Su-Jin started with a smile, but eventually couldn't take it anymore. Like the boy, she reached out and punched Randy's shoulder. "That's enough." Randy rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "We all saw the live stream that day. I heard you're a healer, and rumors say you're probably a natural scrate." Su-Jin shrugged. "I don't know either. My grandfather is still in a coma, but it won't be long. Just 18 more days until we find out." Seeing that Su-Jin spoke lightly and without pressure, Randy felt relieved. He had no idea how he had spent the past 2 days. At first he was excited. Su-Jin had agreed to join the team. That cringy group name was changed after he got her consent. Then came the shock. When the Su family's dirty secrets were exposed to the world, everyone shifted their attention, speculating about Su-Jin's level with all sorts of theories. Randy had prepared himself for Su-Jin to go from an ordinary person to a high-level healer and decide not to take the risk with them. After all, the Central Military Academy's midterm practical exam still carried a certain level of danger, and the rules allowed healers to opt out. Now, seeing that Su-Jin had no intention of withdrawing, he felt settled. The next step was to study the battle plan. "Where are you going?" Su-Jin was heading toward the school, while Randy and the other two were walking toward the main gate, their paths opposite. "I don't even mention it. The school study rooms, classrooms, library, reading rooms. Even the teachers' offices are packed. We were thinking of finding a cafe or something outside." Su-Jin hadn't expected this batch of students to take the midterm exams so seriously. It was indeed quite different from Earth. The 4 of them searched around outside the school, but couldn't find a suitable place. Finally, Su-Sinyu arrived. Upon hearing there was nowhere to go, she directly took them to the top floor of the CG Club in the city center and booked a VIP room. A few sips of iced drinks finally soothed their irritable moods. Is there something special about this midterm exam? Sujin sensed something amiss. The Central Military Academy wasn't full of academic elites. There were plenty of idle rich kids. A trivial midterm practical test shouldn't have driven everyone into combat mode. Well, they exchanged glances as if harboring some unspoken difficulty. Finally, Su Xinyu stepped forward. My dear lady, everyone is working so hard entirely because of you. Sujin, what? Impossible. What did I do? It's not a martial arts tournament for a bride, is it? Seeing Sujin completely oblivious, Su Xinyu instead smiled. You really are. How should I put it? An old master defeated by random flailing. Your live stream the day before yesterday was truly stunning. She pointed a finger at Sujin. With one live stream you achieved class mobility, transforming from an ordinary nobody into a web celebrity with millions of fans, from a talentless commoner into a healer with a mysterious gift. You rewrote the entire interstellar history, standing alone against the powerful. In just 2 hours you accomplished the feat of an ant bringing down an elephant. And your performance in the Cockroach Insect Valley Secret Realm made you a role model for this generation of cadets. Sujin. So the reason this cohort is so proactive is that some were inspired by you. They feel they too can shed their inferiority and achieve a different life. Others were forced here by their parents or families. Some want to get close to you to see if a marriage alliance is possible, some dislike you and want to embarrass you, some wish to surpass a legend and become one themselves, and some came to watch you fail. In short, everyone is striving and 80% of it is because of you. Though their aims and stances differ, the reason is mostly tied to you. Sujin, there's really no need for that. But now nothing said matters. In the end, strength must speak for itself. So in other words, I've become a target. Among these eager classmates, there might even be those who want to kill me. Aren't you afraid? Sujin still recalled the unsettling gaze when she got out of the car, though she was confident she could use the assessment to make them disappear forever. But she had to warn her team members in advance. The four were momentarily stunned, then their expressions turned serious. My family is in the entertainment industry, both online and offline, like this club, and signing influencers and celebrities. But I despise this kind of decadent luxury. I want to go to the battlefield. So for me, being in your group is the true training. It was Su Xinyu who spoke. Only then did Sujin begin to scrutinize this senior from the third-year Class A of the Mecha Combat Department from head to toe. Dressed in white clothes and pants, her seaweed-like long hair draped over her shoulders, a cigar held between her slender fingertips, she stood by the window glowing all over. No wonder she was the class monitor of the third-year Class A in Mecha Combat. On the way to the club, Ranti had introduced Su Xinyu, saying she was Shrank with the spirit beast Silver Wolf. She was both cool and fierce. As for me, I'm a healer. If I find anyone trying to pull a dirty trick during the midterm assessment, I'll report them for attacking a healer and have them sewing uniforms for life. This time it was Yu Qingzhu who spoke. Her family was a scholarly lineage where for generations ordinary people had married ordinary people, and within a century she was the only ability user. And she was a very rare healer. So her 3 generations of 6 lawyers had taught her since childhood about special regulations for healers' protection laws and which acts could be penalized along with sentencing standards. Though she hadn't studied law through daily exposure, Yu Qingzhu felt she could definitely win any case she took, especially cases of healer infringement. So if she pretended to be the victim, the other party would be unable to defend themselves, but the risk was too great. Sujin felt a bit speechless. She wanted to say, you don't have to protect me with your life, I can take on 10 by myself. Honestly, compared to the 2 girls, Esther Harrington didn't say much, just nodded. In terms of life experience, if someone were to ambush, the quietest friend is often the fastest to act. At this point, Sujin felt a bit dazed. Besides by Ranti, she was meeting the other 3 for the first time, and even by Ranti, she had only seen twice. Why would they risk themselves for someone they'd only met once? Because of youthful passion, or because she was the best choice for the team? Sujin couldn't figure it out, so she stopped dwelling on it. Don't worry, Sujin. From the moment you agreed to join our group, we've been a team. One glory for all, one loss for all. After Ranti spoke, instead of hastily discussing battle plans, he first asked Sujin a question Headlong wanted to ask. How did you achieve that record in the Cockroach Insect Valley? Is it replicable? Sujin understood Ranti's intent. In this 5-person team, with her spiritual C sealed, she was currently an ordinary person, just as likely as Ranti to hold the team back. Ranti's strengths were command and mecha repair, while Sujin was more like an assassin. If her method could be replicated, the team would have 2 members no weaker than warriors. That would increase their chances of victory. However, Sujin sensed the faith power, though growing slowly, was increasing daily. Sorry. Sujin's answer was entirely within Ranti's expectations. Whether it truly couldn't be replicated or Sujin was unwilling to teach, it was all reasonable. Alright, I was just checking. So everyone has seen the map. Now let's discuss where we should drop. After Bairani asked, the whole group fell silent for a few seconds. The quietest member Esta spoke first. Let's go to the basin. Same as I thought. Su Xinyu immediately jumped in to support, reaching out to high-five Esta. Though reluctant, he still went along with it. Yu Qingzhu also nodded. Great minds think alike. Bairani looked at Su Jin. Su Jin felt an indescribable connection. Though they were meeting for the first time, there was a wordless rapport. Everyone was in perfect agreement. Unanimously passed. Let me first outline my plan. The discussion of the 5-member team continued late into the night, with lunch, afternoon tea, dinner, and supper all delivered by Su Xinyu's orders. There was no nutritional fluid. Everything was prepared by Tyre the chef, exquisite and delicious. Su Jin couldn't help but sigh that no matter the time, one must have wealth. Money was the backbone of confidence. She still needed to find ways to earn more money. According to past conventions, the main task is to switch between different areas to kill insects and collect insect cores. But this year the rules have changed. I heard the teachers specifically went to the DERD planet with the 7th Legion. This year's assessment has human-made elements. Hearing Bairani say this, Su Xinyu laughed. Human-made elements. Could it be that they're following the trend of escape rooms? Yu Qingzhu waved his hand. Don't be ridiculous, how could that be? In such a short time, even if the entire 7th Legion were deployed, they couldn't build an escape room for so many students to play together. But perhaps they might set up an NPC or something. Su Xinyu shrugged, showing little interest. Su Jin had a different perspective. I suspect it will be a series of tasks, the kind where a main task triggers side tasks which then lead to hidden tasks in a continuous narrative mode. Aista, who had been silent all along, nodded after hearing Su Jin's words. I agree with Su Jin's view. I also agree with what Su Jin said. However, until the main task is issued, no one knows what the system will be. The current question is, what can we bring within the permitted range? This was a blind spot for Su Jin, as she hadn't had time to read through all 108 rules, so she asked directly, what is not allowed? Bairani pointed at Yao Wang on Su Jin's shoulder. You can't bring any other spirit being besides your own, especially Yao Wang. With it, you'd be an instant winner, and everyone else would have to step aside. Only then did Su Jin learn that Yao Wang couldn't enter. She brought the little kitten up to her eyes, and the two stared at each other for a long time. Do you still not want to go back to Chu Hanshao? How about I send you to Su Xingyan? The little snow leopard was utterly displeased. Reluctant to leave Su Jin, what could it do? Seeing Su Jin ask Yao Wang this, the others exchanged glances, all seeing concern in each other's eyes. Everyone knew that after the battle on Qiwine Sewer Star, Chu Hanshao had been unconscious for 3 days before waking up. Could it be that the injury prevented the spirit being from returning to the spiritual sea? That would be quite serious. Su Jin had no idea what they were thinking. She had already decided to send Yao Wang to Su Xingyan. Fan Wenhua also had to participate in the assessment, and Su Yiweqing probably needed time to digest her own origins. There weren't many people in this world she could trust, but Su Xingyan was one of them. So the next afternoon, Su Jin stood at the Hu family's gate, holding Yao Wang. May I ask who you're looking for? My name is Su Jin. I'm looking for Su Xingyan. The butler led Su Jin to the reception room, and within just 2 or 3 minutes, Su Xingyan stood at the doorway. Great, you're here. Su Xingyan rushed over and gave Su Jin a hug. Su Jin, I went to your school to find you. You weren't in the dorm yesterday or the day before. If you had come any later, we would have missed each other, and I would have gone to the school again. Su Jin, you have something to discuss with me, eh? Su Xingyan nodded repeatedly. I want to apologize to you. I was raised by grand-uncle and uncle since childhood. I never imagined my parents would steal your life. I'm sorry. Su Jin smiled. Don't take all the blame on yourself. How many times a year do you return to the Su family? It's normal that you didn't know. Look at me. I'm perfectly fine. Su Xingyan's eyes stung. Now that she looked, Su Jin's appearance and temperament were more like Su Qinghuai, who was a refined general. By the way, I have a house in the city center. If you find the dormitory uncomfortable, you can stay there. It's a reward from the Empire for meritorious generals guarded by soldiers. No one will disturb you. As she spoke, Su Xingyan handed Su Jin 2 black cards. One is for the house's access. You need to swipe it for the first entry, after that you can verify with your iris. The other is my allowance card. I'm not good at investing, so it's just a fixed salary. I've never used it over the years. Take it and spend it as you wish. Su Jin. If she hadn't known that Su Xingyan was the original Bodhi's elder sister, Su Jin might have thought she was trying to support her. Offering a house and a card like this was too much. Su Jin didn't take them. Yao Wang unexpectedly extended its little paw and pushed Su Xingyan's card back. Su Xingyan, what does this mean? Oh, she suddenly remembered the engagement between Chu Hanshao and Su Jin. Was the general refusing? No way. I'm a woman, I'm her sister. I have no ill intentions. Su Xingyan was utterly bewildered. No need, big sister. Su Jin's single big sister completely broke Su Xingyan's defenses. After her own parents had committed such heinous acts, after the Su family's second branch had brought Su Jin so much pain, she was still willing to call her big sister. At that moment, Su Xingyan wanted to give Su Jin everything she had and could offer. So she handed the card a second time. This time Yao Wang extended both front paws and pushed it back again. Su Xingyan had to explain, from now on Su Jin is my own sister. This is what a sister should give. Yao Wang remained silent but wouldn't allow it. Are you kidding? If Su Jin accepted Su Xingmian's house, where would her master sleep? It wouldn't be right to stay at a subordinate's place. It wouldn't sound good. In any case, Su Jin couldn't be lured away. And as for money, didn't her master have any? So clueless. Su Xingyan had no choice but to take the card back and with lightning speed transfer it from her left hand to her right, swiftly and accurately slipping it into Su Jin's pocket. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Yeagang's small feline eyes. Her master was a blockhead and her subordinates were all idiots. This enraged the snow leopard. But just then, while the leopard wasn't paying attention, Su Jin grabbed Yao Wang by the armpits and tossed the little kitten into Su Xingmian's arms. Big sister, I have to take the midterm assessment. The rules forbid bringing another spirit being, so please keep Yao Wang for a couple of days. Then as she spoke, she strode quickly to the door. Yao Wang doesn't want to go back to Chu Hangxiu's side. When you have Yao Wang, keep your distance from your commander. After saying that, she pulled out Su Xingmian's allowance card and placed it by the vase at the entrance. Big sister, you are you, and Su Muchuan is Su Muchuan. Since I called you big sister, we are sisters. Don't carry any burden. I might really need to borrow the house for a few days. Keep the card, ooh, I have my own money. With that, Su Jin slipped away, as if afraid Yao Wang would chase after her. However, as soon as Su Jin vanished, the snow leopard leaped out of Su Xingmian's arms, its form gradually enlarging once again, becoming the majestic snow leopard. Su Xingyan. It had been too long since she last returned to the capital star. Oh, what kind of drama was this? Su Jun left the Hu family's residence and headed to the second largest public arena on Capital Star, Tianshu Arena. In the interstellar world, mechas were the main focus, inevitably involving tests, sparring, duels, or various competitions. Therefore, Capital Star had more than a dozen arenas of various sizes, with Tianshu ranked second, indicating a larger venue and higher protection levels. Generally, students tested their mechas either in the school's internal testing area or by reserving smaller external venues or even renting private spaces. However, due to the midterm combat simulation at the Central Military Academy, there were no available spots the day before the exam began. After making a dozen calls, Su Xingyu simply booked the Tianshu Arena. In her eyes, anything that could be solved with money was not a problem. However, having Aista and Su Yusen's mechas at Tianshu felt a bit out of place. The mechas that had previously showcased here were all top tier in the interstellar arena, such as the Dawn War God of the Crown Prince Solomon, a Chu Han's House Kanglan Star Corps, and General Su Zez Voidwalker. As for students, they typically used standard practice mechas. Aista's Zhuguang, while high level, was still not in class that matched him, merely slightly better than an ordinary practice mecha. Of course, Su Xingyu wouldn't use a practice mecha. The Lai Wild Flame she brought was lighter, clearly designed as an assassin type rather than an attack type. This complemented Aista's Zhuguang perfectly. Before commencing the mecha test, the healer Yu Qingzhu, along with the two ordinary individuals, Su Jun and Bai Randy, had to watch from the stands behind a transparent protective shield. This was to avoid being injured by the wind blades generated during the mecha tests. Shall we go? Su Xingyu flipped her wrist, and the dark red mecha stepped forward, instantly enveloping its master. Aista took a step back, merging with the silver-gray Zhuguang. The two first tested the mecha's defensive capabilities, then summoned moving targets to test their attack power. Su Jun crossed his arms and leaned against the back of his chair, contemplating whether the power of faith could drive a mecha. It was known that the healer's spiritual power was not of an attack type, so it couldn't control a mecha, but what about the power of faith? She had no desire to be a battlefield medic, only able to protect and treat, afterward unable to pilot a mecha to let the insect race recognize the ancestor. Yet if she proposed a trial now, everyone would certainly disallow it, as it was well known that her spiritual sea was out of sync and still sealed. The book A Brief Analysis of Spiritual Power mentioned that a healer's spiritual power was different and thus couldn't control a mecha, though forcibly doing so would result in backlash. Su Jun had no intention of testing the waters. It was too risky to venture out and perish before accomplishing anything worthwhile. After the mecha tests were completed, uploading the test records would mean finishing all preparations for the midterm combat examination. All that awaited was the next day, Tuesday, at 8:00 a.m., when they would board the starship to DRD planet. Everyone get a good night's sleep tonight, and it's best to have a good meal. After parachuting tomorrow, only nutritional liquid will be left. By Randy's reminder elicited for cries of despair, evidently humanity's aversion to nutritional liquids had run deep. After bidding farewell to everyone, Su Jun didn't return to the dormitory, but headed to the southern military residential area of Capital Star with the card Su Xingyan had given him. This area was designated for warriors who had made outstanding contributions, featuring villa districts, apartment blocks, and even the 25th generation of aerial four-dimensional stacked villas. Su Xingmian's residence was one such four-dimensional stacked villa. Su Jun took the interstellar hover car to the entrance of the military management zone, swiped the card for verification, and entered as the black card automatically rotated at the front of the hovercar to indicate the direction. 15 minutes later, the hovercar stopped beneath a spherical building suspended in midair. It was Su Jun's first time seeing a four-dimensional stacked villa, or more simply, the first time witnessing a transforming house. After verifying the black card, the spherical building activated transformation mode, revealing a tree-lined path beneath Su Jun's feet. What appeared to be a vertical pathway became remarkably flat once she stepped on it. At the end of the path stood a 4-story small villa. Su Jun took a deep breath and walked steadily towards it. However, in Su Jun's divine sense, the scene was entirely different, as she thought she was walking on flat ground, but in reality, she was moving vertically upwards parallel to the ground. The 25th generation of architecture was truly extraordinary. Upon entering the four-dimensional space, the sky lawn houses tables, chairs, and appliances. Everything in sight could transform and fold according to one's thoughts. Feeling inspired, Su Jun transformed the television into a small airplane, turned the dining table into 1,000 origami cranes, and made the lawn roll like ocean waves. After playing enough, Su Jun finally began to focus on serious matters. From the original memories, Su Rulan had once mentioned Su Xingmian's very first mecha, which was a standardized practice mecha uniformly distributed by the school, located in this very house. This was one of the reasons Su Jun accepted Su Xingmian's kindness. Another reason was that she needed a safe place to prepare medicine for the esteemed elder Su Zhe after collecting all the spiritual plants. Take me to the mecha storage room. Then arrows appeared on the wall, floor, and surfaces of objects, pointing Su Jun towards the basement. Upon pushing open the door, a dark-colored mecha appeared in the center of the basement. Besides this mecha, the basement also housed a boxing ring, 2 treadmills, and various other fitness equipment. It seemed Su Xingmian did frequently return to stay here during her vacations. Su Jun approached the mecha, opened the storage compartment at the knee of its left leg, and retrieved the mecha's wristband from inside. After carefully recalling the operating steps from the book, she finally fastened the wristband onto her own wrist. Initially, there was no noticeable change, as the mecha recognized her as an ordinary person without spiritual power, thus not activating the main program. Su Jun flipped her wrist, channeling a trace of faith power into the wristband. The mecha's head began to light up, indicating it had responded, but it wasn't enough. Su Jun tried increasing the input of faith power. She wanted to test if faith power could indeed control a mecha, and if so, how much would be required. After attempting a third time to double her input, the dark mecha entered full activation mode. The eye panel of the mecha opened, revealing a pair of orange-eared mechanical eyes before Su Jun. Turning left, Su Jun attempted to control the mecha with her mind, performing simple movements. After repeating it dozens of times, she finally established a preliminary rapport with the mecha. Su Jun once again fueled her faith power, opening her arms to embrace the mecha. The next moment, she found herself inside the core control area of the mecha. So this is what it feels like to be inside a mecha. From the outside, she needed to look up at the mecha, but now she could look down at the earth. Maneuvering the mecha to roll and dodge, deploying the weapon system, and extending the protective shield. Su Jun tested all the functions of this dark mecha. Of course, it wasn't feasible to truly wield the energy whip or fire the photon cannon. However, for Su Jun, her goal had been achieved. The power of faith could indeed drive a mecha, at least a low-level, standardized one. Moreover, the consumption wasn't significant. While she was having a great time, Su Xingmian received a barrage of notifications on her light brain. Warning! Warning! The Mo Yuan has been activated. Mo Yuan's protective shield preparing. Not deployed. Mo Yuan's photon cannon preparing. Not fired. Su Xingmian stared incredulously at the rolling notifications on her light brain. Su Jun, sealed in her spiritual C, could actually control the Mo Yuan. In truth, the moment Su Jin entered the military residential district, Su Xingmian received the news. Otherwise, Su Jin could not have passed through so unimpeded. At first, when she noticed Su Jin amusing herself endlessly in the four-dimensional villa, Su Xingmian dismissed it as childishness. Yet despite having her spiritual C sealed, Su Jin had actually activated Mo Yuan. Could it be that in the future therapists, or even those without spiritual power, might also pilot mecha? Heavens! The mere possibility made Su Xingmian restless. On her office computer, Su Jin's data from the Cockroach Worm Valley was playing at that very moment. What kind of daughter had her eldest uncle fathered? It was absolutely terrifying. No wonder the major legions were stirring, all eager to make contact with Su Jin. Should she tell Chu Hanxiao about this? Su Xingmian's inner turmoil lasted a mere 0.01 seconds. The thought barely arose before it was silenced. The reason was simple. Swiveling half a turn in her chair, she met Yao Guang's gaze, those eyes that seemed to pierce through all secrets. Hey, great snow leopard. You won't even pretend in front of me, nor turn into a little kitten. So I take it you're unwilling to return to your master either. Look, turn left out the door, go upstairs, turn left again, and you'll reach the commander's office. Go back, oh I promise I won't tell Su Jin. Yet no matter how earnestly Su Xingmian pleaded, the great snow leopard remained unmoved. Sometimes she even suspected Su Jin might still be angry with her, hence leaving such a high-level spirit body to vex her. The thought alone was exhausting. That afternoon, no sooner had Su Jin left than Hushiru arrived. The moment she spotted Yao Guang, the delight in her eyes was impossible to conceal. Su Xingyan didn't catch on at first, but then Hushiru even asked how she was getting along with Chu Hanxiao. Even a fool would have understood by then. Seething with indignation, Su Xingyan lost her temper at Hushiru for the first time in her life. Mom Su Jin is uncle's daughter. Uncle was schemed to death by father. Su Jin's childhood was ruined by your baby swapping. How can you still shamelessly covet Su Jin's fiancé? Having said that, Su Xingyan sighed and turned to leave. She couldn't stay in this house a moment longer. The best course was to cut her leave short and return to the Legion. And so under Huzuru's tearful gaze, Su Xingyan boarded the starship with Yao Guang. Her original plan was to first return the spirit body to its master. Otherwise, strutting around with Chu Hangxiu's spirit body for no reason would be rather hard to explain. Disembarking the starship, she ran into Shun Guangwei. The look in Vice Admiral Shun's eyes was filled with a complexity she couldn't decipher. She wanted to explain, but found no words to start. All she wanted was to send Yao Guang away quickly. Yet entering the office that afternoon, she learned that Chu Hanxiao was in a video conference with the 3rd and 5th Legions guarding the border. Thus the matter of returning the leopard was delayed. Having temporarily ended her leave, she had no specific tasks at hand. With this sudden idleness, Su Xingyan realized she knew virtually nothing about Su Jin. So she began reviewing Su Jin's resume and the news about her online. For the first 17 years and 11 months of her life, Su Jin could only be described as utterly obscure. Yet ever since Su Yanli and Su Rulan conspired to tamper with the holographic training room, Su Jin had seemed like a different person after waking up in the infirmary. She had grown stronger and more ruthless. Was this the transformation born of facing life and death? Su Xingyan silently vowed to treat Su Jin well, even better, to atone for her parents' wrongs, and to repay the teachings of her great-grandfather and eldest uncle. More importantly, she realized she genuinely liked this younger sister, far more than she had ever liked Su Rulan or Su Yiqing before knowing the truth. Toward them she acted as an elder sister should. Toward Su Jin, she would go through fire and water. It was different. Having confirmed that faith energy could power a mecha, Su Jin logged out of the program. Then she took out the spiritual plants looted from the White Tower and the Agrade Bug Core, placing them in the basement's thermostatic cabinet. These items were not permitted in the test. That night, she did not stay in the 4-dimensional villa, but returned to the Central Military Academy dormitory. Fan Wenhua had already returned when she got back. "Ah Jin, I brought you something delicious." With that, Fan Wenhua handed over a cloth bag. Su Jin took it, feeling its warmth. "This is..." A storm of memories from the original body surged forth. All the homemade treats Fan Wenhua had brought back every weekend over the past few months. Soups, small cakes, various snacks, and her own original dishes. "What's the treat today?" "Guess." Su Jin wouldn't bother guessing. She washed her hands and opened the cloth bag, revealing a pink stewing pot. Even before lifting the lid, the aroma wafted out. So fragrant. Su Jin took a deep breath and opened the lid, revealing a base like milk tea, sweet with a hint of ginger. "Try it quickly. I simmered it for over 2 hours." Su Jin accepted the spoon Fan Wenhua offered, scooped up a spoonful, and put it in her mouth. It was indeed delicious, the silkiness of peach gum, the sweetness of milk, the mild spice of ginger, the dense softness of red dates, and a hint of fermented rice's richness. "How did you end up at the Central Military Academy? Why not open a restaurant or a dessert shop?" "Alas, parents' orders, no choice." Though Fan Wenhua always said this, Su Jin knew she loved her current major more than anyone. She even managed to integrate her cooking insights into mecha manufacturing. Still, Su Jin worried that one day Fan Wenhua might build a super chef mecha, one hand wielding a frying pan, the other a slotted spoon. Its motto would be "Forage before the troops march." Or perhaps it would confuse the Zerg, and then right on the battlefield stir-fry mantises, dry-fry centipedes, and sweet and sour ants. That too would be a unique combat style. Fan Wenhua's team consisted of 3 people only. She was a girl only. She was a first year, and the other 2 were third years, both from the mecha combat department, both shrank. One was her cousin, the other her older cousin on her father's side. Fan Wenhua's family was unusual on both her father's and mother's sides. They kept having boys. One boy, another boy, yet another boy. Only Fan Wenhua was a girl in this generation. So the family elder decreed spoil her. Hence her cousins were there solely to protect her, bringing no one else. When 5-person teams were mandatory, there were also a second cousin and a third cousin. One a second-year mecha manufacturing major, the other a second-year mecha combat major at a rank. Later rules changed, and everyone felt a 4-person escort was unnecessary, so they switched to a 3-person team. In truth, Fan Wenhua had invited the original Su Jin, but her stubborn nature led her to believe Fan Wenhua's brothers would only help her pass, not vie for first place. And the original Su Jin had to get first place to earn the scholarship, so she refused, insisting on teaming up with Zizir, Su Yanli, and Su Rulan. Then tragedy struck. Good luck tomorrow. You too. Don't hold your brothers back. Usually Su-Jin would just grunt in response to such words from Fan Wenhua, but today she replied. Fan Wenhua was flattered. Haha, my ice queen has melted. Su-Jin. A slip of the tongue leads to trouble. Is this the Tibetan Bodhi bracelet I gave you? Upon seeing Su-Jin putting a star and moon Bodhi bracelet on her left hand, Fan Wenhua couldn't help but ask, as it looked familiar. Su-Jin nodded. This was a gift bought by Fan Wenhua not long after the school term started, intended as a meeting gift for the original owner. The original owner didn't like wearing jewelry, so it had been left on the bookshelf. The reason Su-Jin brought it wasn't because she believed in the concept that star and moon Bodhi could enhance daily energy, but rather because this bracelet had a Tibetan silver bell every 3 Bodhi beads. Su-Jin planned to enter the DRD planet and carve talismans inside the 8 bells using her faith power, thus allowing her to control insects. Long ago, Su-Jin had a bracelet of bells intricately engraved with complex talismans called soul capture. No insect, even a Gu King refined with heart's blood for 100 years, could escape the silver bell soul capture. Soul capture could induce hallucinations in insects, turning them into obedient puppets. It's the one you gave me, isn't it? Said to enhance energy and ensure safety. That's why I decided to wear it. Fan Wenhua nodded vigorously after hearing this, then rummaged through her belongings, eventually finding her own bracelet from some corner. However, her bracelet wasn't made of star and moon Bodhi, but rather small golden Bodhi beads, and instead of silver bells, it had golden hair crystals in between. Yes, I also wear it, but said to bring good luck. The next morning at 6:15, the school's broadcast accurately rang at every student's bedside. In the interstellar era, there were no loudspeakers. Instead, a playback device was implanted in the headboard of each student's bed. It provided all-around sound with no dead angles. From school rules and regulations to the 108 points of attention for this midterm exam, as well as the grouping list, proctor list, examination discipline, scoring principles, deduction principles, and other notices. After playing through once without any pause, it repeated in a loop as if scrolling through short videos. Su-Jin didn't understand and found it hard to respect. Why, when the assembly was clearly at 8:00, did they have to start disturbing people's sweet dreams an hour and 45 minutes in advance? This is inhumane. Su-Jin waved her hand, silencing all the little loudspeakers, and then she heard the bed across from her continue announcing the list of judges. Only then did she realize that the names Chu Huanxiao and Su Xingyan were surprisingly on the list. The First Legion had been severely weakened since the battle at Kuei Wei on Star and was currently recuperating after returning from the front lines. It seemed that without fighting or guarding the borders, the commander had quite a lot of free time. Su-Jin intended to help Fan Wenhua escape from this misery. She had already raised her hand and extended her divine sense, only to realize it was futile unless she silenced all the loudspeakers in the dormitory building. But even if the dormitory building went silent, there were still laboratories, arenas, gyms, libraries, classrooms, and even teachers' offices and toilets in the teaching building broadcasting. What is this called? This is called being defenseless. You can't fight back at all. Adhering to the principle of if you can't beat them, join them, Su-Jin sat up stiffly like a zombie. As she was still dazed, her neck tilted to one side in a soft manner. This scene happened to be witnessed by Fan Wenhua, who had just opened her eyes. Originally, she was still half asleep, but Su-Jin's slow head turn and half-closed eyes gave her a fright. In a flash, it took less than 5 seconds from getting out of bed to entering the bathroom. Su-Jin slightly opened her eyelids, stared at the bathroom door for a few seconds, then laid back down stiffly. After all, there was only one bathroom for each dormitory, and since Fan Wenhua was using it now, she could sleep for another half hour. Being a girl, she needed to shower, wash her face, wash her hair, blow-dry her hair, apply a facial mask, spray moisturizer, use skincare, glycerin, apply sunscreen, isolation foundation, do makeup. Half an hour was already quick. Suddenly, Su-Jin began to understand the school's behavior of waking students at 6:15. It took no less than 15 minutes to fully wake up, and queuing for the bathroom took at least an hour. If they encountered someone who liked to primp, it might not even be enough. Then it would take another 15 minutes to pack up and 15 minutes from the dormitory to the arena's landing pad. This didn't even count the time for breakfast. Such good intentions. However, it didn't affect her sleeping a bit longer. After all, 15 minutes was enough time from getting up to leaving. After making up her mind, Su-Jin closed her eyes, but couldn't fall asleep. After all, the surround sound was still on, making her increasingly awake. By the time Fan Wenhua and Su-Jin finished getting ready and appeared in the arena, students were already departing on starships. Which starship to board was determined by the map selection. Those that had already taken off were headed to the plains, as Su-Jin expected. Around 80 of the teams chose the plains for this assessment. Lone wolves also had the option of choosing the highlands, as survival points were more important than anything else. Small groups chose wetlands and swamps. Some sought stability, while others were more aggressive. Fan Wenhua's 2 older brothers chose the plains, so as soon as Fan Wenhua appeared at the entrance of the arena, she was pulled away by her cousin. Su-Jin quickly joined by Randy Su Sinu A-Star, and Yu Qingzhu boarding the 16 starship heading towards the basin area of the DRD planet. They were not just their small group on the starship, and once boarding began, the media ball responsible for live broadcasting and recording started operating. For the convenience of parachuting each group, the transport used for students this time was the first-generation military transport aircraft. Everyone was seated facing each other across the aircraft's flip-up doors. Fate had brought them together. As soon as Su Jin sat down, she saw Su Rulan, Su Yanli, and Zizzle sitting diagonally opposite them. It seemed their group also dared to choose the basin. This was indeed unexpected for Su Jin. After all, even if these three didn't jump into the basin, their group could still achieve good results and easily secure the first place. This was because Zizzle was the top of the third-year Mecha Combat Department, Su Rulan was the top of the first-year Healing Department, and although Su Yanli wasn't the top, his performance was on par with Zizzle's in every aspect. Su Jin remembered that when she requested to join the group, Su Rulan casually mentioned the other two, whose names Su Jin had forgotten, only remembering that they were both from the Mecha Combat Department, and both were shrank. With such a lineup jumping into the basin, it was likely to block the mouths of the critics, preventing them from being ridiculed even if they won. Little did Su Jin know that the other two who originally agreed to team up with the three withdrew due to the fall of the Su family feeling ashamed to be in a group with an illegitimate child. In fact, Zizzle didn't want to team up with Su Rulan and Su Yanli either. It was after his family announced the broken engagement that Su Rulan threatened him, saying that if he didn't agree to team up, she would say she was pregnant. It was only then that Zizzle truly understood Su Rulan's character. But now that things had come to this, he didn't want to bring shame to the entire Evans family because of his own short-sightedness. Thus he agreed to Su Rulan's final request and boarded the sinking ship. Su Rulan had been glaring at Su Jin ever since she boarded the starship, her gaze as if she wanted to slice him into 1,000 pieces. Ever since Su Jin's livestream, she dared not even log on her Linkstar account or step outside her door. Even so, someone still stood before the Su residence with a loudspeaker hurling insults at her. The words were unbearable to hear, each curse filthier than the last. Yet because her mother was a mistress, a figure everyone felt justified in condemning. Even calling the police proved futile as the authorities refused to intervene. Su Rulan had no idea how she endured that weekend. Only Su Yanli, who continued to attend to her every need, offered her a sliver of solace. In this team formation, only she, Su Yanli, and Zisser were in the group. The others refused to associate with them. Meanwhile, in the live stream room of the Central Military Academy's midterm simulation exam, the lens of a mechanical orb glided over each youthful, unseasoned face. Su Rulan was momentarily unaware of the netizens' ridicule. It was her idea for their trio to jump into the basin as previously agreed upon. Zisser and Su Yanli were both to follow her lead. Through one of her former sycophants, she had managed to dig up the positioning information of Su Jin's group, insisting on following them into the basin. In Su Rulan's mind, even if danger arose, Zisser would not stand idly by. After all, if she could manipulate Zisser once, she could do it again and again. Moreover, she still had Su Yanli, her trusty old weapon. Thus, disregarding Zisser's objections, she forcibly locked onto the basin area. Zisser ceased offering suggestions altogether. Even if he scored at the bottom in this midterm assessment, it wouldn't hinder his entry into the Legion after graduation. So Zisser gave up. His sole focus was on merely passing, everything else was fleeting. Su Xinyu was not one to swallow her pride. Su Jin's affair was known to all, and Su Rulan was thoroughly vile. Seeing that Su Jin hadn't even deigned to glance at Su Rulan, as if dismissing her like a mere fart, Su Xinyu decided to act. Unlike Su Jin's patience, Su Xinyu confronted her, directly launching a frontal assault. Su Rulan was so enraged she resembled a pufferfish incarnate. She now dreaded hearing the word mistress more than anything, nearly developing a stress reaction to it. But no matter where she went, she couldn't escape those two words, either whispered behind her back or hurled at her directly, like Su Xinyu's blunt interrogation. She dared not retort. For the moment she opened her mouth, 180 counterarguments awaited her. Then she would inexplicably trend on the hot search again, and be subjected to a collective scolding from the entire interstellar netizen community. So after Su Xinyu's remarks, Su Rulan had no choice but to retract her vicious glare, feigning deafness and swallowing her pride. She began to question herself over and over why her mother had become a mistress, why she had to destroy someone else's family. It was all because of Su Muchuan. If not for his jealousy of Su Qinghuai, leading him to tamper with Su Qinghuai's mecha in a fit of madness, her uncle would never have taken on that job. Had he not taken it, Su Qinghuai wouldn't have died, her uncle wouldn't have died, and her mother wouldn't have become a mistress. Su Jin would never have been sent back to the Su family. Yet life offers no what-ifs. Had those what-ifs existed, she, Su Rulan, would never have been born. Thus she burned with hatred. She blamed everyone equally, never looking inward at her own faults. She even believed herself to be the victim. The starship soon entered the Stargate for a jump, arriving above the basin of DRD, star 40 minutes later. The live stream room's center unfurled like a curtain, revealing 5 large characters. First round lost. After the anthropomorphic mechanical voice finished its announcement, the starship's bottom hatch slowly opened on both sides. The first thing to come into view was a winding red river on the sandy ground, the legendary blood of the earth. The dark red riverbed had long since dried up, sprawling like an unfurled ribbon intertwining with an abandoned two-lane road that wound forward. Upon closer inspection, the dark red parts seemed to bear the intricate patterns of blood vessels. The first group scheduled to jump was also a 5-member team. Standing at the edge of the hatch, they were so awestruck by the sight that they collectively forgot to jump. In the end, they were mercilessly pushed out by a robotic arm. Then 4.5 broken screams were heard. The other half was presumably lost in the wind. Learning from the previous mistake, the second group made no such error, but their jump was still heart-stopping. One member was swept away by the fierce wind, separated from the team. From an aerial view, he looked like a helium balloon that had snapped its string, tumbling alone until he vanished from sight. Drawing from the first two groups' experiences, the third group of 5 jumped hand-in-hand, only to have their parachutes twist into a pretzel due to crosswinds midair. Ranty issued the first team order: contact me immediately upon landing and converge on my position. The other 4 nodded in understanding. However, there were still 5 groups before their jump sequence, one of which included Sue Ruland's trio. Though Sue Ruland had been resolute in choosing the basin, now facing the actual hatch, she felt genuine fear. Sue Ruland intended to beg Zisser for help, ideally to jump while holding her. Yet as soon as the announcement ended, Zisser was the first to stretch out and leap from the hatch. Sue Ruland then turned to Su Yanli, her gaze pitiful enough to wring water. But the next second, someone from the group behind them let out a shout and precisely pushed Su Yanli, sending him tumbling off the starship. Sue Ruland, you. This time it was Su Xinyu who extended a leg at a tricky angle such that even the all-seeing mechanical orb failed to capture her subtle move. Moreover, Yu Qingzhu deliberately shifted half a step to shield her. I didn't mean to, I swear on my stepmother, the student who pushed Su Yanli explained with a serious expression. Even Su Jin couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. In the mechanical ball's lens, the girl glanced sideways, her long hair flying as she leaped toward the chasm of the earth's blood. She was like a fish or a bird spreading its wings, gliding lightly across the sky. Then Isida, Yu Qingzhu, and Su Xinyu exited the cabin in turn, with Ranty bringing up the rear. Moon to the east, so cool. Sister, you're killing me. Meowing at dawn. Others are here for the assessment, but they're on a vacation. Kafka's bell. The camera just cut to the judge's panel, and I saw the commander smile. Who screenshotted that? I beg you. Chu Hanxiao was initially afraid that Su Jin would suffer a loss, which was why he agreed to be a judge in the first place. Originally, the 2 slots belonged to Lin Yu and Shun Guangwei, but Lin Yu, who knew his brother's secret, gave up his spot to Su Xingyan. Shun Guangwei didn't even get a second to be happy before he was informed by the boss that he wouldn't be going. Chu Hanxiao himself would be presiding over the judges' panel. Shun Guangwei stood in the morning light watching Chu Hanxiao walk ahead, Su Xingyan behind, and the great snow leopard pacing closely beside, Su Xingyan maintaining a respectful distance from its own master. When Chu Hanxiao saw the great snow leopard following Su Xingyan early in the morning, he nearly choked on the air. Why would it refuse to come home? Following Su Jin was one thing, but what was it doing following Su Xingyan? Noticing Chu Hangxiu's death glare, Su Xingyan had to stand at attention and explain. Last night Su Jin brought Yao Guang over, saying that Yao Guang was ill and didn't want to be near you. She has a midterm exam and the rules forbid bringing other spirit forms, so she asked me to take care of it. Chu Hangxiu's gaze softened slightly. Go back to the spiritual sea. Fearing a misunderstanding, his voice grew harsher, but the next second he was met with a meow. Chu Hanxiao was at a loss. The great snow leopard insisted on obeying Su Jin's orders. What could he do? Nothing. The Empire's netizens were caught off guard by the gossip, but before they could stir, Su Xingyan posted a star blog. First Legion, Su Xingyan, it's for my little sister. The attached picture showed a great snow leopard standing in the morning light, squinting with a majestic and extraordinary air. 1 second there was gossip, the next it was over. This was the fastest netizens had ever choked on a rumor. Su Xingyan didn't know why Chu Hanxiao wanted her light brain, but she soon found out. Su Xingyan knew about the engagement between the two. After taking the light brain, she immediately registered a dummy account and indulged in shipping them. After landing, Su Jin quickly retracted her parachute, packed it, and stored it in her spatial button. At the same time, she released her divine sense. The surroundings were silent. Su Jin, my coordinates are 169, 75, 44, area secure. Yu Qingzhu, my coordinates are 168, 43, 17. I can't confirm safety because my spirit form heard the breathing of something sleeping. Isida, coordinates 169, 33, 28, secure. Su Xinyu, I ran into crosswinds, coordinates 165, 77, 33. I'm crying. I'm farthest from the group, temporarily safe. At my 4 o'clock, some team is struggling with 2 great fire ants. They probably haven't spotted me yet. Ranty, this is absurd. Did we jump from the same starship? Coordinates 175, 38. 69. Where am I? Who am I? Why? The group initially planned to converge on by Ranty, but after calculating distances and danger levels they unanimously decided to converge on Su-Jin. It was then that the first announcement came. Reminder, please gather your team at the same coordinate point and upload the verified coordinate data. After verification, the first task will be issued. Hearing this prompt in their earpieces, the team struggling with the fire ants stopped fighting. Fighting was futile as all achievements before the task began didn't count toward the assessment score. As the coordinate center, Su-Jin didn't need to move, she only had to monitor the surroundings. So she began using her faith power to inscribe runes inside the silver bells on her bracelet. Runes for dissolving misfortune, relieving calamities, driving away, contracting, expelling, intimidating, summoning, soul-capturing, purifying, and breaking prisons. 10 minutes later, Yu Qingzhu arrived. Why are you just standing? With that, Yu Qingzhu pulled out a tent canopy, folding table, moon chair, and even a tea set from her spatial button. Then Su-Jin saw her lift the teapot and wave it toward the mechanical ball hovering in midair. According to the school's midterm exam regulations, the exam officially starts after the first task is received. It hasn't started yet, so having tea isn't against the rules, right? After saying that, she also brought out sunflower seeds, peanuts, and small flour cookies. Su-Jin, having skipped breakfast while helping Fan Wenhua find her exam ticket, quietly took out a small cake. The Empire's netizens in the live stream went wild with comments spinning like a turbocharged engine. Reminder, group Z05 has assembled. Su-Jin remembered this group jumped later than them, but assembled the fastest, which only meant one thing. Their landing points were close together. This was random, it all depended on luck. 17 minutes later, Isida arrived, and the tea party grew to 3. Reminder groups R33 and F07 have assembled. Reminder groups C21, OV27, and F01 have reached the designated locations. Solo Wolves' drop points would be slightly off. They had no teammates and needed to reach specified coordinates to ensure relative fairness during assembly. About 35 minutes later, Ranty arrived, and not seeing Su Sinyu, his face changed. Ranty, Sinyu, where are you? What's the situation? I'm already here. Then in their group chat, a notification appeared that Su Sinyu had activated her Mecha Lai Yi Ran. This was followed by a voice message from Su Sinyu. They're so dishonorable. They didn't want to fight the fire ants, so they lured them toward me. So infuriating. Su-Jin coordinates. Su Sinyu reported a coordinate, and within a second they packed up. Isida released her mecha and flew towards Su Sinyu with the group. Then a baffling scene unfolded. The 4-grade fire ants that had been aggressively attacking Su Sinyu suddenly stopped, their tank-sized heads swiveling in the same direction. Then they touched antennae with each other and bolted away. Not only was Su Sinyu stunned, but the Empire's netizens in the live stream were utterly bewildered. About 2 or 3 minutes later, when the rest of the team arrived, Su Sinyu finally looked away from the fleeing fire ants. Su Sinyu, everyone be alert. Fire ants only flee for one reason. They've encountered a natural predator. Su-Jin silently covered the Bodhi bracelet on her left wrist with her right hand. How ridiculous. She had gotten too excited and drawn too many talismans, now in a bug stay-away mode. She wondered what the first task would be. If it required killing bugs and collecting cores, she'd have to summon those 4 fleeing ants back. Reminder group T45 has assembled, currently ranked 13th in assembly time. Please accept the first task for assembled groups. When the task prompt came down, everyone was dazed for a few seconds. Su Sinyu, what the hell is this? Ranty, truly unheard of and unseen. Su-Jin, along the line of the Earth's blood, there are many ant caves. Please find the 6 puzzle pieces left in the caves and assemble them completely. Isida, finding the puzzle pieces is worth 6 points, and assembling them is worth 4 for a total of 10. Yu Qingzhu ant caves. The layout is like a maze, and you have to fight from worker ants to the queen. Who came up with this task? On the judges panel, the face of Dr. Song from the White Tower, who set the task, instantly darkened. The 5 of them dismounted from their mechas and stood together to upload the full team coordinates. Su-Jin was stunned after reading the rules for the first task. Her gaze was fixed intently on the direction in which the 4-grade fire ants had fled, her eyes filled with the basic emotion of, so that's how it's done. At that moment, the mechanical sphere captured it, and the live stream erupted into another frenzy of comments. This question is indeed a bit beyond the scope. To attack 6 ant nests, how many ants would you have to take down? Even if they aren't all grade fire ants, digging them out would be a nightmare. The Central Military Academy's midterm practical exams get more twisted every year. No way, it's only the first day, and she's already making that face at the first task. Is she going to drop out directly? She's from a fringe star, after all, hasn't seen much of the world. I heard her score barely made the Central Military Academy's recruitment cutoff. Unbeknownst to many, a slew of newly registered accounts poured into the live stream, all spewing vitriol about Su-Jin. Chu Hanxiao frowned slightly, took a screenshot, and forwarded it to Linyu. When he looked up again, Su-Jin and her group had already made their move. I don't know why the fire ants suddenly fled just now, But according to the habits of these ground-dwelling insects, they would rush back to their nest at the first sign of danger. So I suggest we pursue them. Everyone agreed with Su Sinyu's proposal. Su Jin boarded Su Sinyu's mecha while Bairanti and Yu Qingzhu rode in Isida's mecha. The two mechas one after the other followed Isida's spirit being the gibbon toward the fire ant's retreat. When Isida had first mentioned that her spirit being was a gibbon, Su Jin had pictured the baby gibbons shed seen in the zoo during the age of Derma's end. Those were small, soft, grayish-white fluffballs about the size of a Yorkie, mimicking the zookeeper's movements and whining for apple chunks. However, the spirit being before her was nothing like the cute image Su Jin had imagined. It was closer to the scale of a giant ape. Its gray fur wasn't the least bit adorable. Instead, each strand stood up like a thorn glinting with an unapproachable cold light under the sun. Its eyes were sharp, its gait steady. Su Jin seriously suspected this creature could rival a starspeed vehicle. Its name is Titan, Su Sinyu casually introduced as Su Jin kept staring at the leading gibbon. Its ultimate moves are directional sonic wave and Thor's iron fist. Su Jin didn't need to ask further to imagine the scene. Like a piece of heavy artillery. Before they could exchange many words, they saw Titan's signal. The fire ant nest was just ahead. Su Jin let out an almost imperceptible sigh, slightly moving her left hand. The silver bell on her wrist emitted a silent, colorless ripple. Within her expanded divine sense, she saw the worker ants amassing inside the nest, preparing to teach the intruders a lesson. Meanwhile, the ant queen was deep within the nest, coiled atop a pale purple crystal, her membranous wings vibrating faintly as she absorbed the crystal's energy. Whoever set the exam questions must have been twisted to have the 7th Legion leave behind a massive number of grade fire ants and embed map fragments into crystal ores. Su Jin had read about fire ant habits in the library's complete guide to insect weaknesses. They had a strong affinity for all kinds of crystal ores, which helped the queen conceive and produce endless offspring, thus sending students deep into the nest to seize the fragments. Multicolored crystal ores was no different from pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. As Su Sinyu had said, the exam setter had a bizarre train of thought. The moment Su Jin shook her bracelet, she activated the deterrence rune within the silver bell. Infused with faith energy, a cataclysmic change occurred inside the nest. All the worker ants froze, prostrating themselves on the ground. The ant queen's body went rigid, and she abandoned the purple crystal, where she had been embracing, flattening herself on the ground, as if playing dead. At that moment, Titan successfully led the two mechas to the entrance of the nest. Is this an ant nest? It's several times bigger than the mine shafts we dig. How can they be this brave, heading straight for a great insect? I saw another group with a strategy. They passed 2 great insect nests without disturbing them, probably planning to start with crade ones for an easier fight. Could it be that the basin's difficulty is so high there simply aren't any crade ants? Yu Qingzhu, no way. Su Sinyu, now I finally understand why it's an ant nest. The mecha is already struggling inside with this uneven layout. Without the mecha, would have to rely entirely on our spirit beings. As she spoke, she released her own spirit being, a silver wolf, to clear the path for the 5 alongside the gibbon. Su Jin wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but this wasn't the cockroach insect valley, where only results mattered and no recordings were kept. This was the Central Military Academy's annual midterm practical exam, broadcast live across the entire empire. Every move she made was under surveillance. One misstep, and she could end up like Qin Ichi, taken to the White Tower for dissection. So Su Jin also dismounted from the mecha. She actually didn't know what effect her runes would have on the insect race. This midterm exam was essentially an experiment. Just as Isida and Su Sinyu put away their mechas, the group, standing near, but not inside the cave, heard a strange noise emanating from within. It sounded like sharp claws or the edges of scales scraping against each other, or like a wild wind howling through jagged rocks. Then a faint tremor began to shake the earth. Su Jin, everyone else. No good, there's something big. This was the sentiment shared by everyone, whether on the exam field, in the live stream, or in the judges' seats. Chu Hanxiao cast a suspicious glance at Dr. Song. Dr. Song spread his hands. Su Xingmian withdrew his gaze. Under the silent interrogation of their leader, Dr. Song shouldn't have arranged for any out-of-place big creature. So what was this? Fall back, fall back, fall back. Amid Bairante's roar, the 5 quickly retreated, taking the high ground on a small hill opposite the nest entrance. Su Jin was at a loss for words throughout. Drawing talismans required caution, especially when using faith energy, which was quite different from spiritual energy, and especially when the target was the insect race. It was truly exasperating. Then, in the footage relayed by the mechanical sphere, swarms of great fire ants poured out of the cave, neatly forming a square formation on the flat ground between the hill and the nest entrance. A square formation. A square formation. Su Jin's lowered hand clenched into a fist. The other's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This was unheard of, unseen. When had the insect race evolved like this? Really, just think about it. Am I seeing things? Is this the first time in history we've witnessed humans taming the Zerg? Is the Zerg evolving again? Can they actually form formations now? Scary, huh? Just look at my ID. How are we supposed to fight this? Dozens of brank fire ants emerged simultaneously. On the human side, there were only 2 warriors, both shrank, but the disparity in strength was still overwhelming. Chu Hanxiao had already issued the order to Shun Guangwei prepare for rescue. Su Xingyan stared at the live broadcast in disbelief. Only last night had she learned that Su Jin could pilot a mech, and she had come eagerly today hoping to discover more surprises. Instead, she was met with shock from the very beginning. Even she who had fought on the front lines for years had never witnessed the Zerg assembling in such a manner, let alone these cadets from the Central Military Academy. While everyone was filled with worry, Dr. Song tilted his head to one side, tilting it further and further until it was nearly bent at a 90-degree angle parallel to the screen. What others saw were fire ants, but what he saw was the beast trap array. It was the same beast trap array Su Jin had used to trap Qin Ichi, though the method of drawing it was slightly different. Su Jin had already noticed that the fire ants were arranging themselves into an unresolved state of the Luoshu chessboard. The formation she had used to trap Qin Ichi that day was the Hichu. If Dr. Song hadn't studied the surveillance footage for 2 days and nights, manually tracing it dozens of times, he probably wouldn't have noticed either. As the fire ants swiftly completed their formation, Esta released the Zhuguang mech she had just stored. 5 people, 2 mechs, 2 spirit beasts. They all stared wide-eyed at the neat square formation of brank fire ants. Su Jin slightly parted her left index and middle fingers. The fire ant formation immediately split down the middle, creating a passage. Byranti fixed his gaze on the parting fire ants and muttered softly to his teammates, "I don't have much spiritual power, but I consider myself well-read. How come I've never seen fire ants form ranks?" "Su Jin, do you know?" Su Jin's heart skipped a beat. She knew, but it was hard to explain. "I think maybe it means they're afraid, and they're inviting us to take whatever we wanted." As soon as she spoke, the 4 of them turned to look at her, their gazes somewhat affronted. Su Jin was truly exhausted. She had miscalculated by using the deterrence rune this time. She would have to think more carefully next time. Who knew the Zerg would react like this? She had only intended to use deterrence to make the fight easier. Wasn't this a blunder? I mean, could it be because we have 2 shrank warriors creating a rank suppression? Su Jin had to quickly cover her tracks. Byranti pondered for a few seconds before shaking his head. No rank suppression works within the same species. For example, a shrank warrior has absolute suppression over a rank and below. Another example, among the Zerg and shrank can even swallow in a rank whole as nourishment for its own advancement. But I've never heard of rank suppression across different species. Su Jin thought for a moment. Then could it be a Lurathenamayan deep tactic? Byranti nodded this time, and the others agreed as well. So what do we do? Fight. Byranti confirmed the course of action. The 5 of them struck almost simultaneously, and everyone witnessed a scene of effortless slaughter. The silver wolf lunged forward, toppling 3 or 4 ants like dominoes. The neighboring gibbon even switched to a bowling ball mode. Add to that Su Xinyu and Esta piloting the Zhu Guang and Lai Yi ran mechs. Even the word invincible fell short. They dominated with an overwhelming one-sided momentum. Su Jin's eyes widened in shock. Byranti was stunned. Su Xinyu gasped. Yu Qingzhu was speechless. Esta was dumbfounded. The Empire's netizens were in utter disbelief. The judging panel was equally astonished. Is this even right? Could those bugs be fake? AI generated. In reporting this, cheating. Where there was one keyboard warrior stepping forward, countless followers rushed to join. But the tide didn't last long before the scene shifted again. Seeing that Su Jin's team might have stumbled upon a bug exploit, some clever ones tried to swoop in for a share. Then, a brank fire ant knocked down by Su Xinyu piloting Lai Yiran suddenly scrambled up, charged diagonally, and rammed headfirst into a newly emerged dark cyan mech, sending the rank mech tumbling. Wait, I take back what I said. These fire ants are real, but I can't figure it out. Byranti then noticed the bugs endured their attacks submissively, but were utterly intolerant of sneak attacks from other teams. Were they being treated differently? What the hell was that about? Su Jin couldn't bear to watch. Forget about them. Let's go into the cave to get the puzzle crystal before someone snatches it. Byranti agreed. We can't all go in together. We risk being surrounded. That was exactly what Su Jin wanted to hear. Su Xinyu and I will go in. You guys hold the entrance. Su Xinyu's mech is lighter. If necessary, we can advance or retreat. We'll be quick. Byranti weighed the pros and cons and agreed. So they split into 2 groups. Su Jin and Su Xinyu's team couldn't exactly charge straight in. The ant nest was winding and treacherous, but they encountered no resistance. Byranti's group simply crouched at the entrance, watching the fire ants engage in a bloody battle with 2 other teams that had come to steal the prize. How ironic. They were supposed to be enemies, yet now it felt like they had turned foes into allies. When Su Jin and Su Xinyu reached the deepest part of the cave, the ant queen was curled up prostrate on the ground. Beside it lay a crystal emitting a faint purple glow. Without a word, Su Xinyu manipulated the mech's arm to reach out, grab the crystal, and store it in a space button. Breaking news, Team T45 has obtained the first puzzle fragment, earning 1 point. They are currently ranked first. Keep up the good work. Su Jin felt a wave of relief wash over her after the intense effort. Finally, they had it. She just wanted to leave this place of trouble quickly. She was exhausted. But Su Xinyu seemed to have other intentions. The Zerg had repeatedly invaded and harassed human territory. Over the years, countless people had died defending their homes devoured by the bugs. Among them was Su Xinyu's family. Her principle was to never let a single Zerg escape. Su Jin watched as she pulled a gleaming white jade stone from around her neck, held it in her hand, and closed her eyes. The next moment, the silver wolf crushed the ant queen's carapace with one claw and extracted its core. Ants were numerous, but the highest rank was B, and not every ant had a core. Only the queen did. Moreover, only those above rank had cores. The ants Su Jin had encountered in the cockroach bug valley, which had no rank, had no cores. After obtaining the core, Su Xinyu didn't store it in the space button, but placed it on the mech. Their team had a division of labor. Yu Qingzhu was responsible for carrying supplies, nutrient fluids, tents, and so on. Esta was in charge of the spoils such as the brank core they had just acquired and the purple crystal, which was the puzzle fragment. As they exited, Su Jin couldn't help asking Su Xinyu, "That jade? It's my aunt's keepsake." Su Jin nodded and didn't press further. It was a fine piece of mutton fat jade passed down for at least 1,000 years. Su Jin thought of an explanation for the fire ants' strange behavior. But upon second thought, the occult arts had been extinct for many years. Using jade as a justification seemed hardly tenable. We would just have to take things one step at a time. Su Xinyu maneuvered the mecha through a series of twists and turns, finally managing to escape the ant nest. When they looked back at the entrance, both of them were utterly dumbfounded. The ground was littered with the corpses of fire ants and 2 collapsed mechas. One pale cyan, one rose red, both a class. They had tried to steal the chicken, but ended up losing the rice. Meanwhile, Ista's Zhuguang stood unscathed behind the giant spirit ape, looking like a curious bystander. Seeing them emerge, the 3 who had already heard the broadcast hurriedly waved. Thus, the T-45 team piloting their 2 mechas withdrew from the battle. The goods were secured. They would not stay to clean up. They left. Finding the ant nests was the spirit's task. Su Jin possessed formidable divine sense, and though he had a clear idea of their locations, he refused to take on the chore, preferring to let fate guide him. But things did not go smoothly afterward. The ant nests discovered by Silver Wolf were all contested. People or mechas guarded the entrances, all wary of a scheming third party. None of the T-45 members were the type to cut corners, so they simply took a detour whenever they encountered such situations. Thanks to his powerful divine sense, Su Jin noticed that the crystals in the nests were not all purple. For instance, of the several nests they passed, only 2 contained green crystals. The others held crystals of different colors: white, pink, yellow, orange, blue, and even black. Could it be that only puzzle pieces of the same color could be assembled together? With this realization, Su Jin began to spread his divine sense over a wider area. Finally, he discovered an untouched ant nest where the queen's crystal was also purple. Xinyu Silver Wolf has been looking to the left for a while, now 3 times already. Did he find something? Su Xinyu had been concentrating on piloting the mecha. Though she shared a mental link with her spirit, she was not constantly aware of its every action. And the mecha ball could not possibly keep its lens fixed on Silver Wolf alone. So when Su Jin spoke, Su Xinyu thought there might indeed be something, and immediately steered the mecha in the direction he indicated. Meanwhile, Dr. Song had replayed the video of the fire ant formation repeatedly and sketched a fragmented Luoshu diagram. He placed this along with the Hichu diagram he had copied last night before Chuhan Xiao. Am I getting old? That day she at least tapped on her notebook and played a leaf. What did she use to draw it today? Chuhan Xiao had also noticed the similarities between the 2 diagrams, but he had merely traced them in his mind, unlike the pedantic scholar who had meticulously reproduced the totems. I don't know yet either. Chuhan Xiao was equally shocked. That day when Shinichi was trapped, Su Jin had guided him with musical notes, and everyone had watched him step into the Hichu pattern. His understanding at the time was that Su Jin's bizarre footwork had outlined the basic totem, but lacking spiritual power herself, the totem had no core to activate it. So she had Yaowang fill in the core part, using spiritual power to drive the totem. But today Su Jin had indeed not moved at all. How had she done it? The old man was also adept at reading faces. Seeing Chu Hanxiao baffled, he did not press further, and quickly turned his attention back to the exam footage, afraid of missing something. The optical computer broadcasted updates on other teams obtaining their first crystal puzzle pieces. Just then the team found a second ant nest. This time Su Jin was wiser. Instead of using deterrence, he chose soul capture. This rune differed from deterrence. It could compel the target to act according to the user's will. Later some people used it to refine puppets. Thus the process of acquiring the crystal was no longer so eerie. Su Jin clasped his hands behind his back, while simultaneously controlling 7 or 8 fire ants to attack the 2 mechas. The fire ants had limited moves. They either reared up and struck with their claws or charged headlong with all their might, or at most 2 or 3 would coordinate for a pincer attack. so Su Jin handled them with ease. He slowed down the attack speed, but made sure to dodge the mecha's initial strikes, allowing the spirit to pin one down. Then with a few feints he let the mechas take them down. It looked as if the valiant mechas had effortlessly subdued 4 or 5 fire ants. And so wave after wave of fire ants fell. The exam broadcast sounded again good news. T-45 team has obtained the second puzzle piece, earning another point. They are currently in first place. Keep up the good work. Exiting the nest, they happened upon another group passing by. One member knew Aista and made a friendly gesture, then came over to ask how many crystals they had, what colors, and if they were willing to trade. This confirmed Su Jin's judgment. The color of the first crystal obtained would determine the color of the subsequent puzzle pieces. The examiner had put a lot of thought into this. For instance, since T-45 had obtained a purple crystal first, purple became the color for the T-45 team. If another team's first crystal was also purple, it would not be announced. Oh, it was you guys. Our team got a purple crystal first too, but nothing happened. Do you want it? We have green crystals. We're willing to trade. The other party was friendly, but unfortunately T-45 had no spare crystals to offer. They exchanged contact information, agreeing that T-45 would trade if they found any green crystals. With time tight and the task heavy, Su Xinyu suggested splitting up, and by Randy agreed. However, Yu Qingzhu was sent to join Su Xinyu's group. More hands make lighter work. Fearing accidents, Su Jin released his divine sense and pointed the way to a class ant nest for the two of them. The 3 women headed toward a class ant nest. Su Jin used the same trick, using the silver wolf spirit as a pretext to guide Su Xinyu to a third purple crystal nest. Compared to other nests, this one was extremely well hidden. There wasn't even a speck of sand at the entrance. My silver wolf is amazing. Su Xinyu's praise delighted the spirit, which leaped joyfully, trailing Starlight, and stomped the ant nest flat in a single bound. Su Jin made a mental note to praise Yao Guang more often. Who doesn't like to hear nice things? At the same time, while Silver Wolf was gleefully stomping, he used the power of faith to obliterate most of the fire ants. Thus, even without Aista and the others, retrieving the crystal was as easy as taking candy from a baby. Good news. T-45 team has obtained the third puzzle piece, earning another point. They are currently in first place. Keep up the good work. Good news. T-45 team has obtained the fourth puzzle piece, earning another point. They are currently in first place. Keep up the good work. Good news. T-45 team has obtained the fifth puzzle piece, earning another point. They are currently in first place. Keep up the good work. While Su Jin was unstoppably securing the fifth purple crystal, Aista and by Randy had also obtained 2 blue crystals and 1 green crystal and had completed a trade with the group they met earlier. Messages flooded the optical computer. Puzzle assembled. Proceed to the additional task. News flash, the T-45 team has obtained the 6th puzzle piece and completed task 1, currently ranking first. From this moment on, the T-45 team has become the milestone that all other teams must surpass. Su Rulan walked alone along the edge of the forest. She had to go meet Su Yanli. It was supposed to be Su Yanli coming to find her, but unfortunately after landing, Su Yanli directly crashed into an anthill, being besieged by the fire ants who had their home destroyed. The exam rules stipulated that if the team members did not gather, the exam could not be initiated and they would not know what the task was. Therefore, Su Rulan had no choice but to actively approach Su Yanli, crossing the edge of the forest alone and trying to avoid the insect tribe. Having been pampered and accustomed to high heels and elegant dresses, she had never endured such hardship. After just a few steps, her ankles ached, but Su Yanli could not move, so she had to go. She still wanted to see those people deal with Su Jun. She could not be eliminated. Thus, the little white flower persevered, moving forward with great difficulty. Compared to her aching legs and feet, what truly drove Su Rulan to despair was that Zizzle had shut down intra-team communication right after landing, leaving her completely unaware of their location. As long as Zizzle did not appear, they would be considered a failed team, and the first task would lead to their elimination. Su Rulan was solely focused on threatening Zizzle with her pregnancy, never considering that Zizzle might resist. She dodged mechanical spheres while using another light brain she acquired from the black market to contact her loyal followers. What's going on over there? The pale blue mech pilot, lying on the ground with all circuits shorted, looked at the message Su Rulan sent, feeling utterly confused. How did he get himself into agreeing with Su Rulan to snatch Su Jun's spoils? Now, not only did he fail to snatch anything, but he also lost a mech, and for his impulsive behavior he was scolded by teammates to the point they wouldn't recognize him. Get lost. Su Rulan. Useless thing. Fortunately, she had more than one loyal follower. What's the situation? You better have good news. Just as the pale blue mech pilot's light brain rang, the light brain of the pilot lying in the next mech also rang. Both liked Su Rulan, and usually they did not get along. Earlier, the pale blue mech intended to pick up the pieces and thus delved into the defenseless ant swarm, only to encounter a fierce attack from the fire ants. When he was being beaten to the point of having no ability to fight back, another mech rushed over. He initially thought it was old grudges, but unexpectedly, it was also tricked by Su Rulan into charging into battle. At that moment, the two exchanged glances from afar, both feeling like fools. I've already helped as much as I could. Don't contact me again in the future. Su Rulan, what is wrong with everyone? Then she heard the announcement from Su Jun's team, the first to obtain the first crystal. Su Rulan was infuriated and threw the light brain she had acquired from the black market directly to the ground. To her surprise, due to the force of the throw, the light brain broke through the soft soil and fell into the anthill. Fortunately, Su Rulan reacted quickly, hesitating for half a second before sprinting away. Every department in the Central Military Academy has different teaching focuses. For ordinary people, it generally involves learning about mech manufacturing and starship maintenance. Warriors learn to attack, while healers' courses focus more on evasion. Su Rulan's academic performance was also quite good, so she quickly organized an escape route to avoid the fire ants in her mind. Believe it or not, she indeed managed to evade the first wave of attacks from the fire ants. She survived by sheer luck for over an hour. However, fire ants are different from other insect tribes, or rather this species is social, so they are well informed. Following the announcement of Su Jun's victory, there was immediately another report about Su Rulan firing a signal flare, voluntarily terminating the exam. Fortunately or unfortunately, she also ranked first, being the first student to exit the midterm practical exam. The live stream was filled with criticisms. Some said the students' basic qualities were lacking, some claimed Su Rulan was just pretending and could no longer keep up with the practical exam, while others questioned why Zizzle shut down communication and called Su Yanli useless. In any case, the thoughts of netizens this time were varied, catching hold of any point they could output stable and precise hits. When Su Jun heard the announcement, his expression didn't change. The five of them discussed taking a break for lunch before tackling the additional task. They sat on the ground, each with a nutrient solution. Do you think our overall ranking in each area is first? Su Xinyu raised her nutrient solution bottle high, looking at the milky white liquid inside, still feeling reluctant. According to the Central Military Academy's midterm exam regulations, the overall ranking is announced every night at midnight. So now everyone could only guess. I think so. Yu Qingzu's voice was clear and crisp, holding a chocolate-colored bottle. Su Jun simply tilted his head back and drank the light blue liquid in one go. Since they all had to drink it, the sooner they finished the better. The first wave of ant insects we encountered in the morning, I don't know what was going on, but it felt like we were being treated differently. By Randy still brought up the batch of fire ants that had been intimidated. Su Jun remained silent. They could only wait for the midterm exam to end and see the school's results. In any case, they did not cheat, so there was no need to panic. After having lunch, the group rested for half an hour. During this half hour, they did not hear a single announcement, which meant that T-45 belonged to the first tier. As the break time ended, by Randy clicked the confirm button and a task prompt popped up. The T-45 team has accepted an additional task. Please find the lost mech Poseidon within 3 hours based on the puzzle pieces. After accepting the additional task, the 6 pieces of mech fragments they collected automatically combined, forming a completed scroll that floated in the air. Initially radiant, as the light faded, it transformed into an ancient appearance. The scroll automatically corrected its direction, merging with the surrounding mountains and rivers, pointing the group towards their path. But it was merely a direction. Just as by Randy stepped forward, the scroll began to disappear. Hey, what the heck? Hey, wait, is this cheating? No matter how much by Randy was at a loss for words, the scroll still quickly vanished into thin air. During this process, Aista reacted the fastest, attempting to record or take a photo with the light brain. The result was that after continuously pressing the capture button, when the scroll completely disappeared and he opened the storage, the video was all blank and the photos were all blurry. Seriously, how could your hand shake like that? By Randy was utterly speechless. Looking at Su Xinyu's results, he realized he could not blame anyone. 2 ranked warriors, their hands were in contact with mechs every day. What are mechs? Aside from the gamma ray bursts from the White Tower and starships, they are the most sophisticated machines in the Empire. So it was definitely not shaking hands, it was the exam settings. By Randy was very frustrated and slapped his thigh. Damn leg let you run. Su Jun also did not expect such a situation, but her divine sense was incredibly strong. The moment the crystal lost its light and unfolded, the map had already been imprinted in her mind. I remember it, I can draw it out. Yu Qingzu's voice was clear and pleasant. For the entrance exam, I was first in memory tasks. Su Jun found it convenient and raised her eyebrows. This group was indeed full of hidden talents. Yu Qingzu painted quickly. The paper spread over the shell of the mech, engulfed in flames, swiftly rendering the basic forms of mountains and rivers. As she painted, everyone gathered around with Aisida and the 2 spiritual entities on high alert. Su Jun occasionally pointed out minor flaws in the painting. Yu Qingzu diligently made corrections. After about 10 minutes, accompanied by the sound indicating the second group successfully completed the puzzle, Yu Qingzu finished her painting. This time, there was no fear of disappearing, but to be safe, everyone took photos with their light brains. Only then did they follow the map. I read about this mech in the library. The sea god Poseidon was humanity's first warrior using the first mech. At that time, humans had just evolved spiritual power and needed mechanical assistance to control the mech, so Poseidon's cockpit had only a third of the buttons, the rest were mechanical conduits. For instance, the linkage of the arms and legs was completely bound to the pilot. Yu Qingzhu, being a healer, didn't have as tight a schedule as the warriors and often frequented the library reading a wide variety of books. However, it is likely that what we find will be a replica, as that legendary mech has always been sealed in the White Tower Mech Exhibition Hall and will not be easily taken out for us to practice with. By Randy said this, and everyone agreed. After all, it is an antique-grade mech. Su Jun had also read about the sea god Poseidon and found it strange. What was the point of a replica? What happens when we find it? Isn't there still a hidden task? But she did not voice her objections, as morale was a valuable thing that was hard to rebuild once lost. The group followed the map for over 40 minutes without any leads. Wait, why do I feel like we've walked this path before? Su Jun had actually noticed the issue much earlier. They had not only walked this path, but had gone back and forth 3 times. The reason Su Jun didn't speak was that she was trying to break the formation. They were trapped in a formation going in circles like a ghost wall. With Su Jun's spiritual sense, breaking the formation was not difficult. The challenge was to lead everyone out together. The formation was tricky. Once they noticed and began to break it, they could easily be split into 5 pieces. Then she would have to gather the fragments again and piece together a person. Su Jun was not very willing. It's somewhat like the ghost wall described in ancient texts. By Randy had read just as much as Yu Qingzhu, just with different preferences. Should we split up? No way. As soon as Su Xinyu suggested this, Su Jun immediately vetoed it. Splitting up makes it easy to get lost. We should stick together. He'll lead the way, and everyone should line up in a straight line with those behind, accurately stepping in the footprints of those in front. Hearing Su Jun say this, Su Xinyu's eyes lit up. So you already know how to get out right. Su Xinyu had no doubts about Su Jun after all the achievements in Cockroach Bug Valley spoke for themselves. Both Su Xinyu and Isida were veterans of Cockroach Bug Valley, fully aware of what Su Jun's top rank represented. They respected strength. Thus the formation changed. At Su Jun's request, Su Xinyu and Isida put away their mechs and spiritual entities. Su Xinyu stood behind Su Jun, followed by Yu Qingzhu, by Randy, and Isida. This way, if Su Jun encountered any trouble, Su Xinyu could quickly mobilize Silver Wolf, and Isida could immediately deploy the Light Chaser. Once everyone was lined up, Su Jun lifted her left foot and stepped to the left, then lifted her right foot and stepped forward to the right. From the perspective of the line of people behind, it looked like they were waddling like ducks with a bit of a bow-legged walk. Was this really a human gait? If this scene were to reach the live stream. But everyone decided to follow. Thus the live stream's atmosphere changed drastically. A line of duck-like figures began their march in unison. Beef pie with 3 parts sugar on blind. Fat Ding, who designed this level. When that student said it was like a ghost wall, I went to check the data. Isn't this difficulty over the top? White-haired Elder 11, I just want to know why it's only T45 that has a ghost wall. Not an academic type, but a snow cream type. This is too funny. Oh, I sprayed soda all over the table of the person opposite me. This generation of netizens was very happy. The T45 group was super cheerful. After 2 minutes and 15 seconds, Su Jun, changing various steps, finally led the group out of the ghost wall area. Moreover, they bypassed the map's misleading route, avoiding the A-class centipede, arriving directly at the entrance of the abandoned power station where the mechs were hidden. When other groups traveled the correct path and encountered the centipedes, the exam broadcast sounded again. Congratulations to the T45 group for completing the additional task and finding the broken mech Void Walker. T45 group, do you want to start the hidden task? In fact, when they crossed the desolate, dilapidated factory area and entered the workshop to see the towering mech, they all knew what the hidden task would be. It can't be that we're supposed to repair the old general's Void Walker, right? Su Xinyu looked up at the mech, which was twice the size of the mech, engulfed in flames, with a face full of questions. This aura, could it not be a replica? After circling the mech, even Isida, who usually spoke the least, posed a soul-searching question. Yes, this is the real Void Walker. After finishing, Su Jun turned to face the camera of the mechanical ball. May I ask the school leaders, why was the hero mech mobilized? Is it because you are certain my grandfather will not wake up? May I ask the Empire's military science department, my grandfather is still unconscious, who authorized the highest authority to relocate the mech? May I ask Emperor Odin, is this how you treat heroes? The 3 soul-searching questions made the already chaotic school headquarters even worse. The cause was Lin Yu finding the president of the Central Military Academy, asking why the T-45 members who had just landed were not within the attack range of fire ants, yet were accurately targeted. The school urgently checked the fixed surveillance and discovered that someone had intentionally led the fire ants to attack Su Xinyu. The aim was naturally to disrupt T-45's assembly. Subsequently, the group that had intentionally led the fire ants to attack Su Xinyu went to ambush T-45, preparing to catch them off guard. This was quite obvious. After Su Jun and her team entered the additional task mode, Su Rulan was eliminated. Before her elimination, the message she sent through the black market light brain was intercepted, revealing the truth of the matter. Su Rulan had been secretly manipulating others to sabotage T-45's mission. She could do this entirely due to the school's oversight. Before this issue had passed, Su Jun and the others were trapped in the ghost wall formation. The president, who originally had few hairs, was now sweating profusely. If he truly had no knowledge of Su Rulan's little schemes, he could no longer argue against what Su Jun was genuinely experiencing. Lin Yu actually did not exert much effort, simply stating that if President Howard did not speak the truth, he would go ask his father, the speaker. Sure enough, Howard, who had originally been neglected in the family and was sent to the Central Military Academy, did not resist for long before confessing everything. However, he initially claimed full responsibility and later, under Lin Yu's logical and rigorous questioning, had no choice but to reveal the mastermind. Yes, it was Crown Prince Solomon. Chu Huangxiu's eyes flashed with a cold light upon seeing Lin Yu's reply. Su Jin's 3 soul-searing questions rapidly climbed the trending charts. The girl's gaze was clear, her demeanor imposing, and her words resounded with power, evoking the painful memories of the battle at Kuoyeon-Star. The old general's backward glance before igniting his spiritual sea, a blinding white light in the dark cosmos, told the death knell for the Zerg. In that battle, many in the nearby star systems had already written their farewell letters. It wasn't that they lacked faith in the Empire's warriors, but they were all too aware of the sheer disparity in strength between the two sides. Yet the old general single-handedly mended the realm. But what did he receive in return? Betrayal from his kin, his only son slain by those closest to him, his sole granddaughter left adrift and nearly murdered. He himself now lies unconscious, and yet someone has placed his old comrade, the Void Walker, at the scene of the Central Military Academy's midterm examination. And now, opposite the battered mecha, stands the only family the old general has left in this vast universe. Emerald 44 LV Qingxia, a real name protest demanding the Empire conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Ruby X31 by Hashan, a real name protest demanding the Empire conduct a thorough investigation so that heroes may have no regrets. Brilliant J853 veteran Yen Dietzen, a real name protest demanding a full investigation. Unit number 798,142. More and more people stepped forward to lodge real name protests. At this moment, netizens were not merely spectators, a chilling dread crept over them. If they remained apathetic, no Imperial warrior would be willing to forge a defensive bulwark with their lives. The Zerg are ferocious. The slightest misstep would result in casualties numbering in the tens of millions. The old general's mecha should not be used to wound the heart of his surviving descendant. After Su Jin turned the Empire upside down, with just 3 sentences, she stood before the Void Walker, her gaze infinitely tender. Grandfather would surely need a gift when he awakens. She had been wondering what to give him. Since someone had offered assistance, this would do. Under the watchful eyes of netizens across the entire interstellar network, Su Jin took paper and pen from Yu Qingzhu and wrote a 13-page list of mecha repair supplies. Then, holding the list, Su Jin faced the mechanical ball camera again. By Randy, press confirm. By Randy didn't hesitate for a second. He pressed the confirm button and accepted the hidden mission. Immediately, the examination hall announcement sounded again. Team T-45 has activated a hidden mission. The light brains of several people lit up simultaneously. Yu Qingzhu stood just behind Su Jin's left. The instant she received the message, she turned her light brain interface toward the camera. Hidden mission: repair the mecha before you then pilot it to eliminate 2A-class Zerg. For a moment, the entire livestream channel went into a frenzy again. Huajiao Guoba, spicy flavor, are you kidding me? I'm also a Central Military Academy graduate. Is this hell mode this year? I am a fisherman, not to mention whether this team can fix the Void Walker even if they overcome all obstacles and succeed, who will pilot it? Just change my name to one curse. Look at my ID. Su Jin pointed at the list in her hand. These are the supplies I need. Since the hidden mission has already exceeded the original difficulty, it's not unreasonable for me to request some supplies, is it? The livestream experienced a 0.27-second lag. Matian cool run, she accepted it. Big head shrimp kid, don't be impulsive. Reading 10,000 books progress 110000. Am I the only one who thinks she can do it? Outside the livestream, a notice quietly climbed the trending charts. Investigation has found that Central Military Academy Principal Howard engaged in graft bribery, tampering with midterm exam difficulty, and colluding with others to misappropriate military supplies. He has been suspended pending investigation. The ongoing Central Military Academy midterm assessment is now under the supervision of 1st Legion General Chu Hanxiao, assisted by Vice Principal Zhang Zhongxing. Therefore, as Su Jin openly brandished the list demanding supplies, Chu Hangxiu's voice came through the communicator. I am Chu Hanxiao of the 1st Legion. I approve your request. It will take approximately 1.5 hours to prepare and transport the supplies. Therefore, Team T-45's assessment time will be extended accordingly. A smile curled at the corner of Su Jin's mouth. She mused that even illness had its benefits. Wasn't it obvious? As soon as Su's mecha was involved, the patient had relapsed. Good. She suddenly felt disinclined to cure him. Let him stay ill. Chu Hanxiao, afflicted with survivor's syndrome, saw the smile on Su Jin's lips and found his own smile impossible to suppress. Just then a light brain communication chimed, and Lin Ye's voice reached Chu Hanxiao's ears. Boss, a third of the supplies Su Jin requested aren't in our warehouse. But the Grand Prince's private vault has them. What do you think? Come pick me up. Yes, sir. After arranging things with Lin Yu, Chu Hanxiao turned to Su Xingmian. Colonel, I need to step out. You're in charge here. Yes, sir. Chu Hanxiao stood up and Yao Guang followed. 15 minutes later, Grand Prince Solomon was cornered in his office. Chu Hanxiao, what is the meaning of this? Chu Hanxiao lounged on the sofa. With a flick of his finger, the voice of Central Military Academy, Principal Howard, accusing him of being the mastermind, filled the entire office. This is slander. Solomon jumped to his feet, enraged at Lin Yu, who was playing the audio. Slander? Fine. Go explain that to the netizens across the entire interstellar network. Chu Hanxiao, you can't do this. Why can't I? Even if nothing concrete comes out in the end and Howard commits suicide out of guilt, you'll still be covered in filth that you can never wash clean. Solomon slumped heavily back into his seat. What do you want? Chu Hanxiao waved his hand. A copy of Su Jin's supply list with all quantities tripled was laid out before Solomon. Solomon clenched his fists. Wasn't this outright robbery? I don't have that much. No problem. They'll go to the vault with you. Take what you have and write an IOU for the rest or substitute items of equivalent value. Solomon, you're quite presumptuous, aren't you? It just occurred to me that Howard's father is the Speaker of the Parliament. How long can you keep him detained? Chu Hanxiao shot Solomon a surprised look. Who said I was going to detain him? Solomon's pupils contracted sharply. He understood Chu Hanxiao's implication instantly. Once Howard entered the interrogation room of the First Legion, he would never see the light of the next day. The Central Military Academy principal would commit suicide out of guilt, leaving behind a suicide note exposing his crimes. Solomon and Howard had a close personal relationship. To put it bluntly, they were birds of a feather. He had dared to act so brazenly this time, betting on Howard's father's position as speaker, betting that Chu Hanxiao wouldn't bother with a minor midterm exam, betting that even if Su Jin saw the Void Walker, she wouldn't recognize it or would have a breakdown. But in the end, he had lost every bet. Chu Hanxiao had become the biggest variable in this equation. What do I get out of this? Chu Hanxiao smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. You will receive a set of shackles. They will constantly remind you not to overstep your bounds again, lest you face utter ruin. Solomon's eyes bulged with rage. In truth, even if Howard left a suicide note, Chu Hanxiao lacked sufficient evidence. But for a politician, such a stain was unacceptable. Misappropriating military supplies, even for a member of the royal family, was a crime too grave to bear. It would make him an enemy of every warrior. Let's go. Chu Hanxiao strode forward, directing Lin Yu and his men to empty Solomon's vault. During the process, guided by a tip from the young Prince, Lin Yu discovered over a dozen spirit plants hidden in a secret compartment of a cabinet, among them 2 stalks of shuetching. While waiting for the repair materials to arrive, Su Jin and her companions kept themselves busy. Zhu Guang became Su Jin's ladder. They climbed up and down, beginning to assess the current state of the Void Walker. Approximately 45 minutes later, Su Jin held 37 pages in her hands, covered in different handwriting detailing nearly 1,000 issues of various kinds. Did we ask for too little? Yu Qingzhu looked up at the battered yet resolute mecha, a deep reverence for the old general stirring within her. If she could, she would serve in the 2nd Legion after graduation. The core energy storage bay was leaking extensively. A mecha circuit damage exceeded 72%. All sensory devices were completely destroyed. It was hard to imagine that amidst the pale beams of planet Quiviansel, the old general had charged into battle piloting such a mecha. There's a lot here. Su Jin considered every possible problem, but we can't handle it. By Rant, his spirits were low, the earlier excitement over the hidden mission completely gone. The old general's mecha is one of the Empire's 4 great mechas. It abandoned the flawed design of traditional mechanical sensors which lacked flexibility, and its entire sensory system is controlled by spiritual power. He hadn't finished explaining, but everyone understood his point. Among those present, only 2 were warriors, Su Xinyu and Aista, both's glass. The warrior hierarchy was strict, and one could not pilot a mecha beyond their rank. This meant that even if they repaired it, they couldn't verify if it worked, let alone completing the second half of the hidden mission, piloting the mecha to eliminate 2 A-class bugs. Also, we're shorthanded. Byranti is a sophomore and has probably only learned half of the mecha circuits. Su Jin just enrolled. I doubt she's even touched a standard issue mecha right. Aista glanced at Yu Qingzhu and Su Xinyu, adding, mecha manufacturing isn't our main subject in the combat department. We only know basic troubleshooting and emergency repairs. Su Xinyu quickly nodded, indicating she was in the same boat as Aista. Yu Qingzhu remained silent for a long, while thoughtfully watching Su Jin. I disagree with you. Su Jin may have never touched a mecha, but she was the one who provided the list of materials needed for repairs. She then turned to Bairanti. Senior brother Bai, if you had to list the materials without inspecting the mecha, could you be this thorough? Bairanti was stunned. The word, no, sprang almost instantly from the depths of his heart. He hadn't known the imaging system was faulty, nor that the internal mechanical skeleton of the left leg had sustained 49% damage, teetering on the brink of failure. He didn't know. Yes, he couldn't, but Su Jin could. Bairanti, the top sophomore in mecha manufacturing and a scholarly prodigy, found himself questioning his own existence after a single question from his junior. Was this what talent looked like? The talent of the Su family's eldest branch was renowned across the world. So I say don't lose heart. At least we can do our best. Yu Qingzhu extended her hand. Come on, we've got this. One by one they placed their hands on top, shouting together, T45, T45, the one and only. To be honest, just yesterday Su Jin thought the slogan was as cringeworthy as the group name. But now it served perfectly to boost morale. Su Jin, once the materials arrive, well, follow your lead. Don't feel pressured. If anything goes wrong, you'll take the blame. Bairanti's words were firm and resolute. Su Jin smiled. There won't be any problems. After Chu Hanxiao left, having cleared the warehouse of materials, as if scouring the earth, Prince Solomon had just sat down when he heard Su Jin's words. Enraged, he overturned his desk. Amidst the crashing sounds from the prince's office, Chu Hanxiao boarded the starship with the supplies, heading straight for the Central Military Academy. He had a premonition that the Void Walker could be repaired and the old general would awaken. Have Shen Guangwei personally go to Fenglan Villa to protect the old general's safety. Lin Yu quickly went to notify his comrades. They weren't afraid of the prince acting rashly in desperation, but rather of other minor players making a last-ditch effort. This midterm exam incident at the Central Military Academy seemed to target Su Jin, but in truth, it was aimed at Chu Hanxiao. Once Su Jin came of age and the seal on her spiritual sea was lifted, even if she were only in a class healer, it would be a tremendous boost for Chu Hanxiao. After all, Su Jin was no longer alone. Behind her stood the second legion of General Su Zhe. When the Empire's two strongest legions joined forces, even the royal family would be trampled underfoot. That was why Solomon had taken the risk to tamper with the midterm exams at the Central Military Academy. Unfortunately, he failed. Before the materials arrived, Su Jin had already divided the tasks. Bairanti, you're in charge of repairing the mecha's basic framework and refurbishing the outer shell. Su Xinyu, handle the circuit removal. Yu Qingzhu, record the data. Aista, pass the tools and materials. They'll make the mecha look like new. After Su Jin finished, only Su Xinyu raised her hand. So we're repairing the mecha, right? Not dismantling it for scrap. I respect you, but I really don't understand. Remove all the circuits. Su Jin nodded. Don't you think the Void Walker circuits are overly complicated? Su Xinyu blinked. It's not just the Void Walker, all mecha circuits are like this, aren't they? Su Jin nodded again. So I say we strip them and switch to a simpler single-line system. Su Xinyu sigma ode oista, Bairanti epsilon Yu Qingzhu, will it work? Yu Qingzhu finally managed to force out these three words. Su Jin nodded once more. Just then the exam broadcast rang out. This is Chu Hanxiao. Team T45, please come to the factory entrance to receive your material supplies. Thank you. Su Jin bowed gracefully to the camera in gratitude. Chu Hanxiao suddenly felt that not punching Solomon earlier was a missed opportunity. To mess with his A-gene, unforgivable. So the commander sent another order to Lin Yu. Tonight, take the men and shut down all of Solomon's shady operations. I forgot to collect the interest earlier. Lin Yu, haven't you collected enough? This scene of Su Jin bowing to the camera stirred another wave of emotion among the viewers in the live stream. Surging forth blue flame is Howard the Speaker's son. These politicians are bloated with self-importance, hoarding the Empire's vast resources, yet doing nothing worthwhile, bullying a girl not yet of age. Bamboo House of Fortune, we demand severe punishment for the principal and a thorough investigation into the mastermind behind this to relieve the heroes of their burdens. Jumping Monkey 2.5, why should the First Legion bear the cost for the Howard family's misdeeds? Make the Speaker pay. Phase 4 Speaker Howard, stop playing dead. Ox Spirit, the Parliament must show its stance. Shredded potato stir-fried with chestnuts, remove Speaker Howard from office. Oracle Researcher 07, return fairness and justice to our heroes' children. The public's eyes are sharp. Speaker Howard couldn't withstand the pressure. The situation was dire and tensions ran high. Finally, just as Su Jin began her work on the Void Walker Speaker, Howard issued a public statement. The statement was concise, covering three main points. First, the father was unaware of his son's misdeeds. Second, he was willing to offer compensation in both money and effort. And third, he would personally attend the Central Military Academy's midterm exams to prevent any abuse of power. The statement quickly trended, but netizens were unconvinced by the speaker's approach, deeming it evasive. Yet given his high rank, there was little they could do. Some sharp-eyed netizens sensed a hidden meaning in the statement. The speaker seemed to be overseeing Chu Hanxiao, but why? Since few knew of the engagement between Chu Hanxiao and Su Jin, most speculated it involved Su Xingyan. Boss, should I step aside? Chu Hanxiao shook his head. In the First Legion, there's no such thing as stepping aside on any battlefield. Su Xingyan understood. His general was there to back his little sister. Meanwhile, Su Jin and her team had received the airdrop supplies for containers lined up at the factory gate. Lin Yu jumped off the plane and approached Su Jin. Hello, students. I'm Lin Yu, Lieutenant General of the First Legion. Please check these supplies and sign to confirm. Su Jin nodded, and they split up to thoroughly inspect the containers. Even without checking, she knew the supplies were more than sufficient thanks to Chu Hangxiu's generosity. After signing, Lin Yu asked, "Is there anything else you need help with?" His intention was to offer assistance with moving the heavy containers which were at the factory entrance, but still a distance from the interior. Su Jin glanced back. "Could you please move the Void Walker outside, General Lin?" Lin Yu was stunned. "What did you say?" Seeing his surprise, Su Jin turned to the mechanical ball's camera. "That's not too much to ask, is it?" The live stream exploded with scrolling comments of "not too much," sweeping like a tidal wave. Quick-witted Lin Yu adjusted his stance. "We don't have the equipment to move the mecha, you'll need to request it." Su Jin raised an eyebrow at him, the unspoken message clear, "You catch on fast." Huh. It's chilling to think about. If a general like Lin needs a formal request to operate professional mecha gear, how did my grandfather's Void Walker end up at the exam site? A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. Initially, the focus was on the 6th Legion's mecha maintenance, but now it escalated to approval levels from the legions to the parliament. Before even reaching the Central Military Academy, Speaker Howard had to issue a second statement. First, a thorough investigation into the 6th Legion's supply depot management. Second, a strict review of approval procedures. Yet netizens remained unconvinced, and eventually someone started a demand for Chu Hanxiao to lead the investigation, flooding the screen. If it were just netizens, it might have faded, but as the situation escalated, commanders of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Legions also stepped in. 5th Legion Machi Xianqing let Chu Hanxiao investigate. 3rd Legion Kawadani refusing Chu Hanxiao means the parliament has something to hide. 2nd Legion Fang Xinghui, 1st Colonel Su Qinghui's mecha was tampered with. Now General Su Ze's mecha suddenly appears at the exam. On behalf of the 2nd Legion, I call for mecha maintenance to be handled by each legion to prevent such dangers to soldiers' lives. 4th Legion McLaren Constantine seconded. With 4 Legion heads speaking out, the 6th Legion responsible for mecha maintenance found itself at a loss for words. Under pressure, they had to respond. 6th Legion Tungtong Linbei, conduct an internal review and submit a report within 24 hours. 7th Legion Sam Howard fully cooperate. With that, all legions except the 1st had spoken. As Speaker Howard stepped off the starship, his foot barely touched the ground when he saw Chu Hangxiu's post in the livestream. 1st Legion, Chu Hanxiao, thank you for the trust, colleagues. I will do my utmost to investigate thoroughly, sparing no effort until my last breath. Howard nearly stumbled, saved only by his quick-eyed secretary preventing a humiliating fall that would have trended. Clenching his fist, Howard nearly crushed his own knuckles. In mere minutes, Chu Hanxiao had seized control. Entering now would be a joke. Not entering would be equally absurd. The president of the Central Military Academy, Howard's youngest son, was an incompetent ne'er-do-well assigned to the academy as a sinecure. Unexpectedly, even this idle post had managed to stir up such a massive trouble. Before arriving, he had called Solomon to express his displeasure, but it was futile. Solomon even threatened Howard, "You'd better shut him up. Is a son really more important than the seat beneath you?" Howard, a politician steeped in corruption, didn't need to weigh pros and cons to know what mattered more. That's why he issued a statement to personally oversee the Central Military Academy, intending to rein in Chu Hanxiao, only to have that young girl flip the situation with a single remark. By the time the speaker finally took his seat on the midterm exam panel, Chu Hanxiao had already sent Lin Yu to the 6th Legion to fetch mecha-moving equipment. Su Jin wasn't idle either. She drew a mecha circuit diagram resembling human blood vessels and meridians, completing it quickly. To protect intellectual property, she and her team, along with their spirit bodies, huddled together to block the mechanical ball's camera. Thus, the livestream only showed a tangle of red and blue lines obscuring the full view. This drove the eager Dr. Song to distraction. "I can't see. Send another mechanical ball. That curve looks ingeniously designed. Oh, that young man's head is too big. Wolf cub, move aside. The monkey's blocking it." The usually composed, aloof, and irritable scientist was now like a child in a candy store, hopping around impatiently. Chu Hanxiao sat nearby, amused. "Don't rush. Ask her for the blueprint after the exam. The live stream has too many eyes." His reminder calmed Dr. Song. Howard found Dr. Song's behavior odd and suspected the worst. Had Su Jin already become his apprentice? If so, moving against her would be difficult. "Dr. Song, have you taken a liking to her?" Howard probed, feigning casualness. But Dr. Song misunderstood, not even glancing at Howard as he spat. "Are your heads filled with crap?" She's only 17. Taken a liking. My son is older than her by a decade. Dr. Song was a top interstellar scientist, his gamma-ray burst research saving humanity from extinction multiple times. Thus, even the royal family, parliament, and cabinet treated him with respect. Realizing the misunderstanding, Howard quickly explained, No, I meant if you wanted to take Sue Jean as your apprentice. Dr. Song finally turned, scrutinizing Howard from head to toe 3 times. Did you leave your brain at home? I want to become her apprentice. The moment Dr. Song uttered those words, not only were the livestream viewers unable to remain calm, but even Chu Hanxiao was stunned with disbelief. What madness had overcome old man Song? Howard rolled his aching eyes and managed to squeeze out a sentence. Dr. Song, you must be joking. Dr. Song's eyes immediately sharpened. I'm not joking. If she were willing, I would call her my teacher right now. I'm just afraid the young lady wouldn't accept me, thinking him too old. Saying this, Dr. Song even wore a look of regret. Howard could no longer hold himself together, and his gaze involuntarily shifted toward Chu Hanxiao. Chu Hanxiao didn't even spare him a glance. Howard shot a covert glare at Chu Hanxiao, then sat up straight, deciding he wouldn't speak again for a while, afraid of being choked by the retorts. Sue Jean, meanwhile, had already shared her ideas with her teammates. The red is for transmitting energy like the blood vessels in the human body. The blue is for sensing and driving the mecha's operation like the nervous system. Do you mean that the red and blue systems don't interfere with each other, each having its own operational framework? Byrani was different from most students in the mecha manufacturing department. Many chose the field because they had no other options, but Byrani truly loved it and entered the Central Military Academy out of passion. Your method has been attempted before. It wasn't applied to mechas because it tends to cause energy interruptions or erratic behavior. Byrani was subtly warning Sue Jean that once a mecha went out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, Sue Jean was only a first-year student, and her achievements in the Beetle Ravine hadn't involved a mecha. So at the very least, everyone was still holding their breath regarding her mecha manufacturing skills. Sue Jean understood Byrani's concerns. She herself was not following the current interstellar mecha manufacturing methods at all. After waking up, she had immediately gone to the library. Though she couldn't claim complete mastery, she had gained a decent understanding of interstellar technology, mental energy mechas, and mineral resources. The core philosophy of mecha manufacturing in this era still revolved around mechanical armor, emphasizing combat-oriented mechanization. It required pilots to use mental energy to control and adapt to the mecha. Rather than having the mecha serve the pilot as an aid or amplifier for mental combat, it was fundamentally equivalent to a combination of Earth-era firearms, rocket launchers, armored vehicles, tanks, missiles, and even nuclear weapons. To achieve so many functions, lightweight design had to be sacrificed. When passing through the previous 2 stages, Sue Jean had carefully observed the transmission and coordination of Su Sinyu's mecha. Su Sinyu's mecha was relatively basic, requiring extensive use of transmission rods for control. Sue Jean had asked Su Sinyu if mental energy assistance was necessary for movements, and Su Sinyu replied that it was essential, otherwise movement would be sluggish. Sue Jean then asked if the mechas of Chu Hanxiao and others didn't require such effort. Su Sinyu answered that they didn't require physical effort, but they consumed a lot of mental energy. And that was the crux of the problem. If a warrior's mecha was supposed to provide support or enhance their abilities, what was the point if it consumed a massive amount of mental energy instead? Was it just a shield? A weapon enhancer? That was somewhat putting the cart before the horse. But Sue Jean also understood that a mecha had to match the pilot's mental energy level, otherwise it was just scrap metal, akin to the late Qing dynasty when the enemy deployed guns and cannons while we still wielded broadswords. So ever since her time in the library, Sue Jean had been pondering how to make a mecha highly effective with only a small amount of mental energy. The goal was to let warriors focus their mental energy on fighting the enemy rather than splitting it between controlling the mecha, guiding their mental entity, and engaging in combat. Simulating human blood vessels and nerves was the first idea that came to Sue Jean's mind. In the era of the 7 realms, immortal cultivation, the demon race once dominated. When great demons took human form, they all chose to evolve toward the human body because the human form was more scientifically efficient in nutrient transport, energy absorption, and consumption. Sue Jean knew that her idea had been tried before, but had failed. The root cause of the failure wasn't the structure of nerves and blood vessels, but the omission of 3 supporting factors that worked in tandem with mental energy. I have a bold idea. What if energy drive and power transmission could interact bidirectionally with mental energy? I mean, what if there were energy interconnections at every node? Sue Jean's words made Byrani's eyes light up, then dim, then light up again. After several cycles, the faint sparks of hope reluctantly faded away. I can understand the theory, but it's not feasible in practice. The old master hasn't woken up yet. Sue Jean was unfazed. My grandfather hasn't woken up, but isn't there any warrior in the Empire with a higher rank than his? Byrani almost blurted out, of course there is. The First Legion's Commander General Chu Hanxiao. Sue Jean extended her fair hand and patted Byrani's shoulder meaningfully. We need to know how to leverage help. This part doesn't count as mecha repair, it's mecha upgrade. A bonus question we set for ourselves. With that, Su-Jin once again smiled at the mechanical ball's camera. You all heard that right. Almost as soon as Su-Jin finished speaking, an unfamiliar voice chimed in. You want to call in an external helper? Su-Jin was momentarily startled, but her smile only widened. Chu Hanxiao, have you been sidelined? A low, clearly suppressed laugh came through. No, I'm still in charge of this midterm exam. Oh good. I'm afraid of dying. Don't leave. What if another Howard shows up and tries to harm me? At these words, the exam room fell into dead silence, and the live stream comments reached tornado-level intensity, gradually becoming rhythmic. Damned murderer, where is fairness? Forever heartbroken, where is justice? Tommy Cruise, where are human rights? Speaker Howard was at a loss. He had no choice but to release his hand from the communication button and pretend to sit back calmly. Well, actually, that was Speaker Howard just now, President Howard's father. I thought so. I don't care what he is, I only trust you. This time Chu Hanxiao didn't speak, but Su Xingyan did. Little sister, don't talk nonsense. Speaker Howard isn't just something. You need to choose your words more carefully next time. Wow, ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Shipped it. She said I only trust you. Sister is mighty, I agree with your point, just need to correct little sister's wording. Haha isn't just something. I could laugh for a whole year. The netizens were a chaotic mix. Some laughing, some complaining, some shipping couples, some mocking politicians, some supporting Su-Jin. In a word, it was a testament to the diversity and complexity of online society. Chu Hanxiao had to suppress his laughter until his stomach hurt. It was the first time he discovered that this female warrior under his command had such a side to her. She was serious while spouting nonsense, insulting, without using a single swear word. Su Xingyan had always given the impression of being dignified, decisive, and every bit a match for any man, even to the point of being stern. But now she was afraid that Speaker Howard would cause trouble later, so she used a double entendre to divert attention from Su-Jin to herself. Amidst the trash of the Su family's second branch, there was still one pearl buried in dust. That was truly rare. And so a wonderful world was achieved where everyone was delighted, leaving only Howard as the sole casualty. The external aid awaits your command. With just one sentence from Chu Hanxiao, the barrage of comments erupted once more, with those shipping the pair gaining the upper hand. Chu Hanxiao glanced at the comments and spotted one that read, his son has grown up. General Chu is almost 30, right? And Su-Jin is only 18. Isn't that a bit too much of an age gap? Chu Hanxiao, would Jin think he's too old? Su Xingyan, sitting nearby at 35, would have had a few choice words if he knew what was going through his commander's mind. While the livestream audience was lost in their shipping fantasies, Su-Jin and the others finished studying the energy transmission and moved on to skeletal replacement. I think the second common flaw of mechas is their self-weight. The higher the mecha's class, the heavier it gets. Even without the weapons, its own weight is considerable. Su Xingyu, positioning herself as a semi-outsider, asked questions without any reservations. As a mecha combat specialist, she was intimately familiar with mecha operation and had a say in the matter. Su-Jin circled the Void Walker twice and noticed that for the sake of overall coordinations, the mecha's limbs and torso were made of the same grade of metal. This meant that to ensure the mecha's agility in the void, a separate circuit had to be routed through every major joint and supporting bone. The result was often tangled circuits at multiple nodes, which once damaged would cause paralysis. The warrior would then have to forcibly control it with their spiritual power. As Su-Jin pondered a solution, Lin Yu returned with the mecha relocation equipment. When the equipment hoisted the Void Walker into the air, a glint of amusement flickered in Su-Jin's eyes. Howard watched helplessly as Su-Jin kept turning his neck, searching for the livestream drone. Howard couldn't describe his feelings at that moment. For the first time in his life, he felt the urge to flee, as if any delay would spell disaster. 3 seconds later, he realized his intuition was spot on. Speaker Howard, you will take responsibility for your son's crimes, want you? You will do your utmost to repair the hero's mecha, want you? You didn't just come here to watch the show, did you? Another trio of soul-searching questions. Howard forced a smile and nodded. Go ahead. I heard your warehouse houses a rare helium-nickel alloy from the far side of the moon. Besides 30 helium and 42 nickel, it contains over 104 other metallic elements with undetermined molecular formulas. This is imperial property. 13 years ago, my grandfather led the 2nd Legion in pursuit of a fleeing brood mother and discovered it in the remnants of an asteroid in the cosmic dust. As for why it ended up in your private warehouse, rumor has it from your son, Principal Howard, that it was because your warehouse happened to have a suitable spot. Is that true? Howard, know that metal is classified as a hazardous alloy and has always been stored in the National Public Repository. Su-Jin let out a long breath. Yes, I must have misremembered. I was so afraid that you, bearing a grudge over Principal Howard's matter, might claim the item was lost without any evidence. Howard, I don't want to talk anymore. Chu Hanxiao was once again stifling his laughter until it hurt. His Jin was too clever. It was the first time he had seen Speaker Howard so repeatedly bested. Su Xingyan was also struggling to hold back his laughter. Speaker, why aren't you speaking? Are you thinking of how to stall? Don't tell me you are. Howard. Let it all burn. I'm exhausted. Secretary Sun, take my signed application to the warehouse, retrieve hazardous metal 022, and bring it here. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Howard had no choice but to send his secretary to fetch it. Chu Hanxiao issued an order simultaneously. Colonel Su Xingyan accompany him. Ensure Secretary Sun's safety without fail. This is a mark of respect for General Su Zhe. Howard pursed his lips, realizing that even the last area within his power where he could manipulate things had become an impregnable fortress. He had lost completely without even a chance to fight back. Had Chu Hanxiao evolved again? Howard's gaze returned to the screen fixed on the young girl, directing the team members as they moved materials. Su Jin. Over 20 minutes later, hazardous metal 022 arrived. Team T-45 has preliminarily completed the repair and improvement plan for the Voidwalker. The timer can start now. At Su Jin's behest, by Randy requested the activation of the hidden mission timer. Simultaneously, the exam broadcast began its centralized announcement mode. Congratulations. Team J05 has completed the first phase of the hidden mission in 2 hours and 58 minutes, currently ranked first. They have abandoned the second phase of the hidden mission. Great news. Team G03 has obtained the 6th puzzle piece, currently ranked 37th. Keep up the good work. Reminder, teams Z03 and X05 have assembled. Announcement, Team S05 has entered the additional mission mode. Congratulations. Team A04 has entered the hidden mission. The announcements came one after another like the call of a war horn, making everyone a bit nervous at first. Su Jin let out a whistle, drawing everyone's attention. Don't listen. Focus on the work. Let's witness a miracle together. The Silver Wolf let out a howl, sealing the deal, and the team's restless minds, disturbed by the exam announcements, returned to calm. 38 minutes later, with the coordinated effort of 2 mechas, the Voidwalker was stripped down to its alloy skeleton. Standing in the setting sun, it looked even more weathered and solemn. Some people had already taken the initiative to go to the entrance of Maple Garden Villa, placing a bouquet of flowers and bowing toward the direction of General Su's hospital room. They said, "You must get well, General. At least live to see your granddaughter repair the mecha for you." The hero was silent, yet his voice resounded with deafening force. 21 minutes later, the Voidwalker's limbs were completely removed, leaving only the torso. Many people stood at the entrance of Orchid Garden Villa, tears streaming down their faces, unwilling to leave for a long time. According to the exam rules, they could use the factory's machinery. Over an hour later, Team T-45 completed all repair work on the torso. At the same time, they installed brand new limbs on the Voidwalker. Unlike before, the Voidwalker's limbs now adopted a human skeletal structure model. The thigh and upper arm had single bone structures made of a more flexible alloy, making actuation easier. The outer shell still used a sturdier mecha alloy to prevent easy penetration during battles against the Zerg. When it came to building the energy transmission and motion linkage systems, Su Jin looked up and called for external aid. Chu Hanxiao stood before Su Jin in just 15 minutes. What can I do? Just tell me. Su Jin didn't mince words. First, use your spiritual power to shape the helium nickel alloy that the speaker donated to my grandfather into a Sichuan peppercorn form. I need at least 32 bumps on its surface. The more the better. Without a second thought, Chu Hanxiao mobilized his spiritual power and got to work. Over 10 minutes later, a massive peppercorn floated in the core area of the mecha, quickly connecting with the blood vessels and nerves that Su Jin and the others had painstakingly crafted by hand. Gazing up at the mecha, Su Jin knew only the final step remained. Su Jin soared into the air and landed on Zhu Guang's shoulder as Aista brought her face to face with the Voidwalker. At this moment, what Su Jin held in her hand was no longer a cinnabar brush, but a sharp alloy gear capable of engraving. Ancient runes empowered by the blessing of faith flowed smoothly across the renewed exterior of the Voidwalker through the tools of interstellar technology. From the heart to the cheeks, from the back of the head to the ears, from the collarbone to the ribs, from the shoulders to the wrists, from the shoulder blades to the waist and abdomen, from the crotch to the ankles. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on Su Jin's forehead as the power of faith surged forth, depicting a legacy that spanned from ancient times to the stars. With the final stroke, Su Jin tossed the tool aside and sat down against the Voidwalker's foot. This scene was transmitted back to the live stream via the mechanical ball, inciting a storm of public outrage. At that moment, Howard knew his youngest son was lost. Seeing his signal, Secretary Sun withdrew. In the frame, Chu Hangxiao's tall figure blotted out the fiery sunset, shielding Su Jin from the glaring light. It's your turn. Remember what Yao Guang did at the White Tower? Chu Hanxiao nodded, and then the massive luminous snow leopard materialized. The 3 level warriors soared into the air, landing in one leap on the snow leopard's back. Yao Guang, like a meteor, like a flash of snow streaking across the blazing sunset, circled the Voidwalker 3 times. The surging 3 level spiritual power cascaded down along the line Su Jin had drawn, instantly filling all the totems, resonating with the nerves and blood vessels inside and out, forming a linkage. At this moment, the dilapidated Void Walker was reborn, its entire body adorned with flowing radiant patterns of orange-red and ice blue, as if infused with a second life. Congratulations, Team T45, for completing the first phase of the hidden mission. Time taken 2 hours and 48 minutes. Surpassing Team J05, ranking first. Upon hearing the exam announcement, the entire T45 team erupted in cheers. Except for Su Jin, the four of them roared with the momentum of 40 people. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on their young faces, radiant and brilliant. Su Jin smiled. Truly, youth is invincible. But when the subsequent prompt sounded, everyone deflated. Does T45 wish to activate the second phase of the hidden mission? By Randy and the others almost instinctively looked at Su Jin. Su Jin nodded without hesitation. Without a second thought, by Randy clicked confirm. Along with the exam announcement signaling the start of the hidden mission's second phase, Chu Hanxiao gently asked Su Jin, "Do you need my help?" In fact, this wasn't against the rules, as Su Jin's team was deliberately set up. The other teams all had replicated versions of the Poseidon-class mecha, whose simplicity of repair compared to the Void Walker was negligible. It was precisely for this reason that Su Jin's team couldn't complete the second phase. The Void Walker was 2-class, while the only 2 warriors in Su Jin's team were class utterly incapable of piloting such a high-level mecha. So if Su Jin had asked Chu Hanxiao to act on her behalf, Howard's faction couldn't have said much. However, it would still invite criticism with claims that without Chu Hanxiao, T45 was nothing. People could accept T45 not taking on the second phase of the hidden mission, and they could also accept Chu Hanxiao helping Su Jin's team to integrate the mecha core and inject spiritual power to activate it. All this was for the sake of the old general. But if Chu Hanxiao piloted the Void Walker to kill 2 class bugs, that would be a different matter entirely. It would be tantamount to handing them the win. Chu Hanxiao had expected Su Jin's refusal. As Su Ze's granddaughter, she would not allow the mecha that fought alongside the old general to be tarnished. Although Chu Hanxiao was still worried about Su Jin, he waved his hand, took Yao Guang, boarded the starship, and returned to Central Military Academy. How will we do it? Yu Qingzhu also felt uncertain this time. Su Jin's spiritual seat was still sealed. Even if she were a warrior the same 3-class as Chu Hanxiao, she was powerless now. Su Xinyu and Aista would die if they tried. The hierarchy among warriors was strict. Crossing levels could result in vomiting blood at best or brain damage, and even death at worst. How about I give it a try? It was Aista who spoke. Although both he and Su Xinyu were class, Aista was stronger within the same rank. Don't be ridiculous. There are still 2 days of exams left. You're not thinking of slacking off and letting the 4 of us carry you to first place for an easy win, are you? Su Jin's words were tactful, but everyone understood. Then what do we do? Su Xinyu was a bit impatient, as she was already regretting not stopping by Randy earlier. Based on the current exam broadcasts, their T45 was the only team that had accepted the second hidden mission. It felt like they could have won easily even without taking it. They'll do it. Su Jin's words were light, as if she weren't talking about an impossible task, but more like making casual conversation. I admit I have a selfish motive. I want to repair the mecha and test it myself, then give it to Grandpa as a gift when he wakes up to celebrate his new life. So I said I'll do it. But by Randy's mind was a mess filled almost entirely with images of Su Jin coughing up blood, unable to bear the strain, and falling out of the mecha. No buts. The Void Walker has been with my grandpa for most of his life. It recognizes me. Really? As Yu Qingzhu pursed her lips in doubt, Chu Hanxiao had just sat down, but immediately stood up to return to the exam hall. Su Ze was still unconscious. He couldn't let any harm come to Su Jin. But as he stood up, Su Xingyan grabbed his sleeve. Then Su Xingyan reported in a low voice, "Su Jin came to my apartment last night. She can pilot a standard mecha." Chu Hangxiu's pupils contracted, shock written plainly on his face. In her current state, Su Jin was an ordinary person without spiritual power, yet she could pilot a standard mecha. This was startling news not just for Central Military Academy, but for the entire empire. How did she do it? Su Xingyan couldn't explain, so he opened the surveillance footage from the underground gym in his apartment and played it back for Chu Hanxiao. Chu Hanxiao had just finished fast-forwarding through the video, confirming that Su Jin could indeed pilot a standard mecha when Su Jin once again leaped onto Zhu Guang's shoulder, preparing to enter the Void Walker's cockpit. If it were Su Ze, he would only need to stand still, and the Void Walker would quickly merge with him. But not Su Jin. Without spiritual power, she had to proceed step by step, just like entering a standard mecha, activating the core control room, then starting the mecha. But that doesn't prove she can pilot the Void Walker. After all, it was a 2-class mecha. In fact, when injecting spiritual power into the totems covering the mecha's body, Chu Hanxiao felt that the Void Walker seemed to have evolved, resembling a 3-class super war machine more than ever. At his words, Su Xingyan also panicked. But by the time they looked up again, Su Jin was already seated in the Void Walker's cockpit. At that moment, the live stream audience was on edge, while Howard conversely was completely relaxed. Ha, truly a fearless newborn calf. He had been worrying about how to dispose of Su-Jin, but now it seemed he wouldn't need to lift a finger. There's a path to heaven she refuses to take, the gates of hell she willingly enters. In the frame, Su-Jin's pale, slender fingers glide across the mecha's control lever before closing firmly around it. An invisible torrent of faith energy surges forth, undetectable to the eye, racing along the lever, crashing into the mecha's core and branching outward into crimson vascular networks and azure neural pathways. Yu Qingzhu's shoulder blooms suddenly with vivid purple hyacinths as she stands resolutely behind Su-Jin, shielding her comrade with unwavering resolve. By Randy as team captain takes the co-pilot seat without hesitation, yet he is utterly incapable of controlling this colossal machine. Ahead of the Void Walker, Aista pilots the light chaser to clear the path. Behind it, Su Xinyu commands the Wild Inferno to secure the rear. The three mechas form a diagonal combat formation. The light chaser arrives first upon the open plain, where the sun has already dipped below the horizon, casting the world into the dimmest hour of the day. Before departure, Su-Jin raises her right hand toward the mechanical orb, thumb, ring finger, and little finger, drawn inward, index and middle fingers pressed together against her temple, then flicked forward in a swift, decisive arc. I need your encouragement. With that, Su-Jin gives a gentle push. The Void Walker lifts its left foot and takes its first step. Aista struggles to articulate his emotions, a whirlwind of complexity, exhilaration, astonishment, and rapturous joy, the legendary convergence of 100 feelings. Su-Jin truly sets the Void Walker in motion, its gait effortless, unburdened by mechanical strain or stuttering resistance, flowing instead with serene, masterful grace. She actually did it. Could grandfather be mistaken? Is she not a healer, but a warrior? Su Xingyan wonders inwardly. Even he would find piloting grandfather's Void Walker arduous. Yet Su-Jin now converses lightly, urging by Randy to relax. Target coordinates leftward 086, 25, 38, 3 Class A centipede vermin. Buy 2 get 1 free. Let this young lady test her mettle. Su-Jin springs into action, igniting jubilation across the live stream, while Howard sits stone-faced, silent as a statue. Chu Hanxiao's expression flickers with fleeting astonishment. First, how can Su-Jin pilot a mecha without psychic energy? Second, how did she pinpoint the Class A vermin's location? Su Xingyan might assume the Void Walker itself predicted the targets, or that another psion within the team sensed them. But Chu Hanxiao knows neither is true. It was Su-Jin herself who foresaw them. She carries countless enigmas, having brushed death, yet survived, carved a path through the Vermin Valley, sealed primordial monsters, mastered the arcane botany of spirit plants, and now even commanded a Tier 2S mecha. Ajin, just how many secrets do you still hold? Before meeting Su-Jin, Chu Hanxiao's life was monochrome. Afterward, it burst into iridescent color. The Void Walker is a top-tier combat mecha, its smallest configuration still over twice the size of the Light Chaser's largest form. Within the diagonal formation, it resembles a father escorting 2 children on an outing. If only the plane weren't teeming with lethal peril, the scene would verge on comical. Big-eared little tycoon, I never imagined witnessing someone without psychic energy pilot a super mecha in my lifetime. I am a tree unblossomed, I have no psychic energy. I've dreamed of piloting a super armor since childhood. Sharpay Cat, is this the power of bloodline? Su-Jin's grandfather and father were both heroes. Xiao Yi, mom asked why I'm kneeling to watch the stream. Oxygen Professor, this is a moment rewriting interstellar history. Robot get lost or classes opening. Teaching available. I'm enrolling immediately. Amidst a crescendo of online shrieks, Su-Jin confronts the 3 Class A centipede vermin Hedon. The anticipated clash, brutal, desperate, bloody, narrowly won, never unfolds. Su-Jin subtly shifts her wrist. Runes embedded within her silver bell activate. This time the sigil of desolation. The 3 Class A centipedes rear upright, hundreds of limbs flailing chaotically, nearly making Su Xinyu retch. This thing is revolting. I can't take it anymore. Su-Jin, please. Just end it swiftly. Per examination rules, cadets must eliminate 2 Class A vermin using a repaired mecha. Thus Aista and Su Xinyu may not intervene, but once the vermin fall, they may dispatch their psychic constructs to extract the cores. Su-Jin's long fingers tap twice upon the control lever. The Void Walker's right hand sweeps down from its back, gripping the weapon's hilt. A metallic rod slides forth from the spinal housing. Long time no see, Arctic Abyssal Iron. Black Impermanence, partner of White Impermanence, what will I witness? What revelation awaits? Is it the Northern Darkness sees fish, or the Kuanpong spreading its wings? Fishing enthusiasts, so thrilling. Then at the zenith of universal anticipation, Su-Jin strikes, devoid of flourish or technique, with a single overhead blow that smashes the foremost snarling centipede into pulp. Netizens summarize fair enough. A Tier 2S mecha paired with Tier 3S psychic energy. Even a child's brawling stance becomes unstoppable. Su-Jin finds this generation of netizens remarkably composed. Seizing the moment before the remaining 2 react, she lifts and strikes, Within 7 or 8 seconds, all 3 lie extinguished. Immediately after she maneuvers the Void Walker's rear leg. Into the earpieces of Team T4 echoes a voice stripped of all inflection. Either of you, whose psychic construct is more convenient, retrieve the cores. I need a lake to clean this rot. It's soiled. Soiled. She said soiled. By Randy sits directly behind and to her right. How could Arctic abyssal iron possibly become soiled? With psychic reinforcement, it should remain immaculate. Truthfully, it wasn't soiled at all. Su-Jin simply recalled textbook knowledge and her prior encounter with a Class A spider vermin in the Cockroach Valley chitinous exoskeletons demand force. Hence the catastrophic impact, and her conscience recoils at the sheer brutality. Under the watchful gaze of the entire starfaring populace, and accompanied by the chime announcing mission completion, Su-Jin strides the Void Walker deep into the forest, plunging the Arctic abyssal iron straight into a crystalline lake. She stirs it deliberately back and forth. Congratulations, Team T45. You have completed all hidden objectives for today, ranking first. Well done. Please camp in place and rest. A new assignment begins tomorrow at 0800 hours. Just before Chairman Howard departs in indignation, Chu Hanxiao lets out a low, quiet laugh. Chairman, I've apprehended 2 assassins. They eagerly confessed your secretary ordered them to kill your youngest son. How shall we proceed with this matter? Howard lifts his chin and exhales slowly. Secretary Son. The moment he speaks, Secretary Son, who had been shadowing him step for step, collapses instantly, blood erupting from all 7 orifices, dead before he hits the floor. Chu Hanxiao recognizes this scene instantly decades ago when his father investigated his mother's ambush and slaughter by vermin. Howard's own grandfather died in precisely this manner. The Chu and Howard families have harbored generations of bitter enmity. Then the corpse is mine to handle. Lin Yu immediately departs with his team to secure the scene. A faint contemptuous smile traces Howard's lips as he turns away, his face frozen in icy disdain, exiting the tribunal chamber. Admiral, they are dead. Then we shall see if the deceased has enough goodwill to warrant someone speaking out for them. Spread the news. Yes, sir. Lin Yu led his men out, and Su Xingmian turned his earnest gaze toward Chu Hanxiao. Admiral, my granduncle has only Su-Jin as his sole remaining kin. The trials she now endures are likely because of you. You must protect her. Chu Hanxiao nodded solemnly. Once her spiritual seal is lifted, if she is willing to honor the betrothal, I shall never betray her in this lifetime. Su Xingmian let out a long, relieved sigh. If Su-Jin could marry Chu Hanxiao, it would mean temporary danger, but lifelong protection for her. Yet Su Xingmian recalled another matter. Dr. Song. The old man cherishes talent. He never imagined his words would bring such trouble upon Su-Jin. I will speak to him, but it may not help. Su Xingmian understood this well. Old man Song was notoriously eccentric. Though an ordinary man without spiritual power, he feared nothing, and no one could control him. Dr. Song had just been called away by a phone call. If he had witnessed the secretary's suicide, he would likely have pulled out a vial of chemical agent and hurled it straight at Howard. Thus, tomorrow's midterm exam at the Central Military Academy would pale in comparison, overshadowed by the news of the new speaker election. Dr. Song had done such things before. Those potions weren't lethal, but they compelled the truth, much like a truth serum. How could someone like Howard not harbor dark secrets? Yet every matter has 2 sides. Bring down one Howard, and a worse scoundrel would rise in his place. Thus, Chu Hanxiao's method was far more ruthless than Dr. Song's. He only needed to seize Howard's vital weakness, and the man would serve another purpose. After all, force is reciprocal. At the same time, Su-Jin's team had found a high ground, and Yu Qingzhu was diligently pulling out various outdoor supplies. Within the bounds of exam regulations, she strove to make her teammates as comfortable as possible. There were 2 tents, left for the men, right for the women. In the middle, they set up a canopy to create a living room with a charcoal stove perfect for brewing tea and playing chess. The only regret was that snacks were forbidden. Su-Jin, seeing Yu Qingzhu exhale softly after preparing everything, knew exactly what she was thinking. I'm not familiar with the rules, no food allowed in. But are we permitted to forage? Yu Qingzhu's eyes lit up and she nodded vigorously. Yes, it's allowed. Then come with me. They'll take you to pick fruit, catch fish, and gather snails. Yu Qingzhu grabbed a backpack from the tent and followed Su-Jin. Su Xinyu, uneasy, brought her silver wolf along as well. By Ranty assumed they would be gone for a while. After all, in an unfamiliar place, finding food wasn't easy. Yet in less than half an hour, Su-Jin and her companions returned laden with bounty. A bird with splendid plumage, a plump fish, a dozen green apples, and 3 tiny mushrooms, a rather fruitful harvest. By Ranty took the fish, went to a distance to clean it, and set it over the charcoal fire to roast. Yu Qingzhu washed the apples, and everyone gathered to admire the uninvited bird. You didn't catch this? Of course not. Birds can fly. They're not so easy to catch. It landed on Su-Jin's shoulder by itself. I checked with my spiritual power. It's not a spirit entity, just an ordinary bird, flesh and blood. Seeing Su Xinyu answer by Ranty with animated joy, Su-Jin remained silent. This was no ordinary bird. It was a spirit beast, though yet to attain sentience, merely more perceptive than common fowl. That was why it had landed on Su-Jin's shoulder. The group ate and chatted, summarizing the day's actions and recounting their mission experiences. Eventually, the conversation centered on the first wave of insectoids they encountered. Those fire ants seemed cursed or programmed with some kind of directive. Even the taciturn Ista contributed his views. Su-Jin pondered seriously, feeling that someone must bear the blame. Before she could decide, someone came to the rescue. I have a bold guess. What if someone was trying to cheat and we just happened to stumble into it? Su Sinyu's hypothesis opened a new door for Su-Jin. Could it really be interpreted that way? It's not impossible. In any case, the school will review all results later and find out the truth then. Though Su-Jin said this aloud, she thought otherwise. The school wouldn't uncover it. She had tested it. Even Chu Hanxiao, a 3-level powerhouse, couldn't perceive her faith power. Thus they chatted back and forth for a while before turning in for the night. The duty of night watch fell to 2 mechas and 2 spirit entities. This was a notable advancement of the interstellar era. At least humans no longer had to stay up with dark circles under their eyes. In the first few hours, everyone slept fitfully, not because of natural sounds, but due to the exam broadcast's intermittent announcements. A team had triggered a hidden mission, completed an additional task, or failed one, all concentrated in the hours before dawn. According to exam rules, the broadcast couldn't be muted on personal terminals, so everyone cycled through drowsiness, jolting awake and back again. Only near dawn did silence finally fall. As the others drifted into slumber, Su-Jin's eyes snapped open. Though the mechas and spirit entities stood guard, Su-Jin extended her divine sense and sensed the insectoids' agitation. 3 waves of insect tides were surging toward their camp. In the sky, swaths of gray-white shapes moved swiftly, giant fluttering moths, their wings blotting out the heavens, shedding dust laced with hallucinogenic chemicals. Once contaminated humans might drown in euphoria or plummet into an abyss. On the ground, colossal crickets with enormous compound eyes, each the size of a villa, bounced forward in rolling leaps. The earth cracked open as orange-ringed earthworms thicker than pythons writhed in tangled paths, their speed rivaling the leaping crickets. Everyone get up. Su-Jin shook the bell in her hand, unleashing countless runes to seal the insectoids' teleportation paths, while swiftly waking her teammates. Listen to me. Leave everything behind, pack up, and move out now. No one questioned Su-Jin's words. They quickly gathered their belongings, leaving the tents and stove as decoys. Yu Qingzhu had spares in her spatial storage anyway. They retracted the mechas and slipped silently into the night. At a crossroads, Su-Jin ignored all 3 paths leading the team into the jungle. Before departing, Su-Jin's left hand jingled the silver bell, channeling faith power to cast one final rune, perception misguide, meant to mislead the enemy and conceal their tracks. Indeed, from the forest, they watched as the 3 insect nests were lured in the wrong direction. Only then did they sit down to rest. This insect tide is suspicious. How did you find out? The silver wolf hadn't even raised an alarm yet, but you already knew. When the team stopped to rest in a safe place, Su Sinyu was the first to voice the question in her mind. Su-Jin pondered for a moment. Can't you sense it? If she explained, no matter what she said, there would be loopholes. But if she chose to be straightforward, it would place everyone on the same point of doubt. In other words, Su Sinyu and the other 3 were puzzled as to why Su-Jin could sense danger in advance. And Su-Jin in turn found it strange. Setting aside by Ronnie, how could 2 warriors and a healer fail to perceive the impending threat? Sure enough, this left everyone exchanging bewildered glances, and they ceased their questioning. Are you a warrior or a healer? Su Sinyu immediately shifted her perspective on the matter. As everyone knew, Su-Jin's spiritual sea had been sealed and would not be unsealed for another 10-odd days. Rumors circulated that she was a natural-born strength healer, but that remained mere hearsay. The reality was that Su-Jin could pilot a mecha. Even with her spiritual sea sealed, she could drive the 2-strength Void Walker and dispatch a rank bugs as easily as chopping vegetables. So was it possible that she was actually a warrior and a 3-strength one like Chu Hanxiao? Don't speak. I know you don't know either. Don't speak. I feel something is off about this insect nest. Byrani was the first to catch on. This insect nest was likely targeted at Su-Jin. Someone didn't want the Empire to see the rise of another prodigy. Or perhaps for other interests. In any case, Su-Jin must not be allowed to answer that question. Whether she was a 3-strength warrior or a strength healer, she was far too dazzling. To shift the focus, Byrani began recounting tales from the past. In previous midterm exams, there have also been nocturnal insect nests, but those were caused by cadets illegally using attractants to frame their classmates. At these words, the night owls still awake in the live stream perked up. Some searched for data, others scoured news articles, and a cacophony of opinions erupted. KK, am I the only one who thinks this exam feels deliberately targeted? Interstellar food sharing girl, I agree. This Central Military Academy midterm. On the very first day, it took down a principal and the commander-in-chief, the speaker, and Dr. Song all showed up in person. Plus that Void Walker that should have been sitting quietly in the warehouse. How eerie is that? White cabbage, wait, have there ever been this many shrank bugs on planets that were supposedly cleansed before? Brave warrior, my wild guess is that old man from the Sioux family's second branch is stirring trouble. He must still hold a grudge. Coconut shell, did you hear? Secretary's son beside the speaker suddenly dropped dead, and the parliament just overnight announced a replacement with another secretary. Night aviator, us overworked wage slaves can't catch a break. I missed the gossip while it was fresh. Can any kind soul give me a rundown? The live stream at 1 in the morning was dozens of times livelier than a morning market, with everyone speculating that someone had deliberately set Sue Jean up. In no time, Sue Jean had gained a slew of new casual fans. Byrannius words plunged everyone into silence. The insect nest was still surging, not just in the basin where Sue Jean and her team were, but across all other sectors as well. However, whether in the highlands, hills, swamps, plains, or mountains, not a single shrank bug appeared, and even rank ones were scarce. Thus, despite the late hour and the young humans' unexpected clash with the insectoid swarm, no large-scale casualties occurred. The moment the insect nest was discovered, Chu Hanxiao had Su Xingmian lead a team to the exam site. The great snow leopard instinctively followed Su Xingmian. With the absolute suppression of a 2-shrank warrior and a 3-shrank spirit entity, those shrank bugs couldn't stir up much trouble. Yaoguang transformed into a streak of brilliance, its form nearly the size of a small starship striding through the void. With each claw strike, it tore through bug corpses, extracting their cores with clean, swift precision. Ziwei, meanwhile, had feathers like sharp swords. Its crane-like cry echoed through the basin, a resonant and piercing harmony. For the shrank bugs of land, sea, and air, their gathering was meant for slaughter. Yet before they could even catch a glimpse of their target, they found themselves face-to-face with high-level human spirit entities. In no time, over half of them were dead or wounded. If they'd known, they wouldn't have gathered. Wasn't this just delivering themselves as prey? After the tally, leaving behind the 2 shrank cricket bugs stipulated by the exam rules, Su Xingmian returned to the starship with a bag full of shrank bug cores. Commander, I request that the starship not return to port, but remain stationed at the jump coordinates outside the exam site, ready to provide support at any time. Agreed. Chu Hanxiao also felt it necessary to stay close. This Central Military Academy midterm was fraught with anomalies. Already on the first day, several forces had made covert moves. Su Jean needed more personnel around her until her spiritual sea recovered, or until Old Master Su Zhe woke up. Byrani couldn't point fingers directly, but he subtly suspected Su Chun was behind the trouble. He hinted at it vaguely, and everyone voiced their agreement. Sorry for dragging you all into this. Su Jean offered a sincere apology. Don't be silly. It's a good thing I'm teamed up with you. Otherwise, when the insect nest hit, I'd still be dreaming about eating fried ribbon fish, and probably wouldn't even have a complete corpse left. Su Xinyu spoke bluntly. You sure know how to dream. Now you've made me hungry. Yu Qingzhu rubbed his stomach. They'd only had some grilled fish for dinner, and no one felt like drinking nutrient fluids. With that distraction, everyone felt hungry. Do you guys want to eat roasted sweet potatoes? On the way up from the slope, I spotted some wild ones. We can dig them up, light a fire, and roast them. ITLL, be quick. Su Jean's suggestion won unanimous approval. So while other zones were locked in chaotic battles with crank bugs playing hide and seek with brank bugs, or simply running for their lives in utter pandemonium, Su Jean's team was actually eating roasted sweet potatoes. What are you looking at? I can smell the crispy on the outside, tender on the inside aroma through the screen. Seriously. Doing nothing, is this even reasonable? I just came from watching A Desperate Escape on the plane, switched screens, and walked into a food channel. Jia Jia never gains weight, are the IDs of the two above putting on a double act. Reborn Rabbit suddenly envious of Su Jean. I wish I could be half as brave as her. Coco's home watching this late at night has made me hungry. Not just the livestream viewers, even Chu Hanxiao felt his appetite stir. Chu Hanxiao rarely paid mind to culinary pleasures, but now he was genuinely envious. He admired Su Jean's composure. From morning till night, one incident after another had unfolded, yet she never betrayed any emotion. She didn't exult at earning first place, didn't grow wistful at the sight of the Void Walker, didn't sigh at encountering problems, and didn't show fear when hunted in the dead of night. Chu Hanxiao found it hard to imagine what Su Jean had endured on the Frontier Star to forge such a calm, unflappable, and rock-steady temperament. She seemed nothing like a teenage girl. Suddenly, he felt a deep ache for her. That feeling was heart-wrenching. A sense of meeting too late, of helplessness, and then an overwhelming urge to give her his all, to offer the finest things in the world just to see her smile. That alone would be enough. Due to the outbreak of the insect tide the previous night, the students participating in the midterm exam at the Central Military Academy collectively overslept. As the clock struck 9:00 a.m., Su Jean had yet to open his eyes. The basin area that Su Xingmian had led the cleanup of the previous night was eerily silent. Only 2 level insects remained, while others were frightened into hiding by the piercing calls of Jiwei's crane, not daring to emerge and cause trouble. Thus, after finishing their roasted sweet potatoes, the T-45 group collectively slept until dawn. Su-Jin maintained a supine position, rubbed his eyes, and found the light somewhat blinding, so he closed his eyes again. Now commencing the task, collect insect carapace scales. Each person needs 1 level 2, a level 3 level, 4 level 5 level, and 6 a level, totaling 21 pieces. How many? Accompanied by Su Sinyu's hoarse roar and an overwhelming sense of morning grumpiness. Su-Jin opened his eyes again, performing a live reenactment of a dying person suddenly sitting up for Yu Qingzhu and Su Sinyu. She tilted her head, drooped her hands, appeared listless, and radiated a natural sense of fatigue. If obtaining high-level insect carapace is difficult, we support increasing the multiplier and substituting with lower-level carapace. For example, Xiao Ming is an 11 warrior. If he cannot compete with S-level insects in solo combat, he needs to acquire 4 level insect carapaces or 6 level 8, level 10 level, or 12 level. For instance, Xiao Hong is a level warrior. If she cannot contend with S-level or level insects in solo combat, then for the missing S-level carapace, according to the above standards, she would need to make up for it with 4 level. Su-Jin's head tilted slowly to the left, and then turned forward before gradually tilting to the right. Throughout the process, his eyes were vacant. Why did today's announcement feel so much like a math class, so hypnotic? The task timer starts now. Strive on, young man. The final line of the announcement caught Su-Jin off guard, immediately thrusting him into a state of alertness as he pulled apart his sleeping bag and got up from the tent, taking just 25 seconds. Silky smooth. Yu Qingzhu, who slept beside her, witnessed the entire process and turned to exchange a glance with the still-dazed Su Sinyu, both seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. How did she wake up? 15 minutes later, the 5-person team packed up the tent, completed their washing, and began to strategize. My suggestion is to split up and act separately to save time, agreeing on a time and place to meet. Aista rarely expressed her opinion first. Last night, during the insect tide, Colonel Su Xingyan led 2 spiritual entities to slaughter over 20 level insects. Do you think the remaining insects on this land would act alone? Su-Jin tucked a strand of hair behind his ear. Although insects lack human intelligence, they possess the instincts of animals when faced with danger. They huddled together for warmth. Upon hearing Su-Jin's analysis, by Randy also grasped the point. He initially thought of splitting up, waiting, or luring the insects to act alone before striking them down. It now appeared that this idea was unfeasible. While they were discussing, the silver wolf, who had awakened earlier than the owner, returned swiftly. The silver wolf reports that the insect tribe typically travels in groups of at least 3 and mostly lingers near the insect holes, not actively attacking. Su Sinyu stroked the silver wolf while frowning, reporting the current situation. If it's below level, we should be fine. Our team combat to acquire some insect carapace shouldn't be difficult. The problem is I just calculated that the number of low-level insect carapaces is staggering and the difficulty hasn't decreased. Yu Qingzhu, who habitually quoted data for everything, adopted the demeanor of an old scholar. So what should we do? Take the initiative to attack, feign an attack to the east, while striking in the west, encircle and capture, or lure the enemy deeper. Su-Jin sincerely felt that Su Sinyu had already recounted all the tactics she knew. Unfortunately, none were suited for the current examination situation. My suggestion is to set up a formation and strictly adhere to the task's rules without substituting low-level insect carapaces. Su-Jin voiced her opinion. Set up a formation? What does that mean? Su-Jin casually picked up a dry twig from the ground and began to draw in the yellow soil. She was not adept at drawing birds, beasts, insects, or flowers, but when it came to drawing symbols and formations, it was effortless for her. We have 5 people, 2 spiritual entities, and 2 mechas which can use the Xuanxiang formation to trap the same number of level insects. While constantly shifting positions, we collect insect carapaces and ultimately kill the insects to obtain their cores. As Su-Jin spoke and drew, the seemingly simple vertical and horizontal lines appeared to come to life in her hands, evolving into an ancient large formation. What about a level? If 3 come together, well, already find it very challenging. Su Sinyu felt that the Xuanxiang formation was endlessly variable and exquisitely intricate, so she posed another question. Does everyone remember? Seeing everyone nodding, Su-Jin extended her long leg and wiped away the drawing of the Xuanxiang formation in the soil. Then she began to write furiously. This is called the Qi-Zheng Xiangsheng formation. We need both clear and hidden cards to complement each other, gradually confusing the insect tribe and exhausting them until they dissolve. Su-Jin, what about S-level? Do they travel in pairs as well? Su-Jin nodded. Of course they will, but even if they do, it will only be 2, making them easier to deal with. I'll demonstrate 4 types of formations. Everyone remember them and keep them in mind. As she spoke, Su-Jin began to sketch in the dirt. This is the hook formation. This is the goose formation. This is the cone formation. This is the sparse formation. These 4 formations need to be adapted according to the movements of the S-level insects. Next, we will look at the changes. The 5 of them, along with the 2 spiritual entities, huddled together, studying for over an hour. The mechanical balls from various angles failed to capture everything. Either there was a small section in the upper left corner less than 1/20th, or they swept past the lower right corner. This left Dr. Song at the evaluation seat in a state of agitation. What is this drawing? Is this the ball I invented? Where has the funding of the Central Military Academy gone? Vice Principal Zhang Zhongjing standing beside him found it both amusing and frustrating, but he did not dare to speak casually. Everyone knew Dr. Song's temper, and he was currently fuming with nowhere to vent. Only a madman would rush in. Don't worry. They will demonstrate it for you shortly. Chu Hanxiao, unable to bear it any longer, could only console the old man. With no other choice, Dr. Song sat there fuming, fixating on the screen. At his instruction, 2 more mechanical balls flew over, and 5 cameras captured Su Jin and her team from nearly every angle. As Su Jin was explaining the changes in the formations, she felt something hovering above her head. When she looked up, she couldn't help but laugh. Old man Song, are you trying to steal lessons? Dr. Song, caught off guard by her words, looked even more displeased. He waved his fist at the screen, causing the mechanical ball to fly a bit farther away. These 4 formations combined are called the 4 symbols formation. They can slay gods when encountering gods and kill Buddhas when encountering Buddhas, unstoppable in their advance. This is the gate of life, and this is the gate of death, cycling endlessly. Let's not rush. We'll trap them first, then take the armor. Su Jin patiently reiterated the operational principles of the 4 symbols array. Everyone remember. Seeing the 4 nods, Su Jin waved his hand, and the pattern on the ground vanished with the wind. Let's not be hasty. The bugs are right there, no more no less. These formations require practice, or mistakes will be made. One wrong step could injure a teammate. Su Jin emphasized the dangers of the formations once more. The 5 of them then set out not to find the bug nest, but to find an undisturbed clearing at the foot of a slope to practice the formations one by one. After half an hour of practice and a few minutes of rest, Aista walked over to Su Jin. May I ask where you learned these formations? I'm about to start my senior year. I've completed all the formation courses at the academy, but none were as intricate as yours. Su Jin knew Aista had no ulterior motives, only a thirst for knowledge and curiosity. While I discussed it with Professor Tsang Hua over 2 pages of ancient scroll fragments at the White Tower. Su Jin wasn't lying, but he wasn't telling the whole truth either. Aista felt she had been a bit presumptuous. Perhaps this was a creation of old Master Su Zhe, not to be passed on. Sorry for the intrusion. Thus, in the eyes of the interstellar audience in the live stream, while other groups were searching for bugs, evading them, harassing them, ambushing them, fighting them, or being beaten by them, Su Jin's team was practicing what looked like a dance. A group dance, no less. The live stream chat was filled with relentless mockery, but Su Jin's fans were quick to defend her. Whenever someone said something unpleasant, insinuated, or tried to stir up trouble, fans would immediately step in fatty water from heaven. Is Su Jin pretending to know something she doesn't? I've checked many books, and there's no formation like she described. It's so dangerous. Socks left and right T45A, add chicken legs. Other teams back off. Curcumin is green T45A, add chicken legs. Other teams back off. Mini treasure T45O, add chicken legs. Other teams back off. The morning passed without any exam announcements, meaning no team had completed their task yet. At 1400, Su Jin's team reviewed the passwords and gestures needed for the formations one last time before setting out. While others went looking for bugs, they stumbled right into them. Other teams usually encountered lower-level bugs first, but Su Jin's team came face-to-face with class bugs, an uneven 6v5 match. Although Su Xinyu and Aista were class warriors, even they couldn't withstand the siege of 6th class bugs. These weren't the newly promoted class fire ants, but the peak class blue flower cockroaches. What a fate! Su Xinyu raised her hand, and her mecha charged straight out. She knew this move, the opening of the profound Xiang formation. And so the trillions of interstellar viewers in the live stream witnessed the T45 team's chaotic dance once again. How to describe it? Without the 6 class bugs joining in, everyone would have been baffled all morning. But now watching the mecha charge and gradually lure the bugs into the encirclement. The silver wolf and the gibbon attacked from left and right, grabbing a clawful of scales, but not delivering a fatal blow, just completing the task of plucking scales. The bug, whose armor was stripped, naturally couldn't bear it, letting out a piercing howl that made its companions tremble, tightening their scales and moving cautiously. But in a fight, either you strike first, or they do. You can't just circle around forever like old ladies doing square dancing. According to the mission rules, T45 needed 15 intact class bug scales, meaning they couldn't pick up scales dropped by others. Su Jin's plan was to keep plucking from one bug, isolate the unlucky one from the others, pluck it when caught, chase it when it fled, and use the profound Xiang formation to lead the other bugs in pursuit. The screen showed a comical scene. The class blue flower cockroach, after losing its first scale, writhed in pain, then charged straight at Su Jin. Clearly it was looking for an easy target. Although both Su Jin and Byranti lacked psychic power, Su Jin was female and appeared physically weaker. Su Jin grinned at the sight. Wasn't this like the bug refusing the path of heaven and barging into the gates of hell? She swiftly moved toward the gate of death according to the formation's rules, subtly shaking the silver bell in her hand. The blue flower cockroach's initial path was straight, but it soon began to move, as if drunk. As it passed the gibbon hanging from a tree, a scale was snatched from its head. The bug let out another pained roar, its scales bristling, only for Su Xinyu to tear off a piece from its flank and toss it to Aista, who was holding the spoils. Aista caught it while sliding under the bug's belly, swiping another scale as she passed. The bug's abdomen throbbed with pain, and it instinctively curled up, giving the silver wolf with Yu Qingzhu on its back the chance for a double strike. By the time Byranti made his move, the other 5 blue flower cockroaches seemed to catch on, realizing they were no longer needed and had no reason to invite trouble, so they turned and fled wildly. Of course, that was the livestream viewer's superficial take. In reality, the scale count was nearly sufficient, and Su Jin shook her silver bell, repeating her trick by casting the Perception Seek curse on them. They weren't fleeing. They sensed Su Jin's group escaping and gave chase. The one being relentlessly plucked also wanted to run, but it was alone and completely trapped by its opponents. What followed was predictable. Su Jin's group used the blue flower cockroach to further practice their formations, plucked enough scales to meet the quota, and then extracted the bug core, a massive profit. A single haul made them rich. As the team set off to find the next batch of bugs, they were already planning to sell the core on the black market and treat themselves to a feast in the Ruby Galaxy. It was then that Su Jin realized how expensive the bubble ring planet was the one Chu Hanxiao had taken her to. For her, a barefoot doctor, the consultation fee was a bit too high. Next, they inevitably encountered 5 A-class giant moths, which had a special attack skill known as the Illusion Realm. The moth's wings were coated in thick white powder. When they fluttered, the powder dispersed with the airflow, and any human who came into contact with it would experience brief hallucinations. Some would recall the happiest moments of their lives singing and dancing, others would think of their most painful times weeping bitterly. Regardless, the person would lose combat effectiveness due to inhaling the powder, becoming a sitting duck on the battlefield. However, these moths had their limits. The hallucinogenic powder of A-class giant moths couldn't affect S-class warriors or their spirit bodies. Good news. The team had 2 S-class members, so they were safe. Bad news. Most of the other members could be affected. When they encountered the moths, Su Jin quietly retreated to the back, using her faith energy to inscribe a purification mantra behind Yu Qingzhu and Byranti. When Su Jin was halfway through, Yu Qingzhu seemed to sense something and glanced back slightly. Su Jin did not stop. A moth darting into a flame. Yu Qingzhu lights a candle for it. Yu Qingzhu pulled out a handful of birthday candles, tore open the packaging, shoved them into Zugwang's iron hand, and lit them with a lighter. As the flame shot up, instantly a giant moth dove from the sky, fluttering its wings, incessantly charging straight toward the fire. Whose birthday candle has flames that leap 3 meters high? Su Xinyu dodged the mechanical sphere and whispered to Yu Qingzhu. Don't worry, I checked. There really are candles like that called sparkler candles. They're popular lately and aren't on the school's prohibited list. Su Xinyu quickly gave Yu Qingzhu 2 thumbs up. Only you. Yu Qingzhu stepped back according to the formation's movements, while seizing the moment to whisper to Su Xinyu. It wasn't me, it was Su Jin's roommate. She sells things privately. All kinds of bizarre stuff. I have no idea what her family does. Su Xinyu raised an eyebrow, patted Yu Qingzhu on the shoulder, turned, grabbed the silver wolf's tail, and in an instant teleported behind the giant moth. This type of moth had no scales on its wings, or if it did, no one dared touch them. Even if Enshrank Warrior was immune, that only held true if they hadn't inhaled any or had open wounds. Otherwise, once the hallucinogenic powder seeped into the bloodstream, they'd turn into fools. To obtain the moth scales, one had to take them from the abdomen. And since the moth was huge, the scales were also large. The scale Su Xinyu ripped off was the size of a small car. The moment she tore it free, she tossed it straight into her spatial button, unable to carry it at all. According to the mission requirements, Team T-45 needed a total of 10 moth abdominal scales. Sounded simple, but ripping them off was genuinely difficult. The birthday candles were lit again and again, illuminating the night sky like summer party fireworks. The 2 spiritual entities acted as open and hidden cards, one drawing attention while the other launched sneak attacks. Byranti stood on Zugwang's shoulder, covering her mouth and nose, lighting candles without pause. Zugwang made the youth look spirited and bold, and he felt happier than setting off firecrackers during the new year. Su Jin shaking her bells everywhere worked, with Yu Qingzhu striking and moving to different spots, keeping the giant moth's attention. Purple hyacinths swayed in the wind, mingling with the white scale powder from the moth's wings, creating a stunning visual effect of colors. If only it weren't for the green mud-like insect blood that burst out every so often, it would have been perfect. The strategy this time was to stick with one insect and keep stripping it relentlessly. After more than 2 hours of attrition, no one could take it anymore. The youths silently began drinking nutrient fluids. Finally, enough insect armor had been collected. Almost the moment Esta signaled that the armor count was sufficient, 5 people, 2 spiritual entities, and 2 mechas launched simultaneously, charging at the moth farthest from their encirclement. In Su Jin's words, this was a surprise attack. Rank insects were different from Brank. Although their strategy was still to strip one until it was bare, they actually spread the damage evenly as no one wanted to prolong the fight. The white powder and green blood of these creatures were utterly disgusting, foul and stinking, likely to cause work-related injuries and ruin dinner appetites. Thus the 5 moths, each time stripped of scales and bleeding profusely, would soar skyward, then turn back, drawn by the flames, and dive instinctively. A dynamic cycle. The team formed a formation targeting whichever moth came closest. It was hard to tell them apart anyway, as the falling powder like snowflakes severely obstructed their vision. When T-45 charged and the other 4 were bewildered. The one just stripped of scales flapped its wings frantically. The one mid-flight hadn't time to turn. The one drawn by the flames found the fire suddenly extinguished and lost its bearing. And the one that intended to pick on the weakest, charging at Su Jin, suddenly found its vision blurring and its target gone. Then came a soft thud from behind. This sound was all too familiar. During the 7th Legion's planetary cleansing, countless of its kind had died like this. After obtaining the rank insect core by Ranti and Esta returned to the Mecha Zhuguang almost simultaneously. Su Xinyu drove Liaren with the silver wolf, grabbing Su Jin in one hand and Yu Qingzhu in the other, scooping them up and fleeing. This was no place to linger. Such tactics were unheard of even by Chu Hanxiao, who had seen much battle, let alone the Central Military Academy. Many evaluated Su Jin's team by numbers first, but Chu Hanxiao and Su Xingyan saw deeper. Against the insect race in that last round, T-45's odds weren't great. 5 flying insects, all a rank with hallucinogenic powder, a magical attack ability. 2 Shrank cadets with equipment barely better than standard mechas were in a precarious position. Not to mention Su Jin, Yu Qingzhu, and Bai Rani. From a combat perspective, they weren't support, they were burdens. But the fact was, Su Jin and her team won. Though not easily, they completed the mission and won beautifully. Especially in how they utilized the healer's role, no longer just healing but engaging in combat. The purple rain drifting through the air in a way had a similar effect to the moth's hallucinogenic powder. This wasn't a fluke, it was an innovation in tactics and strategy. In the future, healers might truly play a role on the real battlefield. T-45 escaped and the moths had no time to pursue or even mourn their fallen comrade, as they immediately faced a scavenger team. Not 5, not 10, but a full-strength team of 16 from 4 groups combined. 4 Shrank warriors, 1 2 Shrank, 2 rank, 2 Brank, and 1 Brank healer. A formidable lineup that seemed capable of overwhelming 4 injured moths, yet they were nearly crippled. In less than half an hour, 7 or 8 signal flares for midterm withdrawal were launched, with over half the team incapacitated. The 7th Legion's rescue team expected Su Xingyan to intervene, so they deliberately dawdled. Only when they saw the 1st Legion starship remain motionless did they finally set out. These pampered soldiers dreaming of glory. Su Xingyan's team was all female. The speaker was Isa, slaying a tall golden-haired beauty. She had fought alongside Su Xingyan for over a decade, and Shrank warrior, whose spiritual entity was a fiery lynx. She never minced words. The exam broadcast then announced Xiao Qia Class 2, Grade 3, withdraws from the midterm. Dong Mingxiu Class 3, Grade 1, withdraws from the midterm. Li Hua Class 5, Grade 2, withdraws from the midterm. Wow, weren't they supposed to scavenge our leftovers? With such a grand force, over half are down. Su Xinyu was also sharp-tongued. Su Jin shook her head. This young lady would be wasted if she didn't do stand-up comedy. She could scold the dead back to life. Just as the exam broadcast rang endlessly and the sky was dyed red by signal flares, Su Jin's team unexpectedly encountered 2 Shrank unicorn leopard cricket insects. Titan stood before the group, swinging its sledgehammer-like arms, pounding its thick chest, and letting out a beastly roar, signaling the activation of the 4 symbols formation. Wait. Su Jin's divine sense spread out, catching a fluctuation of energy different from that of the glass insect. What's wrong? According to the formation by Rani, was right beside Su Jin. What's that hanging under the neck of the one on the left? It's a person, isn't it? Su Xinyu's silver wolf had already stealthily crept to the nearest point to the 2 cricket insects. Wait, let me see who it is. I keep thinking it looks familiar. That's Caesar. Huh. Su Jin let out a low laugh. Second grandfather, it seems you intend to use every last bit of the art of war remaining in this world on me, don't you? What do we do? Following the positional shifts of the formation, Ister, a man of few words but ruthless actions, had swapped places with Bairanti and moved to Su Jin's side. Indeed, what should we do? Su Jin said as she raised her hand and began counting the live-streaming mechanical spheres hovering in midair. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. As her finger moved, the viewers in the livestream room saw that the single mechanical sphere originally around T45 had multiplied into 5. This was understandable. Perhaps T-45 was too outstanding and they needed to prevent him from cheating. But Caesar was alone, and yet 3 mechanical spheres surrounded him. What was even more bizarre was that the live stream had shown a single unchanging angle with no camera switches. The presence of those 2 extra spheres was rather intriguing. 8 mechanical spheres. Examiners, I report cheating. As she spoke, Su Jin rapidly ran in circles according to the formation rules. In places no one could see or perceive, ripples emanated from her hands, mingling with the power of faith and spreading swiftly. After confirming which mechanical sphere was following her, Su Jin stopped and spread her hands toward it. Second grandfather, what's the meaning of this? Can't you just speak plainly? Isn't it just about dividing the family property? My grandfather hasn't woken up yet, and you're already impatient to split things with me. It's not that I want go a look. This midterm exam got in the way, didn't it? What are you doing? Caesar is a 2 level. You deliberately used the mechanical sphere to expose his position. Are you trying to kill him? And then see if I save him. If I rescue him, I sacrifice my teammates, showing no humanity or honor. If I don't rescue him, I'm a venomous snake with a black heart, quick to avenge every grievance. What if he gets ambushed by you during the rescue? Then it becomes my deliberate doing. You are trying to incite a feud between the Su family and the Evans family. How utterly despicable. Su Jin's tone was calm, her words clear. As she moved positions, she gestured to her teammates to tighten the formation. Caesar's situation was extremely perilous at that moment. He was dangling just below the collarbone of one of the glass insects. This position was incredibly tricky. The unicorn leopard-patterned cricket couldn't reach him itself, and asking a companion for help risked accidental injury or a direct slash to the neck. It seemed Caesar had been pushed to the brink, forcing him to devise such a method. But conversely, it posed a massive challenge for the rescue, like pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth. Honorable examiner, who will ask the Evans family if Caesar is allowed to be rescued? If so, will be naming my price. When Su Jin spoke these first few sentences, even Su Xingyan broke out in a cold sweat for her. Having grown up in the Su family mansion, she knew Su Chen's character all too well. This move was exactly the kind of thing Su Chen would do. After all, Su Jin wasn't particularly outstanding in the team, so this wasn't a person she could simply choose to save. But her antagonistic relationship with Su Rulan and Caesar was well known, making people prone to biased gossip. Once the tide of public opinion was steered, the consequences would be dire. Yet now Su Jin directly named a price, turning it into a business transaction. She neither intended to burden her teammates nor sought to kick a man when he was down. From start to finish, this was solely Su Jin's affair. Lin Yu received an order from Chu Hanxiao and was about to contact the Evans family when Caesar's father called in. Please tell Su Jin that if she can save my son, the Evans family will send a blank check. She can write any amount she wishes. Upon hearing the mechanical sphere's reply, Su Jin smiled radiantly. Come and pick up your son. With that, she shouted toward Caesar's direction. If you don't want to die, fire a signal flare. I'll avenge your grudge. Caesar was already showing signs of fainting from excessive blood loss. As a 2-class warrior, he knew full well how he had been step by step used as bait. So he was filled with hatred, but he didn't want to die. Before their narrow encounter with Su Jin's group, he could have sent a signal, but he knew it wouldn't get through. Those 2 bizarre mechanical spheres would block any attempt he made to call for help. Now seeing Su Jin, he finally understood who had been using him. Almost simultaneously with Su Jin's words, it's just a matter of a different price. A scarlet signal flare pierced the sky. At that same moment, Su Jin dropped a final line. Don't anyone move. This is my affair, I'll handle it myself. Everyone saw only a flash of white light before their eyes as Su Jin streaked across the sky like a brilliant meteor. She arrived with pinpoint precision beside Caesar. Let go. Leave it to me. Those were the last words Caesar heard before he blacked out. In the mechanical sphere's lens, he released his grip and was carried on Su Jin's back. Now, with a fierce roar, the 4 people opposite the 2-glass unicorn leopard-patterned crickets vanished simultaneously, leaving only 2 mechs, both activating photon cannon mode. As Su Jin landed and dashed out of the battlefield, the other 4 also left the weapon's impact zone. The scales of glass insects were extremely thick. Even obtaining a single piece was highly difficult. So Su Jin changed her strategy, opting to kill first and harvest later. She directly created a bounded field, deployed modern weaponry, and went for a direct confrontation. Soon a rescue helicopter landed, and the battered Caesar was lifted onto a stretcher. The entire process was incredibly smooth. Everyone saw clearly how Su Jin reached Caesar, how she executed the rescue, and what she said. But they simply couldn't believe it. Thus a rumor began to spread quietly. One night, rich little broad, being as everyone heard. Su Jin is actually a warrior. 7 days I heard. And she's a 3 level, oh just like the commander. Rice in trouble, I also heard her birthday is fake, and she might have spiritual power now. Chu Hanxiao stared at the light-brain interface and Lin Ye's hand, narrowing his eyes. Since Su Chen doesn't want to settle the family division amicably, then don't bother. Tell Shen Guangwei to make a move. Lin Yu nodded and left. Only Chu Hanxiao remained in the corridor. The sun was at its zenith, the hottest part of the day. How exactly did Su Jin manage it all? The entire rescue of Caesar was swift, lasting only a few minutes. The two-class unicorn leopard-patterned crickets kept charging and thrashing, trying to devour someone or break free from the beast-trapping formation. But they achieved neither and were instead ambushed by Su-Jin. What kind of tactic was this? And what did she mean by the art of war? The ensuing scene was a gruesome spectacle. Two mechs clashed head-on, while two spiritual entities launched sneak attacks, and the five individuals moved in an erratic, swift dance, their pace fluctuating unpredictably. It was as if they were weaving a fine, intricate net, gradually trapping two strank unicorn leopard-spotted crickets on the ancient shaded path. In truth, by the insect's nature, they preferred dark and damp places like the swamp-laden planet of Tingshi. Not many ventured out during the noon hours. Apart from Su-Jin's team, who were fighting under the scorching sun, the other groups had mostly halted. Some had been scattered and were regrouping, while others were short on numbers, with many wounded and carried away. Data showed some squads of 5 were down to just 2. Some had been clamoring all morning, finding nothing and blaming each other. Others, feeling ambitious, were attempting to block the insectoid rifts. In any case, there was a variety of tactics, yet none were as brilliant as Su-Jin's team. Initially, the two unicorn leopard-spotted crickets couldn't fathom the human strategy, unsure how to counter their cunning. One of them was being relentlessly pummeled by the two mechs and spiritual entities, while the other attempted to assist, only to be met with a sudden flurry of petals that obscured its vision. When it tried to intervene again, a reckless human charged at it, striking its leg. Another hurled stones at its chest. In short, the attacks were miscellaneous, and those imbued with spiritual energy at least caused a pause or a dodge, while the rest were no more than a tickle. Yet inexplicably, it felt constrained. It intended to kick out at the Titan, but somehow ended up tripping its own companion. After several rounds, the insect wondered if it had become a marionette, with some invisible force slowing its movements. At that moment, Su-Jin was drenched in sweat. She pushed her faith power to its limit, casting Phantom Curse to hinder the primary target. She employed Puppet Curse to block the other from aiding, and stacked Soul Severance to rob it of 0.1 second of consciousness. Or she would directly hurl Mind Twist Curse to manipulate the insect's emotions. Su-Jin felt her life force draining away with every iota of faith power expended. Finally, the tactic worked. The persistently targeted insect, receiving no aid from its companion, grew enraged. However, its fury was not directed at the T-45 team, but at its own ally, who had suddenly twisted its head and bit down on its companion's foreleg. A crisp crack followed, and the foreleg snapped off, torn away, and flung far. Su-Jin exchanged a glance with Bairanti. No words were needed. Bairanti, with Yu Qingzhu in tow, dashed off in pursuit of the leg. If memory served, there were 2 scales on that leg. They needed 5 in total. Earlier in the battle, the Titan had snatched one, the Silver Wolf had torn off another, and now they had 2 more. 1 more, and they'd be set. The unicorn leopard-spotted cricket, now missing a foreleg, naturally wouldn't resign itself to fate. Su-Jin seized the moment and cast Fury Curse on the pair, heightening their emotions. The mechs continued firing, still targeting the same insect. The spiritual entities kept up their ambushes, also focused on that one. By the time Bairanti and Yu Qingzhu returned, panting and dragging 2 insectoid scales, the battle was nearing its end. The poor unicorn leopard-spotted cricket ultimately succumbed to a pincer attack from humans and its own companion. The other, severely wounded, seized a moment to burst forth with brute strength and fled. Adhering to the principle of quitting while ahead, Su-Jin's team had the Titan extract the insect core, and the Silver Wolf tore off the carapace, completing the task. Later encounters with crank, drank, and rank insects were truly unremarkable. So easy. With all the carapaces collected, the 5 sat shoulder to shoulder on a high ridge, wiping their hands and faces with damp towels while waiting for the exam broadcast. I bet we're first again. This battle was exhausting but exhilarating. Su-Sinyu finished wiping her face, tossed the towel stained with multicolored insect blood aside, and lay back on the grass with her hands behind her head. A small grasshopper, startled by her, hopped away in a panic. Bulletin. Congratulations to Team T-45 for being the first to complete this round's task, earning a perfect score. Just as they were about to high-five in celebration, a notification chimed on. Captain, by Ran's optical brain. Enable additional task. Bairanti, without raising his head or opening his eyes, tapped confirm, not bothering to check what the additional task entailed. As they raised their hands for another high-five, the exam broadcast rang out again. Bulletin. Congratulations to Team T-45 for completing the additional task, earning 1 rank insect core, 1 brank, 1 crank, 1 drank, and 1 rank insect core. Currently ranked first with a perfect score. All 5 had their hands suspended midair, frozen in place. Bairanti, wait, what does that mean? Aista, the additional task is already done. Su-Sinyu, Su-Jin, you're so prescient. Yu Qingzhu, am I dreaming? Su-Jin, you know, I just wanted to sell them for some money. Su-Jin felt a twinge of regret. The food in the Ruby Galaxy was truly delicious. But it was fine, as she still had 1 rank insect core. Other exam candidates. Livestream viewers. Ranty mechanically lowered his head and tapped confirm on the exam system's query about unlocking the hidden task. Then the hammer blows came. Bulletin. Congratulations to Team T45 for being the first to complete the hidden task, earning 1 rank insect core and a perfect score. This time, even Su Jin was stunned. Then another thought struck her: surely someone would claim the questions were leaked. Indeed, amidst the flurry of exclamation marks in the live stream, a few newly registered digital accounts popped up, all echoing how coincidental it was. In response, the Central Military Academy produced the sealed exam question record video. Those responsible for sealing the exam were Crown Prince Solomon Vladimirov, 4th Legion General Commander McKellen Constantine, 1st Legion Healer Lady Mu Chun-O, and Principal Howard, who had been detained for targeting Su Jin. With such authoritative exam setters and sealers, the dissenting voices were swiftly silenced. Su Jin's team finished their day's tasks just after 5 in the afternoon and could rest. They finally managed a mid-air high five, completing their victory celebration. Each face beamed with pride and joy. This was their moment alone. As night fell and the campfire blazed, the 5 sat together, continuing to eat nutrient paste mixed with roasted sweet potatoes. What do you think tomorrow's challenge will be? Su Xinyu always found a topic to lighten the mood. No idea, it's different every year. I've looked at past exam questions, and they generally fall into 3 categories. Ranty leaned in. First, simulated survival. No water, no food. He raised his bowl, implying that if that were the category, their team was a shoo-in. They had plenty of sweet potatoes, enough to sustain them all for a day. Second, rescue missions. No coordinates, just directions or random rescues. But it feels like we've already done that today. Everyone nodded. Third, claim territory, build barracks, and engage in offensive and defensive battles. I personally think this one is more likely. Su Jin agreed, though she suspected it wouldn't be exactly the same. Either way, they'd face whatever came. Who was afraid? That night was profoundly still. No insect tides, no ambushes, and even the wind was gentle. The only disturbance was the relentless succession of announcements. Yet most were merely completing the basic tasks. It wasn't that they had no desire to unlock hidden missions, they simply lacked the foresight of Su Jin's group. Thus, during the first round of scale collection, it never occurred to them to kill the insects and extract the cores. By the time everyone was jolted awake by the continuous broadcasts from Su Jin's group, it was already too late to salvage the situation. To complete the basic tasks, they were battered and bruised, if not utterly exhausted. Who would want to take on hidden missions? So like a herd, they scrambled to finish the second day's basic tasks before midnight. Interspersed among these were a few notifications for completing the first day's tasks. The midterm exam allowed makeup assignments, but if the first day's basic, additional, and hidden tasks were delayed until the second day, the scores would be discounted. If the first day's tasks were completed on the second day, the score was reduced to 80%, if on the third day, only 50%. But for those merely seeking to scrape by, discounts mattered little, as long as they received any points at all. Thus no one slept soundly that night. The very impact of such environmental factors was part of the midterm examination. Once these cadets graduated and boarded starships in the deep void of space, to face the insectoids, sleeplessness, poor appetite, frayed nerves, and relentless anxiety would become the norm. Stress tolerance was inherently part of the assessment. Su Jin had no idea how others fared, as she, however, had precisely muted all exam announcements and slept as soundly as could be. Though the examination ground was calm outside, it was turbulent. As the sole heir of the Zessel family for 3 generations, he was the only son. It was easy to imagine how much the Evans family valued him. For a mere midterm exam, someone had dared to sacrifice the Evans family's young master to constrain others. This was utterly intolerable. That very night, with Chu Hangxiu's permission, the Evans family virtually overnight shut down all maritime business channels of the Su family's second branch. The Evans family, engaged in maritime and land transportation and aquatic products, was immensely wealthy. In comparison, the Su family's second branch was but a drop in the ocean. Simultaneously, the second branch's land-based businesses suffered severe blows, and their core industries incurred heavy losses. In a fury, Su Chun splashed a cup of scalding tea onto Su Rulan. "Worthless creature, you only know how to disgrace yourself. I've arranged for you to meet the young master of the Matsui family tomorrow. Dress nicely and don't embarrass me." Su Rulan harbored no affection for Matsui Gansiki. In an interstellar era where men averaged 1.8 meters in height, he stood only 1.6 meters. Moreover, Matsui Gansiki was merely an A-grade warrior. How could he be worthy of a naturally gifted A-grade healer like her? "Grandfather." Humph. Su Chen slammed the table heavily. "Are you about to claim you're carrying Zessel's child?" Su Rulan's head shot up, her eyes wide. "You didn't think the Evans family would be so easy to manipulate, did you? The moment Zessel was rescued, the recording of your threat was sent to my phone. Whether you're pregnant or not can be verified easily. Such matters cannot be faked. Did you believe a single baseless accusation could control them? Instead, you've handed them a weapon against yourself. Listen to your grandfather's advice. If you follow my arrangements, you will remain a daughter of the Su family. If you insist on going your own way, I can sever ties with you. Then even the Matsui Ganseki you look down upon will not want you. Don't think being an A-grade healer allows you to strut around unchallenged. Without the family backing you, you're merely a field doctor at others' beck and call. Mrs. Zhang resigned today. Clean up the shards and get some rest. Sleep well. Don't show up tomorrow looking like a ghost. How will you face anyone then? With that, Su Chen swept away, his sleeves billowing. Su Rulan mechanically crouched down to pick up the porcelain fragments, task she had never been required to do before. A sharp shard cut her finger and blood dripped onto the somewhat grimy floor. Only then did Su Rulan realize that the Su family's glory had long since faded. How much longer would she hang on to this dying tree? Marry Matsui Ganseki? No, he was unworthy. Su Rulan rose, gazing at the desolate moonlight beyond the floor-to-ceiling window, and made up her mind. She was an A-grade healer. As long as she wasn't driven into a corner, there was still hope. On the third day, the chirping of birds reached Su Jin's ears slightly earlier than the announcements heralding the dawn of a new day. Round 3 Core. Today's task: within 24 hours, assemble a team of at least 50 members. The exam's public forum is now open, and each team leader has 1 post permission. You must be joking. Su Xinyu nearly swallowed her mouthwash when she received the task notification. What does a team of 50 even mean? Hearing Su Xinyu's lament, Yu Qingzhu poked her head out of the tent. Her once silky hair after yesterday's battle had become a tangled mess like a nest of straw. It means absorbing 10 5-person teams, or 13 4-person teams, or 17 3-person teams, or 25 2-person teams, or 50 lone wolf squads. After saying this, she stood dazed for a few seconds, then retracted her tousled head back into the tent, overwhelmed. The strategy was bizarre. The first 2 days had been all about competitive ranking, leading everyone to view every group except their own as rivals. Now on the final day, this sudden twist emerged. Wouldn't that mean no one would submit to anyone else? After a quick wash, the 5-member team gathered heads together. First thing to decide: do we raise our own banner or join another team? Bai Rand, his gaze swept over each person as he posed the question, finally resting on Su Jin. Seeing Su Jin with her head bowed, seemingly deep in thought, Su Xinyu, ever quick to speak, jumped in. I think, since we've been first for 2 days, backing out now doesn't feel right. She then looked at Aista, also a warrior. I agree to raise our banner. Aista remained true to his laconic style. Isn't it just teaming up? We 5 fought together, adding 45 more is the same. Management will be tougher, but there's strength in numbers. Su Xinyu added. Yu Qingzhu hesitated for a moment, then turned to Su Jin. Su Jin, what do you think? Su Jin suddenly lifted her head, a glimmer of stars in her eyes. I don't want to take orders from others. Thus the 5 reached a consensus: raise their banner and fight if challenged. But they wouldn't act rashly. They'd first observe, since each team leader had only 1 post. When Bai Randy logged into the forum, he found 175 users online and 0 posts. Everyone was watching, waiting for the first to take the plunge. Holding the optical brain up for all to see, they chuckled. It was a tacit agreement. How about we post first? Strike while the iron is hot. Su Jin then pulled out her own optical brain, opening a memo containing the 3 recruitment guidelines she had drafted. Everyone leaned in to read and gave her a thumbs up. 3 minutes later, the first post appeared on the forum poster by Randy, leader of Team T45. Title: Come on. Let's strive for the top together. Team entry guidelines: first, accept fragmented teams and lone wolves. Second, adopt a co-management council model, not a one-man rule. Third, share surplus resources. Partial resource display: 2 blue spirit stones, 1 white spirit stone, 1 yellow spirit stone, 5 grade bug cores, 15 grade scales, 9 grade scales, 5 grade scales, 1 grade scale, etc. That final etc. was quite enigmatic. As everyone knows, unfinished tasks from the first 2 days of the midterm could be completed later. With the resources promised by T45, even at a discount, they could finish those earlier tasks, maybe even pass. This was truly a blow to the heart. At the end of the post, there was also a friendly reminder: due to well-known reasons, only 45 spots available, first come first served. Coordinates: 750. 26. 50, first come first served. 3 minutes later, T45 welcomed its first defecting team. From a distance, Su Jin spotted Fan Wenhua, whose physique was no less imposing than her 2 brothers. Su Jin, I'm here. Save 3 spots for me. Her voice boomed, growing louder as she approached. Fan Wenhua was well aware of her own tonnage, so she deliberately slowed down as she neared, but she still crashed into Su Jin, knocking her over. As luck would have it, Su Jin's lower back landed on a small rock. She hissed, her face contorting in pain. Fan Wenhua knew she had caused trouble again, and quickly pulled Su Jin up from the ground. Are you okay? Can you still walk? Choked by her question, Su Jin was momentarily speechless. Yu Qingzhu hurried over instead, placing his hand on Su Jin's waist. A steady stream of healing mental energy warmed the skin on her lower back, and the pain soon faded. Thank you. The 2 thanks came from Fan Wenhua and Su Jin respectively. Then Fan Wenhua added, from now on I'll share half my snacks with you. Yu Qingzhu chuckled. So this is your roommate. She's adorable. Fan Wenhua laughed too, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Why did you come running here? In Su Jin's view, with two brothers to back her up, Fan Wenhua could even start her own team if she wanted. But Fan Wenhua replied matter-of-factly, you know I only aim to pass at first. Now I can still pass, but when the team mission was announced, I knew you'd raise a banner. Following you guarantees first place. It's my only chance to be number one, a shortcut. Su Jin, you win. Everyone else. Is this for real? They were about to exchange a few more pleasantries, but the situation didn't allow it. They all heard the earth trembling as if a mountain was moving toward them. Su Jin's divine sense was powerful, and she spotted the scene in the distance before the silver wolf spirit beast did. Even she couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. In the distance, dust billowed as mechas of various colors, a motley crew of spirit beasts and humans sprinting on sheer physical strength. At least 100 people were racing toward their coordinates. Was this reasonable? Good news, the goal of recruiting 50 people was definitely met. Bad news, it might be more than 50, and those resources didn't seem enough to go around. Unsurprisingly, the first 42 people to step onto the coordinates Su Jin and her team had set were either piloting mechas or riding spirit beasts. For a moment, it was a spectacle of human nature. Those chosen burst into laughter while those left behind wailed on the ground. Congratulations to Team T45 for being the first to complete team formation with 50 members. Score 10 points. An additional mission has been unlocked. Please check a team leader. From the third day onward, additional and hidden missions became mandatory, no escape. Su Jin and the others didn't check what the additional mission was yet. Instead, they began familiarizing themselves with the team. After a whirlwind of operations, they were utterly stunned. They had explicitly said they would accept fragmented teams and lone wolves, yet almost everyone who came was a full team, including the second-ranked G27 group of 5. And also the 9th-ranked lone wolf, Hylon Nua. Was it just an illusion that they were gathering so many experts? Report in. After completing the registration by Ranty succinctly began tallying personnel to prepare for the next mission deployment. 3 2-class warriors, all with mechas, a class. Spirit beasts, the colorful saber-toothed tiger, the crimson mammoth, and the netherworld Chinese alligator. As Yu Qingzhu reported, his speech was slow with many pauses as if he was a bit frightened. Su Jin blinked, thinking it was fate that these three had come together. Spirit beasts in the Empire were not all unique. So far, only Chu Hangxiu's snow leopard had no duplicate. Others more or less had cases of wardrobe malfunctions. For instance, the saber-toothed tiger appeared several times, even in the First Legion and at no low levels. But an alligator as a spirit beast. Honestly, Su Jin had never heard of it before, truly a first in her long life. 16-class warriors, 12 with mechas, also a class. Spirit beasts, black panthers, falcons, gorillas, huskies, lynxes. As Yu Qingzhu continued his report, Su Jin couldn't shake the feeling that she had entered a zoo and it was growing stronger. In the final tally of 50 members, there were 27 warriors ranging from class to 2's class. 8 healers from a class to class. 15 members had no mental power, including Su Jin by Rani and Fan Wenhua. This team was far more formidable than Su Jin had imagined. Alright, since everyone's here, let's set aside our differences. All team leaders and lone wolves step forward. Let's first discuss the resource issue. Ranty brought out the resources listed in the team entry guidelines and distributed them through negotiation based on need. It turned out there wasn't enough to go around, but that didn't matter. The second-ranked team took the lead, sharing their surplus mission resources as well. So everyone spontaneously started a resource exchange. The exam broadcast began chiming incessantly again. In this way, they quickly grew familiar with each other. After all, they were just teenagers not yet jaded by the world's complexities like adults. They easily bonded. The endless greetings, introductions, shoulder bumps, handshakes, high fives, and small talk all stopped when Ranty opened the additional mission and synced it to the group chat. Zhang Xiaojia D08. Oh my god, has the Central Military Academy finally lost its mind? Fan Lon H11. Stop an interstellar pirate. We're still kids. Fan Wenhua M03. I heard those interstellar pirates are notorious desperados. They even enslave the Zerg race and use them as mounts. Zhengqi S22. Even if the pirates are played by the soldiers of the 7th Legion, we can't beat them. No way at all. Su Jin T45. We can beat them. The group fell silent instantly due to Su Jun's remark. A boy with blue hair raised his hand and asked, do you think we can win? How do we fight? I saw the formation you used to kill the insects. Is that correct? Su Jun did not directly answer his question, but retorted, do you want to win? No one wanted to lose, but everyone felt they were not up to the task and hesitated to think about it. Thus, when Su Jun asked, the surroundings fell into a dead silence for several seconds until a clear female voice pierced through the stillness. Yes, I want to win. Su Jun looked at her, a girl with a wheat-colored apple-shaped face, high ponytail, slender figure, wearing camouflage cargo pants in white and gray paired with a black windbreaker. She appeared capable and composed. My name is Tang Muxue, a mid-level card master from Team K88. Upon hearing the words card master, everyone's gaze turned to Tang Muxue. Card master. Su Jun found it difficult to understand this new profession that had emerged less than half a year ago. Tang Muxue was not annoyed as she squatted down and took out a wallet from her backpack, opening it to reveal a dozen cards inside. In simple terms, during battles against the insect race, I can fight without relying on mecha's spirit bodies or mental power. Instead, I let these cards take effect. Su Jun looked at Bai Randy, wanting to ask how much he understood, but Bai Randy shook his head. He knew everything Tang Muxue had just explained. Su Jun turned to Yu Qingzhu, who clearly did not understand much either, so she chose to ask directly. How do I use it? Tang Muxue took a card from the wallet and handed it to Su Jun. Su Jun reached out to take it, and upon glancing at it felt her mouth twitch uncontrollably. The card was made of metal. Although she couldn't quite recall, she was certain she had come into contact with similar metallic substances. The surface was smooth and warm, the color resembling copper, but slightly different. The card Tang Muxue handed her was also the size of a bank card with the same symbol drawn on both sides. Su Jun immediately recognized it as a distorted Sun hexagram. You throw the card into the air, and when it falls, catch it with the index finger of your left or right hand. The card will spin continuously at your fingertips, and at that moment it will take effect. Su Jun examined the card in her hand multiple times, but did not follow the instructions. Instead, she asked Tang Muxue, how powerful is it? Tang Muxue was momentarily at a loss for words due to her question, and after a long pause she replied, it's hard to say since I haven't been doing this for long. The stability of the cards I make isn't very good yet. How much worse? Su Jun pressed further. I can create 4 types of cards: wind, rain, thunder, and frost, with the success rate for wind and rain being about 1 in 10, and for thunder and frost it's about 1 in 15. And even if successful, the best effect I've achieved so far is just dark clouds and 3 muffled thunderclaps. Su Jun. Is this a child's play? Seeing Su Jun's displeased expression, Tang Muxue added, the cards I have currently are not for independent combat. I can only assist. At this point, a boy nearby also spoke up. Her assistance is better than having no spiritual power at all. She can disrupt vision and create diversions. Clearly these two were a team. I can try this card right. Tang Muxue nodded. Su Jun followed her earlier instructions, throwing the card into the air. The card immediately enlarged several times before descending, and Su Jun caught it steadily with her index finger. A gentle breeze brushed past her ear, lifting stray hairs. Then the pattern on the card vanished, and the metal lost its luster. Su Jun. Does this count as 1 in 10 or 9 in 10? Tang Muxue bit her lip, slightly feeling a bit embarrassed. Su Jun understood that since there was wind, it was counted as 1 in 10. Is this the success rate? Is this the effect after success? Just this. How many cards do you have left? What are they? Tang Muxue didn't even need to rummage through her wallet and answered directly. I have 4 wind cards, 4 rain cards, 11 thunder cards, and 3 frost cards. Su Jun thought for a moment and felt that was sufficient. The previous card's effect was limited because the hexagram drawn on it had issues, and she could make adjustments. If this card is enhanced with spiritual power, will it be stronger? Tang Muxue hurriedly shook her head. No, I've tried it. The warrior's spiritual power is too volatile. Adding the card will cause it to break apart during ascent or descent. The spiritual power of a healer is practically non-existent. Su Jun did not expect the situation to be like this. Then how do you make these cards effective? Tang Muxue moved her lips as if she knew the answer, but was reluctant to share. Su Jun took the initiative to speak. Sorry, with the enemy approaching, I accidentally asked too many questions. Are you willing to fight alongside us? Tang Muxue was not angry, as she simply nodded. I am willing. After saying this, she quickly added, I am willing to fight together and willing to follow commands. I am very interested in your formation. Su Jun nodded and looked at Bai Randy. Bai Randy spoke. In principle, warriors must go regardless of rank. Those without spiritual power should each choose a warrior to accompany them, responsible for the temporary repairs of the mechas. Healers are voluntary. There was no forced fighting, and no one looked down on ordinary people without spiritual power. Everyone found this arrangement reasonable. The final tally resulted in everyone heading to the battlefield. However, there were only 21 mechas in total, and a few of them had been damaged by the insect race a few days earlier and needed urgent repairs. After confirming the personnel, they moved on to the combat plan. Initially, there were no disputes, but there were significant differences regarding the strategy. Some felt that a human wave tactic would suffice, considering the enemy was merely disguised as seniors from the 7th Legion and likely wouldn't fight to the death, so they suggested alternating attacks to showcase resilience. Others believed the assessment should focus on tactical deployment and command coordination, suggesting they follow existing operational cases from the current Legion. They proposed selecting a commander, 2 deputy commanders, and dividing into 3 mecha groups, each with 7 mechas, including main attackers and support units. Even if they ultimately lost, they would still receive points based on performance. Su Jun shook her head in disagreement. Do you have an objection, Oi? The question came from a boy over 185 centimeters tall, broad-shouldered, and robust. Su Jun recognized him as one of the 3-2 warriors Andrew Talenka, whose spirit body was a crimson mammoth. Indeed, he lived up to his name. What you all are considering is how to maximize scoring during the assessment. I believe that's incorrect. The Central Military Academy trains batch after batch of students, not just to pass exams. We all must go to the battlefield in the future. Su Jun's words once again silenced everyone. Then how do you suggest we fight? This time the question came from a boy around 170 centimeters tall, scholarly in appearance. Su Jun remembered that he was also a 2-level warrior with a spirit body resembling a colorful saber-toothed tiger, and his name was Meijin Yuzhu. We defend our lines with our lives, forget the tactics, and aim for decapitation. As soon as Su Jun spoke, a silence fell over the group once more. On the battlefield, things won't go according to our plan, so my strategy is to split into 2 groups flanked from the sides and seek a quick resolution, ensuring mutual support within each group while inflicting damage on the enemy and maintaining our strength. The 2 groups can also coordinate and interact. No one refuted Su Jun's words. After all, this was the principle of resistance written in blood and flesh by those soldiers guarding the borders day and night. The old General Suze once said, when facing the insect race on the battlefield, remember that their only constant is change. We must adapt and not cling to the textbook. For a moment, Randy felt that Su Jun's figure once again overlapped with that of the Voidwalker, embodying the grandeur and natural breadth beyond the door. How would you divide into groups according to your proposal? This time it was the big crocodile, named Lu Mingyu, who spoke, a black mole resting before his left earlobe. Each of these 3-2 individuals led a full squad, yet their achievements were not as dazzling as their ranks. You 3 lead a group with 9 strengths and 12 mechas. Aside from the warriors, other students may freely choose which mecha and which group to follow. I will lead one group with the remaining warriors and 9 mechas. Tang Mushue will join Su Xinyu and me in a single mecha. Once the battle begins, I will not interfere with your group's tactics. However, I will warn you of danger in advance. Whether to heed it is your decision. After Su Jin finished speaking, the 3 exchanged glances, utterly dumbfounded. This was precisely how they had planned to divide forces, even concocting flimsy excuses to avoid an even distribution and seize the glory. They had long noticed that while T-45 claimed by Ranty was the commander, Su Jin was the true strategist. They believed this was backroom dealing and sycophantic behavior seeking to humble T-45. In truth, Su Jin herself did not understand how it had come to this. She had naturally become the team's core with by Ranty, Su Xinyu Isida, and Yu Qingzhu following her without question. Everything seemed to unfold logically, with no one yielding or vying for dominance. Her formidable spiritual sense had long revealed the trio's secret scheming. Thus she decided to go with the flow. By sending the troublemakers away, she could fight with ease and revel in a thorough victory. From the moment these individuals joined the formation, Su Jin had realized that aside from her own group of 5, and the Fan Wenhua siblings, not all were there to pledge allegiance. Many were intent on sabotage. T-45's overwhelming lead was indisputable, but innocence was no shield against envy. It was natural for some to take offense. Are you certain? Meijin Yusuker expressed confusion at Su Jin's decision. Leading a ragtag group of misfits, wouldn't they be routed? If this grouping stood, Su Jin's team would include a spirit beast as timid as a hamster. How could they fight? Do you have an objection? Share your thoughts. Is it that your people are insufficient? Su Jin's expression was sincere, her speech measured, leaving Meijin Yusuker at a loss for words. Fine, we have no objections. Andrew Talenka extricated Meijin Yusuker from the awkwardness. The grouping was thus settled with 12 minutes remaining until the mission commenced. The examination broadcast chimed in, grouping complete. The Stargate will open in 10 minutes. Prepare yourselves. Battle duration 1 hour. Objective: prevent interstellar bandits from crossing the planetary border. Good luck to all. 10 minutes later, the Stargate opened. Seated in the observation pod of Lai Yeren, Su Jin made a gesture of invitation. Andrew Talenka led his team through the gate. Su Jin's group followed closely. The turning point occurred in that instant. For this midterm exam, 7 Stargates had been prepared, expecting 350 students to cross into outer space for combat. Yet only 326 trainees had survived to the 3rd day, a dropout rate exceeding initial estimates by over 2 percentage points. 7 combat teams from the 7th Legion had assembled beyond the Stargates, awaiting the easy task of overwhelming these lambs. However, only 6 teams encountered their prey. Everyone had seen Su Jin's group cross the Stargate, but they did not appear at the designated coordinates, instead deviating by 11 light-years. In an interstellar world where cosmic jumps were routine, 11 light-years was not insurmountable. Thus, all 50 mechanical spheres assigned to Su Jin's group followed and maintained signals. When the massive ravaged pirate ship appeared on the River of Stars, the live stream erupted in gasps. Polite greetings to family. Is this a set piece or real? Wind stops, wind rises, can't handle this. Is the Central Military Academy going this far? Am a healer so what? Absolutely insane. Big salty fish, something's wrong. Upon seeing Su Jin's situation, Chu Hanxiao shot to his feet. Notify Su Xingyan to prepare. Coordinate deviation of 11 light years. Rescue immediately. Lin Yu relayed Chu Hangxiu's command simultaneously. In truth, Su Xingyan had already moved. Her starship was at Su Jin's coordinates, yet she saw nothing but the vast, desolate cosmos. Report coordinates lost. Detecting sparse ionic plasma layers. We are isolated by a spatial membrane. A spatial membrane was a barrier between spaces impenetrable even by interstellar technology, not even Dr. Song's gamma-ray burst cannon capable of destroying asteroids could breach it. For the spatial membrane was not static, it shifted and constantly consumed energy. Today's incident was no accident. Someone had deliberately tampered with the coordinates at the moment the Stargate opened, sending 50 students, including Su Jin, before a ruthless band of interstellar pirates. There were only two solutions. First, Su Jin's group perishes, and the pirates fleeing for their lives leave a gap during their escape jump, allowing rescue. But by then it would be too late. Second, Su Jin's group triumphs, annihilates the pirates, destroys their starship, creates a singularity, and escapes the spatial membrane. Otherwise, given their mecha's grade, they would be trapped within the membrane forever. Since the deviation was not vast, Lin Yu attempted to contact them via mechanical spheres, but no signal was returned, and it was unclear if any had been sent. In the footage, the Yus were spirited and unaware that danger was imminent. Su Jin was the first to sense trouble. Her spiritual sense swept over the pirate ship, revealing that the cabins held not the NPCs from the 7th Legion. Instead, they were filled with executioners in bizarre attire. A long-legged beauty pressed a sharp dagger to a captive's throat, her foot on a stool beside his shoulder, pouring boiling oil over him. A grizzled, bearded man walked a mite the size of a calf on a crooked path. In the basement, a spotted centipede bound like a zongzi with alloy chains appeared to be super-strength. Its insect core had been half excavated, replaced with a rare metal, while the other half emitted a faint blue glow. These were genuine pirates. Don't go up, that's not the 7th Legion. Sensing the anomaly, Su Jin immediately halted her team and alerted Andrew via the group channel. But he dismissed her warning, taunting, "What? Scared, little sister? Just a pirate ship decoration has you trembling. You're not cut out for this." With that, he drove his spirit beast, the Crimson Peak Mammoth, alongside the mottled saber-toothed tiger and the abyssal Yangtze crocodile straight toward the pirate ship. The anticipated Haiban moment of destroying the holographic projection device never came. Instead, the three spirit beasts pierced the ship's barrier and glimpsed the scene within. Instantly, everyone's hackles rose. Although all three spiritual entities were of the 2S level, their ability to breach the protective barrier of the ghost ship and clearly perceive the situation within was inherently problematic. Not every interstellar pirate vessel is called a ghost ship. Legend has it that the masts of the ghost ship are adorned with the bones of Zergs, making them wanderers and survivors of the cosmos. The planet they once inhabited, once prosperous, fell into obscurity due to the Zerg invasion. Only the elite managed to escape the Zergs' voracious feast after the planet's fall. With nowhere to go, they could only drift through the vast universe in escape pods or broken starships. Gradually, those who lost their homes formed a team to fight against the Zerg. They rarely engaged in direct confrontations, opting instead for localized ambushes to seize resources from the Zerg. Initially, the interstellar pirates were not so notorious. They only targeted the Zerg, a formidable and elusive force. But as time passed and generations changed, the old pirates gradually died out, and the composition of the remaining people began to shift. From victims whose homes were destroyed by the Zerg, they became fugitives exiled from various star systems. Now the ghost ship still sails, but they also attack human merchant vessels traveling between planets, taking on bounty missions. They have lost their original purpose. Yet despite this transformation, the ghost ship remains the most formidable elite among the universe's many pirate factions. Therefore, when the three spiritual entities recklessly advanced and broke through the ghost ship's defense system, Su Jin immediately led his team in a frantic retreat. As expected, when the three saw the truth and tried to escape, they encountered an obstacle. The unruly saber-toothed tiger was half a step too slow and was brutally severed in two by the suddenly appearing protective barrier. The agonizing wail of the spiritual entity pierced the eardrums, shaking one's chi and blood. The saber-toothed tiger dissipated instantly, and Mei Jin Yoju, the master of the spiritual entity, fell to his knees, spitting blood, turning his mech into a living target in the deep void. A single photonic cannon blast sent him off, and the gray-brown mecha wreckage became drifting dust in the cosmos. This all happened in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, Su Jin pushed Tang Muxiue beside him and said, "Wind." Just that one word. Tang Muxiue hesitated for half a second before quickly drawing a card and tossing it into the air. As the card soared, a colossal projection was cast into the deep void. A standard Sun trigram brimming with boundless power of faith connected heaven and earth. A fierce gale swept out, meeting the ghost ship Hedon. In the mechanical ball's lens, people saw two level spiritual entities that had just escaped, covered in thick white powder, being blown back onto the ghost ship by the gale. When had this happened? Indeed, unnoticed, the ghost ship had sprinkled the Zerg mother's ashes onto the two spiritual entities and simultaneously released the grievously injured super-level armored greenfly. The greenfly's massive body burst out of the ghost ship's lower cabin, charging straight at the two fleeing spiritual entities. Unfortunately, although Su Jin's divine sense was powerful enough to perceive the danger in advance, he could not completely remove the Zerg mother's ashes from the spiritual entities. Perhaps it was a mother-child bond, or perhaps biological instinct. In any case, the greenfly, its body wrapped in chains, flapped its wings and rammed the mammoth directly, sending it flying. Seeing that Andrew intended to recall his spiritual entity, Su Jin had to warn him, that's Zerg mother's ashes. Think carefully before you decide. This was said over the team channel so everyone heard it. Everyone understood exactly what Zerg mother's ashes meant. In the perilous depths of space, the ghost ship could roam freely because its predecessors had once refined a Zerg mother. They captured it alive, extracted its core, and then burned the Zerg mother's massive corpse to ashes on a desolate planet, along with the thousands of unhatched eggs in its belly. The ghost ship's predecessors made a name for themselves in that battle. The Zerg hated them to the core, but were powerless against them. They drove, enslaved, and slaughtered the Zerg, becoming the Zerg's ultimate taboo. Now, with Zerg mother's ashes on both the mammoth and the giant crocodile, the consequences of recalling them were devastating. The greenfly, seeking revenge for the Zerg mother, would trample their mechs. Without needing Su Jin to repeat himself, Andrew and Lu Mingyu were knocked unconscious by their comrades and placed into stasis pods. Having seen the fate of Mei Jin Yuzu's mech, no one else wanted to die with them if they took the risk. In fact, just a dozen minutes ago, these same people were scrambling to board the mechs of the 3-2 level warriors, believing absolute power offered a greater chance of victory. But now they had become living targets in the universe, all their ambition from crossing the Stargate gone. Both mechs were a class. The Central Military Academy's midterm exam rules did not allow victory through mech superiority, so only a class mechs were permitted. For this reason, when the two fell, others class or a class warriors could pilot the mechs. After the mech piloting rights changed hands, two unfamiliar voices came over the team channel. I am G55, Ten Youyang, following Commander Su Jin's orders. I am Y21 Ling Jing, obeying all commands. Su Jin did not stand on ceremony. Please circle to the right side of the ghost ship and wait to pick off anyone who escapes. Don't let a single one get away. Although both spiritual entities were 2's level, having lost contact with their masters, they could not return to the spiritual sea or receive spiritual energy nourishment. They were quickly dispersed by the greenfly. What do we do? It won't come for us, will it? Tang Mukshu's fingers gripping Su Jin's wrist were white-knuckled and slick with sweat. Su Jin disdainfully pulled his hand away and wiped it on her clothes. It won't. Most of the ashes are on the ghost ship's barrier. It will seek revenge there. We have no grudge, and we don't taste good. Tang Mushue was momentarily infected by the casual tone in Su Jin's words, and her fear seemed to subside. As expected, the greenfly only glanced in Su Jin's direction before swiftly turning around, and with a suicidal determination rammed into the ghost ship. A furious roar in an unrecognizable language came from the ghost ship, but everyone understood it was cursing, and likely quite profanely. In the next second, the ghost ship activated its cleaning mode. A vast amount of pink liquid topped with white foam overflowed from the top, rapidly enveloping the entire ship. The chained greenfly seemed to lose its target and began to slowly turn around. Sensing the danger, Su Jin shouted, "Ring." This time Tang Mushuet didn't waste half a second. She quickly tossed a card into the air. Heaven and earth became a cage, and golden light burst forth as a torrential downpour poured down. The curtain of rain came from the deep void, dousing the ghost ship and washing away all the overflowing pink liquid and white foam. Under the mech's deep space lights, the ghost ship's protective barrier shimmered with specks of fluorescence. Because the cleaning had been interrupted halfway, the remaining Zerg mother's ashes still attracted the greenfly's attention. As the greenfly bug charged once more at the nether ghost ship, Su Jin finally discerned the chains binding it. Every link bore twisted engravings reminiscent of the incantations from a certain heretical cult in Southeast Asia on Earth. The closer the enraged greenfly bug drew to the nether ghost ship, the tighter its chains constricted the runes upon them, taking on a liquid flow and turning a fiery orange. What is that? Su Sinyu pointed at the sinuous runes and asked Su Jin. Su Jin's reply to her was, but 4 words, full retreat. This time no one dared disobey. Su Sinyu, piloting the mecha blazing wild, didn't even have time to turn around. She activated the forward thrusters and retreated at light speed, proving herself the most decisive executor in the team. Just moments after they retreated, as the greenfly bug was about to crash into the nether ghost ship, the device attached to its core along with the runes exploded. The pitch-black night sky was instantly illuminated. Unlike the holy white radiance of a human warrior's burning spirit, the bug's explosion billowed forth roiling black smoke, that blotted out the sky and sun. Damn it, they're playing dirty. How are we supposed to fight this? By rant, he hadn't fastened his seatbelt. Though seated, he was thrown off by an equally swift turn from Esta, leaving him battered and bruised, cursing under his breath. Then we'll see what cards they play. Su-Jin remained unhurried. Her divine sense was unimpeded by the black smoke. When the green fly bug exploded, the Nether Ghost ship was nearest to it. Despite being a high-grade starship, it suffered severe damage. The shield on the side facing the green fly bug was completely breached. Now chaos reigned within the Nether Ghost ship. A secondary shield under the cover of the black smoke stealthily replaced the original armor, but it appeared pathetically fragile. The woman who had poured hot oil on others earlier had a flawless profile, yet her full face could terrify an entire platoon. Hideous scars covered the right half of her cheek. Now she had no time to torment others. Her heterochromatic eyes stared fixedly in Su-Jin's direction, as if she could pierce the black smoke and meet Su-Jin's gaze. The live stream chat had already erupted like the Chiantang River. Lucky House BE, it's a spatial membrane. What do we do? The kids are trapped. Master Key, am I seeing things? Is that the Nether Ghost ship? You've all heard of Ghost Mother 13, right? Broccoli loves Jamila. How did that card player's card suddenly become so powerful? Little Rice Doll 333. No, I'm a high-level card player. There's nothing like this in our field. Those two wind and rain cards that just appeared, they're divine level. Wow, it's a luxury car, but I remember she only has a dozen or so cards. Can she hold out until rescue arrives? Little Sash, we believe in Chu Hanxiao. However, Chu Hanxiao was now doubting himself. The 1st Legion's close combat assault squad, led by Su Xingyan, with 15 members, had assembled. But even Chu Hanxiao, possessing the Empire's highest spiritual power, could not break the spatial membrane's barrier. They could only stand by waiting for an opportunity. Outside the spatial membrane, they waited. Inside, Su-Jin also waited for the black smoke to clear for the enemy to make a move. Yet the enemy seemed to share the same thought. It was a game of wait and see. Time slipped by second until Yu Qingzhu prompted, only 30 minutes left on the mission. Alright, I'll go first. Su-Jin lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling like stars, a smile playing on her lips as she issued a light command: Frost. Tang Muxue was long ready. In the silence of those dozen minutes, she had also come to realize her own level. The cards were still the same cards in her hands, they were, but a gentle breeze and a soft flutter of hair, but with Su-Jin's enhancement, they became an 18th level hurricane sweeping away all demons and monsters. She decided she would follow Su-Jin wherever she went. If Su-Jin said east, she would never go west. If Su-Jin said hit the dog, she wouldn't chase the chicken. The frost card soared into the air, golden light bursting forth, charging straight at the Nether Ghost ship. Everything it touched was instantly covered in snow, frozen 3 feet deep. The fragile secondary shield crumbled under the frost, shattered in a second, scattering into a rare snowy spectacle across the cosmos. After shattering the shield, the frost did not stop, but adhered directly to the icy metal of the Nether Ghost ship's exterior. The mast creaked and groaned incessantly. In places invisible to the human eye, the frost penetrated the metal to the ship's corners, even freezing those who were too slow along with the ghost ship. Ghost Mother 13 piloted a small starship out of the Nether Ghost ship at top speed, only to crash directly into the artillery fire of Team 1. The photon cannons of 11 A-class mechas bombarded her starship, in turn a continuous barrage of fire. Despite this, Ghost Mother managed to counterattack amidst the dense fire. A-11 left. A-02 fall back. Yet under Su-Jin's predictive commands, not a single shot landed. Finally, Ghost Mother gave up attempting to flee in her starship, but in her escape, she accidentally grazed the already frozen sails of the Nether Ghost ship. The frost found a new target rapidly spreading across Ghost Mother's starship. She tried to abandon ship again, but Su-Jin gave her no further chance. Playtime was over, it was time to close the net. Thunder. Golden light formed a cage connecting heaven and earth, the thunder rolling so loudly it pierced the spatial membrane, reaching the ears of the 1st Legion. Rumble. Thunder wrapped in lightning streaked across the deep cosmos, striking Ghost Mother until she was charred on the outside, yet tender within. Ghost Mother's starship shattered piece by piece under the rolling celestial thunder, and her body, already frozen into an icicle, became part of the cosmic dust. 14 heavenly thunders, 1/3 razed Ghost Mother's starship, 1/3 obliterated the Nether Ghost ship into ashes, and the final third tore open the spatial membrane, granting the 47 trainees a sliver of hope. But Meijin Yusuk and the 2 who had scrambled to follow him could never return. The moment the spatial membrane split, Su-Jin saw a shimmering snow leopard like one draped in disco ball effects pounce directly at Blazing Wild. Su-Sinu closed her eyes. What a curse. I survived the Nether Ghost ship only to die at the hands of my own people. That's a 3th-level spirit beast. If it pounces like that, my mecha will be crushed. But the disaster she feared never came. The snow leopard shrank into a small ball mid-pounce. It landed outside Su-Jin's observation pod, about the size of cotton candy sold at night markets, and lay still on the shoulder of Blazing Wild's observation pod. In the live stream 1 second the chat was full of exclamation marks, and the next it was all question marks. Then a horde of CP fans took over, shipping them with fervor. The words "Unforgettable Jin Xiao" scrolled across the screen in a frenzy. Su Jin reached out through the transparent material of the observation chamber, spreading her 5 fingers where the kitten had pounced. To her surprise, the little ball of fluff also extended its front paws, struggling to stretch them wide, placing them against Su Jin's palm through the transparent barrier. This is way too adorable, right? I just learned today that snow leopard paw pads are pink. They say a spirit beast is equivalent to its master's body, so rounding up this counts as holding hands. Shipping everything just keeps my nutrition balanced. While millions of interstellar netizens indulged in their shipping frenzy, the First Legion starship extended its docking bridge, and 47 students along with 20 mecha smoothly entered the vessel's interior. Any injuries? As Su Xingyan rushed over to embrace Su Jin, Yaowang spun around to avoid the collision, clinging like a small kitten to Su Jin's back. A tiny short-legged creature grabbed Su Jin's collar, pulling desperately backward. For a fleeting moment, Su Jin felt her breath catch, nearly meeting her end. Noticing Su Jin's breathing difficulty, Su Xingyan quickly let go. What's wrong? Need some water. The moment Su Xingyan stepped back, Yaowang wasted no time and perched on Su Jin's shoulder again. As the little kitten moved, Su Jin's collar returned to its place, and only then did Su Xingyan realize what had happened. She couldn't help but cough awkwardly. Worried about her sister, she had momentarily forgotten about Yaowang. Fortunately, Yaowang dodged quickly, or it would have been embarrassing. Big sister, I'm fine. Su Jin replied naturally. That's good, that's good. Chu Hanxiao didn't approach to greet them. Instead, he remained in the command cabin communicating with Sam Howard, the head of the 7th Legion. This midterm exam at the Central Military Academy exposed numerous issues. The principal's dereliction of duty and embezzlement, the 6th Legion's mecha maintenance and storage were riddled with loopholes. The 7th Legion's security and defense were inadequate, allowing the ghost ship to seize the teleportation channel, resulting in the deaths of 3 students. As Chu Hanxiao listed each charge, Sam Howard's forehead beaded with sweat. Before receiving Chu Hangxiu's call, he had just hung up with his uncle, Speaker Howard. He was warned to keep a low profile, fully cooperate with Chu Hangxiu's investigation, and not add more trouble to the already beleaguered Howard family. By the time Chu Hanxiao finished handling affairs, Su Jin and her 46 companions had already disembarked. The distance wasn't far, just a short-range jump, so in a matter of minutes they were redeployed to the basin region of planet DRD. As they neared the exit hatch, Yaowang voluntarily slid from Su Jin's shoulder to the ground, waddling over to Su Xingyan's side. When Yaowang lay down again at Su Xingyan's feet, it had already transformed back into a massive snow leopard, its gaze sharp and clear as a blue lake surrounded by winter ice and snow. The livestream chat was flooded with, "I want a snow leopard too." On the starship, with the First Legion present, everyone remained tense, neither complaining nor speaking much. Once the mecha touched down and everyone stood steady on Planet D, everything changed. So thrilling. My god, today's achievement is enough to brag about for a lifetime. That was the ghost ship. Can I say that when I was little and misbehaved, my grandma always threatened that if I didn't listen, the ghost mother would take me away. That card master is incredible. Every card a hit, every card a kill. Are you selling those cards? Tang Muxue was completely stunned. She was also excited and desperately wanted to know why her cards had suddenly become so formidable, but she dared not ask. Su Jin had a special identity and might have unique opportunities that needed to be kept secret. If she leaked any secrets, she probably wouldn't live long. So Tang Muxue had to laugh it off. Coincidence. Maybe there's some protective mechanism inside the planet, and it was unrestricted in outer space. Forced by circumstances and quick thinking, she finished speaking only to see Su Jin subtly give her a thumbs up. Indeed, no one present had any experience with cards. It was everyone's first time, so they all bought Tang Muxue's story. Sorry, I can't sell the cards. I only have a few left, and I don't know what the hidden mission is. She had to change the subject, redirecting everyone's attention back to the midterm exam. Just then, the exam broadcast sounded. Congratulations to Team T45 for completing the bonus mission and earning a perfect score. Do you wish to activate Hidden Mission 1? By Ranty pressed the confirm button without hesitation. Immediately, a message popped up on everyone's optical brain. Please choose one from the following 47 names to be your new team leader, leading you through the upcoming missions. Time limit 10 minutes. Su Jin chose herself without a second thought. It wasn't that she no longer trusted by Ranty, but she felt the school was very likely to pull more tricks. Who knew what Hidden Mission 2 would entail? There was a good chance they'd be thrown into some remote corner to fight monsters, so having command in her own hands was reassuring. Plus, voting for herself added an extra vote, increasing her odds. But to her surprise, everyone submitted their choices in less than a minute. Congratulations, Su Jin, for receiving 47 votes and becoming the new leader of Team T45. Do you wish to activate Hidden Mission 2? Su Jin pursed her lips, feeling a bit embarrassed that her self-nomination had been exposed by the unanimous vote. She stepped back 2 paces and bowed to all her companions. Thank you for your trust. Then she clicked confirm. She expected some bizarre team task, but instead everyone's optical brain chimed again. Do you wish to volunteer and challenge the new team leader? Choose yes or no within 5 minutes. Su Jin naturally clicked no. There was no point in fighting herself. In less than a minute, everyone selected no. This series of moves even caused the exam broadcast to pause for a few seconds. Congratulations, Su Jin. With no challengers, Team T45 is the first to complete all mission challenges. Please wait on site or Starship will arrive to take you home. Su Jin raised an eyebrow, a faint smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Thank you all for your mercy. Her words sparked laughter from everyone. No, Captain, I've been to Cockroach Valley too. I'm a drank warrior, and even with my mecha unactivated and my spirit beast, a wild boar, I still couldn't beat those 2 cockroaches and came back defeated. So the thanks should go to you. Thank you, Captain, for saving all our lives back there on the ghost ship. The speaker was a bespectacled, gentle-looking boy, refined and not muscular, but with a clear mind. Hearing his words, everyone chimed in agreement, including the 2 two-rank warriors who had initially harbored ulterior motives. The death of Meijin Yusuk made them realize their true strength. If you're weak, just practice more. Su Jin not coming after them was an act of honor. On the ghost ship mission, they had essentially coasted to victory. Both had learned to count their blessings and naturally wouldn't cause any more trouble. After about 10 minutes, the 7th Legion starship picked up the 47 individuals and returned to the capital star. According to the usual practice of the midterm examination, Su Jin and her team were not yet allowed to disperse, as all groups were required to participate in a ceremony after completing their assessments before midnight. This had been a long-standing tradition at the Central Military Academy. Thus, T-45 squad was led to a tiered classroom resembling a viewing hall where the large screen had already activated welcome the triumphant T-45 squad, the victors of this midterm examination. As per regulations, the 47 were seated in the front 2 rows where the seats were comfortable and notably hot congee, and 2 plates of small greens were provided. For most who had been subsisting on nutrient fluid for 3 days straight, this was nothing short of a divine delicacy. So they sat down holding their bowls with a blissful expression, inhaling the aroma of the food. Su Jin was no exception, as she even wished for 2 more sausages, or even 1. However, for the sake of the students' health, this meal contained no meat. My God, I never imagined I could get first place in the Central Military Academy's midterm. You know, I'm the last in Class G of the first year in the mecha manufacturing department. Who would have thought? I'm a drank warrior, and my little hamster spirit even got a free ride. It proves that choosing the right path is more important than effort. I really want to cry. When I saw the ghost ship, I thought my great-grandmother was coming to take me away. Woo. When humans face danger, their nerves are usually taut, potentially unleashing astonishing power or numbing fear as survival instinct overrides all else. Yet once the danger has passed and the brain feels safe, the aftershock is the most lethal, with fear seeping into every corner. Thus, the group of youngsters who had just been celebrating their narrow escape suddenly burst into loud sobs. Having witnessed countless joys and sorrows over Ian's, Su Jin felt little of this. She didn't understand but respected it. The entire tiered viewing hall now presented a starkly divided scene. Su Jin alone slurped her congee and ate her greens, looking utterly content. The others were also slurping, but through tears and sniffles, crying with genuine emotion. Su Xingyan earnestly recalled his own practical exams, finding he wasn't as calm as Su Jin, but certainly not as timid as the rest. This batch of students represented 2 extremes, Su Jin at one end and everyone else at the other. Su Jin quickly finished her meal, set down her bowl and chopsticks, unwrapped a lollipop, and popped it into her mouth. This was a privilege reserved for the first-place winner, a treat not to be wasted. By now, everyone's emotions had mostly subsided, and the large screen, which had displayed the welcome message, suddenly changed. The school had initiated a viewing mode for the first-place winners. It was the first time they could observe the midterm examination from an outsider's perspective. What had seemed simple, like a freebie with Hidden Task 1 and Hidden Task 2, turned out to be entirely different for other teams. In the phase of Hidden Task 1, where a captain had to be chosen, almost every squad had members with equal votes. According to the rules, a tie required a decisive outcome, so the young men and women who had just endured the seniors' ruthless beatings now had to face their comrades. Some competed in mecha battles, others in formations, and still others in mental strength. It was a chaotic mess. After a hard-fought victory, they learned the content of Hidden Task 2, which threw everything into further disarray. In better groups, only 2 or 3 challenged the newly elected captain. In teams with greater disagreements, those who had lost by a vote or 2 in Hidden Task 1 could issue a challenge. The captain, who had barely warmed the seat, had to either accept or yield. However, according to the Central Military Academy's midterm rules, being captain granted extra points in individual assessments. A single point could drop 1 dozens of places on the personal ranking. and the captain's bonus was a full 8 points. Thus some sought to exploit the system, knowing full well their own lack of strength or support, yet challenging the exhausted captain who had already endured a round of battles. This was a test of human nature, as moral character cannot be gauged by a mere paper exam. Humans are the most adept actors. One after another, teams on the large screen entered the challenge phase. Su-Jin grew weary, initially sitting upright with hands on her knees. Gradually she slid down in her seat, eventually leaning back and falling asleep. Aista happened to notice and was about to take off his coat to cover her when halfway through he spotted a tall figure entering from the side door. Chu Hanxiao, with his military uniform coat draped over his arm, walked slowly to the front row, placed the coat over Su-Jin, then raised a finger to his lips, silently asking everyone to be quiet. Everyone covered their mouths, overwhelmed by the live experience of shipping this couple. After calming the crowd, Chu Hanxiao sat down beside Su-Jin. The young officer, usually resolute and battle-hardened, now dissolved into tender softness. The live stream chat was now filled with vertical stripes, making it impossible to see individual messages. Su Xingyan occasionally took screenshots only to capture freeze frames of ecstatic CP fans indulging in their fantasies. Later, the entire tiered viewing hall fell into a dormant state. Everyone felt that after joining T45, their mindset had been elevated. They found it hard to watch these young kids squabbling over petty gains. Finally, as midnight approached, the Central Military Academy's midterm practical assessment came to an end. After everyone returned, the post-exam ceremony was held. No awards, no results announced, no bonuses given. Instead, everyone gathered for a group photo. It would be displayed in the school's exhibition hall, reminding each person of who they were today. Whether they had fought and scrambled, but gained nothing, emerged bruised but crowned, or drifted in a daze. It must be said the Central Military Academy knew how to break a person's spirit. From that moment on, whether good or bad, it would be etched into every student's heart. After the photo, Su-Jin boarded Su Xingyan's starship. She had originally planned to return to the dormitory with Fan Wenhua. But Su Xingyan told her that Chu Hanxiao had obtained 2 snow cyan plants from the private treasury of Prince Solomon, and she should check their authenticity. Given the general lack of knowledge about spiritual plants across the interstellar hierarchy, Su-Jin decided to go and also retrieve her other items stored with Su Xingyan to put back in her space button. Upon seeing the 2 plants, Su-Jin confirmed they were the snow cyan she wanted, but it wasn't enough. For Suze's condition, she needed at least 3 more of the same quality. However, spiritual plants were scarce in the interstellar realm, not something one could simply obtain. That night, Su-Jin received an anonymous message. Opening it, she found only a few words: "I have the spiritual plant you seek." Su-Jin replied, "How do we proceed with the transaction?" Account 954234856. Come to the North Star Club tomorrow afternoon. Your reservation code is 0027. Come alone. Su-Jin, all right. Not a single word wasted. The other party possessed Shu-etching, yet they hadn't responded the moment she posted on Starblog. This indicated that at the time, they deemed her value insufficient. Now that the midterm exams had just concluded, they couldn't wait to contact her late at night to propose a deal. This meant either the chips Su-Jin had laid out were sufficient, or someone had instructed them to do so. Regardless, Su-Jin would still go. She was now a major blogger with millions of followers, and with the addition of her eccentric shipping fans, her faith power was inexhaustible. Besides, the midterm exams were over and Yao Guang had returned to her side, bearing the Empire's strongest 3-level spirit entity. What did she have to fear? From the moment Su-Jin's optical brain flickered, the massive snow leopard lying outside her bedroom door opened its azure eyes like stars in the night sky, radiating a chilling coldness. The next morning, Su Xingyan got up early especially to prepare breakfast for Su-Jin, leaving it warm in the thermostatic box. Without even eating herself, she headed straight to Maple Orchid Villa. According to Central Military Academy's long-standing tradition, midterm exams were held from Tuesday to Thursday, followed by 3 consecutive days off to recuperate. This also gave the teachers time to collectively grade papers and verify the midterm results. So Su-Jin had the privilege of sleeping in until the sun was high in the sky. In truth, Su-Jin had woken up when Su Xingyan rose. But there was an ancient gene in the blood of the young, the urge to laze in bed, to go back to sleep, to refuse early rising. As for this gene, Su-Jin adapted to it quite well. Her eyes opened and closed again, just like a workhorse who, after waking up abruptly on the weekend, realizes they don't have to work. When she opened her eyes again, over an hour had passed. She got up, washed up, and ate breakfast. Then she sent a message to thank Su Xingyan, replied to classmates' greetings, checked group messages, browsed Starblog. Only then did she suddenly remember she hadn't posted in a while. As a humble blogger reliant on the masses, Su-Jin felt she should put something up. Just then, the breakfast Su Xingyan had made with her own hands was right before her. So Su-Jin photographed every plate and captioned it, "Someone who can't cook is truly envious." The moment the Starblog post went live, it garnered over 10,000 views, and the likes increased by double digits with every refresh. Su-Jin had wanted to interact properly with her fans, but there was simply no keeping up. The interstellar netizens were far too fast. Just tell me who made this. Is it what I'm thinking? Is it a... This definitely isn't one person's portion. Force-fed dog food first thing in the morning. Never thought I'd see the day head cook. Shipping again. Giving us sugar so early. Could it be that last night? Covers eyes. JPG. Sujin. Isn't breakfast the same everywhere? How could a photo of breakfast turn into a highway? Is this right? The imagination of netizens in the interstellar era was like a starship, measured in light years. Sujin initially tried to explain in the comments, but soon realized it was a drop in the ocean. She couldn't win no matter what. Reluctantly, she edited the text tagging First Legion Su Xingyan, delicious thank you big sister. That finally nipped the wild conjectures in the bud, silencing the shipping fans who had already generated several gigabytes of mental content. However, the piece didn't last. Her starblog exploded again in less than 3 minutes. The reason was that Chu Hanxiao had stealthily replied to her latest starblog post. The thread went like this. First Legion Su Xingyan, which one do you like? Big sister will make it for you next time. Second feather, they're all delicious. Big sister's cooking is amazing. First Legion Chu Hanxiao. I took a good look. I can make all of these. What followed were rows upon rows of exclamation marks, ellipses, question marks, and various shipping-related emoticons. Sujin. Even so, the number of shipping fans had indeed grown. She had modified the text earlier precisely to avoid Chu Hanxiao misunderstanding. Now it seemed she had worried for nothing. After all, Chu Hanxiao had fought alongside her grandfather. He probably saw her as a junior, especially since General Chu was still suffering from survivor's syndrome. With that thought, Sujin felt more at ease. Second feather. All right, then I'll try your cooking next time. Just these two exchanges across the void, and Sujin never expected the powerful shipping fans to be so talented. They had even edited precious footage scraped from every nook and cranny into 2 versions. One featuring a strong woman and a weak man, a house husband paired with an aloof, cool older sister type. And another featuring mutual rivals, both strong. Either way, it was the kind of content that would make the original subjects nod in approval. But after replying, Sujin stopped checking starblog. She had merely sown a seed. The netizens were the fertile soil that would let it grow into a towering tree. That afternoon, Sujin arrived at the high-end club, the North Star Mansion, located in the Central District, at the agreed-upon time. Wearing a ragdoll cat mimic mask paired with jeans and a plain white t-shirt, she exuded zero aggression. But when Sujin uttered the number 0027, the staff dared not show any negligence. The lobby manager, after receiving a call, personally escorted Sujin to the Starlight Room on the top floor. The Starlight Room was the most luxurious suite in the North Star Club, spanning over 1,000 square meters. Crafted from a single piece of moissanite into a diamond shape, it shimmered with a dazzling halo under the midday sun, exceptionally radiant. The lobby manager was not permitted to enter Starlight. Once the door opened, Sujin walked in alone, instantly flooding the entire room with her divine sense. In the vast Starlight Room, beside Sujin, there was only one man. He appeared to be at least 200 years old. Though not heavily wrinkled or spotted, his skin condition was unmistakable. Unlike others in the interstellar world, where even someone 300 years old and decrepit could boast a full head of hair, this old man stood out with a completely bald, shiny head. Unforgettable. He was a wicked old man. His hawk-like brown eyes fixed unblinkingly on Sujin as she strolled leisurely to the seat opposite him and sat down. She also removed her mimic mask. Tell me, what do you want? Sujin didn't ask to see the goods first, as her divine sense had already touched that shoe etching. Unexpectedly, the healthy Xiaoqing had been placed under an obfuscation spell, making it look more like a Dongqing. Young as you are, you've got nerve. I heard your spiritual sea is sealed. Are you a warrior or a healer? Sujin smirked. Why don't you try me? The other party glanced at the ragdoll cat, dozing on Sujin's shoulder, showing no intention of making a move. You didn't keep the agreement. I told you to come alone, didn't I? Sujin patted Yeagang's head and whispered softly. Don't move. I'll handle this myself. Yaowang slid down from Sujin's back and lay down behind her, signaling with her actions that she truly wouldn't intervene. This gesture was unmistakable, causing the other party to suck in a breath. Regardless of whether Yaowang acted, Chu Hanxiao and the First Legion would be Sujin's solid backing. But not testing her depth left him unwilling to let go. The old man was silent for a moment, then retrieved a metal box from the drawer of the tea table before him and casually tossed it to Sujin. His expression and movements appeared nonchalant, but the little kitten hidden behind Sujin lifted its head, which had been buried beneath its tiny paws. Sujin reached her left hand behind her, gently patting the kitten's tail to reassure it, while her right hand stretched out to catch the metal box steadily. The old man furrowed his brows slightly, a flicker of surprise vanishing from his eyes. He could sense that Yaowang had not moved. It was Sujin herself who had effortlessly caught his thunderous force. This child's future would be boundless. With such skill, you could take on disciples yourself. The old man rose as he spoke, personally pouring a glass of water for Sujin and placing it before her. Su Jin took a couple of sips, but did not set the cup down. Instead, she kept holding it in her hand, fixing her gaze on the old man. This technique of mine is a unique skill, and it's not that I'm unwilling to pass it on. After all, I'm quite poor, and taking disciples would certainly fill my pockets. But I simply cannot teach it. Su Jin made her meaning perfectly clear. She possessed the skill, but could not impart it. It was hers alone, and he should not entertain other thoughts. The old man's gaze remained fixed on the cup in Su Jin's hand until she leisurely took 2 more sips, still showing no intention of putting it down. Only then did he sit back on the sofa. This spirit plant is hardly rare, and I want jack up the price. But I also have something I desire. You and Chu Hanxiao are friends, aren't you? Su Jin nodded, not shying away from mentioning Chu Hanxiao, for the kitten was still behind her, and claiming they were not acquainted would surely be met with disbelief. I want the blue sea gold fragments. You may not know of this, but Chu Hanxiao certainly does. Even if he doesn't have it now, he can acquire it in the future. You. Su Jin cut him off before he could finish. Wait, you came to trade with me. Tell me what you want in ill way, whether it's worthwhile and feasible. Why drag Chu Hanxiao into this? The old man was taken aback. Su Jin's reasoning was sound, but however reasonable she was, and however capable, she was still just a mere child. Blue sea gold fragments were an exceptional, or for repairing the spiritual sea pure in energy. His old comrade was on the verge of burning out, and he could not bear to watch him depart like this. You? I agree, but not 1 snow azure for 1 blue sea gold fragment. Instead, trade all the spirit plants in your possession. The old man was stunned again. How did Su Jin know he had 2 such spirit plants? How did you? Su Jin waved her hand. That's not your concern. Just tell me, deal or no deal. The old man shook his head. At nearly 200 years old, it was the first time he had been overwhelmed by a mere child. They'll give you 1 today. The other will be yours once you bring me the blue sea gold fragments. How long? The old man had not expected Su Jin to press for a deadline. Blue sea gold fragments were no ordinary metal. They were said to exist within the turbulent particle layers surrounding storm-ravaged asteroids. Such particle layers were often riddled with black holes and dense with wind blades. Missions even bounty hunters were reluctant to take. Faced with such difficulty, wouldn't most people prefer to leave the timeline vague? Yet Su Jin directly demanded a time limit. 2 months, no longer. And if I fail? This time the old man answered without hesitation, consider it a gift from me. You'll owe me a favor, and I'll call it in someday. Sorry, but I'd rather not owe this favor. Within 2 months, the blue sea gold fragments will be delivered. With that, Su Jin set down the cup, picked up the box, and rose to leave. The little kitten nimbly leaped onto Su Jin's shoulder, its star-like blue eyes fixed intently on the cup she had just placed on the table. The old man's raised hand slowly fell back down. The deal was struck, but the old man had gleaned nothing of Su Jin's true capabilities. That glass cup, appearing clear and ordinary, was actually made of a special material, crystal stone from the GFD 554 mineral planet. Even a piece the size of a ping-pong ball was beyond the strength of an average adult to lift. Su Jin, devoid of spiritual power, held it as easily as an ordinary cup, moving with effortless grace. After Su Jin left and the door closed, he raised his left hand, the one that had held the cup, and looked at it. Pressing his middle finger into his palm, the wrist bone sprang open, revealing 3 broken mechanical links inside. Looking up again, a glimmer of hope shone in the old man's eyes. Perhaps this young girl could truly fulfill her promise and retrieve the blue sea gold fragments within 2 months. Yet, thinking of the spirit plant in Su Jin's hand, the old man's brows knitted once more. Would she discover it? Su Jin had of course noticed, and she was quite pleased about it. Few in the interstellar realm understood spirit plants, and thus few knew that snow azure came in 2 varieties, one called summer azure, born at the turn of spring and summer, when yang energy surges fiery red in hue, and possessing the strongest medicinal properties. A single summer azure was worth 100 winter azures. Yet summer azure was exceedingly rare. Snow azure earned its name because this spirit plant thrived in cold, mostly sprouting in winter. Its leaves were pale and dense like snow settling on green branches. Thus the world believed snow azure existed only as winter azure, unaware that under sudden climate shifts or spiritual energy outbursts, summer azure could grow. This was a serendipitous stroke of luck. Coupled with the 2 winter azures Chu Hanxiao had looted from Grand Prince Solomon, Su Jin was confident she could awaken the old man within a week. After leaving Polaris, Su Jin sent a message to Su Xingyan. Big sister, I'm commandeering your place. Stay somewhere else for a few days. Su Xingyan smiled immediately upon receiving the message. Su Jin truly regarded her as one of her own. For the rest of her life, she would do everything to make amends for her parents' mistakes and care for this younger sister. Su Xingyan understood. Su Jin. Su Xingyan stared at the emoji, imagining Su Jin's expression, and couldn't help but smile again. Coincidentally, Shun Guangwei, who was always watching her, witnessed both smiles. Deputy Shun's heart began to pound, sensing an urgent feeling that his home might be stolen. Before heading home, Su Jin detoured to the black market where she scoured for an alloy cauldron, tucked it into her space button, and returned. From that day on, Su Jin began her relentless routine of brewing medicine day and night, setting up the alloy cauldron in the yard. Su Jin carved intricate patterns both inside and outside the cauldron. Without using fire, a mere tap on the cauldron placed on the lawn caused white vapor to rise from within. Then the spirit plants were precisely sliced and added to the cauldron in batches. For the first 27 hours, Su Jin did not leave its side. During the next 16 hours, she instructed Yao Guang to infuse the runes outside the cauldron with spiritual power every 38 minutes. Yao Guang, like a wound-up mechanical leopard, delivered the input punctually and dutifully. Su Jin felt deeply gratified. Watching Ye Gang's adorable form, she began to anticipate her own spirit entity. What would it be like? During the final 50 hours, Su Jin attended school by day, leaving Yao Guang in full charge, and took over upon returning home in the evening. After 4 days and 5 nights of this grueling process, early Tuesday morning, while Chu Hanxiao was still in a video war council, he received a message from Su Jin. Prepare soft water enough to submerge a medical pod. Also send someone to pick me up. The medicine is too bulky for me to carry. I'm going to treat my grandfather. It should take about 2 days, and he will wake up. Chu Hanxiao stared at the message, his emotions in turmoil. Though Su Jin hadn't specified a time, one thing was certain from the tone: Su Zhe would awaken. In his past life, the old general's health had steadily declined until he passed away at Maple Breeze Villa, an irreplaceable hero, even in an era of miraculous medical technology. Yet now Su Jin declared with unwavering certainty that Su Zhe would wake. This contradicted the past once more. Su Jin was still the same person, yet utterly transformed. Chu Hanxiao stared at the message on his optical brain for another dozen seconds before replying, "All right." Su Jin received the response and drifted into peaceful sleep. Hearing her even breaths, Yao Guang rose and walked from the room to the courtyard. Standing by the large cauldron, she gazed for a long time at the pale purple liquid within. After replying to Su Jin, Chu Hanxiao ended the video conference. According to his past life memories, a Zerg raid would occur soon. The 1st and 2nd Legions were still regrouping, while the 3rd and 5th had overextended lines, leaving them vulnerable. Thus, Chu Hanxiao prepared to lead a force to the border. But before that, he had to ensure General Su Zhe awakened, and Su Jin safely unsealed her spiritual sea. Otherwise, he couldn't rest easy. Su Jin harbored many secrets, especially since the Central Military Academy's midterm exam. Her ability to pilot a mecha without spiritual power had made her the prize sought by all major factions. The restless righteous were not the threat, it was the petty scoundrels who would destroy what they couldn't possess. In the weeks since the midterm, the shadow guards protecting Su Jin had already arrested 37 people. These individuals came from various factions, including a Qigong association. Chu Hanxiao had no choice but to deploy more personnel to ensure absolute safety. At that moment, seeing through Ye Gang's eyes the potion Su Jin had brewed, he felt an indescribable emotion. Fortune and misfortune intertwined in a delicate dance. Ever since Su Jin posted that star blog about giving Yao Guang a lace ribbon, Chu Hanxiao had severed his visual synesthesia with Yao Guang. Initially, he let Yao Guang follow Su Jin out of suspicion, a hint of surveillance. Now it was more about protecting Su Jin. Yao Guang would be her final line of defense. Across the entire Star Empire, none could harm Su Jin past Yao Guang. Early the next morning, Chu Hanxiao personally arrived in a starship to pick up Su Jin. She wasn't surprised at all. If anyone in the world yearned most for Su Zhe to awaken, it wasn't her, his biological granddaughter, nor Su Chun, his blood-related brother, but Chu Hanxiao, the man suffering from survivor's guilt. So Su Jin gladly accepted. After carefully loading the cauldron onto the starship, Chu Hanxiao brought out an exquisite tray and placed it on the small table before her. On the tray sat 2 donuts, a small slice of black forest cake, and a cup of latte with latte art. Su Jin was utterly astounded. How extravagant was this? As far as she knew, this breakfast probably cost at least 30,000 star coins. Was it too late to latch onto his coattails? Su Jin's mind was filled with thoughts of Chu Hanxiao's wealth. But the young commander thought only. She smiled, her eyes sparkling like stars. She liked it. Head by it again. After breakfast, Su Jin was in high spirits as the starship arrived at Maple Breeze Villa, landing directly on the courtyard's landing pad. Following Chu Hanxiao's orders, the deputy director in charge of patient care at Maple Breeze Villa's grade, healer Mu Qiuyun, had prepared everything. Reporting, Commander. The treatment room and medicated bath pod are ready. Su Jin, cradling the little kitten, stepped off the starship and spotted a tall figure. Dressed in a Legion uniform, a Red Cross wristband tied around her wrist, long hair tied back, delicate features. She looked about the same age as Su Xingyan. Allow me to introduce you, Mu Qiuyun, chief healer of the 1st Legion. Then turning to Mu Qiuyun, he added, this is Su Jin, granddaughter of General Su Zhe. Mu Qiuyun extended her hand generously, and Su Jin took it. The hand was warm and dry, exuding natural warmth. Let's go see General Su Zhe together. The treatment room is on the third floor left side. We've cleared all the wards on that half of the floor. Before they even reached the treatment room, door Su Jin felt a dozen gazes fixed on her. Loosening her hold on Yaoguang, the cat climbed onto Su Jin's shoulder. Outside the treatment room prepared for Su Zhe stood 2 rows of female soldiers dressed like Mu Qiuyun, or more accurately healers. Some were older, others around Su Jin's age. Though their initial glances landed on Su Jin, she knew she was just a decoy. These beauties were all eager to see Commander Chu Hanxiao, so the gazes that fell on her face were fleeting before shifting quickly to the man beside her. Su Jin followed those glances, turning her head to look at the commander's profile. Strong jawline, well-shaped nose, deep eyes, good skin. Handsome from a distance, and even in close-up his side profile was striking. Chu Hanxiao had grown immune to the healer's stares, but Su Jin's sudden intense gaze was impossible to ignore. Thus Su Jin noticed the commander's ears turning red, looking quite endearing. Fortunately, the corridor wasn't long, or Chu Hanxiao felt he might combust. This was the first time Su Jin had looked at him so seriously, though perhaps the corridor could have been a little longer. Entering the treatment room, Su Jin fell into deep thought as she stared at the peculiar pod resembling a transparent bathtub. Did you think I was going to give my grandfather a bath? Chu Hanxiao was taken aback. So those potions are for soaking the head, submerging the entire head in the medicine. Do you have a medical device for that? Chu Hanxiao looked at Mu Qiuyun, who after a brief thought replied that they did. We do, but it's a surgical device used for extracting brain tissue intact after death, for studying the formation of the spiritual sea and exploring the brain's potential. Su Jin sensed there was something significant about this and immediately asked how long would it take to make one as I described. Mu Qiuyun answered without hesitation, at least 72 hours. Su Jin changed her mind at once. Bring that device you mentioned and install it inside the medical pod. Hurry. At Su Jin's command, everyone sprang into action. The installation went smoothly, but after placing the old general into the medical pod, they discovered the head's surgical device lacked respiratory oxygen supply, and there was no time for modifications. Su Jin waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. I can handle it. Hearing this, Chu Hanxiao felt nothing but calm. He simply believed that if Su Jin said it would work, it would. But Mu Qiuyun, standing nearby, couldn't stay composed. What did you say? You're not planning to completely submerge General Su Zhe's head in the medicine, are you? Without a breathing hole, he'll suffocate. You know that, right? Seeing Su Jin nod, Mu Qiuyun turned to Chu Hanxiao in disbelief, her eyes filled with terror. In her eyes, this was murder. Admiral, this. I can't explain it either, but she can do it. Or you can ask her if you're unclear. Chu Hanxiao's voice carried its usual firmness. Su Jin turned back and gave him a radiant smile. Chu Hanxiao felt that anything was worth it for that smile, even being called lovesick by his subordinates. Mu Qiuyun could barely hold it together. The commander's gaze at Su Jin was practically dripping with affection. What a grand up-close gossip scene this was. But driven by a physician's rigor, Mu Qiuyun still stepped forward and approached Su Jin. At that moment, Su Jin was watching several soldiers under the guidance of the lab doctor connect the head medical pod to the full-body medical pod. Su Jin, do you know that this head medical pod doesn't have a pre-installed oxygen supply system? Su Jin had sharp eyes and nodded, I know. Mu Qiuyun organized her thoughts, deciding she had to approach this from a professional angle. So the head treatment pod only has an observation port reserved, which can exchange oxygen with the full-body medical pod, but... Su Jin saw the instruments show a successful connection, then turned to look at Mu Qiuyun. But when the patient lies in the medical pod, the head is below the observation port. If the medication isn't liquid, breathing is still possible, but since it's liquid, it would cause suffocation, right? Mu Qiuyun nodded vigorously. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to say. Do you think we need to have the medical department send an oxygen machine to cover the mouth and nose, and then? Su Jin shook her head, no. It must be fully submerged. Mu Qiuyun grew anxious. No, do you have a medical license? Su Jin spread her hands. I don't, but... Can you wake up my grandfather? Mu Qiuyun was dumbfounded. She was an level healer, but she couldn't. If she could, she would have done it long ago. But... Su Jin stepped forward and took Mu Qiuyun's hand. Thank you for caring about my grandfather's condition. Please be patient and watch how I solve this, okay? I know you don't trust me, but you should at least trust your commander, right? He wouldn't let me kill General Su Zhe in front of everyone at Maple Breeze Manor under his very eyes, would he? Yeah. Su Jin deliberately didn't say my grandfather here to prove to Mu Qiuyun that Chu Hanxiao couldn't make such a low-level mistake. Mu Qiuyun came to her senses then. Oh, Su Jin was right. So when Su Jin let go of her hand, she stepped aside. After the instruments were installed, Su Jin swept her divine sense over them 3 times to ensure everything was foolproof and no one had tampered with anything. Only then did she have someone bring over old Master Su Zhe. Once Su Zhe was placed into the modified medical pod by the medical robot, Su Jin approached him, drew a dagger, and pricked her index finger. Drops of blood infused with the power of faith following Su Jin's movements connected dots into lines and lines into patterns. A strange symbol spread across Su Ze's face, the lines gradually fading. Only after they completely disappeared did Su Jin have someone pour the spiritual herb liquid she had prepared into the head medical pot. As the pale purple liquid submerged Su Ze's entire head and finally sealed the observation port, Mu Chiyun trembled with tension. She had worked at Maple Breeze Manor for over 20 years, but this was the first time she had seen such a treatment method. Based on past experience, the damage to old General Su Ze's spiritual C was essentially a death sentence. Whether to leave or keep him barely alive depended entirely on willpower. In their hospital's 13 consultations, the result, each time, had been helplessness. But despite their helplessness, they couldn't let old General Su Ze take such a risk. Now. Mu Chiyun almost instinctively looked at the holographic screen beside the medical pod. Now. The numbers on it were slowly changing. Old General Su Ze, whose entire head was wrapped in liquid and seemingly unable to breathe, not only showed no signs of suffocation, but also had his bodhi's various indicators slowly recovering. This was simply too miraculous. Mu Chiyun secretly glanced at Su Jin's finger, which she had just cut, and was shocked to find not even a trace of a wound. Healed so quickly. Was this even reasonable? But this time Mu Chiyun didn't ask again. She recalled a recent rumor circulating online that Su Jin's spiritual C might be a dual type possessing both a warrior's ferocity and a healer's attributes. If that were true, perhaps everything could be explained. Then Su Jin would be the first prodigy in the interstellar realm. No problem. It should take 14 hours and my grandfather will wake up. After saying this, Su Jin patted the head of Yao Guang on her shoulder. You stay here and guard. I still have to go to class. Yao Guang leaped down and the little kitten lay sprawled on Su Ze's medical pod. Can I stay here and guard too? Su Xingyan didn't even ask Chu Hanxiao, as she asked Su Jin directly. Su Jin nodded. Thank you, big sister. I have to go to class now. Oh, I only asked for 2 hours off, and I'm almost late. With that, she walked out of the ward. The treatment of Su Ze had gone smoothly, which was somewhat unexpected for Su Jin. She knew very well how many eyes were watching her after her recent display of brilliance. She had thought someone would try to disrupt the treatment, but everything was calm. Little did she know Su Xingyan had released Ziwei, who stood on the rooftop of Maple Breeze Manor. And Chu Hanxiao had been by her side the whole time. Plus 2 lieutenant generals from the 2nd Legion, one at the ward door, the other in the 3rd-floor corridor. At that moment, Maple Breeze Manor was as secure as an iron bucket. Who would dare to court trouble at such a time? Moreover, few people even knew about this treatment. Apart from the treatment department at Maple Breeze Manor, which was on duty, it was only the lieutenant generals and the admiral of the 1st and 2nd Legions and the relative Su Xingyan. So even if someone wanted to interfere, first they had to know about it, and second, they had to be confident they could overcome a 3s-level spiritual entity and more than 5 2s-level spiritual entities. So calmness was the norm. The first day passed like this. Everything was fine until the afternoon of the 2nd day. But on the 2nd night, Su Jin received a summons from the Interstellar Court. Regarding the division of property between the main and 2nd branches of the Su family, the court session will begin at 8:00 a.m. tomorrow. Please attend on time. Failure to appear will be considered a waiver of personal rights and interests. Su Jin calculated the time. Old Master Su Ze would likely wake up around 11:00 a.m. There was a time difference, but it wasn't a major issue. So she directly sent the notice to Chu Hanxiao. Got it. He'll go with you tomorrow. And my grandfather. Don't worry. No one's hand can reach into Maple Breeze Manor. Su Jin felt relieved and went straight to sleep. A tough battle awaited tomorrow. She had to conserve her energy. Meanwhile, news spread across the Starnet that the main branch of the Su family was to confront the 2nd branch in court over the division of property. Su Jin herself didn't yet know one thing. The day Su Chun chose for the division of property happened to be her birthday, August 14th at 2:05 a.m. And Su Chin thought her birthday was the next day, August 15th. So things started to get interesting. Su Jin had been perfectly fine when she went to sleep, but by dawn a fever had taken hold. This sensation of a hazy, heavy head was something she had never experienced before. She was a karmic fire red lotus beyond reincarnation, untouched by the mortal world and never ill. So this is what it feels like to be mortal and sick. Su Jin tried to open her eyes to get out of bed and find some medicine, but her eyelids were too heavy to lift even a sliver. She tried to call for a robot, but it was as if a silencing spell had been cast upon her. She could not utter a sound, only let her scorching breath graze her lips, chin, and chest. Su Jin felt as if she were immersed in a cauldron of boiling water, steam rising all around. She even wondered if she had been transported again, this time into Taishang Leijin's alchemy furnace. Would she gain a pair of fiery golden eyes? Thus she struggled, drifting and sinking in a pool of scalding water, catching a glimpse of the past. Because she had told Su Xingyan not to return while she was concocting medicine, she was now alone in the 4-dimensional villa. Just as Su Jin wondered why the intelligent robot hadn't detected her abnormality, trouble struck Maple Breeze Manor. A pure, formidable surge of spiritual energy appeared with devastating force, then plunged into the spiritual sea of old General Su Ze. The first to notice the anomaly was Yao Guang. The moment the spiritual energy entered Maple Breeze Manor, the little milk cat instantly transformed into a massive snow leopard. But the familiarity was so overwhelming that Yao Guang did not treat this sudden surge of spiritual energy as an enemy. It was the same spiritual energy as the energy body of the old comrade Xiongqi. It should rightfully belong to Su Zhe. Next, Ziwei, who was standing on the rooftop surveying the surroundings, was also startled. Compared to Yao Guang, Ziwei was less acquainted with Xiongqi. A crane's cry suddenly rang out, and the entire Maple Breeze Manor was instantly ablaze with light. Su Xingyan rolled off the temporary cot in the hospital corridor, threw open the door, and rushed into the ward. In the process, the monitor above Su Zhe's head spun wildly, its readings skyrocketing to 97. But no one noticed this drastic change. Everyone's attention was fixed on Su Zhe himself. Mu Qiyan rushed over immediately to review all of Su Zhe's medical data, but found nothing amiss. Still uneasy, she ran a spiritual energy test, which also showed no abnormalities. It was the same as when Su Zhe had first been sent back from the front lines. Although Mu Qiyan was an class healer, she could not penetrate the spiritual sea of old General Su Zhe, as she was still blocked from entering. Yet despite this, she could still sense the vast spiritual energy like the trees in spring sprouting and growing. I feel that the old general is about to awaken. Hearing this conclusion, both Su Xingyan and Su Zhe's old subordinates breathed a collective sigh of relief. Yao Guang lay down on the spot, also anticipating the return of the old comrade Xiongqi. While joy reigned on one side, Su Jin was experiencing the vicissitudes of time on the other. In her dream, she had become a tiny silkworm. Insects were actually at the very bottom of the biological chain, whether beneficial like ants and bees, or harmful like cockroaches and flies. None could escape the course of fate. In a previous era, people frantically researched biochemical weapons, spreading viruses for personal gain, discharging radioactive wastewater, instigating wars, and expanding battlefields. Humans thought they had evolved and prospered in technology and military might, unaware that they were destroying the ecological balance. Radioactive wastewater affected marine life, and viruses triggered a secondary evolution in insects. Amidst this cycle of conflict and conspiracy, the insect race completed one genetic transformation after another, becoming the formidable enemy of humanity. Su Jin felt like both an observer and a participant, transforming from a frail silk-spinning silkworm into a giant steel-tube silkworm king with horns on its head and a tail behind, leading the insect race to wreak havoc, leaving nothing but barren land and dead stars in its wake. Again and again it sounded the clarion call for revenge against humanity. Why such a dream? Could it be that the heavenly Tao of this place was sending her a message while she was weak? Perhaps so. After struggling in the boiling water for over 2 hours, Su Jin finally opened her eyes. All around was still pitch black, with a sky full of sparkling stars. The midsummer night's breeze brought a touch of coolness. The sticky discomfort from the dream was swept away, and Su Jin felt her mind clear and refreshed. But having sweated so much, even a cleansing spell could not dissuade her from her determination to take a hot bath and change clothes. After washing, Su Jin went up to the rooftop terrace, sat cross-legged, and looked inward at her spiritual sea. As expected, a karmic fire red lotus was blooming profusely. The landscape of her spiritual sea was the divine Mount Kunlun, shrouded in clouds. At the foot of Kunlun lay the vast East Sea, where amidst the rolling winds and waves a great fish rode the currents and leaped out, the Kun. Not bad, it didn't disappoint her expectations. A natural 2-class healer, the first in interstellar history. But this red lotus was too conspicuous. Could she change its form? Su Jin considered that since she had been sent here by the power of faith, others might be, as well, such as the Demon Emperor or the Qingqiu Empress. Little did she know those others were still too weak compared to her. Only Su Jin had never forgotten her original purpose since the beginning of creation. Sincerely fulfilling her duties, enlightening people amidst the myriad of mortal affairs, her followers continued generation after generation without interruption. Aside from her, where were those lofty immortals who had served for millennia with the same vigor they had at their ascension? As transcendent gods, they were already weary, let alone those who had not attained divinity. The cause and effect of this world were like a cyclical cage, repeating endlessly, flickering in and out of existence. So Su Jin tried to change the form of the red lotus, turning it into red plum blossoms, red roses, red carnations, red poppies, red peonies, red camellias, kapok flowers. She could transform into any flower, but none were what she desired. What was to be done? A phrase then surfaced in her mind: when my flower blooms, all other flowers wither. The spider lily seemed fitting. After all, in the age of the Dermas, this flower had been imbued with different meanings. The spider lily was also known as the flower of the other shore, the Manjusaka. Legend says it is the guiding flower that grows on the banks of the river Styx, whose fragrance has the power to make the dead recall their past lives. It is also said to bloom for 1,000 years and wither for 1,000 years. Its flowers and leaves never meeting love, not bound by cause and effect, fate, determining life and death. This tale, because it contains a tragic love story, has been widely celebrated. But it was all a lie. Su Jin had been to the banks of the Styx herself. The shores of the Yellow Springs were filled with lingering, resentful spirits where no flowers could possibly bloom. It was the road to hell, destined to be difficult to traverse with scenery far from beautiful. This one will do. With a touch of mythology, it would be more awe-inspiring. The problem was the spider lily was indeed beautiful, and it suited Su Jin's aesthetic. Now that she knew her true power, Su Jin eagerly awaited the dawn. After all, the reason Su Chun had chosen to split the family today was to do so before Su Jin's spiritual seat was unsealed. But the old bastard had miscalculated. Su Jin intended to teach him a lesson in how to be a proper human being. After toying with her primordial red lotus, Su Jin recalled another matter. According to the text, a healer could not pilot a mecha. Now that her seal was broken and she had become a healer, would she be unable to drive a mecha anymore? Thus, in the early hours of dawn, Su Xingyan once again received a notification that the abyss had been activated. Unlike before, Su Xingyan was no longer surprised by this. After all, Su Jin could even master the Void Walker. The abyss was merely a tool for the younger sister to pass the time when she couldn't sleep. Abyss, do you have any manners? She discovered that not only did it not hinder her control of the mecha, but with the dual enhancement of faith force and spiritual power, piloting the mecha became remarkably effortless. Su Jin smiled genuinely this time. Because she was happy and had risen rather early, going back to sleep would be an affront to the splendid morning light. Su Jin attempted to cultivate using her spiritual power, reciting mantras and sinking her breath into her dantian. Yet just like with her previous use of faith force, this path was also impassable. As time passed, when Chu Hanxiao arrived on his starship, he was astonished to find Su Jin leaning against the doorframe waiting for him. Our great commander, flattered and surprised, hurriedly descended from the starship. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? Su Jin smiled upon seeing him. Can you notice any change in me? Chu Hanxiao watched as Su Jin's amber eyes sparkled in the sunlight, clear and bright. When she smiled at him, her gaze was filled with eager anticipation. His heart softened immeasurably. For the first time in his life, the commander spoke without engaging his brain. Did you put on makeup? Seeing a flicker of confusion in Su Jin's eyes, he quickly added, is it new clothes? Or new shoes? A hairpin? Or perhaps? Ha ha. Su Jin laughed openly. Commander, are you doing this on purpose? Su Jin clasped her hands behind her back, bent slightly forward, and tilted her chin up to look at Chu Hanxiao. A smile played on her lips, and her eyes sparkled with teasing. She resembled a fawn in a forest shrouded by morning mist, startled mid-drink by a stranger at a stream, lifting its head in surprise. Chu Hanxiao unconsciously curved his lips upward. I am not good at expressing myself. My mother passed away when I was young. When I grew older, my father would show me recordings of him and her. Chu Hanxiao's words came slowly, yet each one struck Su Jin's heart. She knew he had lost his mother as a child. Was he sharing a secret with her? I saw my mother ask my father what was different about her today, and that's exactly how my father would reply. Those ice blue eyes seemed to speak volumes at that moment. Su Jin saw her own reflection in Chu Hanxiao's pupils, vivid as a fish swimming through water. He mentioned his father. Was this right? The primordial Red Lotus ancestor felt her heart race for the first time, unable to understand why it wouldn't stop. Perhaps it was because the seal had just been broken and she hadn't yet adapted to the seemingly inexhaustible spiritual power. Can't you tell? Su Jin's intention was to test whether Chu Hanxiao could immediately detect that her spiritual sea had been unlocked. But it seemed the great commander had misunderstood. Chu Hanxiao, astute as ever, instantly grasped her meaning. With a subtle flicker in his gaze, his spiritual power plunged into Su Jin's spiritual sea. He never expected to witness such a grand vista. A celestial mountain and jade pavilion stood amidst vast seas of clouds, with the sun and moon shining simultaneously in the sky. Below, a great marsh stretched wide, where several colossal fish swam gracefully through the water. Chu Hanxiao was no stranger to spiritual landscapes, but one resembling the primal laws of chaos, an entirely different world, was something he had never seen before. As the Empire's sole three-class warrior, his own spiritual landscape was a manor, the place where his parents had lived after marriage, as he had seen in recordings. For instance, Su Ze's spiritual landscape was a 10-mile peach grove with morning bells and evening drums, cobblestone paths, and a wooden cabin. Their landscapes held no living creatures, scenes with sights and settings, but devoid of people or life. But Su Jin was different. In her spiritual landscape, everything was vibrant, as if stepping into another world entirely. You're a healer. A 2-class healer. Even the usually composed Chu Hanxiao could barely contain his excitement now. Su Jin, the Empire's first naturally born 2-class healer in history. This news was staggering. The person in question merely nodded casually. I told you there's no way you couldn't tell. You were teasing me. Unable to comprehend her own racing heart, Su Jin simply blamed Chu Hanxiao. The great commander, unaware of her thoughts, accepted it since she said so. It was still early, so Chu Hanxiao took Su Jin for breakfast. During the meal, he asked if she wanted to conceal her rank. Su Jin shook her head. Would hiding help? When my spiritual sea was still sealed, did they leave me alone? Now, whether I'm class or two's class, it'll still be their target. So I might as well be honest. I think the Empire would cherish a naturally born two's class healer like me, don't you? Chu Hanxiao felt immense joy. Su Jin was formidable in strength, sharp-minded, knew when to advance and retreat, was neither reckless nor evasive, and possessed a hint of sly cleverness. He regretted what he had said to Su Xingyan. Even if Su Jin rejected the marriage contract, he would still win her heart. A woman like this was one of a kind in the world. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in the seemingly composed commander's mind, Su Jin arrived with him at the entrance of the Interstellar First Court at the appointed time. They happened to encounter Su Chun accompanied by Su Yanli and Su Rulan descending from a starship. Su Rulan's gaze towards Su Jin burned with undisguised hatred, as if she already held the upper hand. Su Yanli's expression was complex, especially upon seeing Chu Hanxiao standing beside Su Jin. He had once suggested to Su Yuqing that when she came of age and fulfilled the marriage contract with Chu Hanxiao, she should whisper in his ear to get him recruited into the First Legion. But times had changed. Now the person beside Chu Hanxiao was the sister he had once despised the most. This reversal was a resounding slap in the face. He had considered begging Su Jin for help, but ultimately abandoned the idea. The humiliation of losing face over 2 grade bug cores on the black market was enough. He couldn't bear Su Jin looking at him as if he were trash. Though they were about to face each other in court, proper etiquette still had to be observed. Su Chun with his grandchildren bowed to Chu Hanxiao. Chu Hanxiao nodded. Su Chun led his people into the court first. Su Jin's gaze lingered on the old man hurrying in behind Su Yanli. White-haired, but with a face full of menace, he clearly wasn't a good person. That's your family elder Su Bin. He's cut from the same cloth as Su Chun. After hearing Chu Hangxiao's whisper, Su Jin nodded seriously. Wasn't this just a game of play? She was an expert at that, no need to panic. The Interstellar Court was unlike the era of the Dermas, and there were no judgment seats, no juries, no lawyers, and no onlookers. Hanging directly in the center of the courtroom were 3 portraits, 2 men and 1 woman. The man in the middle was Chu Yu, the first emperor of the Interstellar Empire. Though countless eras had passed, his features still bore a striking resemblance to Chu Hanxiao. The woman on the left was the Empire's greatest scientist, Hua Yingjie, the pioneer of combat mechas and gamma-ray bursts. The other man on the right was a general of meritorious service to the Empire. He had once pursued the Zerg over 3,000 light-years away, and during his 200 years guarding the border, the Zerg dared not invade for 3 consecutive years. His name was Semen Vladimir. These 3 figures symbolized humanity's hope, justice, and absolute power. There were no tables or chairs in the court, everyone had to stand. Circles were drawn on the ground, and Su Jin, guided by a work robot, stood in the blue circle on the left. The left represented the opposing side. Not the defendant, not the criminal, not the suspect, but the opposition. Chu Hanxiao followed, closely, standing slightly to her right and behind. Su Chun was led into the red circle directly opposite Su Jin. Red represented the affirmative side. Su Yanli stood slightly to Su Chen's left and rear, while Su Rulan stood beside Su Yanli. The fierce-faced old man Su Bin stood in the gray area between the 2 sides. That was the witness stand. Su Jin raised an eyebrow. The Interstellar Court had no judges presiding justices or defense lawyers. Because once humans were involved, true fairness and impartiality were difficult to achieve. All disputes here were handled with full transparency, presided over by robots, with verdicts decided by public vote. Thus, the case of the division of property between the elder and second branches of the Su family brought to court had been announced by the tribunal, and the members of the online jury had been pre-selected. The requirements for these members were: 1. They must have no connection whatsoever with either party, including online and offline interactions. In other words, they could not be classmates, fans, friends, relatives, colleagues, online acquaintances, etc. 2. They must have no criminal record. That is, they must never have committed theft, robbery, fraud, assault, murder, extortion, human trafficking, etc. 3. They must not be within the geographical scope of either party. In other words, they could not be from the capital planet where the Su family had deep roots, nor from the border planet where Su Jin had spent 18 years. In summary, the robot used its algorithms to determine and select 100 absolutely impartial jurors. One by one, unfamiliar faces were projected onto the wall, signaling that the trial could begin. The robot's cold mechanical voice echoed in the court. Shall the live broadcast begin? At the same time, a holographic projection screen appeared before both Su Jin and Su Chen. 2 glaring buttons, no and confirm, were displayed on it. Su Jin and Su Chen pressed their buttons almost simultaneously, both choosing confirm. At that moment, Su Jin became even more certain that Su Chen had a trump card, otherwise he wouldn't dare be so arrogant. As the buttons were pressed, a 3rd holographic screen appeared between them, showing the live stream room flooding with viewers. Unforgettable Jin Shao 9527. Don't be afraid, baby. Mom is here. Beautiful blood brain flower. Let me see what tricks the Su family's second branch is up to now. Jumping high from fright, The Su family has been out of luck recently. They still have money for a division. The netizens were a motley crew, even asking who that old geezer on the witness stand was. A smile played on Su Jin's lips as she scanned the live stream screen, even bantering with the netizens. Who is the person behind me? What kind of devilish angle is this live stream? Of course it's your dearest commander. Am I scared? What's there to be afraid of in broad daylight? Besides, Yao Guang said she would protect me. Saying this, Su Jin extended her left hand, formed into a fist, and high-fived Yao Guang, who was sprawled like a cat pancake on her right shoulder. She was the picture of ease and leisure. The 15 minutes before the trial began were allocated for the randomly selected temporary jurors to review the case files. This time could be used to interact with the livestream netizens. In truth, just as some asked Su Jin, others wanted to question Su Chun. Sugar loves Tang Tang. I'd like to ask that Su Chun, how does he have the face to propose a division? Your son killed the elder branch's son. Oh, no amount of money can make up for that. Glass cup. Damn, I've lived long enough to see everything. The murderer's father, the mistress' daughter, and that turncoat who can't tell right from wrong. They all have the nerve to ask for a division. Su Chin wanted to interact, but after looking for a long time, he found not a single question that wasn't sarcastic. He couldn't answer any of them, saying anything would be inappropriate. His eyes scanned 10 lines at a time, and every 10 lines were direct attacks. Though Su Chen's face remained expressionless, the whitening knuckles of his hand, gripping his cane, told the whole story. Time ticked by, and finally the robot announced that the file review period was over and the affirmative side could begin. Su Chen finally let out a turbid breath. Respected ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Su Chun, the head of the Su family's second branch. The materials for the division of property that I have submitted have, I trust, been reviewed by all of you. Before we begin discussing how to distribute the Su family assets, we first need to appoint a guardian for the minor Su Jin to ensure no one thinks I am bullying a young girl. As he spoke, Su Chen turned and pointed to Su Bin. This is the esteemed elder of the Su family clan, Mr. Su Bin, the guardian selected by the Su clan for Su Jin. In truth, from the moment he saw Su Bin standing in the witness box, Chu Hanxiao knew exactly what Su Chen was plotting. But according to interstellar law, his actions were entirely compliant. Su Jin was not yet 18, and General Su Ze remained in a coma. It was indeed reasonable and lawful for the Su clan to appoint a guardian for Su Jin to handle the division of property on her behalf. I don't need one. Just as Su Bin was about to shamelessly step forward, Su Jin flatly refused. Su Chun snorted with a laugh. That is not for you to decide since you are still a minor. Su Jin smiled too, but the smile did not reach her eyes. Second grandfather has quite the scheme. Finding a clan elder who is close to you using the pretext of helping me to actually control me all to get a bigger share. That's not fair. Su Chen's cane struck the ground with a dull thud. Insolent child. Do you dare to show contempt for the court? Elder Su Bin was elected by the entire clan under the monitoring of the court's robot. How could I possibly rig it? He then asked the robot to retrieve the full video recording of the clan election and the ballot data. The robot confirmed it was entirely reasonable, lawful, and compliant. Su Jin carefully reviewed all the evidence Su Chun had provided, and only after the robot reached its conclusion did she begin to speak. I have only recently arrived on the capital planet, and before that I lived a life of near starvation on the border planet. Therefore, I am not yet familiar with many of the Empire's legal provisions. May I ask the robot for clarification? The robot replied, please speak. I want to know under what circumstances I can speak for myself without needing a guardian. The robot responded, according to Article 581 of the Interstellar Law, a party may exercise their own rights upon reaching adulthood. Su Jin was silent for a few seconds before asking the robot again, how is it determined whether a person is an adult? The robot asked, is the party willing to undergo a physical maturity examination? Su Jin answered in the affirmative and extended her left hand, curling her 4 fingers inward, while extending only her middle finger, pointing it directly at Su Chun. Just as Su Chun was about to erupt in anger, the courtroom floor split open to the left and right, and a precision instrument slowly rose. The robot announced, the monitoring device is fully charged. Please maintain your current posture. Su Jin replied, all right. According to court regulations, Su Jin was not allowed to move at this moment. Doing so would constitute contempt of court. If the case concluded, she would be dragged out and lashed 3 times. Su Chun was also forbidden from intervening, otherwise he too would be in contempt of court. At his age, having lived a life of comfort and luxury for many years, he could not withstand severe torture. Even though a medical pod awaited him afterward, the excruciating pain of torn flesh and even broken bones was immense. Thus, Su Chun had no choice but to endure the entire process with a dark expression waiting for the test results. The equipment in the interstellar court was state-of-the-art, updated annually with the latest scientific advancements. Thus, after the instrument extended its probe to pierce Su Jin's fingertip, the data was generated in less than 3 minutes. The robot announced the party concerned Su Jin is determined to be an adult. As soon as this result was declared, everyone except Su Jin and Chu Hanxiao was astounded. Alloy coat hanger weapon grade. My little girl has grown up, so is she a healer or a warrior? Unforgettable Jean Shao 300. I'm so curious. If she's a healer, it's a perfect match. If she's a warrior, it's also a perfect match. Ship it. Ring the bell. Why hide her birthday? This child's life has been too turbulent. Kibulong Donkyang. I have a bad feeling that the old troublemaker is about to stir up something again. Because according to Su Jin's recorded personal information, her birthday should have been in the early hours of the following day, over 10 hours later, so everyone felt something was amiss. Su Chin's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Su Jin, who stood calmly before him. His lips trembled for a long time before he found his voice. You? The seal on you has been lifted. Su Jin's smile remained unchanged, warm and gentle. I object. The opposing party's question is irrelevant to this case. The robot objection sustained. 13. According to court regulations, if a party raises 3 or more questions unrelated to the case, it shall be deemed as an attempt to confuse the proceedings. The punishment was the same as for contempt of court, 3 lashes. Su Chun was speechless. Since the court's test has confirmed I am an adult, let's proceed to the next agenda item, the division of family property. I'm quite busy and have no time for childish games. Su Jin still wanted to go to her grandfather's side before he woke up and show him the repaired Void Walker. Ever since the illegal mecha deployment incident during the Central Military Academy's midterm exams, the parliament, in order to minimize losses and prevent Chu Hanxiao from investigating further, which would expose more issues and expand the damage. Under the organization of Speaker Howard, they held an emergency meeting overnight and introduced a new Mecha Custody Act. The regulation allowed each legion to establish its own mecha maintenance department, managing, maintaining, and upgrading their own mechas. After the policy was enacted, aside from the 6th Legion, which was originally responsible for the mecha maintenance of the entire military, and the 7th Legion, which rarely saw battle, the other legions cheered and celebrated as if it were the new year. Joining in the jubilation were the major military academies, such as the Central Military Academy on the capital planet, the Dawn Military Academy on Starfire, the Triumph Military Academy on Takor, and the 1st Military Academy on Fonsabol. Students from the mecha manufacturing departments of the 4 major interstellar military academies were so excited that they tossed glass cups, ceramic bowls, vases, basins, anything throwable, out of the windows. Though it left the dormitory buildings in a mess, their hearts were ablaze with excitement. Because the new act meant that the 1st through 5th Legions would also accept students from the mecha manufacturing departments who lacked spiritual power. Though they couldn't pilot mechas into battle, they now had the opportunity to fight alongside heroes against the Zerg. Their names would also be associated with the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th Legions. They were no longer just mecha repairmen. They could be called engineers or mecha soldiers. Unbeknownst to her, Su Jin had once again rewritten interstellar history single-handedly. Last time it was the Military Academy's midterm exam rules. This time, it was the military's mecha management regulations. Last month, Su Jin's name was only remembered by the Central Military Academy, but this month, all 4 major military academies and all 7 legions remembered Su Jin. And of course, there were those who wanted to cause trouble. They were astonished to find that every time they tried to strike at Su Jin, the outcome was unexpectedly disastrous. Su Jin seemed divinely favored. In the courtroom, Su Chen's facial expression gradually twisted. At this moment, an internal war raged within him. If he couldn't control Su Jin, he would be mercilessly trampled under Chu Hangxiu's feet. The moment he saw Chu Hanxiao at the courthouse entrance, he knew that if all his schemes came to naught, he would be a prisoner. He knew all too well how ruthless Chu Hanxiao could be. I request the court to present Su Jin's spiritual power data. It is relevant to this case. Su Chen almost gnashed his teeth as he spoke. He was gambling that Su Jin was a healer, not a warrior. Because according to the Imperial Healer Association's regulations, natural-born grade and above healers were supported by the Empire and must have a guardian. This guardian was preferentially a blood relative of the party concerned, including parents, uncles, aunts, or cousins. Of course, if a high-grade healer was married, they could break away from their family, with the husband serving as the guardian. The purpose of establishing a guardian was to ensure that high-grade healers had protection when facing unfair treatment. Imperial support was merely economic. High-grade healers were too important to the Empire, so a double safeguard was needed. The guardian was responsible for ensuring the absolute safety of the high-grade healer. If an accident befell a high-grade healer, the guardian bore full responsibility. Chu Hanxiao knew this regulation, and so did Su Jin. Therefore, Su Chun was betting that after Su Jin came of age and her seal was lifted, she would become a high-grade healer. Old General Su Zhe had not yet awakened. According to the regulations, Su Chun would become Su Jin's guardian. Thus, even if the Su Bin move failed, Su Chun could still secure victory. The robot, permission granted to disclose. The robot, Su Jin, is a 2th grade healer. Aside from Chu Hanxiao and Su Jin herself, everyone present gasped in astonishment. In the Empire's history, only one natural-born grade healer had ever existed, Chu Hangxiu's mother. Now another 2th grade healer had emerged, Su Jin. This was a cause for a 3-day national holiday and a celebration for the entire empire. After all, every step of human progress meant more confidence in fighting the Zerg. The live streaming room erupted at that moment. 1,000 gold can't buy my joy. Did I hear that wrong? Unforgettable Jinxiao07. Oh my god. What a divine couple. I'm going crazy. My spiritual body is also called Yaoguang. Wow wow wow. 2 Scrade. Book scroll. Greetings Lady Su Jin. After hearing the robot's announcement and seeing the smug triumphant glee on Su Chen's face, Su Jin sighed and turned to Chu Hanxiao. From the perspective of the live streaming audience, it was a plea for help, an act of coquetry, a complete entrustment. Especially when Su Jin spoke next, it sparked endless imagination. She said, Commander, are you willing? Chu Hanxiao understood Su Jin's subtext almost instantly. The great commander smiled from the depths of his heart this time. Unforgettable Jinxiao 62027. The commander hasn't smiled like this in a long time. Of course I am willing. As the words fell, Chu Hanxiao and Su Jin simultaneously spoke, their words different, but their meanings identical. Su Jin, thank you for extending a helping hand when I needed it most. Rest assured I won't be a burden to you. You are free to leave at any time. Chu Hanxiao, don't feel burdened. Follow your own thoughts. I will always be here. If one day you regret this, you can tell me at any time. The faith power, which had been slowly rising in recent days, suddenly surged like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate, breaking through the peak of the previous period. Su Jin thought it was the nationwide effect of her 2 Scrade spiritual power, but she didn't know that the lion's share came from her and Chu Hanxiao's CP fans. Chu Hanxiao knelt on one knee before Su Jin, pulled a deep blue velvet box from his pocket, opened it, and took out a pink mineral crystal ring. Lady Su Jin, will you marry me and be my wife? Su Jin was genuinely startled this time. How exactly did Chu Hanxiao suddenly produce a ring? Could it be? Had she been plotting this all along? Or perhaps he already had a sweetheart, one who didn't love him back, or was even married? Su Jin's eyes widened as her mind raced. Within a split second, a dozen answers flashed through her mind, finally settling on one. Chu Hanxiao had a secret crush, hence the ring he always carried. What a loyal friend he was. But why did a faint unease stir within her? Probably because she had been influenced by those fan shippers. Yes, that must be it. I do. Su Jin extended her fair left hand, deciding to resolve the matter at hand before clarifying things with Chu Hanxiao. In her view, she could serve as a tool to provoke the object of his hidden affection. Meanwhile, Chu Hanxiao was merely her pawn in the battle for the Su family inheritance against Su Chun, so neither owed the other anything. Yet his gaze burned with such intensity, and even the act of sliding the ring onto her finger was imbued with profound reverence. Was this right? As the ring traveled from the tip of her ring finger to its base, Su Jin felt as though an electric current surged from that finger, coursing through the meridians of her arm straight to her chest. She couldn't describe the sensation, but she knew it was foreign, something she had never experienced before. Su Chen's carefully laid plans had finally lost their foundation, and all his painstaking calculations crumbled in an instant. Su Bin was escorted out of the courtroom by the robots. The livestream, contrary to all expectations, froze. It was completely jammed. Unknowingly, Su Jin had set another interstellar record, the highest number of concurrent viewers in interstellar live streaming history. Too bad there was no galactic Guinness World Records. If there were, Su Jin would surely be on the list. The server crashed, the stream was stuck, management scrambled to fix it, and customer service hurriedly apologized. According to rough statistics from Starblog officials, the concurrent viewers at that moment exceeded 100 billion, equivalent to 1/8 of the 800 billion interstellar citizens. It was a breathtaking spectacle. During the 20-plus minutes Starblog spent on emergency maintenance, the real drama of the family division began. As stipulated, Su Chun and Su Jin were to split the Su family's existing assets. These included cash, fixed assets, and other holdings. Cash was straightforward. The pension funds of Su Qinghuai and the transfers from Su Zhe to Su Chun were all meticulously itemized. After confirming the amounts with both parties, the robot directly transferred the portion of Su Chen's account that rightfully belonged to Su Jin into her interstellar account. The process was impeccably smooth. Chu Hanxiao had previously sent people to investigate the financial dealings between Su Zhe and Su Chun after Su Jin was sent back to the capital star, and the numbers were accurate. Next came the fixed assets. The Su family's second branch was adept at business, but not exceptionally so. Their ventures spanned the galaxy, yet none were particularly refined. Still, they managed to claim a share in every field they entered. Robot. In principle, the first branch of the Su family had no involvement in the capital star's maritime transport, interstellar navigation, or cargo delivery businesses. Su Jin, that's correct. I don't want them. Su Chun, not want them. If Su Jin refused, what was he supposed to do? This was nothing like his original plan. Before the trial, Su Chun had imagined Su Jin in a fit of anger would demand everything. He would then haggle and conveniently offload all the bad debts, dead assets, and rotten accounts onto her. But now Su Jin had flatly declared she didn't want them. What was he to do? Those maritime businesses were already being strangled by the Evans family. They once yielded modest profits, but now they were nothing but hot potatoes, something to be rid of at all costs. Why don't you want them? Su-Chin couldn't help asking. Su-Jin looked baffled. Why would I want them? Those are the second branch's assets. When great-grandfather divided things between grandfather and you, the maritime routes were assigned to you. Su-Jin spoke earnestly, but her words sent chills down Su-Chen's spine. How did Su-Jin know all this? Su-Chen's gaze shifted to Chu Hanxiao. Had they been together all along? So Chu Hanxiao had investigated and told her. Su-Chen's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, but the court proceedings continued without pause. Robot, the Su family's second branch, also holds 2 alloy factories, mining rights for 2 nearby mineral planets, 2 pharmaceutical plants, 3 garment factories, and equity in 4 large clubs. Su-Jin, I don't want any of them. Su-Chen's heart sank. These industries had all suffered severe blows. Though his subordinates hadn't identified the culprit, Su-Chen knew in his gut it was Chu Hanxiao. You? Have you already slept with Chu Hanxiao? Su-Jin remained composed. I object. Su-Chun is trying to muddy the waters with personal relationships to dump his failing assets on me. Robot, objection sustained. Please watch your language, mister. Su-Chun. Sweat beaded on Su-Chen's forehead. He had been too impulsive, outsmarted by a mere child. Su Yanli and Su Rulan, seated nearby, cast peculiar glances at Su-Jin because of Su-Chen's words. Chu Hanxiao clenched his fists. Su-Chun was clearly courting death. Su-Jin, however, remained utterly unruffled. She knew not to accept those assets because Su Xingyan had warned her they were being crushed and would only bring losses. Robot, the Su family has 13 real estate properties. 7 are under the names of Su Zhe and Su Qinghuai, including the ancestral mansion, the central Yeyue residence, and the coveted Wudong Yuan. Only then did Su-Jin gain a concrete understanding of her wealth. The robot droned on listing 7 prime locations in the capital Star, each inch of land worth its weight in gold. Whether financial hubs or leisure landmarks, it was clear the Su family had considerable depth. Robot. Additionally, there are jewelry items from the late wife of Su Ze's dowry list, 2 starships, 25 shopping malls, 2 resource planets. This time Su-Jin didn't rush to respond, as she wasn't sure what her grandmother's dowry included. Even Chu Hanxiao hadn't been able to fully investigate the matter given the limited time and the passage of years. Not everything had clear digital records. Just as the 2 on the plaintiff's side hesitated to click confirm, a voice like a tolling bell rang out. Hey Jean, don't trust them. There's more. Grandfather came late. The sealed courtroom doors swung open, and old General Su Zhe, still in his hospital gown, strode in with a brisk step. At the sight of his long-unseen elder brother, Su-Chun knew the day was lost. His final trump card had been his sister-in-law's dowry. With his elder brother comatose and Su-Jin still young, even Chu Hanxiao's abilities couldn't uncover all the Su family's private affairs. Thus the list he had presented represented less than a tenth of what his sister-in-law had brought into the family. If he could silently retain 9/10 of it, even if Chu Hanxiao and the Evans family seized all the Su enterprises, he could still stage a comeback. But who would have guessed that Su Zhe would awaken at this critical moment? And to his astonishment, Su Zhe appeared radiant and vigorous, nothing like a patient who had lain in bed for over a month. Had he encountered some miraculous fortune? Grandfather, you're awake. How do you feel? Su-Jin did not move as per court regulations. Thus it was Su Zhe who strode over and pulled Su-Jin into an embrace. He had actually awakened an hour earlier. After the spiritual sea ignited, the warrior felt as though they had traversed into a parallel timeline known as the apocalypse. Su Zhe had been utterly resolved to face death without reservation, yet he remained concerned for the orphan left behind by his son. That child must be nearly 18 years old now, wasn't she? But no matter how reluctant he was to let go, he had to. After all, his granddaughter was precious, but weren't others' children equally so? For the sake of over 9 million lives on the frontier star, and to prevent the galaxy from flowing with blood once more, Su Zhe chose the righteous path. Over this past month, he felt as if he had fallen into a desolate post-apocalyptic wasteland with billowing smoke everywhere, collapsed buildings, parched earth, and not a single blade of grass in sight. He walked alone across the barren plain with neither sunrise nor sunset. Every day was shrouded in gray. Until this day, he heard the sound of water like a mountain spring gushing from underground, its tinkling melody rekindling his hope. From that moment on, the apocalyptic wasteland before his eyes transformed every second. The parched earth seemed to awaken, turning lush and green at a visible pace. Tiny sprouts emerged from the soil, growing rapidly, waist-high, man-high, then taller, until a 10-mile peach grove appeared before Su Zhe with petals falling in a riot of color, and he suddenly realized he had never left. This had always been his own spiritual sea. He had been rescued by Chu Hanxiao at the cost of nearly losing his life, only to be trapped within his own collapsed mental landscape for 36 days. From the perspective of an interstellar populace with an average lifespan of 300 years, 36 days might seem insignificant, but only Su Zhe himself could comprehend the sheer terror of that boundless solitude. Before Su Zhe awoke his spirit beast, the white lion Xiongqi appeared before Yao Guang and Ziwei ahead of him. When Su Xingyan burst into the ward, the originally purple medicinal liquid had already turned into a transparent fluid. Su Xingyan and Mu Qiuyan cross-checked Su Zhe's spiritual sea data twice before following Su Jin's instructions to press the switch and open the treatment pod, allowing the transparent fluid to drain through the waste outlet. The moment Su Zhe opened his eyes, Su Xingyan burst into tears and fell to his knees with a thud beside the hospital bed. Su Zhe was initially disoriented, for he was astonished to discover that he had advanced from the peak of 2S rank to the mid-level of 3S rank. Such a leap in rank was a qualitative transformation for a warrior. It was akin to the arduous journey from 99 points to a perfect 100. What happened to me? Su Zhe was even more shocked when he spoke. His voice, which should have been hoarse after a month of silence, boomed like a bell. Su Xingyan kept nothing hidden and succinctly recounted Su Jin's tumultuous experiences and the troubles stirred up by the second branch of the Su family. Great-grandfather, can you walk? Su Jin is currently facing off against my grandfather in court. Please go help her. Thus Su Zhe, barefoot and clad in a hospital gown, boarded Su Xingmian's starship and rushed to the rescue. Child, you've suffered. Grandfather is here now, and no one can bully you. Standing nearby, Chu Hanxiao blinked, thinking to himself, old general, you will one day realize that no one in this galaxy can bully your granddaughter. After speaking, Su Zhe released Su Jin and turned to face Su Chun with a snort. My dear brother, you didn't expect me to wake up, did you? With that, he pulled a golden medal from his pocket. Su Zhe, Supreme Commander of the 2nd Legion, requests to return to duty. Robot return tragedy, request accepted. Robot General Su Zhe, welcome home. Su Zhe put away the medal. Su Zhe, in his capacity as the head of the main branch of the Su family, requests to participate in this trial. The old general stood barefoot in his hospital gown, etched with the marks of hardship, yet radiating an immense authority. Robot, your request is granted. Su Jin, please step back. Su Jin wasted not a second, stepping backward to stand beside Chu Hanxiao. Su Zhe strode forward and positioned himself opposite Su Chun. Please repeat the previous statements. The robot reiterated the dowry inventory. Su Zhe narrowed his eyes, glaring at Su Chun. No, my wife's dowry also includes. Su Zhe spoke for over 10 minutes, and by the end, Su Jin's eyes were wide with astonishment. Grandmother was incredibly wealthy. It seemed from now on she would never have to drink nutrient fluids again. Meanwhile, the live stream server was repaired at that very moment, and the screen instantly switched from Su Jin to Su Zhe, plunging the entire nation into silence. The silence lasted no more than 3 seconds before erupting into a thunderous roar. Weight loss in progress, old general, you're finally awake. Your granddaughter has been bullied to death. Sharing, little dear boy, heaven bless the empire. The old general's goodness has been rewarded. Love 166. I want to cry. Everyday tech, what is the old general doing? Why do I feel like he's as rich as a nation? Under Su Zhe's piercing gaze, Su Chun had long lost his earlier arrogance. He could already envision his bleak old age. The tide had turned against him. Yet a crafty rabbit has multiple burrows. Robot, please confirm plaintiff whether the defendant's statements are true. Su Chun obediently pressed the confirm button. Before Su Zhe could speak, Su Jin interjected. I object. Su Chun has submitted false evidence in an attempt to embezzle my grandmother's dowry. Robot objection sustained 33. This meant that after the trial, Su Chun would not escape the 3 lashes. At this point, the situation had grown exceedingly ugly, and Su Chin's only thought was to hasten the trial's conclusion. His next plan was to prepare for escape. Even if Su Zhe and Chu Hanxiao possessed far-reaching influence, this was an interstellar world. He could simply go incognito, take his assets, don a mask, and vanish into some frontier star where they might never find him. However, Su Chun had forgotten that he had brought along his 2 bumbling sidekicks who directly cut off his escape route. Su Yanli, Su Jin, you unfilial child. Grandfather has already let bygones be bygones, so what more do you want? The property is yours. You should take the 3 lashes on his behalf. On what grounds? On what grounds? On what grounds? 3 voices from Su Jin's side spoke in unison, each more imposing than the last. I object. Su Yanli is in contempt of court. Robot objection sustained. Su Yanli's contempt of court is established 13. At this critical juncture, Su Yanli not only failed to back down, but continued his indignant tirade. Am I wrong? You are a descendant of the Su family, and your grandfather is your elder. Yet you go for the kill. Where is your filial piety? Su Jin ignored him and simply kept objecting. After several such exchanges, Su Yanli also succeeded in earning himself a whipping. The entire livestream audience was dumbfounded. Was Su Yanli out of his mind? Su Chun turned back in anguish, unable to fathom how his scheming son could have produced such a reckless grandson. What kind of creature was this? He could accomplish nothing yet ruin everything. As luck would have it, Su Rulan suddenly jumped in and cursed Su Chun loudly. I truly regret being born into the 2nd branch of the Su family. Why is my grandfather a beast in human clothing rather than a noble figure like General Su Zhe? Su Jin. What new act was this delicate flower putting on now? I declare that I am severing ties with the Su family, breaking away from all of you. Becoming the daughter of a mistress was not my choice. If I could, I would never have wanted to swap someone else's life. Sob sob. Su Rulan had more lines prepared, but the robot cut her performance short. Robot Su Rulan has violated the court's positional rules, ruling of contempt of court. There was no need for 3 strikes. Leaving her designated spot directly warranted a lashing. Su Rulan. She had been too overwrought, forgetting herself. Netizens, oh well, it's fitting. The whole family should be together in this. Su Chen deeply regretted his overconfidence. Believing victory was assured today, he had brought along both troublemakers only to see them all wiped out. During flogging, men must remove their upper garments while women retain their undergarments. The offender is bound by the hands and suspended with feet secured to the ground, and their mouth is gagged. Otherwise, there would be those who curse, cry out for justice, spit, wail, or even deliberately make strange sounds out of enjoyment. After all, carbon-based beings are diverse. The executioners were all burly men, but they generally lacked spiritual energy. If spiritual energy were infused into the water-dampened steel whip, a weaker offender would almost certainly die. To uphold human rights, female offenders were punished by female executioners. As a deterrent during flogging, the offender was taken to a venue with glass walls, allowing spectators and live streaming. Su Jin had never witnessed an execution before, so she followed Chu Hanxiao to the execution platform. Old General Su Zhe was too lazy to watch his younger brother make a fool of himself at his age, and took pity on Su Xingyan, who had brought him there since Su Chun was her grandfather. Thus he took Su Xingyan home. After all, they needed to change clothes, so it wouldn't do to remain barefoot and in hospital garb. On the way, Su Xingyan mentioned that Su Jin had a gift for him. The old general smiled like a child upon hearing this. Su Rulan never imagined she would endure such humiliation. No matter how much she pleaded, softened, or apologized, it was all in vain. When the first lash landed, she nearly fainted from the pain. Almost instinctively, small white flowers bloomed over her wound. But the speed of healing could not keep pace with the executioner's whip. Before the first wound could mend, the whip fell again. Whether intentional or not, the lash marks on Su Chun and Su Yanli were crisscrossed, but Su Rulan's executioner struck the exact same spot with uncanny precision. Su Rulan felt as if she saw her great-grandmother. In a daze, she thought she was about to faint, but just before the machine program judged her unconscious, the third lash descended. This time, Su Rulan truly fainted. Her last thought before losing consciousness was, why the same spot again? And why is the fall so fast? She had clearly seen the executioner next to her, who was whipping Su Yanli, just raising the whip for the final strike, yet she was already in so much pain she could barely breathe. In fact, not only her. The watching Su Jin raised an eyebrow, sensing that this executioner barely took a breath. He delivered 3 lashes to Su Rulan in one go, then only breathed heavily after finishing. It was clearly a fear that if the little white flower fainted, the law would require waiting for her recovery before the final lash. But in the meantime, variables could arise. That last lash might be commuted with money or indefinitely postponed. So today, the executioner was determined to deliver enough lashes before Su Rulan fainted. It seemed there was a grudge. After the flogging, Su Jin and Chu Hanxiao boarded a starship and headed to the military residential area to see old General Su Zhe. This wasn't Su Jin's first visit here, as Su Xingmian's house was located here, but it was her first time going to the innermost area. It turned out that the inside was completely different from the outside. Also a 4-dimensional villa, but much larger. It was like the old saying on the sea, there are immortal mountains shrouded in mist and haze. This location housed 7 residences, or rather 7 superluminal interstellar mothership. They were transformable not just into 4-dimensional villas, but possibly even into a small planet. So this was interstellar space. It seemed that what was in the books was still superficial. When Su Jin saw Su Zhe again, the old general had changed into casual clothes, a shirt and slacks, looking radiant. He came out to greet them as soon as they arrived at the door. I heard you've proposed to our Ajin. Su Jin thought, oh no, in the rush of things I forgot to inform Grandpa. But before she could think of what to say, Chu Hanxiao spoke. First, yes, Grandpa. He said it crisply without any hesitation. Su Zhe realized he wasn't joking. Good. Our Ajin finally has someone to rely on. You must treat her well. If you bully her, I won't let you off. Chu Hanxiao repeatedly assured him that he would cherish Su Jin. The entire exchange was a duet between the 2 men. Su Jin casually walked past them, sat down on the sofa, picked up a freshly washed apple, and took a bite. In the interstellar era, fruits were rationed. The lower class might not even get to eat them, either due to lack of money or inability to secure an appointment. However, it must be said that humanity had made progress in food. Interstellar agricultural products, fruits, and vegetables were no longer treated with pesticides. Pure and pollution-free, they tasted slightly sour, crisp, and refreshing, the kind of original flavor that couldn't be found on Earth during the age of Dharma decline. Everything in that era was a product of technology and artificial additives. Su Jin had almost finished her apple by the time the 2 men finished their small talk. Of course, their conversation wasn't entirely about Su Jin, and most of it focused on how to efficiently and orderly take over the Su family's assets. Now that Chu Hanxiao was Su Jin's fiancé and guardian, these assets required his review. Su Zhe suggested they go together as he knew his late wife's belongings best and feared Su Chun might have hidden them away like a cunning rabbit. After discussing it, they walked over to the sofa. "Little girl, is it good?" Su Jin nodded earnestly. "It's delicious. I haven't had fruit in a long time." This was the truth. Neither the original person who had worked hard to get into the Central Military Academy from a border star, nor Su Jin herself, who had slept for many years, had eaten fruit in a long time. But to the old general's ears, these words were filled with guilt. "Child, it's Grandpa's fault. I was too busy guarding the frontier and fighting battles to pay proper attention to you, not even realizing you had been switched. Grandpa has let you down, making you suffer so much on that border star. Don't worry, it won't happen again. Grandpa will protect you." Su Jin nodded vigorously. "Of course. I'm so awesome now. My grandpa is a 3-level warrior, my fiancé is 2, and I'm a 2-level healer. Just say the word, and I can walk sideways across the entire interstellar realm." Saying this, she linked her arm through Su Ze's. "Grandpa, if I get into trouble in the future, they'll come running home. You'll have to clean up my mess." Before Su Ze could recover from his shock, Su Jin's words made him laugh. All right. Cause all the trouble you want. Child, did you just say I've leveled up?" Su Jin took a final crunching bite of the apple and tossed the core into the recycling bin. "Yes. Grandpa, didn't you feel it yourself?" Su Ze immediately turned inward to sense it. A 10-mile peach orchard was in full bloom, with wind-blown cherry blossoms raining down like snow, the very scenery his late wife had loved. A cobblestone path wound its way to a wooden cabin. Pushing open the door, everything was as it had been, yet somehow different. The photos on the wall now included Su Qinghuai Xiajiqi and Su Jin alongside the elderly couple. Time stood still in that moment, and the old general couldn't hold back his tears. He had grown stronger. And this strength came from his family. His little granddaughter Su Jin had not only healed his collapsed spiritual sea, but also reshaped the order of his spiritual energy. He had truly become the Empire's second 3-level warrior. According to the regulations of the Interstellar Court, those subjected to flogging were allowed half a day's rest before proceeding with the next steps. Thus, early the following morning, Chu Hanxiao and Su Zhe brought Su Jin to the entrance of the Su family's ancestral mansion. Accompanying them were 10 2-level warriors from the 1st and 2nd Legions. Su Chun had already returned and immediately entered the medical pod. It took only a little over 10 minutes. Su Yanli, being younger, recovered faster than Su Chun. Su Rulan was not so fortunate. Although Su Chen still brought her back to the Su residence, her attempt to disassociate herself during the court proceedings had infuriated him. Thus, there was no medical pod for her. Su Rulan could only lie prone on her bed, relying on the healing psychic energy of an 11-level healer to tend to her wounds. Consequently, her recovery was slower than both Su Chun and Su Yanli. It took an entire afternoon and well into the dead of night before her wounds finally closed. Yet the pain seemed undiminished. She knew she had burned bridges in court, but the fundamental reason Su Chun brought her back was that he saw her as a fallback option. Now isolated and without allies, even her former sycophants kept their distance. She had reached the end of her rope. Otherwise, she would not have made a last-ditch effort in court only to return defeated. Was marrying that dwarf her only way out? No. Su Rulan refused to succumb to despair. She had to escape. Only flight could win her a glimmer of hope. So in the dead of night, under a moonlit starry sky, Su Rulan, supporting her frail body, attempted to climb over the rear wall of the Su mansion 3 or 4 times. Exhausting much of her strength, she finally succeeded. But waiting for her was a wide-mouthed sack and a swift chop to the neck. The last vestige of Su Rulan's consciousness could only wonder who her assailant might be. She never imagined that after being bagged, she would be carried back into the Su residence through a side door. At that moment, the Su family's living room was ablaze with light. No one could sleep. Su Chun was still pondering how to minimize their losses. Su Yanli was busy inventorying supplies in the warehouse. The one who caught Su Rulan was not a Su family servant, but Matsui Gansiki, whom Su Chun had specially summoned to lie in wait. Uncle Su, your insight was correct. Su Rulan indeed tried to flee. I will take her back now. Rest assured, the Matsui family will fulfill all its promises. Su Chun did not even glance at the sack. A bastard child of a mistress, hopeless and beyond redemption. Go ahead. And so Su Rulan was taken away by Matsui Gansiki. It was said that the Matsui family, fearing complications, consummated the marriage that very night. However, Matsui Gansiki discovered that his young bride was no longer a virgin. She had already. This angered the Matsui family, who believed Su Chun had deliberately deceived them. They bided their time, planning to strike at Su Chun's foundation and exact revenge. Of course, Su Chun remained oblivious, thinking that since Matsui Gansiki had taken Su Rulan, everything was settled. When Su Zhe and the others arrived, the warehouse inventory was already complete. This handover involved not only both parties, but also court robots handling the aftermath. Thus the entire process went smoothly. The sheer volume of items, however, made inventorying time-consuming. It took an entire day to finalize the entire handover. In the evening, Su Chun, along with Su Yanli and a handful of servants, boarded a starship bound for a suburban estate on the capital star, barring unforeseen events that would be his final destination in life. But Su Jin knew Su Chun well enough to understand that he would not meet a peaceful end. Once everything was settled, Su Jin approached Su Zhe. "Grandfather, I have a gift for you." Su Zhe had been eagerly anticipating his granddaughter's gift from the moment he heard about it. All right, where is the gift? Do I need to close my eyes?" Su Jin's forehead creased with imaginary lines of exasperation. This old man was quite amusing. "No need. Let's return to the Second Legion." Su Zhe murmured his agreement, saying there was no hurry, yet his strides were long, clearly impatient to unwrap his present. Su Jin walked behind him, smiling knowingly. It was the first time Chu Hanxiao had seen Su Jin's genuine smile, and the radiant spring-like expression was instantly infectious. Su Chun, restless as a stray dog, contrasted sharply with Su Zhe's jubilant mood, as if celebrating a grand festival. When Su Zhe arrived at the Second Legion's gates, he was greeted with the highest honors by the soldiers. The old general who had bravely faced death to defend the border had become a hero in the hearts of all interstellar citizens. His return from the brink naturally filled the entire legion with joy. Su Jin led Su Zhe to the newly constructed mecha warehouse. "Grandfather, now close your eyes." Su Zhe obediently shut his eyes, inwardly wondering how to tactfully tell Su Jin if she gifted him a mecha that he could not part with the Void Walker. Though the Void Walker had shielded him from most of the damage in that battle, and might now be a heap of scrap, Su Zhe still wished to repair his old companion. Now that he had returned in triumph, his old comrade should stand by his side, as before, receiving the adulation of the masses and the cheers of the crowd. The Void Walker should not be left to gather dust. Then he heard the clang of the doors sliding open, and a familiar aura rushed toward him. To preserve the surprise and not disappoint his granddaughter, Su Zhe refrained from probing with his psychic sense. But the white lion, which should have been crouching at his feet, suddenly leaped up. Su Zhe could feel its shock and excitement. "Grandfather, you can open your eyes now." Su Zhe could not wait to open his eyes. He beheld the Void Walker, even more majestic and imposing than before. Its base colors of red and blue remained, and hidden within the alloy spine on its robust back was his staff. So the Void Walker had not been scrapped. Understanding the old general's astonishment, Chu Hanxiao used his optical computer to play a recording of Su Jin repairing the Void Walker during her midterm exam at the Central Military Academy. At that time, the Void Walker stood like an indomitable war spirit amidst ruins, scarred and battered, yet still steadfast. Under the setting sun, it appeared weathered and decrepit. But through Su Jin's hands, the mecha had been reborn, as if reforged with a golden body. The Void Walker's spirit and vitality surged, radiating a pressure far greater than before, as it once again stood before Su Zhe. Silence fell like the wind. Su Zhe had not shed tears when trapped in dire straits, nor had he flinched when facing death. Yet standing before his granddaughter, and his mecha, tears streamed down his aged face. This was more than a mecha, it was a testament to Su Zhe's campaigns for the Empire across the lands. Time had passed, but the Void Walker recorded a lifetime of Su Zhe's glory and brilliance. "Child, your grandfather loves your gift very much." Su Jin smiled joyfully. She had once bid farewell to valiant generals lost in the dust of history, watching as the endless desert buried the traces of their horses' hooves. Now seeing Su Zhe again after all these changes, she truly realized that even through the vicissitudes of time, the human spirit remained unyielding. Among the countless beings in the world, only humanity held the reins of initiative. 2 weeks after the midterm exams at the Central Military Academy, Su Jin received a notification for a class transfer from the school authorities. Su Jin had been confirmed as a 2S level healer, thus needing to transfer from the first-year G class of the Mecha Manufacturing Department to the first-year A class of the Healing Department. The corresponding dormitory also had to be moved from the back building to the front building. However, Su Jin did not move. The class transfer was already anticipated, as she could stay in the Mecha Manufacturing Department for a few more days, as long as the transfer order hadn't been issued. Now that the transfer order had arrived, she had to change classes and formally pack her belongings to move out of the dormitory. She was moving to the Su family mansion. This mansion, which had once shut the original owner out and left her helplessly wandering in the wind and rain, now had a new appearance, looking ancient, yet full of vitality. However, Su Zhe and Su Jin moved into the mansion, and Su Xingyan was also invited back by Su Jin to stay. Everything at home was well, but her studies were another matter. For Su Jin, the Mecha Manufacturing Department still held some interest, but the Healing Department was truly uninspiring. The girls usually studied cultural courses and learned to use their mental powers to probe the spiritual seas of warriors, a skill that came easily to Su Jin, whose divine sense was exceptionally strong. Apart from that, other courses were quite rich, such as embroidery, flower arranging, painting, musical instruments, yoga, baking. But they were exceedingly dull for Su Jin. With a great enemy at the door and the insect race lurking outside the defenses, why was there still a need to cultivate a group of pampered healers? She couldn't understand it and found it hard to respect. Thus, Sujin proposed a study abroad application, meaning that if she could pass all the assessments from the school, she could choose courses from the three main disciplines: mecha manufacturing, mecha combat, and healing. As long as the selected subjects passed the midterm and final exams, she would be fine. The day after the application was submitted, two news items surged to the trending topics. Suze, the old general, successfully promoted to 3S level, Su Muchuan sentenced to death execution immediate. Sujin opened her star blog, liked both trending topics, and then posted her study abroad application with the caption praying that the leaders approve it soon. Thus, she once again made it to the trending topics by her own force. Sujin is up to no good again. Sujin, no, I haven't done anything. Have I? The netizens replied in unison, yes. You definitely have. Sujin helplessly pinned a shrugging emoji in the comments. Just as she was about to log off, she saw a private message from Dr. Song. Jin, want to come play at the White Tower? They'll give you a leave of absence. No classes. Sujin fell silent for 3 seconds, glanced at her schedule. The afternoon classes were embroidery, yoga, flower arranging, and tea art. She really couldn't learn anything at all. Sujin, sure. Dr. Song personally requested leave for Sujin, stating that it was to assist in finishing a research project, and it was urgent, so how could the school leaders and teachers refuse? Thus, 5 minutes later, Sujin boarded the White Tower starship at the school gate, heading straight to the research room. As soon as the starship landed, Dr. Song came forward beaming, Jin, thank you for your hard work. Sujin couldn't help but shiver. The old man clearly had something up his sleeve. What do you want? Dr. Song's eyes darted around, his smile froze for a second as he thought, was it that obvious? I wanted to consult you about something. Sujin turned to glance at the laboratory that had been temporarily set up next to the landing pad. This was where she had once borrowed Chu Hangxiu's mental power to trap Qin using the He2 chess game. Seeing her turn, Dr. Song broke out in a cold sweat, wondering if it was that obvious. Did she notice immediately upon landing? Yes, it's just as you thought. Sujin, what am I thinking? What do you mean? So Sujin squinted, turning her head to look at Dr. Song. You mean? Dr. Song felt he had been seen through by his junior, so he prepared to go all out. I heard you used spiritual plants to brew medicine and revive your grandfather, based on the scientific principle of drawing inferences from one instance to another. I wanted to ask if Qin can be saved. Sujin ignored Dr. Song's previous ramblings about spiritual plants brewing medicine and got straight to the point. What's wrong with Qin? Dr. Song sighed. He is mentally struggling. Anyone would be unable to bear it upon realizing they've turned into a half-human, half-insect monster. I was thinking, since you could save Suze, couldn't you also try to save Qin? Sujin's eyes twinkled, and a smile spread across her face. Well, it's not impossible. Dr. Song, upon hearing this, hurriedly rubbed his hands together. The spiritual plants in the spiritual plant repository are yours to use. I'll assist you. Dr. Song thought that such a big concession and his humble attitude would surely move Sujin. However, Sujin's next 2 sentences made him realize a truth. He didn't know Sujin at all. Old Song, you are too unreasonable. Quickly tell me, is Qin your illegitimate child? Song Huili. Huh. It seems I've stumbled upon the truth. Otherwise, why would you claim to be very familiar with my grandfather? Yet when I came to you for spiritual plants, you were so stingy, and even had Chu Hanxiao sign some agreement before letting me take them. Saying that, Sujin crossed her arms and leaned against the starship's ladder, casting a sly glance at Dr. Song. Why is it that now, when it comes to saving Qin, you suddenly became generous? Quickly tell me, is there some secret relationship? Dr. Song Huili never expected Sujin's thought process to be like this. He hurriedly waved his hands. Don't talk nonsense. I'm an old man all alone. I've been over 100 years old without marrying. Where would an illegitimate child come from? Actually, Sujin knew it was impossible, but she estimated that Dr. Song was encountering some issues. Only if Qin could return to being human, or at least somewhat human, could the matter be resolved. Seeing that Dr. Song was unwilling to say more, Sujin didn't ask further. Regardless of the current situation, she didn't want to return to that flower arranging and tea art class. It would be better to play at the White Tower for a couple of days and return after the school agreed to her participation in the study abroad qualification exam. I don't believe you, but if you wipe away the debt from last time when Chu Hanxiao took the spiritual plants, I might consider it. Dr. Song stomped his foot. All right. Wipe it away, knowing it's your fiancé. I protected you even before the wedding. Sujin paid no mind to his words, thinking it was insignificant. The debt from last time with Chu Hanxiao was actually one she owed. Wiping it out now seemed only fair since Dr. Song needed her help. Let's go see what's going on. When Sujin followed Dr. Song into the temporary laboratory, she discovered that it was vastly different from before. It resembled a student dormitory room. There was a bed, a wardrobe, a bookshelf, a desk, and chairs, and if she overlooked the noisy monitoring devices by the bedside, it really looked like a student dormitory. When Sujin and Dr. Song entered, Qin was exercising while reading. He held a book with his predatory feet, practicing one-handed push-ups while reading. You wouldn't believe it, but those predatory feet were just right for holding the book, making it quite amusing. He started reading? Dr. Song hurriedly replied. No, he hasn't just started reading. He's been conscious from the very beginning, but he couldn't find a way to communicate with humans. If it weren't for your words waking him from his stupor, we might have dissected him piece by piece. At that moment, Shinichia also noticed Sujin. The instant he saw her clearly, he set down his book and fell to his knees with a thud, prostrating himself before her. Then flustered, he grabbed the tablet provided by the staff for communication. Shinichia typed, "Thank you." Sujin replied, "You're welcome." Shinichia asked, "Are you here to see me?" Sujin answered, As she spoke, she picked up the medical record monitor by his bedside. Only then did she understand why Dr. Song, upon hearing of Su Ze's miraculous recovery, had urgently summoned her. Shin Yiki's life was nearing its end. Because he had been forced to fuse with the mutant genes of the insect race, his lifespan would be as fleeting as theirs. After all, a summer insect cannot comprehend ice. This meant the human genes in his body had failed to dominate over the insect genes. The reason Shinichia retained his clear consciousness was that the insect race's brains were generally underdeveloped. This was an inherent weakness in their genetic code. Can he be saved? Sujin frowned slightly. What about his internal organs? Dr. Song quickly took the instrument from her hands and pulled up the internal organ imaging scans. His original human organs are still intact, but some insect organs have grown in addition, such as a reproductive cavity. Shinichia was male, yet near his intestines a reproductive cavity had inexplicably formed, crowding all the intestines to one side. Why not try surgery to remove the excess tissues and organs? In Sujin's view, since all his human organs were present and unchanged, and his brain tissue was unaffected, the problem could be solved with straightforward surgery. Dr. Song sighed and put the instrument back. Shinichia turned around and let Sujin see. By then, Shinichia had realized that Sujin was there to help him. So at Dr. Song's request, he quickly turned around. Sujin saw 6 pairs of shocking wounds on his back. This meant the White Tower had attempted to separate the insect traits from his body. But the result was that every time they cut one off, it grew back, and each regrowth subjected Shinichia to another round of agony. Yet he had stubbornly endured 12 such procedures. Unfortunately, the membranous wings would sprout anew elsewhere unrestrained. I understand. Is the reproductive cavity the same? Dr. Song shook his head. We haven't attempted to remove the reproductive cavity yet because his body is covered in thick scales. We feared that aggressive action might endanger his life. Sujin nodded. All right, I see. Let's go to the spirit plant repository. Hearing that they were leaving, Shinichia abruptly turned around and timidly grabbed the hem of Sujin's clothes. He didn't speak, but Sujin could read his meaning from his eyes. I'll do my best, okay? Shinichia nodded vigorously, then let go. His once calm, hopeless eyes now sparkled with a glimmer of hope, like scattered stars. To save time, Dr. Song called Yang Duo on the way to the spirit plant repository. Sujin reeled off the names of over 30 kinds of spirit plants, and Yang Duo's hands nearly cramped from writing. Fortunately, after a long day's work, all these spirit plant samples were available in the repository. Still, Dr. Song couldn't shake the feeling that his store was being plundered. Was Sujin really not taking advantage of the situation to line her own pockets? But he dared not say it. I also need a large alloy cauldron and summon Chu Hanxiao. I require a 3-level warrior to assist me. Dr. Song's mouth moved faster than his mind, blurting out a question that Sujin found hard to answer. Why not ask your grandfather? Indeed, Suze was also at 3S level now. Why not ask her own grandfather? Why was Chu Hanxiao the first name that came to mind? Only after Dr. Song's question did Sujin realize this. It was as if she had instinctively spoken Chu Hanxiao's name. So it was a bit awkward. However, fortunately, Dr. Song felt he had been a little tactless after asking so casually. Sujin was someone he had begged to help. If she said she needed a specific person, then that person was essential. Stupid mouth asking such things. I understand. Old Su has just recovered, and the Legion must be too busy for him to leave right. He'll contact Chu Hanxiao right away. The White Tower had plenty of large alloy cauldrons on hand, though they weren't shaped like cauldrons, but more like oversized alloy test tubes. For Sujin, that didn't matter, as long as it worked. So she directed Yang Duo on how to slice the ingredients, which parts of the spirit plants to use. Leaves, stems, or roots, and how much of each. Yang Duo was busy to the point of exhaustion, but she never complained. Instead, her eyes sparkled like a wind-up robot spinning like a top as she hummed a tune every now and then. This earned Sujin's newfound respect. It seemed Yang Duo truly loved her work. So how could anyone say that all jobs are the same? Time ticked by, and Chu Hanxiao arrived quickly. Before Dr. Song mentioned Sujin, he hadn't been keen on coming. But then Dr. Song had a brainwave and said it was Sujin who needed his help. That changed everything. So the commander set aside his mountain of paperwork and strode off without hesitation. Shun Guangwei muttered under his breath as he followed, "Love-struck fools are terrifying." but he dared only mutter to himself, never daring to voice it aloud. Upon arriving at the White Tower and meeting Su Jin, Chu Hanxiao asked, "What can I do?" Su Jin led Chu Hanxiao to Qinichia. "Later I need you to pull off the pair of membranous wings once the medicine takes effect. During the extraction, you must use your mental strength to suppress the medicine. It cannot be dislodged." Chu Hanxiao hadn't expected this kind of help. "Does he need anesthesia?" Su Jin shook her head. Chu Hanxiao wanted to ask further, but Qinichia anxiously waved his hand to stop him. Then he wrote on the tablet, "I can handle it. No anesthesia." Fearing Su Jin and Chu Hanxiao might not believe him, he quickly retrieved the tablet and continued, "I promise." Through these two sentences, Su Jin glimpsed the deepest desire in Qin Yiki's heart. He wanted to be human again. By evening, both medicines were brewed. Su Jin first applied a blue-green paste directly to the roots of the membranous wings on Qin Yiki's back. Then for the first time, she channeled her mental strength to draw an ancient, intricate, and delicate talisman on his back. Only after the externally applied medicine had all turned brown did she step back and signal Chu Hanxiao to act. The young commander didn't even blink. With a swift motion, he cleanly tore off the membranous wings from Qin Yiki's back with his bare hands. Dr. Song winced at the sight, but he soon noticed that Qin Yiki's expression hadn't changed at all. He seemed to be held in place by some force. Once the wings were removed, the medicine seeped rapidly into the wounds, and to Dr. Song's astonishment, the wounds on Qin Yiki's back healed at a visible speed. This was the first time Dr. Song had witnessed the power of a two-level healing mental ability. Su Jin was the Empire's treasure. And the plundering legs. Chu Hanxiao basically struck wherever Su Jin pointed without a second's hesitation. In the end, it took only about 10 minutes to completely remove all the Zerg components from Qin Yiki's body, the plundering legs, membranous wings, and scorpion tail. Only then did Su Jin take out another bottle of herbal medicine she had brewed. This one looked much more normal, colorless and transparent, but quite viscous with tiny bubbles like those in dish soap. But when Su Jin handed it over, Qinichi didn't even blink. He took it and gulped it down. Dr. Song's eyes twitched wildly. Truly, one dared to give and the other dared to drink. However, the next second, Qin Yiki's eyes rolled back and he collapsed. Even Chu Hanxiao lost his composure, ready to tear the man apart. No, wait. He had no problem removing the Zerg parts from the man's body, but killing him in the process. That wouldn't be good. Put him in the medical pod. He'll be fine when he wakes up. Dr. Song's lips trembled for a long time before he could utter a sound. Can he leave here? Su Jin nodded. He might have blood in his stool, since the reproductive cavities detachment always leaves some residue, and all that mess needs to be expelled. Don't make a fuss. With that, she prepared to leave, but at the door she paused and turned back. Though you didn't ask, I feel obliged to mention that his constitution is a bit weak, so he'll probably have to lie in bed for 10 days to half a month. I'm not sure to what extent he'll recover when he wakes up. In principle, the scales will degenerate. Observe the rest yourself. Having said that, she left with Chu Hanxiao for the herb repository. She had a question she'd been meaning to ask, but one thing after another had kept her from it. On their way to the repository, Su Jin asked, "You were quite quick with your actions earlier. Weren't you afraid I'd kill him and make you take the blame?" Chu Hanxiao lowered his head and smiled. "I'm willing to take the blame." Su Jin was slightly taken aback. Her grandfather was already healed, so why hadn't this man moved on? Was he terminally ill? Little did she know Chu Hanxiao was indeed ill, but it was lovesickness incurable except by Su Jin herself. Chatting and laughing, the two arrived at the herb sample repository. I originally asked Dr. Song, but he said he couldn't remember things from so long ago and suggested I ask you instead. As she spoke, Su Jin led Chu Hanxiao to a shelf of herbs. I'm curious, where do all these herbs come from? Chu Hanxiao looked in the direction Su Jin pointed. An entire row was filled with yellow herbs, some darker, some lighter in color. How did you figure it out? Although this row of herbs is similar in color, ordinary people would just think it's a matter of sampling, not asked the way you did. They come from 23 galaxies. Su Jin's eyes lit up. This was exactly the key point she wanted to know. So in the vast starry universe we inhabit, there are many planets suitable for growing herbs, eh? Chu Hanxiao pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Not really. Actually, there are very few. For example, this one, and those over there. They're all exceptions. These herbs grow on barren planets with harsh natural conditions, or in corners of some abandoned planet discovered by bounty hunters or turned in by patrolling soldiers. In short, within the current scope of the Empire's survey, there aren't many planets covered in herbs. The light that had just risen in Su Jin's eyes dimmed again. Indeed, this was an interstellar world. If everywhere were resource planets brimming with vitality and spiritual energy, what would humanity have to worry about? From another perspective, if humanity held nothing but resource planets, they might have more enemies than just the Zerg. Seeing Su Jin droop her head like a little ragdoll, Chu Hanxiao reached out and ruffled her hair. It was soft and smooth, quite unlike her personality. I own 2 resource planets, one covered in herbs, the other brimming with mineral crystals. interested in taking a look. The light returned to Su-Jin's eyes, and she nodded vigorously. Now, sure, let's go. Let's go. By the time Dr. Song was astonished to find that Chin Ichi lying in the medical pod had not only shed his scales, but also ceased regenerating membranous wings, plundering legs, and scorpion tail from the wounds on his back. Moreover, tests showed a significant change in his height. He was rapidly recovering from a half-human, half-monster state to a normal human condition. This was nothing short of a monumental achievement in scientific history. Dr. Song immediately dashed off to ask Su-Jin how she had done it. But Su-Jin had already left with Chu Hanxiao aboard a starship bound for the resource planet. They had expected a fairyland of precious trees, blossoms, cloud whales, divine cranes, and echoing horns. A place where spiritual energy was so abundant it could condense into water from afar. But that was not the case. From a distance, the planet designated S-1638, it looked like a gray, barren, dead star. It was only when the starship carrying Su-Jin and the others approached the planet's ring that they discovered the world beneath the haze was elegant and refined, a veritable paradise. The starship plunged into the ring, rapidly penetrating the atmosphere, and landed on a mountain peak of S-1638. At that moment, Su-Jin understood why Chu Hanxiao had looked so awestruck when he used his spiritual power to see her sea of consciousness that day. The scene within her sea of consciousness was exactly like this paradise planet. Immersed in the long-lost spiritual energy, Su-Jin felt as if she were drunk on oxygen, floating on air. Her divine sense instantly enveloped the entire planet. A spiritual spring cascaded down from a high mountain spring, a waterfall of 3,000 feet, a milky way of flying water, its sound roaring. Nourished by the spiritual spring and abundant spiritual energy, the land was covered with priceless herbs. This is far richer in variety than Dr. Song's herb repository. You're truly wealthy. Su-Jin couldn't help but exclaim. She had just gotten a windfall from the family division, and her assets did include resource planets, but according to Suze's description, they were all mineral planets devoid of herbs. What do you like it? Su-Jin answered honestly yes. To her surprise, Chu Hanxiao directly shoved 2 documents into her arms. One is the title deed for this herb planet S-1638, and the other is for the mineral planet S-1523. Sign here, and they're yours. Su-Jin frowned slightly. You're like the landlord's foolish son. This is too much. Does your father agree to this? He does. These 2 planets are my engagement gifts to you. Su-Jin, wasn't this moving a bit too fast? She wasn't ready to get married and have children with a man yet. How old was she? You're not having second thoughts, are you? Su-Jin didn't know how to respond. It wasn't like she could use him and then discard him. That would be like killing the donkey after it finished the mill work, wouldn't it? I'm not, but. Chu Hanxiao turned and took Su-Jin's hand. His palm was warm and dry. That's good. I want you to know I'm sincere. It's not because your grandfather was gravely injured in the battle at Quiviensel Star, and I feel guilty that I want to get engaged to you. It's because I Chu Hanxiao truly like Su-Jin. His direct confession left Su-Jin completely stunned. What should she do? She really wanted this planet, but if the marriage partner was Chu Hanxiao, it didn't seem so bad. After all, she wouldn't be losing out. Thus, the top trending post of the day became Chu Hanxiao's public announcement revealing the date of his engagement banquet with Su-Jin. A week from now, isn't that too rushed? Although Su-Jin felt there was nothing much to prepare for an engagement banquet and opposed extravagance. Yet with just a week's time, booking a hotel, sending out invitations, preparing party favors, notifying friends and family, it truly felt overwhelming. I'm sorry, but I have to head to the front line in 10 days. Su-Jin instantly grasped Chu Hanxiao's intent. You fear that with time things might change, that by the time you return I might back out, don't you? Chu Hanxiao nodded, seriously resembling an obedient schoolboy. I'm afraid you'll meet someone more handsome than me and no longer fancy me. To Chu Hanxiao's remarks, Su-Jin thought thanks, but no thanks. You should take a look in the mirror at your own looks, and then check how many female fans your star blog, which hasn't been logged into for 800 years, has before saying something like that. Why the sudden trip to the front line? Aren't the 1st and 2nd legions still rotating for rest? Chu Hanxiao, thinking Su-Jin was worried about General Su-Ze, quickly explained. The 2nd Legion is still recuperating after the battle, and the 1st Legion hasn't received orders either, but I must go. I have reliable intelligence that the Zerg will launch an offensive in 10 days with unknown objectives. Su-Jin nodded without pressing for the source of the information. As a commander, Chu Hanxiao's intelligence was always well informed. How long will you be gone? Based on his past life experience, Chu Hanxiao analyzed that the 2 sides were evenly matched, probing each other, which would take at least half a year, but he dared not say that. Half a year was too long. I'm not sure yet. Su-Jin nodded and extended her hand toward Chu Hanxiao. Confused, Chu Hanxiao didn't understand her intention. The mecha key. He'll upgrade it to the Voidwalker level within 3 days. Chu Hanxiao hastily handed over the key, his demeanor as fawning as a husband surrendering his secret stash of money. Perhaps the news of Su-Jin's engagement to Chu Hanxiao had a positive effect. The very next day at school, she received good news: her application for a change of major had been approved. However, as per routine, she had one day to prepare before the exams, which would take place on Wednesday, covering 18 subjects, including mecha manufacturing, design and maintenance, treatment plans, and practical operations for several special cases, and basic mecha piloting. Even for a genius like Su-Jin, reviewing 18 subjects in a single day was truly grueling. Thus, for the next 24 hours, she essentially entered the high-pressure mode of senior year in the end times. Her life became a straight line between the library and the dormitory, sleeping at dawn and waking at dawn, practically chaining herself to her studies. Fan Wenhua was worried sick. Su-Jin, hey, this is so frustrating. Those better than you are still working harder. You want to work hard too, but while others stay up without getting pimples or dark circles, I turn into a panda with bags under my eyes. Aya. On Wednesday at 9:00 a.m. sharp, Su-Jin arrived at the lecture hall. Earlier, she hadn't understood why she had to take the exam alone in such a large venue. When she stood at the door and saw the sea of students inside, she finally understood. This wasn't an exam. It was a demonstration as she had been set up. The first round tested mecha repair. As the red cloth was lifted, Su-Jin faced a truly antique mecha, the Poseidon god of the seas. Su-Jin, may I ask, is there even any point in repairing this? In fact, this was the sentiment of every student in the lecture hall observing the exam. The examiner was Osiris, the mentor of Class A in mecha manufacturing. Student Su-Jin, please adopt a proper attitude toward the exam. The Poseidon is the prototype of all mechas. Although it no longer serves in combat, it still represents the soul of the Empire's war machine. Su-Jin acknowledged this. So, Osiris was left speechless. In truth, the intention behind this question was to humble Su-Jin. Everyone present knew the Poseidon was not worth repairing. It should stand as an eternal beacon in a museum. What is your question? Su-Jin cut to the chase, easing Osiris' embarrassment. I hope you can restore its combat effectiveness. Then if I actually repair it, who will pilot the Poseidon into battle? This was the second time Osiris was rendered speechless within 3 minutes of the exam start. He wanted to say just fix it first. But Su-Jin had lost interest in bickering. In that case, let's change the subject. Her words caused an uproar. It was the first time in the history of the Central Military Academy that a student had requested a change of exam question. Change the subject. Osiris sneered, believing Su-Jin was backing down because she couldn't do it. However, Su-Jin's next sentence left him speechless for the third time in 3 minutes. Coincidentally, I have here the Mecha Kanglan Star Corps of Commander Chu Han Xiao of the 1st Legion. Why don't we use the limited time to do something useful? Osiris. The students. Su-Jin's face remained calm. After Osiris had the Poseidon taken away, Su-Jin released the Kanglan Star Core from her spatial ring. Chu Han Xiao had given her this spatial ring, saying, repairing my mecha consumes too many materials, take them all, use them as you wish. Thus, the spatial ring contained not only the Kanglan Star Core, but also various expensive materials essential for mecha repair. Initially, Osiris doubted Su-Jin could actually bring the Kanglan Star Core, so when he saw the hero's mecha, he was stunned. He felt ashamed of his own pettiness. Su-Jin didn't need any intimidation tactics. Even first-year students present could see that upgrading the Kanglan Star Core was a far more significant task than restoring the Poseidon. Then I'll begin. With these words, Su-Jin took the initiative, starting with the basic architectural introduction of the Kanglan Star Core from textbooks. Then she moved on to the issues she had learned from Chu Han Xiao about the mecha's performance, followed by her own suggestions for improvement and how to implement them. Su-Jin held nothing back, because she wasn't just upgrading the Kanglan Star Core, she was also teaching. She wanted the more perceptive students to grasp her philosophy of mecha enhancement first. She was no sect leader or Buddhist master, and she couldn't save everyone. She only hoped to let some people learn and act first, letting some mechas iterate ahead of others. Her own strength was limited, so it was best if everyone could do it. Mecha upgrades should not be secrets. Every soldier fighting on the front line against the Zerg deserves the strongest protection. Thus, she explained each step meticulously, and the students listened with rapt attention. As for the exam, it was non-existent. This was primarily a teaching session. After Su-Jin's earnest, exemplary, and logically clear explanation, the more perceptive students had essentially grasped the internal upgrade essentials of mecha. As for the mysterious external totems, Su-Jin demonstrated them on the Kanglan Star Core mecha and requested a recording at the start of the demonstration. Her reason was that she feared being judged unqualified and needed evidence. Osiris was silently scorned by the entire lecture hall, marking the darkest moment of his teaching career. After upgrading the Kanglan Star Core, the other problems were almost effortlessly solved. For instance, how to improve a mecha's transmission for faster response. Another example, how to increase a mecha's power to achieve maximum output with minimal drive energy blocks. These sounded like routine questions from the mecha engineering department, but upon closer examination, they were long-standing challenges that had troubled scientists for years. With her skill in high-level mecha upgrades, Su-Jin turned these former difficulties into relics of the past. The final question of the mecha engineering exam was concluded. All faculty and students rose, placing their right fist over their left chest, bowing their heads in salute to Su-Jin. At this moment, she was no longer a candidate for a transfer exam. She was the Empire's hero. Her selfless dedication was saving the lives of countless warriors. The 6 questions of the mecha engineering exam were originally scheduled for 2 hours, as Osiris believed Su-Jin couldn't answer them. Or even if she could, she wouldn't answer them, so flawlessly achieving full marks on all. The principal even decided to report Su-Jin's mecha improvement methods for widespread application across all legions. At that moment, Osiris finally understood the ancient saying, "How petty to act like a villain." It was precisely because of Su-Jin's patient guidance that the mecha engineering exam consumed an entire morning. During the lunch break, Fan Wenhua kept staring at Su-Jin, without speaking, just shoveling rice into her mouth, while fixing her gaze on her. "What?" Su-Jin, feeling goosebumps all over, had to ask. "You're not Su-Jin." Fan Wenhua's words were startling. This piqued Su-Jin's interest. "If I'm not Su-Jin, then who am I?" Fan Wenhua replied seriously, "I don't know." Su-Jin was amused by her expression. "Hurry up and eat. I heard your idol will be proctoring this afternoon." Fan Wenhua's eyes lit up, and she began eating voraciously. That afternoon, Fan Wenhua's idol Dr. Song from the White Tower arrived, drawn by the news. On the way, he muttered, "I was narrow-minded. I thought that with my status, deigning to become her disciple would be an offer she couldn't refuse, a tale to boast about for generations. But I was wrong. How shameful. How young Su-Jin is, yet she has already learned to let go of past grievances. She taught those methods unreservedly to the students and is willing to promote them in the legions. She holds no secrets, bears no grudges, and disregards trivial formalities. She is saving humanity from the brink of doom. I am over 100 years old, yet I still cannot reach her level. How shameful. How shameful." The assistant beside Dr. Song couldn't utter a word, but his heart churned with turmoil. He had followed Dr. Song for decades and had never seen Song Huili in such a state. In the past, it was always the legions begging him, never had Dr. Song been so eager to curry favor with anyone. How young Su-Jin was. Her future was boundless. The afternoon exam began with the healing department, the subject Su-Jin worried about most. If she were asked to make a double-sided embroidered fan or a perfect marble cake, she might go mad on the spot. Fortunately, the question list wasn't that alarming. But only Su-Jin thought so, everyone else felt their eyelids twitch. They had reason to suspect that the healing department teachers hadn't eaten lunch, having hastily revised the questions after seeing the mecha engineering department's gains. Question 1. If you encounter a warrior with over 85 spiritual sea collapse, how would you treat them? Question 2. If a warrior is affected by insectoid interference and inhales hallucinogenic moth powder, how would you treat them? Question 3. If a warrior's spiritual power goes berserk and they are in a violent state, how do you quickly calm them? Question 4. If a warrior develops psychological issues and can no longer go to battle, what methods do you have to restore them? Question 5. If a warrior falls into a state of suspended animation, how do you awaken them? Question 6. If a warrior's spirit entity shatters, how do you repair it in a short time? Su-Jin. The students. These questions were all beyond the syllabus. While the students questioned their existence and looked at Su-Jin, they found her utterly unfazed. To answer these questions, I need actual cases. Meaning, let's not engage in armchair theorizing. 1,000 words are worth less than one decisive action. Thus, the afternoon exam was paused again. Principal Zhang Zhongjing called Su-Zhe. "General, the questions we set are a bit tough. Su-Jin says she needs real cases for a live demonstration. What do you think?" Su-Zhe's eyes sparkled as he saw this as a great opportunity. He himself was a living example with over 90 spiritual sea collapse, and Su-Jin had saved him. This meant that the injured soldiers in the legions could be saved. After clarifying Principal Zhang's requirements, Su-Zhe called Chu Hanxiao. The Second Legion had soldiers matching questions 26 and sent them to the Central Military Academy. However, there were no injured soldiers with up to 85 spiritual sea damage. Not wanting to let good fortune slip away, Su-Zhe naturally asked his grandson-in-law first. Chu Hanxiao did have one such soldier, a veteran aged 151, a 2th-level warrior with a Bengal tiger spirit entity. He had been injured in the battle at Kiwainsel Star. His spiritual sea core had collapsed, leaving him in a coma. Bella and Mu Qiuyun had worked together but failed to restore him. Perhaps Su-Jin could, as she was the Empire's highest-ranking healer. It was worth a try. Thus, the Central Military Academy's playground became a landing pad for 2 legions. Medical pods were transported to the Academy by starships. Netizens, unaware of the truth, thought something had happened at the Academy. But after inquiring, they learned that Su-Jin was taking a transfer exam, and the examiners had set such tricky questions that they brought in injured soldiers from the Second Legion. Was this an exam? Were the examiners truly poets? The first injured soldier to arrive was Colonel Peng Sichin from the Second Legion, a 2th-level warrior whose Firefox spirit entity had shattered, leaving her unconscious. Su-Jin looked at the pale woman in the treatment pod and asked, May I ask the examiner, is this question 5 or question 6? The examiner was Chung Yunhua, head of the healing department's Class B. She couldn't distinguish between question 5 and 6 either, as writing questions was one thing, but actual patients often had complex combined issues. This method of on-site treatment was unexpected for her as well. Both. Su Jin didn't question this lack of scientific rigor. Her entire divine sense enveloped Peng Xichin. This person was gravely injured. The sea of consciousness collapsed. The spiritual core seemed to have a gaping hole, and fragments of the spiritual entity drifted aimlessly above, as if refusing to accept death. It was beyond repair, as if even glue couldn't piece it back together. Seeing Su Jin's gaze fixed on Peng Xichin, he extended his hand toward the second core healer Jin Haishi, who had accompanied the medical pod, and quickly handed over the optical brain. To the second core, Su Jin was one of their own. The medical form contained a lengthy description. 5 years ago, the southwestern defense line was suddenly attacked by the Zerg, and the battle was brutal. To hold the line, 2 2-level warriors desperately held back a 3-level Zerg. But the disparity in power was too great. One fell on the spot, and the other was Peng Xichin lying in the medical pod. Her spiritual entity was shattered instantly. Though she survived aboard the starship, she was more often unconscious than awake. Thus, she was sent here under the 6th question: how to repair a shattered spiritual entity in a short time. After reading the medical records, Su Jin rubbed his temples. Peng Xichin's problem was a common one among frontline soldiers. Many warriors had their spiritual entities shattered in battle against the Zerg. Under normal circumstances, with effective treatment from healers, as long as the sea of consciousness remained intact, recovery was possible. But Peng Xichin was an exception. Her injuries were severe. While her spiritual entity was shattered, her sea of consciousness also suffered heavy damage, leaving it unable to nourish the fragmented spiritual entity. Thus her condition remained as it was. Su Jin, please state your solution. Chung Yunhua pressed, seeing Su Jin lost in thought for a bit too long. Just piece it together. Su Jin's reply was so straightforward that everyone present exchanged glances, expressions of disbelief on their faces. But no one dared to question him, as the lingering effect of his morning's dominance still held sway. At least no one in the mecha engineering department dared to cause trouble. The healing department was even less inclined. After all, Su Jin was the Empire's only 2-level healer. Healers watched closely. With that, Su Jin closed his eyes slightly, and behind him a spider lily suddenly bloomed, full of vitality. Then the fiery red flowers swayed without wind, using stamens as brushes, air as paper, and crimson as ink. The shadow of a brown-red fox gradually emerged above Peng Xichin's medical pod. At first it was just a rough outline, slowly gaining bones, fur, and eyes as black as ink. Finally, the form of the fire fox was perfectly replicated. Only then did Su Jin open his eyes, raising his left hand lightly, as countless tiny fragments flew from Peng Xichin's forehead. They quickly vanished into the fire fox. After about 10 minutes, the form solidified. Though covered in cracks, it was indeed pieced together. The healers and students present gasped in unison. Was it really pieced together? How? Use healing spiritual power to construct a carrier, then attract the fragments of the spiritual entity from the sea of consciousness to attach to it, first repairing the spiritual entity, then the sea of consciousness. Su Jin explained succinctly. Everyone nodded. Before today, the treatment approach for such patients was the complete opposite of Su Jin's. Since the spiritual entity originates from the sea of consciousness, everyone believed the sea should be treated first, ignoring the spiritual entity. Thus all efforts were in vain. The sea of consciousness never healed, and the patient's condition fluctuated. But with Su Jin's method, it was different. It was like layered repair, making the goal easier to achieve. Finishing, Su Jin turned to mentor Chung Yunhua and asked, "Have I passed this question?" Seeing Chung Yunhua nod, Su Jin faced the students in the lecture hall. "I need at least 5 level healers to work together to let Colonel Peng walk out of Central Military Academy with her Fire Fox." These simple words brought tears to the eyes of the Second Corps guards and healers present. Peng Xichin had been in a haze for 5 years. Everyone had long prepared to say goodbye, but their hearts were full of reluctance. Now Su Jin had completed the task, and could have left it at that, yet he made such a promise. Soon 5 level healers stood up from their seats and approached Peng Xichin's medical pod. White jasmine, pale yellow osmanthus, delicate pink roses, lilacs like light purple clouds, and green carnations bloomed simultaneously. A riot of colors covered the entire medical pod. Not only the teachers and students present, but even the battle-hardened soldiers of the Second Corps had never seen such a sight. If only there were more healers, if only warriors on the battlefield could receive such treatment, there wouldn't be so many wounded soldiers sleeping forever. Yet that was the reality of the Empire. Only 8 were healers, and among that already scarce number, high-level ones were even rarer. Even with 5 level healers working together, it took nearly 45 minutes to complete the treatment. When the flowers faded and the medical pod opened from within, Peng Xichin slowly opened her eyes to see her spiritual entity, the fire fox, covered in cracks. Flame. As her hoarse voice echoed through the lecture hall, the suppressed sobs were replaced by thunderous applause. Peng Xichin's thank you caught in her throat. She looked at Su Jin, her eyes glistening. Warriors possessed strong spiritual power, so even in her slumber, she could perceive everything around her. When her comrades visited her, who sobbed uncontrollably, who pounded on the medical pod, and how the healers had exhausted every effort to repair her sea of consciousness. Even Lady Bella had come twice, but even its level couldn't bridge the chasm of a shattered core. This time she was fortunate to be chosen to assist Su Jin in his assessment. She could feel Su Jin's immense spiritual power gradually repairing her spiritual core. Otherwise, even with 5 level healers working together, it would likely have been futile. As if hearing her thoughts, Su Jin tilted his head slightly and winked at her. Behind Su Jin, the red spider lily bloomed fiercely. Peng Xichin rested in the medical pod for a while before sitting up. After sitting for a bit, she stood and stepped out of the pod. Every move she made was met with thunderous applause. At that moment, she felt not like a patient, but a triumphant warrior, receiving the welcome of imperial citizens. And so in just 1 hour, Su Jin fulfilled his promise. Peng Xichin, who had lain for 5 years, walked out of Central Military Academy on her own. The moment Peng Xichin boarded the starship with the Firefox in her arms was captured by the media, and that very day the news shot to the top of the trending list. For a time, the whole nation erupted in excitement. The news that 2-level healer Su Jin could resurrect the dead spread like wildfire, giving hope to families with wounded veterans. But while some rejoiced, others worried. Under the cover of night, certain individuals were stirring, planning to use this news to create trouble for Su Jin. During the subsequent assessment, Su Jin once again demonstrated his methods, teaching while treating, leaving all the healing instructors utterly astounded. Patient number 5 has been in a state of suspended animation for 2 years and 1 month. Cases like this are not uncommon in treatment. First, we need not analyze the reasons for the suspended animation, as regardless of the cause, the patient has already become a vegetative state. Su Jin spoke from the podium, while the healers in the lecture hall nodded frantically, like chicks pecking at rice. Then they took out their light brains, took notes, and recorded. Suspended animation in the book A Brief Analysis of Psychic Power is referred to as deep sleep mode, a phase of replenishment after excessive consumption of psychic energy. To put it another way, it's like you going back home for the weekend to binge watch shows, read novels, play games, go night fishing with friends, race cars, hit the bar, sing karaoke, or hire 8 male models, staying up too late, overexerting yourself. At Su Jin's analogy, the entire hall burst into laughter, and everyone's tension dissipated. So, we just need to wake him up. With that, Su Jin extended her left hand through the inspection port into the treatment pod and snapped her fingers near the patient's left ear. Patient number 5 slowly opened his eyes. The instructors were utterly stunned. Dr. Song was flabbergasted. The students were in sheer disbelief. This was absolutely outrageous. Su Jin glanced at Chung Yunhua, who nodded, meaning Su Jin had passed the 5th challenge. All right, as per the usual procedure, please prepare for the treatment session. I need 10 level healers to come up. Previously, when Su Jin treated Peng Xichin, she had invited 5 level healers. Everyone had stood up or raised their hands, eagerly waiting for Su Jin to call on them. But this time, upon hearing that only level was required, the usually reserved and courteous young ladies completely changed their demeanor. They scrambled eagerly to rush onto the stage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, that's enough. A level healer stopped by Jean Hakes' arm on the last step to the stage was on the verge of tears. Pouting as she walked back, she pinched her own thigh in frustration. Her expression was even more heartbroken than someone who had missed out on a limited edition idol merchandise. Stupid legs, too slow. Starting tomorrow morning, runs, night runs, lunch runs. Su Jin had everyone line up, and one by one they reached through the inspection port to snap their fingers near patient number 5's ear. First, condense your psychic energy. Not too much, about the size of a sugar orange, but ensure it's pure, free from stray thoughts. Then through the snapping motion, channel your psychic energy into the patient's temple. An overconsumed psychic sea is utterly silent. Your task is to infuse it with vitality. Compared to Peng Xichin, who had drifted in and out of consciousness for 5 years, but could still sense surrounding energies. Patient number 5, during his time in suspended animation, had been completely isolated from the world, plagued by endless nightmares. Now awakened by Su Jin's psychic energy, before he could comprehend what was happening, he was subjected to a barrage of attacks from the level healers. It was just like you having partied hard all weekend, hearing the Monday morning alarm, and springing up from bed as if deathly ill. He shot up from the treatment pod, and as expected banged his head on the glass cover, fully waking up. Am I dreaming? Su Jin didn't answer. She simply signaled Jin Haishi to escort him out. With some recuperation, he'd be as good as new. This time it took less than half an hour. The admiration in Jean Hakes' eyes was undisguised. She seemed to see in Su Jin the shadow of the young major from years past. That dashing youth had returned in another form. Su Jin didn't understand the emotions surging in Jean Hakes' eyes, but she respected them. When Su Jin began treating patient number 4, Suze arrived. He wanted to witness with his own eyes how his granddaughter would heal his old comrades. The fourth patient was trapped by his own emotions due to psychological reasons. Su Jin delved into his consciousness and unexpectedly saw her own father. Su Qinghuai pushed patient number 4 aside, and amidst the complete imbalance of the mecha's transmission system, he channeled all his psychic energy into a blinding white light that vanished into the belly of the insect mother. In an instant, radiance burst forth and a hero fell. For Su Jin, who had just entered patient number 4's psychic sea and encountered this scene, the impact was immense. Suze watched as Su Jin stepped back, her eyes instantly widening. He then looked toward patient number 4's hibernation pod. The old general had just sat down when he sprang to his feet. He had asked Jin Haishi to arrange the assessment patients, but he never expected her to bring Su Qinghui's adjutant Duan He. In the battle 18 years ago, Duan He could not accept Su Qinghui's sacrifice for the nation and had been trapped in that cycle of death ever since, with no one able to free him. Indeed, Su Jin composed herself and re-entered Duan He's psychic sea only to witness the scene of her father's heroic death repeated once more. To observe Duan He's condition, Su Jin stood by the treatment pod and watched the scene over a dozen times. The entire lecture hall fell into dead silence. After more than 10 minutes, Su Jin let out a sigh. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Jin Haishi had brought Duan He with a hidden motive. Duan He was her cousin, and back then both of them had been comrades in arms under Su Qinghui's squad, facing life and death together. That battle was brutal. Of the 12 members in the squad, only the 2 of them survived. So upon receiving the order, Jin Haishi brought Duan He aboard the starship heading to the Central Military Academy. If there was anyone in the world who could awaken Duan He from that nightmare, it could only be Su Jin. Because Su Jin was Su Qinghui's daughter, and because she was the Empire's sole 2th-level healing master. Uncle Duan, save me, I'm trapped by your memories. When Su Jin spoke these words, it was not in her own voice, but in a childish tone condensed from psychic energy. The entire hall was stunned, yet no one dared to make a sound, not even General Suze. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on Duan He's treatment pod. I'm Su Qinghui's daughter. Uncle Dad said only you can take me out. I'm scared. The childish voice carried a tender sob. Uncle Duan, behind you. The crisp childish voice was cut short by fear. As Su Jin stepped back, an explosive force shattered the treatment pod's protective shield. The first thing to emerge was a pitch-black panther. The calico cat left on a seat in the lecture hall because Su Jin had to go on stage for the assessment, dashed to the podium in an instant and intercepted the Black Panther. Behind Yao Guang stood a white lion, its amber eyes fixed on the clearly uncontrollable Black Panther. The spider lily behind Su Jin instantly swelled several times in size. Although everyone knew that a healer's spirit beast had no offensive capability, that spider lily, swaying without wind, exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Duan He. Jin Haix's trembling call finally brought Duan He, who had just escaped the nightmare, back to his senses. Haishi General, I dreamed Qinghuai had a daughter. The 2-meter tall man knelt on one knee, tears streaming down like rain. Su Jin stepped forward. Uncle Duan, thank you for saving me. Duan He abruptly lifted his head, meeting Su Jin's clear eyes. For a moment, a myriad of emotions surged within him. If the recovery of the first 2 soldiers could barely be considered standard procedure for a 2th-level healer, then Duan He's awakening was nothing short of explosive news. To reopen one's eyes after being trapped in a mental realm for 18 years was nothing less than a miracle. When a soldier falls on the front lines, their family is plunged into profound grief. Yet even more heartbreaking than the death of a loved one is spending years tending to a living corpse. Though the Empire provides treatment, that person will never awaken again, a living purgatory for those left behind. Now Su Jin had shattered this living-death stalemate, reigniting hope. As Su Jin began treating the 3rd patient, several more figures entered the classroom. 1st Corps General Commander Chu Hanxiao, 5th Corps General Commander Wanxian Xianqing, 3rd Corps General Commander Kawa Tony, 4th Corps General Commander McLaren Constantine, 6th Corps General Commander Tendo Rinbaku, 7th Corps General Commander Sam Howard. The big shots arrived without a sound, but once seated, their gazes were as clear and eager as those of schoolchildren. Meanwhile, a rumor swept across the interstellar network, with someone secretly inciting families of wounded soldiers to apply for treatment by the highest-level healers. The Empire had fought the Zerg for over 2 centuries, relying on spirit bodies and mechas to clash with the insectoid horde, yet most victories were hard-won and costly. One could only imagine the accumulation of patience if everyone demanded the highest level of care. Even if Su Jin offered his true form of the karmic fire lotus, he would likely be drained to the point of utter depletion. The 3rd patient was unusual, not brought in via a treatment pod, but with hands and feet bound, escorted by 4 rank soldiers. While Su Jin processed patients in order, this one had been locked in the starship's confinement room, watched every moment by his comrades. Su Jin had overheard Chu Hanxiao mention that Berserk-type soldiers accounted for nearly 65% of all patients at Maple Orchid Retreat. Because the total number of healers was scarce and high-level healers capable of frontline combat treatment were even rarer. Thus, in the fight against the Zerg incursion, soldiers often lost control of their mental energy, causing overload and mental berserk. Once berserk, no matter how high their rank, soldiers could not control themselves and would attack everyone indiscriminately. If a healer could soothe them before the berserk, they might still be saved. But once mental energy had already overflowed, even a strength healer could do nothing. Su Jin watched as the 4 soldiers escorted the 3rd patient onto the platform and directly pulled out the dagger issued by the school upon enrollment. This sight sparked different interpretations among the onlookers. Suze thought good, at least he knows to protect himself. But even so, the white lion Xiongqi inched closer to Su Jin. It exchanged a glance with the kitten perched on Su Jin's shoulder, then took half a step back. Suze shot a dissatisfied look at Chu Hanxiao, who quickly nodded. His spirit body. He truly no longer wanted it. It was too easy for his future father-in-law to beat it up. Jin Haishi thought, no. Is Lord Su Jin planning to just kill him? The teacher's thought is the exam question not rigorous enough. Killing him certainly wouldn't count as passing. The students thought bloodletting. Dr. Song believed that slicing him for research would still be a sacrifice for science. And of course the 6th and 7th Corps were there for the spectacle. Human thoughts were indeed varied. Yet the next second they realized their imaginations were still far too limited. Su Jin did not wield the dagger to kill or defend himself. Instead, he let the sharp tip graze his own fingertip. A thread of blood mixed with mental energy traced an ancient talisman in the air. As the final stroke took shape, Su Jin sheathed the dagger and pushed his hand forward. The blood-colored totem wrapped in the talisman imprinted itself on the chest of the 3rd patient's uniform, while the mental energy sank into his mental sea. That character, Dr. Song, didn't need to recall deeply. He knew it was a traditional Chinese character, though its exact meaning eluded him. But Song Hua would surely understand. As Su Jin's mental energy entered the soldier's mental sea, Su Jin began to mutter incantations. At first it sounded like a single person's whisper, but gradually it became the chorus of hundreds. The 3rd patient went from initial agitation to stillness, his gaze shifting from vacant to clear. After a mere 24 minutes, he looked at the crowd below in confusion, his eyes sweeping over the faces of the commanders before settling on Dr. Song. A low, deep voice rang out abruptly. Uncle Song, did you finally dissect me? Dr. Song, what the hell does this have to do with me? Shut up. Close your eyes and focus on condensing your spirit body. Su Jin's voice was not loud, but it carried full authority. The 3rd patient cooperated, having already seen the restraints on his body. As memories flooded back, he realized his predicament. He closed his eyes and concentrated. Time ticked by. In less than 5 minutes, a large golden retriever appeared at the edge of the platform. It looked as if it had just woken from a long slumber, docile and obedient, driven by instinct to crawl and shuffle towards Su Jin's feet. This was a gesture of goodwill, but it was misplaced. The kitten on Su Jin's shoulder let out a mew, ready to transform. The golden retriever saw it was Yao Guang and knew better than to provoke it. It didn't even bother standing up, instead crawling backward on the spot. The sight was so comical that it drew laughter from the students. Release him. At Su Jin's command, the 4 soldiers guarding the 3rd patient unlocked his restraints. Once free, the 3rd patient knelt on one knee. Thank you, my lord. Though I do not yet know your name, Li Si vows to follow you unto death. Su Jin, that's really not necessary. I don't lack guards, the kitten is fine. Jin Haishi sensed trouble brewing. Who are you? You swear to follow him unto death. His fiancée is sitting right in the front row. So Jin Haishi quickly signaled to the other soldiers and hurriedly tried to smooth things over for Li Si. He's been mad for too long and forgot he's a soldier of the 2nd Corps. Then turning to Li Si, by the way, you don't know yet. Lord Su Jin is the granddaughter of our old general and the fiancée of 1st Corps Commander Chu. Hearing Jin Haix's frantic explanation, the golden retriever's once proud head nearly sank into the ground. Today's embarrassment was monumental. I mean, how could a person cause such a disaster? Li Si didn't even need his comrades to pull him away. Embarrassed, he bowed to Su Jin, then led his golden retriever out of the lecture hall and directly onto the warship. Who could understand this feeling? Waking up only to face heartbreak, without even a moment to catch one's breath. After this minor episode, the focus turned to cases No. 2 and No. 1, of which the commanders were keenly interested in. Though these types of patients were not common in the various Corps sanatoriums accumulated over time, they still constituted a significant number. Especially the hallucination cases, they were utterly baffling. Usually when a healer entered the mental sea of a hallucinating soldier, they only saw a calm, serene scene, as if nothing was wrong, nowhere to begin treatment. Once Su Jun's spiritual power sank into the mental ocean of patient No. 2, he discovered something different. For instance, patient No. For a Duan, he was trapped in his own little world due to psychological reasons. Time and again he witnessed his comrades transform into shooting stars to save him forever separated from the living. Yet the soldiers ensnared in the moth's illusion found themselves in an entirely different extreme state. All they could perceive was beauty. In fact, Chu Hanxiao had also inhaled the moth's powder. Even though he was of 3S rank, he could not escape being pulled into the illusion. The inability to escape the illusion stemmed from the moth's powder tapping into the deepest desires of the human heart. In the illusion, Chu Hanxiao saw his mother. His mother did not die, instead she grew up alongside him, teaching him how to read and write and the principles of being a person. Such an illusion was truly beautiful enough that no one wished to leave it. In fact, there were those in the black market who sold mothwing powder, and a small amount could be consciously awakened with willpower. After all, those who voluntarily inhaled it always retained a clear awareness that it was fake. However, those who inhaled it passively were pulled into the illusion in an instant, caught off guard, and coupled with their deep desires, it was easy to succumb. Su Jun could not penetrate the illusion of patient now. Too, it seemed there was a barrier preventing her from seeing what beauty lay within. Yet Su Jun felt it must be very happy, because the mental ocean of this female soldier was calm with gentle breezes and floating pink bubbles. For a moment, Su Jun was unsure whether to shatter this beauty. She composed herself, gradually parting the clouds and mist to enter the illusion designed for patient No. 2 by the mothwing powder. And what did she see? Chu Hanxiao. Dressed in casual clothes, Chu Hanxiao held a young boy who was still babbling, helping a beautiful woman pick vegetables. The beautiful woman was none other than patient No. 2, lying in the treatment pod. At that moment, she was peeling potatoes, gently saying, "Honey, would you like spicy potato shreds or sour potato slices for dinner?" Chu Hanxiao always smiled as he replied, "Anything is fine as long as you make it." Who understands? Healing and saving lives and inadvertently discovering a rival in love. Unable to hit or scold, Su Jun could no longer bear to watch. Because she was of 2S rank, she could break through the restrictions of the patient's mental ocean and see the contents of her illusion. If it were any other therapist, they would see nothing and be at a loss. After all, the mental ocean was unharmed, the core intact, and the waters calm. At this moment, Su Jun also felt it was tricky. Shattering the illusion was not difficult, but the subsequent treatment was the challenge. Once the beautiful illusion was shattered, humans would instinctively seek to preserve their desires. Thus, the therapist would become the enemy of the soldier. Not to mention escaping unscathed, it was likely they would have no time to run and would be directly harmed. The damage to the therapist's mental ocean was irreversible. It was said that one cannot heal others without healing oneself. Otherwise, Su Yuqing would have had ample time over the years to mend her own state. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses, so Su Jun exited the mental ocean of patient No. 2. This patient cannot be treated by a therapist, a warrior of a higher rank is needed. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. Since the emergence of spiritual power in the empire, therapists had been responsible for healing while warriors handled combat. It was the first time they heard that a warrior harmed by mothwing powder required another warrior's intervention. Are you sure? Sheng Yunhua's first thought was that Su Jun was trying to shirk responsibility. But thinking it over, what responsibility could she possibly be avoiding? This was an exam, it was not Su Jun's job. Moreover, based on the current progress of the test, even if Su Jun did not save patient No. 2, she would still pass smoothly. Yes, I'm sure. Patient No. 2 is of S rank, a 2S rank will do. He'll do it. The speaker was Chu Hanxiao, and Su Jun frowned slightly, unable to imagine what feelings Chu Hanxiao would experience upon seeing the scene of the married couple in patient No. 2's mental ocean. How about we change to someone else? Su Jun felt a bit awkward. Let me do it. This time the speaker was Old Master Su Zhe. Su Jun rubbed her forehead, thinking it was better to let Chu Hanxiao be awkward himself. What kind of situation was this? If Su Zhe saw the scene in patient No. 2's mental ocean, she would likely be sent to the border even if she woke up. Not that it mattered. The 2nd Army Corps was originally meant for border duty. Well then, let's go with Chu Hanxiao. Su Jun was out of options, and the others remained unmoved. Moreover, they were all leaders of various corps, and it was not appropriate to point fingers. In fact, it wasn't that no one wanted to, it was just that the injured party was a colonel of the 2nd Army Corps, and no one knew if the illusion was confidential. And the therapist was Chu Hangxiu's fiancé, who knew if the spirits of the warriors would need to interact with the therapist during the treatment. If it was needed, whoever volunteered would be challenging the Empire's 3S rank general. To be honest, they were not too keen on doing so. Therefore, in the end, it was still Chu Hanxiao who stood with Su Jun in front of the treatment pod of patient No. 2. What do I need to do? Chu Hanxiao asked humbly, seeing Su Jun as the most formidable person. Su Jun thought for a moment and felt it was necessary to remind Chu Hanxiao. I will guide you into her illusion. No matter what you see, please maintain a calm demeanor and then use your spiritual power to shatter the illusion. In principle, there's an 80-90 chance she will retaliate, so be mentally prepared. Losing everything you've longed for, she will see you as an enemy and attack you. You must defeat her to awaken her. Chu Hanxiao nodded, unaware of what he was about to witness. The next moment, he followed Su Jun's spiritual power and sank into the illusion of Patient No. 2. When Chu Hanxiao saw himself feeding soup to Patient No. 2, he felt a chill run down his spine. Was the illusion created by the moth wing powder really like this? This is too terrifying. No wonder Su Jun's expression was so strange earlier. No wonder she initially stopped him from helping. He immediately pieced together the cause and effect and decisively activated his spiritual power to shatter the illusion as Su Jun had instructed. What followed was exactly as Su Jun had said. At the moment, the illusion shattered like a mirror. Patient No. 2's eyes turned blood red, and a pure surge of spiritual power shot toward Chu Hanxiao. Yet upon touching Chu Hanxiao, it disintegrated into countless fine particles of sand. Patient No. 2 fully awakened her spiritual entity, a flamingo, standing docilely by her side. Patient No. 2 was still a bit dazed, but as she looked around and slowly understood the situation, she resembled a cooked lobster. She almost fled the lecture hall, running onto the starship. Jin Haishi was taken aback. What happened to her? Su Jun. If I say she was just shy, would you believe me? I don't know her. This was what Chu Hanxiao whispered into Su Jin's ear after everything had happened. Su Jin nodded, indicating that she understood. Only then did Chu Hanxiao walk down to the stage, his face stern, as if someone owed him a fortune. Today's incident was nothing short of an unforeseen calamity. But this also reminded Chu Hanxiao that those who had fallen under the influence of the mothwing powder and refused to wake up were all immersed in beautiful dreams. At first he thought he was an exception, simply missing his mother too much. How cruel reality was, yet in the illusion one could possess everything. To weaken human combat effectiveness, the insect race could even fabricate dreams where the insect race had already gone extinct based on human desires. The goal was simply to trap you no matter what. His name is Mu Li, a veteran over 100 years old with a Bengal tiger as his spirit entity. During the battle on Kuei-Anshur Star, after I took the old general away from the insect mother, he covered the retreat. Since Mu Li was a major general of the 1st Legion, Chu Hanxiao personally gave Su Jin a preliminary briefing on the condition. Su Jin stood quietly outside the treatment pod, sinking her spiritual power into Mu Li's spiritual sea. What surged toward her were 10-meter-high black waves churning endlessly. The core of the spiritual sea had shattered into fragments impossible to mend with spiritual power. Su Jin had repeatedly watched the decisive battle footage from Kuei-Anshur Star. The courage of humanity charging forward to defend their homeland was truly stirring and magnificent. At that time, Chu Hanxiao could have completely obeyed the commander's order and not gone to rescue the old general. Similarly, Mu Li could have abandoned the rearguard action and turned back following the evacuation order issued by Chu Hanxiao. When the insect mother and the insect general self-destructed, it would have affected him, but not to such a severe degree. I need 6 types of spiritual plants. Will the 1st Legion provide them, or will the Academy prepare them? Chu Hanxiao had seen Su Jin treat the old general before, and he assumed it would be another herbal bath, so he pressed further. How much of each type is needed? Do you need any other tools? Su Jin turned her head to look at Chu Hanxiao and said word by word that no other tools were needed, just one of each plant. Chu Hanxiao immediately understood her intention. The 1st Legion is also here to cooperate with the Central Military Academy's assessment, so let's split the materials half and half. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zongsheng's head buzzed with dismay. The 1st Legion was always out in the field, so naturally, they encountered resource-rich planets more often and had a richer warehouse. How could he, a mere principal, possibly come up with 3 spiritual plants at once? But having risen to the position of vice principal and smoothly taken over everything after Principal Howard's incident, Zhang Zhongxing was no pushover either. To ensure the smooth progress of the exam, he'll trouble the 7th Legion to help make up the difference first. The Academy will repay it as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Sam Howard, the general commander of the 7th Legion, thought, isn't this outright robbery? The 7th Legion was indeed responsible for all assistance matters at the Central Military Academy, but when had they ever been asked for spiritual plants before? However, from a duty perspective, he really couldn't refuse. Fine. Su Jin could practically hear the gritted teeth in that single word. The 2 legions each took on the task of providing 3 spiritual plants, and soon adjutants were sent to the legion warehouses to retrieve them. Su Jin opened the boxes and inspected each one, then turned toward the audience in the lecture hall. The students grew excited again. Though they didn't know what Su Jin needed them for this time, each one was eager and ready to be the first to rush up at her command. The early bird catches the worm. But when had Su Jin ever played by the rules? Is Yu Qingzhu here? Come and help. Yu Qingzhu had arrived late in the afternoon and was squeezed into a corner of the lecture hall blocked by an open window. Hearing Su Jin call her name, she dashed toward the stage at lightning speed, almost leaving a blur behind. Coming. She was as delighted as a child receiving New Year's money. The others looked on with faces full of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Help me prepare the medicine. Su Jin took Yu Qingzhu's hand, and leaning close to her ear whispered the dosage for each type of spiritual plant in a voice only the two of them could hear. Finally, she told Yu Qingzhu to remember to put the leftovers into her own space button. Yu Qingzhu understood, and following Su Jin's instructions enveloped the spiritual plants with her spiritual power. In an instant, purple hyacinths bloomed across every corner of the lecture hall, a dazzling array of colors that confused the healers. In short, they used what was needed and saved what could be saved. Yu Qingzhu and Su Jin together kneaded the 6 spiritual plants into a paste with their spiritual power. Then they slapped it directly onto Mu Li's face. It was like applying a plant-based face mask to Lieutenant General Mu Li on the spot, vibrant green brimming with vitality. Then the two used their spiritual power to spread the paste and envelop the entire head of Lieutenant General Mu Li. They'll leave the rest to you. With that, Su Jin withdrew her spiritual power. Yu Qingzhu's expression was extremely serious as she used her spiritual power to stabilize the plant paste, ensuring it formed an effective flow around Lieutenant General Mu Li's head. It was as if Mu Li was now wearing a helmet of plant paste, a green cap. After leaving the surface layer to Yu Qingzhu, Su Jin focused on Mu Li's spiritual, using her spiritual power to create a magnet-like effect, first locating the larger fragments of the core, then using the larger core pieces to attract the sand-like fragments of the same kind. Time ticked by second by second. Su Jin sat cross-legged, eyes tightly shut, palms facing each other resting on her lap. Yu Qingzhu gradually noticed that the plant paste was beginning to solidify, transitioning from a dynamic to a static state. She wanted to ask Su Jin if this was normal. But when she turned her head, she saw Su Jin still sitting cross-legged, as if in a deep meditative trance. As a healer, she knew very well that interrupting a treatment could cause irreversible harm to both the patient and the healer. So she did her best to circulate her spiritual power, keeping the plant paste slowly flowing, but soon sweat appeared on her forehead. It's fine if it doesn't flow, just make sure the plant paste doesn't obstruct the patient's breathing. Su Jin didn't open her eyes, but she accurately assessed Yu Qingzhu's predicament. This startled everyone present once again. With such a difficult patient, Su Jin could still spare spiritual power to monitor Yu Qingzhu's situation during the treatment. Could this be the terrifying healing spiritual power of a 2-class healer? After giving Yu Qingzhu the tips, Su Jin fell silent. The core of Mu Li's spiritual gradually returned and coalesced over time. Though the bonds were not strong, the scattered fragments were finally united. By then the sun was setting and the golden rays of dusk spilled across the podium. Su Jin sat cross-legged, as still as a maiden, as if she had forgotten the passage of time. After more than half an hour, she finally opened her eyes, stood up, and gave a slight nod to Chu Hanshao. Commander, the core of Lieutenant General Mu Li's spiritual has been initially restored. Please let Mu Qiuyun take over from here. Because they shared the same surname, Su Jin guessed that Mu Qiuyun and Mu Li were likely relatives. All right. Then Su Jin told Yu Qingzhu to remove and store the plant paste, saying it could be used once more. Then she turned to Cheng Yunhua. Please examine it, instructor. Cheng Yunhua. You win. After a collective discussion, the school leaders decided to skip dinner and proceed directly to the next item, the mecha combat assessment. As the most challenging of the 3 subjects before the assessment began, Su Yingxing, the homeroom teacher of Class A in mecha combat, posed a question to Su Jin. Why can you pilot the Void Walker? The midterm results of the Central Military Academy had yet to be announced, stalled precisely at this juncture. The school investigated the mecha swap on the first day, tracing the culprit directly to former Principal Howard. They then looked into the incident on the second day, where Caesar was targeted and used as bait, and the issue pointed to Su Chun. On the third day, students were directly teleported off course and landed beside pirates. Subsequent investigations revealed that the pirates had jamming devices, suggesting it might have been an accident. Thus, after all the tangled threads were resolved, only one critical question remained: how could Su Jin effortlessly pilot a 2-class mecha without spiritual energy enhancement? Zhang Zhongjing and the 8 mecha combat instructors had repeatedly reviewed the footage of Su Jin piloting the Void Walker against 2 A-class centipede bugs. She not only piloted with ease and fought casually, but even found time to clean her weapons. Was this normal? It was utterly absurd. So today Su Yingxing began with a direct, lethal question. Yet as he spoke, he saw no trace of fear or concealment in Su Jin's eyes. Instead, her amber pupils were filled with complete candor. I don't know either. She didn't hesitate for a moment, simply tossing the question back. If Fan Wenhua were to translate Su Jin's words, would mean, you ask me, but who do I ask? Aren't you the teacher? Su Yingxing was left speechless. Had you already unsealed your spiritual at that time? No. Why did you volunteer? Teacher, the team had only 5 people. 2 warriors and 1 healer couldn't pilot mechas, and by Randy was the commander. So Fan Wenhua mentally replayed Su Jin's answer. It could be interpreted as, I didn't want to go either, but I had no choice. Su Yingxing was at a loss. It was like playing badminton, back and forth, neither yielding. Aside from the Void Walker, have you piloted any other mechas? Su Jin paused for a few seconds before replying. I played with my elder sister's Mo Yuan before the midterms. Fan Wenhua thought exactly. I have piloted one. Otherwise I'd be foolish. Can you still pilot a mecha now? I'm not sure. Su Jin indeed wasn't certain. Su Yingxing was out of ideas. The mecha combat assessment required students to pilot mechas and overcome challenges, but now that Su Jin's spiritual sea had been unsealed, she had healing-type spiritual energy, which theoretically meant she couldn't pilot mechas. Yet unlike other healers, she had piloted one before, so it was a headache. Thus, as the teachers and leaders exchanged bewildered glances before Su Yingxing could speak, 5 people stood up simultaneously in the classroom. Use my Hao Yue Xingtong. The first to speak was Caesar Evans. Even knowing that Su Jin and Chu Hanxiao were to be engaged, the young man's gaze remained as fervent as the summer sun. Standing up at the same time as Caesar were Aista Su Xinyu Su Zhe and Chu Hanxiao. This created an awkward situation. Aista and Su Xinyu exchanged a glance, and Aista sat back down. Aista had actually had the same thought as Su Xinyu. His mecha Zhuguang was a class, and Su Xinyu's Lai Ran was also a class. Thus both mechas met the school's examination regulations. Among the 5 mechas, whether it was Caesar's 2S Haiyue Xingtong, Chu Hangxiu's 3S Kanglin Xinghe, or Su Ze's 3S Voidwalker, none were eligible for the assessment. Otherwise, the opposing mechas would inevitably lose. That's why he stood up. Su Xinyu and Aista weren't sitting together. One was on the east side, the other on the west, and hadn't had a chance to confer. So when Aista saw Su Xinyu stand up, he naturally sat back down. He wasn't in the same situation as Caesar. He merely wanted to help a friend and had no intention of ending up on Chu Hangxiu's hit list. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Zhang Zhongjing quickly interjected, Su Jin needs an A-class mecha. At his words, Chu Hanxiao and Old Master Su Zhe sat down first. Caesar wanted to remain standing a bit longer, but he wasn't qualified, so he reluctantly sat down as well. Alright, I'll use Su Xinyu's Lai Ran. Woo! Su Xinyu was even happier than Yu Qingzhu, who had been personally called to the stage by Su Jin earlier. Naturally, she became the envy of everyone. Next, everyone moved to the Red Cliff Arena of the Central Military Academy. From a historical perspective, the Central Military Academy on the capital planet was actually built on an archaeological site. Professor Tsang Hua had personally led the excavation, identifying it as an ancient battlefield. That's why the academy was located here, for convenient transportation and to harness the site's energy. The ancient battlefield was preserved intact on one side of the Red Cliff Arena's main platform, enclosed by blast-proof glass to create a constant temperature and humidity environment. This ancient battlefield had no name. Red Cliff was a term Tsang Hua translated from an ancient text, finding it suitable for the arena, so he presented it to the first principal. The two had been close friends for over a decade, so they agreed instantly. Unfortunately, the principal died young, sacrificing himself to protect students during a sudden Zerg attack. If the lecture hall was merely a microcosm of the Central Military Academy, then the Red Cliff Arena was its hallmark. Designed in an antique style, the surrounding stands rose and fell in a picturesque disorder. At the center was the main arena, where countless prodigies of the Central Military Academy had engaged in martial contests, not merely to determine victory or defeat, or rather not solely for victory, but to lay a solid foundation for the front lines. Since sparring inevitably involved thermal weapons, the arena was equipped with a high-level protective shield to ensure the safety of the audience and stands. Once everyone was seated in the Red Cliff Arena's stands, Su Yingxing announced the rules. There will be 6 rounds testing the examinees' reaction speed, mecha piloting proficiency, combat strategy, defense, and offense. Opposing examinee Su Jin will be the top 10 mecha combat students from the 4th year. Sparring should be restrained, no lethal moves. Thermal weapons are prohibited in the first 4 rounds. Each round has a time limit of 30 minutes. First round, obstacle course. Su Jin was now inside the cockpit of Lai Ran. Indeed, watching Su Xinyu pilot a mecha was different from doing it herself. Lai Ran felt too light, as if it couldn't take much punishment. Fortunately, Su Jin hadn't planned on a heating clash. She feared misjudging the intensity and severely injuring her opponent. All pillars of the nation and hopes for the future, which would be hard to justify. In the first round, Su Jin's obstacle course opponent was Kawasaki Tobe, ranked 10th in the 4th year mecha combat class, with a 2S power-type mecha Fenlong battle chariot. It was also red, standing opposite Lai Ran like a college student facing a primary schooler. Su Jin, do your best. You can call it quits midway, but don't cry, okay? Kawasaki Tobe thought he was being caring toward his junior, completely unaware that this remark would become a lifelong embarrassment, leaving him unable to hold his head high for the rest of his days. The obstacle course felt somewhat akin to Special Forces training, yet the content was entirely different. The two piloted their mechas to the starting line, and after Su Yingxing activated the timer, the arena before them instantly transformed. Cages descended from the heavens, and 4-dimensional spaces materialized before Su Jin. Unlike spatial membranes, these dimensional spaces could be penetrated from the outside, but according to the rules, they would only open upon achieving victory or reaching the time limit. Within the first-dimensional space lurked a grey tyrant bee, its colossal body akin to a tank, the sting on its tail gleaming coldly under the setting sun's afterglow. At that moment it was ramming wildly within its confines, its intent unmistakable. It wanted out. Seeing the tyrant bee, the watching students drew in sharp breaths. This creature belonged to the aerial order, soaring high, diving swiftly, with a massive frame and 3 venomous tail spikes. Though only grade, it was notoriously difficult to handle. Su-Jin had thoroughly studied the classification and weaknesses of Zergs, so she too knew this foe was no pushover. Yet it was no challenge for her. The moment the cage descended, she piloted her wild blaze mecha straight in. Her sole thought was a swift victory, for hunger gnawed at her. Thus, with a mind free of distractions, she focused solely on a single decisive strike. Before the eyes of all, the tyrant bee dove and impaled itself like a skewer. The instant wild blaze entered the cage, the tyrant bee plunged down for a lethal blow. Without a word, Su-Jin maneuvered the mecha to raise its arm, middle finger pointed skyward. The silver bell on her wrist chimed as the puppet curse passed through the mecha, striking the tyrant bee. Then, half of wild blaze was drenched in a milky, viscous fluid. Su-Jin shook the mecha's arm, glanced at the grade bug core in its grip, and suddenly realized the mecha desperately needed a self-cleaning program. Otherwise, if today repeated itself, it would be utterly repulsive. She considered casting a cleansing art, but found it too conspicuous, inviting more scrutiny. So, bearing the cloying sweetness, she strode into the next cage. Inside was an old acquaintance, a grade armored centipede. Its shell was immensely hard, with countless legs that stirred a hint of trypophobia. The centipede, too, was venomous, its poison not in a tail sting, but in its saliva. No sooner had Su-Jin entered the second cage than the centipede spat at her. She didn't dodge, but activated the mecha's shield. Simultaneously, a counter curse blasted half the centipede's head off with its own corrosive spittle. The other half was then pierced by Wild Blaze's iron fist. When she emerged in the third cage holding a red and a blue bug core, her mecha splashed in half-white. Halford, the audience's cheers finally erupted a beat too late. This was no obstacle course, it was a slaughter. And the sight of Su-Jin piloting the mecha, twirling the bug cores like walnuts, was utterly stunning. Everyone present stared fixedly at Su-Jin, paying no heed to Kawasaki Kobe, who was laboriously showcasing his skills in the first cage. The third cage held enscrayed abyssal giant scorpion, its shell a ruddy brown tail, stinger raised high. This beast had some intelligence, so it did not attack Su-Jin immediately. But this time Su-Jin struck first. Her left hand was still occupied twirling the cores. She could have stowed them away, but the dripping mess disgusted her, so she let the mecha hold them. This was where having a spiritual body proved advantageous. No need to soil one's hands with filth. Thus Su-Jin raised her right hand. She was no longer what she once was, and before, without spiritual power, her sea of consciousness sealed, she relied solely on faith energy and could not control scrayed bugs. Now, in another single exchange, Su-Jin drew the wind blade machete from Wild Blaze's back and vanquished the foe in one move. Indeed, wealth made a difference. Su-Sinyu's mecha, though seemingly light, boasted formidable defenses, and its weapons were transformable, sword blade, or even steel whip. Thus the walnuts in the mecha's hand became 3. At that very moment, Kawasaki Kobe was still locked in combat with the tyrant bee in the first cage. Only 5 minutes had elapsed. Su-Jin had already entered the range of the fourth cage. This time she faced not 1, but 3 scrayed bugs simultaneously. Su-Jin's brow furrowed slightly. The Central Military Academy was quite intriguing. She was indeed 2 scrayed, but she was a healer, not a warrior. Yet this assessment clearly treated her as an equal. Very well. She was hungry. 3 scrayed nether poison spiders formed a triangle, 2 in front and 1 behind, in a cum and bee-trapped formation. Amidst gasps, Su-Jin swaggered right in. I think I just saw a long-lost martial art phantom shadow wandering steps. How did you even see that? After this assessment, the school will release the video right. They'll have to study it frame by frame. If Su-Jin keeps killing bugs at this rate, the Zerg will soon become a protected species only seen in zoos. Is she really just a healer? I don't believe it. Could Su-Sinyu herself even pilot this mecha like that? I don't care, I want to be her disciple. At Central Military Academy, only our junior is a king, the rest of us are bronze. She won, 6 minutes and 38 seconds, can you believe it? Let me see that senior Kawasaki. Is he still battling the tyrant bee? Don't cry now. My God, I can't even imagine the look on Kawasaki Kobe's face. Since the assessment was tailored for Su-Jin, the obstacle course ended the moment she shattered the final cage, holding 6 bug cores of varied colors. Kawasaki Kobe, still locked in his duel with the tyrant bee, saw the cage vanish in under 10 minutes. Su-Jin had already called for a high-pressure water hose to clean her mecha. He had no idea what had happened. In terms of skill, as a 2-scrayed warrior, Kawasaki Kobe could have defeated a grade tyrant bee in 5 minutes if he had been piloting a 2-scrayed mecha. To prevent excessive firepower from breaching shields and harming bystanders, school-level tests mandated the use of a grade mechas. Thus it was somewhat inconvenient for Kawasaki Kobe, costing him a bit of time. By then his junior had already taken the lead ready for the next round. Such terrifying prowess. Was she truly just a healer? Kawasaki Kobe slumped beside his teammates. His teammates knew not how to console him. This once surrogate man had been utterly defeated by Su Jin, a defeat so sudden it would be remembered for ages. From the moment the cage vanished, he was in a daze, mechanically dismounting his mecha, sitting in the audience, his gaze fixed on Su Jin. It was a look of profound, tangled sorrow. He couldn't comprehend how he, so strong, ranked in the top 10, could lose to a junior, a healer no less. It was a stain on his life. Absolutely. And Su Jin's subsequent actions would only make him doubt his existence further. Level 2, breaking the formation. The rule was that 4 senior fellow apprentices from the 4th grade would set up a formation, and Su Jin was to break it with a time limit of 30 minutes. In Su Jin's mind, the 4-person formations unfolded one after another. The 4 symbols formation, the square formation, the matrix formation, the symmetry formation. Yet when the 4 seniors took their positions in the east-southwest and north, Su Jin realized none of these were correct. She had overthought it. It was not that complicated at all. It was merely the simplest quadrilateral formation, with the 4 standing diagonally in pairs, forming a pincer movement against Su Jin. As soon as she made a move, 2 would attack together. After one round, the other 2 would take their places, and then it would devolve into a battle of attrition. When Su Yingxing asked Su Jin if she was ready, she gave a slight nod and launched the first attack. To break such a formation, the best approach was to leave the opponents no time to react. A direct strike, overwhelming force, creating a miracle. In truth, from the very start of setting up the formation, the 4 had little confidence. After all, they had witnessed Su Jin's performance in the midterm exam, where she set up formations to annihilate insects. If they were trapped by the formations Su Jin had set up, they would likely meet the same fate as those insects. Before setting up the formation, the senior who served as the group leader encouraged his teammates with these words: "Don't worry. This time it's Su Jin who has to break the formation, not us." In a way, the 4 had already lost in morale. They were all tense, dreading the very thing that happened. Su Jin nodded slightly, and in the next second, she charged forward recklessly, unleashing her full power right in their faces. By the time Su Jin had already piloted her mecha to the senior in the south, the senior sister in the north only then remembered she needed to form a north-south pincer with the southern senior. Thus, she leaped up a beat too late, rushing straight towards Su Jin. Meanwhile, the ones in the east and west remained in their waiting positions, observing. But in the next second, they realized the battle could not be observed at all, because the senior standing in the west took Su Jin's flying sword without moving an inch. The immense impact sent him sprawling. He was flung directly outside the designated formation boundary. Strictly speaking, the formation was already broken. Yet the 5 on the field were still in a daze, not having processed what happened. In fact, the audience and the mentors were equally stunned. Only the holographic projection screen displayed the 2 letters KO. If this swift scene on the field were replayed in slow motion, it would look something like this. Su Jin feigned an attack on the senior in the south, luring the senior sister in the north to assist. At the most tense moment, just as she was about to reach the southern senior, when the east and west had let their guard down, she directly hurled the long sword in her hand like a flying dart. The entire sequence consisted of 3 steps. First, raise the hand and swing the blade toward the south. Second, take a step back, pretending to dodge the sudden strike from the north. Third, release the sword with a surge of sword aura like a rainbow, catching the senior in the west completely off guard. KO. But in reality, they exchanged a few more rounds afterward. After throwing her sword, Su Jin feigned a move and turned eastward. The senior sister in the east braced herself, ready to engage. Her heart was pounding, for the western teammate had yet to get up and was of no help. The north and south, tricked by Su Jin's feint, ended up facing each other. Turning back, Su Jin piloted her mecha to leap into the air. As she neared the east, she opened the throttle, vaulted up, and crossed over the north and south, who were about to aid the east, then pressed down on the western senior, who had just begun to rise, pinning him back. At that moment, Su Jin realized she had already stepped out of the circle, or rather she had woken up much earlier. So Lai Yaren sat motionless atop the dark raging bear. She looked adorably dazed. Then the broadcast sounded: Su Jin had broken the formation in 1 minute and 53 seconds. The dark raging bear simply lay flat on the ground, unable to get up, exhausted and ready for oblivion. Su Jin stood up, helped the senior to his feet, and walked back to the center of the arena. She said nothing, but her meaning was clear: come on. Let the storm rage even fiercer. Then she watched as the 4 dejected seniors returned to the audience seats. Level 3 Rescue. The background setting was that a comrade had been surrounded by the insect race. The enemy forces were vast, and he fought alone, besieged from all sides on the brink of death, with no hope of reinforcement. Su Jin also alone had to rescue her teammate from thousands of enemies within 30 minutes. The teammate was naturally played by a senior from the 4th grade. For safety reasons, no captured insect race prisoners were released from the cage. Instead, robots were programmed to impersonate the insect race and surround the captive. The advantage was that they would not actually harm the isolated senior or Su-Jin coming to the rescue. All the robot programs were designed based on the characteristics of the insect race, including their habits, ultimate skills, and ranks. For instance, the robot playing the tyrant bee could actually fly, and the one playing the spotted spider would die if its head was pierced through. After Su Yingxing finished reading the rules for this round, he asked Su-Jin, "As usual, may we begin?" Su-Jin nodded as usual. But this time was completely different from the last. The last time she nodded, no one reacted in time, so their eyes could not keep up with Su-Jin's thinking. This time they kept up, but they were so shocked their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. They watched helplessly as Su-Jin opened the protective cover of the mecha's observation cabin, slashed her wrist with a blade, and let blood drip with the wind. The scent of blood mingled with the spiritual energy of a healer instantly filled the entire arena. The programmed robots just a second ago shrinking their encirclement to devour the senior, mecha, and all, suddenly stopped. In the next second they halted, turned their necks, and swiftly rotated, charging madly towards Su-Jin. This was also a characteristic of the insect race. They craved the blood of healers even more, especially since Su-Jin was a delicious 2-level healer. Then everyone witnessed an unforgettable scene. Su-Jin smeared the blood from her wrist onto Lai Yaren's shell and quickly returned to the cockpit. She piloted the mecha, focusing entirely on fleeing, and while running she shouted to the senior, "Run. Head to the safe zone." "Are you stupid?" "The senior. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? Wasn't this supposed to be a rescue? With all those insects of various kinds, no fighting needed. Just run." So he ran. After 2 minutes and 15 seconds the senior made it to the safe zone, and Su-Jin won yet again. Although it was somewhat exam-oriented, exploiting the loopholes in the setup, it was undeniable that Su-Jin had passed. Instead of overestimating herself and charging in with foolish bravery to be slaughtered, she chose a different path to secure victory. In fact, Su-Jin's method had been used by someone on a real battlefield. Once a healer lured the insect swarm away to save her warrior lover, but unlike Su-Jin, she did not escape unscathed. She was devoured by the insects. So upon seeing the outcome of this round, Chu Hanxiao and Su Ze's faces darkened. One was thinking about how to grow stronger to protect his beloved, the other about how to discipline his granddaughter to avoid taking reckless risks. In any case, the several legion commanders sitting between them felt the air pressure drop, making them uncomfortable. Then the 4th round began. Round 4 Showdown. The challenge requires a 1v1 cold weapon duel, disallowing the use of hot weapons such as energy cannons with a match duration of 30 minutes. If one party cannot rise again, they are deemed the loser. The causes of defeat can include mental overload or the destruction of their mechs. Both sides are allowed to use only Class A mechs in the competition. After explaining the rules, Su Yingxing introduced the basic information of the competitors. Xiao Yudong, a 4th-year student from the Central Military Academy's Class A Mecha Combat Department, rated 2S, with a spiritual entity of a jackal piloting the Class A Mech Ice Warrior in the blue category. Su-Jin, a 1st-year student from the Central Military Academy's Class A Healing Department, rated 2S, with a spiritual entity of a corpse flower piloting the Class A Mech Fiery Wildfire in the red category. The countdown to the duel begins. With Su Yingxing's command, Xiao Yudong moved first, having observed that in the previous 2 rounds his companions suffered greatly due to the disadvantage of acting second. Therefore, Xiao Yudong prepared to take the initiative. His mech wielded dual blades, slicing through the air fiercely as he charged at Su-Jin. Su-Jin barely managed to dodge this sudden attack by bending down in a dance-like motion. In the stands, Su Xinyu was so anxious she nearly broke her light brain, realizing that Su-Jin's piloting of fiery wildfire was completely different from her own. Thus, she was studying voraciously. Seeing Su Xinyu like this, Isida felt a pang of envy. His own technique was not lacking either. After dodging the attack, Su-Jin did not immediately rise, but anticipated Xiao Yudong's next move, executing a low slide between the legs of the opponent's mech. Even the smallest mechs stand over 2 meters tall, let alone Xiao Yudong's large mech, while fiery wildfire is lightweight. Thus, Su-Jin evaded Xiao Yudong's horizontal attack with the agility of a fish. This made Xiao Yudong, who had overexerted himself, slightly off balance. Before he could stabilize himself, Su-Jin struck, firmly grabbing the ankle of Xiao Yudong's mech as he slid past beneath it. Following the momentum of his slide and the angle of Xiao Yudong's destabilized posture, Su-Jin flipped the Ice Warrior, which towered a full head above fiery wildfire, onto the ground. This led to a stunned silence across the arena. Su-Jin swiftly performed a backflip and landed on top of the Ice Warrior. He then reached down and manually dismantled the shield on the back of the Ice Warrior. It wasn't that the Ice Warrior was particularly weak. Rather, Su Xinyu's mech design was quite ingenious, and fiery wildfire was meant for survival in critical moments. Therefore, at the wrist of the mech, there was a super titanium alloy knife, a cold weapon that could slice through metal like butter due to the high-quality alloy. Everyone watched as Su Jin executed a flurry of operations with remarkable speed, dismantling Xiao Yudong's Ice Warrior into a pile of parts in just 6 minutes and 31 seconds. How could they fight now? Xiao Yudong, feeling unwilling to accept defeat, was shaken out of the broken mech when his jackal spirit entity charged directly at Su Jin. Unfortunately, before he could reach Su Jin, the protective shield of the Red Cliff arena shattered. The White Lion Xiongqi and the Snow Leopard Yao Guang led the charge, followed by Zizzle's Polar Bear Icetus Titan and Su Sinyu's Silver Wolf. The jackal, which had bared its teeth a moment ago, now trembled under the pressure of the two 3-level spiritual entities and dissipated on the spot. Xiao Yudong himself was forced to kneel on one knee, bowing his head in submission to Su Jin. Su Jin actually felt it was unnecessary, as her corpse flower was not so fragile and could compete with the jackal, also a 2-level spiritual entity. However, it was clearly too late for that. Zhang Zhongjing was already numb. That protective shield was from the arena. It was very expensive. If the elite fighters lost their temper, the spiritual entities could cause millions in damage with a single swipe from the Snow Leopard. He felt pained, but dared not speak. After all, it was Xiao Yudong who broke the rules first. Would they really die from accepting the bet? This time the Xiao family would have to bear the cost. In the end, Xiao Yudong was physically supported off the field by his classmates, his legs too weak to walk. The jackal's momentary fury resulted in heavy debts for the Xiao family. To ensure the smooth progress of the competition, the school had to raise a backup protective shield. The spiritual entities also returned to their respective positions before the shield was activated. After today's two spiritual entity confrontations, everyone had come to realize that Su Jin had powerful backing. The two 3-level warriors of the Empire were her support. No one dared to provoke her. Round 5 doubles. As the name suggested, involves 2 against 1, but this time the use of hot weapons is allowed. The opponents are a male and a female, and after the match began, the senior sister clasped her fists, saying, "Junior sister, please go ahead." This is part of the rules. Since it's 2 against 1, it wouldn't be fair, thus Su Jin can strike first, and only then can the opponents respond. Given Su Jin's display in the previous rounds, the older brother and sister believed that at least one of them must endure Su Jin's attack for the match to officially begin. Since Su Jin had just demonstrated her mech dismantling skills, both of them were extremely alert. However, Su Jin also controlled her mech to bow and clasp her fists. "I apologize." In concise terms, Su Jin extended her right hand and retrieved a whip sword from behind her, flicking it to transform into a whip-like form. As Su Jin skillfully wielded the whip, she ensnared Fiery Wildfire and turned to flee. According to the rules, she had not attacked, so her older brother and sister could not strike first. Thus the two were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances before activating their mech to pursue. At this point, they had created some distance from Su Jin, and with the whip trailing behind, Fiery Wildfire spun like a red top across the arena. Consequently, the two pursuing Su Jin did not notice that while running at tricky angles, she was charging the energy cannon of Fiery Wildfire. Su Sinyu had told her that Fiery Wildfire's energy cannon required a full minute to charge, which was her greatest dissatisfaction with the mech. Moreover, it needed an additional minute to cool down before it could be recharged. Back then, during midterm exams, Su Jin had not felt it was that bad, but now piloting the mech herself, she finally understood Su Sinyu's struggle. The charging time was too long and the cooldown time was too lengthy, making this weapon rather impractical. 1 minute quickly passed in their chase. In the first half, Su Jin maneuvered swiftly, but her pace noticeably slowed in the latter half. Anyone piloting a mech would understand that this was a normal reaction to excessive mental strain. Just as her older brother and sister were about to catch up to Su Jin, she executed a swift turn, firing the energy cannon directly at her brother's mech without a moment's hesitation. Simultaneously, the light whip transformed into a light sword, piercing through the sister's mech. Due to damage to the power core, both mechs were rendered inoperable. Su Jin's cunning strategy worked within the rules, accounting for every possibility. Human nature rules time weapons. The school, fearing another incident like the Jackals, retracted the protective shield immediately after the machine program declared Su Jin the winner without a second's delay. It was already around 6:30 in the afternoon, and Su Jin was genuinely hungry. She pulled out a lollipop from her space and popped it into her mouth. She gestured to Su Yingxing, urging her to hurry up. The 6th round, and also the last assessment of today's 3 subjects and 18 rounds formation. There is only one reason for placing the formation at the end. The instructors of the Central Military Academy are well aware that Su Jin is exceptionally talented in formations. This was evident during the midterm exams, but since the questions were set, it had to be saved for last. The original intention was to avoid putting psychological pressure on the 4th-year students facing Su Jin. If the formation had been placed first and Su Jin had won immediately, the 4th-year students would have been likely to crumble under the pressure. However, even placing it last did not prevent them from collapsing. Unlike the second round where the fourth-year seniors set up the formation and Su-Jun broke it, the roles are now reversed. Su-Jun leads 70 robots to set up the formation while the opponents have 70 robots to break it. Su-Jun was confident while the opponent's senior sister felt a sense of helplessness. She wished to be equally confident, and although she had her moments of brilliance before meeting Su-Jun today, she was almost certain she would lose. At the very least, the five-man formation Su-Jun casually drew during the midterms left her utterly confused despite her research over the past few days. Even if she understood the formation's positioning once deeply involved, it could be perilous, let alone a large formation involving 70 members. Nevertheless, the senior sister was eager to try. Discussing theory for 200 years was nothing compared to battling Su-Jun for 2 minutes. This was the anticipation of a contest between experts, something that ordinary people wouldn't understand. Su-Jun's growth had been so rapid that it was almost like a leap in a day. Thus, this was her only chance to spar with Su-Jun at her level, and she considered herself a lucky duck. With the same 30 minutes allocated for breaking the formation, Su-Jun had 30 minutes to set up his formation beforehand. Setting up a formation means making the robots understand the patterns and techniques you have researched. Robots understand systems differently from humans, thus requiring explanations in code language. Su-Jun took the light brain handed to him by Su Yingxing and sat down on the spot. He placed the light brain on the ground, flicked his finger, and countless holographic data packets flew out perfectly covering 70. Unlike others who calibrated each robot one by one, Su-Jun spent 12 minutes rewriting an integrated program. He then instructed this program to send commands to the 70 data packets, allowing the robots to understand how to set up the formation. Moreover, he quickly learned the various possibilities when the enemy attempted to break the formation, how to respond, and allowed the AI to rapidly run the program, enabling the robots to think critically and adapt. In fact, this was not difficult. When the first-generation AI assistant Lobster emerged during the era of magic's decline, it could learn and correct its behavior simultaneously. The learning capability of AI algorithms is astonishing, and it was precisely due to this transformation that humanity's survival laws were rewritten, causing Su-Jun to fall into a deep slumber. Ultimately, he was lifted by the power of faith into the interstellar age. The past was painful to recall. Humanity's advancements in technology resulted in far more losses than gains, yet at that time people did not understand. In 12 minutes of programming, the robots learned to understand the formations of the move formation, hook formation, xuanxiang formation, number formation, and shu formation, and could analyze various situations when the enemy attempted to break the formation, smoothly switching between several intricate formations. After another 15 minutes, when Su Yingxing pressed the end button, Su-Jun stood up, brushed off the non-existent dust from his clothes, and walked over to the command seat prepared for the formation team. After confirming that both sides were ready, Su Yingxing announced the start. The senior sister from the fourth year took the lead, riding on her spiritual unicorn, charging into the formation with her robots. The anticipated obstacles did not occur. What awaited her was a maze of unpredictable layouts. She rushed in effortlessly, but getting out was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. The move formation emphasizes the vanguard like an arrow striking where aimed. If the senior sister chose to confront Hedon, the move formation would serve as the best defense. However, the senior sister charged straight into the encirclement, while the robots planned to encircle her, thus withdrawing the vanguard, creating an unimpeded situation for the senior sister. Then they changed formations, transforming from the move formation into the xuanxiang formation, with all the formation robots moving frequently, creating afterimages, causing chaos, launching sneak attacks, and swarming 3 against 1. Ultimately, after all the operations, within less than 5 minutes, the senior sister lost 1/3 of her robotic warriors. At this point, she changed her mind, thinking it best to retreat and reconsider. But just as she considered escaping, Su-Jun's formation changed again, initiating the number formation, compressing inward like a meat grinder from the periphery, consuming another 10%. Seeing the situation worsen, the senior sister decided not to run. Her mental energy surged out, sweeping away everything. Then in her light brown irises, the grand formation transformed again into the shu formation, and the robots quickly scattered faster than the street vendors in a night market. Thus, the robots that had originally surrounded the unicorn nearly retreated to the edge of the arena. Was this reasonable? This thought merely flickered in the senior sister's mind when Su-Jun's formation robots changed again. This time it was a square formation. After several trials and confrontations without losing a single soldier, Su-Jun's side had reduced the opponent's numbers to a mere odd count. Yet the time was still not halfway through. Initially eager to break the formation, now survival was the priority. The senior sister rode her unicorn, maneuvering left and right within the grand formation, but found no effective approach. Until the 30 minutes elapsed, all robots powered down. The senior sister was shocked to discover she was left all alone. What kind of formation is this? It's simply a man-eating den. Thus, the entire day's assessment finally came to an end. The last senior sister riding the unicorn stood frozen for a long time before dismounting. She almost stumbled her way to Su Jun, saying, "If it weren't for the assessment, would I have already been eliminated in a duel? Junior sister, I want to apprentice under you to learn formations. Please consider it." The senior sister said this without pressure, but Su Yingxing sitting in the stands had a dark expression. Unfortunately, he was the fourth-year instructor for the mecha combat class. That senior sister riding the unicorn was his most prized student, but now. Su Jun smiled and said, "I want to teach." Then he turned towards the podium and asked, "May I ask if I passed the assessment? Can I switch majors starting tomorrow?" What could possibly be wrong with that? The principal and teachers on the podium exchanged glances. Given Su Jun's performance, not only switching majors, but even graduating directly into the military corps was not out of the question. After today, Su Jun's name would be placed in the most prominent position on the school's bulletin board, as he was the only student in the century-long history of the Central Military Academy to pass the major switching examination. No, he was a genius. "I'm hungry." Those were the first words Su Jin uttered as she stepped out of the Red Cliff Arena, addressing the approaching old General Su Zhe. Su Zhe's heart ached with concern. The old general, who never touched snacks, produced a plump, white Fu Ling cake from his spatial button, as if offering a treasure, and placed it in Su Jin's hand. "You must be starving. Eat up." Su Jin took a bite, devouring nearly half the cake in one go, clearly ravenous. Chu Hanxiao quickly retrieved a cup of bubble tea and placed it in her other hand. Thus, Su Jin was escorted out of the Central Military Academy by the Empire's 2 3-class warriors. Behind her, the white lion Xiongqi and the snow leopard Yao Wang walked side by side in silence. It seemed a picture of serene tranquility, yet it left those lurking in the shadows scratching their heads in frustration. After all, they were no match for her, not even close. Approaching her was a feat in itself. What a 3-class spirit entity meant those in the know understood all too well. The next day, Su Jin's successful transfer exam at the Central Military Academy became a trending topic. Su Jin, the first in a century at the military academy. Humanity may usher in a second evolution. Perfect scores in all 18 assessments. Compilation of unbelievable expressions from senior year students. Meanwhile, the midterm exam results of the Central Military Academy were also released. This time, the published data included not only individual scores, team performance, intelligence metrics, and combat statistics, but also verification data. The reason the data was released so long after the exams was that the Academy had been investigating questionable points. For instance, why the fire ants seemed collectively drugged on the first day. The investigation concluded that geographical magnetic fields had restricted the insectoid activity. To avoid bias, the verification results were issued not by the 1st Legion or the 2nd Legion, but by the 7th Legion. Another example how Su Jin could pilot a mecha without spiritual power, and a 2-class mecha at that. The finding was that only she could do so, possibly due to her spiritual sea being sealed for 18 years, involving a dark energy constant. This could not be proven, yet it was equally impossible to refute. As for how Su Jin predicted the outbreak of the insect tide, the investigation attributed it to the acute perception of a 2-class healer. Although her spiritual sea was still sealed at the time it was on the verge of release. Again, the principle of dark energy. Prove otherwise if you can. Coupled with Su Jin's stellar performance in the transfer exam, few persisted in questioning the dark energy theory. Instead, the focus of discussion shifted to whether humanity could undergo a second evolution. Both Su Zhe and Chu Hanxiao had asked Su Jin about this, and her response was unequivocal: "Don't get your hopes up." The power of faith was something she had accumulated since the dawn of the primordial era. How could everyone possess it? The days that followed were uneventful, yet imbued with the warmth of mortal life. Su Jin attended the Central Military Academy, as usual. Though she had passed the transfer exam, she couldn't wander unpredictably across various disciplines. Thus, she needed to submit her self-designed curriculum first. Without a second thought, Su Jin replaced courses like embroidery, painting, cooking, baking, and fragrance making with mecha maintenance, mecha combat formation theory, and insectoid combat drills. Her principal, not a single moment wasted. As the top student in the healing department, her attendance in serious healing classes could be counted on one hand. Instead, her time was evenly split between mecha combat and mecha manufacturing. Every morning, Chu Hanxiao arrived punctually to pick her up, mooching breakfast at old General Su Zhe's before escorting her to school. Every evening, he waited at the school gate to take her home, staying for dinner. The commander delighted in this routine. Su Jin also felt a warmth in her heart. She wondered if that day in court Chu Hanxiao had acted not just to help her, but perhaps, just perhaps, the aloof commander harbored a certain fondness for her. In truth, Su Jin was being modest. Chu Hanxiao's affection for her was far from trivial. He was late every day because of dropping her off at school, so he simply canceled the regular morning meetings, replacing them with ad hoc reports and immediate resolutions, claiming it improved decision-making efficiency. Lin Yu. As if I believed that. Because of the daily school runs, the documents awaiting approval on his desk had piled into 2 stacks, each half a person's height. Shen Guangwei dared not voice his frustration. Forced to consult Su Xingyan, he asked, Xingxing, what if I suggested the commander stay late today, just for an hour? Do you think? Su Xingyan said nothing, but the pity in her gaze was unmistakable to Shen Guangwei. That path was a dead end indeed. Among the crowd, the happiest might be David Cook, who had been sent to the border to rotate with Su Xingyan. After all, Bear too was now blind and oblivious, knowing nothing. One day, Chu Hanxiao came to pick up Su Jin again, and the three sat down for breakfast together. Su Jin naturally popped a peeled shrimp that Chu Hanxiao had prepared into her mouth. As she chewed, a thought struck her. Chu Hanxiao, do you know about blue sea gold dust? Her words made both men freeze, then they asked in unison. Do you want it? Su Jin nodded. Earlier, to repair Grandpa's spiritual sea, I posted on Starblog asking for snow cyan. Someone brought it to me on the condition of exchanging it for blue sea gold dust. I've already used the snow cyan for Grandpa. We agreed on 2 months, and I need to deliver the blue sea gold dust to the Polaris Club. Chu Hanxiao exchanged a glance with Su Zhe and pressed on. What did that person look like? Su Jin thought for a moment. Bald with one artificial hand. The cup he handed me was very heavy. Su Zhe set down his chopsticks. He probably didn't know you sought snow cyan to save me, or he wouldn't have given it. Su Jin. I sensed it, a whiff of old grudges. Grandpa, who is he? Su Zhe let out a scoff. His name is Shirley. He once courted your grandmother alongside me, but she chose me in the end. He then joined the Interstellar Pirates, later reformed under her persuasion. Su Jin. What a juicy revelation. An old rival. Grandpa, you're far more handsome than him. No wonder Grandma chose you. Su Zhe ruffled her hair with a broad smile. So what does he do now? Is that Polaris Club his business? Su Jin recalled the luxurious suite she had entered, located on the top floor and exceedingly grand. Chu Hanxiao shook his head. According to my intel, he has no connection to the Polaris Club. He's the second largest shareholder of the black market. Su Jin. What was happening today? One shocking revelation after another. Is he very wealthy? Although Su Jin had automatically upgraded from pauper to little rich girl since Su Zhe woke up and split from the second branch of the Su family, she still adored money. Who would ever have too much? A shadow of displeasure flickered across Chu Hanxiao's face. What he thought was the second largest shareholder of the black market was far inferior to him, the largest. Why was his little girl envious of that? The Polaris Club was also a Chu family enterprise, didn't she know? Indeed, Su Jin was utterly unaware of all this. On the starship heading to the Central Military Academy, Chu Hanxiao told Su Jin that he would bring her blue sea crushed gold that evening. How do you have everything? The undisguised admiration in Su Jin's eyes made Chu Hanxiao's mind wander. When your grandfather's condition was critical, I went to another star system after waking up and brought back a fair amount, but Mu Qian said it had no effect on the old general. Su Jin nodded. So it was for my grandfather. Chu Hanxiao shook his head. It used to be, but not anymore. From now on, tell me whatever you want, and he'll get it for you. Su Jin was left speechless. Did the original host have a heart condition? She should get it checked out. Why did her heart suddenly race for no reason? Actually, it wasn't entirely without reason. It seemed to happen every time because of Chu Hanxiao. Also, do you remember the school doctor who wanted to sell your organs? Su Jin calmed her heartbeat and nodded vigorously. Anyone who woke up to find themselves about to have their heart and lungs ripped out would remember that person for life. Shen Guangwei found out he wasn't a first-time offender. Before being transferred to the Central Military Academy, he was a surgeon and he had been involved in organ trafficking even then. They are a criminal organization with the main goal of conducting human genetic modification experiments to achieve the second evolution of humanity. They believe that injecting insect genes into humans and altering the original genetic sequence can increase human combat power 100-fold, including mental strength and physical resilience. Su Jin was stunned. Wasn't this the same mindset as those who created zombies? Why couldn't they just live a good life? Be a happy parasite, travel the mountains and rivers, get close to nature, work 9 to 5, and curse their boss? Why did they have to destroy all of humanity under the banner of scientific progress? Now there's a split within their organization. Some believe humans can evolve without genetic recombination, and you are a living example. The other faction considers you a unique case, not a reference. We're waiting for their internal strife so we can wipe them out in one fell swoop, leaving no future trouble. Su Jin blinked. So you need my cooperation? A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Hanxiao's eyes. He had always known Su Jin was sharp and perceptive, but he hadn't expected her to be so quick-witted, understanding with just a hint. Yes, we need your cooperation. First, you must not act alone. You must tell me wherever you go, and especially, you must not deliver the blue sea crushed gold by yourself. Su Jin understood. She was now under the same treatment as a giant panda, a key protected target. All right then, Commander, please come to pick me up and drop me off every day. Chu Hanxiao was amused by her tilted head. The young commander's profile was bathed in the morning light, his smile utterly unguarded. He looked nothing like the aloof commander burdened with countless duties. He was more like an innocent youth. Su Jin was mesmerized, slowly leaning in until their breaths mingled, only then realizing how dangerously close they were. She wanted to flee, but a hand with distinct knuckles gripped her chin. Su-Jin. The commander's voice carried a magnetic pull, rendering her immobile as she watched Chu Hangxiu's face draw nearer. For the first time, Su-Jin wanted to escape, yet was reluctant to leave, afraid, yet expectant. So she resignedly closed her eyes, but the next moment the warm lips did not launch an assault. Instead, they landed on her eyelashes. A fleeting touch, yet it carried the rising tide of desire. At that moment, the starship docked at the gates of the Central Military Academy. Su-Jin fled down the ramp, not daring to look back as she dashed into the academy. She had to find time to get her heart checked. If it kept racing like this, she might die young. Little did she know Chu Hangxiu's heart was pounding just as fast as hers. If he hadn't sensed the starship was about to land, he would have kissed her, and kissed her for a long time. Because of this little interlude, Chu Hanxiao hadn't yet told Su-Jin about the sordid affairs of the 6th Legion on Tingxi Star. He thought it could wait, but some people couldn't contain themselves and made a move directly. During the midday break, just as Su-Jin put down her chopsticks, a senior approached her. Fan Wenhua leaned close to Su-Jin's ear and whispered, "Enemy is 20 meters away." Yu Qingzhu cleared his throat. At a glance, this one is better looking than yesterday's. Su Xinyu was shocked. "Xiaozhu, when did you go blind?" Yu Qingzhu glared. Su-Jin remained expressionless. "Junior Su-Jin, someone is looking for you at the school gate, claiming to be from the 2nd Legion." The girls whispered among themselves, realizing the senior was just a messenger. Su Xinyu admitted, "I misjudged." Little did they know that senior started dancing in the hallway as soon as he left the cafeteria, shaking his head and looking happier than if he had topped the final exams. All because he had spoken to Su-Jin. But Su-Jin felt a thorn of doubt. The 2nd Legion. She glanced at her optical computer. If her grandfather had something to say, he would contact her directly, not send someone. Something was off. "They'll go check it out. See you in the classroom." "What's your first class this afternoon?" Su Xinyu quickly asked. "Introduction to Mecha Transmission Systems and Energy." "Got it." Su-Jin left the cafeteria, heading toward the school gate while extending her spiritual sense. About 100 meters from the gate, she overheard a conversation on an optical communicator. "I'm at the Central Military Academy gate. I've sent someone to call Su-Jin out. I'm scared. I can't beat her, and she has a snow leopard." This was a deliberately lowered male voice. "What are you afraid of? You don't have to fight. We'll use a roundabout method. Just get that thing on her, and she'll be at your mercy." This was a slightly oily male voice. "Will it work?" "She's too level. Don't worry. Levels are too old. Oh, I've never played with one, but I'm almost bored with the levels. Trust me, with a big enough dose, it'll work." Su-Jin was speechless. Playing dirty were they? Up to this point, she only planned to teach the 2 lecturers a lesson and show them who was boss. But then they mentioned the 6th Legion. Also, I've been watching for days. It's always that Chu guy picking her up and dropping her off. Now the 1st Legion is relentless against us in the 6th. I'm afraid of stirring up trouble. Afraid of what? The more you fear him, the more arrogant he gets. Once we've had our fun, we'll send her back and see if she still dares to be arrogant. Really? The other party hung up. Su-Jin stopped a dozen meters from the gate and hid behind a tree. She sent a message to Chu Hanxiao. "Did you forget to tell me about your grudges with the 6th Legion?" Chu Hanxiao of the 1st Legion replied, "Stay put. Old Shun is nearby today. He'll be there in 1 minute and 15 seconds. Su-Jin was speechless. Fine. She had actually been itching for a fight. Shun Guangwei had taken the person and brought them to the Dark Division of the 1st Legion. What right do you have to arrest me? Is it a crime just to stand at the school gate? Su-Jin visited the main camp of the Dark Division for the first time. She had imagined it would be a mountain villa, a ruined temple, or a sewer in the slums. Instead, those people had their senses controlled by mental power and were directly taken to Maple Orchid Retreat. Standing behind a two-way mirror, Su-Jin crossed her arms at a loss for words. Even if Shun Guangwei hadn't descended like a divine soldier, she still had Yaoguang. It was impossible for her to suffer a loss. Thinking back, now how meticulous Chu Hanxiao must have been to send a lieutenant general to protect her, a mere student. Little did Su-Jin know that Shun Guangwei had insisted on coming himself. Ever since Su-Jin was classified as 2th level, she had automatically entered the Healer Protection Act. And because she was already engaged to Chu Hanxiao, he as her guardian was obligated to protect her. So Lin Yu and Su Xingyan essentially worked in shifts near the Central Military Academy, almost never leaving her side. Lin Yu was busy during the day, so he often took the night shift, while Su Xingyan, who had a lighter schedule, took the day shift. Shun Guangwei, who harbored a secret crush on Xingxing, began to fall apart. He couldn't see Su Xingyan during the day, and even less at night. On top of that, his general had just fallen in love and was constantly preoccupied, unable to get through a single stack of documents. Su Xingyan had to take leave today to accompany his mother to the Su family residence to handle matters. So Chu Hanxiao was restless. Lin Yu wasn't there, Su Xingyan wasn't there, and although the Dark Division was present, he still couldn't stop worrying. Shun Guangwei stood beside him, watching the man pick up the documents only to put them down again, put them down only to pick them up again. He couldn't even read 2 pages before checking his optical brain messages. After this cycle repeated for over an hour, Shen Guangwei resigned himself to his fate. General, how about this? You'll go to the Central Military Academy on the condition that you finish the documents on your desk today. Deal. So Shen Guangwei set off, filled with pent-up frustration. Just as he was nearing the Central Military Academy, a communication from Chu Hanxiao came through. Learning that there really were villains trying to harm Su Jin, Shen Guangwei was incredibly excited. Finally, he had a place to vent the stifling anger and frustration that had been building up lately. However, he never expected that the person who dared to cause trouble, even under the pressure of Yao Guang, would turn out to be a coward taken down without any effort. Not only was he a coward, but he was also brainless. Even after being brought into the Dark Division of the First Legion, he still clung to a sliver of hope. Su Jin watched as the two-way mirror in front of her instantly turned black, knowing that the fool inside was in for a rough time. She turned to face Chu Hanxiao. Since we have a moment, how about we talk about your grudges with the 6th Legion? Did you steal someone's white moonlight? Alarms blared in Chu Hanxiao's mind, and then the words of love tumbled out. What white moonlight? You are the only one who has ever stirred my heart in this life. Lin Yu, I'm still here. I haven't even had lunch, and now I'm being force-fed 2 kilos of dog food. Who can stand this? Is there no mercy for us single dogs? Su Jin truly hadn't expected Commander Chu to play this card. For a moment, she didn't know how to continue the conversation. Fortunately, the commander's ability to prolong awkwardness was as formidable as a lobster's claws. Do you remember our first meeting? Su Jin tried to recall. When was the first time she had seen Chu Hanxiao? Before she could figure it out, Chu Hanxiao continued. You were probably at the 4th level of the Cockroach Beetle Valley Secret Realm. Old Shin David Cook and I were on Tingshi Star. Su Jin, how does that not match up? Do you remember that spotted spider that got stuck in the Star Gate? As Chu Hanxiao mentioned this, Su Jin finally remembered. But I didn't see you. I only saw a golden eagle. Chu Hanxiao nodded, expressing the emotion of a fleeting glance that had lasted a lifetime from his perspective on the starship. Finally, he got down to the situation on Tingshi Star at the time. The heat on Su Jin's face gradually receded as Chu Hanxiao narrated. You mean there's a mole inside the 6th Legion? They were involved in the human genetic modification experiment. Su Jin was very good at grasping the key points. Chu Hanxiao didn't need to analyze further. Seeing Chu Hanxiao nod, Su Jin's eyes grew profound. This was a matter of clan extinction. And Qin Ichi. Chu Hanxiao shook his head. His body modification belongs to another type. It's also genetic research, but it only involves physical changes and strength enhancement. So I suspect there are 2 different groups studying genetic mutations. Su Jin was stunned. There was an old saying, those who do not seek death shall not die. And humanity was actively walking the path of self-destruction, going further and further unstoppable. As the two were talking, Shen Guangwei walked out of the interrogation room, followed by a trace of bloodlust that could not be ignored. Just a small fry. He said there's an online betting pool with many participants. Whoever captures Su Jin first gets a reward from the bookmaker. I've already asked Lin Yu to trace the bookmaker's account, but it's probably a shell. As soon as Shen Guangwei finished his report, Lin Yu looked up. Old Shen is right. It is a shell. We can't trace it. The final endpoint is a deceased person whose identity has been cancelled. Thus the matter hit a dead end. As long as the online betting pool existed, no one could let their guard down. Perhaps because of Yao Guang, no one could really harm Su Jin or kidnap her. But this meant that one branch of the 1st Legion's Dark Division had to maintain a strict, unyielding defense. Arresting people, releasing them, an endless cycle. This person might not have been truly targeting Su Jin. If I really disappeared today, Chu Hanxiao, what would you do? Chu Hanxiao didn't answer Su Jin's question. Instead, a blaze ignited deep in his eyes. That's right. Su Jin could temporarily disappear for a while. Their engagement banquet was coming up. If Su Jin were to go missing, the 1st and 2nd Legions would have a reason to conduct a purge. They could point the evidence at the 6th Legion or claim a secret letter had arrived directly accusing someone. But you need to brief my grandfather first. Let's keep it as an act, don't make him worry. Chu Hanxiao nodded and immediately dialed a secure military channel. After listening to Chu Hanxiao's concise account, Su Zhe agreed at once. Take good care of my child. I'll investigate the 7th Legion for you. All right. Chu Hanxiao had originally intended to ask the old master to investigate the 7th Legion anyway. After all, that general was a Fong of the Howard family, and the bad blood between them made it rather inconvenient for him to do it himself. So everyone was in perfect agreement. Lin Yu immediately released the news that Su Jin had boarded a stranger's starship at the school gate and was confirmed missing. Subsequently, Su Zhe requested the activation of the healer protection procedure. The entire capital star was put on lockdown, with the whole planet searching for the whereabouts of the 2th-level healer Su Jin. Chu Hanxiao even offered a mining planet as a reward for anyone with information. For a time, the atmosphere was fraught with tension. Meanwhile, Su Jin stayed at Maple Orchid Retreat, eating barbecue, drinking juice, leaning against the white lion Xiongqi, holding a kitten in her arms, and keeping an eye on the unfolding situation. On the 2nd day of the global lockdown, Su Jin finally clarified one thing in her mind. She cradled the small kitten in her lap, gazing into its icy blue eyes, and said earnestly, "I've figured it out. Tingshi Star is a nursery, and there's not just one nursery." Chu Huangxiu's spiritual sea trembled as he removed the shield just in time to hear Su Jin's words. Talking about Tingshi Star could easily use a secure channel, yet she chose to use the snow leopard. There is only one possibility. Su Jin suspected that even within the First Legion there were traitors. The Legion is vast, with each Legion equivalent to the first great power in the Age of Magics and 4 times the scale of armies before the era of peace and disarmament. Such a large number indeed cannot guarantee every individual is loyal and upright. A nursery. Chu Huangxiu's mind flashed with snippets from his past life. From the perspective of humanity, those world-ending insect swarms indeed used Tingshi Star as a launch point to invade the capital star. However, it now appears that Tingshi Star may merely be the end point, the tip of the iceberg. The insect race must have long been plotting, and there cannot be only one nursery. During the great disaster in his past life, humanity was barely surviving, lacking the strength to investigate this line. Reborn Chu Huangxiu was blinded by a leaf focusing on the root of the problem, the genetic modification of humanity. After eliminating Tingshi Star, he did not pursue this line any further, but now Su Jin's words awakened him from his dream. Tingshi Star is merely the end of the insect tide's transport channel. This line cannot have only one such star. Thinking of this, Chu Huangxiu shivered. He almost overlooked the deadly hidden dangers facing humanity. Meanwhile, Su Jin was rubbing the kitten's ears, saying, "Did you hear that, my dear?" The kitten nodded vigorously. Su Jin, as if rewarding it, gently stroked Yegang's belly. Chu Huangxiu's abdomen tightened hastily, severing the connection, yet the fire within him would not extinguish. When Shun Guangwei came to find Chu Huangxiu, he discovered him taking a bath in broad daylight. Does he have a cleanliness obsession? The cold water poured over him, finally dousing the wicked fire. Standing under the water, Chu Huangxiu thought of Su Qinghui's mecha incident, which he had tasked Su Xingyan to investigate. To ask is to inquire about corruption, but Chu Huangxiu knew that corruption was merely a means to obscure the truth. The real aim was to undermine the Empire's fighting strength. Thus, the 6th Legion must conduct a thorough investigation. Release the news stating that we received an anonymous report about someone organizing a betting scheme aimed at Su Jin's life, and we have already captured some of the gamblers involved. Then bring back those who were identified by that thug. Shen Guangwei put down the documents and turned to take action. Half an hour later, the truth was pulled out like a carrot from the mud. Shen Guangwei led a team and dramatically captured 27 or 8 individuals, nearly bringing all those who had surfaced in the online betting scheme back to the First Legion. They were captured, but not hurriedly interrogated. Half an hour later, the First Legion released news that one of them confessed it was a betting scheme established by Matsuiyahu, the logistics director of the 6th Legion. The reason for this was to draw out the snakes from their dens. Perhaps the betting scheme was not initiated by Matsuiyahu. However, the issues surrounding Su Qinghui's problematic mecha were inextricably linked to this person. Since it's like opening a blind box right now, let's see how the other party chooses to handle it. Will they sacrifice pawns to protect the king, or will they choose to accept their fate? After Matsuiyahu was brought back to the First Legion, he was not hurriedly interrogated, but rather released news that Matsuiyahu had not raised any objections. This completely shattered the facade of balance maintained by the 6th Legion. In reality, the 6th Legion was not as peaceful as it appeared on the surface. There were turbulent undercurrents. It seemed that Fujito Rinpei, who led the entire Legion, was not actually the decision-maker of the 6th Legion. The true grip on the 6th Legion's lifeline lay with the logistics department, namely Matsuiyahu's faction. Additionally, the military output was undertaken by the Hei's family. According to mathematical theory, the structure of a triangle is the most stable. Hence, the 6th Legion, divided into 3 factions, appeared as a solid iron barrel to outsiders. What Chu Huangxiu was doing this time was to follow the clues. Based on his memories from his past life, Matsuiyahu was responsible for resource coordination, including the material supplies, after Su Jin breached the Cockroach Insect Valley secret realm. Thus, almost every resource star in the Empire bore the shadow of Matsui's subordinates. The matters concerning Tingshi Star were concealed by Matsuiyahu. Therefore, Chu Huangxiu decisively chose to take action against the Matsui family. Unsurprisingly, the first to rush out to defend Matsuiyahu was not his own family, but the Hei's family. This made the situation rather suspicious. Chu Huangxiu calmly drove away the people from the Hei's family, who came to visit Matsuiyahu. Then he had Shun Guangwei inform Matsuiyahu that Hei's Akira had visited, leaving behind a food box before leaving. For safety reasons, the First Legion inspected the food box, finding a note hidden within urging the Matsui family to hold firm or else. Meanwhile, the food was found to contain components of a chronic poison that could cause paralysis. Naturally, Matsuiyahu did not believe this. He was now trapped by the First Legion like an isolated island. However, he did believe the note. Chu Huanxiao did not waste words with him, using the same trick to release news of Matsuyaha's death the next day, accompanied by a video showing a body covered with a white cloth, claiming it was due to poisoning. Using this as a reason, he arrested the only person who had visited Matsuyahu, Hiizakira. This stirred a tremendous uproar, especially when Hiizakira saw that Matsuyahu was well-fed and looked unscathed, even appearing to have gained weight compared to a few days ago. It caused an explosive reaction. Hiizakira confessed that the betting scheme was indeed not initiated by the Matsui family, but by Hiizajiro. However, Matsuyaha's accounts had always been off. It seemed he owed a large sum of money, constantly misusing public funds, and the mining data from resource stars did not match. Thus, the Hiiz family had long suspected issues with the Matsui family. This time, the Hiiz family actually aimed to take advantage of the situation and let the Matsui family take the fall. Additionally, Hiizakira bluntly stated that someone must have taken advantage of Su Jin's disappearance. They had not seen a single hair of Su Jin. The commander who lost his fiancée was infuriated and remained adamant in his disbelief. By this point, the investigation had already begun to reveal clues. Another day passed and Hiizakira was released. Meanwhile, Fujito Rinpei was invited to the First Legion. The storm in the capital star drawn out by Su Jin officially began. Shun Guangwei led a team to investigate all the mining stars flagged by the Hiiz family for having problematic accounts. Upon investigation, they were shocked by the findings. The Sixth Legion was responsible for mining dozens of stars each year with a variety of minerals. Mining stars are essentially barren stars with mineral deposits. The legion responsible for patrolling reports it, and the Empire assigns various legions to mine them. Not all mining stars are mined by the Sixth Legion. Rather, these young soldiers lacked other abilities, gradually taking on more work because the other 5 legions were stationed on the borders, while the 7th Legion was tasked with defense and security in the capital star. Among these mining stars, 7 were as treacherous as Tingshi Star. According to the interstellar dimension, these mining planets were arranged in the formation of the Big Dipper star cluster, the capital star domain. Some of them had even been mined for decades. The Zerg were quietly laying out a grand scheme, and these moves were actually aided by humans, a thought too horrifying to dwell upon. Subsequently, Chu Hanxiao ordered Shun Guangwei to investigate along the Big Dipper star track, and in one go they unearthed 35 problematic mining planets. And this was just along the route from the capital star to the southwestern border. The regions beyond the border were too perilous. Chu Hanxiao called Shun Guangwei back, and carrying the data he had retrieved, entered the imperial palace. Outside, everyone speculated that Su Jin had met with grave misfortune. Could the Empire's most brilliant morning star have truly set like this? No one knew what Chu Hanxiao discussed with Odin Vladimir inside the palace. All that was known was that from that day onward, all officers above the rank of lieutenant colonel in the 6th Legion were thrown into prison. The Matsui family was dug up to its very foundations, from master to servant, from main lineage to collateral branches. None were spared. The 1st Legion was conducting a purge akin to the extermination of an entire clan. This order was personally issued by Odin, the plan drafted by the cabinet and passed unanimously by the parliament. At this point, all public opinion pointed to the Matsui family having murdered Su Jin. There was also a small interlude here. Before the Matsui family was fully detained, Kurosawa Akihiro, who had been released, told the family head that it was Matsui Yago who had betrayed the Kurosawa family. Thus, Kurosawa Jiro pressured the Matsui family. Forced into a corner, the Matsuis planned to send Su Rulan, the new plaything of Matsui Ishi, to take the fall. After all, it was well known that Su Rulan had a grudge against Su Jin regardless of who had kidnapped her, or more pessimistically, who had killed her. Now the 6th Legion could wait no longer. Someone had to step up and take responsibility for this matter. When the news reached Su Jin's ears, she was tending to her spirit plants. No way. Su Rulan will never go down without a fight. Sure enough, when Matsui Ishi approached Su Rulan, she claimed she was already pregnant. You're in a grade, and I'm in a grade too. So you and I have the potential to have an grade, or even a 2's grade child. Look at Su Jin Ishi, how dazzling she is. Don't you want a 2's grade offspring too? I am Su Jin's sister, or perhaps I carry those genes as well. Su Rulan had undoubtedly gotten a grip on Matsui Ishi. He knelt outside his father's study for a day and a night, but although he couldn't change Matsui Dancho's mind, he awaited the downfall of the Matsui family instead. For Su Rulan, wasn't this another form of liberation? The situation continued to escalate. On the day before the originally scheduled engagement banquet, a vast array of experimental instruments was discovered in the basement of a Matsui collateral household. This was one of the gene fusion laboratories. At the same time, an account book was found showing that almost every month unidentified funds of unimaginable magnitude were deposited into this branch family's account, and the timeline of the ledger perfectly matched the extraction dates of those malevolent planets. The Matsui family thought they were merely helping a mysterious big shot line their own pockets, skimming a portion of the profits for themselves. In reality, they had become accomplices in sending humanity to the guillotine. To prevent similar incidents from recurring, Chu Hanshao persuaded Emperor Odin to reveal the truth about the Zerg nursery. And he personally led the First Legion aboard the mothership Aurora carrying Dr. Song and the Gamma Ray burst, live streaming the entire process of exterminating the Zerg. It was absolutely exhilarating. Once the last treacherous planet within the defense line was swept clean by the Gamma Ray burst, Chu Hanshao issued a new bounty through the mechanical sphere. Please keep a close watch on all resource and mining planets within the Empire's borders. Report any issues to the First Legion immediately. If the report is verified, your entire family can relocate to the capital star with housing allocation and household registration included. Or you may choose a reward of 100 million star credits. It was well known that those responsible for mining were either impoverished people from the fringe planets or ordinary soldiers of the legions. Even for a soldier with connections, 100 million was no small sum. With many eyes on the mining operations, if you didn't report someone, they would report you. It was a race of speed. And Chu Hanshao counted on the power of the masses. The First Legion alone couldn't guarantee complete safety. Meanwhile, a bounty was posted on the black market. Take a mission to scout a desolate planet. If nothing is found, you receive a token fee. If a problem is discovered, the reward matches the official one. This was an opportunity, so bounty hunters set out from various planets, heading to the desolate worlds within the border. These rewards and funds were all covered by the royal family. That was only fair. The First Legion provided the manpower and the royal family provided the money. After more than half a month of upheaval, the Sixth Legion was temporarily placed under Chu Hangxiu's command. The Matsui family vanished entirely from the Sixth Legion. The Kurosawa family was reduced to one-third, all soldiers with no one in charge. Tadu Rinkita remained the supreme commander of the Sixth Legion. However, the jurisdiction over the secret realm was handed over to the Seventh Legion. Mining operations were divided among the other 6 legions. The mechas had long been handed over. He had become a figurehead. Thus, Chu Hanshao expressed his intention to lead the 6th Legion to the front lines. Tadu Rinkita had no desire to go, but now the choice was no longer his to make. If he refused, the Matsui family's fate would be his precedent. On the 16th day, dawn's first light appeared. Su Jin was awakened by a knock. Chu Hanshao entered and stood by the bed, his eyes brimming with profound affection. Su Jin's heart raced and her cheeks flushed. "You? Are you leaving?" was the first question she asked, followed immediately by, "Can you take me with you?" Chu Hanshao didn't answer. Instead, he leaned in and without warning kissed Su Jin's lips. The birdsong outside was crisp, as if gossiping about the commander and the healer. They kissed for so long, neither willing to part. Finally, even the birdsong ceased. Su Jin could no longer breathe, and only then did Chu Hanshao release her. But at some point, Su Jin found herself lying on her back, while Chu Hanshao covered her entire body like a blanket. "I have a question for you." Chu Hanshao nodded, his Adam's apple bobbing. What to do? He still wanted more. "You? That day you said I was your one and only crush. Was that true?" "True." These were the first words Chu Hanshao had spoken since entering, his voice low and husky, carrying 120% of pure charisma, pounding against Su Jin's eardrums. Like a mighty river flowing endlessly. If Chu Hanshao hadn't known restraint, Su Jin would have been thoroughly devoured today. They were not yet wed. In fact, the engagement banquet had been postponed. Chu Hanshao didn't want to take her like this. He wanted Su Jin to be the happiest woman in the entire galaxy. No one would ever be able to find fault. Forever happy, forever radiant. He would protect her for all his life. That very day, Su Jin set out with Chu Hanshao for the southeastern defense line. Traveling with them were the 2nd Legion, led by the old general, and the remnants of the 6th Legion, now under Chu Hangxiu's command. After the starship Aurora entered the capital star's spaceport, it made consecutive jumps. The boundless starry sky outside the window was no novelty to Su Jin. What was novel was that human intelligence had reached the heights of an immortal, riding a sword through the heavens. Technology was indeed a double-edged sword. A piercing cry echoed, resounding through the entire cosmos. Through the porthole of the starship, Su Jin glimpsed a fiery red bird, its wings spreading to blot out the sky, its golden patterns blazing like surging flames. After that high-pitched cry, the 9 heads of the bird opened their beaks wide and a torrent of lightning cascaded down. This was the divine bird Guiche. Su Jin could hardly believe her eyes, her gaze filled with undisguised astonishment. When she learned that Su Ze's spirit beast, the white lion, was called Qiongqi, she had already harbored doubts. Qiongqi, an ancient mythical beast. Later generations thought the classic of mountains and seas was mere mythology, unaware that it depicted the visage of humanity's ancestors. And at this very moment, standing beneath the torrent of lightning, was a green-head, spotted black beetle. It appeared to be a 3-level insectoid. Based on the knowledge Su Jin had gleaned from the library, this creature had likely just ascended to 3-level, otherwise it would be no match for the 2-level Guiche. Now the green-head, spotted black beetle had fully spread its elytra, their size rivaling geishas. Its 2 antennae and 6 long legs were covered in sharp barbed spines. As the lightning approached, those spines shot out like swords. They charged straight up into the purple tribulation lightning. Su Jin's eyes were filled with the dazzling light of their collision, and an untimely thought crossed her mind. Was this an interceptor missile? That's the spirit beast of 5th Legion Commander Wanqi Xianqing, the 9-headed bird, Guiche 2th level. Su Xingyan had come to see Su Jin before leading her troops to the front lines. The female general was clad in a black tight-fitting combat suit today, her long hair tied up in a high ponytail. She exuded an aura of deadly intent that even her gentle smile could not conceal. Facing Commander Wanqi is the green-head spotted black beetle, a 3-level tyrant insect. I used to catch these in the backyard flower hall when I was little and put them in my pencil case. Never thought I'd see them like this again. I have to go plug the holes for the 5th Legion. Take care of yourself. They'll dig out some insect cores to toss around for you when I get back. With that, the gallant female general left without looking back. Su Jin hadn't said a word the entire time. She was at a loss for what to say. If Guoche could become a human spirit beast, then perhaps the mythical world of antiquity was a cycle. It began in the primordial chaos and ended in the interstellar age. And her existence was merely because the universe with its spirit needed someone to witness the vicissitudes of time. She dared not dwell on it, thinking too much would bring sorrow. The Aurora led the 1st Legion's fleet, standing side by side with the 2nd Legion's Hanhai mothership. Suze's voice came through the comms. They'll go help Brother Wanqi. Stay put. I think the insectoids have more tricks up their sleeve. Almost as soon as he spoke, a white lion joined the fray. The combat power of a 3th level was not to be underestimated. So when the white lion's space-rending claws struck the spotted black beetle, chose to evade. It executed a sideways somersault that closed in on 108,000 li. In an instant it retreated from the battle circle. The green-head spotted black beetle shook its massive head, its countless eyes all glaring at Xiongqi. It seemed astonished that its old rival had also leveled up in just 2 months. It knew that insectoid evolution was a brutal and bloody process. To ascend from 2S to 3S, it had to devour hundreds of thousands of S-level insectoids. For the insect race, leveling up meant trampling over the corpses of their own kind. Moreover, it had to endure the excruciating pain of shell shattering as its Bodis energy surged instantly, like a crab shedding its carapace, breaking free from its armor to be reborn from a soft body into an indestructible form. But this lion seemed to have leveled up so easily. This infuriated the insect. Before its tiny brain could finish analyzing, Xiongqi gave chase and attacked again. The old general's voice came through the combat channel again. Brother Wanqi, go plug the hole in the west. Leave this to me. The 9-headed bird withdrew without hesitation. The 5th Legion suffered from strong commanders, but weak soldiers. Unfortunately, human warriors were scarce, and the strong only submitted to the strong. Unlike the 1st Legion's glory, where all officers above Major General were 2S level. The 2nd Legion with its veterans' experience compensated for its level deficiencies. But the 3rd through 5th Legions all shared the same flaw. The commander was 2S level, but the troops were almost all S level. They were young, inexperienced, proud, and impulsive, easily getting themselves killed. This made them fundamentally inferior to the 1st and 2nd Legions. In the past, the 1st and 2nd Legions rotated defenses. The Quivian Star was an exception. Both of the Empire's top generals had fallen, forcing the 3rd and 5th Legions to take on the mission. The defensive line was stretched thin, the soldiers were poorly trained, and the insectoids seemed to have grown smarter. When the battle began, it was only a probe by 2S-level insects which lasted 3 days. Then suddenly a 3S-level insect appeared. The moment he saw the green-head spotted black beetle, Wanqi Xianqing sent out a distress signal. He wasn't foolish. Dying in battle, even self-destructing, was the duty of an imperial soldier. But what if even self-destruction failed? That would be a meaningless sacrifice. News from the border traveled slowly, so Wanqi Xianqing didn't know Suze had awakened and jumped straight to 3S level. He was merely puzzled why the 1st and 2nd Legions had all pressed forward as soon as his distress signal went out. And notably the 6th Legion, that bunch of incompetents, was trailing behind the 1st Legion. Wanqi Xianqing keenly sensed a hint of gossip. Once this battle was over, he'd have to look into it. The 9-headed bird then became a firefighter as the strategic channel was flooded with requests for support from all parts of the 5th Legion. Northwest 125, 22, 14 2 level locusts requesting backup. They'll go. The voice was unfamiliar, but Shun Guangwei soon clarified for Su Jin. Be careful, Xiong Air. 5th Legion Southeast 245, 5555, encountered a 2S-level Cretaceous moth. Most soldiers are hallucinating. Requesting backup. Su Xingmian's voice immediately came through the combat channel. Hang on, brother. We'll reach the battlefield in about 3 minutes. Su Jin frowned. Even if this was a fishing net, it couldn't have this many holes. This method of patching would drain most of the Legion's combat strength. The longer the line, the harder it was to consolidate. She felt the insectoids weren't really trying to break through the line, but were deliberately exhausting their forces. Su Jin could see this, and so could Chu Hanchao. 2nd Legion, hold your position. We'll patch the holes. You wait and see what the insectoids are up to today. Suze immediately followed Chu Hangxiu's strategic deployment. After all, insectoids had small brains. They were no match for humans in strategy and tactics, relying only on their formidable bodies to dominate. But at that very moment, a variable emerged. A single claw strike from the Qiongqi shattered the left pincer of the green-head mottled black stag beetle, provoking the ferocity of this 3s-level insect. Yet at the same time, Suze was astonished to discover that the crack was healing at a visible pace. Not good, there's a top-tier 3s overlord bug nearby. Almost as soon as Suze announced this over the combat channel, a colossal phantom materialized behind the green-head mottled black stag beetle. Yao Guang, clad in snow white like winter's frost, stepped forth to stand beside the Qiongqi. The massive phantom slowly revealed its form, and the first thing to catch the eye was a gaping maw bristling with fangs. The teeth within a deep-sea shark's mouth are like a meat grinder, but this creature was literally covered in fangs with scarcely a single empty space. Su Jin had encountered this type of insect in a bug encyclopedia at the Central Military Academy Library. Its name was the big-mouthed thorny acorn worm. Before humanity began its rampant destruction of the environment, this creature was no larger than a human thumbnail. But now its bulk rivaled that of the First Legion's mothership, the Aurora, being only slightly smaller. What on earth did it eat to grow so large? Su Jin couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Eat what? What else could it eat? The insect race became so powerful, capable of traversing the cosmos with nothing but their physical bodies, all because of humanity. Humans created viruses, forged weapons, their ambitions not focused on peaceful development or legitimate advancement, but on a vain attempt to dominate the tiny Earth, engaging in internal strife. And so, the insect race became the direct victims, yet from another perspective, also the beneficiaries. They grew strong amidst the narrowest margin of survival, devouring any power they could consume. This included humans, animals, plants, land, mountains, rivers, lakes, and even the magma and oil beneath the earth. After repeated deep excavations and devouring, more and more civilizations were consigned to the insects' bellies. Humanity was driven to the corners of the universe. In this catastrophe, hardly anyone was innocent. Even ordinary folks had their moments of spitting on the ground, littering, or even relieving themselves in public. It might seem trivial, but what if hundreds of billions of people across the star systems had all done the same? The front lines were under severe pressure. Su Jin could only sigh before his attention was drawn back to the battle. The appearance of the big-mouthed thorny acorn worm directly turned the tide. Even though Chu Hangxiu's snow leopard and Old Master Su Ze's white lion were both 3s level, they were still hard-pressed when facing two 3s level bugs. Chu Hanxiao activated the Kanglan Star Core and led Yao Guang to engage the big-mouthed thorny acorn worm, leaving the relatively easier greenhead mottled black stag beetle for Old Master Su Ze. Yet even so, after several rounds, both Yao Guang and the Qiongqi were wounded. The healers from the 1st and 2nd Legions who had accompanied the army activated their mental energy in succession. Mu Qian's spirit form was a sunflower. Its golden petals burst into bloom as she stood behind Yao Guang, pouring out a continuous stream of mental energy. This barely helped heal the gaping wound on Yao Guang's abdomen, where the big-mouthed thorny acorn worm's sharp teeth had sliced through skin and flesh. Indeed, a medical pod was not suitable at this moment. The healer from the 2nd Legion was a rank, her spirit form a peony that also swayed in the wind. But it was clear that the disparity in mental energy between her and the old general was too great, so the crack on the Qiongqi's shoulder did not heal as quickly as Yao Guang's. Moreover, healing was not conducted during a lull in the battle. The insect race continuously lashed their tails, swung their pincers, or launched long-range attacks with their blade-like spines, their movements swift and their angles treacherous. Thus at this moment, whether as warriors or healers, everyone had to focus single-mindedly and give their all. The situation was already extremely perilous when unfortunately David Cook's spirit form was slain by a centipede bug capable of brief invisibility. Xiong dissipated right before David Cook's eyes. It seemed that even at the moment of its destruction, David Cook had not yet realized what had happened. A spirit form is a projection of the mental sea. Once shattered by an external force, it is extremely difficult to repair quickly. Mu Qiuyan, go assist David Cook. Lin Yu, move up to take his place. Chu Hangxiu's commands were absolute. On the battlefield, there were no ranks, only the overall situation. Mu Qiuyan hesitated for a second, then withdrew her mental energy. The wounds on the snow leopard, deprived of healing energy, rapidly worsened, becoming so deep that bone was almost visible. As she left, Mu Qiuyan cast a glance towards the room where Su Jin was. She longed to tell Su Jin that Chu Hangxiu's condition was not good. His old wounds had not yet healed, and new ones were added. But she also understood what a 2s-level healer meant. If anything happened to Su Jin today, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet in that brief glance, when she turned back, she saw a vine as thick as a bowl entwining the snow leopard's massive body, and a spider lily blooming quietly, radiating vigorous life force. It not only instantly healed the wounds on Yao Guang, but also completely restored the Qiongqi. Leave your commanders to me. Miss Peony, go and help the others. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, instantly injecting vitality into the entire human battle formation. But then, Chu Hanxiao, give this big-mouthed freak a good beating. Beat it until it can't find its teeth. Grandpa on the left. Did you notice its two head pincers are of different sizes? Go after the smaller one. Faced with 2 3-level bugs, even with 4.5 legions on the border, everyone still felt the immense pressure. The 3rd Legion's Kavadani also reported being attacked by bugs, but fortunately, it was just a 2-level 16-leg mutant blood spider, which he could handle. So Chu Hanxiao and Su Zhe had both converged on the 5th Legion's defense sector. In previous battles, even at Quiviansel Star, there had only been one top-tier 3S insect queen ant that had nearly cost humanity a top 2S general and a 3S general. Now with 2 3-level bugs appearing at once, everyone's hearts were heavy as they engaged. But ever since Su Jin's voice sounded on the combat channel, the fight seemed to become considerably easier. As with every border battle, numerous mechanical spheres were broadcasting the combat footage. The netizens couldn't hear the voices on the military channel, but they could see the fiery red spider lily swaying. Holy crap! Is this the legendary 2-level healer? Healing 2 at once both 3-level spirit forms. Incredible! I'm 188 years old, and this is the first time I've seen our spirit forms emerge unscathed and handle 3-level bugs with such ease. Did you see that? Just now, when the big-mouthed thorny acorn worm struck, Yao Guang's skin cracked for a second, then healed instantly. Fight my ass. Today's humanity is different. All of you get the hell back. Seeing that their opponent was still the same, yet had become an unkillable one, even more resilient than the cockroach monsters among the bugs, the 2 3-level bugs grew enraged. When bugs get angry, they easily revert to their primal instincts. So they started calling for backup, no calling for bugs. Su Jin's formidable divine sense detected an impending crisis from the depths of space. Again, was this a deliberate ploy? Reporting, Commander. The Zerg on my side have been eliminated. Awaiting further orders. Su Xingmian's voice rang out through the combat channel. Return to the starship and protect healer Su Jin. Shun Guangwei and Lin Yu have been deployed. You must not move. Guard the starship. Understood. Su Xingmian had just acknowledged the order and was preparing to lead his squad back to defend when Su Jin spoke. Elder sister, do you have a spirit entity capable of slicing? I require assistance. Su Xingmian was taken aback. What did she mean by slicing? Did she need a blade? I have a woodpecker's glass. Perfect. Send her over as quickly as possible. No one knew what Su Jin intended to do, nor did anyone have the time to ask. The entire force was now locked in a bitter struggle, unaware that an even greater catastrophe was about to descend. Su Xingyan swiftly returned to defend, arriving simultaneously with Shun Guangwei. He and Lin Yu were deputies under Chu Hanxiao. Their external deployment was temporary, and their return was their true duty. I also have a hedgehog spirit entity's class. Would that be of any use? Su Jin was speechless. I have 2 pieces of metal rewards from the Cockroach Insect Valley Secret Realm. I recently discovered they are identical to the material used by that cardmaster during the last Central Military Academy midterm exam. I found those cards quite effective, so I thought I'd try drawing them. Could someone use their spiritual power to slice these 2 pieces of metal into thin sheets, and then into small pieces? Shun Guangwei summoned his golden eagle. He pointed at the 2 metal pieces and repeated Su Jin's request. The eagle seemed to understand and was about to take the metal when Su Jin stopped it. Go with Ziwei. It will be faster this way. I need them urgently. So Ziwei and he headed side by side to the mecha repair bay. It was the first time Shun Guangwei's spirit entity had been so close to Su Xingmian's. Both unconsciously glanced across the void at each other, but when their eyes met, they averted their gazes as if caught stealing. Su Jin noticed this, and a tiny flame of gossip blazed within her. Oh my! She couldn't dwell on it now, however, as the danger lurking in deep space drew ever nearer. He and Ziwei coordinated perfectly. One thinned the metal, the other cut it into small pieces. In no time, they produced 108 cards for Su Jin. Su Jin, while channeling her spiritual power to heal Yao Guang, and Shengqi swiftly restoring them for battle, sat down and began drawing the 8 trigrams using the power of faith. It was an exceedingly delicate task. One misstep would ruin the material. Su Jin thought she had miscalculated. Who knew the Zerg would be so unscrupulous, sending 3 3-class insects at once while the Empire had only 2 3-class warriors? She should have brought Tang Mushu along. Her cards were poorly drawn, but with a template there would be no need for such meticulous carving. She could simply use the power of faith to expand the trigram symbols. Though the resulting cards were far less potent and fewer in variety than her own painstakingly crafted ones, they would at least address the immediate crisis. Before she could finish drawing a single card, the 3rd 3-class Zerg arrived. Su Jin didn't even need to look up. Her divine sense had already spread out, revealing the creature's formidable power. It's a giant scythe ghost mantis. She heard Su Xingmian's voice tremble. It was clear how dreaded this creature was. It was this very beast leading its Zerg generals that descended upon the southwestern defense line back, then leading directly to the sacrifice of Uncle Su Qinghua. Su Jin snapped her head up, her gaze piercing through the porthole. This time what appeared first were not the colossal void shadows, but a pair of plundering limbs longer than the Aurora mothership. One limb swept toward the snow leopard, the other struck at the white lion. Both spirit entities were locked in a life-and-death struggle with their respective opponents, the green-head spotted black beetle and the big-mouthed thorny oak nutworm, without even the strength to dodge. In the blink of an eye, Su Jin raised her hand. A hastily drawn talisman etched with fine bloodlines and borne aloft by the power of faith hurtled directly toward the giant scythe, Ghost Mantis. Swift as lightning, just as the plundering limbs were about to strike, they were forced to brush past the heads of the two spirit entities and cross upward to block the gale from deep space. This impact actually blasted the giant scythe, Ghost Mantis, 5 miles away. Though insignificant in the vastness of space, it created an opportunity for the snow leopard and white lion to counterattack. Su Jin's force talisman, drawing infused with the power of faith in such a short time, left her blood and chi roiling. She clutched her chest in discomfort. At the same time, the spider lilies blooming on Yaowang dimmed slightly. Little sister. A Jin. Healer Su Jin. Different titles echoed through the combat channel, but the urgency in every voice was unmistakable. Everyone knew the source of the red light that had just blocked the giant scythe, Ghost Mantis. Keep fighting, warriors. I need Zerg cores, S-class or above, any kind will do. Send more. Su Jin's voice carried a trace of barely perceptible fatigue, but immediately Su Xingyan pulled out over 20 S-class Zerg cores from his spatial button. These were originally spare parts for the mecha. Use them first. Su Jin was deeply moved, but pushed half of them back. There's still a hard battle ahead. Keep some for yourself, my consumption is heavy. With that, Su Jin waved her hand, and the dozen or so crystalline Zerg cores instantly lost their luster, turning to powder. In the next moment, Su Jin understood. So using the energy of Zerg cores as a brush was the secret behind how card masters drew those cards. But in truth, Zerg cores were inferior to her unique power of faith. Thus, Su Jin consumed the Zerg cores solely to restore her spiritual power. And so an endless stream of Zerg cores flowed from the 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, 5th Legion, 3rd Legion, and even the 6th Legion to the Aurora mothership. Su Jin accepted them all. After absorbing hundreds of Zerg cores, the spider lilies entwined around Yaowang regained their fiery vitality. But Chu Hanxiao and Su Zhe dared not relax, for they faced 3 3-class Zerg Emperors, 2 of which were Overlord class. I am Healer Su Jin of the 1st Legion. I will participate in battle with my cards and request coordination from the 1st, 2nd, 5th, and 6th Legions. Su Jin's cheerful voice rang out once more through the combat channel, becoming a rallying call. This was permitted during wartime, but only because Su Jin was a 2-class healer and the military judged solely by rank and strength. If all the high commanders approved, then command would belong to Su Jin. 1st Legion, Chu Hanxiao obeys Commander Su Jin's orders. 2nd Legion, Su Zhe obeys Commander Su Jin's orders. 5th Legion, Machi Xianqing obeys Commander Su Jin's orders. After a few seconds, a slightly sharp male voice came through. 6th Legion, Tendo Rinpoku obeys Commander Su Jin's orders. A smile curved at the corner of Su Jin's mouth. She had been waiting for those very words. High Commander Tendo Rinpoku lead all a class and above warriors of the 6th Legion to form ranks before the Aurora mothership. For the billions of compatriots of the Empire faced death as if returning home. Tendo Rinpoku was stunned. Was he the only one being targeted? But he had no choice. Chu Hangxiu's 1st Legion, Machi Xianking's 5th Legion, and Su Zhe's 2nd Legion were all fighting fiercely. Only the 6th Legion remained a complete bystander. 3 minutes prior, they had already been subjected to gentle curses from netizens across the Empire, reaching back 18 generations of their ancestors. Thus, Tadu Renhoku led the 6th Legion, circling from the rear of the Aurora mothership to the front, confronting 3 3-class Zergs. Next, the 1st Legion, Chu Hanxiao, please intercept the thorny acorn Zerg. The 2nd Legion, Su Zhe, do not let the green spot black beetle advance any further. Then Lord Tadu Renhoku, the scythe, Ghost Mantis, is your responsibility. As warriors of the Empire, are you prepared? Su Jin's question alone shattered the 6th Legion's formation. A third of them were ready to flee the battlefield. Thus a comical scene unfolded. The 3 Zergs even forgot to attack, staring at the humans with their colossal insectoid eyes. Before the battle even began, a third of the 6th Legion scattered in retreat. Why use these cowards? Let us go. Shun Guangwei prepared to lead his troops to the front, but Su Jin stopped him. Don't be rash. They've never fought before. One battle will teach them. Shun Guangwei. Then Su Jin tossed the card she had just drawn into the air. Heavenly fire with kinship unity under heaven collaboration for mutual gain. Qian abovely below. In the ink-blue depths of space, golden light blazed forth with hexagrams stretching from sky to earth, flowing like ripples. In an instant, the fleeing soldiers of the 6th Legion were enveloped in golden radiance. Those who did not flee were placed at the formation's core, while the deserters were cast to the outer edges facing the fearsome Zerg directly. The mechanical orb captured this grand epic scene. Bound by the golden light, every member of the 6th Legion, including Commander Tadu Renhoku, was arranged into a perfect square. 6 rows in total, the front 3 formed the Qian trigram, the rear 3 the Li trigram. Then surging battle intent emanated from the 6th Legion's formation. Across the galaxy, the entire audience of spectators witnessed this dazzling spectacle. When the mechanical orb focused on the warriors at the formation's edge, their twisted expressions were revealed. Some wept, others gasped for breath, and many cursed aloud. Damn it, these are Imperial warriors. What a disgrace. Has the spirit of Bushido been completely lost? What is the purpose of the 6th Legion? I disown such a son. Tadu Renhoku should resign and commit seppuku. Witnessing this, Tang Mushiwa finally breathed a huge sigh of relief. She quickly exited the battle broadcast and entered a large group called Headquarters of Interstellar Card Masters. She directly the group owner C. Last time at the Central Military Academy midterm exam, it really wasn't me. This is my true skill. If my card can even rustle a leaf, that's a success. Tang Mushiwa, please quickly remove my title as Vice President of the Card Association. I haven't slept in days and my hair is falling out in clumps. The Card Association President. All right, understood. Meanwhile, Dr. Song far away in the White Tower immediately ordered a battleship prepared, intending to bring a gamma ray burst to the front lines as support. However, dissenting voices emerged online. There's no precedent for this. Why let a healer command the battle when commanders are present? This might be understandable. We all know they're facing 3-class overlord Zergs. Sending the 6th Legion to their deaths is inhumane, isn't it? The Imperial military is rotten to the core, full of nepotism. I suspect there's something shady going on. Yet regardless of what was said, the battle at the front raged on. The Zergs paused only for a few seconds before launching another assault. With the 6th Legion so conspicuously positioned, even if Tadu Renhoku refused to command or attack, first the scythe, Ghost Mantis, would not pass up such a tempting prize. Thus its scythe-like limbs, longer than starships, descended to slice the prize apart before feasting. Simultaneously, Su Jin's second card soared into the air. Earth wind rising, Kuin above, Sun below, ascending step by step, accumulating small gains into great ones. As golden light radiated, it pressed down upon the 6th Legion's formation, startling Chu Hanshao and Su Zhe nearby. Originally, the 6th Legion had few 2-class warriors, not many class, and mostly A-class fighters. But at this moment, everyone, or rather the entire formation's combat power, was collectively elevated. In that instant, Tadu Renhoku finally understood Su Jin had not sent the 6th Legion to be cannon fodder. On the contrary, this young woman was playing a grand strategy game. She wanted the 6th Legion to experience the heat of battle, rebuild their confidence, use the collective energy to strike the Zergs, and, above all, she intended for them to win. Realizing this, much of Tadu Renhoku's resentment dissipated. 6th Legion, all warriors manifest your spirit bodies. Even if the 6th Legion was lackluster, they were still Imperial warriors. After the Great Purge removed a third of the anomalies, the remainder, though not all ideal, at least preserved the bulk of their core strength. When every warrior in the 6th Legion manifested their spirit bodies, a protective barrier formed above them, born from their collective spiritual energy. It could both attack and defend. Amplified by Su Jin's cards, the formation's combat power was multiplied manifold. When the scythe Ghost Mantis limbs struck, the outermost ring of warriors coughed blood, while the rest endured with minor tremors in their spiritual seas and surging chi and blood. At that moment, the warriors in the inner rings felt immense relief, grateful that despite their terror, they had held onto a shred of faith, refusing to flee. Otherwise, they would have been the ones coughing blood now. The scythe Ghost Mantis had not expected this ragged human formation, lacking a single 3-class warrior to withstand its strikes. Its insectoid mind revised its estimate of human combat power. Yet it refused to give up. Recent losses had been severe, with dozens of nursery planets eradicated by humanity. They could wait no longer. Skipping the probing phase, they planned a direct assault. If successful, human star systems would become fertile ground for the Zergs to recuperate. If not, they would retreat, conserve strength, and return. Enraged, the scythe Ghost Mantis raised its limbs again, this time striking in rapid succession, like a chef chopping with 2 cleavers. Tadu Renhoku saw the outer warriors could not hold out and attempted to swap them with those inside, only to find no one could move from their positions. Was this an ancient Eastern formation? Watching the outer warriors grit their teeth, cough blood, and even see their spirit bodies begin to crack, Tadu Renhoku felt not pity but frustration. Just then, golden light blazed across the galaxy once more. Su Jin's third card descended upon the 6th Legion's formation, Mountain Thunder, nourishing body and mind, self-reliance. Jin above, Jin below. The formation shifted, but the warriors' positions remained unchanged. This time a flash of golden light passed by and the wounds of the outer warriors were completely healed, their spiritual entities invigorated, as if all injuries had been reset. Tung Tang Lin Bei. The people in the live broadcast room who had been inhumane towards by Su Jin all fell silent, and were then scolded into oblivion by others. Now the 6th Legion was steadied. The 3-class overlord insects, I fear you not. Instantly the spirits of the crowd soared, and they were no longer passively taking hits, but instead displayed the standard posture of military fist practice during school breaks. Everyone activated their spiritual entities and began to jump, throwing left hooks, raising legs, and delivering right jabs. Surprisingly, even in an absolutely disadvantaged position, they managed to hold their own against the grim scythe phantom mantis, even landing a hit or two occasionally. In any case, the warriors were not afraid. If they coughed up blood, so be it, they would get used to it after a while. Once they spat it out, even with a head the size of a bull, grandpa could still fight with you. Chu Huanxiao and Su Zhe also took advantage of Su Jin's operations. The insects had small brains and could not think. When confronted with a situation, they would just freeze for a long time. Chu Huanxiao and Su Zhe were amazed by Su Jin's card energy. Previously this thing was merely an aid, but today it became the main force in battle. The soldiers of the 6th Legion had been inspired to the point of foolishness. Thus 2 3-class spiritual entities switched to old 6 mode. The enemy froze, but not them. They were there to ambush and trap. 3 3-class insects leading the insect horde directly pressured the human southwestern defense line, only encountering 2 human 3-class spiritual entities, yet they couldn't win. Not only did they fail to win, but it seemed they were also about to lose. Su Jin was tirelessly working, absorbing insect cores with his left hand, while continuously carving cards with his right, ensuring the safety of the white lion and snow leopard with an unending supply of spiritual power. On the side, Su Xingyan was dumbfounded. Is this the daughter of that refined uncle? This is too powerful. Shen Guangwei was tirelessly gathering insect cores for Su Jin, even those that were thrown onto the battlefield. At the same time, a request was sent through the military supply channel for the Empire to send over insect cores, the more the better. Odin did not dare to be negligent, and hurriedly ordered the 7th Legion to oversee it. Seeing the 6th Legion shine with Su Jin's help, the 7th Legion's General Commander Sam Howard steeled his heart. Taking advantage of the supply mission, he brought along 4/5 of the troops to set off, planning to see if he could also request Su Jin to form a phalanx at the front line. Otherwise, without the support of the 6th Legion, the 7th Legion would become the target of scorn for all interstellar citizens. Sam Howard could not bear to imagine what that scene would look like. Upon learning that Sam had taken away 4/5 of the 7th Legion's combat strength, leaving only class warriors chairman, Howard smashed a glass cup. It felt like this son was not going to side with Su Jin, but rather was slapping his own biological father's face. Externally, Sam was the nephew, but in reality, he was the illegitimate child. However, in the field, military orders are not to be disobeyed. The person had already set off from the starport. Calling him back was impossible, so they could only see if he had that kind of fortune. Southwestern Defense Line. Big sister, you go. I have only one purpose today: to extract the insect core from that stinky mantis and avenge my father. Su Xingyan. All right. As a soldier of the Empire, when Su Xingyan swore in martial arts, she had already placed life and death aside. Defending the country was her lifelong mission. Moreover, their Su family's second branch owed the main branch too much. Even if it meant sacrificing her life, she would feel obligated. However, Shen Guangwei did not share her resolve. How about you stay behind to take care of Lord Su Jin while I go? Before Su Xingyan could speak, Su Jin spoke up first. What is Major General Shen worried about my big sister? Su Jin had long seen through it. Shen Guangwei liked Su Xingyan, and the seemingly cold-hearted big sister also had a crush on Shen Guangwei. He just couldn't understand why no one spoke up about such a simple matter. Didn't they all have mouths? Yet no one said anything, and she had to take action. This day was truly busy. She had to do everything herself. Shen Guangwei dared not speak. If I were you, I would quickly say whatever needs to be said. You only have 1 minute. Today my big sister must go, and I cannot guarantee that she will come back alive. What Su Jin said was half true, half false. She absolutely needed Su Xingyan to go because she saw fear in the eyes of the female warrior. The grim scythe phantom mantis was the insect race that killed Su Qinghuai, so Su Xingyan naturally feared it. And because she bore guilt that she should not have, Su Jin was determined to have her go today. Slaying the grim scythe phantom mantis was crucial for both Su Xingyan and the original self. The latter half of the sentence about not guaranteeing safety was improvised on the spot. After all, she could protect even the group of nincompoops from the 6th Legion. Why couldn't a 2's class, Su Xingyan, be protected? Shen Guangwei, as if pushed to the brink, resolutely knelt on one knee and said, Su Xingyan, I have liked you for a long time. Will you be my girlfriend? Saying this, he took out a feather-shaped ring from his pocket, treating it with utmost reverence. Su Xingyan was left dumbfounded. Who understands this? The person she had had a crush on for so many years actually confessed to her and was adorably proposing. What should she do when she wants to cry and laugh at the same time? So under Su Jin's gaze, Su Xingyan accepted Shun Guangwei's ring and tucked it into her pocket. Wait for me to bring back the insect core of the grim scythe Phantom Mantis. When we triumphantly return to the capital star, let's go on a date. The cheers and applause from the starship echoed into the combat channel. Su Xingmian's words of waiting for their triumphant return became the battle drum that inspired morale throughout the army, resonating in their ears. However, in reality, this battle was not so easy to win. Chu Huanxiao, clad in the Kanglan Star Core, teamed up with the Snow Leopard spiritual entity, merely holding back the big-mouthed thorny chestnut insect. To reverse the pressure was difficult. This had to do with Su Jin continuously consuming insect cores, pouring forth an unending supply of spiritual power, as if it were free. Only then could he and Yaoguang remain unhurt. The same was true for old Su Zhe. Those who understood the insect race's strength and analyzed the enemies and their own power during every border war quickly noticed the problem. If Su Zhe had not advanced, the human race would surely lose this battle. Even if the entire 6th Legion burned their spiritual seas to fill the gaps, they could only hold off the insect horde for a short while. But the fact was that Su Zhe had advanced to 3's class, which is why the insect race sent out 3's class, 2 of which were overlord insects. This situation had now shifted from being evenly matched to being outnumbered. If it weren't for Su Jin temporarily filling the gaps in the 6th Legion, the outcome would still have resulted in a human loss. But filling the gaps was simply an attempt to slow down the advance of the grim scythe Phantom Mantis. It was merely a tug-of war between the two armies. Relying on Su Xingyan leading that small close combat team of over a dozen people to turn the tide was not feasible. Su Xingyan was doing her best, and at this moment Mu Qiuyun was also returning to the main ship with David Lukich's medical pod. There Lin Yu was cooperating with the veteran of the 2nd Legion, resulting in a stalemate. Thus Mu Qiuyun was able to assist Su Xingyan and fight side by side. However, after several rounds they still could not break through. The situation was unfavorable for the human race. Humans were weak, so they transformed their spiritual entities, hiding themselves within mechas to battle against the physically strong insect race in the depths of space. But humans could not afford the consumption of warriors' supplies or the power and spiritual energy of mechas. Su Jin began to worry. The entire 6th Legion had formed a formation while the other 3 legions were all pressed on the defense line to deal with those insect commanders leading the insect tide. Su Jin thought if only he had a mecha, or if only the 7th Legion were here, he could form another phalanx. Supplies have arrived. A staff member notified Shun Guangwei, who at that moment was fixated on the holographic projection screen displaying the frontline battle situation. Within just a few minutes, he had already pleaded with Su Jin 3 times to allow him to assist Su Xingyan. Having harbored his secret affection for so long, the last thing he wanted was for his dream to come true, only to become a farewell. If Lin Yu were here, he would surely have given him a nickname, Foolish Carving, in the most literal sense. After all, Su Jin, who could toy with an entire 6th Legion, would surely protect his elder sister. Nonsense. But at this moment, Shun Guangwei was blinded by his own concerns. Upon hearing the staff member's report, he cast one last glance at the holographic projection before turning and entering the docking bay. When he saw Sam Howard in the corridor, Deputy Officer Shun's calculative mind finally stirred back to life. Thank you for your efforts. It's an honor to have Commander Sam personally escorting the supplies. Under normal circumstances, Sam might have believed a fraction of those words, but now was not the time. If he dared to put on his usual commander's airs and look down on others, he would be courting disaster. Even if everyone in the galaxy spat at him, he would be thoroughly drenched in disgrace. Not at all, not at all. The 7th Legion also wishes to contribute what little it can to this battle. Deputy Officer Shin, may I ask Commander-in-Chief Su Jin if we can fight like the 6th Legion? Shin Guangwei. Wait. Why in the world? The 6th Legion was forced into the fray with no way out. You old men have been living in comfort on the capital planet for so many years. Can you even summon your spirit beast anymore? This. Before Shin Guangwei could figure out how to respond, he heard Su Jin's delighted voice in the battle channel, a perfect opportunity. Have him lead his men to coordinate with the 6th Legion, and then you won't have to worry about your Su Xingyan. Shin Guangwei's face flushed crimson. Did he? Was it that obvious? Fortunately, at this moment, Sam Howard had not yet been invited into the wartime channel. So facing Uncle Sam, who was cautiously afraid of hearing a single no from his lips, Shin Guangwei felt that his persona was still intact, not yet completely shattered. When Sam was invited into the battle channel, and subsequently personally informed by Su Jin that he could lead his troops into the fray, Shun Guangwei saw the old man rejoice like a fool. He spun around in a flash and hurried off to notify his subordinates to form up, since everyone had undergone pre-battle mobilization before departure during the journey. Moreover, the situation of the 7th Legion differed from that of the 6th, so the soldiers of the 7th Legion wore expressions of resolute sacrifice. They genuinely earned a wave of goodwill among interstellar netizens. Once the 7th Legion was assembled, Su Jin activated 3 cards simultaneously. Golden ripples descended from the sky like majestic mountains and rivers nourishing all things silently. With a single war horn, the 7th Legion charged forward, catching the giant scythe, Ghost Mantis off guard, leaving it stunned for a mere 0.1 seconds. It was precisely this 0.1 second opening that Su Xingyan seized. Z-Wei dove straight down from above the giant scythe. Ghost Mantis had its sharp beak piercing and blinding the massive compound eye on the left side of the insect's head. A gush of brown, green, and yellow pus erupted. Soldiers at the rear of the 7th Legion, unable to dodge in time, were drenched from head to toe. Yet the pain lasted only 0.1 seconds before instantly subsiding. This was the miraculous effect of the self-healing card they had witnessed in the battle livestream from the distant capital planet. In this single exchange, the 7th Legion, having just entered the fray, coordinated with Su Xingyan's close combat squad to take out one of the giant scythe Ghost Mantis eyes. This achievement directly spurred on the equally useless 6th Legion. Damn it all. We fought bitterly with no results, and you come in to reap the rewards. We can't let this bunch of losers outshine us. As it turned out, the useless could still look down upon others they deemed even more useless. Thus, the 7th and 6th Legion formations, ordered by Su Jin to launch a pincer attack, went all out to create opportunities for Su Xingyan's close combat squad. Countless mecha and spirit beasts nearly covered the giant scythe Ghost Mantis. The insect was also struggling to hold its ground. It tried to dodge to the left, but the massive snow leopard draped in red flowers managed to land a kick on it, while simultaneously restraining the thorny acorn chestnut worm. The kick hurt like hell. The insect thought, if the left doesn't work, what about the right? However, the white lion without a second thought swung a claw, swatting both it and the green-head spotted black ground beetle aside. In just one short month, how had humanity progressed so much? It seemed it would have to retreat in defeat today and reconsider its strategy. But as it thought of retreating, Su Xingyan would give it no more chances. With the cooperation of the two formations, the close combat squad cornered the giant scythe Ghost Mantis in a spot where it couldn't turn around. Z-Wei seized the moment and struck again, plunging the insect's other compound eye into darkness. At that moment, everyone fall back. Su Jin's command rang out in the battle channel. The massive snow leopard, the white lion, both formations, and Su Xingyan's close combat squad all retreated. This left the giant scythe Ghost Mantis, which had been preparing to self-destruct, utterly bewildered. It shook its massive head, its blind eyes fixed on the direction of the mothership, Aurora, sensing that the threat emanated from there. Had humanity found a sage? But its tiny brain had no time to ponder further, as two enormous golden cards enveloped all three insects. Waterlogged trap, earthbound army. Under the astonished gaze of the frontline soldiers, the giant scythe Ghost Mantis at the center of the cards was rapidly covered in frost. Then the frost exploded and the insect's body cracked inch by inch. Su Xingyan, you have 5 seconds to extract its core and bring it back to me. Su Xingyan had already moved the moment Su Jin called his name. Z-Wei let out a fierce cry, a crane's call echoing through the pavilion, a sudden gust of wind rising. A black and white arc shot straight toward the giant scythe Ghost Mantis. The wind passed without a sound, but the crane bored a hole through. Su Xingyan practically ignited his spiritual energy, paying any price to pierce through the giant scythe Ghost Mantis body. When Z-Wei flew back with a dark red insect core in its beak, the entire galaxy erupted in cheers. This was the first time in the history of humanity's battles against the insect race that such a high-level core had been harvested. Because 3-level insects possessed consciousness, they would rather self-destruct, inflicting heavy losses on both sides and perishing together with humans than surrender their cores. This was also the fundamental reason why many warriors fought until exhaustion and then sacrificed themselves by detonating their spiritual seas. The insect race would not leave high-level cores for humanity to strengthen themselves. At the critical moment when the giant scythe Ghost Mantis core was extracted, its two guardians on either side were both trapped by Su Jin's waterlogged trap. They were utterly unable to lend aid, nor could they self-destruct. So after breaking free 5 seconds later, they exchanged a glance, abandoned the giant scythe Ghost Mantis' massive corpse, and fled. With their commander gone, the other insects, though confused, followed in a swarm. The 6th Legion, not yet satisfied with the fight, wanted to pursue, but realized their formation had already scattered. They quickly halted. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him, and as the old saying goes, one should not pursue a beaten foe. Thus, this border crisis with Su Jin's involvement after a prolonged, fierce battle finally ended in a great victory. However, someone had set their sights on the spoils of war, the 3-level insect core. After obtaining the insect core, Su Xingyan knelt on one knee, reaching across the distant stars and irretrievable time to apologize to Su Qinghuai on behalf of his parents. It was only at this moment that Shun Guangwei understood Su Jin's heartfelt intentions. The person was still the same, standing there unharmed, but the burdens she couldn't let go of, the ones she willingly shouldered, were like layer upon layer of shackles binding her. Su Muchuan had already faced justice, but the sins he committed incessantly reminded Su Xingmian of the debt he owed to his great-grandfather and to Su Jin. Yet Su Xingmian was only at the 2S level. By herself, she could never slay the giant scythe, Ghost Mantis, and avenge her uncle Su Qinghua. If this vengeance remained unfulfilled, Su Xingmian's face would never bear a smile. No one forced her to bear it all, but she was Su Xingmian. She was the one whom neither father nor mother cherished, raised instead by her great-grandfather and uncle. In her eyes, her great-grandfather was her true grandfather, and her uncle was her father. Now that revenge was achieved, she could finally shed her shackles and live a life of her own. Shun Guangwei abruptly turned solemnly, raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist over his left chest, and bowed his head in salute to Su Jin. Su Jin returned a smile and bent in acknowledgement. Then under the watchful eye of the mechanical sphere, the fiery red spider lilies wrapped around Yaoguang rapidly faded, losing their vibrant vitality and turning dull within seconds. A Jin. This change alarmed both Chu Hanxiao and Su Zhe. Recalling the previous battle, Su Jin had expended immense energy. Though the insect core provided a continuous supply, she was only 18. This was her first time on the battlefield, though she had yet to learn how to control her mental energy. Clearly the two were overthinking. Aboard the Aurora mothership, Su Jin took the 3S insect core handed by Su Xingmian and sat cross-legged on the floor. Deputy Shin, please prevent the mechanical sphere from entering. I am going to upgrade. With that, she closed her eyes, gathered her focus, and the 3S insect core rose automatically, hovering before her forehead. A brilliant light erupted, and a terrifying pressure swept across the entire starship. The wilting of the spider lilies was a strategy. Su Jin understood human nature too well. Once the insect core was brought back, it would become the target of competition among all parties. In the end, Su Xingmian, who had killed the giant scythe Ghost Mantis, would have no share. The 6th and 7th legions, who had endured with their flesh in a pincer attack, would have no share. A Chu Hanxiao, who had sniped the big-mouthed thorny chestnut worm, would have no share. Old man Su Zhe, who had fought the green-head striped black stag beetle, would have no share. It would only fall into the hands of those unrelated. Why should that be? Su Jin decided to upgrade directly herself. Let no one else snatch it, because no one could take it away. When Chu Hanxiao returned to the mothership at lightning speed, what he saw was Su Jin safe and sound, with her eyes closed in repose, having already consumed a layer of the insect core's energy. The commander instantly understood and ordered the Aurora sealed off, allowing no one in except Lin Yu of the 1st Legion and Su Zhe of the 2nd Legion. Thus Tendo Rinpoku, Sam Howard, and even Machi Xianxin were left outside the door. The old general entered just behind Chu Hanxiao and chuckled at the sight. But as soon as he stepped out, his expression changed, and he tearfully lamented to the mechanical sphere, saying his granddaughter was pitiful, barely clinging to life, having exhausted herself during the battle by engraving cards and treating 2-3S mental entities. No one can help her now, as she can only rely on herself. We had no choice but to give her the 3S insect core for energy replenishment, but the outlook is grim. Please pray for our empire's youngest 2S-level healer. This last line in Su Zhe's view was merely a closing remark, as ordinary people could do nothing but pray. But he never expected the power of those words. Sincere prayers from billions of interstellar residents poured in, carrying an unending stream of faith energy that fiercely nourished the spider lilies. Then, despite Su Jin's desperate suppression, the spider lilies slowly recovered from dullness to vibrant life. Unable to hold back, Su Jin stopped pretending, since no mechanical sphere was pointing at her face. Outside the Aurora, a massive snow leopard stood proudly guarding the left, while on the right was the majestic white lion Xiongqi. This was also the first time the 2-3S entities had emerged nearly unscathed after such a difficult battle. Seeing Chu Hanxiao and Su Zhe release their mental entities, everyone grew more tense. Machi Xianxin was the first to release his ghost chariot, hovering above the Aurora. Beside it were Su Xingmian's Ziwei Shun Guangwai's golden crane, and Lin Yu's nine-tailed fox bying. In short, a host of mental entities joined the act with great vigor. Typically, after a major battle, a post-war summary meeting would be held to boost morale. Representatives of all participating soldiers would take the stage to speak, and if victorious, unless the situation was as tragic as on Kiwansuo Star, there would also be an award ceremony. This time, the White Tower starship arrived just in time for the tale, and by the time Dr. Song and his team arrived, the battlefield had already been cleared. He arrived just in time to collect the remains of the giant scythe Ghost Mantis. After every battle, if there were insect corpses, it was customary to send them to the White Tower for research. The White Tower had been researching a biological agent that could dissolve insectoids into a pool of blood upon injection, commonly known as insecticide. Insect carcasses were the best experimental samples. This great victory, slaying the 3S overlord insect giant scythe, Ghost Mantis, and acquiring its core, should have been a national celebration. But the atmosphere remained subdued because Su Jin's fate was uncertain. Could the Empire's only 2S-level healer born in so many years really be lost? Machi Xianxin, who should have been organizing the meeting, had no heart for it. He delegated the task to his deputy and paced back and forth outside the Aurora mothership in his mecha. Extremely anxious. Earlier on the battlefield, Machi Xianqing had seen Su Jin heal 2 mental entities single-handedly. He thought his younger brother might finally have hope. But who knew that after her triumph, Su Jin would collapse from exhaustion, now teetering on the brink of death. Everyone in the Empire knew how dangerous it was for a healer to upgrade. One misstep could lead to a collapse of the mental sea and becoming a vegetative state. The higher the level, the slower the upgrade, which was why many A-level healers never attempted it in their lifetimes. Su Jin was currently the Empire's highest level healer at 2S. The risk of upgrading was unimaginable. Had it not been absolutely necessary, old General Su Zhe and Chu Hanxiao would never have agreed to let Su Jin upgrade. Machi Xianqing had no idea that they too wanted to stop her, but Su Jin never gave them a chance. So now they could only follow her lead in this madness. Time ticked by second after second. The insect core, larger than a basketball, was slowly diminishing at a visible rate. Su Jin felt it was slow, but mental energy, unlike spiritual energy or faith energy, could not be hastened. So she could only wait. Yet she had no idea how terrifying this seemed to Mu Qiyun. This is too fast. Mu Qiyun's voice trembled with worry. But there was nothing she could do. The greatest taboo in a healer's upgrade was being interrupted. Minor disruptions could cause severe injury, and major ones could be fatal. So everyone could only wait with Su Jin. After 2 full days, the insect core had finally shrunk to the size of an almond, and Su Jin opened his eyes. In that instant, the almond-sized core swiftly dissolved, becoming a faintly visible floral pattern on his forehead. Behind Su Jin, there was no longer the blazing spider lilies, but a budding karma fire lotus poised to bloom. Revealing his true form was not his wish. Ah Jin, grandfather, don't worry. Su Jin's voice was crisp and melodious. Sir Su Jin, you have advanced to 3S level. Mu Qiyun pointed tremblingly at the karma fire lotus behind Su Jin. This overturned her understanding. She had never known that a healer advancing to 3S level would manifest a secondary spirit form. As the only healer within reach of Su Jin and in rank 1 at that, Mu Qiyun was the first to realize that Su Jin had become a 3S level healer, a being akin to a deity. Su Jin said, "Thank you, everyone." After exchanging greetings, he pulled Chu Hanxiao aside and asked a question that took the commander by surprise. Besides you and grandfather, among the other Legion commanders, who are the good ones, and who are the traitors? Chu Hanxiao looked into Su Jin's eyes and answered solemnly. 3rd Legion's Kawadani, 4th Legion's McLaren Constantine, 5th Legion's Mo Xianqing can be trusted. Su Jin nodded. Have you ever thought that our tactics are too passive? Chu Hanxiao. He had thought about it, of course, but humanity's resources were limited, combat power insufficient, and with those harboring ill intentions, they were practically besieged on all sides. So they could only establish defenses tens of thousands of light years away, waiting for the insectoids to attack, killing them, driving them away, or being killed by them. Have you ever considered an expedition? The last 2 words of Su Jin's question exploded like a nuclear bomb in Chu Hangxiu's mind, sending up a massive and dazzling mushroom cloud. He had considered it. Rather than passively taking hits, it was better to strike, proactively charging into the insectoids' lair to wipe them out once and for all. But again, resources were scarce and combat power insufficient. This made humanity's progress impossible. Seeing Chu Hanxiao silent again, Su Jin continued. If I could elevate the 3 commanders you just named to 3S level, upgrade the Great Snow Leopard to 4S, and boost all those below rank in your legions by 1 tier, would we have a chance? For the first time in his life, Chu Hangxiu's eyes widened, stormy waves surging in his ice-blue pupils. Did Su Jin even know what she was saying? But Su Jin misunderstood. Still not enough. Then I could organize a training class, turning ordinary people into card masters to assist in battle. Would that improve our odds? Chu Hanxiao remained dazed, staring at Su Jin. It wasn't just a slight improvement in odds. This could mean humanity could truly annihilate the insectoids forever. But the prerequisite was rooting out the traitors lurking among humanity. Seeing Chu Hanxiao still unmoving, Su Jin reached out and waved a hand before his eyes. The commander finally snapped out of his trance, his expression shifting beyond shock. Su Jin crossed his arms, looking displeased, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Commander, were you even listening to what I said? Chu Hanxiao nodded frantically. I was. I think it's worth a try. Su Jin's expression instantly thawed from icy severity to blooming hibiscus. Then he'll go ask grandfather. With that, she darted away like a sprite. Chu Hanxiao stood frozen for a moment before coming to his senses and smiling bitterly. His fiancée was truly captivating. How could he resist bringing her home and locking her away? Waiting online, quite urgent. Su Zhe listened to Su Jin's words and was silent for a long time. Did Chu Hanxiao tell you about the genetic mutants? Su Jin nodded. Grandfather, you think we should stay put unless provoked, but what if the enemy thinks the same? What would happen if those conducting mutant experiments learned of our interstellar plan? Su Zhe's eyes lit up, and he paced back and forth before Su Jin, rubbing his hands. They might accelerate the experiments, but as long as they act, they can't avoid leaving traces. They might also halt the experiments because the insectoids could soon be in jeopardy. Su-Jin nodded, finding her grandfather's analysis sound, and continued. But either way, they'll have to make a move, and we can fish in troubled waters tracking the clues. After all, it's better than being in the dark while the enemy hides. Suze exclaimed, good. A plan known only to 3 people began to cast its net. The delayed post-war summary assembly finally commenced. It was held on the 3rd Legion's mothership, the Seria. The host of the meeting was changed from 5th Legion Commander Mo Xianqing to 3rd Legion Commander Kawadani. Following standard procedure, the first item was speeches by participating commanders and meritorious warriors. Chu Hanxiao was the first to take the stage, saying, I thank my fiancé who gave me boundless strength in battle. Then came 1st Legion meritorious warrior Su Xingyan, who said, I thank my younger sister who gave me the courage to face life and death. Next was 2nd Legion Supreme Commander Su Zhe, who said, I am proud to have such a fearless, brave, and wise granddaughter. When others took the stage, the tone was uniformly, we thank Sir Su-Jin for all her selfless sacrifices in this battle. Therefore, even before the award ceremony, Su-Jin's name resounded throughout the entire hall. Previously, Chu Hanxiao was the soul of all warriors. Wherever the 3-level Great Snow Leopard appeared, there was the fearless 1st Legion and the soldiers who charged forward. Now Su-Jin had become everyone's light. As long as this healer was present, even the darkest interstellar road paths were worth attempting. When the awards finally arrived, Su-Jin and Su Xingyan stood shoulder to shoulder, receiving the Empire's highest honor for warriors, the Damocles Sword Medal, and the Empire's highest honor for healers, the Golden Peony Medal. The entire hall erupted in thunderous applause. The entire Interstellar Empire rejoiced. This victory was unprecedented, a milestone for the history books, a leap forward for humanity, and a guiding star to inspire generations to come. During the speech segment, Su Xingyan couldn't hold back her tears and said, I know I haven't done enough, so I will dedicate my life to driving out the insectoids and defending our home until my last breath. Su-Jin quietly took Su Xingyan's hand. When it was Su-Jin's turn to speak, she addressed the mechanical sphere, uttering words that stunned the entire empire. We should not passively endure attacks. We should press our advantage, launch an expedition, destroy the insectoid's lair, and begin the insect eradication campaign. As she finished, the entire hall fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. In truth, throughout the long years of fighting the insectoids, everyone had thought the same. We shouldn't just take hits, we should fight back and eliminate the invaders once and for all. But people dared to think it, yet no one dared to voice it. Ordinary people didn't dare because they lacked even spiritual power. What use would speaking be? Warriors didn't dare because they had faced the insectoids and knew the terrifying strength of these monsters' bodies. Going would just be feeding them. Commanders knew even more acutely the disparity in strength. But today, Su-Jin single-handedly rewrote the history of interstellar defensive warfare. Perhaps we truly can do it. The auditorium fell into dead silence, so Su-Jin took the initiative to continue. Next, I will assist the commanders of the 3rd Legion, 4th Legion, and 5th Legion in upgrading to 3-class warriors. Furthermore, I will conduct 3 specialized seminars. First, I will teach healers how to self-upgrade. Second, I will instruct healers on methods to assist warriors in their upgrades. Third, I will teach ordinary individuals how to become card masters to support combat. Su-Jin's gaze swept across every face in the room. If this is the case, are you willing to follow me on an expedition for a brighter future for humanity? This time, thunderous applause and cheers erupted in the auditorium, rising and falling in waves. Once again, Su-Jin used herself as bait, intending to leverage the internal and external crises of the interstellar empire to secure a lasting peace for humanity. May I ask, what qualifies you to do this? The question came from Tendo Rinpoku, the general commander of the 6th Legion. Su-Jin did not answer, but behind her the karmic fire red lotus quietly bloomed, unleashing a torrent of healing psychic energy that jolted everyone's minds. Oh my god! Lady Su-Jin has ascended to 3's class. Su-Jin needed no proof, merely displaying her strength sufficed. Just 2 days prior, her achievements as a 2's class were still fresh in memory, and now she had leaped to 3's class. Who else could match her? Tendo Rinpoku sat back down. Su-Jin's list of those to be upgraded did not include him, and he knew why without asking. Once again, he had become a fool. Looking back at the past, it was all too clear. He was a failure. Sharing Tendo Rinpoku's discomfort was another person, Sam Howard. He too had self-awareness, so there was no need to ask. The answer would simply be that he was unworthy. This matter spread across the interstellar network via the conference livestream. Opinions were divided. It even affected the faith energy Su-Jin had accumulated. But Su-Jin believed that doing the right thing always came at a cost, and this trade-off was worthwhile. To avoid complications after the conference, Su-Jin invited the commanders of the 3rd and 5th Legions aboard the Aurora mothership. I won't force anyone. I have the ability to elevate you to 3's class, but everything comes with a price. I require this type of metal ore. As she spoke, Su-Jin produced a stack of blank metal cards. This is Jersey-Mir ore. I happen to have a piece, though its shape is somewhat irregular. Kavadani said as he retrieved an irregular piece of ore the size of a microwave from his spatial button. Su-Jin's eyes lit up at the sight. She had previously asked Tang Mushua why cards, despite their utility, were not used on the battlefield. Tang Muxia's expression at the time was as if she had swallowed several dead flies. First, not everyone is a genius like you. My family poured everything into supporting me, and am only at this mediocre level. Second, the basic materials used to inscribe cards are increasingly hard to find. The cards themselves and the pens used for inscription are both rare consumables in the Empire. At that time, Su-Jin did not yet know that the bug cores served as pens, so she was somewhat perplexed. Now that she understood, it was as easy as taking something from a pocket. Considering the enormous consumption required for both combat and teaching, Su-Jin instantly pocketed the Jersey-Mir ore and turned her gaze to Wan Mo Xianqing. The nine-headed bird felt a twinge of sympathy. Kavadani guarded a sector rich in mineral planets, so he had the ore. In his own sector there were more bugs, so Wan Mo Xianqing asked, I have a reserve of a class bug cores equivalent to twice the national treasury. Can that offset the cost? Su-Jin's eyes lit up again, and her look toward the two men changed akin to a butcher eyeing two fat pigs. Chu Hanxiao and Su Zhe exchanged a glance, their expressions unreadable. Deal? Who goes first? This time Wan Mo Xianqing reacted faster than Kavadani. Me. He'll go first. Kavadani had just opened his mouth, but had to swallow his words. He shot Wan Mo Xianqing a huge eye roll. From a certain perspective, the two high-ranking Legion commanders were like schoolchildren squabbling. Su-Jin did not hide anything from Kavadani. She had Wan Mo Xianqing sit cross-legged and gave two instructions. First, after the upgrade, your spirit body will be exceptionally excited. Be careful not to accidentally injure your teammates. As she spoke, she pointed to herself. Wan Mo Xianqing nodded eagerly like a chicken pecking rice. Internally, he grumbled, how could I possibly hurt you? Your man and your grandfather are both backing you up. Even if the nine-headed bird reached 3's class, it would not dare to act recklessly, having been firmly controlled by Yao Guang for so many years. Submission and fear had become ingrained habits. Moreover, including Su Zhe, the later promoted 3's class warriors could not compare to Chu Hanxiao, who was born a 3's class. This was common knowledge that everyone understood. It was akin to university students. Those who advanced later were like freshmen to juniors, while the naturally gifted were like doctoral or even postdoctoral candidates. How could they compare? Second, provide your own bug cores, at least 300 a class or 100's class bug cores. Wan Mo Xianqing. Fine, wasn't this just paying for your own medical expenses? He accepted it well. Thus, 100's class bug cores of various colors abruptly appeared around Wan Mo Xianqing, a testament to the Empire's staggering number of battles against bug swarms over the years. With everything agreed upon, Su-Jin sat down opposite Wan Mo Xianqing. Close your eyes, focus your mind on yourself. Following Su-Jin's deliberate guidance, Wan Mo Xianqing entered a meditative state. Behind Su-Jin, the red lotus swayed and bloomed, its petals opening and closing like breathing, each time infusing surging psychic energy into Wan Mo Xianqing's mental sea. 6.5 hours later, the Empire gained another 3's class warrior. The nine-headed bird's form had more than doubled, and the flame totems on its body seemed to burn fiercely. Wan Mo Xianqing felt as if he had inexhaustible strength. A jubilant cry came through the porthole, ceaseless, until Su-Jin frowned, finally quieting the nine-headed bird. It's my first upgrade, a bit hard to control. Wan Mo Xianqing apologized. But Chu Hanxiao understood this feeling. Spirit bodies were sometimes truly unruly. The great snow leopard felt a chill on the back of its neck, but when it looked back at its master, everything seemed normal. Before upgrading Kavadani, Su-Jin had Chu Hanxiao summon Mu Qiuyun. Attach your psychic energy to mine. I will guide you through the process of upgrading a warrior, and then you can try it on David Cook. David Cook's spirit body had shattered, and he was still lying in a hibernation pod, but recovery was only a matter of time. Mu Qiuyun had not expected Su-Jin to trust her so much, not only teaching her the upgrade method, but also allowing her to experiment on Xiong Air. In truth, what Mu Qiuyun did not know was that before she entered, Su-Jin, without any hesitation, had directly asked Chu Hanxiao, is Mu Qiuyun one of us? Wan Mo Xianqing, who had just completed his upgrade and was still in an excited state, felt alarm bells ringing in his head. He looked up at Chu Hanxiao pitifully. He could guess with his toes that Su-Jin must have asked about his name too. If not for Chu Hangxiu's word, he would have been left on the bench alongside Tendo Rinpoche and Sam Howard. That was close. He had never offended Chu Hanxiao before. Mu Qian's spiritual energy followed Su-Jin as she sank into Kava Tony's mental sea. This upgrade took longer because Su-Jin had to explain step by step how to guide the process. Kava Tony's spiritual entity was a western dragon, its colossal wings blotting out the sun. Minus the wings, it resembled a Tyrannosaurus rex from the Cretaceous period. Its primary skill was fire breathing. After the upgrade, a single blast of dragon's breath blazed like a replica of a magma hell. Kavatoni was overjoyed, never imagining he could ascend to 3S rank in his lifetime. Thanks to Chu Hanxiao, such a fine wife. What incredible luck he had. Then he asked Su Jin, there are only 4 rank healers in our 3rd Legion. Could you help upgrade them to S-rank? Su Jin shook her head. Having advanced herself, she knew clearly that for healers the understanding gained during the upgrade process was crucial. There was no shortcut, otherwise even a rapid upgrade would only create a pretty vase. After hearing her explanation, Kavatoni gave up. Alright, then he'll persuade them to try upgrading on their own. Everyone knew the dangers healers faced during upgrades. One couldn't force them to risk it under duress. Even without children, they had parents. It was inhumane. However, Kavatoni's words sparked an idea in Machi Xianqing. I see you're teaching Muqiuyun. When we return to the capital and upgrade McLaren Constantine, could you bring my healer Bella Smith? Su Jin immediately turned to look at Chu Hanxiao. Under Machi Xianqing's humble gaze, Chu Hanxiao nodded. Only then did Su Jin say, alright, but that comes at an extra price. Machi Xianqing dared not haggle. Su Jin was the wife of the 1st Legion's commander. It was only natural for her to mentor Muqiuyun. Since he was the one seeking a favor, he had to pay more. Gritting his teeth, Machi Xianqing offered another 100 S-rank insect cores. Kavatoni winced at the sight. The defense line, frequently harassed by insectoids, was indeed troublesome, but it also offered the highest chance of directly obtaining insect cores, not to be underestimated. Thinking back, the 100 S-rank cores he had given felt like a massive hemorrhage. To accumulate that many again would take ages. He couldn't help but envy Machi Xianqing. If Machi Xianqing knew what he was thinking, he'd probably slap him twice. If it were too much, they could simply swap defenses. On the journey back to the capital, the main force passed several mining planets. At Su Jin's request, they stopped to inspect each one. Or was present, but Jerzymir, or was not. To show his loyalty, Kavatoni immediately vowed that no matter how much Jerzymir or Su Jin needed in the future, he would provide it all. Kavatoni knew well that if he relied solely on fighting to advance, he would likely only reach the peak of 2S rank by Su's age. He would never break through the 3S barrier. Now that he had upgraded, Su Jin's favor was a debt of gratitude he must repay abundantly. Compared to Kavatoni's sycophancy, the commanders of the 6th and 7th Legions remained utterly dejected throughout the journey, each more dispirited than the last. During the return, Sam Howard secretly visited Su Jin. He met her and talked for over an hour. But he returned still a 2S rank, unchanged, and seemed deeply shocked, devoid of any spirit. He spent his days in a daze, staring blankly as if he had drunk pork soup. Finally, the triumphant procession arrived at the capital's military starport. According to tradition, the public would line the path to welcome them, whether victorious or not. Victors received flowers and applause. The defeated also got flowers and applause, for they had risked their lives, honor in defeat. But this welcome ceremony was different. 2 groups arrived, one of officials, including Crown Prince Solomon Vladimir, Speaker Howard, and ministers from the parliament and cabinet. The other group consisted of spontaneous citizens, many of whom had come specifically to see Su Jin. After all, the empire had either lacked 2S rank lords for years or had jumped directly to 3S rank, a tremendous source of pride. Thus, as Chu Hanxiao led Su Jin by the hand down the starship, music erupted and the announcer chanted, "Welcome His Excellency Chu Hanxiao, 3S rank warrior and commander of the 1st Legion, and his fiancée, Her Excellency Su Jin, 3S rank healer." Chu Hanxiao clearly sensed the person beside him falter. A 3S rank warrior's spiritual perception was sharp. He immediately noticed the issue. Su Jin was displeased. Why? She was indeed unhappy. Having no position in the 1st Legion, she was referred to as Chu Hanxiao's fiancée. This significantly diminished her presence. So Su Jin thought she needed to secure an official role to stay alongside Chu Hanxiao long-term. Su Jin's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Toto Linbei. The 6th Legion under him had become a useless bunch of good-for-nothings. Perhaps he should step down. Otherwise, he was just occupying a latrine without shitting. Su Jin's thoughts were unknown to Chu Hanxiao, but alarm bells rang repeatedly in his mind. Meanwhile, the announcer's chant continued. Let us welcome His Excellency Su Zhe, 3S rank warrior and commander of the 2nd Legion, His Excellency Kavatoni, 3S rank warrior and commander of the 3rd Legion, and His Excellency Machi Xianqing, 3S rank warrior and commander of the 5th Legion. The announcer grew more excited and louder with each word. Everyone present was ignited. My God, Her Excellency Su Jin was right. She truly made 2 commanders into 3S rank. We no longer fear the insectoids. We shall go on expeditions. Thunderous voices echoed throughout the starport. Humanity had once dreaded the insectoids, now they were so full of fighting spirit. Soon the crowd's attention shifted from the 2 commanders to Su Jin. She was the Empire's jewel, its backbone, the one who had elevated humanity's mental sea. During the speech, Su Jin calmly stepped onto the stage and said, Everything I said at the Starship summary meeting holds. Please have Her Excellency Bella Smith, healer of the 5th Legion, accompany me to the 4th Legion's base. While assisting His Excellency McLaren Constantine's upgrade, I will teach Her Excellency Bella how to aid warriors in their advancement. This statement once again sparked thunderous cheers. People saw genuine hope, but what Howard and Solomon saw was a dark path ahead. The Empire's governance was based on abdication. The first emperor, surnamed Chu, had passed the throne to the Vladimir family. Now his descendants returned in glory. Perhaps it was time to reclaim the imperial affairs. Their good days were over. Yet Su Jin's speech continued. At least the previously mentioned cardmaker training will also be put on the agenda. Registration will open in the next couple of days, with the first batch limited to 50 people. That day the cheers near Star Harbor never ceased. In a border defense battle for humanity, not a single soul was lost, and Su Jin led several legions to slay the giant scythe, Ghost Mantis, which bore a blood feud against mankind. She obtained the insect core and advanced to a 3th grade healer, rewriting the history of interstellar healers. Subsequently, she helped the commanders of the 3rd and 5th Legions ascend to become 3th grade warriors, altering the annals of human combatants. Once humanity suffered grievously under the insect race, countless families were torn apart and innumerable soldiers laid down their lives for their country. But now humanity no longer fears, no longer retreats. Our goal is the complete annihilation of the insect race, the vast sea of stars. Su Jun stated that there are traitors among humanity who attempt to enhance themselves by merging human and insectoid genes, yet the current outcome is that humans are being controlled by the insectoids. Is this something he can listen to? Is he out of his mind? For so many years, Uncle Sam has been working diligently and cautiously, fearing that knowing too much might lead to his demise. Yet now Su Jun casually revealed such a significant secret to him, claiming it was merely a minor challenge. Who would risk their life for a challenge? Sam Howard was easily placed on the hot seat by Su Jun. If he initially intended to be a slippery double agent, he had now completely abandoned any ties with his despicable father. Su Jun instructed her to exploit her current identity and awkward situation to assist in uncovering the scum hidden among humans. Furthermore, he did not require her to make a big fuss about it, as Sam's current situation was perfectly suited for them. Thus, these individuals would try to win over Sam. This indicates that they have not yet penetrated the coarse circles such as the cabinet, the parliament, or the royal family. However, if no one came looking for Howard, it would mean that he had become useless and the issues lay at a higher level. At the same time, Su Jun mentioned that even if someone came looking, one could not entirely rule out the possibility of high-level involvement. That day, upon returning to the flagship of the 7th Legion from the Aurora, Sam was in a daze. The news was too shocking. Although he had once doubted during the cleanup of Tingshi Star and the insectoid nursery stars that there must be an inside man among humans, otherwise how could the insectoids with their limited intellect operate so secretly? Yet he dared not think too deeply. Now that this layer of glass had been shattered by Su Jun, it instead led Sam to contemplate even more. In the interstellar world where transportation and networks are advanced and AI is sophisticated, almost nothing can be hidden. Yet how could the insectoid nursery stars remain so deeply concealed? This indicated that at least the situation had reached the level of the Legion. Tsingdao Linbei. Thus, for the past few days, Sam had been cautiously interacting with people, probing with his words and observing their expressions, resolved to leave a mark alongside Su Jun, to become the anomaly of the Howard family. If he truly succeeded, he would no longer have to live in a desperate manner. How wonderful! Yet the continued silence only heightened his anxiety. On the second day after the 4 legions triumphed, Su Jun, accompanied by Bella Smith and personally escorted by Chu Huanxiao, arrived at the 4th Legion sanatorium. To everyone's surprise, the cold-faced commander of the 4th Legion, McLaren Constantine, personally came out to greet them. He was frightened. All his old comrades were 3S level, and he was the only one left. To alleviate Su Jun's burden, he even inquired in advance with Kawadarni about the key points. He heard that 100 grade insect cores were needed. McLaren Constantine felt pained, but was not poor and could afford it. The entire upgrade process went smoothly, and Su Jun also conveniently cured his hidden ailment. From now on, I won't have headaches during the full moon. McLaren Constantine did not expect such additional value, and hurriedly produced the prepared Jersey Mill, or which, although only the size of an egg, Su Jun accepted eagerly. It was evident that he was quite pleased. In fact, even more delighted than Su Jun was Bella Smith, who returned to the Maple Ridge Villa with Su Jun that same day. She engaged in a lengthy exchange with Mu Qiuyun, and then sought Su Jun for humble advice. The two gradually realized they seemed to have grasped something extraordinary. If all level personnel in the Legion were upgraded to level to a level to S-level, and all S-level to 2S-level, they could hardly imagine how powerful the human army would become. But soon they were defeated by reality. There were only 2 of them. How could they upgrade so many soldiers? Moreover, they were merely S-level, capable only of upgrading a level and below soldiers. That was an astronomical figure. Higher levels could only be handled by Su Jun himself. Su Jun's requirement of them was to follow orders, be at their beck and call, and not to upgrade anyone without permission. Both understood this, and thus their initial enthusiasm faded, and they became more obedient. However, the people who were still deeply immersed in the joy of having 5 3-level generals from the Empire's 7 legions gradually began to react. The expedition was far too difficult. Even a full upgrade might not guarantee victory. After all, human resources are limited. As a result, a new voice emerged online requesting Su Jun to set aside past grievances and upgrade the general commanders of the 6th and 7th legions. Su Jun pretended not to see and directly opened 2 channels on the Star Network. Channel 1, how therapists can upgrade themselves. Channel 2, beginners class for card masters. Each class only accepts 50 students, causing the Star Network to lag with enrollments increasing by a digit per second, unprecedented. At the same time, Su Jun was still in school, frantically brushing up on the basics. A week after the 4 legions triumphed, the call for Su Jun to treat everyone equally grew louder on the Star Network. Amidst this clamor, Tingdao Linbei was exposed for 10 major crimes. First, he had 33 illicit relationships with therapists. Second, he embezzled 34 million in military supplies. Third, he misused the legion for personal gain, oppressing the common people. Fourth, he committed tax evasion. Fifth, he recklessly sacrificed lives to act as a thug for the black market. Sixth, he bribed officials. Seventh, he illegally trafficked ores. Eighth, he was suspected of selling live organs. Ninth, he attempted murder. 10th, he spread online rumors. All the charges had solid evidence with witnesses and material proof. Tingdao Linbei could not escape. The news was akin to adding double the amount of ice to a boiling pot of oil. Public sentiment quickly turned. My God, finally someone is speaking the truth. I've been so frustrated these past few days. I just wanted to ask, why should a beast get an upgrade? He should pay with his life. Oh, why should he be upgraded? So disgusting, I feel sick. Those clamoring for his upgrade these days, are they his bought-up water army? If you're poor, just work harder. Not all money can be earned. Seeing Tingdao Linbei's momentum dwindling, the parliament revealed their top-tier interstellar speed. They directly removed Tingdao Linbei from his position as general commander of the 6th Legion and handed the matter over to the military court. That night, Tingdao Linbei committed seppuku in his detention cell. At the same time, over 1,000 of his implicated followers were dismissed and investigated. Those who were not implicated but feared having something on them and did not wish to die numbered over 900 and submitted their resignations. However, no one was approved as the 6th Legion was now leaderless. Thus, the parliament proposed that Chu Huanxiao take over, to which he shook his head. I won't take on a mess. Howard personally called Su Zhe, and the old general's reply was identical to Chu Huangxiao's. Unconvinced, Howard shamelessly called Wanqi Xianqing Kawadarni and Maiklun Constantine. As a result, he received replies that were essentially copy-pasted. Now even the speaker was at a loss. No one was willing to take the position, not even his own son, who said he couldn't manage it. Moreover, Sam Howard could not be allowed to take charge. Since the management was tacit, the 6th Legion belonged to the cabinet's sphere of influence, while the 7th Legion was merely a pawn of the parliament. On the day it was announced that the supreme commander of the 6th Legion would be determined by election, the number of registrants exceeded 1,000. However, strangely enough, only members within the 6th Legion itself were vying for the position. Not a single person from the other 6 legions signed up. The votes were also sparse, seemingly cast only by relatives and friends. Netizens immediately began to mock the Empire has no talent. Howard, aged 80 years, overnight half of his hair turning white. The pressure from the other legions was something neither he nor the parliament and cabinet nor even the imperial family could bear. But bear it he must nonetheless. In desperation, Howard relaxed the selection criteria 3 times. First, the required rank was lowered from 2-level warriors to S-level and above, but with a mandatory service record of over 10 years. Second, the eligibility was expanded from warriors only to include healers, provided they were a level or above and had served in the 7 legions for over 10 years or had made significant contributions. Third, the age requirement was modified again from 50 years old and above to simply being an adult with no term of service requirement. Thus, on the final day of open registration, Su Jin submitted her application form. The moment the form was updated, the servers provided by Parliament ground to a halt. Su Jin listed as number 1008, a shot ahead like a lone rider, the bar chart representing her votes rising incessantly. In the end, to display Su Jin's bar, the bars for other candidate supporters were virtually invisible. There wasn't even a single vertical line left. Since the selection rules had already been amended 3 times, exceeding the limit for modifications, Howard was powerless to stop it no matter how much he wished to. However, according to the selection rules, the top 3 candidates were required to participate in campaign speeches to garner a final wave of votes. Though the tide had clearly turned against him, Howard stubbornly insisted on going through the motions. Su Jin was indifferent. Following the order, the third-place candidate took the stage first. Kurizawa Takumi, a 2-level warrior with the rank of Colonel Spirit Beast, a black bear, aged 75. He had participated in the Battle of Balencia Star, discovered the rare or Suabanka, and was currently responsible for mining operations on Tansu Akari star. The one who walked onto the stage was a stout man 175 centimeters tall and weighing 145 gene. He wore an amiable expression and a humble demeanor, immediately bowing 90 degrees upon reaching the stage. Thank you, Parliament. 500 words omitted. Thank you, Cabinet. 600 words omitted. Thank you, Imperial Lords. 700 words omitted. Thank you, Parents. 200 words omitted. Thank you, Leaders. 100 words omitted. Thank you, voting constituents. 300 words omitted. Finally, the main point arrived. If I am elected, my first action will be to recruit soldiers, then train them, and then march to the battlefield. We will not be cowards hiding in our shells. He spoke with passion, but they were all surface-level words lacking any concrete measures. He then rambled on, spittle flying for over an hour, gaining only one more vote than at the start. Seeing the numbers, he clearly couldn't handle it and broke down. You bunch of idiots, you'll regret not voting for me. I'm telling you now, if I don't get this position, everyone with the surname Kurosawa will leave the 6th Legion. Sujin rolled her eyes. Who was he threatening? Her original plan was to get rid of everyone and build a Steel Lion army entirely according to her own vision. As for the Kurosawa family's measly 2.5 people, laughable. The second person to take the stage was a handsome, golden-haired, blue-eyed man. Jim Hoffman, a 2th-level warrior with a spirit beast jaguar, holding the rank of Major General, aged 115. First, I thank myself for my hard work. Then I thank everyone for your votes. I also voted and I chose Sujin. Let's wait and see, looking forward to the brilliant bloom of the Eastern Red Lotus. His votes increased by over 100. Sujin, you can play it like this. When it was Sujin's turn, she spoke only 3 sentences. First, on behalf of all healers in the Empire, I want to express that we are not just battlefield medics or sanitarium doctors. We can do more than care for the sick and wounded. We can fight. Votes surged wildly. Second, the 6th Legion will challenge the 1st and 2nd Legions to become the Empire's ace unit. Parliament's pathetic server crashed instantly. Third, the core team will not discriminate based on gender. The Parliament website went black for 3 seconds before announcing Sujin's election as the 3rd commander of the 6th Legion. A commander without a military rank. Sujin didn't mind. The way Howard handed over the 6th Legion to her today, he would one day offer up the rank willingly. She was in no hurry. 3 days later, Sujin assumed office, becoming the first healer commander in interstellar history. Yet the problems piled up before her were immense. First, although Kurosawa Takumi was despicable, he hadn't lied at all. On Sujin's first day in command, everyone in the 6th Legion with the surname Kurosawa submitted their discharge papers. According to Imperial regulations, those requesting discharge during active service were not entitled to severance pay. Furthermore, they had to return corresponding warrior benefits, such as housing, starships, interstellar express passes, dedicated cards, and medical records. And Sujin was not the type to repay evil with good or to submit meekly. Whether they harbored true malice or were just following the crowd, she approved all requests to leave. But everything that had to be returned, not a single item, was to be missing. Thus, after being purged by the 1st Legion, the 6th Legion underwent another wave of voluntary withdrawals. Only a third of its personnel remained. It became the Legion with the smallest headcount among the 4. The garrison stood empty, exuding a desolate atmosphere like an apocalyptic fortress. Just then a post suddenly appeared on the StarNet. Its gist was that the poster had a veteran family member who years ago was injured in a great battle against the Zerg while guarding the frontier. He was essentially in a vegetative state. Although the Empire had been providing medical care and pensions, the family still hoped for their loved one to wake up. The poster claimed to have contacted Sujin multiple times, but was always refused. Helpless, they had to resort to this method, trying once more through the network, hoping Sujin wouldn't forget how she had been promoted to the rank of 3 class. Upon seeing this, Sujin directly engaged with her main account. Second Feather, how was I promoted to become a 3 class? This question is worth considering. First, I went to the battlefield as soon as I came of age. Second, I fought valiantly, nearly exhausting myself to death. Third, I was forced to absorb a Zerg core. May I ask which step is problematic? Or which step did you contribute to? The other party fell silent. Second Feather, also you said you contacted me multiple times. Why can't I find any trace of you in my Starblog messages? I have replied to all family members of injured soldiers who sought treatment. Who are you exactly? Second Feather, respected members of Parliament, Cabinet, and Imperial family, if you have grievances against me, just say so. Is this scheme to smear my reputation? To kill me with public opinion? Or is it just to annoy me? Sujin 6th Legion, thinking it over, I've changed my Starblog name, or else someone might claim they didn't know it was me. I'm truly at a loss for words. After this barrage of sarcasm and criticism, the poster went silent, and the Cabinet, Parliament, and Imperial family she had tagged didn't dare to utter a single peep. Everyone knew she was in a rage. Whoever stuck their neck out would get chopped. Sujin 6th Legion, by the way, the 6th Legion has started recruiting. Check the official website for details. Veterans and wounded soldiers are welcome. After treatment, a lifetime contract must be signed. The conditions are somewhat strict, so think carefully before coming. After everyone saw Su Jin's latest post on Starblog, they clicked the link and slid over to the recruitment manual page. The moment they saw it, they were taken aback. Su Jin's recruitment criteria were downright bizarre. 80% were to be injured soldiers forced to retire aged no more than 250 with injuries of any severity, accepted without exception. The remaining 20% were to recruit student soldiers requiring S-level or above male or female, but no 4-character names due to psychological trauma. Netizens, well understood. This could only be Su Jin. If it were any other legion, including Chu Hangxiu's 1st Legion or Su Ze's 2nd Legion, no one would believe it. After all, injured soldiers were only discharged because their injuries were incurable, all stemming from issues with their spiritual Cs. To encourage enthusiastic sign-ups, Su Jin even requested from the Central Military Academy's principal the video footage of her own transfer examination. She edited it slightly and posted it on the Star Web with the title, "Sorry, I was only 2 level at the time." Consequently, as soon as the 6th Legion's recruitment manual was released, sign-ups began to grow exponentially. This also indirectly slapped the face of the whistleblower who claimed to be an injured soldier's family member. How dare they say they couldn't contact Su Jin? They were simply taking money to cause trouble. That person truly had a wounded relative at home, but now they had no face to bring the patient to Su Jin for treatment. They were caught in a dilemma. A crisis that had been brewing in the shadows intended to make Su Jin fight on 2 fronts and be overwhelmed was thus resolved by her straightforward approach. From that day on, an endless stream of injured soldiers was carried into the 6th Legion's sanatorium Shishan Court. No one knew who came up with the name, but Su Jin found it too unpleasant and simply renamed it the Other Shore Orchid Garden. The sunset landscape on the main gate transformed into fiery red spider lilies, heralding the continuous expansion of the 6th Legion. The difference between veteran injured soldiers and new recruits was stark. New recruits, including the 2/3 of the 6th Legion's good for-nothings who had already left, had no idea how to fight against the Zerg. They had never been in battle and lacked experience. In contrast, the injured soldiers were mostly elite warriors who had fought to their last breath, charging forward with a death-defying resolve for the greater good, only to fade into obscurity. Thus, they possessed abundant combat experience against the enemy. One could almost match 3. Coincidentally, Su Jin had 2 classes, one of which was an advanced healer class, so she integrated resources and first taught how to heal the injured. Simultaneously, she had healers accumulate experience and personally oversee the process, allowing them to level up. For years, the Empire had suffered under the Zerg threat, leaving tens of thousands of injured soldiers. Although healers were scarce who didn't want to level up, so they studied diligently, practiced earnestly, and worked tirelessly. The injured soldiers were healed in batches after satisfying the 6th Legion's quotas. They were assigned to the 1st and 2nd Legions. No one could argue with this arrangement. In the Battle of Kiwainswoer Star, both the 1st and 2nd Legions had lost about 1/3 of their combat strength. Yet other legions watched enviously. So they came to Su Jin one after another, hoping to poach 1 or 2 talented injured soldiers. Su Jin didn't refuse and agreed to all, but demanded resources in exchange, such as Zesamir or. Everyone except Kavakani was stunned. Because they had none, they watched helplessly as Kavadani exchanged a ping-pong-sized piece for a newly healed 2th-level lieutenant general. They stomped their feet in envy. Meanwhile, the card class was also in full swing. Among the first batch of 50, there were Bairani and Tang Mushua. Su Jin's first lesson taught the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. 2e give rise to 4 symbols. 4 symbols give rise to 8 trigrams. 8 eights makes 64 trigrams. Each trigram spells doom for the Zerg. Bairani had no prior experience with cards, so he easily integrated the knowledge. In contrast, Tang Mushua, though experienced, often clashed with her existing knowledge, slowing her learning pace. On Su Jin's side, the troops were strong and well-organized. Yet still few healers dared to level up. Card masters could now draw correct trigrams, but without the blessing of faith, their effects, while more than a gentle breeze, were at most as strong as a level 10 typhoon. This level of power was truly insufficient against the Zerg, but human ingenuity was boundless. Tang Mushua suggested everyone make cards, and Su Jin amplify them. Bairani thought a level 10 effect could be stacked combined with wind-type spiritual power, potentially yielding twice the result with half the effort. Su Jin thought it all good. Using wind to deliver poison was also feasible. In short, the benefit was that cards changed the situation where ordinary people could only engage in mecha maintenance, scientific research, or piloting motherships, and were unable to go to the battlefield. Everything was heading in a better direction, and the temporarily shelved expedition plan was gradually taking shape under Su Jin's continuous revisions and improvements. All was well here. Although the engagement banquet couldn't be held as scheduled due to Su Jin's sudden busyness, seeing Su Jin smile was enough to satisfy Chu Hanxiao. On the other hand, the Parliament cabinet and royal family were not so festive and auspicious. The cabinet discussed daily how to curb the legion's arrogance, for a proud army was doomed to fail. But talk was cheap. A few old men huffed and puffed, and in the end it was just talk. The parliament dealt with national affairs and military funding issues day in and day out. The 6th Legion no longer mined. Thus the parliament had to find someone else to do the job. How else could the vast empire function? This solved employment for many people. But new problems emerged. Ordinary people without spiritual power mined slowly, with long timelines, low efficiency, and poor results. Then came high wages and benefits, all very costly. Taxes couldn't be raised. So Howard's face grew darker by the day, almost resembling a scrap iron pot from a recycling station. That day, Solomon Vladimir, who had instigated the injured soldier's family member to falsely accuse Sue Jean online, came to Howard. Such a trivial matter, you want me to mediate, Great Prince? Howard wore an expression of looking at a stupid pig, thoroughly disgusting Solomon. If not driven to desperation, he wouldn't have come to Howard. Solomon's goal was to inherit the throne and power after his father Odin Vladimir stepped down. But with Chu Hangseo's popularity rising ever higher. Now with the added advantage of Sue Jean, a 3-level healer, Solomon was thrown into disarray. Yes, I want to know how much money they want. This was said with a hint of anger, making already unpleasant words even harsher. Then why not go ask them directly? Or if you don't want to show your face, send your men to inquire. Howard lit a cigar, and through the pale blue smoke for a second Solomon thought he saw his left eye turn into a vertical pupil. But as the smoke cleared, it seemed like nothing more than an illusion born of nervous tension. Howard certainly didn't miss the momentary shock on Solomon's face. This eye was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. It seemed the dosage of the potion would have to be doubled. Damn Chu Hanxiao and Sue Jean. If not for their victory, Howard wouldn't have to keep hiding. The two ultimately parted on bad terms. Solomon never quite understood that what that family wanted wasn't money. They wanted their loved one back alive. Stop indulging in illusions, every day lying there like a living corpse. So that evening during prime time, when Interstellar residents were binge-watching shows, enjoying variety programs, eating, partying, gaming, and scrolling through their optical brains, that family's account posted a letter of apology. They apologized for their malicious act of framing Sue Jean under someone's instigation and produced a recording of Solomon instructing them. It stirred up 1,000 waves. Driven by the Interstellar network speed, netizens spread the news like wildfire. One telling 10, 10 telling 100, 100 telling millions. At first they scorned Solomon, then the entire royal family, enumerating their years of inaction, corruption, and arrogance. Later someone dug up the kidnapping of the young Prince Alo Vladimir, claiming it was a result of fratricide caused by the current Emperor Odin, who had a harem of wives and concubines. In any case, it spiraled out of control, the content rivaling short dramas of the apocalypse era. But Sue Jean paid no attention, because the bait she had cast was finally taken. Uncle Sam came over in the evening, visiting Sue Ze's home, like an ordinary guest, carrying 2 bottles of imitation ancient liquor matai. Sue Jean was now the commander of the 6th Legion. Though she held no military rank, Howard did not restrict her benefits. Thus Sue Jean also possessed her own 4-dimensional villa, which was essentially a large starship. However, Sue Jean still lived with Su Xingyan at Sue Ze's home. It was not easy for the family to gather together. If not for the 6th Legion being in a state of reconstruction and the 1st and 2nd Legions still resting, they would have already rotated positions with the 3rd and 4th Legions. After dinner, Sue Jean took Uncle Sam to the study. Speak freely. No one can hear us here. 2 groups came. Uncle Sam had already decided to pledge his loyalty to Sue Jean, so he confessed without reservation. The first group didn't show themselves. They sent a message via a black market pigeon telling me to find a way to bring you to the black market. I figured they wanted to hold the emperor hostage to command the lords. Sue Jean was drinking water and nearly spat it out. Was Uncle Sam's Chinese taught by a gym teacher? Also their speaker Howard. On the surface were uncle and nephew, but in reality, you know the truth. He's different from that group. He said the Vladimir family's influence is waning and told me to align myself with you so that when dynasties change, the Howard family can have a way out. After these words, Uncle Sam saw Sue Jean smile. You think there are 2 groups? Sue Jean spoke only 7 words, but they sent chills down Uncle Sam's spine. Could Howard be the mastermind? Sue Jean could tell from his expression that he was overthinking. Howard was not. He was merely a pawn on the surface, perhaps not even aware of his own actions. Also, I heard that the young Prince Alo will be sent to the 7th Legion next month to assist me with affairs. Sue Jean understood what Sam Howard meant. He feared Alo might notice something and ruin her plans. So she reminded him, go back and arrange for them to kidnap both Alo and me. Sam Howard. Why not avoid being captured? Why add a freebie? Damn, he felt like his brain was about to grow. 3 days later, news spread across the Interstellar network that Sue Jean and the young Prince Alo had gone on an outing and then vanished without a trace. I can't believe it. Who gets it? Folks, I clicked on that trending topic about Sue Jean cheating with the young prince, and then I saw the crime scene. What the hell, clickbait? A joint disappearance counts as cheating. Wait, isn't Prince Alo 2's level? And Lord Sue Jean is 3's level, right? Exactly. I'd like to ask what kind of person could kidnap them so easily. The truth is out. Oh my god. Could it really be that someone put a green hat on a certain commander? That commander glanced at Su Xingyan standing before him, then at the Starlight social interface on his optical brain. Say that again. What did Su Jin say before she left? Su Xingyan was overwhelmed by the trans-level mental pressure, barely able to breathe. My sister said she went to catch someone, told you not to worry, and for safety, she brought along a reckless bodyguard. Chu Hanxiao closed his eyes. Why didn't she take Yao Guang? My sister said Yao Guang was too conspicuous and would affect her fishing. Su Xingyan instinctively stepped back. The air conditioning was too strong in summer, it was freezing. Chu Hanxiao raised a hand and pinched the bridge of his nose. She said she was going fishing, and you actually believed she was just fishing. Su Xingyan knew nothing about the human insect genetic experiments, so she genuinely thought Su Jin had been busy with official duties and wanted some relaxation. Su Xingyan was too Slevelo, and so was Alo. Given the past entanglements between Alo and Su Jin's mother and grandfather, Su Xingyan subconsciously did not see him as an enemy. What do we do, Commander? Hearing Chu Hangxiu's words now, she felt uncertain. She wished she had let Ziwei shrink into a brooch and follow along. Don't tell old Master Su Zhe about this for now. Before Chu Hanxiao finished speaking, the office door was pushed open by a large hand. What's there not to tell me? The suppressed anger in the voice was impossible to ignore. Su Xingyan was forced to take 2 more steps back. Su Zhe had come to find Chu Hanxiao after seeing Starlight, thinking the two had made plans without informing him. Now it seemed his rebellious granddaughter had taken risks on her own, leaving both him and Chu Hanxiao out of the loop. Yao Guang was not there. Qiongqi was not taken. Su Zhe had already decided to discipline her with family law when she returned. But that depended on her coming back safely. At that moment, Su Jin was tied up in a laboratory with glass walls on all sides. Alo and his spirit beast, the black serpent, lay sprawled asleep nearby. The air was filled with a salty, fishy odor, but it was not pungent. Su Jin did not open her eyes because her divine sense revealed observing eyes all around, all with vertical pupils. They looked human but could extend tongues 2 meters long. She had finally arrived at the monster's lair. When Su Jin invited Alo, she did not specify a destination, only saying she wanted to ask about her mother. Alo arrived quickly and fell unconscious just as fast. Su Jin did not even see what object the person held before she was knocked out. At the same time, her spiritual sea trembled, nearly collapsing. If not for the power of faith, Su Jin would have ended up in the same state as Alo. But why did they only bind her and not Alo? When Alo fainted, his spirit beast did not return to his spiritual sea as usual. Why? As Su Jin pondered, her divine sense swept over Alo, revealing that his spiritual sea seemed drained dry. These people appeared to have mastered a secret to halt the spiritual sea. Fortunately, they had not yet been insane enough to use it directly on warriors. If even a 2 level could not withstand it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Jin had brought Alo along as a test. She already had a rough outline of the mastermind. At that moment, the voices of a man and a woman drifted in. Are you sure you can fool Bartwood? It was a slightly raspy female voice. I'm not sure, but we can't wait any longer. You've seen how powerful this thing is, haven't you? Aluo is at the upper middle level of 2S, yet it's been 20 minutes, and he still hasn't woken up. Su Jin is a 3-level healer, and logically, she should have some healing ability, but she hasn't woken up either. So can you still believe the nonsense Bart is spouting now? His research was never meant to empower humanity. He's already been assimilated by the Zerg without even realizing it. Su Jin. Was this the disagreement Chu Hanxiao had mentioned before the expedition? What did these people who captured her want? But if Bart finds out, we'll all die. Or should we go tell Chu Hanxiao and Su Zhe? The female voice carried a hint of pleading. Look at Aluo. Do you think they could get out unscathed, even if they came? What if the Zerg launch an attack right now? There was a long silence, and Su Jin heard no more conversation. Though her spiritual power had been somewhat affected, it was slowly recovering. So Su Jin understood that this thing was like a stun baton from a bygone era, capable of temporarily paralyzing the spiritual power of human warriors and healers. But the damage was minimal. It wasn't direct annihilation or theft, merely a temporary seal. As the male voice had said, the inventor of this device was likely no friend to humanity, but harbored grander ambitions. Fine, I agree to your terms. The female voice finally seemed to relent. Then the door opened, and a man and a woman walked in. Before they could even reach Su Jin, Aluo, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly sprang up. With one hand, he gripped the man's jaw, ready to twist his neck off. Meanwhile, the magic lamp coiled around the woman, mirroring its master's technique with a throat grab. Su Jin had no choice but to quickly call out to stop them. The 4 of them stared in shock, 3 faces filled with disbelief. Did that thing not work? The man, his neck still gripped, struggled to speak, his expression twisted with fury. Let them go. They're not completely evil, they can still be saved. Only then did Aluo release the 2. Su Jin, curious about when Aluo had awakened, asked again. About 4 or 5 minutes before they came in. Su Jin nodded, deducing that the device's restraint on a 2-level individual lasted roughly 15 minutes. Aluo's estimate was imprecise. With Su Jin's powerful divine sense, she could gauge it more accurately. That thing was likely ineffective against 3 level beings. But it was lethal for healers. What is that thing? Su Jin asked, but seeing the two exchange glances without answering, she added, I heard your conversation. Who is Barton Wood? The woman grew flustered. Don't panic. I want to know why you captured us. How far along is your experiment? How many people are involved in the experiment? Aluo, standing to the side, had thought he was there to protect Su Jin, but it seemed otherwise. She hadn't brought the snow leopard along to infiltrate this way, and she had sought him out because he too was under suspicion. The young prince sulked and sat aside, looking like he wanted no part in this. Yet he left the magic lamp behind, its forked red tongue flicking as it coiled near the man and woman ready to strike. The man ignored the woman and spoke urgently. We don't have much time, so we'll make it brief. You're right now beneath the royal palace, not far from the young prince's bedchamber. Aluo, was this blame a bit too heavy? I don't know who's above Barton. I only know that our entire research base answers to him. About 3 years ago, when Barton was still at the field on the frontier star, that planet was attacked by the Zerg. His eye was pierced by a Zerg's sharp stinger. He was sent to the capital star for treatment and used all his savings to buy an eye on the black market for a transplant. He said he'd see the world again the next day, but when he looked in the mirror, he found a bright yellow vertical pupil. The seller said his money was only enough for a Zerg eye and told him to gouge it out if he didn't want it. Su Jin frowned as she listened. Cases of victims turning into antisocial personalities were as relentless as the wheels of history, never ceasing. Barton said he couldn't bear to remove it back then, so he just wore colored contacts and scraped by with odd jobs. But because he only had one eye, he was constantly mocked. He must have gone mad because he went back to that person and got the other Zerg eye transplanted too. This time it was a red vertical pupil. Once the Zerg eye was installed, he could see clearly immediately, and he also discovered that all 5 of his senses were sharper. You people with spiritual power will never understand that longing we ordinary folk have. Now Barton's senses are so acute that he can even communicate with the Zerg through hive consciousness. Before the Battle of Quiviansel Star, he said the Zerg would never let General Suze go. Their repeated attacks were meant to weaken humanity, and the final assault was about to begin. We didn't believe him at first, but that battle was truly brutal. When we learned that Commander Chu Hanshao was wounded and General Suze was unconscious, Barton opened a bottle of red wine to celebrate. He said the Zerg's final attack might come sooner and forced us all to take the Zerg gene serum for fusion. The man glanced at the woman beside him as he spoke. My sister took that gene injection. I managed to bluff my way out of it. The woman sighed, and under Su Jin's gaze transformed into her exact likeness, identical in every way except for the clothes and hairstyle. Su Jin gasped. After you inject the Zerg gene serum, do you all develop the same abilities? The man shook his head. No, or more precisely, no two people are ever the same. Because first, human genes differ from person to person, and second, the gene serum extracted from different Zerg individuals also varies. So the outcome is uncontrollable. My sister was lucky, so she got this ability, but not everyone is so fortunate. The man pulled out a light brain and showed Su Jin a live feed of the area beneath her feet. It was a sea of cages, large and small. 70% of the occupants, like Chinichi, had grown organs that weren't human, slowly being assimilated by Zerg genes. They had forgotten they were ever human. The other 30% showed no outward change, but their mental states were clearly abnormal, like patients locked in an asylum. Some were banging against walls, others screaming, some scraping off plaster to eat, and some digging holes with their hands, bloodied, but unable to stop. Were they all captured by you? The man shook his head. You might not believe it, but they all came willingly. Su Jin, Aluo. Voluntary. Who are you trying to fool? Arlo felt his worldview shattered, utterly unable to accept it. Who would willingly allow themselves to be turned into a monster? In Su Jin's mind, a name flashed like lightning: Chinichi. No, the White Tower is in danger. Why are you capturing us? Su Jin didn't dwell on Arlo's doubts. She might have been deceived by Chinichi. Barton's targets have always been ordinary people, the majority of the population. They planned to use numbers against the few, coordinating with the Zerg from within. But you appeared out of nowhere, shattering the rules of human-Zerg combat. If you continue, and ordinary people master the principles of cards, who would willingly contribute and share their abilities. Su Jin finally understood. She was being treated as an obstacle. How many have undergone genetic experiments? I need the full list of names. The man shook his head, took the light computer from Su Jin's hand, and pulled up a file. This is all I know. There are 2 documents inside, one on ability holders, the other on the disabled. That's all I know, because the corporation has more than just me as chief engineer. Su Jin took the light computer, transferred the data, and handed it back. What should I call you? Xiao Jingyi. He then pointed to the woman. My sister Xiao Hongnan. Su Jin nodded. You've been discussing it for a while. What's the plan? My sister will take your place here. They'll help you escape. Su Jin didn't move. She simply stared at Xiao Jingyi. Do you have any other concerns? Su Jin looked at the woman. If we both leave, what about your sister? Don't worry. Her ability can last over half an hour, enough time for you to get out. Oh, and what about Arlo? Su-Jin pressed on. The young prince is safe here. You can rest assured. Su-Jin shook her head. I'm not reassured unless. As she spoke, she suddenly pushed Xiao Jingyi, causing him to collide with Arlo, who was about to urge Su-Jin to flee without worrying about him. Then a miraculous scene unfolded. Xiao Jingyi transformed into Arlo, hair, clothes, features identical, and Arlo became Xiao Jingyi. Both were stunned. Seizing the moment, Su-Jin cast a spell, placing a puppet curse on Xiao Jingyi. Only then did she turn to Arlo. Keep an eye on her. Xiao Hongnan's mouth gaped in shock, but she couldn't utter a word. She couldn't even revert to her original form. And before her eyes, Su-Jin transformed into another Xiao Hongnan. Leading the now puppet-like obedient Xiao Jingyi, Su-Jin strode out openly. Bartonwood was merely a fabrication. This man was the true mastermind behind it all. Xiao Hongnan desperately wanted to ask how Su-Jin had figured it out, but she never got the chance to speak. Following Xiao Jingyi, Su-Jin passed unimpeded to the lab's entrance behind a tree by the lotus pond. Only then did she see her location clearly. The northwest corner of the Imperial Palace Gardens. Just as she was about to leave for the White Tower, she spotted Emperor Odin Vladimir at the garden's entrance. A glint of amusement flickered in Su-Jin's eyes. Truly one could find something without searching far and wide. And here came the hidden backer. To the palace guards it appeared the emperor was leaving with a man and a woman, so they dared not stop him. To Odin it was all a disaster, a complete failure. To Xiao Jingyi it was utter ruin. Su-Jin boarded the royal starship and headed straight for the White Tower. On the way she sent Chu Hanxiao the tower's coordinates with a single message. We were both wrong. Chu Hanxiao replied, on my way. 2 minutes before receiving Su-Jin's message, the White Tower had sounded an alarm. Not the internal warning they had heard before, but a signal on the Legion's exclusive frequency. It reached not only Chu Hanxiao, but also Su Zhe and the remaining McLaren Constantine. The leaders of the 3 legions along with their trusted troops rushed frantically toward the White Tower. The White Tower was the Empire's scientific research stronghold and humanity's hope against the Zerg. It housed the latest mecha, a gamma ray burst capable of obliterating a planet in seconds, and many of humanity's scientific elite. Any problem, there could be catastrophic. 5 minutes later, Su-Jin met Chu Hanxiao at the tower's entrance. Unlike before, the White Tower was eerily silent, dead still. Su-Jin extended her divine sense and found all the researchers confined in the spirit plant repository, bound hand and foot, mouth sealed, eyes covered. The culprit was one person alone, Shinichi. The world is full of madmen, domestic abusers, murderers, those who threaten women, those with split personalities. But the most terrifying are those utterly devoid of emotion, suffering from affective disorders, yet skilled enough to mask their true state with flawless acting. Shinichi was exactly that kind. At this moment, he sat on the adjusted gamma ray burst launcher, the control device in his hand. Unsurprisingly, he intended to use humanity's own proud weapon to pierce the very planet they inhabited. Su-Jin halted everyone's advance. Shinichi was waiting for her. Well, split up. Find the hostages and move them to safety immediately. I can't explain much now. I need to take these 2 with me. Stay safe. With that, she gestured to Odin and Xiao Jingyi. Then she walked up to Chu Hanxiao and gave him a somewhat sudden embrace. It was the first time since they had confirmed their relationship that Su-Jin had hugged him so proactively. Startled yet flattered, Chu Hanxiao sensed the danger within it. But he didn't stop her. Instead, he had Yaoguang shrink to the size of a figurine, thinner than paper, and attach itself to the hem of Su-Jin's clothes. As it did, he noticed another lion-shaped badge nearby. The 2 spirit forms silently reached an understanding. With simple area assignments, everyone set off in their groups. Su-Jin headed straight for the gamma ray burst launch platform. Chu Hanxiao narrowed his eyes, following Yaoguang's gaze step by step. Then he saw Qin Ichi grinning with sinister malice. Oh, isn't this my savior? Found by you. He then glanced at the expressionless Xiao Jingyi. A defeated foe daring to appear before Lady Su-Jin. Truly overestimating yourself. Finally, his gaze swept over Odin. When Shu ceded the throne to you back, then he must have seen through your cowardly nature. You're really not even as good as your eldest son. Su-Jin didn't interrupt him. She leaned coldly against a workbench watching Shinichi perform. I've lost, but I want to be convinced. Can I? There was no angry cursing, no crying, no wailing. Su-Jin's calm demeanor set off alarm bells in Shinichi's mind. It felt as though the one in control at this moment was not him, but Su-Jin. To put it simply, I lost the internal election, so I was sent to the White Tower for slicing. I was originally willing to accept my defeat and take 1 or 2 unlucky souls with me, but then you showed up. Qin Ichi looked at Su-Jin without a trace of gratitude in his gaze, only blunt candor. Oh, by the way, you must be wondering what election this was. Simply put, I had a disagreement with Xiao Jingyi. I wanted to mutate everyone. Humanity is a community of shared destiny, so the soldiers couldn't possibly kill all the mutated ordinary people. With half-human, half-insect beings in the majority, they would form a new social order, enslave the soldiers, corral the healers. How wonderful would that be? Once we possess human intelligence and the formidable bodies of the insect race, who in the entire universe could stand against us? After speaking, Ichi pointed at Xiao Jingyi, whose gaze was vacant. But he doesn't think that way. He wants a minority to become the rulers, to obey the insect race, to let humanity go extinct, and then take their place. You see how strange it is. We're not divided into two opposing camps of black and white as you might think. We're both black, solid black. The controller in Qin Yiqi's hand spun rapidly. As he spoke, he observed Su Jin's reaction, yet the shock, disbelief, or even curses of beast he had imagined never came. Su Jin's expression remained utterly calm. Qin Ichi couldn't believe anyone could listen so serenely to a true story about humanity's impending extinction. Of course I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, how could I be standing here in one piece? After all, you saved me. Su Jin remained expressionless. Qin Ichi grew a bit anxious instead, and for a brief moment, he suspected Su Jin shared his own emotional cognitive disorder. You saved me, so I haven't lost. That means he lost, but he refused to accept his defeat and wanted to use you to eliminate me. After speaking, Qin Ichi tapped the gamma ray burst launcher with his finger. It's not what you think. I modified this machine over time. You heard Dr. Song, didn't you? My father was a researcher here. So I'm not insane enough to blast a hole straight through the capital star. I've disabled the gamma ray burst, and inside here are 2 capsules. Each capsule contains 3 tons of insect gene serum. You're probably wondering where I got so much serum. I've been stockpiling it over the years, discarded rejects. You're also probably wondering what the consequences will be. Qin Ichi looked at Su Jin with a smug expression. It will turn everyone on the capital star into half-human, half-insect monsters. Su Jin finally spoke. Then why haven't you launched it yet? Qin Ichi hadn't expected Su Jin to urge him on rather than stop him. You? Why? I'll forget it, it doesn't matter. It's because of you. Su Jin tilted her head, gesturing with her eyes for Qin Ichi to continue. Think about it. I was in a dead-end situation, yet you worked a miracle and brought me back. Look at me now. I'm human again, not even a single scar on my body. Su Jin gave a mocking smile. You're still afraid I might save them again after you launch, aren't you? Qin Ichi raised his index finger and wagged it. You can't save them. I just wanted you to come here and witness humanity's ultimate fate with your own eyes, to see the capital star turn into a living hell. Then when you beg me, I'll grant you 1 slot to save a single person from the swarm of half-human, half-insect creatures. Ha ha ha. I can't wait to see whether you'll choose Chu Hanxiao or Su Zhe. Su Jin's patience had long worn thin, but she needed time, so she had to endure Qin Yiqi's endless rambling. I'm curious. Why did you choose to target humanity first instead of the insect race? Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Su Jin deliberately provoked him. She was waiting for Chu Hanxiao, Su Zhe, and McLaren Constantine to finish rescuing all the researchers and preserving the critical data before she could make her move. Why, oi? Ha! You actually asked me why, eh? Su Jin W. Of course, because I changed my mind. I think Xiao Jingyi was right. They'll turn humans into insects first, then go to the insect race to claim credit, and then just like I did with humanity, I'll overthrow the insect race. Then I'll become the overlord. Su Jin laughed out loud this time. Do you really think the insect race is that easy to deal with? Insects are single-celled organisms. What the hell do they know? Su Jin's words nearly made Qin Ichi lose his composure. Dream on. Xiao Jingyi, who had been staring blankly, suddenly moved. In a flash before Su Jin's eyes, he was already in front of Qin Ichi, snatching the launcher from his hand. Then without hesitation, he pressed the launch button. Finally, a villain who didn't talk too much, but it was too late. There was no feedback from the launch, nor any sound. After Xiao Jingyi pressed the button, everything around fell silent. Both of them froze simultaneously, looking at Su Jin. Odin also knelt down in defeat at that moment. I don't know. I knew nothing. They said they could give ordinary people superpowers, so I agreed. I had no malicious intent. Su Jin didn't believe a single word Odin said. Qin Ichi was the first to calm down. Come on, reciprocity. This time you tell me, let me die with some clarity. Su Jin imitated Qin Yiqi's gesture, raising her index finger and wagging it. No. After that single word, a snow leopard appeared behind Su Jin, its ice blue eyes blazing with fiery flames. And behind Qin Ichi, a white lion emerged, its amber pupils churning with molten lava. Xiao Jingyi thought he was fast enough, but in the face of a spirit beast, his speed was akin to a toddler learning to walk. Su Jin didn't kill them, but decided to leave them to public judgment. Later, Dr. Song asked Su Jin where the 2 barrels of ultra-compressed insect gene serum had gone. Su Jin said she didn't know. In truth, she had placed them inside Chu Hanxiao's spatial button, where no one would ever find them. The fact that the underground of the royal palace was an illegal insect gene experiment base was made public. Su Jin admitted she held a list of names and urged everyone to turn themselves in first. Those who didn't would have to await their own demise. Howard sat on pins and needles, but he still gambled that those 2 wouldn't dare expose him. Yet 3 days after the incident, once the deadline Su Jin had set for voluntary surrender passed, Lin Yu of the First Legion knocked on Howard's door. Emperor Odin was forced to abdicate, and the young Prince Alo ascended the throne as the new emperor. He hadn't been willing at first, but Su Jin said she feared another Odin would emerge. With the expedition about to begin, she wanted no worries left behind. Only then did Alo agree. He had sworn to protect his sister's daughter and ensure a life free from trouble. Dr. Song mobilized the research forces of the White Tower and created a screening device in just 7 days. During the screening, it was discovered that Speaker Howard was also a human-insect gene symbiote. He was expelled from the council, and Vice Speaker Harry Tanny succeeded him. He was Kawatani's uncle. On the day Harry took office, Kawatani specifically sought out Su Jin to say that the council would no longer oppose the Legion, but wouldn't allow the Legion to act wrongly either. He said his uncle was an upright man. Su Jin believed that for otherwise Harry Tanny wouldn't have been able to take the seat. The difficulty has never lain in identifying problems, but in solving them and ensuring sustained progress thereafter. Just as when a loved one passes away, the days of handling funeral arrangements are not the hardest. The true challenge is emerging from the shadow of grief and summoning the strength to live anew. This cataclysm of human genetic modification was no different. Those confined in the basement were easy to manage. They still retained human form, and cross-referencing the interstellar population database revealed their identities. Next came the verification of signed genetic alteration consent forms. If they had signed, they accepted the risks and faced humane termination. If not, their families would be notified for a final farewell. Su Jin initially assumed most would be like Chinichi, unable to speak, but with clear consciousness. However, the final screening revealed that 99 were no longer considered human. Chinichi owed his condition to being injected and mutated within 24 hours, after which he was rushed to the White Tower. The injection used was a prototype he himself had just developed. Xiao Jingyi's motive was to humiliate Chinichi, making him perish by his own creation. Truly, the minds of madmen are labyrinthine, and not all share the same degree of insanity. To avoid public panic, the operation was conducted in secrecy. Families who had reported missing persons were overjoyed to hear that their fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, or siblings had been found. But hope gave way to despair upon arrival. Su Jin had staff explain the stakes to each family. If they failed to keep the secret after leaving, humanity would scorn them. The authorities had no objection to disclosure, but having a family member who was a human insect chimeric experiment would inevitably lead to isolation. Since the tragedy was irreversible, after humane termination, the staff would grant the families a chance for catharsis. The two instigators would be bound and subjected to lashes and curses from the victims' relatives. When they neared death, they would be healed in medical pods, only to be dragged out for further punishment. Chinichi had imagined his fate, but never such utter despair. Xiao Jingyi at least retained some abilities. Though Su Jin had healed his body, countless latent ailments remained, the legacy of genetic modification. Data extracted from the laboratory systems revealed that due to the short lifespan of the insect race, the subjects, all ordinary humans without spiritual power, saw their lifespans drastically shortened, even if the experiment succeeded, like the Xiao siblings who gained abilities. A 40-year-old subject, a mere child in an era where the average lifespan was 300, gained night vision after success, but within half a year white hair sprouted, and all vital signs indicated advanced decrepitude. In truth, whether they volunteered or were forcibly injected with insect genes, the vast majority never obtained the abilities they sought. Summoning wind and rain, cleaving thorns, splitting heaven and earth. These were mere myths. Exceptional cases like the Xiao siblings were as rare as phoenix feathers. After all, to enable ordinary people to endure the agony of genetic modification, the lowest grade insect genes were used. How could a summer insect comprehend ice? The machine screening was disguised as a universal physical examination. There was no need for individual cues. If interstellar-era instruments were so primitive, how could humanity fight the insect race? Starships would transport the instruments to every planet in the galaxy, screening one by one. Within 5 minutes of activation, all dual gene aberrants on a planet were located, and the 6th Legion's warriors would eliminate them point to point. To preach humanitarianism here would be far-fetched. Fortunately, no cliché scenario of aberrants marrying age-appropriate humans and bearing hybrid offspring occurred. Since insectoids bore multiple offspring per pregnancy, any human pregnancy would be diagnosed as a hydatidiform mole and removed. Thus, within a single week, the first sweep of the entire galaxy was completed. But this offered no peace of mind. The 7th Legion assumed the duty of long-term cleansing, using starships and instruments for unscheduled patrols and humane termination upon discovery, to eliminate the threat forever. In this process, an unforeseen event occurred. Su Chun had also participated in the genetic experiment. His body did not age rapidly, but instead regressed to youth. When they met again, he looked like a young boy, yet his life was visibly nearing its end. Su Jin arranged for Su Chun to meet Su Xingyan and Su Yueqing, though Shiru refused to see him. He was then sentenced to space exile. like his sun cast into the void, encased in frost, shattered by impact and reduced to dust. Su Xingyan asked his grandfather why he did it. Su Qian replied that he could not accept defeat. He wanted to have another child raise it anew and make it surpass Su Qinghuai and Su Jin. Su Xingyan fell silent. With matters largely settled, Su Jin sat in the 6th Legion commander's office refining an expedition plan. According to her intelligence, the insect race's home base was not far from the outer perimeter of human defenses. The reason was simple: unlike humans, they relied on their physical forms to defy cosmic laws. Each time they swarmed forth with a tide of insects, it was a process of constant leaps. Despite their formidable bodies, they could not endure prolonged journeys, as the energy consumed came from insect lives. Low-level insects fed by devouring planets, accumulating energy from floating starship fragments, satellite debris, and remnants of disintegrated asteroids. From another perspective, they were like cosmic scavengers. But these materials fell under the category of space junk, hardly nutritious. This was why the insect race targeted humanity. The planets humans inhabited were rich in resources and energy, a feast for the insects. However, humanity had its own defense and combat systems, making them difficult to conquer and devour. Thus, the insects were forced to establish their base relatively close to human territories, to avoid energy loss from long-distance cosmic leaps. After all, high-level insects sustained themselves by devouring lower-level kin. If the battlefront stretched too far, they might set out with a vast army, only to find upon reaching human borders that little remained but the insect general. How then could they fight? This was why the insects, in collusion with mad humans, ceaselessly created nursery planets, silently building a space bridge. From the insect home base all the way to humanity's core capital star, spanning millions of light years. Thus, Su Jin's expedition plan in an interstellar world where stargates enabled leaps of tens of thousands of light years was not overly distant. By following the trail of nursery planets along the defense line, they could strike at the heart, annihilate the insect race, and secure eternal peace. Yet at that moment, a private message arrived on Starblock. Su Jin slapped her forehead after reading the message, having completely forgotten about the bald man from the Polaris Club. Checking the time, the 2-month deadline was indeed approaching, so it was only natural for him to come pressing. In truth, Chu Hanxiao had already given her the blue sea crushed gold, or she had simply been too busy and let it slip her mind. 6th Legion, Su Jin, my apologies for the delay. Where are you now? He'll deliver it right away. The other party was silent for a few minutes before replying, same place as before. Su Jin dropped everything she was doing and, accompanied by Yao Guang, who insisted on sticking to her, headed to the Polaris Club. It was still the Diamond VIP suite on the top floor. And there was still that bald, middle-aged uncle who stood out like a sore thumb, even in this interstellar era. This time, there was no extremely heavy water cup, and they skipped all the probing and cut straight to the chase. Did you really manage to get the blue sea crushed gold? Without a second word, Su Jin took a palm-sized piece out of her spatial button. On a dark cyan base, patterns like fine sand flowed and shimmered smoothly, as if the Milky Way was embedded in the boundless night sky, a truly beautiful sight. Thus, many wealthy people also use blue sea crushed gold to craft jewelry. But now that he saw the blue sea crushed gold with his own eyes, the bald man didn't reach out to take it. That spiritual plant you took from me last time, was it to treat Suze? Su Jin nodded without hiding anything. Grandpa Shirley, so many years have passed in the past, and present, why hold a grudge? Shirley's eyes held neither surprise nor embarrassment at being seen through. Instead, he frowned deeply, as if he had wrestled with a difficult decision for a long time before finally speaking. That spiritual plant last time had a problem, you. Su Jin's ears echoed with what Suze had said when he learned Shirley needed the blue sea crushed gold. He must not know you're treating me, otherwise he wouldn't have agreed to the trade. Old grudges, but it seemed to always be a thorn in Shirley's heart. So 2 months ago, Shirley had clearly known she was going to treat Suze, and that was why he tampered with the spiritual plant, never expecting it to backfire and double the effect instead. Suze had not only repaired his mental sea, but had also crossed realms and directly advanced. Su Jin hesitated for only a tenth of a second before deciding to tell Shirley the truth. After hearing it, Shirley wasn't annoyed or angry, but instead let out a sigh of relief. At the time, I didn't know that spiritual plant could save Suze's life. I was just testing you. Testing me. Su Jin was a bit puzzled. It wasn't going to be some cliché about a master wanting to take on a disciple, was it? She really didn't need that. But then Shirley suddenly rose from the sofa, knelt on one knee, and placed his right hand over his left chest. Please save my old friend. Oh. A flash of lightning streaked through Su Jin's mind. The image of Chu Hanxiao kneeling on one knee in court, proposing to her. She was so startled, she nearly slid off the sofa. Saving someone isn't a big deal, you really don't need to be so formal. As she spoke, she began to catch on. This bald guy must be trying to save someone important, right? And it certainly couldn't be easy either. Otherwise, why would he ignore the huge piece of blue sea crushed gold on the table and suddenly beg her to save someone? Get up first, tell me about the patient's condition, and then I'll see if I can help. Shirley thought that was reasonable, so he sat back down on the sofa. His name is Zhang Jinghe. He's 105 years old. 3 months ago, he encountered a Zerg scout in deep space. He could have won, but the Zerg used hive mind to summon an invisible dragonfly that injured him. It wasn't serious at first, but the mental sea shock showed no signs of recovery. It's been slowly collapsing, turning into sand. I've asked Lady Bella from the 5th Legion to see him twice, but it was all to no avail. I heard Blue Sea Crush Gold could help with such injuries, and I happen to have the spiritual plant you wanted, which is how I found you. Shirley's words all seemed logical, but Su Jin still spotted a flaw in his story. Is this Mr. Zhang not an active Legion soldier? Shirley hesitated slightly, but still shook his head. He's never even been in the Legion, has he? Shirley resignedly shook his head again. There was no helping it, as she was his granddaughter, so naturally she was just as sharp as him. You didn't mention his mental power level or his spirit beast. Please tell me, don't hide anything. It will determine whether your friend can have his mental sea repaired. Seeing Su Jin's serious expression, Shirley also turned solemn. A 2-class warrior spirit beast is a unicorn rhinoceros. Su Jin was shocked. Without a moment's hesitation, she grabbed her light brain and called Suze. Grandpa, your old friend Shirley, who didn't want you to get better, is trying to harm me. He wants me to go save a space pirate who goes by the alias Zhang Jinghe. I'm on the top floor of the Polaris Club. I feel like if I don't agree, he might kill me. Shirley was baffled. What the hell? How could such a young girl spout such nonsense? When had he ever had the thought of killing Su Jin? He swore by heaven if he had even the slightest hint of such an intention, that little kitten with its soft pink paw pads looking all cute and innocent would send him straight to the afterlife. He decided to take back his earlier words. This little girl must have inherited from Suze, as she was nothing like his moonlit ideal. From his granddaughter's rapid-fire statement, Suze could tell she had Shirley by the throat, and the other party was probably helpless against her. Zhang Jinghe isn't an alias. The space pirate Yin Wang's real name is this. 2-class warrior spirit beast is a huge unicorn rhinoceros with astonishing attack power and incredibly tough skin. So Shirley wanted to save him. Good child, listen to Grandpa. Not all pirates are bad. There are those like Zhang Jinghe who specialize in hunting Zerg. Although he's a space pirate on the surface, he's more like a sentinel for humanity, shouldering the heavy responsibility of patrolling the frontier defense lines. The Empire never gave him an official position, no resources, no rank, but he never forgot he was human. If you really have a way, then save him. Su Jin was speechless. So much for tattling. But her intention wasn't really to complain. The expedition plan was about to launch, and the Empire was in need of talent. What did it matter if he was a space pirate? As long as his combat power was sufficient and he could help, he was a good teammate. My grandpa says you can be saved. Shirley was shocked. What the hell, your grandpa says? You just have to rub it in, don't you? Such a young girl holding such a long grudge. But he wouldn't really argue with Su Jin. She was now a 3-class healing master. If Zhang Jinghe had even a glimmer of hope, it lay with Su Jin. No one else could do it. All right, come with me. His starship is near the Weed Star cluster. Su Jin nodded and followed Shirley. Unlike conventional spaceports, this one allowed you to choose the jump distance precise to 2 decimal places. This was a real eye-opener for Su Jin. However, the patient's physical condition was not optimistic. The vast cosmos sometimes resembles a colossal curtain. During the age of Dharma decline, some propose that humanity is merely a game NPC created by a higher civilization. At times, this notion seemed not entirely unreasonable. Shirley paid the requisite fee and on the settings interface configured his starship for the farthest jump distance. Before departure, Su Jin noticed Shirley casting a glance at Yao Wang, but the little milk cat paid him no mind. Su Jin thought nothing of it at the time. Since Yao Wang had been inseparable from her side, it had endured all manner of gazes, envious, jealous, sycophantic, disdainful. After all, the diversity of carbon-based life forms was no mere legend. Yet Su Jin never imagined that the interstellar pirate was so far from the capital star. The jumps like oars on a vast cosmic sea sliced through the void again and again, showing no sign of stopping. It was only when Yao Wang leaped from Su Jin's arms and transformed back into a great snow leopard that Su Jin sensed something amiss. Yao Wang was a 3-level spirit entity, its fur nourished by Chu Hangxiu's 3-level spiritual power, gleaming unusually bright like a layer of silver-white snow. But now, Yaegang's coat had lost its luster, as if drained of vitality. Su Jin immediately realized something was wrong. The starship's jump distance had exceeded the limit of a spirit entity's separation from its master. She remained calm, knelt down, and stroked the great snow leopard's head. Go back quickly, tell him not to worry, you'll contact him. Yao Wang held on until the very last moment before slowly dissipating. Before vanishing, it fixed a fierce glare on Shirley. After Yao Wang dissipated, the starship began to turn around. Su Jin sighed, unwilling to argue with Shirley. She had already discerned that Shirley's concern wasn't about Yao Wang itself, but rather that bringing the Legion commander's spirit entity to treat an interstellar pirate might seem somewhat provocative. Su Jin imagined that the famed king of hell likely had a fiery temper as well. In truth, it was purely Shirley's own misgivings. Zhang Jinghe had no such thoughts. He had even issued Shirley 3 dismissals telling him to stop worrying. Zhang Jinghe and Shirley were actually old partners. Back when he learned that his beloved was to marry Su Zhe, Shirley had turned to darkness on the spot, boarding an interstellar pirate's rogue vessel only to be later redeemed by his white moonlight and abandon the dark for the light. Throughout this process, he had remained on Zhang Jing's starship, defending their homeland in a different way. The Empire's military defenses were perpetually understaffed, so they were, as Su Zhe put it, sentinels without a stipend. They traversed the cosmos, striking at Zergs whenever they found them, creating the majestic aura of a mighty army from a single interstellar pirate fleet. The moment Yao Guang dissipated, Chu Hanxiao, millions of light years away, felt a dizzy spell. When he finally saw the listless figure lying on the ground in his spiritual sea like a chastened Yao Guang, panic seized him. At that very moment, he was in a video conference with commanders of several legions discussing the expedition proposed by Su Jin. Though the legions appeared robust, and the commanders had all been upgraded, unease lingered in everyone's hearts. How long would this war last? What tactics would be employed? Where was the Zerg's main base? When Chu Hanxiao suddenly clutched his forehead and slumped into his chair, everyone was startled. Grandfather, where has Su Jin gone? Su Zhe paused for a few seconds before piecing it together. Don't worry, it's not far. Shirley took her to treat the injured king of hell. I approved it. He shook off Yao Guang through starship jumps likely to save face for Zhang Jinghe. Don't worry. Chu Hanxiao finally relaxed only to hear Kavadani chime in. You see, Chu, this is what worries me. An expedition drains resources, and the Empire after years of war has little left in its coffers. Chu Hanxiao understood Kavadani's and everyone's concerns, but Su Jin was also right. Humanity could not remain perpetually on the defensive. Only by eradicating the Zerg could true victory be achieved. The meeting ended without conclusion. Meanwhile, Su Jin had already looped back to the star region near the capital star. Baldy, you're full of tricks. If you didn't want Yao Guang tagging along, you could have just told me. Why put on such a show? The reluctant glance Yao Guang cast back before dissipating reminded her of Chu Hanxiao, stirring a hint of resentment within her. I was wrong. Please forgive me, Lord Su Jin. Shirley offered a sincere apology, his attitude impeccable, though he would likely repeat the offense. Su Jin shook her head, too weary to bother with this eccentric old man. When the starships docked, Su Jin finally glimpsed the full extent of this legendary pirate vessel through the porthole. Its exterior bore no skulls or monstrous decorations, nor were there any giant Zerg slaves chained in the hold. Moreover, not a single person aboard appeared half-beast or grotesque. If one were to encounter this ship in the vast, deep void of space, it might be mistaken for a merchant fleet from some noble house. Other pirates might even see it as easy prey. So Loki, it seemed the king of hell was a shrewd strategist. Such understatement made it easier to lure in the willing. Playing the fool to catch the tiger allowed for a devastating strike with minimal expenditure. Indeed, the older the wiser. Once aboard the pirate ship and face-to-face with the living king of hell, Su Jin grasped the severity of the situation. This old man, well, in an interstellar era where the average lifespan was 300 years, 105 was merely young adulthood. Zhang Jing's skin indeed appeared youthful, his hair jet black, but his pallor suggested a spiritual sea long deprived of treatment, sustained through unceasing pain. Why are you here again? Zhang Jinghe grumbled at the sight of Shirley. He knew what his brother had done for him. Even Lady Bella, the Sclass healer of the 5th Legion, had visited twice. With an Sclass healer unable to mend his spiritual sea, Zhang Jinghe had resigned himself to a slow death. Yet days later, Shirley returned. I've brought a 3-Sclass healer, Lord Su Jin, commander of the 6th Legion. You want Dayu, I will cure you. Zhang Jing's gaze fell upon Su Jin, standing behind Shirley. So you're the girl who proposed the expedition. Su Jin rolled her eyes in earnest. I'm an adult. Zhang Jinghe chuckled. I'm a pirate. Aren't you afraid of me? Su Jin clasped her hands behind her back, scrutinizing him from head to toe. My grandfather says you're a good man who doesn't bully children. Ha ha. Zhang Jinghe burst into laughter. A moment ago she claimed to be an adult, and now she invoked Su Zhe, saying he doesn't bully children. What an amusing one. Cough, cough, cough. Laughing too hard invited misfortune. As Zhang Jinghe coughed, Su Jin had already approached him. Stop laughing. Let me have a look. As her spiritual power delved into Zhang Jing's spiritual sea, Su Jin understood the torment he endured. Bella had come twice and did something, but her efforts had been counterproductive. It was akin to bandaging a bleeding wound only for it to tear open again after she left. Bella's residual spiritual power would then repair and tear in an endless cycle. The living king of hell was aptly named for his incredible endurance. What kind of creature wounded a warrior like you who was merely half a step away from crossing into the 3S level? Zhang Jing's sea of consciousness was devoid of raging waves. Instead, it was eerily tranquil. Once it should have been a boundless azure ocean with a pirate ship docked at the cerulean coastline, a skull-topped mast, black sails. But now the sea remained, yet its blue had turned into an abyssal black. Wind stirred, but it could not raise a single ripple. The pirate ship, once anchored ashore, now hung halfway over a submerged cliff, clinging to the ridge like a child who had fallen off a precipice. The sea was slowly collapsing, and as far as the eye could see, there were sheer cliffs plunging 10,000 meters into the void. The collapse never ceased for a moment. Bella's 2 attempts at repair were a mere drop in the bucket, doing little to slow the pace of destruction beyond adding to Zhang Jing's agony. This was why Su Jin had asked what kind of insect it was. Lately she had healed countless injuries, yet she had never witnessed a sea of consciousness like this. Enduring immense pain, Zhang Jinghe still spoke to Su Jin in a measured tone. It's the Zerg Queen, the blue-winged, red-spined dragonfly. Su Jin's eyes flew wide open. The supreme leader of the Zerg. No wonder the injuries were so severe. But it was strange. Why didn't the Zerg Queen simply kill Zhang Jinghe outright, instead of torturing him slowly? If this had happened to Chu Hanxiao or Su Jin could understand why. It would shatter humanity's morale and drain their will to fight. But Zhang Jinghe, though renowned, was merely a space pirate. If he died, no one would know. So what was the point? The next moment, Su Jin's spiritual power was forcefully pulled into a space. The walls were so fragile, she could shatter them with a thought, but a voice rang out, and she abandoned the idea. The voice was clear and gentle, yet artificial, likely synthesized. Greetings, human healer. Let us get acquainted. I am the Zerg Queen, and my name is Ting Mina. And you? What is your name? Su Jin did not reply. She merely watched its performance with cool detachment. Sure enough, after a pause, the electronic voice returned. What a fine name. You may have realized by now, I am a recording. Or a video. An audio file. Who knows? You humans have so many terms for things. Given the time, I will keep it brief. I am willing to coexist peacefully with humanity, provided you supply us with sufficient resources. In return, we will offer you protection. As you know, the universe is vast. Humans are not the Zerg's only enemy. We can unite. Su Jin laughed in sheer exasperation. How could the Zerg possibly think their tiny brains could outwit humanity? What they deemed generous terms sounded to Su Jin like nothing but blatant enslavement. To use humans as their miners, their food reserves? How absurdly optimistic. 10 days after this audio plays, I will grace your southwestern defense line. We shall discuss matters face to face. The space walls shattered with the final word of the electronic voice. Su Jin stumbled back 2 steps before steadying herself. What's wrong, girlie? Zhang Jinghe seemed more anxious about Su Jin than his own life. Su Jin was not just a person, nor merely a healer. She was humanity's only 3-grade healer, a national treasure. He knew Shirley would be mad enough to invite or perhaps trick or even kidnap Su Jin here. Zhang Jinghe dared not dwell on it. In any case, he would never have agreed. If anything went wrong, not even sacrificing the entire pirate crew would be enough to atone. It's nothing. Su Jin steadied herself and sank her spiritual power back into Zhang Jing's sea of consciousness. Her mouth uttered obscure syllables as her left hand slapped out talisman after talisman. Her right hand continuously produced insect cores, spirit plants, and crystal ores. Behind her, the karmic fire lotus bloomed silently. The first to sense the change was Zhang Jinghe. The scorching fervor of a summer beach seemed to return. No longer was there the frozen, precarious pain and desolation. He watched his sea of consciousness recover at a visible pace. Was this the pure spiritual power of a 3-grade healer? Yet Zhang Jinghe felt another vast, profound force nourishing him. Could it be that this girl intended not just to heal him, but to help him advance? Had Suze once saved the entire galaxy? He had such a fine son, and now such an exceptional granddaughter. Truly a cause for envy and jealousy. Even so, with both methods working in tandem, it took over a dozen hours before Zhang Jing's sea of consciousness was fully restored. Su Jin wasted no time and directly helped him ascend to a 3-grade warrior. When all was settled, seeing the fine sweat on Su Jin's brow, Zhang Jinghe felt a pang of sympathy. She was still a newly adult child, utterly exhausted. Girl, I'm a space pirate. Why did you help me advance? Don't use Suze as an excuse. That old man surely only asked you to save me, not to upgrade me. Su Jin nodded. My grandfather indeed said nothing of the sort. I helped you advance because I want you to shoulder the trouble you've stirred up yourself. Then she recounted how she had encountered the Zerg Queen's challenge within Zhang Jing's sea of consciousness. What if no one could heal old Zhang? Shirley asked, then laughed himself. Without a cure, the Zerg Queen would still come, just silently catching us off guard. Su Jin gave Shirley a thumbs up. Quick, send me back. Time is tight. Shirley wasted no time and transported her directly to the southwestern defense line. Once beyond the pirate ship's range, Su Jin's optical communicator reconnected. She sent the news of the Zerg Queen's challenge to the group of 7 Legion commanders. Good news, a chance to face the Zerg Queen Hedon. Bad news, only 8 days to prepare. Whether you fight is up to you, but if you do, please read the documents I've sent carefully. Then a link to a massive file appeared below. Su Jin's message, expedition log. At that moment, all lingering doubts vanished. When the enemy has already thrown down the gauntlet, there's nothing left to hesitate about. Just fight. Following Su Jin's plan, the 1st, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th Legions all assembled on the defense line. Objective 1, kill the Zerg Queen and annihilate all attacking Zerg swarms and generals. Objective 2, launch an expedition following the Zerg's nursery star deployment directly to their lair to wipe them out once and for all. Note: avoid reckless sacrifice, conserve strength, and leverage human intellect for strategic combat. 1st Legion, Chu Hanxiao understood. The 1st Legion follows command. His response stunned the other legions. They had assumed that with General Su Zhe absent, Chu Hanxiao would take overall command, but the man was henpecked, handing the reins directly to Su Jin. Yet no one objected. They had seen how Su Jin directed the former 6th Legion's incompetence to slaughter the giant scythe Ghost Mantis. And because they trusted Su Jin. As the appointed time approached, Su Jun's divine sense sensed an overwhelming pressure sweeping in from all directions. It seemed that this time the insect race was out in full force. An endless sea of insects surged violently. Here they come, Su Jun warned in the battle channel as the first layer of the Grand Formation quietly unfolded, a formation made up of small, unmanned starships, known as the Wild Goose Formation. True to its name, the formation resembled a great wild goose spreading its wings, its streamlined body with the bird's beak unleashing a torrent of newly developed gamma-ray blasts. Based on past experiences, when the insect tide arrives, a third of the lower-tier insects serve as vanguards, self-destructing amidst the battle, inflicting 500 points of damage to the enemy while losing 1,000 of their own. This was also referred to by the military as a sacrificial tactic. However, this time the insect race had miscalculated. When the soaring wild goose saw the first batch of insects enter its firing range, it activated its ray bombardment mode directly. After sweeping away a row of foes, it complemented its attack with various laser weapons to fill in any gaps. These unmanned starships were directly operated by research teams cultivated by the White Tower using brain-machine interfaces. The insect race was encountering such a formation for the first time and momentarily failed to react, resulting in a loss of 10% of their soldiers before they realized something was amiss. Thus, the insect soldiers retreated, and the 4 great insect generals moved to the front: the familiar green-head, striped black armored insect, the large-mouthed spiny flower chestnut bug, and the newly upgraded friend, the Fama's Milan golden scorpion. There was also a formidable opponent, the dual-spined wasp-winged black widow. Among them, the large-mouthed spiny flower chestnut bug and the dual-spined wasp-winged black widow were both top-tier 3-level overlord insects. Human gamma-ray bombardments could only injure them, but could not threaten their lives. Moreover, the green-head, striped black armored insect had just upgraded to 3S level last time, and now it was already mid-year, showcasing the rapid development of the insect race. The Fama's Milan golden scorpion was a newly upgraded baby, likely intended to replace the giant sickle ghost mantis that Su Jun had killed. Analyzing from this perspective, the insect race was also in a transitional phase. As the insect race changed formations, the unmanned starship layout of the Wild Goose Formation completed its mission and simultaneously activated stealth mode, suddenly vanishing into the depths of space. The 3S insects, with their limbs flailing, were left dumbfounded. The 4 insects howled to the sky as humanity rode the winds away, unaware of what year it was. Su Jun quickly made sure they knew. Since you summoned the insect generals, we shall not be outdone. A massive azure python emerged, its colossal body exuding an ancient and terrifying pressure, and with a snap of its jaws it froze the newly upgraded Fama's Milan golden scorpion into a space-ice sculpture. Before the insect race could react, a multitude of thunderbolts descended from the heavens. The divine bird and ghostly vehicle, like a blazing sun, unleashed a deadly assault. Following Su Jun's instructions, they naturally targeted the Fama's Milan golden scorpion. Watching as its body cracked inch by inch, its self-healing ability could not keep up with the speed of the cracks. The other 3 insect generals went mad. The large-mouthed spiny flower chestnut bug, emulating the spirit beast giant python of McLaren Constantine, opened its mouth wide and unleashed its power. As beads of explosive energy shot out of its mouth, without restraint, Su Jun shouted retreat. Meanwhile, Kava Darni's spirit beast, the Western Tyrannosaurus Rex, spewed forth flames and magma, destroying the Fama's Milan golden scorpion just before the retreat. It was a strategy of one targeting while another took the place. The Fama's Milan golden scorpion clearly knew it had little time left, so in a fit of rage it self-destructed recklessly. The result was unexpected, with the explosive beads spewing from the large-mouthed spiny flower chestnut bug, creating a spectacular display in space. In reality, those explosive beads were not beads at all, but individual level insects swallowed by the large-mouthed spiny flower chestnut bug stored within its belly. In critical moments, they could be used as projectiles. The insect race had no sense of chivalry. Their continuous battles were not for their homeland, but for survival. Thus, every insect was essentially expendable. The insect race could reproduce in vast numbers, but could not guarantee that each offspring would be of high quality and raising them took significant resources. Their consumption ability was astonishing. Therefore, where they passed, not a single star would remain. They were the kings of destruction in the universe. The voice of Zhang Jinghe echoed in the Channel Dam. This is so exhilarating. The space pirates had been hastily conscripted, so they had yet to learn civilized language. I haven't even made a move, and the enemy is already blowing themselves up. He wasn't wrong. The newly upgraded FAMA's Milan Golden Scorpion hadn't even had the chance to showcase its powerful tail stinger before it self-destructed. It might have thought that failing meant sacrifice. However, it forgot it was in its own camp. This explosion caused more harm to the insect race than to humanity. Combined with the explosive bead strategy of the large-mouthed spiny flower chestnut bug, it truly created a synergy. Together they blew a black hole into the endless insect tide. Countless low-tier insects perished in the explosion. Seeing the danger, the insects on the outer edge of the blast zone turned to flee, leading to chaos, as those behind rushed forward and those in front ran back. The insect tide became a chaotic mess. The remaining 3 great insect generals did not wish to lose morale, but first and foremost they needed to ensure their own safety. After half their lives were lost to their comrades' self-destruction, the 3 roared in their hive mind, finally stabilizing their formation. Then a massive brown unicorn rhinoceros appeared within the sight of the 3 insects. Its enormous body took a step forward, causing the stars to tremble. Moreover, this one was ruthless. It approached and began to pummel the still bewildered greenhead, striped black armored insect. All 3 insects were left in a state of shock. When did humanity start to abandon martial ethics? At this moment, due to the sudden self-detonation of the FAMA's Milan Golden Scorpion, the insect race was in a panic just as they had stabilized their formation. They formed a riverbank formation with the 3 insect generals facing off against the 4 human 3-level spirit beasts. The other insect tides remained behind. Although their formation was no longer in disarray, the insect race's sense of danger still persisted. Who knew if those 3 would also self-destruct like the FAMA's Milan Golden Scorpion? Their insect lives were also valuable, so the insects halted their advance, creating an eerie scene of the insect generals and the insect tide separated by vast distances. Su Jun took a look and exclaimed, "Unmanned starships advance." The previously hidden unmanned starship fleet circled behind the 3 insect generals, suddenly appearing and unleashing a gamma-ray bombardment without restraint. They ensured they had no way of retreating. If a few high-tier ones like Su Xingyan Xinguangwei and others at the 2S level showed up, they would come out to reap the rewards. It was a strategy of not letting any escape. The Empire had been oppressed by the insect race for so many years. This was their first chance to turn the tables, and it was immensely satisfying. At first, the 3 insect generals truly did not react. They were too focused on helping the greenhead, striped black armored insect escape from the unicorn rhinoceros, but unexpectedly found their path blocked by the ghostly vehicle and giant python. They then launched a frenzied counterattack, fearing that the recently upgraded greenhead, striped black armored insect might also self-destruct, which would truly be the end. Moreover, Kava Darni's dragon was stealthily moving through the chaos to launch surprise attacks. Combined with the giant python, it was a perfect harmony of ice and fire. In the hive mind of the insect race, cries of despair echoed. Finally, they were forced to reveal their queen. All of this was displayed in its entirety on the optical brains of hundreds of billions of netizens across the interstellar network. My people who understands. I haven't touched a drop in 10 years, but am about to have a drink to celebrate this moment of vindication. I declare Su Jin to be my god. I've never seen that rhinoceros before. But tell me, is it what I think it is? Stupid bugs kick the bucket, throw a tantrum, done for. This was a victory for the legions, an all-night carnival for the entire online population. The power of faith surged forth like a floodgate, opening, rolling, and endlessly. The Zerg Queen unexpectedly was not insect-like, but somewhat humanoid, sending shivers down the spines of the opposing warriors. What the hell was this? The upper body of the Zerg Queen vaguely resembled a human torso with arms, but they were limp like those of a malnourished child. There were no feminine features. It was covered in a thick carapace, layer upon layer, giving the impression of whole ring-like scales. The lower half was still a dragonfly's tail, but immensely large, comparable to the serpentine body of McLaren Constantine's spirit formed the Azure Dragon, though not as long. What was most terrifying was the Zerg Queen's face, a sharp, viper-like visage with a chin as pointed as an awl. Compound eyes, each half the size of her face, rolled within their sockets. On her nose were 4 nostrils arranged in a row. On her head were a pair of flesh-colored antennae. Behind her were dragonfly membranous wings, 6 pairs blue with clearly visible veins. The Zerg Queen stood upon a 2S-level golden armored ox, a being that was merely half a step away from the 3S level. Yet as the ox was not truly 3S, the Queen's entrance was somewhat diminished in grandeur. Su Jin scrutinized the Zerg Queen from head to toe, feeling an indescribable sense of familiarity. It wasn't a warm feeling, but a loathsome familiarity. With the Zerg Queen's arrival, the 3 Zerg generals received her solace. Their wounds healed at a visible rate, and they fought with renewed ferocity. Behind the queen, a stargate flickered in and out of existence. Sujin unmanned fleet cloak and flank. As if they had never appeared, the unmanned starship fleet armed with gamma-ray bursts vanished in an instant, concealing all their presence. At the same time, the stargates behind the Zerg queen fully opened. A sky-blotting swarm of colossal moths burst forth from the gates, shaking loose white scales that fluttered down. Half of them reinforced the 3 Zerg generals, while the other half turned back only to lose their original target, falling into disarray. Sujin, healers enter the formation. Golden runes lit up one after another in the deep void of space. Ancient arrays brimming with the power of faith ignited in sequence, exuding an aura of primordial chaos. During this time, persuaded by 2 S-level healers, 11 A-level healers had ascended to S-level. Like 100 flowers vying for beauty, they entered the formation barefoot, holding masks. Using flowers bloomed from their spiritual power, they mimicked the steps of Nu'a opera, forcefully controlling the direction of the moth scales. In the windless void, white ripples arose. The moths could not comprehend how their falling scales were being concentrated in one place, completely unable to reach the human warriors. A transparent protective barrier rose around the warriors, shielding them from all harm caused by the moth scales. The Zerg queen was astonished. The moths she had painstakingly cultivated were all too S-level. Their scales were magical attacks. How were the humans so easily neutralizing them? In the live stream, the barrage of comments scrolled frantically, filled with exclamation marks. To see the healers use such graceful dance steps to repel the enemy in my lifetime, I can die without regrets. I hate that I am underage and cannot fight alongside my predecessors. What kind of magical opening is this? Every facet of the Zerg Queen's compound eye seems to be filled with unwillingness. Long live Sujin. Before the Zerg Queen could make her next move, hundreds of golden cards soared into the air. Sujin called for the wind, and the card masters exerted their power. As the golden cards ascended, the 4 spirit forms entangled with the 3 Zerg generals dissipated instantly. A fierce gale arose, the breath of the wilderness, a cascade of the starry river. It blew the encircled moths and their scales, the source of their production, towards the boundless Zerg tide. The 3 Zerg generals also feared the scales. Though not trapped beyond escape, being hard-controlled could lead to mutual slaughter among their kind. Thus, holding their breath, they unanimously retreated to their queen's side, like children seeking their mother. But the Zerg tide behind them was not so fortunate. Tons upon tons of moth scales were not wasted, they were all scattered into the Zerg tide. This was like a pot coming to a rolling boil. The bugs, hard controlled by the scales, began attacking their own kind indiscriminately, turning the front half of the Zerg tide into a chaotic mess. In the rear, the unmanned starship fleet that had flanked was already in position, unleashing a frenzied barrage of gamma-ray bursts. This time, for safety, Su Xingmian and the others were not allowed to scavenge. As a result, a third of the drones were destroyed by S-level and even 2 S-level bugs. The researchers connected to the brain-computer interface suffered splitting headaches, yet not one of them groaned. They all understood that their own pain was nothing compared to the soldiers who had been stationed at the borders for years. On the contrary, the researchers were excited. Although the drones they piloted were lost, they still watched the screens following their colleagues' battles with rapt attention. In just a few minutes, the Zerg tide visibly shrank by half. The Zerg queen was enraged. The moths, having reacted, sped towards the rear. Sujin ordered again, unmanned starships return. Though reluctant, everyone obeyed the command. As the unmanned starships fully retreated to the White Tower Starship Fleet Dr. Song initiated the self-destruct sequence for the destroyed drones. Another wave of bugs was eliminated. Having perfectly fulfilled his Vanguard mission, the old man was overjoyed. The dreams of his youth were like a flower that never withers. Dr. Song had once dreamed of being a warrior charging on the front lines to defend humanity. Now that dream had come true. The moths arrived to find nothing, utterly failing to catch the elusive human starships, and were further wounded by Dr. Song's afterthought attack. All the bugs were enraged. Suddenly, amidst the vast cosmos, the great compassion mantra resonated, its sound like a great bell, pervasive and jarring, unsettling the bugs. In nature, many insects rely on hearing for survival, their eyes being mere ornaments. Sujin was now employing a disruption technique. The threat of the flying moths was left to the airborne spirit forms. A dragon soared through the sky, spewing a torrent of magma, reducing a swarm of moths to charred corpses that fell into the Zerg nest. Then they watched helplessly as the bugs affected by the scales feasted gluttonously, devouring the charred remains. It disgusted Kavatoni to no end. But his spirit form was the most suitable for the task. The other 3 were engaged in battle, leaving him free. So Kavatoni prepared to finish quickly, lest he vomit. He darted up and down, spewing flames continuously. His spiritual power surged forth recklessly. In a little over 10 minutes, he had turned the Zerg Queen's meticulously cultivated moth troops into food for other bugs. But an unfortunate event occurred. The bugs devouring each other rapidly grew stronger, and many new level bugs emerged out of nowhere. The sound of those Zergs devouring their own kind was enough to make one's skin crawl. Su-Jin did not order the soldiers to intervene, for her divine sense detected that the Zerg queen was releasing a substance, not to halt the cannibalism, but to catalyze it. Perhaps the Zerg Legion had journeyed from afar to overwhelm humanity with sheer numbers. But now the queen had changed her strategy. She sought to conquer through superior strength. Very well then. The soldiers would only be devoured by the frenzied Zergs if they entered now. Better to wait until it was all over and settle the score. Following Su-Jin's instructions, Kawatoni, executing the scorched earth tactic, commanded his spirit beast, the flying dragon, to fall back. 4 against 3 and striking the weak whenever the opportunity arose. Then an absurd scene unfolded on the battlefield. The green-head striped black beetle, barely freed from its frozen state by the big-mouthed spiny acorn worm, hadn't even caught its breath before being roasted into a skewer by the flame-breathing dragon. Before its carapace could recover, it was struck by lightning, nearly losing its very soul. The Zerg queen was overwhelmed, having to incite the ferocity of the lower-tier Zergs to hasten their assimilation and growth, while simultaneously tending to the wounds of the 3 Zerg generals. Just then Dr. Song's voice rang through the battle channel. Kid, I've developed the insecticide you asked for. It can kill up to a class Zergs and incapacitates class 1s for 15 seconds. For a large dose, the robots will need about 13 minutes at full capacity. Make it fast. Su-Jin's reply was succinct. The 6th Legion, except for those already in battle or stationed in the phalanx, go assist the White Tower. You won't be needed yet. After giving her orders, Su-Jin turned her attention back to the battlefield. Kawatoni, McLaren, Constantine alternate between cold and heat at maximum power. They'll support you. Kill the greenhead striped black beetle. Understood. Roger. With Su-Jin's command, a mighty snow leopard trailing a celestial radiance entered the combat zone. Simultaneously, the karmic fire lotus bloomed above the starship. One was the dark crimson of blood, the other the pure white of ice and snow. Their interplay became the stabilizing pillar of humanity. The Zerg queen sensed the danger, but it was too late. Amidst the intertwined assault of frost and flame, the snow leopard's claw tore out the greenhead striped black beetle's core. The colossal corpse drifted slowly into the deep void of space. It had considered sacrificing itself in a detonation to take down the massive snow leopard since it was so close. Perhaps a one-for-one trade. But fate was not on its side. The White Tower wants to scavenge. Dr. Song's humble voice chimed in, reminding Su-Jin not to overlook the corpse's importance in favor of the core. It's beneath your starship. Please check. Dr. Song. Su-Jin was inhuman. The Zerg queen's compound eyes spun frantically in their sockets, as if they might fall out at any moment. She could only watch helplessly as the corpse of the greenhead striped black beetle fell into a golden rune array and reappeared behind the human fleet. She had brought out 4, and within a single day 2 were lost. The remaining 2, now targeted by 5 3-class human warriors, were also in grave danger. The Zerg queen could no longer spare attention for the lower-tier Zergs still madly devouring each other. No matter, she could always breed more. As the human saying goes, where there is life, there is hope. Thus the Zerg queen decisively abandoned her countless offspring. The membranous wings on her back flapped wildly, creating countless vortices of all sizes around her. Zhang Jinghe saw this and quickly warned in the battle channel, fall back. Those vortices are black holes leading to the destroyer galaxy. There's no telling where they'll take you. He had once suffered from this very tactic, trapped by the black hole's inescapable pull and ambushed by the Zerg queen, nearly losing his life. If not for Su-Jin, where would he be today? No one dared to be careless. They all retreated. Thus the Zerg queen swept away her 2 battered 3-class Zerg generals, abandoning her minions and fleeing. Su-Jin said, don't pursue. The Zergs, abandoned by their queen oblivious, continued their cannibalistic frenzy. Time ticked by until Dr. Song had produced a sufficient quantity of the new insecticide. Su-Jin said, time to wrap up. The unmanned starships set sail again, spraying the insecticide on a massive scale. The newly evolved Zergs either died or fell unconscious. The soldiers found their own targets and began a fervent hunt for the cores. Watching from the porthole, Su-Jin felt it looked like a circus on a weekend, bustling and lively. In this battle, humanity suffered not a single casualty. Without losing a single soldier, they repelled the Zerg queen, who had first swaggered to the human border. The spoils were considerable: 1 3-class core, hundreds of 2-class cores, and tens of thousands of class cores. How about we upgrade, then embark on an expedition? Su-Jin tilted her head, looking up at her war god. Chu Hanshao lowered his head, a smile on his face. Whatever you say. Then everyone noticed that the 1st Legion's mothership Aurora had gone into lockdown even as the battlefield was still being cleared. Apart from Chu Hangxiu's snow leopard and Su-Jin's karmic fire lotus, all other spirit beasts stood guard on the side. This scene looks so familiar. Let me think. Wasn't it exactly like this last time, when Lord Su Jin upgraded after obtaining a 3-class core? Is Lord Su Jin about to level up again? Did the person above never go to school? Shouldn't common sense prevail? Whether warrior or healer, there's only one chance to upgrade. You can only go up one level. So what? When has Lord Su Jin ever followed common sense? Textbooks also say a healer can't pilot a mecha. The other party was left speechless. The online crowd shifted tone, recounting all of Su Jin's unorthodox feats that defied convention. No one considered the possibility of Chu Hanxiao upgrading. Yet in Aurora's medical base, Su Jin used her blood as a medium to draw layer upon layer of runes. She seated Chu Hanxiao steadily within them, the 3-class core in his hand. Around him lay 20,000 2-class cores, and behind Su Jin were the combined core reserves of all 5 legions and the White Tower. Everything was ready before they began. Chu Hanxiao, the Empire's sole 3-class admiral commander, was about to rewrite interstellar history, once more ascending to become the Empire's highest 4-class warrior. They had expected it to take a long time, but perhaps the runes imbued with the power of faith lent their aid. In just 7 short hours, Chu Hanxiao opened his eyes. His ice-blue pupils reflected the image of Su Jin sitting cross-legged before him. His girl, as batches of cores flickered and dimmed behind her, used her formidable 3-class spiritual power to shield him throughout. If 3-class Chu Hanxiao was a star, then 4-class Chu Hanxiao was a galaxy. His combat power had increased by far more than just a little. He could even accurately trace in his mind the escape route the Zerg Queen had taken through the black hole vortex. Something he was utterly incapable of just 7 hours ago. Chu Hanxiao saw that the 3-class core from the green-head, striped black beetle in his hand had already turned to ash. The 20,000 2-class cores surrounding him had also lost their luster. It was clear how immense the consumption of his upgrade had been. The spoils from this battle were nearly depleted. Without the support of the 5 legions and the White Tower, he would hardly have crossed the chasm-like gap between ranks. But above all, he owed the deepest gratitude to his fiancée Su Jin. Su Jin opened his eyes about 10 minutes later. Congratulations. To the Force-level warrior, Chu Hanxiao. Su Jin tilted his head, craning his neck to look up at the man before him, his eyes brimming with mirth. Chu Hanxiao couldn't help but lower his head and kiss him. They had both been incredibly busy lately with the expedition, spending more time apart than together. Though they were both on the capital planet, both in the military district, they hadn't even had time for a cup of coffee together. Then came the duel with the Zerg Queen. It seemed only these few moments after the upgrade were truly theirs. Su Jin didn't refuse. Instead, he followed Chu Hanxiao's lead, diligently learning and matching the rhythm of the commander's tongue and lips. A few minutes later, someone noticed that the number of bug cores had stopped decreasing, meaning the upgrade's consumption had ceased, and came knocking. Su Jin gently pushed Chu Hanxiao away. The commander's eyes were full of resentment, clearly wanting more. Wait until we return from the expedition. Okay. They rested their foreheads together, secretly linking their pinkies. After this great victory, the 5 legions did not return to the capital planet, as was customary. Instead, they embarked on a true expedition. No one objected this time, because people had seen Su Jin's strength and envisioned a brighter future for humanity, so they were willing to take the gamble. Many people asked in the Star Broadcast Expedition livestream what they could do to help. Su Jin personally answered the question. 6th Legion, Su Jin, please pray for me and for all the soldiers on the expedition. Believe that your faith will become our strength. Almost the moment this message was sent, the power of faith surged like a mountain tsunami. Su Jin knew it was secure. The 6th Legion led the way, exploring the nests left behind by the Zerg, following the pattern of finding Zerg nursery planets within the border. Especially those star systems where all planets were withered and dead except for one that still held life. Those were most likely the sparks the Zerg had saved for themselves. This route was essentially the same as the Zerg Queen's escape path Chu Hanxiao had seen after his upgrade. Humanity was pulling out threatening thorns one by one, striving for themselves and for all of human society. Each time a starship discovered a Zerg nursery planet, it would be blasted to dust with a gamma-ray burst. They jumped 98 times in this manner before arriving at a vast, expansive, dead galaxy. The stars here were dim and lusterless, surrounded by a great deal of space debris, massive skeletal remains of Zerg and wreckage of starship fragments. Clearly, the original inhabitants of this place had also fought a decisive battle for survival against the Zerg. Looking at the devastated scene, it seemed the original inhabitants had lost. Su Jin spread his divine sense and finally located the aura of the Zerg Queen. It seemed very weak and was giving birth. Her originally slender insect abdomen had swelled hundreds of times over. Through the nearly transparent abdominal wall, one could see densely packed eggs inside. Su Jin almost vomited. Because the Zerg Queen was about to give birth, she was surrounded by the last of the Zerg strength, a dense mass of insects guarding the Queen's birthing chamber. The number was more than 10 times that of the battle a few days ago. Truly, the Zerg were incredibly prolific. It seemed they had arrived just in time. Su Jin described the situation at the Zerg's main base in the battle channel and began to deploy troops. His strategy was to encircle the Zerg. Strike while the iron is hot. So the 5 legions were divided into several squads of 7. During the continuous jumps of the past few days, Su Jin hadn't been idle. He had given the entire army an explanation of 10 basic formations. Each formation was equipped with 1 card master or 10 cards and 10 talismans. For this decisive moment, Su Jin had been tirelessly drawing talismans and carving cards using mineral crystals and bug core energy, barely sleeping. Now was the time to use them. Human starships dispersed silently encircling the Zerg's main base. At Su Jin's command, the battle began. First, a round of gamma ray bursts. During the cooldown, the White Tower's unmanned fleet would choose to jump to the next position to provide support, wasting no time. At the same time, another group of researchers piloted unmanned starships to spray insecticide. During the nearly 100 jumps of the past few days, Dr. Song hadn't been idle either. But there were too many Zerg. In areas without White Tower support, high-level warriors were deployed. For a time, flames, lightning, frost blades, swords, and shadows were everywhere. Su Jin, meanwhile, went to the far side of the planet where the Zerg were entrenched. Not a single bug was there. Su Jin mobilized the ever-increasing power of faith, and using the mountains and rivers carved ancient talismans. He wanted the Zerg to be annihilated here. The hellfire from the underworld, carrying the judgment power of the Yellow Springs, slowly rose along the line Su Jin had drawn, winding from the far side of the planet, gradually eroding the entire world. The Zerg were facing a cataclysm. The Queen laughed bitterly as she looked at the human army, knowing the situation was lost. She had never imagined that humans would cross the stars and drive her and her children to this desperate end. She should never have believed the words of that human woman. Months ago, on the day Su Jin became the commander of the 6th Legion, Su Rulan had left the capital planet on a garbage ship. She wanted revenge on Su Jin, but didn't know how to achieve it. By a twist of fate, she encountered the Zerg Queen, who had transformed herself into an ordinary dragonfly to gather information. Yes, this was the Zerg, a bunch of physically powerful fools. After eons of evolution, only the Queen had developed intelligence. She happened to overhear Su Rulan boasting about knowing many of humanity's secrets. The Zerg Queen thought they were weaknesses, but they were just gossip from the capital planet. She cornered the heavily pregnant Su Rulan, pierced her abdomen, and devoured the infant before her eyes. Perhaps it was in that moment that the biological wavelengths of the woman and the insect merged. This was also why Su Jin found the Zerg Queen's appearance familiar. Before she died, Su Rulan said that if they killed Su Jin, humanity would kneel and obey the Zerg. The Queen was deceived, believing it to be true, and ultimately lost everything. With the support of formations and cards, the human warriors were invincible, though the scene was truly unsightly. Ripping open bellies and digging out bug cores was hardly elegant. Just as she had pierced Su Rulan with her stinger, her own insect abdomen was pierced by the massive tail of a human spirit entity. The unhatched eggs were sent to the afterlife by a bolt of lightning from the ghost chariot and a blaze of fire from the flying dragon. The final battle between humans and Zerg concluded amidst the Zerg Queen's heart-wrenching wails. A great victory on the front lines. After the Zerg Queen was destroyed, Su Jin spread his divine sense, seeking out any stragglers and annihilating them directly with the power of faith. In the end, the Zerg were extinct. The insect plague that had plagued humanity for centuries became a thing of the past. On the day of their triumphant return, the streets were empty and the mighty war drums resounded to the heavens. Humanity had finally ushered in an era of prosperity. A week after the great victory, Su Jin and Chu Hangxiu's engagement banquet was finally held. Su Jin, wearing a blue and white porcelain-style Chinese cheongsam, walked through a courtyard blanketed with flowers. Standing before Chu Hanxiao, the perfect couple exchanged vows of eternal love.